The third-rate detective, Xing Ze, met his demise while investigating a mysterious case, only to find himself traversing into the world of Harry Potter, adorned with a pagan relic. Yet, he soon discovers that this realm is rife with peril, enigmatic organizations, ancient sorcery, and nameless deities. As the star of salvation, Harry Potter strives to thwart Voldemort's resurrection. Xing Ze is engaged in dismantling a horrifying ritual in a dim and backward town. When Voldemort ultimately returns, Xing Ze wanders through the shadowy woods in search of ancient secrets, and as Harry Potter triumphs over Voldemort, Xing Ze traverses dreams in quest of means to save the world. This is a tale untold, a history buried. Here, there are no heroes, only a wayfarer yearning to return to Earth. Chapter 1. The Snowfall of September. The rhythmic clanging of metal roused Xing Ze from his slumber. He opened his eyes, bewildered, and surveyed his surroundings, then abruptly reached to touch his chest. To his astonishment, there was no expected blood, no bullet holes, nor excruciating pain. Could it be that he had not perished? This contradicted the reality of having been shot thrice and plunged into a river. Unless a miracle had occurred, survival seemed improbable. Moreover, where was he? Where in the world was he? As a private detective who had just brushed with death, his professional instincts and survival drive compelled Xing Ze to swiftly awaken his foggy mind to ascertain his current predicament. As his mind regained clarity and began to process the sensations relayed by his body, his first realization was an overwhelming weakness coursing through him, followed by an intense dryness in his throat, as if he had fallen into a desert rather than water upon being shot. Struggling to prop himself up, he cautiously grasped a dining knife from the disordered table with his slightly trembling left hand and began to scrutinize his surroundings. From the scenery racing past the window and the sounds of metal clashing, he deduced that he was aboard a train, and he was the sole occupant of the entire compartment. There was likely no imminent danger. Xing Ze thought, just as he was about to set down the knife. A sudden blast from the whistle startled him considerably. The sound of steam trains? Although he had little knowledge of trains, it was 2019, and such a whistle was a rarity. Good heavens, had he drifted down the river into the industrial age? To further confirm his suspicion, Xing Ze summoned his dwindling strength to search the chaotic table. Soon, he unearthed a moving English newspaper beneath a pile of documents. September 1st, 1991, the Daily Prophet. His astonishment rendered him oblivious to the fact that he could read English effortlessly, despite having been quite poor at it in his previous life. The headline left him even more astounded. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had commenced its term. A large black and white photograph dominated the page, featuring a kindly old man with a white beard standing before a towering ancient castle. Harry Potter? A magical world? Xing Ze felt as if he'd been struck by a hammer, his eyes fixated on the newspaper. The overwhelming influx of information caused his mind to short-circuit. Yet one truth was undeniable. He had died and traversed into the magical realm of Harry Potter, presumably aboard the Hogwarts Express. Just then, an unexpected transformation occurred. A sharp pain pierced his right palm. He let out a muffled groan and raised his hand to inspect it, only to find something wriggling beneath the skin, poised to break free at any moment. The pain intensified, accompanied by a torrent of extraneous information flooding into Xing Ze's mind. The harrowing torment of both mind and body compelled him to vocalize his distress. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he beheld a peculiar orb emerging from his palm. This grotesque, irregular sphere was the very harbinger of his demise in his former life. Xing Ze's hoarse throat quickly lost the ability to scream, and thereafter, he was engulfed by endless darkness. WizardingWorld reclined in the solitary armchair of his office, perhaps the most comfortable seat on the entire Hogwarts Express. The comfort afforded by the magical sofa was unparalleled, far surpassing the soft cushions of the compartment or the rigid wooden seats in the public carriage. Naturally, only the conductor was privy to such privileges. Old Balk had dedicated over 30 years to this train, regarding it as his second wife. There's about half an hour left. Perhaps I can indulge in a drink, Balk mused aloud, adjusting the position of his pipe. A series of urgent knocks disrupted his thoughts of refreshment, prompting him to rise from the plush sofa and declare in a low voice, "Enter." A young man with brown hair hurriedly entered the room, breathless. "Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Balk," he gasped. "For Merlin's sake, call me conductor." Balk interrupted, displeased. "And try not to be so loud. It may amuse the passengers." "Of course, sir. I mean, conductor," the young attendant replied respectfully, patting his chest to calm himself. Once he had caught his breath, he continued, "Conductor, you must see outside. The weather is quite abnormal. It has started to snow." "Snowing," Balk repeated, skepticism lacing his tone. "Have you been drinking, Bowman? It's only late August. How could it possibly be snowing?" Despite his doubts, he could not fathom that Bowman would deceive him. unless the lad wished to lose his fine job. Bulk snapped his fingers, and the half-drawn curtains in the office immediately rose. Reluctantly leaving the comfort of his chair, he approached the window to gain a better view of the situation outside. Outside the window, the sky had grown exceedingly gloomy, with delicate snowflakes swirling amidst the howling winds. According to his past experiences of winter travel, a dreadful blizzard was imminent. How can this be possible? Surprise and confusion rapidly spread across the face of the 65-year-old chief conductor. Indeed, in over 3 decades of service on the trains, he had witnessed numerous dire situations. Hurricanes, torrential rains, landslides, and the like, but a fierce blizzard occurring in August or September. Old Balky swiftly regained his composure, reverting to his usual self as he contemplated a strategy. We should arrive at New Ravenscaw village station in approximately half an hour, correct? Bowman flipped through the notebook in his hand and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, conductor. To be precise, we have 24 minutes left, provided we maintain our speed. Balky removed his pipe and expelled the smoke from his mouth. The white mist quickly coalesced before him, ultimately forming a sequence of numbers. 1722. Inform the shovel crew to reduce the train speed and adjust the magical power device to operate in low-temperature mode. Additionally, have Miss Rebecca and the conductors notify the passengers that if the storm intensifies, we will pause at New Ravenscaw village station for a while. Have Dylan send a telegram to the dispatch center to report the current situation. Oh, and send a message to Hogwarts as well, informing them that their students will be delayed. Bowman diligently noted the conductor's instructions, and as he prepared to notify the respective parties, Balky added, "By the way, remember to have the head of Hogwarts keep a close watch on those students. We mustn't let them wander aimlessly." Understood, conductor. I shall inform them. Once Bowman had departed, old Balky exhaled a long sigh. He gazed out at the increasingly ferocious storm, his expression growing ever more grave. This accursed weather. Why must it manifest today of all days? Chapter 2. 2 letters. Xing Ze awakened once more, this time with clarity. The fog of lethargy had dissipated, and the sense of physical weakness had vanished. Although his throat still bore a hint of discomfort, it did not impede his ability to speak normally. The first thing he sought upon regaining consciousness was that peculiar, irregular orb. Prior to his transmutation, Xing Ze had been a private investigator, delving into a series of enigmatic death cases. Just as the investigation began to yield some insights, he was betrayed by his informant, ensnared in a cult S-trap, and met his demise after being shot thrice and plunging into the river. That disquieting sphere, which the cultists referred to as the luminous aberrant truncated octahedron, was the only clue he had possessed before his untimely end. It was an unclean artifact. Xing Ze recalled the warning of the mystic he had consulted in life. Be cautious, young man. It bears a power that brings misfortune and death. I advise you to dispose of it swiftly. Naturally, having been nurtured in a world of privilege, he had scoffed at such superstitions, and thus paid a grievous price for his ignorance and recklessness. Yet, fortune had granted him a second chance at existence. Alternatively, it could be said that the strange orb had transported him to this realm, but regardless of the circumstances, since he was alive, he was determined to find a way back to Earth. He worried for his family and feared that those deranged cultists might target them. The thought sent his mind spiraling. He inhaled deeply and rose from his seat. After several moments of calming his tumultuous thoughts, Xing Ze began to sift through the memories flooding his mind. The past was immutable. Dwelling on it served no purpose. Focusing on the present was paramount. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, he had transmigrated into the magical world as himself. Yes, with the same name, the same unremarkable appearance, the same height of 5 feet 9 inches, and similarly devoid of romantic prospects. However, the distinction lay in the fact that in this world, he was merely 23 years old, 7 years younger than his earthly self. Moreover, he was an employee of the Department for the Maintenance of Magical Equipment at the British Ministry of Magic, a civil servant, if one would call it that. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. He adjusted his attire and reached for the compartment door. Outside stood a woman in her 50s, clad in a pink floral blouse, complemented by a wine-red knitted sleeveless sweater. "Oh, sir, I hope I'm not intruding," she said. In his memories, he recognized her as Mrs. Rebecca, the head of catering on the train, also responsible for managing the snack trolley. Xing Ze's familiarity with the plot of Harry Potter was limited, as it had been a childhood read, with many details long forgotten. Fortunately, he possessed the memories of this world as Xing Ze. Otherwise, as a wizard, he would likely be incapable of even casting a basic spell. "Not at all, Mrs. Rebecca. Is there something you need?" "The weather has turned dreadful, sir," she replied, her amiable smile vanishing. "The train will be delayed at Ravenscroft due to the snowstorm." Xing Ze turned his gaze to the window, and indeed, as Mrs. Rebecca had mentioned, a fierce snowstorm had begun to rage outside. Such anomalous weather set him pondering. I hope this does not cause you any inconvenience. Esteemed sir, such abrupt changes in weather are quite rare. Mrs. Rebecca spoke with sincere regret in her tone. Xing Ze returned to his former demeanor, smiling as he responded, Do not worry, Mrs. Rebecca. Is there anything I can assist you with? A smile returned to the elderly woman's face as she waved her hand dismissively. Oh, thank you for your kindness, but everything is well in hand. As she spoke, Mrs. Rebecca clapped her hands, and the temperature within the compartment rose immediately to a comfortable warmth. Would you like me to clear away the dishes? She inquired, gesturing towards the empty plates and wine goblets on the table. No, I wish to finish this half a goblet of mead, he replied. Very well, sir. If you require anything else, simply ring the bell. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Once Mrs. Rebecca departed, Xing Ze returned to his seat, and a magical warmth enveloped him. However, his inner turmoil mirrored the stormy sky outside, overcast with uncertainty. A snowstorm in September. Any reasonable individual would recognize the rarity of such an event in England. Where there is an anomaly, there is often something sinister at play. Mrs. Rebecca maintained her composure, yet, as a private investigator, Xing Ze sensed the unnatural tone in her voice when she spoke of the weather and the train situation. However, the pressing concern at hand was not the state of the train or the tempest outside, but rather unearthing the identity of the individual responsible for Xing Ze's poisoning. Indeed, this world's version of himself had perished. Otherwise, Xing Ze would not have occupied his body. The cause of death was straightforward, poisoning, and the source lay in the goblet of mead before him. Xing Ze cautiously lifted the goblet, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its sweet aroma. Yet amidst the honeyed scent lingered a faint metallic tang. If one were not attentive, the odor would be nearly imperceptible. Xing Ze was no connoisseur of alcohol. His knowledge of viniculture was scant. However, according to the memories of this world Xing Ze, no type of mead, be it fermented, distilled, or concocted, should possess such a flavor. Someone does not wish for me to attend Hogwarts, he murmured, placing the goblet down with care. Drawing upon his recollections, he retrieved his wand from the briefcase. It was crafted from peach wood and the tail hair of a unicorn, designed more for stability than raw magical power. He directed his wand at the documents on the table, casting a summoning charm and a locating spell. The incantations proceeded smoothly, and soon, 2 letters floated into his grasp, indicating the wand had accepted its new master. Though he felt little excitement or joy at his initial foray into magic, he proceeded to cast a cleaning spell, sweeping the remaining documents into his briefcase. The brown leather briefcase, a standard issue from the Ministry of Magic, had been imbued with a simple, undetectable extension charm, granting it the capacity akin to a small garage. The 2 letters were from different origins. One bore the emblematic white envelope sealed with red wax from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He recalled it to be a letter of appointment, indicating the Hogwarts board's agreement for him to take up a teaching position. The other letter, which he had yet to examine, originated from the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, its gray envelope devoid of any identifiable markings. After a moment's contemplation, Xing Ze recited a rather intricate incantation directed at this mysterious letter. Upon completion, the envelope opened autonomously, and a white sheet of parchment emerged. Chapter 3. Interrogation. The parchment bore a series of disordered lines, and Xing Ze surmised that even the most skilled linguists in the world would struggle to decipher its contents. He cast another spell, more complex than the previous one, silently admiring the superior memory of this world's self. As the incantation took effect, the words on the parchment began to shift and rearrange themselves, and upon the spell's conclusion, a coherent letter materialized before him. Dear Mr. Xing Ze, please arrive at the 3 Broomsticks in Hogsmeade at 1 p.m. on September 3rd. Madame Rosmerta will verify your passphrase. The letter bore no signature, and just as Xing Ze sought to decipher the so-called passphrase, the entire missive spontaneously ignited. However, the brilliant flames were not scorching to the touch. The rising smoke coalesced above Xing Ze's head into a segment of text, which dissipated into nothingness within half a minute, leaving even the ashes of the letter vanished. This was entirely in line with the modus operandi of the Department of Mysteries. Hence, the only entities privy to his itinerary were the Department of Mysteries and the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Xing Ze stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The Ministry of Magic had no reason to harm him, for his journey to Hogwarts was far from a mere teaching position. Thus, it could only be the members of the Hogwarts Board, and Lucius Malfoy's name swiftly leapt to the forefront of his mind. This Death Eater was also one of the board members. Yet if this were indeed a ploy by the Death Eaters, should they not target Harry Potter instead? Why would they concern themselves with an obscure ministry employee? It was perplexing. Moreover, if memory served him correctly. The Hogwarts Express was meant to arrive at Hogsmeade Station without encountering a snowstorm, let alone any fatalities. Had the narrative shifted? Could his crossing into this world have disturbed the timeline? Contemplating this possibility, a sense of dread washed over Xing Ze. He had hoped to utilize his foreknowledge of the plot to navigate the second Wizarding War unscathed, but it seemed that plan was now in jeopardy. Outside, the snowstorm intensified, and the train's speed evidently diminished, with the whistle sounding more frequently. It was not difficult to surmise that visibility at the front of the train had significantly decreased. Within the carriage, Xing Ze found himself at a loss. The existing clues were far too scant for him to deduce who had poisoned him. The primary suspect was Madame Rebecca, yet that seemed overly obvious, suggesting the situation was far more intricate. At that moment, a firm footfall echoed from outside the carriage. Halting at the door, where two silhouettes appeared against the frosted glass. A series of knocks followed, as anticipated, but the individuals outside clearly lacked patience, rapping once more. Xing Ze gathered his thoughts and rose to open the door. Standing at the carriage entrance were two men. The one on the left donned a conductor's uniform, appearing to be in his 30s, with a stern expression. The elder on the right, distinguished by his black felt hat, neatly tailored suit, and polished shoes, exuded an air of refinement. The old gentleman removed his hat and gave a slight nod to Xing Ze, then smiled as he spoke. "Good afternoon, sir. If you don't mind, we would like to ask you a few questions." Although the elderly gentleman's demeanor was quite cordial, his tone carried an unmistakable authority. While the serious conductor had already placed a hand on his wand at his waist, Xing Ze shrugged, replying, "Apart from cooperating with you, do I have any other options?" "I fear not, sir," the old gentleman said, stepping aside. "This is Officer Shafiq, and you may call me Benson." "Very well, gentlemen. What is it that you wish to inquire about? Have you visited compartment A4? Officer Shafiq inquired, having scrutinized Xing Ze since he opened the door, his suspicion barely concealed. "No, I have remained in my own compartment, save for a trip to the restroom," Xing Ze replied coldly. The old gentleman evidently detected the displeasure in Xing Ze's tone and stepped forward slightly, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Xing. Officer Shafiq is merely performing his due diligence." Xing Ze returned the smile. "Why not try a tracking charm? It could swiftly reveal where I went to the restroom." The sarcastic remark instantly provoked Officer Shafiq, who drew his wand, glaring at Xing Ze. "Don't play games with me, Oriental. Just answer the questions honestly." "Shafiq, stand down," Benson interjected, pressing down on the officer's wand. "We are all colleagues here. There is no need to make this difficult." "Colleagues?" Shafiq muttered uncertainly. Benson chuckled with mild exasperation. "Next time, Parker, perhaps you should review the passenger registry and the magical directory before conducting your interrogations." After admonishing Shafiq, Benson turned to Xing Ze and said, "Mr. Xing, we all work for the Ministry of Magic, do we not? So trust me, Officer Shafiq is not trying to make things difficult for you. I would greatly appreciate your cooperation in answering our questions." Benson's assertion was not unfounded. The train's crew belonged to the Ministry's Magical Transport Department. Although he was to teach at Hogwarts, he technically remained on long-term assignment, retaining his position within the Ministry. Thus, with a mere flick of a finger, they could find information about him in the magical directory. Given the other man's demeanor, Xing Ze tempered his irritation and replied nonchalantly, "Please proceed, Mr. Benson. Have you noticed any suspicious individuals?" Xing Ze paused, pondering the intriguing nature of the question, which heightened his concerns regarding the train's safety. After a moment's reflection, he responded, "Mr. Benson, as you mentioned, we are all from the Ministry. If any issues arise on the train, I would like to assist. That is not your concern." Officer Shafiq interjected before Benson could respond. "Parker, why don't I have a private conversation with this young man?" Benson suggested to the officer. "But do not worry, Parker. If anything happens to me, the case will resolve itself." Shafiq hesitated, glancing between Xing Ze and Benson. "Go on, mate. There's a mountain of tasks awaiting your attention. Leave this to me." Benson's persuasion ultimately prevailed, and Shafiq retracted his wand, issuing a final warning to Xing Ze. "Listen, kid, I'll be nearby." With that, he strode off toward another carriage. "I apologize, Mr. Xing. He could be a bit brash, but he is a responsible officer." Xing Ze softly remarked as he watched Shafiq's retreating figure. "It is nothing. You have held disdain for foreigners for longer than a day or two. Shall we step inside to converse, Mr. Xing? I am rather old and cannot endure standing for long." Benson displayed little irritation at Xing Ze's words. Not wishing to contend with an elder, Xing Ze stepped aside to let him enter. Chapter 4, Murder. Benson unceremoniously seated himself opposite Xing Ze, expressing his comfort with a few remarks as he placed his hat on his lap, while the exquisite cane merely changed hands. This small gesture did not escape Xing Ze's notice. After taking his seat, Benson began, "Mr. Xing, just call me Xing. No need for such formality." "Very well, if you insist. Now, regarding your earlier comment, I must disagree. Not everyone harbors animosity towards you. Is that so?" Xing Ze replied skeptically, recalling that this world's version of himself had not fared particularly well. "The magical maintenance department? Oh, come now. That department is virtually inconspicuous prior to Xing Ze's arrival. The youngest employee was nearly 50 years of age. Moreover, a monthly salary of 40 galleons is woefully inadequate compared to others in the same department, not to mention the newcomers from different departments. Heaven knows how the version of myself in this world managed to diligently toil for 3 years under such circumstances. To make matters worse, I foolishly accepted a secret mission from the Department of Mysteries to surveil Hogwarts and Dumbledore. It is well known that the British Ministry of Magic harbors long-standing animosity towards Dumbledore. Long before the Grindelwald uprising, the Ministry had begun dispatching personnel to monitor Dumbledore, primarily to investigate his relationship with Grindelwald and to thwart any potential alliance between them. For the Ministry, this renowned wizard is akin to a highly unstable nuclear device. Such an uncontrollable force invariably breeds hostility and suspicion. Yet, the predominant reason is rooted in fear. The International Confederation of Wizards is not eager to witness a second Grindelwald. Thus, following the imprisonment of the first Dark Lord, Dumbledore's days of ease came to an abrupt end, and the Department of Mysteries established covert teams to clandestinely monitor the world's preeminent wizard. As for why they sent Xing Ze, who is not even an Auror, to oversee this task, the Department of Mysteries offered no clear explanation. This was a task akin to suicide, setting aside Dumbledore's exceptional legitimacy. The old wizard's vast life experience alone would easily see through Xing Ze's intentions. Moreover, the faculty at Hogwarts are a collection of formidable individuals, particularly that potions professor who seems eager to administer a dose of Veritaserum to anyone he encounters. A Gentelkov interrupted Xing Ze's musings, and he lifted his gaze toward the elderly gentleman before him. "You seem lost in thought, sir," Benson remarked, his face still adorned with a polite smile. Xing Ze nodded graciously, wiping the condensation from the window. "I am unaccustomed to traveling by train, especially in this weather." Outside, the snow fell heavily, and though it was not yet 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the sky, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. "Indeed, the weather is quite abnormal," Benson concurred. "However, what is even more peculiar is our loss of communication with the outside world." "What do you mean by lost communication?" Xing Ze inquired, confusion etching his features. Benson adjusted his posture, stretching his legs. "The magical telegraph has lost signal, and the only key to the train's door is rendered useless, compounded by this blizzard." He paused, for it was evident from Xing Ze's expression that the young man grasped the gravity of the situation. "Worse than I had imagined," Xing Ze sighed, having anticipated that something must be amiss on the train, yet he had not expected it to be this severe. If the train could not reach New Ravenska village, they would likely find themselves trapped in this tempest. Benson regarded Xing Ze with a knowing look, sensing that the young man seemed to possess some insight. "Can't we try a weather charm?" The old gentleman inhaled deeply. Few possess the ability to alter a blizzard of this magnitude. "If we could contact the central office in Hogwarts, there might be a glimmer of hope." Xing Ze subtly reached for his wand, then posed a question. "So, sir, why confide such crucial information to me?" "Ah, young man, the outcome is simply twofold," Benson replied, his smile fading. "You are either the source of these anomalies, or merely a minor clerk within the ministry." Gripping his wand more tightly, Xing Ze inquired, "And which do you believe I am?" "I would prefer to believe you are the latter. Tell me, young man, if you truly have not ventured into other compartments, how did you perceive the train's irregularities? Surely it cannot be said that you discerned it from your own poisoning?" Xing Ze pondered internally. Madame Rebecca had visited earlier, and he felt her demeanor and tone were somewhat peculiar. "Is it all you've got?" "Believe it or not, sir," he replied. Benson's expression fluctuated as he weighed whether to trust the young man. Silence lingered for an extended moment until the old gentleman's smile returned. "Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you." Xing Ze exhaled a sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere within the carriage was nearly suffocating. "It is an honor to earn your trust." "Oh no, young man, do not rejoice too soon." Benson rose, adjusting his attire. "From this moment forth, you shall accompany me. We require all the hands we can muster. But, no, do not refuse me. You expressed a willingness to assist. After all, we are both members of the Ministry of Magic." "Cursed old fox," Xing Ze thought to himself, hastily gathering his belongings and following Benson out of the compartment. "Where are we going?" Xing Ze inquired. "To compartment 4A. I have something to show you." Moments later, they arrived at compartment 4A, and a sinking feeling enveloped Xing Ze as he beheld the scene before him. The compartment was in disarray. A corpulent, middle-aged man lay, slumped in his seat. His complexion ashen, lips blackened, clearly deceased. Next time you wish me to view a corpse, a warning would be appreciated. Benson leaned on his cane, unrepentant as he replied. Do not be so dramatic, Xing Ze. This may very well be your doing. Are you jesting, sir? Xing Ze shot Benson a glare. Poisoned to death? Indeed. Poisoned by a spider's kiss, an undetectable poison. Undetectable poison? Xing Ze scoured his memory for information on this term. He recalled that during his time at Hogwarts, Professor Snape had once assigned a paper on undetectable poisons. The spider's kiss was one such poison, with scant documentation available regarding its creation. The only certainty was that this poison required a brewing time of at least 3 months, with a success rate alarmingly low, thus rendering it exceedingly rare. What the source of the poison? Benson did not respond immediately, but instead gestured toward a glass of wine on the table. Chapter 5. The Spider's Kiss. A familiar sensation stirred within Xing Ze, and he lifted the glass to his nose, recognizing the mead, faintly reminiscent of blood. Strange. Could it be that the target is not solely me? He mused, furrowing his brow as matters grew increasingly convoluted. After observing for a while longer, he picked up a silver rod from the table, approximately the length of a standard straw, with some still damp liquid at one end. Interesting. One would not typically bring this on a train, would they? Xing Ze inquired. Benson leaned in for a closer look, nodding. A detection rod. I noted that as well. It seems Mr. Alan Hoffman was a cautious individual. Cautious? Huh. You certainly have a way with words. This silver detection rod is employed for discerning poisons and magical traps. A common piece of equipment among aurors, seldom carried by ordinary wizards. From another perspective, the poisoner was remarkably familiar with Mr. Allen, at the very least aware of his fondness for mead, and carried with him a detection wand, which is why he opted for the costly and undetectable poison known as the Kiss of the Spider. You should interrogate Lady Rebecca and her house elf minions to ascertain who has had access to the beverage supply along the way, suggested Xing Ze. He then waved his wand to uncover the briefcase that had fallen to the ground, examining its contents. The untraceable extension charm could only be employed with the Ministry of Magic's approval, and Xing Ze was not concerned that this bag would bear such a spell. Otherwise, Mr. Allen would never have passed through security. Most items within the bag had been scattered about. Coins lay strewn across the floor, and there was but a small jar, a few documents, and a pair of elderly spectacles remaining. It appeared that the poisoner had been inside after Mr. Allen's demise, seemingly in search of something. I suspect he had more than just a few belongings, Xing Ze mused. Perhaps we could inquire with the luggage attendant. They might provide some valuable leads. A flicker of approval crossed Benson's face. The young man had shown no signs of panic upon encountering the body, instead promptly making a judgment regarding the cause of death. He even sought out clues amidst the chaos to offer suggestions, demonstrating a level of professionalism and composure that far exceeded Benson's expectations. I've already dispatched the conductor and Parker to handle that. Results should be forthcoming shortly. However, you seem quite knowledgeable in this regard. Xing Ze paused in his actions, his old habit resurfacing. His insatiable curiosity and detective instincts compelled him to analyze the case involuntarily. I once formed a small club during my school days, dedicated to studying and emulating Muggle investigative techniques. Are you familiar with Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Benson? The elderly gentleman's lips curved into a slight smile. I've heard of him. He is a clever fictional Muggle. I must admit, in the absence of magical assistance, Muggles possess remarkably superior investigative methods. It seems that besides magical telegrams and port keys, the art of detection cannot be utilized either. Seize the opportunity to divert the conversation, Xing Ze remarked. Indeed, most spells have lost their efficacy. Benson replied with a resigned expression. We find ourselves in a predicament. Xing Ze produced the small jar from the deceased bag, giving it a gentle shake. Remnants of liquid still clung within. I am quite curious, Mr. Benson. How did you ascertain that the lethal poison was the Kiss of the Spider? The Kiss of the Spider was classified as an undetectable poison for good reason, if even a detection wand could not reveal it. How could the elderly gentleman be so certain? Benson raised an eyebrow. Can you not detect it? There is a certain metallic scent in the mead. Is that all? Xing Ze's inquiry made the old gentleman somewhat uncomfortable. Just moments ago, he had questioned the youth's capabilities, only to find the tables turned. If you had dealt with Death Eaters and dark magic for half a lifetime, you too could identify poison by scent alone. That substance claimed the lives of half my brethren. Benson's tone had noticeably cooled, prompting Xing Ze to quickly clarify. Do not take offense, sir. You know I am merely ruling out suspects. Ha, Young man, you should never question me, Benson retorted, his demeanor lightening. That may be, but until the perpetrator reveals themselves. Everyone aboard this train remains a suspect, students included. At that moment, Officer Shafiq hurriedly approached, casting a skeptical glance at Xing Ze as he hesitated to speak. Speak up. Parker, Mr. Xing Ze is not a suspect for the time being, Benson interjected diplomatically. We have found the culprit, Shafiq exclaimed excitedly. It is Bowman, Bowman Lister. Benson furrowed his brow, repeating Bowman? Yes, sir. At least 2 house elves witnessed him at the beverage supply station in carriage 5. And another elf, tending the luggage, also saw him. Where is he now? He is currently being held in a separate carriage. Awaiting your interrogation, Shafiq replied. A look of pride on his face. The elderly gentleman pondered for a moment before saying, I leave it to you, Parker. I must confer with the conductor on some matters. Me interrogate him? Officer Shafiq was somewhat taken aback, but he quickly set aside his doubts. I assure you, sir, you will not be disappointed. With that, he excitedly hurried away. While the two conversed, Xing Ze discreetly concealed the small jar within his own bag. Noticing Benson turn his head, he hastily said, The case is cracked, sir. It seems I can return to the warmth and comfort of my carriage. Benson raised his wand to block Xing Ze's attempt to leave, chuckling, Do not be so hasty, Xing Ze. Do you not find it peculiar that I have chosen you to participate in this investigation among so many others? Let us converse as we walk. There is still some distance to the conductor's office. Benson withdrew a twisted wand from his cane, casting a charm to set a basic alarm outside carriage 4A. He then stepped aside, gesturing for Xing Ze to proceed ahead. I do not trust anyone until the murderer reveals themselves, he said, following closely behind Xing Ze. As you can see, my subordinate, Officer Parker. The old man paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts before continuing. He is a responsible officer, but with most spells rendered ineffective. There is little he can do. I need to seek another assistant. But you cannot select from the train staff, as they have greater opportunity to access the beverage station than the passengers. Precisely. So you're not afraid that I am the murderer? Ah, young man, my suspicion of you has never waned, which is why I have kept you close. Xing Ze halted, turning to say, but now that the murderer has been found, I am no longer a suspect. Benson stopped 3 paces away, smiling. You refer to Bowman? Well, as far as I know, he excelled in potions during his studies. Now he's responsible for inspecting illicit potions brought onto the train. And so, the kiss of the spider, Benson lowered his voice, is a highly effective poison. Even a minuscule amount can be fatal, yet if too much is administered, it leaves behind a distinctive metallic odor. Moreover, I must remind you, it is prohibitively expensive. Chapter 6. The newcomers upon hearing this, Xing Ze understood. Benson believed that Bowman, as a potion scholar, should not have made such a novice error. I must remind you as well, sir, that the kiss of the spider is not commonly encountered. I doubt even a potion expert would have frequent opportunities to handle it. Indeed, which is why I suspect there is more than one perpetrator, Benson remarked meaningfully, glancing at Xing Ze. As they spoke, the two arrived at carriage 3, a public compartment where the seats were unpartitioned. Due to its affordability, it was particularly favored by students and those of lower status. Upon entering the carriage, Xing Ze observed the head of the academy, soothing the agitated students. Evidently, most newcomers were undeterred by the unusual weather. They remained exhilarated, even attributing the blizzard to magical causes. A few children from wizarding families were regaling tales of wonders from the magical world, while those from muggle families listened with rapt attention. In the chaotic carriage, a strikingly handsome young man with fair skin stood out remarkably, judging by his robes. He was likely the head boy of Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory. Xing Ze recognized him at a glance, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to his portrayal in the films. This youthful figure, possessing both charm and a hint of naivete, was doing his utmost to quell the chattering students around him. Alas, he found himself surrounded by a gaggle of chattering girls, judging by the bitter and helpless expression on his face. It seemed these girls had been pestering him for quite some time. According to the traditions of Hogwarts, first-year students would commence their studies on September 1st, while older students were required to arrive a few days earlier. They would be assigned various minor tasks to alleviate the teacher's burdens. Among these responsibilities, a portion of the head boys and girls would be tasked with escorting the new students, a somewhat tiresome duty, yet still highly coveted, not only because it contributed to the house's standing, but also due to the undeniable approval it garnered from the faculty. Noticing Xing Ze's gaze, Cedric looked up and, upon recognizing him, flashed a smile and offered a friendly nod. The two continued onward, and like the fourth carriage occupied by Xing Ze, the second carriage had also been enchanted with a stretching solution, though it was not solely reserved for one occupant. Typically, it could accommodate 4 individuals, and during peak times, it could squeeze in 6. As they reached the middle of the carriage, one of the compartment doors suddenly swung open, prompting Xing Ze to nimbly jump back to avoid an impending collision. Two red-haired children burst forth from the compartment, looking almost identical. "Hey, you fool, come catch me!" One shouted exuberantly, while the other giggled uncontrollably. Without pausing, they dashed towards the first carriage. Shortly thereafter, a similarly red-haired young man stormed out of the compartment, his robes smeared with green goo, appearing utterly disheveled. "You can't run wild on the train, George Fred. For Merlin's sake, I've had enough of you too." It was a familiar face. A smile crept onto Xing Ze's lips as he recognized the Weasley twins. It was easy to deduce the identity of the other redhead, Percy Weasley, the twins' elder brother. A low incantation echoed from behind Xing Ze, and, suddenly, the running twins were lifted off their feet, floating like balloons. Bansun flicked his wand, and Fred and George were swiftly drawn back before Percy. "Head boy, you need to keep an eye on your students," Bansun remarked to Percy, his stern demeanor exuding authority that few dared to defy. Even the typically jovial twins fell silent. Poor Percy's face flushed crimson as he repeatedly apologized. Xing Ze cast a cleaning charm towards Percy, causing the green goo to coalesce into a single mass, which he casually flicked into the trash bin in the aisle. Percy looked at Xing Ze with gratitude, just as one of the twins piped up, "Hey, nice move. I bet you've played Quidditch." "Unfortunately not. I've only been at Hogwarts for 3 years, and I'm not accustomed to flying about," Xing Ze replied with a smile. "You should give it a try. The feeling of soaring through the skies is exhilarating." The other twin interjected. "Quiet, boys," Bansun interjected sharply. "Listen to your head boy, or I'll have a word with your head of house." With a wave of his wand, the twins promptly fell to the ground, and they scampered back into the compartment, rubbing their behinds. The commotion in the aisle attracted a number of onlookers, and students from other compartments peeked out to observe. Among them, Xing Ze spotted the boy who had narrowly escaped death, Harry Potter, flanked by Ron and Hermione. "He looks just about as he does in the films." Xing Ze mused, realizing that the Death Eaters had yet to make their move against him. Bansun barked at the spectators, "Get back, children. There is nothing to see." Perhaps it was his authoritative tone or his grim countenance, but the students promptly retreated to their compartments. "It seems you aren't particularly well received by the children." Xing Ze teased Bansun. Bansun did not respond, but merely gestured forward with his chin. Xing Ze shrugged disinterestedly and continued onward. As he passed Harry Potter's compartment, he discreetly noted the compartment number. The train came to an abrupt halt shortly after they exited the second carriage, jolting violently amidst a piercing whistle as it was forced to a standstill in the midst of a snowstorm. Bansun muttered a curse under his breath, urging Xing Ze to quicken his pace, and soon they arrived at the conductor's cabin. "Bansun, tell me this isn't true. How could Bowman commit murder? That boy wouldn't harm a mouse." Conductor Bark exclaimed, nearly leaping in front of Bansun, his lips quivering and veins bulging in his hand that clutched a pipe. "I do not wish to believe it either, Bark, but the evidence is irrefutable," Bansun replied, running a hand through his white hair in exasperation. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Damn it, I need a drink. Dylan and Shovel will elaborate on the specifics." While they conversed, Xing Ze found a discreet corner to observe the individuals in the office, all the while examining the small jar he had stealthily pilfered from Alan's bag. By the window stood 2 individuals clad in blue uniforms. They were likely the train's mechanics. The taller of the 2 spoke. "The snowstorm is too severe, visibility is low, and we cannot proceed any further." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man on the other side interjected, "The magical telegraph is still non-functional. Let us hope those at the new Ravensclaw station notice this storm." "Don't hold your breath, Dylan," the conductor interjected. "In such a fierce storm, even apparition would be a challenge, let alone without the means to do so." Chapter 7. Simple Deductions. At this point, all eyes turned to Bansun. They sought a reasonable explanation regarding the murder, the failed spells, and the inclement weather. The elderly gentleman cleared his throat and stated gravely, "The situation is dire, gentlemen. I suspect someone has cast a magical suppression charm on the train, which has led to the failure of numerous spells. As for the motive, I surmise it relates to the murder in compartment 4A. The perpetrator is attempting to prevent us from utilizing tracking spells. Then we can have Bowman dispel the suppression charm," interjected another young mechanic. Bansun shot him a glance, directing his attention to the taller mechanic. "Shovel, manage your rookie." Shovel shot a glare at the young man and replied sternly, "Silence, Cecil. Step aside. This is not your place to issue orders." The young mechanic shrugged and wisely retreated to the side. Today's youth seem unfamiliar with the concept of etiquette, Bansun lamented before resuming his analysis. After a brief calm, Cecil shifted his focus to Xing Ze, Hey, you there, the Oriental one. I haven't seen you before. Are you new? Xing Ze concealed the small jar within his backpack, shaking his head. No. I me Marelia suspect. The young mechanic paused momentarily, then let out a few low chuckles. He leaned closer to Xing Ze and whispered, You truly are amusing. Working under that old man must be quite exhausting. Noticing his skepticism, Xing Ze chose not to elaborate further. He engaged in a half-hearted conversation with Cecil, hoping the young man would soon lose interest, allowing him to delve back into unraveling the secrets of the jar. However, Cecil's enthusiasm exceeded Xing Ze's expectations. And it wasn't until Banson completed his analysis and the train conductor assigned some tasks to the staff that he awkwardly departed. From Cecil's thick accent, it was easy to discern his origins. Indeed, the Welsh are known to be the most affable of Britons, a sentiment that seemed to hold true. Yet Xing Ze still felt he was overly familiar. Meanwhile, the conductor shook his glass towards Banson, inviting him, Would you care for a drink? Authentic Scottish whiskey, unlike the watered-down stuff from the bars. No, old friend, you know I abstain from alcohol during work hours. The old gentleman settled across from the conductor. Your loss. Let us get to the matter at hand. Speak the truth, Banson. The old gentleman reclined slightly to ensure his comfort. It's a weather charm, Bulk. Someone has cast a weather charm. You must be losing your wits, Banson. No one could conjure such a tempest, not even Dumbledore. I never claimed it was the work of a single individual. The conductor furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his glass. Not a single person, but I cannot fathom the motive. Is it merely to kill someone? This is a premeditated murder, Banson stated gravely. I inspected the beverage counter. The murderer poisoned the bottled mead, not the cups. So he cannot be the one delivering the drinks. Then it could only be for a few reasons. He must have had limited poison. Otherwise, he could have easily poisoned us all. Wait, you said he poisoned the bottled mead? For Merlin's sake. It's the first time I've thought it wise not to serve alcohol to students. And who has consumed that bottle of mead? To my knowledge, that bottle has only been offered to 2 rooms since departure. At this, Banson turned to glance at Xing Ze, and the conductor followed his gaze, finally noticing another individual standing in the room. This unfamiliar young man was currently toying with a small jar, possessing an unremarkable appearance, standing roughly 5'8", with a look of intense concentration. Who is this lad? Could he be another passenger from a different room? You guessed correctly, Bulk. He doesn't appear to be poisoned. I have my own means of detecting poison. The conductor's words were interrupted by Xing Ze, who produced a yellow talisman. Having learned that Alan Hoffman, like himself, had succumbed to the mead, Xing Ze had been formulating and refining his tale of rebirth in his mind. Otherwise, it would be quite peculiar that he had consumed the same mead without consequence. Fortunately, his mother from this world always brought him a stack of yellow talismans on her visits to England. These talismans function similarly to magical scrolls, usable without incantation once crafted, making them exceptionally convenient. The yellow talisman in Xing Ze's hand was merely a drying charm, commonly employed for drying clothes and bodies, but should suffice to deceive the uninformed foreigners. As anticipated, the conductor's eyes widened in astonishment. Marvelous Eastern magic. I hear that you ride in the air relying on swords. My word, how painful must that be? They stand on the swords, not sit upon them. Banson explained with exasperation. Bulk, let us return to the matter at hand. Xing Ze had little interest in the discussion between the two. Banson's deductions were similar to his own, a carefully orchestrated scheme. Yet, what was the enemy's objective? Harry Potter was still alive. The train's escape was merely a matter of time, despite the raging storm outside. The Hogwarts Express's power module could operate for several days on low energy, leaving nothing to worry about. Thus, rather than ruminating over the enemy's plans, Xing Ze preferred to solve the mystery at hand. The small jar, stolen from the crime scene, had a delicate mechanism, and he was curious about what it concealed that warranted such protection. Now, having identified the key, he needed only a bit more time to unlock it. Banson, please continue. The murderer possesses limited poison, yet he is well acquainted with Alan Hoffman, the deceased. Crucially, he must also be aware of the supply information from the beverage counter. Only then could he poison with such precision. Bulk rose to refill his glass, taking a sip as he remarked, So you suspect Bowman? Just because he was seen at the beverage counter? Well then, what of Madame Rebecca? She visits the counter almost incessantly. She is far too conspicuous, Bulk. Moreover, if it were her, there would be no need to poison the bottled liquor. It would be far more prudent to poison the cups directly. All right. Bulk waved his hand in frustration. I have no desire to play detective games, Banson. Just tell me what the other party intends. Trap us? Attack students? Commit murder? I am very sorry, old friend, Banson shrugged. I cannot decipher their intentions either. But I can assure you, Alan Hoffman's death is merely the beginning. They may be targeting Harry Potter. Xing Ze had finally unraveled the mechanism of the jar. Chapter 8. Polyjuice potion. Who? Harry what? The conductor inquired with confusion. Haven't you heard? Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Upon hearing this, Benson stroked his chin thoughtfully, while the conductor moved to his desk and rifled through the passenger list. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Ze removed the stopper from the jar, and a pungent odor immediately wafted forth. What on earth? Xing Ze muttered under his breath, stifling his nausea as he examined it closely. The scant liquid remaining in the jar emitted an unpleasant aroma akin to overcooked cabbage, a scent that was rather discomforting. Yet, there was something familiar about it. He was certain he had encountered it before, but at that moment, he could not recall where. Potter, it is he, Harry Potter, the child of James and Lily. The conductor's voice interrupted Xing Ze's contemplation. Benson's expression darkened once more as he reluctantly speculated. If that is the case, then all of this is the work of the Death Eaters. He then turned to Xing Ze, saying, "Well done, Xing Ze. It seems you have pinpointed the crux of the matter. Is that a compliment?" Xing Ze regarded Benson's somber countenance, feeling no semblance of joy emanating from him. However, he hadn't anticipated praise. His hypothesis was entirely derived from the knowledge of the original plot, and truly, it was not robust enough to withstand scrutiny. The most compelling evidence was that Harry Potter was still alive. Had the Death Eater's initial target been Harry, he would have long since been a corpse. Which carriage is he in, Bulk? Benson asked the conductor. Number 2, compartment F, Xing Ze supplied the answer. Benson picked up his wand and stood from his seat. Gesturing to Xing Ze, "Come, Xing Ze, let us pay a visit to this boy who lived. There likely won't be many clues on Harry's side." Xing Ze's urgency to depart stemmed from his desire to investigate the mysterious contents of the small jar. The pungent aroma was becoming increasingly familiar, almost on the cusp of recognition. Not far from the conductor's compartment, Benson halted abruptly, extending his hand towards Xing, an action that left him bewildered. "Stop playing coy. Xing Ze, I saw you unlock the mechanism on the jar. Let me see what lies within." "That damned old man." Xing Ze cursed inwardly, initially believing that Benson was unaware of his theft of the jar, or perhaps the old man had known all along, merely playing him for a fool. "A person as perceptive as you must not have many friends," Xing Ze remarked as he retrieved the jar from his briefcase and handed it over. Benson accepted it cautiously, sneering as he spoke. "Indeed, they have all perished during the First Wizarding War. Hogwarts History of Magic class must have taught you that." Xing Ze remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Do not place too much faith in what Hogwarts teaches. The reality of war is far more brutal than what is penned in books. The bloodshed is not confined to the Order of the Phoenix. Benson's tone was calm, yet the slight tremor in his hand as he uncorked the jar betrayed him. Bringing it close to his nose, he inhaled deeply and frowned. "Polyjuice potion. It seems our deceased gentleman had another identity." Polyjuice potion? If Xing Ze recalled correctly, this concoction could alter a person's appearance. Hermione had brewed it numerous times. Things were becoming increasingly bizarre. Could they not follow the original plot and reach Hogwarts without further complications? A wave of headache and helplessness washed over him as the narrative unfolded like a derailed train, never to return. Whether it was racing towards the abyss of hell or the brilliance of paradise depended on their ability to unravel the murder mystery. "Let's first check on that boy. Then we shall return to carriage 8, Benson stated. "Wait, did you hear that?" Xing Ze furrowed his brow, straining to listen amidst the howling blizzard, faint shrieks piercing through the cacophony. Instantly, a chill surged up from his feet, creeping towards the crown of his head. He felt the hairs on his body stand on end, his heart racing like a wild stallion across the plains, thumping furiously as nameless dread enveloped him, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. "What are you saying?" Benson looked at Xing Ze in confusion, sensing something was amiss. "Are you all right, Xing Ze?" The fear and chill dissipated as quickly as they had come. Xing Ze pressed his forehead and replied in a low voice. "Did you not hear? It has come back to me. Cecil, the mechanic, carries the same scent." Benson remained perplexed. "I believe you should clarify what you mean." "I mean," Xing Ze articulated each word deliberately. "Cecil also bears the scent of Polyjuice potion." Benson's expression shifted, urgency creeping into his voice. "Are you certain?" "Donotjest with mistrzostw from Europa." "Xing Ze, you know the rules." "To hell with your damned rules." Xing Ze spat, turning away towards the front of the train. "Hey, stop, kid," Benson called out helplessly, hastening to follow. The temperature at the train's front was significantly warmer than in the other compartments, a result of the various intricate magical devices and instruments at work. Upon their arrival, they encountered Iron Shovel, a robust and rugged mechanic, who was inspecting the train's temperature-regulating enchantments. "Iron Shovel, where is Cecil?" Benson inquired anxiously. Xing Ze had not held much hope for Benson, merely wishing he would not make things too difficult for him. Surprisingly, the old man seemed willing to believe him. Iron Shovel looked up and replied, I sent him to inspect the power module. Is something amiss? Guard the door, Iron Shovel. Do not let anyone in or out. Before Benson could finish his instruction, Xing Ze darted inside, a foreboding sense rising within him. Hey kid, you can't go in there. With a resounding crash, the door to the module room swung open, revealing Cecil, who displayed little surprise. He grinned widely, pointing his wand at the power module. Stay right there, sir. I knew you would come. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, adopting the calmest tone he could muster. Put down your wand, Cecil. I merely wish to talk. Cut the nonsense. We both know what is going to happen next. Cecil gestured towards the power module with his wand. Do you know? This device is the culmination of the International Magical Research Society's efforts. It is quite splendid, is it not? Xing Ze cast a glance at the power module, which resembled a complex large steam engine, adorned with colorful magical liquid energy canisters, feeding energy into the core to drive the entire train. However, those fools at the Society never considered implementing any complex protective measures. Cecil retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it as he continued. All I need to do is remove the shield, then apply a little external force, and boom. Both Iron Shovel and Benson arrived, equally astonished. Iron Shovel shouted, What are you doing? Come, are you insane? You'll blow the entire train to smithereens. Ha ha ha. Shut up, lowborn, or do you think I'm doing this for fun? Cecil retorted vehemently. Chapter 9. Everything is related to Potter. Madman? Zealot? Demolitionist? Death Eater? Terrorist? Xing Ze's mind raced through the faces of those he had encountered, hoping to draw upon their influence in the impending confrontation. Do not provoke him, Baker. Benson interjected, stepping in front of the furious Iron Shovel. Let me handle this. This is not over, Cecil. This is not over. Iron Shovel glared at his former subordinate, reluctantly stepping back a few paces. Benson approached, his face a frigid mask. Yet he maintained a rather cordial smile. Come, why can't we have a civil discussion? Sit down, let us talk. I know Bulk has a fine bottle of whiskey. Ha 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 ha. Cecil erupted in laughter. Fuck you, Benson. Fuck you. Do not think I do not know who you are, Benson Price. Keep your hypocrisy to yourself. I will only speak with him. Benson glanced at Xing Ze, then insisted, calm down. There are children aboard, just starting to engage with the magical world. Get lost. Cecil roared, sparks flying from his wand. Do you think I care about that? I'm here to talk to you. Xing Ze interjected. Benson inhaled deeply, hesitating as he glanced between Xing Ze and Cecil. Finally, he spoke softly to Xing Ze. Try to keep him calm. I will go find the conductor. Xing Ze nodded, stepping into the module room. Close the door, Cecil commanded. The damaged door could not be fully shut, so Xing Ze could only pretend to do so, settling for what was possible. That will suffice. Now, let's have a proper discussion, brother. Cecil seemed unfazed, exhaling a puff of smoke. You and we are alike. Chosen ones. Xing Ze squinted. I do not understand what you are saying. You will. They will all eventually comprehend the honor of being chosen. A new world, a new order, new rules. You will understand in time, my brother. His entire body trembled slightly with excitement, his eyes glimmering with a frenzied joy. Xing Ze had witnessed such a countenance before, among the cultists who had sought to end his life. So, you intend to poison me, hoping to send my soul to comprehend the new world you speak of? Ha ha cough ha. Cecil removed his cigarette. I appreciate your humor, brother. However, that is a grave miscalculation. There must have been some error in our intelligence. Had I known you were the chosen one, I would never have poisoned you. But you see, you haven't perished, which must surely be the will of the Great Being. You are under its protection. The mention of the Great Being caused Xing Ze to draw a sharp breath. He recalled the peculiar orb, now lost to him, that the cultists had venerated as a sacred relic, incessantly muttering about the Great Being. Perhaps he could unearth a way back to Earth from this madman. What is your plan, Alan Hoffman? Me? Harry Potter? Xing Ze inquired tentatively, uncertain if this question would provoke the man before him. Cecil's demeanor shifted almost instantaneously to calmness, the madness on his face vanishing without a trace. No, brother, you're mistaken. He offered a faint smile, his expression akin to that of a saint beholding an angel. The people on this train will all be sacrificed to the Great Being. Damn it, Xing Ze exhaled slowly. Cecil continued, do not fret, my brother. Not everyone is destined for that fate. I know how to escape, but I require your assistance. Listen to me. Help me take Harry Potter away, and the bishop will reward you. It seemed the tale had circled back to Harry Potter. Xing Ze mused, wondering what sins the boy had committed in his past life. Without magic, we cannot last 3 minutes out there. Fear not, brother. I have my methods, Cecil replied amicably, though his hand holding the cigarette was far less courteous. The cigarette but hurled toward Xing Ze erupted into flames, and almost immediately, Xing Ze, prepared for such an eventuality, cast a defensive spell. However, due to the suppression charm's interference, his protection was not as effective as desired, forcing him into a corner from the flame's backlash. At that moment, several individuals, he doesn't appear to be poisoned, alerted by the commotion outside, burst in. Cecil had no desire to engage with them. Seizing the opportunity, he used his wand to sabotage the power module. Then threw the entire pack of cigarettes at the intruders. Flames erupted, and roars of chaos followed, allowing Cecil to dash from the room. Xing Ze immediately pursued him. As an employee of the magical maintenance department, he was well aware that the power module would not be so easily damaged. If it were, the wizards of the International Magical Research Association would have long been sent to Azkaban. Though Cecil had disrupted the magical shield outside, the module still had an emergency system. It would not explode until that system was compromised. Therefore, rather than remain in the room to assist ineffectively, it was wiser to chase after Cecil. If the power module were to explode, it would merely be a testament to fortune's neglect. A traveler who perished within a day of arriving in this world would be a tragic affair. As Cecil fled, he cast a few spells behind him. The suppression charm affected him too, limiting his magical options to simple missiles and beams. These spells posed no threat to Xing Ze, and fortunately, the madman was out of fiery cigarettes. Had he possessed one in that narrow corridor, Xing Ze would have been in dire straits. The two pursued each other. Soon reaching carriage number 2, where bewildered students opened their doors to investigate. Xing Ze furrowed his brow. He did not wish for this madman to mingle with the students. "Shut the door, don't come out," he bellowed, simultaneously casting a beam of white light from his wand. The magic ray was a low-level charm, quick to cast and requiring no incantation after sufficient practice, making it ideal for duels and standoffs. The white light struck Cecil in the waist, leaving a minor wound, but it successfully thwarted his intention of taking a student hostage. "You cannot stop me, brother. You cannot thwart the will of the Great One. Ah ha ha." The pain only fueled Cecil's madness further, as he continued to flee, brazenly shoving aside any students in his path, and even casting spells to hurl them backward. Xing Ze slowed his pace to assist the onlooking students. "Return to your compartments, for heaven's sake," he shouted once more. Seizing the opportunity, Cecil slipped into a compartment. And upon arriving, Xing Ze glanced at the compartment sign. 2F. Indeed, why not? His initial target had always been Harry Potter. Chapter 10. Voices in the Storm. At this moment, if Xing Ze had any desire, it would be to expel the curious students from the train, allowing them to experience the lash of Mother Nature. "Ha! Does this scene not feel familiar?" Cecil clutched Harry tightly, his wand aimed at the boy's head. "Yes, yet again, a reluctant negotiation," Xing Ze grumbled, furrowing his brow. Poor little Harry and the others in the compartment were thoroughly terrified. Ron gaped, unsure of how to react, his half-eaten chocolate nearly slipping from his hands. Hermione, anxious and at a loss, resembled a frightened cat, pitifully curled up on the sofa. Harry seemed to wish to struggle, but the grip around his neck was too tight, causing him to emit muffled sounds of discomfort. "Harry, look at me. Don't move, child, don't move," Xing Ze implored in the gentlest tone he could muster. Cecil was unstable, and he did not wish for the madman to become enraged. Harry swallowed hard and nodded. Cecil, feeling disregarded, expressed his displeasure, almost shouting, "Do not ignore me, brother. You should converse with me, not with." Xing Ze sheathed his wand, raising a hand to halt Cedric and Percy, who were approaching to assess the situation, their expressions fraught with concern as they glanced at Xing Ze's back. "Keep your students in check, prefect. Send them all back." This time, Percy and Cedric finally fulfilled their roles as prefects, effectively keeping the students at bay outside the two compartments. "I demand you talk to me," Cecil nearly roared. "Do not ignore me, or I shall." "Calm down, brother," Xing Ze whispered, discreetly gesturing with his left hand behind him. "Remember what you said? The bishop awaits this boy. You wouldn't want to disappoint his hopes, would you?" "Ha ha." Cecil tightened his grip around Harry's neck, who was struggling for breath, yet this time, he remained silent. "We can find others to substitute, brother. This boy is not the only one, but he is the closest. Think, brother, for the glory of the Great One, for the success of the sacrifice." Xing Ze took a small step forward. "If you kill him, what would the bishop think? Besides, you still need him to escape." Cecil's eyes darted back and forth, his facial muscles twitching. Yes, leave him. He is the son. We need him." "You are right." Then he roared again. "Stay right there. Damn it. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill him? I will kill him, and all of you. He grew increasingly agitated. his expression contorting into a more sinister grimace, gripping Harry's hand tightly before loosening his hold. Now, Xing Ze bellowed, yet his body had already surged toward Cecil. Behind him, the Weasley twins leaped forth, launching the green slime bombs they held at the madman. Xing Ze swatted the wand from Cecil's grasp, the crimson spell striking a nearby seat, leaving several pockmarks that caused Hermione to gasp in horror. The timing of the green slime bomb was impeccable. One struck Cecil squarely in the face, while another grazed his ear and shattered against the rear window. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Regaining her composure, Hermione cleverly attempted to pull Harry away, but the deranged fiend clung fiercely to Harry's robe. The valiant Ron leapt from his seat, weaving through the fray between the two combatants, and seized Cecil's hand, biting down fiercely. A scream erupted instantly, granting Harry his freedom, while the three little ones scurried onto the seats, huddling in the corner, trembling like mice. Blinded, Cecil was swiftly subdued. Xing Ze grasped his collar and, with a powerful heave, tossed him out of the compartment. The twins, having accomplished their task, had already vanished from sight. Cecil tumbled out of the compartment, crashing heavily onto the train's aisle, eliciting shrieks from the students. Struggling to rise, he cursed vehemently, attempting to wipe the green goo from his face. But a wand to his face rendered him unconscious. "Well done, young man, you never cease to surprise me," Banson called from within. Xing Ze exhaled a long breath, his body trembling slightly, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He recalled the chaotic projectiles and beams he had dodged in the aisle, the swift reactions he had displayed when facing the embers in the power module room. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly hurled an adult male from the compartment. To be honest, all of this had exceeded his expectations. Was it the adrenaline surging in a crisis? Or perhaps the advantage of being 7 years younger? In any case, this body, not particularly robust, appeared far more reliable than anticipated. Clenching his fist to steady his trembling hands, he bent down to retrieve his wand. Just then, a terrifying shriek pierced through once more. This time, the sound was clearer, a chill and fear sweeping over him anew. Slowly, Xing Ze straightened, momentarily forgetting his wand, as he gazed in terror out the window of the aisle. Outside, a blizzard obscured the sky and sun, but he sensed something ominous drawing near. "Sir, your wand." Harry's voice brought Xing Ze back to reality, feeling as though he had just emerged from an ice cellar. Regaining his composure, he reached out to accept the wand, forcing a smile as he said, "Thank you, are you all right?" This harrowing incident might leave some shadows in their hearts, yet it appeared that none of them were gravely harmed. Perhaps, the resilience of a child's spirit recovers far more swiftly than that of an adult's. "I'm fine, sir." "Thank you," Harry stammered nervously. Beside him, Ron wiped the chocolate from the corner of his mouth, grinning foolishly as he asked, "Sir, how did you do that?" "You threw him out like Mum tosses a rat. It was amazing." "Is it magic?" Banson rapped his cane against the door, signaling for Xing Ze to step out quickly. Ruffling Ron's hair, Xing Ze replied, "Indeed, physical magic. Now, children, let me pass." Just as Xing Ze was about to exit the door, the hem of his cloak was tugged. It was Hermione, the astute young lady who likely sensed something amiss. "Sir, we be all right?" Unsure of how to respond, Xing Ze hesitated for a few seconds before stating earnestly, "Of course, I assure you." The late arriving Officer Shafiq joined Xing Ze in moving Cecil into the interrogation room, which was, in reality, merely a single compartment in Car 4. Glancing at Cecil's green-smeared face, Xing Ze offered a blessing. "May the green protect you, brother." "Parker, how is the interrogation of Bowman proceeding?" Banson whispered to Officer Shafiq outside. "He denies everything, sir, claiming several students can vouch for him. I haven't had the chance to confirm yet." "Give me the names, Parker. I will verify. You keep an eye on them." "Yes, sir." Shafiq tore a page from his notebook and handed it to Banson. "Sir, what about the front of the train?" Banson waved his hand dismissively. "The situation is currently stable. The conductor and the shovel are working to repair the power module. That's not our concern. Do we still have the energy to activate the train's protective shield?" Xing Ze's sudden question left both Banson and Shafiq perplexed. All magical trains are equipped with magical shields, which, at the cost of consuming magical energy, can withstand numerous magical attacks. This is why few in the magical world would dare to assault a train. Otherwise, Harry Potter's story would not have reached its 7th installment. Yet now, the situation was different. The enemy clearly had their sights set on the train for sacrifice. For a great being, regardless of how much of the madman's words held truth, Xing Ze distinctly felt an abnormality emanating from the blizzard. Chapter 11. The Fugitive. Banson quickly grasped the implications, questioning, those fools wouldn't be foolish enough to attack the train in such weather, would they? Xing Ze chuckled softly. Old man, you must remember that just 15 minutes ago, a madman attempted to sabotage the train's power module to blow us all to the heavens. If another group of lunatics were to emerge attacking the train, I wouldn't be surprised. That is simply impossible. The righteous officer firmly dismissed Xing Ze's concerns. You know, many of the children on this train come from pure-blood families. No one would dare provoke them, not even the Death Eaters. I have no time to waste with you. Xing Ze shrugged. He understood that further argument was futile and that he should instead focus on seeking new leads. The interrogation of Cecil would not fall to him. Currently, the only lead he could pursue was that of the poisoned Alan Hoffman, if that was indeed his name. Where are you going? Banson questioned Xing Ze. To ascertain Alan Hoffman's true identity, perhaps I can uncover some clues. I will accompany you. Banson responded, then turned to Shafiq, instructing, if that madman awakens, notify me immediately. I want to interrogate him personally. Yes, sir. Shafiq cast a displeased glance at the retreating figure of Xing Ze, confused as to why Banson would show such leniency toward an outsider. The compartment A was not far from the interrogation room. Perhaps fortune smiled upon Xing Ze, for when they arrived, the effect of the polyjuice potion had just worn off on Alan Hoffman. The man sprawled on the floor had transformed into a portly individual, approximately in his 50s, with a scruffy beard and thinning hair. Banson revealed a knowing smile upon seeing him. Do you know him? Xing Ze inquired. How long has it been since you last read the newspaper, young man? Banson removed his hat, extracting a copy of the Daily Prophet from within. The newspaper unfolded to reveal numerous magical arrest warrants issued by the Ministry of Magic amidst the political news, one of which bore the image of this nameless man. Dun Eric, a magical materials merchant, Xing Ze read aloud the contents of the warrant. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before inquiring. What exactly has led to the issuance of a warrant for this Mr. Eric? The warrant states that he is wanted for trafficking in prohibited magical materials. Benson neatly folded the newspaper and returned it to his hat. Well, in Nocturne Alley and Stinking Rat Street, there are countless merchants peddling illegal materials. I have yet to see any of them featured in the papers. Let us return to the prior inquiry. Benson deftly sidestepped Xing Ze's probing question. Why do you believe we require a train shield? Intuition came the response. I do not think Cecil merely wishes to blow up the train. So you suspect they have other objectives? It's uncertain, but he did mention sacrifices, bishops, great entities, and of course, Harry Potter. Xing Ze crouched down to examine Dunn, who seemed intent on slaughtering everyone aboard the train for the sake of his faith. Upon hearing this, a sudden transformation washed over Benson's face. Did he mention anything else? Mostly incoherent ramblings. I couldn't comprehend them. By the way, aside from the students, are there any other passengers aboard the train? A middle-aged couple from rural Wales, a German scholar, and a Scottish poet who claim to be lovers. That's about it. There are myriad travel options in the magical world. Apparition, flu powder, and portkeys are undoubtedly the swiftest means of transit. Of course, flying brooms and the night bus are also viable alternatives, albeit the former is quite unfriendly to those with a fear of heights, and the latter is akin to hell for those prone to motion sickness. As for the magical train, it hardly constitutes a favorable choice due to its sluggish pace and lack of flexibility. Apart from students, few choose to travel by train. The Hogwarts Express typically accommodates only 4 carriages for passengers on ordinary days, with the remaining carriages primarily designated for transporting goods. During the start of the school year and holiday periods, although all compartments are open for passengers, most individuals tend to avoid this peak time, as no one wishes to share a carriage with 100 boisterous children. Have you completed your inquiries? Benson frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on his cane. Are you questioning my authority? Xing Ze pried open the merchant's left hand with his wand. Indeed, your arrogance will inevitably lead to everyone's demise. Do not test my patience. Xing Ze, I am not fond of your current demeanor. He has contracted the plague. Benson swallowed hard, hastily approaching the body for inspection. Where? Damn it, speak. Xing Ze stepped back slightly, indicating that the infection was evident on both wrists, a small area suggesting it had only recently taken hold. For Merlin's sake, Benson exclaimed in disgust, exiting the room swiftly. We must seal off the carriage. Recalling his memory, he noted that this peculiar plague had erupted in Wales 3 months prior. The spread was not rapid, but Muggle medical efforts had proven utterly ineffective. As the number of infections increased, the Ministry of Magic dispatched Aurors and the Magical Research Society for investigation. Yet, to this day, the Magical Research Society has failed to reach any conclusions. While the plague has already spread throughout the entirety of the United Kingdom, even reaching Ireland, the Ministry was compelled to close numerous Flynn networks, and the few remaining vital fireplaces were guarded by officials. While the outbreak also resulted in a severe staff shortage at the Ministry, one of the reasons the Department of Mysteries sought out Xing Ze. They were indeed in dire need of personnel. He must have found a way to evade the checkpoint, Benson muttered. Xing Ze was not surprised. Aside from the Aurors and a handful of other key departments, most public servants hailed from prominent magical families. And getting these young lords and ladies to accomplish a task was akin to teaching a pig to climb a tree, particularly in such circumstances of understaffing. He closed the compartment door, contemplating how to persuade Benson to allow him to interrogate Cecil when an ominous shriek echoed once more, this time strikingly clear, even catching Benson's attention. Did you hear that? Benson's complexion drained of color, his body trembling slightly as if he had seen a ghost. Xing Ze nodded silently. His situation was considerably improved, as it was his third time hearing the sound. He squinted out the window, attempting to discern the source of the noise. But the blizzard thwarted his hopes once again. Benson seemed to have returned from his fright. As he hastened towards the interrogation room, he queried Xing Ze. Do you know how to conduct an interrogation? I know a little, came the prompt response, despite not understanding why the elder man posed the question. His experience as a detective on Earth had honed his interrogation skills, particularly when instruments could be employed. Cecil, that lunatic is now yours. Benson strode forward, commanding, by any means necessary, extract the location of the suppressive charm. Chapter 12. Interrogation and Choices. Xing Ze refrained from probing further into the wailing, as Benson clearly knew something but chose to remain silent, which implied that Xing Ze was not entitled to that knowledge. For now, he focused on the task at hand. Observing the still unconscious Cecil, Xing Ze stood up and splashed a spoonful of water onto him. Cecil shuddered, quickly spouting a string of profanities, and then began to thrash violently, abandoning his futile struggle upon realizing he was bound to the chair. I know you're here, brother. I can smell you, Cecil grinned, as Xing Ze wiped the green liquid from his face with a rag. Once his vision cleared, Cecil blinked at the meat tenderizer in Xing Ze's hand. Oh look, a hammer. How delightful. I didn't expect you to be such a traditionalist, brother. The train's kitchen boasted an array of useful utensils. Meat tenderizers, scissors, cleavers, and even a small blowtorch, all seemingly innocuous kitchen tools capable of inflicting unimaginable suffering. Xing Ze did not consider himself a good person. This realization came during an interrogation with a human trafficker who had confessed to all his crimes after losing a tooth, and, out of self-interest, Xing Ze had knocked out another. Cecil exhibited no fear. Instead, he continued, you plan to smash my teeth or fingers with that hammer. You underestimate me. I'm chosen by the great entity. Ah. The screams reverberated throughout the room, followed by a torrent of vile curses. Xing Ze returned to his seat, pondering how impoverished the English language truly was, especially in terms of cursing. I would not mind shattering your teeth. However, regrettably, you still must answer my questions. Now, tell me where the suppressive charm is, and you may experience less suffering. He asked leisurely. F you, damn lowly scum, I will kill you. Cecil spat defiantly. Xing Ze kicked Cecil's knee lightly. He was uncertain how painful a shattered knee could be, but the continuous stream of curses suggested a glimmer of despair. It appears your deity has abandoned you. Xing Ze rose, spinning the meat tenderizer in his hand. Pain is a natural gift. It teaches one to avoid harm. It is also a curse. Xing Ze never questioned the faith of the devotees. They were willing to die for their beliefs, but pain is far more terrifying than death. You will all perish. It is coming. It is coming. It will kill you all. Ah ha ha ha. Xing Ze scrutinized the prisoner, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Zealots were invariably the most troublesome, their endurance to pain often defying expectation. Speak, Cecil, he murmured. If you do, you might at least keep one of your legs. I have devoted everything I possess, to the great existence, came the fervent reply. It appeared that pain had subsided, and Xing Ze contemplated delivering another strike. His previous blow had been executed with precision, and given the hardness of the kneecap, it could withstand another. Just then, the howling wind and snow outside intensified, chunks of snow thudding against the window, and Xing Ze sensed a rapid drop in the room's temperature, an unsettling anomaly. We're all going to die. Cecil once again spiraled into madness, howling at the heavens, uttering incoherent prayers. Xing Ze hastened to the window, where he beheld a silhouette, a strange shadow amidst the blizzard, approaching the train with deliberate slowness. The interrogation room door swung open, revealing a pallid Benson, who glanced at Cecil before directing his inquiry at Xing Ze. Have you extracted any information? Xing Ze averted his gaze, replying, I require time. Time is precisely what we lack. Perhaps due to the cold, Benson's lips quivered slightly. The power module will restart in 15 minutes. the train's shields will reopen. What is it that approaches? This remained an unanswerable question, and Xing Ze held no expectation that Benson would enlighten him. Whatever happens, Xing Ze, stay inside the train. No matter what occurs. The door closed once more, and Xing Ze heard Benson's footsteps receding. Cecil, having ceased his nonsensical rant at some point, tilted his head toward Xing Ze, a smirk of pride adorning his face. Was he reveling in his own actions? Xing Ze exhaled softly, and without hesitation, delivered a merciless blow to Cecil's other knee. He then disregarded the agonized wails of Cecil and approached the dining table, his fingers gliding over the array of utensils before settling on the blowtorch. You heard that, Cecil. We have little time left. Benson, his expression grave, traversed the fourth carriage, grappling with developments far beyond his anticipation. Reluctantly acknowledging Xing Ze's words, he understood that their arrogance would cost them dearly today. Following the deployment of the magical train, many had urged the Ministry of Transportation to increase personnel within the train. Yet the miserly upper echelons and haughty researchers unanimously believed the train's shields were sufficient to withstand any assault. Look at the situation now. They likely never anticipated an attack from within and by one of their own employees. One can only imagine how deeply corruption has permeated the Ministry of Magic. He entered the fifth carriage, designated for passengers dining, which, naturally, also served beverages. Several house elves scurried about, while Lady Rebecca and the train conductor occupied the bar, alongside Conductor Dylan and Officer Shafiq, all wearing equally grim expressions. Aside from the shovel, this constituted the entirety of the magical train's available combat power. Yet Benson was acutely aware that this was far from adequate. The conductor, ever the impatient sort, promptly inquired, "What on earth is happening, Benson?" First a murder, then a terrorist attack, and now we have some kind of monster? Benson offered little elaboration. Casting a frost and snow protection charm upon himself, he finally replied, "Gentlemen, I fear we are in grave trouble. Time is of the essence. Let us discuss as we move." According to previous notifications, aside from Lady Rebecca and the shovel, everyone else was to accompany Benson outside to confront the enemy in a bid to buy more time. Balky drained his glass, shaking his head as he cast a spell. "How dire is the situation? We may all perish outside," Benson replied, half seriously, "but at least we must hold out until the power module restarts." No further questions were raised, and an eerie silence enveloped the carriage. All present had glimpsed the terrifying shadow and understood their responsibilities. Balky led the charge toward the carriage door. Adjusting his attire as he declared, "I have served on this train for over 30 years. Damned if I care what you all think. But I will not allow it to fall to the hands of a madman. Protecting the passenger's safety is my duty." Officer Shafiq straightened, his tone resolute. Conductor Dylan remained silent, merely stepping alongside the conductor, preferring action over words to convey his intentions. Incantations echoed throughout the carriage, defensive spells, frost and snow protection charms, visibility enhancement spells, and a host of auxiliary enchantments were cast upon each individual. "What can I do?" Lady Rebecca quietly asked Benson. He patted her hand, instructing, "Look after the children. If that young man requests anything, oblige him." Officer Shafiq flung open the carriage door, and a rush of snow and cold air surged in. The suppression charm dampening most spells' efficacy. Despite numerous enchantments, the group still felt the biting cold. Balky was the last to exit the carriage, the snow engulfing his calves, and the piercing wind and snow rushed into his open magical cloak, visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. "Damn it, if I survive, I will certainly demand the Ministry of Magic bolster their personnel." Dylan, walking ahead, nodded in agreement. "A splendid idea, sir. I only hope that young man can swiftly uncover the suppression charm. Entrusting our fates to a stranger is utterly absurd," chimed in Shafiq, lagging behind. "I share your disdain for Easterners, bah." Balky spat the snow that had blown into his mouth. "Yet I trust Benson. He has never misjudged the gravity of a situation." "Let's hope so," Shafiq muttered. Chapter 13, Shadows in the Snowstorm. Benson had participated in numerous battles throughout his life, resisting the mysterious in London, battling Death Eaters in Edinburgh, and even pursuing a banshee in the Moseley Marshes. However, the experience that truly haunted him was that which transpired in the Seven River Valley, resulting in St. Mungo's doctors having to erase the related memories from his mind. Yet some things cannot be taken away, not even by magic. They remain imprinted like a brand in one's memory. Since then, Benson had been plagued by nightmares, and with the arrival of nightfall, he would see the shadows lurking in darkness, hearing the whispers echoing in his ears. They beckoned him back to that horrific hell. In pursuit of a means to lift the curse, Benson roamed all over Europe, but most efforts yielded little success. Yet now, the nightmare had materialized. He halted, the shadow cloaked in ice and snow now vividly apparent. "By Merlin's beard," Balky exclaimed, his eyes widening. "What in the world is that?" A bitter smile creased Benson's lips as he despondently replied, "Some refer to it as a snow beast. The Inuit of Greenland call it the ice demon." Xing Ze strode purposefully out of the interrogation room, wiping the blood from his mouth and smoothing his disheveled hair. He should have anticipated it. Should have known the suppression charm was inscribed upon Cecil's back. Indeed, that madman had allowed the curse to be etched into his flesh, enabling him to activate it at will. Convenient, yet lethally perilous. Once the spell is shattered, the magic will recoil upon its master, were it not for its potential utility. Xing Ze would not squander his magic and time to rescue him. The power module remains unrepaired, and the piercing roar reverberates like an invisible hand, incessantly tugging at Xing Ze's heart. Regardless of what Banson and the others are confronting, Xing Ze believes they cannot endure for long. The diminishing flashes of magic outside serve as the clearest testament to this. Banson and Balk are sprinting in the opposite direction of the train, while Shafik lags about 20 paces behind them. The fierce wind and snow obscure Banson's vision of him, rendering their enhanced sight spell a mere farce. Dylan is dead. No sooner had he laid eyes on that monstrosity than his mind succumbed to madness, a fate undoubtedly fatal. He resembled a believer witnessing a miracle, foolishly spreading his arms as he approached that abomination. Banson vividly recalls the incident in the Seven River Valley, where his teammates similarly fell one by one into insanity. It is nothing short of a miracle that he managed to survive. These terrifying entities excel in disturbing one's mind. They taint your spirit, conjuring illusions that ultimately lead to madness. Few can withstand such corruption, not even the specially trained clerics of the church. The pained groans of the train conductor halted Banson in his tracks. He turned to glance at his old friend, Balk, whose eyes were bloodshot, teeth chattering as he muttered incoherently. "Oh, Balk," Banson sighed, raising his wand to point at his companion. "Balk's mind has been tainted. If he cannot recover, Banson will have no choice but to kill him, lest he turn against anyone. In this battle, the most terrifying adversary is one's own comrade. Those deranged allies are likely to direct their blades at their own. Balk, stay awake. Think of your wife. Think of your children." Banson shouted, retreating while his wand glimmered with light. "Do not point that damned wand at me." The old conductor spat, his words laced with foulness. "I am not mad yet." Banson exhaled in relief, yet his wand remained firmly in hand. "For Merlin's sake, we must hurry. Parker cannot hold on much longer." Shafik, volunteering to divert the monster, was embarking on an act akin to suicide. Banson understood this well, but did not impede him. Any sacrifice would be worth it if it bought them time. Compared to them, there were still hundreds of students on the train. Heaven knows what would happen if that creature approached. Balk nodded, beads of cold sweat crystallizing on his forehead as he cursed and sprinted. "Damn it. Are you sure this is a good idea? What if that monster returns to the train?" A flying object interrupted their conversation, and as they discerned what it was, both men's faces fell in horror. Balk nearly retched. It was Shafik's severed torso, his frozen face adorned with a ghastly smile, an utterly bizarre sight. "Move, Balk. Snap out of it," Banson urged. "Hurry, it's coming." "Damn it. Banson, what in the world is that?" The old conductor was on the brink of another breakdown, realizing that the creature had effortlessly slain their two companions, and he was clueless about its appearance. He had never felt such despair before. Never. 3 magical missiles shot forth from Banson's wand, striking the massive claw that emerged from the blizzard with unerring accuracy. The missiles detonated, repelling the claw. Balk, still reeling, heard a bull-like snort from above. He looked up and finally beheld the demon concealed within the storm. The creature was as large as a bus, covered in coarse, tangled fur, with 6 elongated limbs. The foremost pair particularly robust. Its head bore a massive horn, a pig-like snout, and a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. This horrific, repugnant beast let out a piercing howl, intensifying the surrounding storm. The sound pierced through the eardrums, causing the conductor to forget all thoughts of escape. Why does such a malevolent creature exist in this world? Despair and fear coiled around Balk like thorns. He felt on the verge of madness, yearning to scream, to shout, to flee, yet his trembling legs refused to obey, as though he were mired in quicksand. Xing Ze strode purposefully toward carriage number 3, the soles of his shoes creaking against the carpet, while the temperature within the carriage plummeted to an unbearable chill. The passengers were gathered in carriages 2 and 3, facilitating management by Lady Rebecca. Suddenly, he felt his wand trembling. The peachwood wand leapt from his pocket, an utterly unfathomable occurrence. Yet soon, Xing Ze comprehended the phenomenon. The wooden wand began to melt like mercury, ultimately transforming into that peculiar orb, a shimmering dodecahedron. Furrowing his brow, Xing Ze had not anticipated that this malevolent entity would morph into his wand. The orb hovered before the train window, pulsating and emitting a sound akin to buzzing. You wish to venture outside? To confront that monster? Xing Ze murmured, as the orb reformed into the wand, returning to his grasp. It seems our objectives align. Chapter 14. A bold collaboration. Miss Rebecca and 4 other adult passengers were using their own magical energy to maintain the temperature in the 2 carriages. Even so, the children were still forced to huddle together for warmth. Many were quietly sobbing, some were fervently praying, while others stared despairingly out the window, more than the cold. Xing Ze was concerned about the children's mental state. They were tormented by fear, and the sorrow intensified with the wails from outside, steadily eroding their hope. It wouldn't be long before the people on the train succumbed to mental collapse. Just as Cecil had said, they would die here, not by external forces, but by drowning in despair of their own making. He is a good person. This was the conclusion drawn by a boy whom Xing Ze had saved. That poor child had his legs broken by traffickers, making it easier to sell him to begging rings. Xing Ze did not share his view, yet he recognized that he must act to rescue those aboard the train. Squeezing through the crowd, he reached Lady Rebecca's side. The elderly woman's face was pallid, her lips tinged with blue, a symptom of overexerted magic. Not far from her left hand, a man clad in a checkered long coat with golden hair was also struggling. Even with the anti-magic spell lifted, gathering magical energy to provide warmth in such weather was no easy feat. The low temperatures had caused an imbalance of magical elements, with scarcely any usable fire elements in the vicinity. Xing Ze scanned the area and soon spotted 2 familiar figures among the crowd. "Cedric, Percy, come here," he called out. As they approached, Xing Ze retrieved drying yellow talismans from his bag and handed them to the 2. "Place these on the floor. They will raise the temperature." Cedric nodded, taking the talismans, while Percy appeared somewhat dazed, his attention drifting toward the window. "We're going to die," he muttered softly. "There's no hope. We can't possibly win." Xing Ze allowed Cedric to depart first, then snapped his fingers before the dazed head boy, exclaiming, "Hey Percy, focus. Your 3 younger brothers are still in the carriage." Percy awoke from his stupor, his eyes bloodshot, and with trembling hands accepted the yellow talisman. "Listen, child." Xing Ze placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You will not perish, I assure you." Aside from the art of violent interrogation, deception was also Xing Ze's forte. He was confident that in this moment, he appeared utterly sincere. Indeed, he did. Percy took a deep breath, the frigid air causing him to cough a few times. He remained silent and rose to follow Cedric. Mrs. Rebecca opened her half-closed eyes and beheld the young man before her, sighing, "You shouldn't deceive him. Our situation. They need hope, madam, even if it is but a lie," Xing Ze interjected. "Moreover, I believe you ought to conserve your magical energy. Continuing as you will surely lead to your demise." Mrs. Rebecca glanced around at the children and hesitated, prompting Xing Ze to continue. "Those yellow talismans are akin to magical scrolls. They will raise the temperature within the carriage." Only then did she relinquish her wand, apologetically remarking, "I try my best with that sound, but it just—" "I know, madam. Leave the rest to me. You need to rest for a while," Xing Ze urged, helping Mrs. Rebecca to sit on the ground, simultaneously crossing her name off his mental list of suspects. It was evident that this lady truly cared for the children. The drying talismans had begun to take effect. The carpet regained its softness, and the temperature in the carriage was gradually rising. This respite might last an hour, perhaps only half, but it was sufficient for the power module to recover. The remaining task was to prevent that monster from approaching the train. "Don't go, child." Mrs. Rebecca grasped Xing Ze's hand, likely sensing his intentions. "Don't go. You will perish out there." "They cannot hold on any longer, madam. The shield has yet to be raised. Someone must take action." Xing Ze never considered himself a good person, but he believed one must have principles. Ignoring the elder's protests, he stood and walked toward the carriage door. As fate would have it, someone obstructed his path, a blond man. He wore a smile, leaning against one side, arms crossed, one leg casually propped in the doorway. "Drying scrolls, quite clever. Where did you procure so many scrolls?" he inquired cheerfully, showing no intention of stepping aside. "First of all, those aren't scrolls. They are talismans." Xing Ze paused, and everyone has a mother who worries. "Ah, I appreciate your humor." The blond man extended his hand. "I am Reiko." After a moment's hesitation, Xing Ze shook his hand lightly, responding, "Xing Ze. From the east, are you?" "Yes. If you don't mind, I must step outside." "Where to?" "Outside?" Reiko turned to glance out the door. This is hardly suitable weather for stroll, sir. Xing Ze narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he asked. Let's be frank, what is it that you desire? We wish to accompany you. A serious voice emanated from behind Xing Ze. He turned to see a pale-skinned young lady with short brown hair, her ruby-like pupils adding an air of the uncanny to her otherwise stern visage. You wish to accompany me outside? The brown-haired lady nodded. You cannot confront Nofurk alone. We have an adventurous plan, but lack manpower. No for what? Reiko chuckled lightly. Nofurk, the monster's name. To be precise, this is merely an approximation, as human vocal cords cannot accurately pronounce it. Observing the two strangers speaking with such earnestness, skepticism etched across Xing Ze's face. After all that had transpired, it was quite challenging for him to trust the individuals aboard the train. Perhaps sensing his doubt, Reiko shrugged and remarked to his companion, I told you, Edwin, he won't believe us. Yes, just like those Englishmen. You are an Englishman as well, Reiko. The red-eyed lady reminded him. That's different. I hail from Scotland, a true Scot. I lack the energy to debate this with you. Think of something, Reiko. You are a poet. Use your talents to persuade him. Do not belittle poets, Miss Edwin. I am not a negotiator, but a poet. Seizing the opportunity amidst their bickering, Xing Ze weighed his options and quickly interjected. What is your plan? The two fell silent, and Reiko's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Sir, have you heard of Tussel's flame blast spell? Xing Ze peered through the window, gauging the approximate position of the shadow. With the anti-magic spell lifted, he intended to use apparition to reach the location directly. This was a profound magic. The caster must maintain intense concentration while ensuring a clear mental image of the destination. Otherwise, catastrophic consequences could ensue. The plan devised by the German scholar and the Scottish poet was riddled with flaws. Heaven knew why he should trust those two. Was it a blind instinct for survival? A desperate gamble? Or perhaps a last-ditch effort akin to a gambler's final throw? Xing Ze reached for his trembling wand in his pocket, his previously agitated heart now burdened with additional anxiety. The shimmering polyhedron yearned to approach the monster. Did they share a connection? Chapter 15. Tussel's flame blast spell. Sir, I can be of assistance, Cedric's voice chimed in. Take me with you. I know you can. Xing Ze collected his thoughts, turning to the brave head boy, but I have another task for you. As long as it saves everyone. Of course. Can you operate the radio? Yes, I learned at school. Excellent. Head boy, go find Mrs. Rebecca and retrieve the key. Then proceed to the radio room to send out a distress signal. Cedric nodded, turning to leave when Xing Ze grasped his arm, whispering, Trust no one, Cedric. A flicker of hesitation crossed the young head boy's face, but he quickly understood, replying with a firm nod before hastily making his way to Mrs. Rebecca. Brave lad. If only I could write a poem for him. Reiko stepped forward. My creativity is flowing. Miss Edwin von Winkle, the scholar from Germany, at least that's how she introduced herself, was now intently casting the necessary spells for the three. Let us discuss poetry once you survive. Reiko, for now be quiet. I need to concentrate. Why choose me? Xing Ze quietly asked Reiko. You could easily accompany the train conductor. Reiko scoffed. Come now, those pompous Englishmen would never believe us. That arrogant Auror, who fancies himself a gentleman, treats us as suspects and forbids us from leaving our quarters. It seemed that Banson had not communicated well with them. Xing Ze pondered, pressing further. You have yet to answer my question. You are quite the inquisitive one, Reiko smirked. We need a trustworthy ally. You're a fine choice. That old Auror trusts you, and you successfully dispelled the anti-magic spell. More importantly, the poet cleared his throat and continued, more importantly, you saved 3 children from that madman. Thus, we have concluded that you are a good person, or at the very least, not malevolent. Xing Ze shook his head, muttering softly to himself, if you were to witness the fate of that madman, you would not so hastily draw conclusions. He observed his body enveloped by a faint luminescence. Edwin's incantation was taking effect, and warmth began to gradually seep into his being. As the suppression charm dissipated, the spells returned to their normal efficacy, the anti-freeze and anti-dampening charm, the light-footed charm, and the vision-expanding charm. In Xing Ze's eyes, Edwin's spell casting was remarkably precise and efficient. She appeared even more formidable than the average Auror. Very well, she exhaled deeply, for maintaining such spells demanded immense patience, and inclement weather could adversely affect their effectiveness. Particularly the anti-freeze and anti-dampening charm. I have done my utmost. How long can it last? Lyko inquired. I certainly do not wish to perish from the cold out here. At most, half an hour, she replied. Not too shabby, the poet remarked optimistically, placing a hand on Xing Ze's left shoulder, while resting another on Edwin's. Xing Ze inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, the three of them found themselves instantaneously transported to a frozen wasteland. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach. Perhaps the self of this world had grown accustomed to apparition, but he evidently had not yet adapted. Lyco patted Xing Ze on the back and said, "Let us commence. If we survive, we ought to find a fine place to enjoy a drink." The plan was straightforward, even brutish. Xing Ze was to lure Nofok, while the scholar and the poet would execute Tussel's explosive flame spell. This incantation was conceived by Albert Tussel, a witch who triumphed in the 1430 All-England Wizard Duel Championship, defeating the heavily favored Samson Weblin with her enhanced explosive spell to claim victory. The explosive flame spell possessed formidable power but required a substantial amount of fire elements. Due to elemental imbalance, Idwin intended to harness Lyco's own magical energy, converting his pure magic into fire elements, which undoubtedly necessitated precise control and harmonious coordination. Xing Ze. The act of spellcasting resembled that of firearms. However, their shooting also involved the process of crafting ammunition. Wizards relied on their mental prowess to gather surrounding elements or pure magic, employing incantations, gestures, and even magical circles to shape these energies into the desired forms, subsequently releasing them via their wands. The crafting of ammunition demanded time, especially for a massive projectile, so Xing Ze's task was to buy time. Time. It was always about time. Ever since he had traversed into this world, he seemed to be in a perpetual race against time. The entire affair had transpired in slightly over an hour. Due to that peculiar orb, he had spent much of the time in a state of unconsciousness. Reality was not akin to a detective story. One could not simply light a pipe, survey the scene, and converse with suspects to unearth a plethora of clues. For an unremarkable detective, Xing Ze preferred to procure information through coin and fist, but alas, the time afforded to him was exceedingly scant. Otherwise, perhaps matters could still be salvaged. The light-footed charm provided considerable assistance, allowing him to navigate the snow with minimal hindrance. He traversed the most ferocious blizzard, perceiving the malevolence that lay before him. An instinctive fear surged within him, crashing against the dam of his rationality like relentless waves. Upon beholding the creature, those waves coalesced into a tsunami, overwhelming the barrier and scattering everything in their wake. Xing Ze also spotted Benson, the old gentleman valiantly resisting Nofok's relentless assaults. While the train conductor lay at his feet, life uncertain, he summoned every ounce of strength to suppress his inner dread, and reason returned to his mind. The metallic orb, transformed into a wand, was likewise functional. As for the mechanics behind it, Xing Ze was unaware. He gathered his magical energy, uttered the incantation, and the tip of his wand radiated a brilliant light. 3 large magical projectiles sliced through the sky, unerringly striking Nofok, and the magical energy erupted forth, causing the creature to emit a pained howl as it swiftly repositioned itself. Confident in his spellcasting, Xing Ze believed that in terms of magical prowess, his counterpart in this world rivaled that of an Auror. Otherwise, he would not have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Endra's projectiles were his proudest spells, wielding explosive power akin to that of grenades, making them the quintessential means of greeting. Xing Ze refrained from casting further spells. His objective was merely to divert attention and ensure Nofok entered the designated location. He had anticipated the creature would charge at him in a fit of rage, but unexpectedly, Nofok extended its forearms, swatting at Benson as one might swat a mosquito with its formidable claws. The snow kicked up obscured Xing Ze's view of Benson's fate. Yet the creature twisted its grotesque visage upward, unleashing a chilling howl that fluctuated in pitch, leaving one trembling. Chapter 16. The Fierce Battle. Is it attempting to intimidate me? Xing Ze's brow furrowed as he hesitated no longer and turned to flee. The creature's massive form pursued him relentlessly, moving through the snowstorm like a wraith. Utterly silent in its pursuit, Xing Ze evaded a sudden attack using apparition, feeling his stomach twist. This spell could not be employed frequently, as it consumed vast amounts of magical energy and affected one's mental state. Just endure for 5 more minutes. Xing Ze reassured himself. He could use apparition a maximum of 8 times in a day, though not consecutively. The blizzard behind him intensified, powerful gusts propelling him forward, causing him to stumble and nearly fall, the light surrounding him dimming considerably. Nofok's gaping maw approached, intent on swallowing him along with the ice and snow. Xing Ze was compelled to use apparition once more. However, aside from an increase in nausea, his mental state remained unaffected. He sensed that the wand in his hand was akin to a black hole, recklessly siphoning magical energy from the surroundings. No, more precisely, from that creature. Nofok, too, recognized this. turning in fury as its claws lashed out at Xing Ze. Several spines erupted from the ground. The claws shattered them before being halted by a circular shield. Seizing the opportunity before the next attack, Xing Ze leaped, narrowly avoiding the fate of being crushed alongside the shield. He sprinted through the snow, the creature's claws lunging toward him. He managed to evade the first strike, but the second claw came crashing down mere steps away, sending tremors through the ground and scattering snow everywhere. Xing Ze cast a gust of wind spell, the swirling air lifting him and propelling him beneath No Fox's belly. Before he could catch his breath, a blue light streaked overhead, and the chilling magical energy coalesced ahead into a formidable ice wall. He had no time to cast a spell. The creature had already turned its head. Heaven only knew how it could move so swiftly. A fierce wind lashed at him, and Xing Ze rolled to the side in a desperate attempt to evade the ice wall, which shattered into countless fragments, the debris toppling several small fir trees. One shard struck his back, the pain causing him to gasp involuntarily. "Run!" he shouted inwardly, and once again employed apparition. This time, he arrived directly at the predetermined location. However, the consecutive uses of apparition began to take their toll on Xing Ze. He felt dizzy, and shadowy figures danced before his eyes. These phantoms would sometimes disperse and at other times converge, making the entire world whirl about him, akin to a kaleidoscope. The buzzing of the wand in his hand jolted him awake. Xing Ze swiftly grasped a handful of snow and shoved it into his mouth. The icy sensation restored clarity to his mind. Struggling to rise from the ground, he expelled crimson snow melt and turned to glance behind him. Idwin was entirely focused, the magical energy coalescing at a visible pace. "Hurry!" Xing Ze raised his wand, unleashing a barrage of projectiles towards the approaching shadow. However, they proved largely ineffective, as the creature charged at him with the relentless momentum of a silent heavy tank. He discerned its obsidian claws, the grayish-white fur upon its talons, and the grotesque countenance of the beast. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the sky, flames illuminating Xing Ze's face while the incessant detonations drowned out the creature's wails, the acrid scent permeating the air. Moments later, the monster emitted one last defiant cry before collapsing, snow swirling around it like a shroud, only to be swiftly dispersed by the blasts. As he mourned for Samson Weblin in his heart, Xing Ze circumvented Nofk and sprinted towards Banson. Despite his mental preparation, a wave of trepidation washed over him upon seeing Banson. The elderly gentleman lay feebly on the ground, his body contorted, the snow beneath him stained crimson. The magical robe mitigated some of the impact, but only marginally. I could have saved him, Xing Ze thought. Approaching Banson's side, the old man managed to open his eyes, his hand weakly lifting, "Take my wand, go, 3 sweeps. Enough!" Xing Ze interrupted, retrieving a healing potion from his briefcase. "Drink this. It may save your life." "No!" Banson roared, blood gushing from his mouth. "No, kill me. I have been tainted with magic. You must kill me." His words tumbled incoherently, the loss of blood rendering him delirious. Regardless of how dignified he had lived, in the face of death, he was rendered utterly worthless. Yes, utterly worthless. A frigid hand grasped Xing Ze's, the dark thorny wand pressed into his palm, as an indescribable sensation coursed through him. He felt a moment of disorientation, witnessing Banson's hand morph into several black-red tendrils, grotesque appendages creeping upwards. "Kill me." The hysterical scream snapped Xing Ze back to reality. Almost instinctively, he waved his wand. A flash of light surged forth, and the dreadful sensation vanished, leaving tranquility in its wake. Banson's normal hand, along with the wand, fell into the snow. Xing Ze stared blankly at the lifeless body before him. Was that merely an illusion? He pondered, the answer eluding him. "Hey, he's still alive. Come lend a hand." Idwin's voice broke through the haze beside him. "Did you hear? Hurry." Taking a deep breath, Xing Ze retrieved the dark thorny wand from the ground and approached. The conductor's condition was dire. Xing Ze administered the healing potion, its efficacy uncertain for the time being. The snowstorm persisted, and Idwin intended to move him into the train. "What about the other? Is he dead?" The pallid-faced Reiko gazed at Banson, eager for confirmation but restrained by Xing Ze. "He is dead," Xing Ze stated somberly. "I guided him on his final journey." Idwin helped the conductor, casting a glance at the nearby corpse, her expression devoid of emotion as she calmly declared, "He was tainted. Killing him was the right choice." "I certainly need a drink with you both," Xing Ze muttered quietly. The myriad of enigmas wove a web in his mind, and it was evident that the two before him held considerable knowledge. Just as they prepared to escort the conductor away, the shadow in the distance stirred. Xing Ze's wand trembled once more. Sensing something amiss, he signaled for the others to halt. The nightmarish shadow rose again, like an indomitable beast, its heavy breaths echoing, reminiscent of a countdown to death. For Merlin's sake, Reiko exclaimed in despair. Can't it just lie still? That wretched spawn. Xing Ze's gaze shifted to the distance, his vision-enhancing spell enabling him to discern the train through the lessening storm. The magical shield remained unbroken. 15 minutes was an optimistic estimate. Chapter 17. Am I a good person? In a fleeting moment, Xing Ze contemplated many things. He possessed sufficient power to cast the disillusionment charm once more to escape, with no need to perish alongside these strangers. Indeed, he had been merciful enough. He yearned to survive, to find a way back to Earth, to reunite with his parents. Yet, the despairing faces of the children aboard the train haunted his thoughts. Ultimately, he sighed heavily, realizing he might never become an exceptional detective, bound as he was by the shackles of earthly morals. Xing Ze entrusted the conductor to Reiko, resolutely declaring, I will draw its attention. You take the chance to get inside the train. This statement caused even the typically composed Idwin to furrow her brow as she sharply exclaimed, You are committing suicide. Better to question me later than to waste time now, Xing Ze urged. Reiko took hold of the conductor, his demeanor unusually serious as he stated, Yes, right, Idwin. We must leave now. That creature is approaching. Damn it, the scholar cursed, straining under the weight of the conductor. That beast is an intelligent creature. It will target the easiest prey. Xing Ze waved his wand, a smirk playing at his lips. Rest assured, it has ample reason to seek me out. Nafk, missing a leg, half a face, and a portion of its body, charged at Xing Ze like an enraged bull, disregarding both Idwin and Reiko entirely. Xing Ze too was running, praying that the distress signal had been sent, that the legendary wizard would arrive to lend assistance. He felt the ground tremble beneath him as the monster approached, yearning to reclaim its magic. He ascended a small incline, his stamina waning, stripped of magical protection. He could not run far across the snow. As the storm abated, the clouds above began to disperse. The young wizard recited incantations, channeling the vast magic absorbed by his wand into a crimson beam directed at the creature. In the morning, Professor McGonagall emerged from her office, her brow furrowed with concern as she traversed the corridor. Halting in the central courtyard, she recoiled inwardly. The church people, she thought with disdain, her expression darkening further. In the courtyard, several priests clad in white robes were conducting checks on the students who had escaped peril the previous night. Monks in gray robes stood at every intersection, poised with iron-forged weaponry, appearing as though they were preparing for battle. Above, two aurors circled, their wands gripped tightly, their expressions equally grim. Look at those white-robed and gray-robed fools, as if this were their own home. The professor muttered irritably before continuing on her way. Hogwarts had implemented anti-disillusionment charms, necessitating her to walk to the headmaster's office, the lengthy journey allowing her to ponder many matters. The first thing that crossed her mind was the despair and terror etched on the children's faces, the very first sight she had encountered upon opening the train door. Continuing, she recalled the grotesquely contorted corpse in the snow, along with the sinister grin that adorned its face. She pondered the monstrous entity mentioned in the frantic murmurs of the conductor, Bulk, as well as the two deceased individuals in the fourth carriage, one of whom was a wanted criminal. The other, according to the staff, had previously served as a mechanic aboard the train. Ultimately, her thoughts drifted back to the church. She was uncertain of when those individuals had arrived, but the events of the previous night had left the Hogwarts professors in a flurry of activity. They had first relocated the passengers and students to the new village of Ravenska, while the tardy officials of the Ministry of Magic took over the subsequent proceedings. Indeed, they were always late. After a series of inspections and interrogations, the children were finally sent to Hogwarts. Naturally, this was not the end of the matter. While the ministry may lack in other areas, they were masters of bureaucratic protocol. They dispatched personnel to seal off the school, intending to conduct further detailed investigations. She recalled returning to her office at 2 in the morning, where the ministry had requested that all teachers who had been on site draft a comprehensive report. However, mere minutes after putting quill to parchment, she succumbed to slumber. Perhaps it was then that the church made its entrance into the school. The corridor led to a conclusion, and Professor McGonagall's musings were interrupted as she needed to make a simple choice. Exiting the central tower and entering the astronomy tower, crossing the suspension bridge would lead her to Gryffindor Tower, from where she could ascend to the headmaster's office via the spiral staircase. Alternatively, she could depart from Ravenclaw Tower, traverse the stone bridge, and take the spiral staircase from the courtyard to reach the headmaster's office. Regardless of the chosen route, it would require a considerable amount of time. Professor McGonagall often questioned her decision to situate her office in such a distant location from both the teaching area and the headmaster's office. Moreover, she was no longer young. Even an all-nighter had become a challenge. She advanced a few steps before transforming into a tabby cat, gracefully leaping up the steps leading to the Black Tower. She knew of a shortcut to the teaching area, albeit one accessible only to felines. At 8:23 in the morning, Professor McGonagall confirmed the time. Dumbledore had a penchant for changing the password to the headmaster's office, sometimes even within the span of a single day. Lemon sorbet, she uttered the correct password, and the stone beast began to rotate slowly, revealing the steps that had appeared. The headmaster's office was not occupied solely by Dumbledore. Severus Snape was also present, though Professor McGonagall felt no great surprise. "Good morning, Professor," Dumbledore greeted her, fatigue evident in his eyes. Clearly, he too had spent a sleepless night. "It is hardly a morning to rejoice," Professor McGonagall lamented. "The school is teeming with unfamiliar faces." "Take it easy," Dumbledore urged calmly. "They are merely fulfilling their duties." Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow in response. "The children suffered enough last night. There is no need for them to endure further torment. Haven't the ministry officials conducted their inspections? Besides, that monster did not approach the train. This matter warrants our utmost caution." Snape interjected from the shadows. "I thought you despised members of the church, Professor Snape?" "I loathe the church, indeed," Snape affirmed, "but in comparison to the ministry, their methods of examination are far more precise and efficient." "I concur," Professor Senegal nodded, her gaze shifting to Dumbledore. "Speaking of the ministry, have there been any updates from the search and rescue team?" "To my knowledge, none yet," the headmaster replied as he rose and approached the window. "They have not even located the monster's carcass." "Is that so?" Professor McGonagall's expression suggested she had anticipated this. "I suspect if that young man who diverted the monster were of lighter complexion, they would be exerting themselves more diligently. Nevertheless, Dumbledore, he was once a student of Hogwarts, and it is worth noting that he is here to serve as a lecturer." "I am well aware, dear Professor." Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed outside, as though there were some extraordinary spectacle unfolding beyond the glass. "Have the messengers been dispatched?" "Yes, they have all been sent out," Snape replied. Only then did Dumbledore retract his gaze, stating, "Professor McGonagall, let us wait patiently for news from the owls, if that brave young man still draws breath. They will find him." "That will not suffice," Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "I intend to search for him myself. Do not attempt to placate me with the search and rescue team, Dumbledore. I have given them ample opportunity. They searched for most of the night. And what have they accomplished?" "No, Professor," Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. "The school has an abundance of matters requiring your attention." "For Merlin's sake, Dumbledore," she protested. "It was I who wrote to summon him. Had I not done so, he would never have boarded that train. You should not feel guilty about this, Professor. He acted as any honorable person would. At the very least, allow me to retrieve his body. Forgive me, but I cannot acquiesce to that request, dear Professor. There are pressing matters that demand your focus." Chapter 18, Survival After the Catastrophe. Xing Ze found himself ensnared in a long and fantastical dream. Beneath a vibrant tapestry of starry skies, where the constellations were arranged in distorted patterns, giants rose from the sea, stirring towering waves. A black castle emerged from the mist, where a ragged figure clad in a pale mask wandered. The forbidden forest echoed with forbidden moans, while the mountains of the far north shifted slowly, intertwining azure flames and fierce fire, as erratic drumbeats and flute melodies resonated from the abyss. Someone whispered in Xing Ze's ear, in a voice he had never encountered, as delicate as a maiden's fingers playfully traced his form, akin to floating bubbles that tenderly enveloped him. "Awaken, my messenger," the voice urged. "Awaken, my messenger." Xing Ze was roused by a series of unseemly caws, struggling to open his eyes as the sun shone brightly, the snow yet to melt. The glaring sunlight rendered him unable to look directly ahead. Turning his face, he beheld the incessantly cawing raven, its large frame adorned with striking plumage and a beak tinged with blue. He recognized it as the very bird that had delivered letters from Hogwarts, a time before the magical owls were successfully bred, when wizards primarily relied on ravens for correspondence. This was a sentient bird, its intelligence rivaling that of magical owls, with commendable navigational and flight abilities, albeit difficult to tame. "It seems I'm still alive." He gradually began to sense his facial features, body, and limbs. Upon fully regaining control of his form, he swiftly rose from the snow, endeavoring to recall the events that had transpired. Memories surfaced, albeit hazily. He could vaguely remember being struck by the claws of Norfolk, sent flying like a severed kite, colliding with a small tree, His spine must have fractured at that moment, rather than upon crashing into the snow. Given the severity of his injuries and the frigid environment, he should not have survived. At that moment, he felt something writhing in his right hand, and a mass of black, amorphous, gel-like substance detached itself from his forearm. This peculiar material resembled tar, akin to an amoeba. It twisted its body a few times before launching towards the raven with astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible. Before he could react, the unfortunate raven was entirely engulfed by the black goo. You ought not to have consumed it. Xing Ze rose, brushing off the snow from his body, and he realized he felt little cold. That raven was a messenger, imbued with intelligence. However, it is far too late to say anything. The raven has long since fallen silent. That mass of black sludge appeared utterly content, writhing as if it shared an inexplicable bond with Xing Ze. This connection was beyond description. In simple terms, the black mire felt akin to an extension of his very being, as if it were a part of his arm. No, more accurately, a manifestation of his essence. Then, the peculiar transpired. After devouring the raven, the black sludge began to reshape itself, swiftly transforming into a new raven, indistinguishable from the previous one, even retaining the same touch of blue at its beak. Were it not for the lingering connection, Xing Ze would have been convinced it was the original. The replica raven emitted a series of caws, flapping its wings as it soared to a nearby spot, scratching at the snow with its claws. Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this to Hogwarts? Xing should lament it. Striding toward the raven and discovering his briefcase and Benson's wand buried beneath the snow. As he bent down to retrieve his briefcase, the raven morphed back into its original form and melded into his right hand, the entire process swift and seamless. Reminiscent of a game he had played during his university days. Intriguing. He scrutinized his right hand. To the naked eye, there was no discernible difference. He opened his palm to reveal the radiant dodecahedron quietly resting in his hand. Of course, all of this is your handiwork, Xing Ze mused. Faint memories began to crystallize. Just as he was about to be torn apart by North, this relic of the cult had once again saved his life. The creature was wholly disassembled. Blood, flesh, bones, entrails, fur, everything consumed and absorbed by the pagan artifact. The vast nutrients not only revived the near-dead Xing Ze, but enhanced his physical form, while the remaining flesh was transformed by the gleaming dodecahedron back into that very mass of black sludge. Xing Ze felt as though he had been reborn. His senses, sight, hearing, and smell, were all heightened to varying degrees, his body brimming with strength, and his resilience to the cold significantly improved. Yet, he also recognized that this might be the artifact's final act of salvation. Future fortunes were unlikely to be so favorable. He brushed the snow from his briefcase and glanced at the old wand, lost in contemplation. An autonomous cult relic, a maddening creature, an organization lurking in the shadows. Secrets unknown. It seemed his journey into the Harry Potter universe was destined to be fraught with peril, and he remained uncertain how much his prescient awareness of the plot would aid him. Nevertheless, he had to find a way back to Earth. Homeward bound. That was the sole motivation propelling him forward. The storm from the previous night had obscured everything. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Xing Ze surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a few scattered trees, everything was a blanket of white. He was no wilderness survival expert and had no means of discerning direction in such conditions. After a moment's thought, he extended his right hand. Without needing further words, the radiant dodecahedron transformed into the raven and took flight into the sky. Then I shall call you Blue Beak, he murmured. It took him nearly half an hour to reach the railway tracks, where Blue Beak was preening its feathers atop a towering fir tree. Xing Ze assessed the direction and muttered, if only this were the way home. Blue Beak raised its head and let out several warning cries. Xing Ze understood. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he noticed two black dots rapidly approaching. He tightened his grip on Benson's wand, aware that his own wand was likely absorbed by Blue Beak. While wielding another's wand diminished magical efficacy, it was still preferable to being unarmed. He had yet to reach the level of wandless magic. The dots clarified into two wizards. The one in the lead wore a white snow outfit, presumably from a search and rescue team under the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. The other was impeccably dressed in a suit with a brown trench coat, a typical appearance for an Auror. Before long, they landed a mere 4 to 5 meters from Xing Ze, and he recognized the golden sun pin on the lapel of the suited man, indicating his status as a senior Auror. Hey you, stay right there, called the wizard in the snow outfit. Where did you come from? Take it easy. I'm not a suspicious person. Xing Ze half raised his hands. I'm a passenger from a train. He saw the Auror aiming his wand at him, slowly circling to his side. Do you have anything to prove that? The wizard in the snow outfit inquired again. In my briefcase. Xing Ze gently shook the bag in his hand. I need to retrieve it. That's fine, but take it slowly. Xing Ze pulled out his Hogwarts appointment letter and his Ministry of Magic identification from the bag, placing them on the ground before stepping back a few paces. The wizard in the snow outfit waved his wand, and the items flew into his hands. He inspected them, surprise crossing his face before handing them to the Auror. After a thorough examination, the Auror finally said, Sir, please come with us. Someone wishes to meet you. Chapter 19. Two familiar faces. He appeared slightly slimmer than in the films, his eyes bright, and his lips subtly curled, exuding an approachable demeanor. Yet, Xing Ze knew all too well that the man before him was far from harmless. He found himself in the headmaster's office at the new Ravenclaw train station, where a senior Auror stood at each corner of the room, with two more likely stationed outside. The train station had been temporarily commandeered as a rescue command center, and the original headmaster's office had been repurposed as the command leader's office. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Xing Ze, he said, his voice deeper than in the films, with a slow cadence. Xing Ze offered a humble smile, replying, The honor is mine, Mr. Shacklebolt. Just call me Kingsley. I apologize for the tedious checks and inquiries. They are necessary protocols, and I hope you won't take offense. Not all, sir. I shall continue to address you as such, Xing Ze replied, his smile unwavering. I too am a ministry employee and can understand. I almost forgot about that. Kingsley chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth. So, you've been at Hogwarts as a lecturer. Indeed, for a duration of 3 years, as per Minister Fudge's directive. I assume you have read the letter. Kingsley nodded. I have. It's not an easy job. Those students, they can be quite raucous. Xing Ze let out a dry laugh, patiently awaiting the conversation to return to its intended course. However, before you take up your teaching position, I have a few questions. Xing Ze, Kingsley said, narrowing his eyes. About the train, about Cecil, about the creature, but I'm uncertain where to begin. Perhaps you could offer me some guidance. You can find everything in the report, Xing Ze replied, unperturbed. I have relayed all that I know verbatim to the interrogator. I will, but there are some discrepancies between what you have said and what I have heard. Oh, do not be alarmed, Xing Ze. I'm not questioning you. Your noble actions are commendable, but we must clarify the facts. I trust you understand. Is it about Cecil? I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Kingsley leaned forward, enhancing his imposing presence. Yes, about that traitor. You tormented him. That was... No, the Auror captain interjected. If it were me, I would have been far harsher. That is a given. Is that so? Then I did not comprehend. He had perished, his throat slit by another, succumbing to excessive blood loss. A flicker of surprise coursed through Xing Ze's heart, yet his countenance remained as inscrutable as ever. He now comprehended the reason behind the interrogator's sudden change in demeanor upon his mention of the incident. Cecil was a crucial lead in uncovering the truth behind the events, and Xing Ze's efforts to preserve his life stemmed from this very fact. It appeared that both Benson and he were correct. There was more than just Cecil infiltrating the train. But who could it be? Edward and Reiko? No, that defied logic. What about the middle-aged couple from Wales? They could indeed be suspects, yet they had also assisted in stabilizing the train's temperature. Hogwarts students? But they were merely a gaggle of 11 or 12-year-olds. Could they possess such capability? Various conjectures flitted through Xing Ze's mind, only to be systematically dismissed as the scant evidence was woefully insufficient to piece together a comprehensive truth. He was acutely aware that he had no right to inquire about the progression of the case, yet he could not resist asking, what about the others on the train? Surely you do not suspect that I killed Cecil? I fear I cannot divulge more information, Xing Ze. However, I assure you, a knock at the door interrupted the Auror captain, forcing him to swallow his words. He waved his hand in annoyance, and one of the Aurors opened the door. A young wizard entered, hastening to Kingsley S. side and whispering something in his ear. Kingsley S. expression grew increasingly grave, and after a prolonged silence following the young wizard's report, he finally spoke. You may leave. Xing Ze felt a twinge of uncertainty and quietly inquired, What did you say? Reluctantly, Kingsley repeated, You may leave, take your belongings, and go to Hogwarts. The young wizard approached Xing Ze, sporting a professional smile. Please follow me, sir. I will escort you to collect your things. The prospect of departing this place was a welcome relief to Xing Ze. Yet the absurdity of leaving in such a befuddled manner was not lost on him. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the young wizard interjected, Sir, do not forget, September 3rd, the 3 broomsticks. Wait, Xing Ze called out, but the carriage had already taken to the skies, and the young wizard swiftly vanished from his sight. Another vexing enigma. The night bus arrived at Hogwarts by noon, and a familiar figure awaited him along the path leading to the school gates, Professor McGonagall. Xing Ze was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a prominent figure in the wizarding world would personally come to greet him. From memory, his predecessor had enjoyed a cordial relationship with Professor McGonagall, often engaging in chess matches. Even after his predecessor's departure from Hogwarts, they had maintained correspondence through letters. However, this connection had only persisted until Xing Ze took up employment at the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall wore her iconic pointed hat, appearing much as she did in the films, perhaps even more youthful. I knew it, she exclaimed excitedly. You would come to no harm. They say good people do not meet such untimely ends. Xing Ze smiled and replied, Hello, Professor. It is indeed a surprise to see you here. How did you know I would be coming? Straightening her posture and lifting the corners of her mouth, McGonagall responded, Although I left the ministry a long time ago. Everyone has a few friends, do they not? Xing Ze nodded, gazing at the imposing castle in the distance, an emblem of countless young aspirations. Yet for him, this place felt both alien and familiar. It has been several years since my last visit. Time flies, does it not? Let us walk and talk, she encouraged. Of course. The two proceeded along the path, engaging in trivial conversation until they reached the grand entrance. A lackluster wizard from the ministry leaned against the iron gate, lifting his gaze to regard the newcomers before extending his hand, demanding identification. I just walked out that door 10 minutes ago. Do you not recall? McGonagall queried while retrieving her pass. No, the wizard shook his head. I only authenticate identification, madam. Yours? He just arrived. He has not yet acquired a pass. Before Xing Ze could interject, McGonagall had already responded for him, evidently displeased with the ministry's conduct at the school. Then I am afraid he cannot enter. Xing Ze stepped forward, eager to intervene before McGonagall's temper erupted. Professor, there must be another way. No, the elderly professor's face flushed with rage. I anticipated this. Listen here. Gatekeeper, this is Hogwarts, a school, not the Ministry of Magic. This gentleman rescued the train last night. He should not be subjected to such indignities. Madam, please remain calm. The gatekeeper appeared intimidated. I doubt you wish for me to sound the alarm. Sound it, sir, sound it. McGonagall retorted. I would relish seeing who could prevent a Hogwarts lecturer from entering Hogwarts. Before matters could escalate further, Xing Ze fished out a few coins from his pocket, placing them in his palm before quickly shaking the gatekeeper's hand. My friend, the weather is quite chilly. I believe you ought to purchase a hat, he said with a smile. The gatekeeper deftly withdrew his hand, the fear vanishing from his expression, replaced by a courteous smile as he waved his wand, causing the door to creak open. Oh, I remember now. Your letter bore the ministry's seal. Curse it. Why did you not mention this sooner? Indeed. Why did I not mention it sooner? Xing Ze replied with a slight grin, gesturing for McGonagall to proceed ahead. The professor shot a glare at the gatekeeper before marching into the school, with Xing Ze following closely behind. They walked through the courtyard outside the library, traversing the old, rectangular stone path that wound through the lush green lawn. A flood of unfamiliar memories surged within Xing Ze, recalling how his predecessor had once sat upon this vibrant grass. Absorbed in reading. You should not have done that, McGonagall remarked, frowning. Done what? Oh, you mean bribing him? Xing Ze shrieked. Do not fret, Professor. I assure you that the large families visiting their children will offer more than I ever could. Merlin's beard. You save an entire train. He should have shown you some courtesy. That was not solely my achievement, Professor. Besides, one must adhere to the rules of the game. It is akin to chess. Yet unlike chess, the rules of this game will guide you forward step by step. You merely need to keep pace. One of the reasons I left the ministry was precisely this. Professor McGonagall composed herself, deciding it was best not to dwell on distressing matters. Pray tell, what position have they assigned you? Upon hearing this, Xing Ze found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to respond candidly. The Department of Magical Maintenance. Professor McGonagall halted in her tracks, incredulous. For Merlin's sake, they have placed you in maintenance? This is utterly nonsensical. I find it rather agreeable, he replied. The work is relaxed and offers a degree of freedom with a decent remuneration. You are aware, Professor, that they harbor a disdain for outsiders, particularly those hailing from the East. They are equally unwelcoming towards women, half-bloods, and muggles. McGonagall interjected. You could have achieved so much more, Xing Ze. It is truly a pity. Isn't this a significant accomplishment in itself? Xing Ze dieshed it. Oh, spare me. As far as I know, the ministry is unlikely to herald a half-blood hero with yellow skin. At most, they will offer you a few tepid compliments. I would rather they leave me be. As they conversed, they made their way towards the central tower, where the interviews for new teachers had been rescheduled due to the train incident the previous day. Professor McGonagall informed Xing Ze that Dumbledore wished to speak with him privately. From the courtyard to the interview room in the central tower, The empathetic professor refrained from mentioning the previous night's events. Xing Ze felt a surge of gratitude. His mind was already in disarray, overwhelmed by a multitude of matters. Thanks to the tranquil moments during the carriage ride, he had managed to organize his thoughts, prioritizing what was urgent. Presently, he was on the brink of facing the world's foremost legendary wizard, and he needed to formulate his words carefully to avoid losing a steadfast ally. Once Professor McGonagall escorted him to the corridor outside the interview room, she gently patted his shoulder and expressed her apologies. I am truly sorry, Xing Ze. Things should not have unfolded this way. It is not your fault, Professor. There is no need for you to apologize, he replied, shaking his head. Oh, there is something I would like to ask of you. Yes. It pertains to the raven that delivers my letters. Oh, Merlin's beard. McGonagall placed a hand over her heart. I beg your pardon, Xing Ze, but the school has recently lost a number of owls, forcing us to resort to using ravens. That is of little concern, Xing Ze quickly said. I was merely wondering if I could borrow that raven for a while. My poor owl is unwell. Of course, if you do not mind, McGonagall readily agreed, albeit with a furrowed brow. Xing Ze, however, remained unconcerned about the foolish superstitions surrounding ravens bringing misfortune. Having a blue-beaked companion was far more valuable. Noticing McGonagall's contemplative expression, driven by curiosity and a sense of duty, he inquired, Are you all right, Professor? If it is inconvenient, I can speak to the owl-keeper myself. No, it has nothing to do with you, she sighed. I merely recalled an insufferable individual. Well, I must be off now, Xing Ze. You may enter once your interview concludes. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Xing Ze seated himself on a bench in the corridor near the interview room, where a young lady was also sitting, engrossed in a thick tome, murmuring to herself. He stole a glance. She was reading a book on ancient runes. A fellow interviewee? He mused internally. The selection process for Hogwarts teachers was notoriously stringent, with Dumbledore being the notable exception. At Hogwarts, educators were categorized into 3 ranks: lecturer, teacher, and professor. Lecturer positions were the easiest to obtain, divided into external and long-term lecturers. Typically, these roles were reserved for prominent figures with societal influence and extensive knowledge, and they would not remain at Hogwarts for long, often leaving after a year or 2. The unreliable Gilderoy Lockhart was a quintessential example. To secure a permanent teaching position at Hogwarts, one had to navigate a rigorous written examination and an interview. As for the title of professor, it was contingent upon an assessment of one's overall performance. Sensing his presence, the young lady looked up, appearing slightly bewildered. She seemed to be in her 20s, with chocolate-colored hair, porcelain-like skin, and large, pale golden eyes. Her lips were thin and slightly upturned, revealing a glimpse of her pearly teeth. Quite lovely, Xing Ze thought to himself, then observed her attire, a classic black witch's robe, ordinary yet practical. Have we met before? She inquired. It was hard to believe such a cliched barroom pickup line could emanate from someone of her demeanor. Xing Ze searched his memory and, donning a friendly smile, replied, I believe you may be mistaken, miss. Oh well. She scratched her head, looking rather sheepish. My memory is quite poor for faces. Are you here for an interview as well? Perhaps. Seemingly oblivious to his response, the personable young woman placed her hand over her heart and exclaimed, I've been preparing for this for 2 years. Oh, it's absolutely nerve-wracking. They say the interview is even more demanding than the written exam. Xing Ze noticed her body trembling slightly, recalling his own experiences waiting for interviews, feeling similarly anxious. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a plastic container from his briefcase, recalling it contained lemon popsicles preserved by a weather-in-a-bottle charm. This might help you, he offered. The girl blinked. Oh, sir, that is not what I meant. She lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing as red as a September apple. Take it, miss, Xing Ze insisted, placing the container beside her. It is nothing remarkable, just a few popsicles, but I believe Dumbledore will appreciate them. At the very least, they might catch his attention. She continued to avert her gaze, softly asking, Popsicles? Master Dumbledore enjoys popsicles? Indeed, Xing Ze replied with a smile. On a day as warm as this, who wouldn't he enjoy a popsicle? And what about you? Me? Fear not, miss. I have my own irresistible reasons. The young lady hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took the container into the interview room, repeatedly thanking him with a naive sincerity that left Xing Ze somewhat incredulous. Perhaps she was the type to buy products from infomercials, he mused, leaning against the wall. He closed his eyes, relishing the sensation of the blue beak soaring through the sky. Although he could not see or hear, he could still feel the wind against his face, the warm sunlight on his skin, and even catch a whiff of the faint scent of thistle flowers. This connection felt akin to a shared sensory experience, one that he could sever at will. The interview concluded swiftly, lasting no more than 10 minutes. The young lady burst out of the room, excitement radiating from her as she nearly stumbled on the slick floor. "I passed," she exclaimed in a hushed tone. "You were right. They do enjoy popsicles, especially Master Dumbledore." Professor Snape, however, seemed less keen on them, but he still let me through. "Oh, how can I ever thank you, kind sir? Just a few popsicles, miss. There is no need for such formality," Xing Ze replied with a gentle smile. The popsicles were more of a placebo, alleviating nerves, but the decisive factor was undoubtedly the young lady's own merit. Yet, it was clear she did not share that sentiment. "That simply will not do. My father always said that if one receives a kindness, they must repay it doubly, lest they suffer a curse. The world is indeed filled with those cursed by fate." Rising to his feet, Xing Ze remarked, "If the opportunity arises, please treat me to a drink." Apologetically, he added, "My apologies, miss, but I must take my leave." "Oh, of course." The young lady stepped aside, suddenly realizing something, and quickly reached out to block Xing Ze's path. Recognizing the rudeness of her actions, her cheeks flushed, and she softly introduced herself. "Clara, my name is Clara Foy." "Xing Ze," he replied. As Xing Ze entered, he found Dumbledore reclining on a long bench, his eyes half closed, as if in slumber. Taking a seat opposite him, Xing Ze endeavored to be as discreet as possible. Yet the chair scraped against the marble floor, producing a jarring sound. Dumbledore opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cerulean orbs behind his crescent-shaped glasses. He brushed back his silvery hair and beard, mumbling, "How long have I been asleep?" "Not long, Headmaster," Xing Ze responded. "I've only just arrived. Less than 5 minutes ago. I am growing old." Dumbledore straightened himself. "It is high time I retired." "You jest, Headmaster," Xing Ze replied. A person burdened with too many secrets. Dumbledore adjusted his posture. Mr. Xing would lead a life of great suffering. At the very least, he would find little joy and yearn for a more pure existence. Xing Ze nodded. "I concur with your perspective, which is why I hope to engage in an open dialogue with you." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his features. "Is that so? However, before we proceed, I must thank you, Mr. Xing. You saved the children on the train, and I intend to invite you to give a speech at the opening ceremony." "Spare me, Headmaster. You know it was not solely my achievement. Indeed, there were also the train crew and the well-meaning passengers, all deserving of commendation. It is unfortunate that I cannot attend Mr. Price's funeral." "Do you know Banson?" "Oh no, Mr. Price?" Xing Ze inquired instinctively. Of course, Dumbledore's expression turned somber. He was a worthy adversary, though our positions were regrettably at odds. He served the Department of Mysteries and was tasked with monitoring Hogwarts. My presence at his funeral would surely tarnish his reputation. At this, a chill ran down Xing Ze's spine. He should have known better. Nothing could escape the notice of this legendary wizard, even if he seemed blissfully unaware of the outside world while confined within Hogwarts. Grateful that he had refrained from employing any cunning tricks, Xing Ze had come here to seek an alliance with Dumbledore, while his narrative regarding the Department of Mysteries remained separate. "Then, Mr. Xing, what task has the Ministry assigned to you?" Dumbledore's tone grew serious. Xing Ze exhaled quietly. "A 3-year position as a lecturer, with the specific duties to be determined by yourself." The piercing gaze from Dumbledore's azure eyes scrutinized Xing Ze, an invisible pressure making him feel as though he were treading on needles. After a long pause, Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, disappointment evident in his voice. "I had hoped you would come to me with complete candor, Mr. Xing. Perhaps I have misjudged." "No, you have not misunderstood." Xing Ze met Dumbledore's strong gaze, asserting, "My sole purpose in coming to Hogwarts is to serve as a lecturer." The blue eyes shifted slightly, and Dumbledore's lips curled into a smile. "Very well, Mr. Xing. What subjects do you excel in?" "Anything but defense against the dark arts." "All right, let us see." The elderly wizard picked up a parchment from the table. "Charms, full. Potions, full. How about Muggle studies?" "Professor Charity Burbage is in need of an assistant." "Sounds good." Xing Ze readily agreed, though upon further reflection, he realized that this subject could also be perilous. After all, Charity Burbage was the unfortunate professor who had been brutally murdered by Voldemort, her body even devoured by Nagini. Nevertheless, with the decision made, retracting his acceptance would only diminish his standing in Dumbledore's eyes. "So, when do I begin teaching?" "Oh, on the 4th. The joint inspection by the Church and the Ministry of Magic concludes tomorrow, with classes resuming on the 4th. Of course, you will need to consult Professor Burbage regarding the specific schedule. She is the head of that subject." At this point, Dumbledore paused, adjusting his glasses as he continued. "Do not worry, Mr. Xing. As far as I know, very few students opt for that course, so you will have ample time to attend to your own affairs." "Thank you for your understanding, Headmaster," Xing Ze expressed his gratitude as he rose to depart. Oh, by the way, I must also thank you for the lemon ice pops. Dumbledore winked at him. If the chance arises, I hope you can bring some mojito lime-flavored ones next time. They're my favorite. How do you Xing Ze swallow the question? Of course, I will keep that in mind for next time. Chapter 22. An unpleasant reunion as in the past. Dumbledore was a man of principle, one who would not casually employ the use of the soul-reading charm. Yet, it could not be ruled out that he simply deemed it beneath him. Perhaps, in his view, the Ministry's surveillance paled in comparison to Voldemort's threat? No, that did not make sense. He had expected the old wizard to inquire, even if just a little, about the train incident, yet he did not. And even when the matter was broached, it was merely touched upon. Given the implications for numerous students in Hogwarts, Dumbledore ought to have been more perturbed. It seemed that both the school and the Ministry were deliberately suppressing information. No, more accurately, it was the Department of Mysteries, a department that had little presence in the original narrative, yet appeared to wield substantial influence in the wizarding world. What were they concealing? Was it the creature lurking in the blizzard, or some great entity spoken of by Cecil? The situation grew ever more enigmatic, with everyone harboring their own secrets. Xing Ze silently resolved to refine his mental occlusion skills before his next conversation with this legendary wizard. Caution is the mother of safety, a timeless truth. Tomorrow, perhaps he would uncover answers to all his questions, or maybe he would gain nothing but more suspicion and doubt. The rumbling of his stomach prompted Xing Ze to set aside his myriad of mysteries. His youthful body craved protein and fat, while his tumultuous thoughts yearned for sugar. He resolved to indulge in a hearty meal at the dining hall, followed by a refreshing beverage. Both black and green tea seemed excellent choices. Coffee and alcohol? Oh no. He had no taste for alcohol and could not endure the bitterness of coffee. Life was already bitter enough. Why subject himself to further discomfort? Navigating by memory, Xing Ze made his way to the Hogwarts dining hall, striving to avoid the students and teachers along the way, wishing not to draw unnecessary attention. Fortunately, in this regard, he had never failed. His unremarkable appearance allowed him to blend seamlessly into the crowd. Having missed the mealtime, the dining hall was sparsely populated, with only a few first-year students scattered about. With no classes today, most upperclassmen had opted to venture to Hogsmeade, where the pubs and restaurants offered alcoholic beverages. Each table bore a menu for the day, and patrons simply needed to mark their selection with their wands, although one could also order directly at the counter. Xing Ze ordered a serving of beef stew, 2 slices of Welsh rabbit, a plate of boiled beans, a cup of black tea, and a scone. With few patrons present, the food arrived swiftly. The black tea was served first, its aroma promising a delightful taste. Xing Ze took a sip, only to regurgitate the half-swallowed mouthful back into the teacup. He had forgotten to instruct the house elf not to add sugar to his tea, rendering the entire cup of black tea somewhat cloying. As for the other dishes, they were not as unpalatable as he had anticipated. The beef was tender and richly flavored. The Welsh rabbit was cooked to perfection, and the beans were passable enough to be swallowed, provided it wasn't one of those bizarre culinary abominations. The tastes of the British were not as fearsome as the legend suggested. Just as Xing Ze was contemplating savoring a scone, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the dining hall. Barrow Weasley. The name sprung forth from Xing Ze's mind, as if enchanted, accompanied by memories of past grievances such as school bullying and racial discrimination. Barrow spotted Xing Ze as well, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before being swiftly replaced by arrogance, as the former Gryffindor seeker strode purposefully toward him. "Look who it is," Barrow proclaimed dramatically as he halted before Xing Ze, his voice attracting the attention of several students. He was tall and handsome. Time had faded his youthful naivete, replacing it with a more mature charm, making him appear even more dashing, likely captivating many female students. However, Xing Ze was keenly aware that some individuals' true natures remain unchanged over time, and Barrow Weasley was evidently among them. "What brings you to school, kid? Here, to fix windows? I recall you working at the magical maintenance department. Oh, I must say, that is quite a fine place. Your memory serves you well." Xing Ze leisurely picked up a napkin, though his gaze was unyielding. "I'm enjoying my lunch, Weasley, if you can see that." Barrow paused, taken aback by the unexpected response. After regaining his composure, he leaned forward, hands pressed against the table, and hissed threateningly, "I suggest you retract your earlier words, yellow-skinned brat. I would want to see you humiliated in public." Xing Ze nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth and replied, "If memory serves me right, you've never dared to confront me alone. We're your cronies." "Oh, I forgot. They've all graduated, meaning your band of marauders has disbanded." "Ah, yellow-skinned brat. Are you underestimating me? Very well, this is your doing." Barrow drew his wand, prompting gasps from several female students. I must show you that this place does not welcome outsiders like you. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, remaining motionless, clutching the napkin tightly in his right hand. Petri ficus totalis. The incantation did not come from Weasley, but from behind him. Xing Ze set the napkin down and smiled at the woman who approached leisurely. She wore a flowing purple robe, cinched at the waist with an ornate belt, her light golden hair elegantly styled updo, with a prominent nose and alluring lips. Since her days as a student, she had been the star of the ball. "It's a pleasure to see you, Miss Alicia Shafik," Xing Ze greeted her. The woman raised an eyebrow, her stern expression betraying no emotion, as she waved her wand to dispel the enchantment. "Damn it, can I not leave for even a minute? Mr. Weasley?" Barrow, unwilling, attempted to cast his wand again. But the woman was quicker, her elm wand pressing against the man's neck first. "Stand down, Mr. Weasley." Immediately, Barrow's lips twitched as he reluctantly lowered his wand. "This brat has insulted me, Alicia. And what of it?" Though Alicia Shafik is a head shorter than Weasley, her presence was no less commanding. The man took a small step back to distance his neck from the wand. "He insulted you as well. And what of it? I do not permit others to insult you. Those words are utterly blasphemous," Barrow shouted indignantly. "Some individuals never change their true colors," Xing Ze mused. "Oh, come now, Mr. Weasley," Alicia replied, tucking her wand away. "Do not stir up trouble. The faculty is still waiting. Save your energy for dealing with those clerics." Upon hearing the word clerics, Weasley's expression shifted, and he nodded. Of course, Alicia. Do not call me Alicia again, Mr. Weasley. We are not that familiar." Alicia frowned slightly before turning her gaze to Xing Ze. "As for you, Xing Ze, I'm not curious about what you said, nor do I wish to pursue whether you said anything at all. The clerics are enough to give me a headache. So, put away your wand. Yes, I am referring to the one you are clutching in your left hand, hidden beneath the table. If I'm not mistaken, it is now pointed at me. Given that you will be teaching at Hogwarts, I suggest you read the school handbook. Private dueling with magic is not permitted on school grounds." "Of course, Miss Shafik." Xing Ze tucked away Benson's wand. "I merely wish to enjoy this scone in peace." "Very well, enjoy your lunch." Alicia averted her gaze and strode toward another exit of the dining hall without looking back. Weasley appeared indecisive, but ultimately followed her. Yet, after walking a short distance, he turned back, glaring at Xing Ze. Upon noticing that Xing Ze was watching them, he made a slashing motion across his throat toward the yellow-skinned outsider and muttered a few curses under his breath. "Do not act like a child, Mr. Weasley. We're going to be late." Miss Shafik, who was leading the way, urged him. Weasley protested in indignation. "You should not have stopped me, Alicia. That yellow-skinned brat is no match for me." "I beg to differ," Alicia replied coldly. "Confidence and blind arrogance are two entirely different matters, Mr. Weasley." Chapter 23, The Blue Beak. After lunch, Xing Ze, with the assistance of a kind-hearted teacher, located his office and dormitory. The benevolent individual was named Ben Macmillan, a newly appointed teacher who was 2 years older than Xing Ze. Throughout their journey, he shared how he had passed the written and interview stages to ultimately secure a teaching position at Hogwarts. Like Xing Ze, he taught Muggle studies, and aside from his loquacity, he was quite amiable. Xing Ze's office was situated on the side of the clock tower square, near the bridge that had exploded in the last film. The room was spacious, divided by a partition into 2 areas. The outer part served as an office, while the inner section contained a bedroom. The office was simply furnished, with a wooden long table placed near the window, and in front of the table were a sofa and a coffee table. The floor was adorned with an oval-shaped red and black checkered rug. And to the right of the coffee table stood a fireplace, with a bookcase and liquor cabinet a few steps away. The bedroom door was located behind the long sofa, close to the liquor cabinet, containing a bed, a small writing desk, and a wardrobe. Xing Ze took some time to tidy up. He unpacked his briefcase and placed everything neatly, also donning a delicate brass ring. This ring was enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, of course approved by the Ministry of Magic. Its space roughly equivalent to that of a cupboard, housing various wilderness survival items such as a tent, bottled water, canned food, and leaving some space for medical supplies. "How thoughtful," Xing Ze remarked, realizing that this version of himself in this world was equally cautious and meticulous. Outside the window, a raven tapped at the glass with its beak, and as he opened the window, it promptly flew inside. Xing Ze noticed it had a stone clutched in its beak, and he extended his hand, the bird alighting upon it. "Where did you acquire this?" The stone possessed a magical essence, albeit feeble. Yet Xing Ze was still able to perceive it, specifically through the keen senses of Blue Beak. "What purpose does this serve?" Xing Ze inquired once more. Blue Beak devoured the stone, which then transformed into a black, mud-like shield, roughly the size of a police shield. by harnessing the stone's magic within mere seconds. The entire shield morphed into solid rock, resembling an impenetrable stone wall. Astonished, Xing Ze rose to his feet, reaching out to touch the shield, utterly awestruck. Even within the realm of magic, it is worth noting that while transfiguration allows one to alter objects by disregarding their material structure, it demands precise control over magic from the wizard and is accompanied by extensive practice. Thus, it is a highly advanced spell, not easily mastered. The ability recently displayed by Blue Beak, though not a high-tier transfiguration spell, surpassed the accuracy and speed of an average wizard, accomplishing the transformation in a mere second. In his memory, he had only witnessed such prowess in Professor McGonagall. The magical stone rapidly dissipated, and before long, the stone wall reverted to black mud, writhing briefly before reshaping into a raven. Xing Ze suddenly realized that this was not merely transfiguration, but rather a form of magic he had never encountered before. Indeed, to classify it strictly as transfiguration would be overly reductive. Xing Ze mused as the radiant polyhedron absorbed the magic and transmuted it into an entirely different form. Much like the deceased Nork, who had been drained of magic, flesh, and even bones, something transfiguration could not achieve. So, you yearn for magic? Xing Ze murmured to the raven. Blue Beak emitted a series of affirming caws, seemingly endorsing Xing Ze's words. After a brief silence, Xing Ze posed another question. If I assist you, can you return me to my original world? Caw, came the reply, still echoing the raven's calls. Then it's settled. Xing Ze enjoyed a restful slumber. Unable to recall the last time he had slept soundly. Since becoming a detective, nightmares had become his closest companions. Rising early, he found the weather splendid for travel. After a brief morning routine and a hearty breakfast, he set off towards Diagon Alley, determined to procure his own wand. Due to the plague in Wales, the Floo Network Point in Hogsmeade was closed, necessitating his journey to New Ravenclaw Village, which consumed over an hour of his time. However, this also afforded him ample opportunity to peruse the day's daily profit during his ride on the Nightmare Carriage. The train incident had been eclipsed by the World Quidditch Cup, yet this did not deter Xing Ze from seeking information. The train conductor, Bark, had been admitted to St. Mungo's hospital, while the attendant, Bowman, remained under further interrogation. Other staff members had been temporarily housed at the Ministry of Magic, publicly claimed to be receiving comprehensive treatment, though the truth of the matter remained obscured. However, the public was indifferent to the underlying truth. They sought only a plausible explanation. The ministry, eager to shift blame, attributed the incident to Death Eaters, transforming the train mishap into a meticulously orchestrated terrorist attack. Monsters? Oh please, how many would genuinely believe that the fabled ice demon had manifested within the bounds of Britain? The Daily Prophet had always adhered to the truth. Additionally, for enthusiastic passengers had mysteriously vanished, crafted into nameless heroes. In stark contrast, reports concerning Xing Ze were nearly non-existent. Perhaps Professor McGonagall was right. The British Ministry of Magic had no need for a hero of Asian descent, or perhaps the Department of Mysteries had other designs for him. New Ravenclaw Village was a quaint settlement, yet significantly larger than Hogsmeade, with most residents hailing from the now-destroyed Old Ravenclaw Village, obliterated during the Goblin Rebellion. Unlike Hogsmeade, this locale boasted both wizards and muggles, with automobiles and flying broomsticks being equally commonplace. Most local wizards were of mixed heritage and bore no disdain for muggles. Indeed, many were quite receptive to new ideas. The establishment bearing the Floo Network emblem was situated on one side of muddy crossroads, and Xing Ze expended considerable effort to locate it. Inside the pub, numerous wizards awaited their turn to utilize the Floo fireplace. After requesting a number from the bartender, he quietly waited on the side. When Kingsley arrived, he found Xing Ze staring blankly at the clock behind the bar until the towering black wizard drew near, prompting Xing Ze to snap back to reality. What a coincidence, Xing Ze, Kingsley remarked with a smile. Where are you off to? He was not alone. Accompanying him was a familiar face, Nymphadora Tonks. It seemed the train incident had proven rather troublesome. So it's you, the unheralded hero, Tonks quipped, her lips curling upward as she assessed Xing Ze from top to bottom. Much more ordinary than I imagined. Did they make a mistake? Keep your voice down, Tonks. There are too many people here, Kingsley cautioned. Xing Ze offered a wry smile, observing Tonks nonchalantly toss her pink hair. I'm simply heading to Diagon Alley to procure a few items. Is that so? Kingsley cast a meaningful glance at Xing Ze. There is also a Floo Network fireplace at the train station. I can take you there. It would be far quicker than wasting time here. Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Kingsley, but I think I shall remain here. You see, I'm nearly done. Kingsley maintained his smile, nodding in acknowledgement. If that is your choice, then I wish you a pleasant journey. And you as well. Chapter 24. The Wand Shop. As Tonks exited the pub, she swiftly altered her appearance and hair color, whispering to Kingsley, "If you wanted me to track that bloke, it's not too late." "Why would you think I would send you to follow him?" Kingsley inquired. Tonks shrugged. "How long have we known each other, Shacklebolt?" "I'm not certain," Kingsley replied, shaking his head. "I'm not adept at keeping track of dates." "Well, neither am I, but I can tell you're eager to learn more about that person." Kingsley nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but he is currently affiliated with the Department of Mysteries." Tonks let out an exaggerated whistle. "I genuinely don't know whether to be glad or sorry for him. So what did you summon me for?" "Follow me." Discussing this ISNT safe. The pair traversed the crossroads, turned a corner, and entered a laundromat. "A secret gathering? No wonder you didn't want to come from the Floon Network fireplace at the train station," Tonks remarked, "though your taste in meeting spots hasn't changed a bit." Kingsley explained with pride, "The owner of this establishment is a friend of mine, and besides, no one would suspect that a wizard's gathering would be held in the basement of a muggle laundromat." Of course. In the basement, 3 others were present, all of whom Tonks recognized as Aurors. "Let me introduce you." Kingsley cleared his throat. "This is Miss Nymphadora Tonks." "We weren't informed that there would be an additional person." One of the short-haired Aurors voiced his concern. "Don't be nervous, Delirious. She is not an outsider." "I trust her," Kingsley quickly clarified. "Of course, if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Moody." "What does Alastair Moody have to do with this?" Another short Auror questioned. Tonks crossed her arms and lazily leaned against the wall, replying, "Alastair Moody is my mentor. The only wand shop in Diagon Alley is Ollivander's." Given the choice, Xing Ze would much prefer to visit the Saphiropo's wand shop in Glastonbury, where there are more discounts on wands designed for adults. This cramped little shop was as chaotic as depicted in the films, with the white-haired Garrick Ollivander diligently scribbling behind the counter. The peak of the school season had passed, leaving the shop with little business, save for a couple browsing the merchandise catalog on the sofa. The sound of the doorbell prompted Ollivander to lift his gaze, glance at the newcomer, and then return to his work. "Feel free to look around, sir, and let me know if something catches your eye." Xing Ze quickly approached the counter and said, "I need a wand. My previous one broke." "Is that so? What material was your original wand?" "Holly and unicorn hair." "Please hold on, sir." Ollivander waved his wand, and a measuring tape flew out, accompanied by a notebook and a quill from behind him. The tape, like a nimble water snake, began measuring Xing Ze's height and arm length, while the quill swiftly recorded the details in the notebook. Ollivander reminded, "Please cooperate, sir. This is essential." Minutes later, once the measurements were completed, the tape and quill returned to their original places, and the notebook floated before Ollivander. He donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the notes. 12 inches, Holly, unicorn hair, he muttered, rising to approach the towering stacks of wand boxes. As he selected a box, he remarked to Xing Ze, "Your previous wand was undoubtedly not purchased from me. I remember every one I've sold, sir. Every single one. By the way, what was your name again?" "Xingsha." "You're correct. That wand came from the Saphiropo's wand shop." "I thought as much." Ollivander scoffed lightly. "Saphiropo's doesn't know the first thing about crafting wands. Don't waste your money on those rogues." He complained bitterly, seemingly harboring a grudge against the Saphiropo's wand shop, until the couple exited the store, at which point he fell silent and approached Xing Ze with a pile of boxes. "The current generation," he sighed. "They have no idea what they want and possess little patience. Times are changing, Mr. Ollivander. Standard wands are affordable and appealing, which understandably attracts the youth." Ollivander shook his head in disagreement. "Those wands lack any soul. Every wand should be unique." "Goodness, I can hardly imagine those who use standard wands. They ought to feel ashamed. Handmade wands take considerable time, Mr. Ollivander. Nowadays, people place great value on their time." Xing schmoiled, recalling that standard wands were developed by the International Magical Institute during the First Wizarding War to supply Aurors, as there was a significant rise in broken wands due to the conflict. However, the British Ministry of Magic had not anticipated Voldemort's sudden disappearance at the height of his power, causing the Death Eaters to swiftly disband. To recoup their substantial investment in standard wand research, the International Magical Institute had no choice but to collaborate with wand shops worldwide. Indeed, let's not dwell on that. "Try this one." Ollivander opened a box revealing an 11.5-inch wand made of holly and unicorn hair, which felt rather weighty. Just as Xing Ze grasped the wand, Ollivander waved his hand dismissively. "No, this won't do. Try this one instead." Black walnut, 12 inches, excellent stability, with a dragon heartstring core. Once again, as soon as the wand was in Xing Ze's possession, Ollivander snatched it back, muttering, "I seldom make mistakes, especially with adults." The expression on his face only shifted to mild satisfaction when they reached the 5th wand, poplar wood with unicorn hair. "Looks promising, but it's still lacking." Xing Ze considered giving up. His previous wand was merely a standard one costing less than 2 galleons, while the wand he currently held would likely set him back around 20 galleons. For a struggling civil servant earning just 40 galleons a month, 20 galleons could comfortably cover his expenses for an entire month, especially since he needed to purchase several winter wizarding robes soon. I think this one is quite good, Mr. Ollivander. No, it doesn't suit you. Can't you feel it? Ollivander pondered for a moment in front of the wall of wand boxes, then climbed the stairs to search the uppermost level. Not every wand can achieve a perfect bond, and those fortunate few, like Harry Potter, are rare. Generally, as long as a wand does not reject its owner and can consistently perform its magic, it suffices. Just as the wand most suited to Dumbledore was not the Elder Wand, but rather the unknown wand he used to defeat Grindelwald. Chapter 25, The Poplar Wand. Ollivander continuously moved the stairs, murmuring, I remember it being here. Ah yes, just here. He excitedly retrieved a box and hurried down the stairs, much like a child eager to showcase a beloved toy, placing the box proudly before Xing Ze. Poplar wood and the mane of a unicorn queen, 12 inches, quite solid. Xing Ze picked up the wand, feeling a resonance far surpassing that of the previous wand. Very nice, but must also be quite expensive, he mused. Oh, splendid, sir. Ollivander exclaimed. I thought I would never see it find its master. Mr. Ollivander, its core is the mane of a unicorn queen? Indeed, indeed. It was crafted by my grandfather, Garrick Ollivander. Ollivander beamed with pride. My grandfather spent his life seeking rare materials for wand making. He found her near the Himalayas, following the notes of Havelock Switting, and traded a thunderbird's tail feather for the queen's mane. Ollivander seemed lost in reminiscence, pausing for a moment before continuing. In any case, it has recognized you, sir. Do you wish to claim it? Xing Ze responded with resignation. I thought I was suited for holly and unicorn hair. Poplar wood and unicorn mane? To be honest, sir, I am equally surprised. Poplar wood only responds to those who are honest and upright, while unicorn mane is loyal to the good and just, not to mention that this mane comes from the unicorn queen. You know, sir, this wand was made for Norval Tonks, but regrettably, he passed away before its completion. Norval Tonks. Xing Ze naturally recognized this legendary wizard, whose portrait hung on the 6th floor of Hogwarts Castle. This noble and kind wizard perished at the claws of Sphinx while saving a Muggle child. To honor his noble qualities, the British Ministry of Magic posthumously awarded him the First-Class Order of Merlin. Ollivander gazed at the wand, muttering to himself, how intriguing. After Tonks' death, my grandfather and my father both sought a new master for this wand, yet they both failed. I had thought I would meet the same fate. Could there be some mistake? To be honest, I wouldn't consider myself a paragon of virtue. Xing Ze inquired with curiosity. Do not question the wand's choice, sir. Ollivander replied with a grave demeanor, asserting that noble virtues are not merely articulated through words, but reside within the depths of a person's heart and actions. If you do not wish to have it, I can certainly provide you with a replacement, but do not question the wand selection. Xing Ze was taken aback by Ollivander's imposing presence. He fell into a contemplative silence before cautiously inquiring, what is the price of this wand? Ollivander nodded in satisfaction, muttering, very well, sir, you have made a prudent choice, while rummaging through the desk. Soon, he extracted a dusty ledger from a pile of papers, glanced at it, and declared, 10 galleons. What? Xing Ze thought he must have misheard. Surely you jest, Mr. Ollivander. That is the price for an ordinary wand. Indeed, it is 10 galleons, Ollivander affirmed. Though I am advanced in years, I am neither deaf nor blind. This price was set by my grandfather, inscribed clearly on his price list. But it contains the hair of a unicorn queen, Xing Ze gently reminded him. Ollivander closed the ledger, dismissively stating, and what of it? My grandfather wished to create a wand that was truly unique, yet not in terms of cost. Moreover, a wand requires a master, otherwise it is destined to gather dust. This poor fellow has been neglected for nearly 50 years. I believe it would relish the opportunity to see the world again. With this, Xing Ze nodded and said, very well, I shall take this wand. After filling out some necessary information, he exited Ollivander's wand shop, gazing at the wand in his hand with a complex expression. Integrity and kindness? How could I possibly possess such qualities? He stowed the wand away and glanced up at the clock above the entrance of Gringotts, realizing he had ample time for a leisurely lunch. In the laundry's basement, only Tonks and Kingsley remained. Tonks was intently examining a document in her hands. You must be cautious, Kingsley remarked, his demeanor suggesting he was hesitant to voice his thoughts. Deep down, he questioned whether including Nymphadora in this operation was a wise decision. Tonks, however, appeared unfazed. More than that, I'm concerned about whether this operation will aid my future employment. It will not, Kingsley replied earnestly. This is a clandestine mission. It will not be documented, nor will there be any backup, which means, in other words, we must rely solely on ourselves and trust in ourselves, Tonks interjected. You've just reiterated what you said before. I remember. Do not worry, Shacklebolt. I've been assisting you since 6th year. I know what to do. Instead of fretting over this, you should contemplate how to deal with the school as professors. I do not wish to fail to graduate. At school, Dumbledore is looking out for you. There will be no issues. Are you saying that Dumbledore is aware of this operation? Tonks raised an eyebrow. Naturally. He was the one who recommended you to us. Ah, the Polyjuice Potion Master, Tonks murmured, a blessing and a curse. Kingsley was at a loss for words. He did not wish for Nymphadora to come to harm, but her innate talent for Polyjuice Potion made her incredibly useful for infiltration and reconnaissance. If you are unwilling, I could discuss this with Dumbledore, he finally offered. Why the reluctance? Tonks widened her eyes. School life is dreadfully mundane. I can hardly endure it any longer. But this time is different, Nymphadora, Kingsley said with concern. 2 Aurors have already gone missing, one of whom was a senior Auror. Call me Tonks, Shacklebolt. I dislike being referred to as Nymphadora. Kingsley displayed an apologetic expression. I did not mean to, child. Enough of this fussing like a mother hen, Shacklebolt. This is not like you. Tonks organized the documents. I appreciate your concern for me, but every fledgling must eventually spread their wings. You and Moody cannot watch over me forever. Tell me, Shacklebolt, what troubles you so? I suspect this matter is far more complex than the documents suggest. Kingsley managed a wry smile, while Tonks appeared carefree. Her perceptiveness was sharp, which is precisely why Moody valued her. He shook his head and replied, That is precisely what worries me. I cannot divulge more details to you, as it would only entangle you further. Remember, child, this is not a pursuit. It is merely reconnaissance. Stay close to Daedalus, and report any developments immediately. Do not act alone. Of course, you are the boss, and your word is law. Tonks shrugged. If there are no further instructions, I must take my leave. I have preparations to make before heading to Nocturne Alley. Chapter 26. The 3 broomsticks. The bar at noon belonged to drunks and idle souls, who occupied several tables and cast unfriendly glances as Xing Ze entered. Madame Rosmerta, still possessing her charm, stood behind the bar diligently polishing glasses. Though she could have easily cast a simple spell to clean the glassware, she refrained, as if the act of polishing was a sacred task. Once Xing Ze sat at the bar, she lifted her gaze and asked, What can I get for you? Young man? A glass of umbrella cherry syrup soda, Xing Ze replied, adhering to the code from his letter. Madame Rosmerta raised an eyebrow, set down the glass, and began preparing the drink, which was swiftly placed before Xing Ze. Just then, the bar's door swung open, and 3 men strode inside. They paused at the entrance, surveying the room. Before the leading man spoke, I smell something foul. His face was covered in pustules, and he sniffed like a hound on the hunt for rabbits. One of his companions immediately chimed in, Yes, I smell it too. The trio marched toward the bar, with the pustule-faced man continuing his taunt. I know where that stench is coming from. Their eyes were fixed on Xing Ze. Would you like ice? Madame Rosmerta inquired of Xing Ze, her attention partially diverted to the 3 men. No ice, Xing Ze responded. Bloody hell, what is wrong with this bar? Hosting yellow-skinned pigs has spoiled the drinks. The pustule-faced man blustered, spewing a cloud of alcohol-laden breath, indicating he had already consumed a fair amount prior to his arrival. Xing Ze finally glanced at him. The man's attire was far from respectable, and his discolored teeth suggested a penchant for smoking or chewing on something unsavory. His hands trembled slightly, a telltale sign of long-term alcoholism. Madame Rosmerta frowned and turned to Xing Ze again. The weather today is rather poor. I agree, Xing Ze replied, returning his gaze. Their exchange puzzled the pustule-faced man, who shouted, You damn yellow-skinned mongrel. It's clearly sunny outside, and you claim the weather is bad. Are you mad? His brain is not right, another henchman echoed. Unbeknownst to them, a wand had appeared in Madame Rosmerta's hand. She uttered a spell, and before the 3 men could react, they were swept out of the bar as if they were refused. The sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed outside, rousing a drunken patron in the corner, who mumbled something in his sleep. Apologies, we have seen many outsiders lately, all due to the plague. Xing Ze nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that it was of no concern. Then, a luminous orb appeared at the tip of Mrs. Rosmerta's wand. She tilted her chin and said, Follow the light. It will guide you. Xing Ze trailed the orb through the kitchen, past the pantry, until he arrived at a tightly shut wooden door. The orb melded into the door, which then emanated a glowing aura. The magical lock turned, and with a series of clicks, the door slowly creaked open. A sweet aroma of wine wafted towards him, leading Xing Ze to surmise that he had stumbled upon an underground wine cellar. He drew his wand and cast a Lumos charm, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Descending the stairs, his assumption proved correct. This was indeed a vast subterranean wine cellar, brimming with an assortment of barrels and bottled wines. Behind, several wooden racks. A radiant glow caught his attention. Continuing towards the light, he discovered a middle-aged man clad in a canvas apron, crouched on the ground with a notebook, diligently inspecting the bottom row of barrels. These are mead. Have you ever tried it, Xing Ze? The mead from the 3 broomsticks is quite renowned, the man suddenly spoke. Standing up, Xing Ze could now discern his physique and appearance. Thinning hair, a round face, small eyes, thick eyebrows, a slightly portly build, and not very tall, resembling one of those bustling salesmen. I recall nearly losing my life over the last drink. Xing Ze replied with a slight chuckle. Ah, the man laughed, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. That is precisely what perplexes me. Come along. Let us converse in a more suitable setting. The man briskly made his way deeper into the cellar, with Xing Ze closely following. How should I address you? He inquired. Anything will do. Names are merely codes to us. The man cheerfully responded. If you feel the need for formality, you may call me Mr. R. They traversed through rows of wine racks and soon reached the far end of the cellar, which had been transformed into a small office area. Mr. R raised his wand, and a luminous orb floated in the air. He placed his notebook on the desk and settled into a reclining chair. Make yourself comfortable, my friend. We have much to discuss. Xing Ze shared this sentiment, aware of the multitude of questions that demanded answers. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings before pulling up a chair to sit opposite Mr. R. I know you have many questions, but before we proceed, we must complete some necessary formalities, the man stated as he retrieved a box from the drawer. He softly incanted, causing 3 diamond-shaped crystals to soar towards Xing Ze. These are monitoring crystals, he explained. I presume you've encountered such devices with the Aura interrogators. Xing Ze nodded. They mentioned these can record sound and images, akin to a Muggle camera. Yet, I suspect these 3 crystals have more than just that capability. The crystals circled around him, from head to toe, in a continuous loop. You are quite astute, my friend, Mr. R commended. Regrettably, I cannot disclose their true purpose at this moment, but once you officially become a member of our organization, you shall learn all. So, this is an interview from the Department of Mysteries? Xing Ze inquired. Interview? Oh, you may view it as such, or perhaps as a diagnosis. Diagnosis? Xing Ze furrowed his brow. What happens if I fail? Mr. R replied with utmost seriousness. Regrettably, if you do not pass, we must erase you. Hearing this, Xing Ze's brow furrowed further as he reassured himself of the white willow wand hidden in his sleeve. It could swiftly slide into his grasp should he wish it. Do not be alarmed, young man. I was merely jesting, Mr. R remarked with that same salesman-like smile. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Did you bring Banson's wand? Unable to discern if the man was genuinely jesting, Xing Ze suppressed the impulse to cast a spell to escape and cooperatively produced the blackthorn wand with his other hand. He needed intelligence, any information concerning the train attack. May I see it? No. Just place it on the table, Mr. R instructed. The wand was set atop a stack of books, and Xing Ze noticed the topmost volume was titled The Key of Doors, its black leather cover adorned with a peculiar golden symbol. Chapter 27, Traps and Tricks. Mr. R waved his wand, sending a crystal to hover above the blackthorn wand, then stated, according to protocol, I need to ask you several questions. This process may be rather tedious. Would you care for something? Tea, coffee, or perhaps a drink? No, thank you. Very well then. First question, what is your name? Xing Ze hesitated, but quickly regained composure and lightly responded, is it truly necessary? Upon realizing Mr. R was not joking, he provided his name. You are not a resident of Great Britain. Correct. I was not before, am not now, and shall not be in the future. Mr. R took a sip from his cup, his false smile resembling that of a clown's mask. Patience, my friend. Those above take the process very seriously. Xing Ze remained silent. Let us proceed. Mr. R put down his cup. Does your magical lineage come from your mother? Yes. After a moment of reflection, Xing Ze added, my mother is a magical creature protector. My father is a Muggle contractor. After the incident, did they contact you? Or did you reach out to them? No, neither. You have sealed the news quite well. My mother likely remains unaware of my predicament. There is no need for her to know. I am perfectly fine, am I not? Wise decision, Mr. R remarked as the crystal hovering above the wand quivered slightly. He paused, aimed his wand at the crystal, and then closed his eyes. After about 10 seconds, he reopened them. His smile vanished, and he softly murmured, indeed, it is Banson's wand. It seems he has endorsed you. Then, he turned his gaze back to Xing Ze and asked, did you ever study Hogwarts? From 1978 to 1981, in Ravenclaw, Xing Ze patiently replied. You can find more detailed answers to these questions in my employment report. Unmoved, Mr. R noted that the two crystals swirling around Xing Ze also began to tremble slightly. He summoned them back, just as before, and directed his wand at the crystals. After a considerable time inspecting them, Mr. R returned them to Xing Ze. Along with the previous one, Xing Ze found it challenging to glean useful information from his impassive face. Tell me, my friend, the specifics of the incident, Mr. R inquired after a prolonged silence. Has a diagnosis passed? Xing Ze speculated. He recounted the accident in its entirety, omitting certain critical details such as his traversal and rebirth, the resplendent octahedron, and focusing solely on the facts. Lies rooted in truth are the hardest to unravel. To maintain an air of ease, he had practiced countless times, and combined with his deceit, Xing Ze felt he appeared entirely sincere. Yet, the moment of reprieve was short-lived as he sensed the peculiar behavior of the three crystals. They were siphoning memories from his mind. Initially astonished, he quickly scolded himself for being a fool. He should have anticipated that the Department of Mysteries was no different from the Death Eaters, willing to employ forbidden soul-reading spells on anyone to achieve their ends. The yearning for truth rendered him reckless and impulsive, leading him to commit such a rudimentary mistake. He resembled a feverish wild boar, foolishly charging into the traps set by his adversary. Just as he contemplated making a hasty exit, a strange force suddenly surged within his mind. Blue beak. Modify memories? Establish barriers? It felt as though someone had forcibly implanted these notions into his consciousness. Xing Ze promptly regained his composure, suppressing the panic within, and began to manipulate the peculiar energy to alter his memories, continuously supplying the modified recollections to the three crystals. So you fainted? And when you awoke, the creature had vanished? A noticeable change flickered across Mr. R's face. Even a blind person could perceive his utter disbelief in Xing Ze's account. Indeed, sir, Xing Ze replied as calmly as possible. The creature struck me into a snowbank, after which I lost consciousness. Had I not awakened to find my briefcase beside me, containing some healing potions, I doubt I would be seated here now. As for the creature, sir, I truly have no idea where it went. To be frank, I'd only been thinking of reaching the doctor as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously altering memories while grappling with Mr. R was indeed a formidable challenge. Mr. R rubbed his nose, flipping through a document on the table. Yet when the search and rescue team discovered you, you were quite lively. Oh, indeed. I owe that to the healing potions from St. Mungo's. Compared to the inferior products outside, their efficacy is remarkable, albeit somewhat pricey. I recall administering some to the train conductor as well. He is still alive, is he not? I trust he will express his gratitude, Mr. R replied with a knowing smile, unable to see through the facade that Xing Ze had donned. However, his instincts told him that this young man was concealing something. At that moment, he longed to employ the soul-reading spell to uncover the truth, reminiscing about the days when he could freely delve into others' minds rather than relying on the inept crystals from the Department of Magical Research. Despite the claims of the Magical Research Institute that these crystals could not only identify contamination but also subtly gather the target's memories, their effectiveness paled in comparison to the soul-reading spell of an auror. Thus, he was left to prolong the conversation, hoping the crystals would complete their task, a rather tedious endeavor. Regardless, your actions were remarkably courageous, my friend. On behalf of the Department of Mysteries, I express my gratitude. It is unfortunate that we cannot publicize this matter. Xing Ze's tone carried a sense of resignation. In such times, someone must step forward to take action. Mr. R proceeded to ask several unrelated questions, the erratic inquiries prompting Xing Ze to silently lament. Fortunately, the three crystals began to tremble again. Mr. R summoned the crystals back, taking considerable time to examine them one by one. Xing Ze observed the fluctuating expressions on his face, which even revealed hints of disappointment. After concluding his examination of the crystals, Mr. R wearily leaned back in his chair, appearing akin to a defeated rooster, his lips pressed tightly, eyes vacantly staring as if lost in thought. Xing Ze was not in a much better state, as the strange energy withdrew from his mind. A wave of weakness engulfed him, compelling him to subtly shift his posture to distribute most of his weight onto the chair. He was acutely aware that this was a symptom of overexerting his magical power. Soon, he would experience headaches, perspiration, and even tremors. He mustered all his concentration to maintain composure. Otherwise, he would betray himself. Chapter 28. Compensated Assistance. Mr. R resumed his seat only after the onset of Xing Ze's headache, by which time Xing Ze had already endured the most excruciating moments. Mr. R's gaze roamed over Xing Ze, likely searching for any signs of inconsistency. Alas, he found none. The young man before him appeared as though clad in armor, deflecting all his suspicions. He had to convince himself that this foreigner from the east might indeed be a virtuous and noble warrior, who selflessly saved an entire train of people. Perhaps that was precisely what Benson had seen in him. Mr. took a deep breath, regaining his usual demeanor. Well then, Xing Ze, the tedious formalities are complete. Let us converse about something of substance. Xing Ze sensed a notable shift in Mr. R's tone, which had become considerably more amicable. He understood he had passed the initial scrutiny, yet he still expressed surprise. So I have passed? No, not quite yet. However, at the very least, we can ascertain that you are not an enemy. Mr. R waved his wand, sending the 3 crystals to different positions, forming a comprehensive recording point. Finally, are we getting to the crux of the matter? Xing Ze silently exhaled, pondering how much valuable information he might acquire and how many of those insights could provide clues for his return to Earth. Before we commence our discussion, I must reintroduce myself, Mr. R stated, retrieving a notebook from the drawer. We are the Keyhole, a subsidiary of the Department of Mysteries. I dare say you have never heard of this name. As he spoke, he tossed the notebook to Xing Ze. Few are aware of our existence. Not even that Auror office director, Rufus Scrimgeour. Xing Ze noticed the black cover of the notebook, inscribed with the words "Key to the Door," accompanied by an odd emblem that resembled the book he had seen on the table earlier. Keep it safe, my friend, Mr. R advised. That is our repository. You may consult it for necessary information. I will provide you with the incantation to unlock it shortly. Are you recruiting me? Xing Ze inquired. Recruiting? Oh no. You were already part of it long ago. From the moment you agreed to monitor Dumbledore, you became one of us. But I knew nothing back then. Mr. R blinked and replied, our confidentiality protocols have always been impeccable. You must have heard tales about the locked rooms of the Department of Mysteries. Xing Ze nodded. Even members of the department were seldom aware of the purposes of those rooms, and the rumors surrounding them were countless, mostly serving as mere conversation fodder. That is our office. If you wish to enter, bring the notebook. The symbols inscribed within are the keys to the door. Xing Ze raised an eyebrow. Sir, I have yet to express my desire to join you. That is precisely the issue. Mr. R's face twitched slightly. We are not a volunteer organization where one can come and go as they please. Of course, if you insist on leaving, my friend. He aimed his wand at Xing Ze. For the safety of the organization, we would have no choice but to erase you from this world. So, this is conscription. Xing Ze scoffed. Do not be so pessimistic, Xing Ze. Look at your previous endeavors. Repairing glass, restoring sculptures, mending fountains. Do you truly wish to live your life in obscurity? At least glass, fountains, and sculptures won't cost me my life. Don't be foolish, my friend. Mr. R took a hefty sip from his cup, finding the young man insufferably arrogant. What did he expect? To negotiate terms with the Keyhole? Goodness. Did he not realize that a throng of high-ranking Aurors were clamoring to gain entry into the Department of Mysteries? Mr. R continued to persuade. Do you truly comprehend the implications of joining the Department of Mysteries? It signifies your access to profound arcane arts and the acquisition of more advanced magical prowess. Will my salary increase? Came the unexpected query. What did you say? Mr. R thought he had misheard. Such an inquiry was, of course, a given. Then I shall join. Xing Ze promptly replied. Like a raucous wildfowl whose throat had been seized, Mr. R felt a constriction in his chest, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Good heavens! This individual is utterly incomprehensible, he mused internally, realizing that the sole motivation for this young man was monetary gain. However, upon reflecting that this youth hailed from a backward eastern land, Mr. R quickly reconciled his thoughts. Greedy eastern wizards, indeed, they lacked vision and honor. Suppressing his disdain, he said, Very well, my friend, let us proceed. Xing Ze, naturally, did not miss the myriad expressions flitting across MRR's face, and he found amusement in it. If he had too readily acquiesced to the offer, it might have raised suspicions. Oftentimes, a transaction bearing a price is far more reassuring than a favor offered freely. Rather than being perceived as a paragon of virtue, it was preferable to be seen as a covetous sorcerer. Humanity is such that they relish exposing the flaws of others while remaining blind to their virtues. Yet, it was not sufficient. Mr. R was not one easily deceived, and Xing Ze understood that such a sudden shift would only deepen the other's skepticism. He needed to nudge himself further into the conversation, awaiting the opportune moment. Please, wait a moment, sir, he interjected politely. Why have you chosen me? It seemed he'd been asking this question repeatedly of late. Regarding that. Mr. R glanced down at the blackthorn wand. It was Bansun who recommended you. Bansun? Xing Ze rummaged through his memory for any information regarding Bansun Price. Confident he had no prior acquaintance with this individual. Noticing the confusion on Xing Ze's face, Mr. R patiently elaborated. He visited your country in his youth and was friends with your grandparents. What a small world. Xing Ze pondered this in silence. Furthermore, Mr. R attempted to grasp the blackthorn wand, but it sprang from his hand as if repelled. The wand would only truly bond with its master after enduring peril and adversity together. Once this bond was forged, the wand would become its owner's most faithful servant. Unless willingly bestowed by the original owner, it would reject any other. I see. Xing Ze nodded. Then Bansun is also a member of the Key Hall? Indeed, he is an exceptional keeper of secrets. When I was merely a novice, he was already in this position. So, our task is to surveil Dumbledore and Hogwarts. Akin to those peeping Toms? Ah, at least they have something to feast their eyes upon. We are merely observing an old man. Do not speak so harshly, my friend. This is but one aspect of our duties. MRR's wand twitched. A crystal before Xing Ze emitted a beam of light, akin to a projector in a cinema, casting several three-dimensional figures before him. Dun Eric, Com Cecil, and Bowman Lister. Xing Ze recognized the first three as related to the train attack incident. Upon seeing the fourth figure, he felt a familiar jolt. The black hair and hooked nose unmistakably belonged to Severus Snape. Chapter 29. The greedy sorcerer, Mr. R, noticed Xing Ze's reaction, but assumed the Easter man was merely startled by the sudden projection. He found amusement in witnessing the astonishment of those lacking experience. This somewhat alleviated his frustration at the inability to use the soul-reading charm at will. I trust you are familiar with these four. At the very least, you can recognize them. Xing Ze remained silent, contemplating how Snape had become entangled in this affair, as he had always been cautious according to the original texts and films. I shall take your silence as acquiescence. Mr. R continued, undeterred by the lack of response. In addition to surveilling Dumbledore and Hogwarts, we are also tasked with investigating anomalous events. Anomalous events? Xing Ze echoed in confusion. Indeed, the attack on the express train constitutes an anomalous event. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, sensing that Mr. R had no intention of elaborating on what constituted an anomalous event. He boldly conjectured, is it because of that creature? Ah, you are quite astute. MRR's tone darkened, but being too clever is not always advantageous. Do not presume too much, Xing Ze. Your clearance is insufficient, and it would be wise to tread carefully. He deliberately emphasized the last few words. Xing nodded obediently. Mr. R continued, we hope you will investigate this anomalous event. Me? Then who will surveil Dumbledore and Hogwarts? The two tasks are not mutually exclusive. Xing feigned reluctance, asking, well, you must at least tell me where to begin the investigation, right? Of course, that is precisely what we are about to discuss. Mr. R pointed his wand at Dun Eric. Intelligence indicates that this potion merchant is harboring an extremely dangerous item. As he spoke, the crystal's light flickered, and a new three-dimensional projection appeared in Dun Eric's hand. It was a white shard, palm-sized, its material indiscernible. Is the train attack related to this shard? That is precisely what you are to investigate. I presume you found no shards on Dun Eric's corpse. Mr. R shrugged, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had anticipated this. The situation was utterly perplexing. If the assailants had come for the shard, they could have simply taken it and left. Why go to the trouble of attacking the train? Moreover, that madman Cecil had incessantly shouted about a great existence and sacrifice. Xing Ze temporarily abandoned his deductions and shifted his gaze to the projection of Com Cecil. Who killed Cecil? Mr. R shook his head. The Aurors used a tracking spell at the site of his death, but to no avail. Someone erased all traces. What about the 4 passengers and the train staff? According to the latest reports, the surviving train staff have been cleared of suspicion, as has Bowman Lister. The crystal light twisted once more, and Bowman Lister's projection gradually faded. We questioned the students and ruled out his involvement. As for the 4 passengers, their current whereabouts remain unknown. However, we can ascertain the identity of one, Rico Albin, hailing from an illustrious Albin family. Xing Ze recalled the loquacious blonde poet, surprised to learn he had such a formidable backing. Memory indicated that while the Albin family was not among the Sacred 28, their status in the wizarding world had always been significant. Members of the Albin family were visible in both commerce and politics, despite their rarity in public view. Rumors suggested they were descendants of Kenneth Albin, the founding monarch of Scotland, though this claim had never been substantiated. We also sent people to the Albin estate, but they adamantly denied that the madman Rico was part of their family. To prove their innocence, the Albin patriarch even graciously used his wand to escort our people out. Thus, Xing Ze found the situation somewhat amusing. So far, you have no leads whatsoever. Not you, my friend, but us. You must understand, you are now one of us. Mr. R corrected. There ought to be some progress. There is a lead. Mr. shifted his gaze to the 4th individual, Severus Snape. who had aided Eric in evading the Aurors in Diagon Alley. Are they acquaintances? Not particularly. Eric regularly supplied Snape with potion ingredients while also procuring various potions for resale. To my knowledge, Mr. Snape is not a particularly amiable person. Mr. O remained silent. Xing Ze understood and sighed. This falls within the scope of my investigation. Does it not? As I mentioned earlier, my friend, these two matters are not mutually exclusive. Xing Ze's mind raced, and he blurted out, since Severus Snape is a suspect, then Dumbledore must be as well. Hush, Mr. O made a shushing gesture. Exercise caution, my friend. Some matters need not be articulated. It is just you and I here. That is uncertain. Mr. O glanced around, reminding himself that it is always prudent to be careful. We have arranged for an assistant for you. His name is John, codename Jay. You can seek his aid while investigating Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley? Indeed, in Nocturne Alley, 2 Aurors who were tracking Severus Snape have gone missing, one of whom was a Gold Sunday. I suggest you start there. The Gold Sun is a term for a senior Auror, embodying symbols of light and justice, with their original emblem being a torch, a symbol of Aurora, the goddess of dawn. However, after Eldritch Diggory introduced the Auror recruitment plan, it was changed to the sun. I understand. Xing Ze nodded, feeling it was time to push himself forward. However, I require funding. I believe that gold galleons will prove more useful in Nocturne Alley than the Auror emblem. Mr. displayed a look of disdain. This Oriental man always had money on his mind. I shall provide you with 200 galleons. Xing Ze shook his head in discontent. No, that is far too little. That is all I can spare. Surely you jest, sir. I just saved a train full of children. You ought to reward me. Mr. R's last shred of goodwill towards this foreigner was entirely eroded, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not misjudged him. This Oriental man was no virtuous hero. He was merely a foolish, greedy clown, a true reflection of himself hidden beneath heavy armor. The more Mr. pondered, the more exhilarated he became, even pouring himself another drink, finding it effortless to control such fools. Then it shall be 500 galleons. That is my utmost limit. Agreed. Xing Ze readily acquiesced, the glimmer of greed unmistakably evident on his face. Chapter 30. The Arrival of Others. It was not until the Oriental man exited the wine cellar that Mr. arose, summoning 3 crystals back into their box, which he handed off to the side. The light subtly twisted, and a cloaked wizard wearing a hood slowly materialized. The wizard's face was obscured by the hood. He extended his hand to receive the box. Mr. spoke, return this to headquarters, and be cautious. There is only one of this item in existence. The wizard silently nodded. What do you think of him, Mr. inquired of the figure beside him, the wine swirling in his glass, casting flickering shadows upon the wall. Do not trouble him, R, replied another individual who had mysteriously appeared at the opposite side of the table, holding a glass filled with golden-hued wine. You know he has taken a vow of silence. He cannot answer you. Mr. disregarded the newcomer and continued, I consider him a mere clown. I concur, the newly appeared wizard agreed. I cannot fathom what Benson saw in that fellow, to leave him his fortune. Money is trivial. The key lies in his research, and Mr. R lowered his voice. His research could aid us in better comprehending that world. M downed his drink, speaking with a sardonic tone. You remain as ruthless as ever, R. That Oriental man, huh? I wager he too will vanish in Nocturne Alley. That is your design, is it not? Once he is dead, Benson's research will be ours. I hope so. Mr. smirked, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. You should seek him out, M. There is no rush. Allow him a moment to process. I may indulge in another cup of mead. Upon exiting the 3 broomsticks, Xing Ze sought a place to meticulously organize the information he had acquired, while also requiring something to invigorate him. He walked along the main street. Madame Putafoot's tea shop lay at the opposite end of the village, necessitating a traverse across the entire village. The tracking skills of the 3 individuals were rather clumsy, and Xing Ze noticed them as he approached the fork leading to the Shrieking Shack. He calculated in his mind and turned into the path leading to the shack. Due to the rumors, this path would likely be devoid of people. Halfway through, 2 men leaped out, one blocking his retreat. The face of the pockmarked man bore a bruise, presumably from being thrown out of the pub earlier. He grinned, likely believing he had the upper hand. The moment the incantation was uttered, Xing Ze utilized disillusionment, evading 2 magical projectiles and a full-body bind curse. When he reappeared, he was behind the pockmarked man, clearly catching the others off guard. Xing Ze felled one with a stunning spell and then shielded himself with a protective charm against the magic of the other 2. The new wand was remarkably compatible with him, significantly enhancing his casting speed. The pockmarked man attempted to cast the full-body bind curse again, but he was a beat too slow. He was hit by a stunning spell and collapsed to the ground like a drunken fool. The last remaining wizard's spell missed Xing Ze, his aim faltering, striking a bush of forsythia by the roadside, petals of yellow fluttering through the air. Xing Ze dismissed his protective charm and stepped forward, observing the wizard's hand trembling violently, yet persistently aiming at him. It seemed the bounty offered by their employer was quite substantial. He mused, then whistled towards the sky. A raven descended, interrupting the wizard's spell with its wings and powerful beak. "Get away, you damn beast! Get away!" the man shouted, flailing his arms above his head. The farce must come to an end. Xing Ze cast a disarming charm, sending the wizard's wand flying aside. In despair, the man attempted to flee but stumbled, crashing to the ground. Xing Ze approached, lifting the fallen wizard. "Tell me, who sent you?" "I am." The wizard's face met with a slap. "Hey, take your time, mate. There aren't many people around. We have all the time in the world." Yes, a young man, short hair, quite tall. Be more specific." "I truly cannot remember." Was his hair flaxen? After a moment's thought, the man nodded vigorously. Yes, golden brown. "Barlow Folly." Xing Ze silently repeated the name to himself. He released his grip and landed a punch on the wizard, who immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, he extracted 10 gold galleons from the pocket of the acne-ridden assailant, along with 3 standard wands that had been seized from the attacker. He pondered whether, upon his return, the blue beak would be capable of absorbing the wands. The Madame Putafoot's tea house was bustling with patrons, primarily upper-year students, most of whom were paired off, their romantic entanglements untouched by the recent train incident. Xing Ze selected a seat by the window, ordered a strong tea, and instructed the staff to refrain from adding sugar. He then took out his notebook. The notebook containing the keys to the chamber had been cleverly concealed within his ring, along with Banson's wand. As he jotted down some pertinent information in his notes, the steaming cup of tea arrived, and he managed to organize some thoughts. Dun Eric had somehow come into possession of a white fragment, which the chamber had classified as a high-risk item and was actively pursuing. In a desperate bid, Eric sought assistance from Snape, who, typically cold-hearted, unexpectedly offered his aid by redirecting the Aurors chasing Dun to Nocturne Alley, allowing the potioneer to evade capture and board the express train. Reflecting on this, Xing Ze approached the front desk and requested a timetable for the express train, quickly scanning through it. The Hogwarts Express would make 5 stops in total, and considering the timing of Dun's demise, his likely destinations appear to be Ravensclaw Village and Hogsmeade. After thanking the staff, he returned to his seat, taking a sip of his strong tea as his mind began to race. If Eric's destination were Hogsmeade, then Snape must have arranged a meeting there, not necessarily with Snape himself, but perhaps with Dumbledore. Yet, what they had not anticipated was that the assault had left the train stranded in Old Ravensclaw Village. Should Cecil and his cohort's target have been the fragment rather than Harry Potter, or perhaps both, there was ample reason to impede the train's arrival. Many questions remained unanswered. What role had Dumbledore played in this incident? What precisely was that white fragment? And what about the creature in the blizzard? Xing Ze pressed his throbbing forehead and began to inscribe in his notebook. Dun Eric as plague on his wrist? For passengers? Nocturne Alley? Severus Snape? Upon lowering his pen and lifting his gaze, he caught sight of a slender man entering the tea house. In his 30s, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall. With dark skin and thick hair, he approached. As he drew nearer, Xing Ze noticed the man had a slight overbite, reminiscent of a rabbit. "I am Maxim, the estate administrator from Gringotts," he said politely, removing his hat and bowing. "You must be Mr. Xing Ze." Chapter 31. Simply a matter of deduction. Once seated, Maxim ordered a cup of Indian black tea and proved to be quite the conversationalist. After the initial introductions, he seamlessly transitioned to discussing the weather and Hogsmeade, offering his insights on current affairs. It was only when the cup of tea adorned with lemon slices arrived that he remembered the purpose of his visit. "Please forgive me, sir," he said with a note of contrition. "Let us discuss business." He continued, "Mr. Banson Price has bequeathed his entire estate to you, so I require your signature on some documents." Xing Ze realized that this topic would extend for quite some time, prompting him to summon the staff for a refill of his tea. "What a delightful surprise," he remarked. I had never met Mr. Price before." "Haha, sir. They say every person is fortunate at least once in their lifetime," Maxim replied with a smile. "Perhaps your fortune has arrived." "Perhaps," Xing Ze mused. "What exactly has Mr. Price left for me?" "Oh, it is evident that you are a forthright individual," Maxim said, placing his teacup down and retrieving a wax-sealed document from his hat. He cleared his throat and read softly. "A minor share in Comet Trading Company, valued at 3,000 galleons, yielding a monthly profit of 27 galleons. An old house located in Hogsmeade, and a deposit of 1,000 galleons. That sounds substantial. Where do I sign?" Sir, would you prefer to sign here?" Xing Ze shrugged in response, Do you have a more suitable venue in mind, Mr. Maxim? I assumed you might want to inspect the house before signing. I can accompany you. It is not far from here. Xing Ze tucked his notebook back into his ring and lifted his cup for a sip, remaining silent as he regarded the man across from him with a smile. After a brief and awkward silence, Maxim broke the ice. What do you think, sir? Of course. If you insist on going alone, I can provide you with the key. At least once in a lifetime, one is said to be fortunate. Isn't that right, Mr. Maxim? Indeed, sir, that is what they say. Xing Ze's smile broadened. Perhaps my luck has already been spent, and I do not believe I will be fortunate a second time. Maxim's lips twitched slightly, uncertain how to respond, but fortunately, the young man did not seem inclined to prompt him further. You are not truly the estate administrator of Gringotts, are you? Oh no, that cannot be. You require an identity to disguise your true purpose, Xing Ze observed with interest, noting the man's expression, which, aside from a confident yet somewhat mocking smile, showed no signs of change. Ahaha, you certainly have a way with words, sir, Maxim chuckled, placing the document back into his hat. Indeed, I have another occupation drafting wills for a nominal fee. As you know, being a wizard incurs considerable daily expenses. I have engaged in an extensive conversation with someone today. Sir, Xing Ze said, as his wand slipped into his palm from his sleeve. Perhaps we should speak candidly. Otherwise, I may have to ask you to leave. The man's demeanor shifted, a frown creasing his brow as he glanced around, seemingly contemplating his next move. Xing Ze noticed a clumsy boy darting past the front desk, nearly colliding with a staff member. Near the entrance, two girls whispered to each other, their gazes occasionally drifting toward a handsome boy nearby. A couple in the corner exchanged flirtations, while two young men leaned against the fireplace, eyeing potential romantic interests. Madame Pudafut was earnestly brewing a cup of floral tea. Then, a voice jolted Xing Ze from his thoughts. Where did I reveal my hand? Maxim asked in a low tone, appearing less rabbit-like when not smiling. Golden Bell and Blueberry. What? There are petals of Golden Bell caught on your trousers and traces of blueberry juice on your shoes. Maxim glanced down at his legs, where several yellow petals were indeed snagged on his left leg. He furrowed his brow and raised his right foot, confirming the remnants of crushed blueberries stuck to the sole. And so what? He still seemed to struggle with accepting that the young man could question his identity based solely on these observations. Xing Ze tapped his fingers lightly against the table. Golden Bell is not commonly found in Hogmeade, to my knowledge. It only grows along the path leading to the Shrieking Shack. I just dealt with 3 ruffians there before traversing the overgrown fields to this tea house. Along the way, I passed by the feather quill shop where the blueberries planted behind the store have ripened. I suspect they're intended for crafting magical blueberry ink. Like you, I too have trodden upon the fallen blueberries scattered across the ground. What a remarkable coincidence, Mr. Maxim, do you not think? The rhythm of his fingers began to wane, and the expression on Maxim's face gradually stiffened. Yet, I refuse to believe in mere coincidence, and I am certainly skeptical of the notion that fortune falls from the heavens. Sir, the honey mead from the 3 broomsticks is renowned, possessing a distinctive aroma. Though subtle, I can still perceive it emanating from you. Xing Ze squinted and pondered. But I did not see you upon my entrance, and in my hurried exit, I paid no heed. Perhaps you were seated near the fireplace, where the shadows could sufficiently conceal your form. Was he not merely a greedy, inferior Eastern wizard? Maxim forced word from his parched throat. Marvelous, sir, simply marvelous. Who would have thought I would succumb to honey mead, blueberries, and forsythia? I could discern little admiration in his tone, especially given that your hands still clutched a cup rather than a wand. Xing Ze turned his face slightly, casting a sidelong glance back. Those 2 men, correct? The 2 gentlemen seated in the corner by the back door. How did you deduce that? Pray, sir, Xing Ze arched an eyebrow. 2 middle-aged men frequenting a tea house instead of a tavern? You do put them in a difficult position. Maxim raised his cup to sip, his voice low. I have little fondness for those overly clever, though some do appreciate such wit. Young man, they wish to meet you. No, do not use apparition. To be precise, they can provide you with information. What information? What Mr. has not disclosed to you. Xing Ze acted swiftly, his wand halting before the man's eyes, though he failed to conjure any magic. It was a magical artifact. Maxim's hat automatically cast a stasis charm, suspending his magical power within the wand. How many times can you perform this trick? Only once. Maxim brushed aside the wand before him. Put away your wand, young man. You will frighten the patrons of this establishment. I harbor no ill intent, merely delivering an invitation. Xing Ze lowered his wand, but did not stow it away. Sneering. For whom? For the church. Chapter 32. Endless Trials. I had always believed that wizards and the church were at odds. Xing Ze walked alongside Maxim, while the 2 sullen middle-aged men trailed a short distance behind. Perpetually at odds, Maxim replied. Do not misconstrue. I merely collaborate with them temporarily, a mutual benefit. For money? Maxim shot a glance at Xing Ze. Certainly not. Are you not concerned that I might inform Mr. R? Huh, young man, if that were the case, you would not be following me. Furthermore, allow me to share a little secret. The Keyhole will reward you with 1,000 galleons as a token of their gratitude for the train incident. Fascinating, but only 500 galleons made their way to me. It could have been even less. Indeed, therein lies the issue. R is not a man of foresight. He is cunning and intelligent, yet equally arrogant and haughty. He scorns half-blood wizards and looks down upon foreigners. So, you allied yourself with the church merely because you did not meet your superior standards? I did not ally myself with the church, young man. I believe I have made myself quite clear. I occasionally do work for them, providing tidbits of information, yet I am not one of their own. Despite R's myriad faults, he is still preferable to the church. What is your code name? Maxim. Xing Ze slowed his pace as they reached the end of the cobblestone street, where it gave way to a pitted dirt road. That is rather easy to guess, is it not? Maxim M. And yours, young man? Oh, I almost forgot. It is B, for you have inherited Benson's code name. The two continued on for a while, and Xing Ze resumed. I must say, you are quite audacious, Maxim. Mr. R spies may well be lurking nearby, watching our every move. The man blinked and chuckled. Come now, young man. We are merely going to inspect the house left to you by Benson. That dilapidated building lay amidst the wilderness. It was 2 stories tall, constructed of a mix of brick and wood. Maxim unlocked the front door with a brass key. The interior bore little dust, suggesting it had been kept clean over time. They traversed the hallway, passed through the kitchen, and entered a less-than-bright living room. Several figures clad in monks' robes scrutinized them. Xing Ze had anticipated they might confiscate his wand, but they did not. Follow me, one of the monks instructed Xing Ze. Only you. Maxim's countenance darkened as he protested. Hey, I must accompany him. No, the monk resolutely denied him, insisting it was a matter for just one. I believe you have made a mistake, my friend. I am acquainted with your Archbishop Andrew. The other monks in the room slowly approached him, and Maxim's voice dwindled as he finally waved his hand in resignation. Very well, I shall wait here. He caught a glimpse of Xing Ze casting a look of pity his way, and Maxim returned the gesture with a smile, inwardly cursing this Eastern wizard. Under the stern guidance of the humorless monk, Xing Ze arrived at a study on the first floor, modestly sized yet exceptionally tidy. The room contained a large sofa, a straight-backed wooden chair, and an armchair. By the window stood a small maple writing desk, and the floor was laid with patchwork linoleum. An elderly man clad in a white clerical robe sat in the straight-backed chair, positioned behind the desk. He appeared to be around 60 years of age, with graying hair and a slight paunch, though not overweight. Welcome, child, he said, his voice gentle, like a father's whisper. Please sit. To his left stood a much younger priest, a tall figure with arching eyebrows as dark as ink, quite striking. He pressed his lips tightly, his deep brown eyes roving over Xing Ze in search of some hidden truth. Taking a deep breath, Xing Ze settled into the armchair, awaiting the other's words. You may call me Andrew, or Archbishop, or Father, the man behind the desk began. This is Bishop Jacob, do not mind him. His eager gaze was hard to overlook. Archbishop Andrew waved his hand, and Jacob promptly retracted his gaze, bowing respectfully. Forgive me, child. It is his professional habit. Our time is limited. So let us get straight to the point. How much has the Keyhole disclosed to you? Xing Ze hesitated, furrowing his brow, ultimately opting not to respond. Andrew recognized that his question was too direct, offering a slight smile as he shifted to another query. What do you know about Diggle Village? I thought I was merely here to listen, Xing Ze retorted, his sarcasm evident. Had it not been for Maxim's assurance that the church could provide valuable information, he likely would not have come. Be patient, child. You will come to understand that what I inquire about is precisely what you seek. The cryptic words from Andrew irked Xing Ze, yet after a moment's reflection, he replied, I only know that it is the source of the plague. As reported in the Prophet, Diggle, a remote village in Wales, was even absent from the map. Why do you bring up this place? Xing Ze felt a flicker of confusion. So do I, Andre shrugged helplessly, remarking that had it not been for this plague, he might have never discovered that place in his lifetime. Do the people there not believe in faith? As far as I know, there are no priests in that vicinity. Andre turned his head to glance at his companion beside him. No, Jacob answered succinctly yet emphatically. Andre nodded and inquired, what do you know about curses, child? I've merely come across some popular science regarding the curse of the pharaohs. That suffices, the old priest declared, straightening his back with satisfaction. What I must tell you, child, is that the plague emanating from Diggle Village is indeed a curse, and it carries contagion. Xing Ze pondered stealthily the credibility of the old priest's words. A curse is a complex and potent form of dark magic, requiring not only a prolonged supply of magical energy, but also an exact target. A curse that spreads like a plague, he mused, aside from the target being all of humanity. The sheer magnitude of magical energy required to sustain such a curse is beyond imagination. It is known that the reason the pharaoh's curse endures to this day is that the pyramid itself serves as a colossal gathering point for magical energy. Not to mention, the pharaoh would employ a vast number of living sacrifices prior to burial. However, just because one has not witnessed something does not mean it does not exist. This is a world of magic where anything is possible. What is it that you seek from me? Xing Ze queried, aware that it was implausible for them to divulge such significant information without cause. You are astute, child, Andre complimented. But you have misunderstood one thing. It is not what we desire, but rather what you can offer us. Is this some form of verbal trickery? Xing Ze exhaled. I don't even know what you want. How can I possibly know what I can provide? Andre smiled calmly, opening a small wooden box beside him, revealing a syringe and a vial of black liquid. It is simple. All you need to do is accept the test. Chapter 33, Another World. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, gazing at the vial of black liquid, lamenting internally why it had to involve yet another test. He jested, I presume that substance is not meant for drinking. You possess a fine sense of humor, child, the bishop remarked as he rose from his seat, approaching Xing Ze with the wooden box. This is the blood of a saint, capable of determining whether you have been infected. Infected by what? Xing Ze frowned, but he quickly grasped the implication. Was it that monster? I cannot disclose more until I ascertain whether you are infected. The bishop placed the box on the armrest of Xing Ze's chair. What if I were to claim that I just passed the test in the keyhole? Would that suffice? No. His deep voice tinged with a hint of anger. We do not trust sorcerers. Andre waved his hand once more. I can see your doubts, but I swear to God. The blood of saints holds no effect on ordinary individuals. If you remain uneasy, child, I can administer the injection first. And if I am contaminated? Xing Ze inquired. What will be the consequence? It will react with the foreign substance within you. Depending on the level of contamination, you may either mutate or die instantly. Consider this, child. We will not compel you to undergo the test, but I do recommend you do so. If the contamination is not severe, there might still be a chance for salvation. After much contemplation, Xing Ze made his decision. He agreed to the test, but insisted that the bishop, along with Jacob and Maxim, be injected first. Jacob readily acquiesced, while Maxim proved more obstinate, engaging in a negotiation with Bishop Andre. Eventually, a consensus was reached, though the specifics of the agreement eluded Xing Ze's ears. The three received the blood of saints, and after 10 minutes of no adverse effects, Xing Ze finally allowed the two clerics to inject him with the black liquid. How long until it takes effect? At the earliest, 5 minutes, Bishop Andre instructed the two clerics to stand guard beside Xing Ze. At the latest, half an hour. So, I merely need to endure for half an hour? In theory, yes. Then why not enlighten me about that monster and its nature? After all, I will be undergoing the test, and you must divulge. If I fail, Xing Ze glanced at the weapons in the cleric's hands, then you would have to kill me. We do not take lives indiscriminately. Child, the bishop crossed himself, but your reasoning holds merit. Allow me to contemplate where to begin. As simply as possible, Bishop. My comprehension is not particularly deep. Andre returned to his seat, requesting that Maxim be excused, then spoke gravely. That monster does not belong to our world. It hails from another plane. Having been influenced by modern cinema and the internet, Xing Ze swiftly grasped the bishop's meaning. The outer world and the inner world? He murmured. A flicker of light ignited in Andre's eyes. You could interpret it that way, but we prefer to refer to that realm as the dreamland. Dreamland? Are those monsters related to human dreams? At present, it remains unclear. Our knowledge is scant. We have only stumbled upon fragmented information within some dreadful, forbidden tomes. That monster, it can influence the human mind. I witnessed its effects on train passengers. Indeed, those terrifying entities can taint the minds of living beings. Prolonged exposure yields only two outcomes. Bishop Andre paused, the initial 5 minutes having elapsed. He squinted, scrutinizing Xing Ze, but soon withdrew his piercing gaze to continue. One outcome is succumbing to madness. The other is transforming into a malevolent creature akin to them. This is the contamination and mutation you are concerned about. Yes, child. Any individual who comes into contact with an aberrant entity will be tainted, whether mentally or physically. They infiltrate every facet of existence until your consciousness collapses. I believe you understand this sensation better than I. Xing Ze recalled the grotesque creature glimpsed through the snowstorm. the contorted remains of Benson, and the conductor sent to St. Mungo's. Even in the warmth of the indoors, he still felt that nameless chill. I am curious, child. How did you endure? Typically, few can withstand such prolonged and close contact with an aberrant entity. I cannot fathom it either. Perhaps it is the favor of the gods. Xing Ze exhaled deeply. Can mutation be cured? It depends on the level of contamination. Usually, it is challenging, though some have succeeded. Benson Price is a prime example. You should know him, yes? Indeed, I do. Did he experience something prior? In the Seven River Valley, during an incident that claimed 11 lives, he was the sole survivor. Everyone believed he would go mad, yet he did not. After treatment, he made a remarkable recovery. It appears both the church and the Keyhole are combating the monsters of the dreamland, distrusting one another, yet forced to cooperate. Xing Ze mused internally. But perhaps this is not an ill fate for me. I might be able to leverage this. I surmise they tasked you with investigating that white shard? I assumed you were all aware. Bishop Andre chuckled, shaking his head. Mark, he is too greedy. His demands have become excessive. What is important is what you can provide us. Xing Ze finally grasped the meaning of the statement. So, you desire a new source of intelligence? Indeed, my child. However, this is contingent upon your successful completion of the test. Xing Ze remained silent, weighing the pros and cons, standing before a metaphorical crossroads marked by the church, the Ministry of Keys, and Dumbledore. As if perceiving Xing Ze's inner turmoil, Archbishop Andre spoke calmly. There is no need to provide me with an answer right now. You have time to contemplate, but do try not to take too long. Before that, we shall furnish you with some essential information to aid your investigation. Consider it a gift from the church. The old fox, Xing Ze scoffed inwardly. The church's representatives were astute. They understood that his current standing and rank were far too low to yield any valuable information, hence their support of him. It was a sound investment. Should he fail, they could easily discard their pawn, but if he succeeded, they would gain an additional source of intelligence. Xing Ze could feel the blood of the saints coursing through his veins, and upon touching his arm, where the blue beak had once latched on, a faint burning sensation arose. He began to feel fortunate that he had not brought the blue beak with him. What is the origin of that white shard? He inquired, hoping to divert the Archbishop's attention. According to our investigations, Andre replied in a hushed tone, the shard originates from an ancient statue. No one knows where that statue came from. The last time it brought plague, the local government destroyed it. However, that was 70 years ago, and we cannot find any relevant records or reports in official documents. The existing information comes solely from folklore and the words of the elderly in Diggle Village, making it difficult to discern the truth. How did you ascertain that the shard came from a statue? And how do you know that those shards carry a curse? Andre produced 2 items from his chest, which Jacob promptly received and then handed to Xing Ze. One was a photograph depicting several shards forming an incomplete statue, while the other was a simple sketch on parchment that had long since yellowed, illustrating a peculiar statue. The statue in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to the one in the drawing. Upon seeing the sketch, Xing Ze felt an unmistakable discomfort, a visceral aversion. This sketch was discovered in the local library, the Archbishop explained, and it took us considerable time to find. Xing Ze face register de surprise. He had not anticipated that such a remote village would possess a library. I share your astonishment, my child, Andre continued, when we first learned of the library's existence. We assumed it was merely the name of tavern. As for those shards, they were confiscated by the Ministry of Keys, the Ministry of Magic, and the United Kingdom government from various locations across the country. Are you implying that someone intends to scatter the statues, shards nationwide? Archbishop Andre nodded helplessly. It appears so. From our analysis of the confiscated shards and the infected individuals, it is evident that the shards are imbued with a potent curse. Prolonged contact leads to the emergence of pustules. It begins as a small spot, but gradually expands until the entire body is covered. The cursed individuals become delirious, suffer from fever, and exhibit symptoms of delirium. Strangely, they do not experience pain. Rather, they feel a sense of euphoria and contentment, even in death. Xing Ze began to understand the origin of the pustules on Eric's hands. He returned the items to Jacob, who hesitated before accepting them, first glancing at his watch. Upon realizing 10 minutes had elapsed, Jacob urged Xing Ze to roll up his sleeve, examining the site where the saint's blood had been injected for any abnormalities before finally accepting the objects. How did that potion merchant, Dun Eric, come into possession of the shards? Through an underground trading network. Eric is also an antique collector. From our captures of shard bearers, they're almost exclusively antique collectors, a mix of ordinary people and wizards alike. Therefore, we speculate that the shards are disseminated through underground auctions. Xing Ze pondered for a moment before asking, Do you have a way to get me into Diggle Village? Unless absolutely necessary. The Archbishop replied, that area has been thoroughly upturned by the Ministry of Magic, the Ministry of Keys, and the local government. Yet the clues we can find are scarce. I do not recommend you waste your time there. Progress had been made. Yet more enigmas emerged. Xing Ze discreetly noted the valuable information before posing additional questions, some of which were answered, while others remained elusive. A half-hour swiftly passed, and the two archbishops approached Xing Ze. After conducting a thorough examination, they confirmed that he had not been contaminated. Please consider our proposal, child. It is for the greater good. Before departing, Archbishop Andre grasped Xing Ze's hand firmly, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. Xing Ze merely replied that he would think it over, still withholding a definitive answer. They exited through the back door, greeted by Barrowflea and Alicia Fick. Unless aided by a wizard, ordinary individuals found it challenging to enter or exit Hogsmeade, let alone members of the church. Maxim was the last to leave, casually retrieving a bottle of Scotch whiskey from the living room cabinet. He poured himself a modest amount before inquiring if Xing Ze would like a drink. No, I wish to remain clear-headed, Xing Ze replied, waving off the house elf that offered him a cup. What a pity, Banson's taste has always been exquisite, Maxim said languidly, settling onto the sofa. What do they discuss with you, Xing Ze? Do you genuinely wish to know? Maxim shrugged, offering no response, instead steering the conversation towards the inheritance. Now, let us sign the documents, Xing Ze. I need to return and report. Why did he leave all his inheritance to me? Who knows? His thoughts have always been peculiar. He never married, had no children, and most of his relatives have passed away, leaving only a nephew. That unfortunate soul joined the Death Eaters in his youth, and Banson personally sent him to Azkaban. When is his funeral? Xing Ze inquired as he settled into an armchair. I forgot to ask Mr. R. Maxim replied with a teasing smile. Even if you had, he wouldn't tell you. Your rank is too low. You're not permitted to attend his funeral. Damn. Xing Ze cursed under his breath. Maxim finished his drink, placed the documents on the coffee table, and announced, I must take my leave, Xing Ze. Please sign the papers and don't overthink it. Sitting upright, Xing Ze picked up the documents to review them. Maxim waited patiently until Xing Ze finished signing before asking, There's a question that has troubled me for quite some time. What is it? Who tests for poison with a yellow symbol before drinking? Xing Ze, it's rather peculiar. Individuals like me, living in your country, it never hurts to be cautious. Maxim reflected on Xing Ze's words, laughed, and nodded. I concur with that sentiment. After bidding farewell to Maxim, Xing Ze found himself alone in the living room, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. It reminded him of the very first case he had taken on. It had involved a girl who had been missing for 3 months. When her father approached him, he offered a handsome sum. Thus, he conducted a thorough investigation over the course of nearly half a month, only to ultimately recover her head. The rest had likely ended up in the stomach of the perpetrator. He spent an entire month retching. The mere sight of meat would provoke his nausea. Subsequently, he sporadically consulted a psychologist for half a year, with the cost of treatment amounting to 3 times his earnings. Occasionally, he would reminisce about that girl, long-haired, large-eyed, not conventionally beautiful, but undeniably delicate. She had passed away at the tender age of 22, just as she was preparing to venture northward in search of a better job. May I bring you a cup of tea, young master? An elderly voice resonated behind Xing Ze. Turning, he beheld the aged house elf. Rising from the sofa, Xing Ze acknowledged that he had inherited all of Benson's possessions, which naturally included the house elf. What is your name? He inquired. Pokey, bestowed by Master Price. The elf replied, I presume you have heard the unfortunate news about him. Pokey lowered his head, taking a considerable time before responding. Yes, I have heard. He died a glorious death. Xing Ze consoled him, just like a dragon-slaying warrior. Indeed, he always was. The elf's eyes brightened as he murmured, I am sorry, Pokey, but I must return to school. Xing Ze stood up from the sofa. Please take care of this. That is my duty, young master, Pokey replied, bowing respectfully. Suddenly, an idea struck Xing Ze, and he asked Pokey, Oh, by the way, do you have any money? Enough to buy food? There are still supplies at home. Enough to last for a while. Xing Ze retrieved 10 galleons from his pocket and handed them all to the house elf. Take this. I likely want to be back for some time. No, this is unacceptable. Pokey recoiled in alarm. Elf should not accept payment. Chapter 35. Enlisting Dumbledore's Aid. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to regard Pokey. From the perspective of the wizarding world, these elves were akin to slaves, possessing almost no rights. Yet, for a transmigrator from modern Earth, such a notion felt disquieting. However, he had no time to ponder these matters and hastily concocted an excuse. Part of it is for your meals, and part for repairs to the house. Repairs to the house. I can perform a few simple spells, young master. It is unnecessary. That's settled then. I have no time to debate this with you, Pokey. With that, Xing Ze cast a disillusionment charm and vanished from sight. On his way back to the church, Archbishop Andrew pondered in the carriage. Sensing that Jacob, beside him, had something to say, not allowing the other to wait long, he permitted, "Speak, Jacob. There's no need to keep it bottled up." "No one," Jacob spoke in a low voice, "can confront the malevolent without being tainted. That wizard is peculiar. Yet, the blood of saints showed no reaction, as you witnessed. Jacob, he may have manipulated the circumstances. This has occurred before. Or perhaps he is immune to it." Archbishop Andrew rubbed his hands together. "Do you not believe in the Blessed Virgin?" "You know that is not my meaning." Jacob's tone softened. "Why have we chosen him as a source of information? The Ministry of Magic is never short of greedy wizards. But we lack one who can survive and remain unscathed in the face of malevolence. Should that wizard possess the same resistance as the Virgin, we cannot allow him to fall into the hands of wizards." Jacob's brow furrowed, resolutely denying, "That is impossible." "Nothing is impossible, Jacob." Andrew waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to squander time on the subject. "If I am wrong, it is merely the loss of a pawn. If I am right, it could alter the current landscape. And if you are right, Archbishop, how can you be certain you can control him?" "Everything can be controlled, Jacob. Everything." Andrew's gaze drifted to the window, where a dilapidated castle loomed atop the hill, evoking a sense of the unattainable. Upon returning to school, Xing Ze encountered members of the church and the Ministry of Magic departing the premises. Professor McGonagall stood atop a grassy knoll in the courtyard, her demeanor bright and cheerful as she magically ushered the clergy's belongings out the door, her face radiating uncontainable joy. "Oh, Xing Ze," she called from the slope. "Dumbledore is looking for you. He should be in the headmaster's office now." "Very well, Professor, I shall go at once," Xing Ze replied, promptly making his way toward the headmaster's office. The school was bustling with activity, and it took him some time to reach the office. Dumbledore was bent over his desk, organizing his speech for the upcoming opening ceremony, pointing out the section that referenced the train accident and asking Xing Ze to assist in reviewing it. "Headmaster, are you certain you want to thank Mr. Price during the opening ceremony?" Xing Ze returned the speech to Dumbledore. "Why not? We simply have differing positions." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. "His actions are commendable. The children should learn from his noble character rather than being forced to take sides from an early age." "But the Sorting Hat," Xing Ze hesitated, recalling that, indeed, not every Gryffindor was brave, nor every Slytherin malevolent. Dumbledore smiled. "The Sorting Hat obeys human nature, but it is not absolute. I acknowledge that Hogwarts has some unreasonable institutions, but those institutions have persisted for a century for a reason." "Perhaps," Xing Ze conceded. "I am not particularly clever, thus I seldom contemplate these matters. May I ask you a few questions, Headmaster?" "Oh, certainly, my boy, as long as I can provide answers." "Do you understand dreams?" Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, retorting, "Are you referring to that?" "You know precisely what I mean, Headmaster." The old wizard gently clapped his hands, summoning an exquisite teacup that appeared before Xing Ze. "Would you care for a cup of tea?" Xing Ze nodded. "Green tea will be splendid. Just so happens I have some." A steaming teapot soared from the fireplace, pouring a rich green tea into Xing Ze's cup. "Not much is known, my boy." Dumbledore poured himself a bit of tea as well. "That is an insurmountable forbidden realm, one only the most deranged dark wizards would dare to touch." "Does no one else at the school besides you know?" No, dreams are not secret. Any wizard encounters them to some extent, which is why the church has persistently sought to eradicate us. However, only a handful of wizards grasp the true significance of dreams. Professor McGonagall, the heads of the houses?" Xing Ze stifled the urge to mention Snape. "Oh no." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "They know little, but are well aware of the dangers of dreams." "Then do you know Duneric?" "I do," Dumbledore replied without hesitation. Xing Ze raised an eyebrow and continued. "Did you arrange to meet with him?" "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded. "We agreed to meet at the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade. He sought my assistance and brought along something ominous related to the plague. I trust the Department of Mysterious Affairs has informed you of everything." "Those scoundrels are hardly so benevolent," Xing Ze inwardly cursed. "If only I had known. I should have sought him out personally." "Why not?" "The Ministry of Magic and the school board have recently been reluctant to allow me to leave Hogwarts. It is likely due to the pandemic that the Ministry of Magic is overwhelmed with tasks, and at this moment, they wish for me to remain compliant." After reflecting on this, Xing Ze offered a wry smile and remarked, "Thus, they require someone to keep an eye on you, and that person is me." To this, Dumbledore remained silent. After a brief pause, Xing Ze inquired, "Can I trust you, Headmaster?" "I do not comprehend your meaning, Mr. Xing Ze," Dumbledore replied, stroking his beard. You can certainly trust me. Taking a deep breath, Xing Ze felt reassured by the presence of the Bluebeak. He no longer feared others prying into his memories and intended to speak candidly with Dumbledore. You are aware of the existence of dreams, Headmaster, and you know that the monsters emerging from those dreams can taint both the mind and body, yet you still allowed me into the school, even when I had not undergone any tests or diagnostics. This is the only aspect I cannot fathom, but I believe I understand now. Pray, enlighten me, Xing Ze. Dumbledore said with keen interest. It pertains to the church. When I returned, I happened to witness those monks lifting the enchantments, which I surmise were intended to monitor the tainted individuals, hence your lack of further inquiries into my situation. Moreover, you are aware that the Keyhole will soon conduct a thorough examination of me, yet they will not disclose the results to you. However, you have always been a suspicious individual, particularly regarding matters concerning the school, necessitating absolute confirmation. Continue, Xing Ze. Please do not hesitate, Dumbledore encouraged. Xing Ze took a sip of tea and continued. Coincidentally, the church also wished to see me, so you reached an agreement with them, which is why they appeared in Hogsmeade. This way, even without venturing into Hogwarts, you could acquire the necessary information. You flatter me too much, Xing Ze, Dumbledore replied calmly. If I were that astute, I would not be fretting over tomorrow's lecture. So, do you trust me, Headmaster? Xing Ze asked earnestly. Regardless of what Dumbledore might be secretly orchestrating, Xing Ze never doubted that he had his own agenda. Chapter 36, The Opening Ceremony. Due to their differing positions, a chasm of trust existed between the two. Perhaps in Dumbledore's youth, this divide seemed insignificant, but times had changed. He now bore a multitude of secrets, with the entirety of Hogwarts resting upon his shoulders. Regardless, Xing Ze yearned to attempt bridging this gap. He needed a powerful and trustworthy ally, as well as someone who could offer him counsel. The aged wizard pondered profoundly for quite some time, and only after Xing Ze finished his small cup of green tea did he speak. I beg your pardon, Xing Ze, it was never my intention to do so. The matters concerning the school are paramount. Were I in your position, I would act similarly. Xing Ze shrugged. It is of little consequence. You need not feel remorse. Your noble character is truly admirable, Dumbledore said sincerely. I have never doubted your integrity, Xing Ze. Few are willing to sacrifice themselves to save others, and indeed, one such person stands before me now. Yet, I discern another, Xing Ze thought to himself. I am not a paragon of virtue, Headmaster, nor am I the hero of your lecture. I have committed many reprehensible acts, yet I seldom regret them. It appears I must revise my lecture, Dumbledore quipped, winking as he produced a small vial of potion from his sleeve and handed it to Xing Ze. This is a concoction I prepared in collaboration with Professor Snape. It can temporarily suppress the curse of the fragment. Its efficacy may not rival that of the Magical Research Institute, but it will suffice in an emergency. They should not have assigned you such a perilous task. Indeed, they ought not to, Xing Ze mused internally, just before he exited the headmaster's office. Dumbledore expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Xing Ze, regarding Snape, but he chose not to elaborate further. Xing Ze nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly departed the office. He opted against dining in the Great Hall, instead sending for a house elf to deliver his meal to his dormitory. As there were too many clues to organize and time was perpetually insufficient. The church desires me alive. The Keyhole wishes for my demise. Ah no, mister. Or seeks my death. Xing Ze stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering what they wished to extract from him. The legacy of Banson, perhaps. As Xing Ze contemplated, a black cat ascended his leg and nimbly leapt onto the table. Do not be mischievous, Bluebeak. I am in deep thought, he remarked with mild annoyance. He was uncertain when Bluebeak had devoured the black cat. Perhaps it had occurred when the church infused him with the blood of saints, which had somewhat affected him, severing the connection between him and Bluebeak. Fortunately, this disconnection was not permanent. After half an hour, their bond was restored. The black cat lounged on the table, licking the remnants of food, while Xing Ze gently scratched its head, recalling the 3 standard wands. He withdrew a wand from his brass ring, instantly captivating Bluebeak's attention. Upon receiving Xing Ze's permission, Bluebeak transformed into black mud and consumed the 3 wands. Malleable magic, perhaps? Xing Ze sensed a slight alteration within Bluebeak. The majority of the wand's magical energy was absorbed, yet a small portion remained. This modest amount of magic was sufficient for a low-level spell, and after consideration, Xing Ze ultimately reserved a magical missile within Bluebeak. The opening ceremony of the school was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the morning, and Xing Ze arrived at the Great Hall half an hour early. The faculty had mostly gathered, and Headmaster Dumbledore was engaged in discussions with the heads of the various houses. With some free time on his hands, Xing Ze sought out his superior, the head of the Muggle Studies Department, Professor Charity Burbage. She was an affable woman who engaged Xing Ze in conversation about various matters concerning wizards and muggles. Xing Ze requested a copy of the class schedule, discovering he was assigned to teach on Wednesday mornings and Friday afternoons. Before long, Ben Macmillan also joined them. The three of them were the sole instructors for Muggle studies at the school. Professor McAdams has retired early. I heard it was due to health issues. May Merlin bless him. Ben introduced Xing Ze to a former Muggle studies teacher. So, you are quite fortunate. I concur, Xing Ze replied with a slight smile. During the interview, they did not pose too many challenges. I have heard that the selection process for Hogwarts teachers is quite rigorous. Indeed, Ben began to recount how he gained admission to Hogwarts. But Professor Burbage interrupted. Enough, Ben. We have all heard your story before. There's no need to keep reiterating it. Show Xing Ze around. He must make some new friends. I do not mind, Xing Ze quickly interjected, as he had no intention of befriending many people, knowing his time at the school would likely be limited. Following the opening ceremony, a banquet would be held, after which the heads of the houses would guide the new students on a tour of Hogwarts. Seizing this opportunity, Xing Ze planned to venture into Diagon Alley for a visit. Do not indulge him, Xing Ze, Professor Burbage advised. Let him take you around. Consider it a favor. The two wandered around the hall, and Xing Ze encountered numerous familiar faces, such as Professor Sprout, Flitwick, and Hooch, alongside others he did not recognize. Let us take a break, Macmillan, Xing Ze suggested. In a moment of exuberance, Ben leaned against a stone pillar, cheerfully exclaiming, Look, Xing Ze, that's Alicia Shafik, the head of the defense against the Dark Arts Department. I've heard she earned her teaching credentials at Hogwarts by the age of 20. And this year, she has ascended to the position of Director of Teaching. Truly impressive, isn't it? A nagging thought crossed Xing Ze's mind. Isn't it due to the fleeting tenure of Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts instructors? Why not go and greet her, Xing Ze? Ben suggested. Perhaps you could forge a connection with the Shafik family. I think that's unnecessary. Xing Ze waved his hand dismissively. She doesn't particularly like me. You know her? Ben turned in surprise. Not exactly. We merely attended school together, Xing Ze replied. Hey, she is coming over, Ben whispered. What a dreadful morning, Xing Ze muttered under his breath. According to his previous life's memories, Miss Alicia Shafik, a Slytherin graduate, had once been his deskmate, and their relationship could aptly be described as a nightmare. Good morning, gentlemen, Miss Shafik greeted, clad in a rather unadorned black wizarding robe that, despite its simplicity, undoubtedly bore a hefty price tag. Ben, upon her approach, wore a goofy grin, momentarily forgetting to respond. I trust you peruse the school handbook, Xing Ze, Miss Shafik remarked coolly. Not yet, Xing Ze replied, feeling the heat of embarrassment. I'm not surprised. The handbook must be too challenging for you, she taunted. Oh, how could I forget? Your grades were always at the top back in the day. You surely wouldn't struggle with it. Pardon me, miss, but I have some matters to attend to, Xing Ze said, hastily pulling Ben away. Once they had distanced themselves, Ben whispered, Aren't you two friends? There was a chance, Xing Ze sighed, until I happened to drop a stink bomb in her cauldron. I didn't expect it to turn out that way, nor did I foresee my past self being so foolish. Chapter 37. The investigation begins. The opening ceremony lasted 3 hours, and apart from Dumbledore's address, Miss Shafik also paid tribute to the victims of the train incident. It was then that Xing Ze discovered that the conductor, Parker Shafik, was her cousin. Fortunately, Dumbledore's speech omitted much regarding Xing Ze, which was a relief to him. Following was the much-anticipated sorting hat ceremony, which bore little deviation from the original storyline, during which Xing Ze focused most of his attention on Quirrell. He contemplated whether to alert Dumbledore and Harry, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that Voldemort's plan to seize the Philosopher's Stone during their first year was nearly futile. The matter of Knockturn Alley was what truly warranted his concern at present. After the ceremony concluded, Xing Ze seized the opportunity to speak privately with Professor Snape. The latter seemed somewhat displeased with the audacity of this newly appointed teacher who dared to stop him, yet he maintained his composure and replied, Your concerns had better merit my time. Done, Eric, Xing Ze stated. Little snack, young man. Snape's usually sullen expression flickered slightly. This is a school after all. We can arrange another time to discuss him, but before I venture into Knockturn Alley, I simply wish to know about those two Aurors. Why are you asking me? They disappeared in Knockturn Alley right after tracking you. I find that hard to believe. It is the truth, Professor Snape, Xing Ze replied, averting his gaze from several hurried students passing by. Snape pondered for a moment, then gestured toward a corner of the corridor, and Xing Ze understood. The two retreated to the corner, where Snape continued in his icy tone, I led them to the Avery Manor. I slipped away there. That does not clarify why they went missing, Xing Ze remarked, still perplexed. I believe I've been quite clear, young man, his voice lowered into a whisper. Yet Xing Ze could discern every word. The Avery family does not appreciate outsiders trespassing on their territory, and they were once Death Eaters, as for now. You lured 2 Aurors into the territory of Death Eaters? Snape's dark eyes scrutinized Xing Ze, a cold, hollow gaze devoid of any emotion. Has no one ever told you not to interrupt others? And focus, young man. I merely stated that the Avery family was once comprised of Death Eaters. Do not misconstrue my words. Furthermore, Snape paused, waiting for a teacher to pass before continuing. While the Avery family may not welcome outsiders into their domain, they're not foolish enough to harm 2 Aurors, especially when one of them is a gold son. So you do not believe the Avery family is involved in their disappearance? You are not yet irretrievably foolish, young man, Snape retorted. Let me remind you, the Avery family wields considerable influence in Nocturne Alley, and they certainly do not welcome outsiders, such as yourself. Xing Ze did not wholly accept Snape's assertions, although the gloomy wizard had a penchant for sarcasm. He sensed that Snape was indeed cautioning him. He neglected to partake in the feast, instead requesting a few slices of bread from a house elf, and then hastened to New Ravenska Village. The key to the door provided by the key hall resembled a smartphone, capable not only of accessing internal information, but also of locating staff members within. However, his current permissions were limited, allowing him access to scan information. According to the records, the wizard designated as J resided at the intersection of Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley. Prior to commencing his investigation, Xing Ze intended to meet with him first. He refrained from recklessly entering Nocturne Alley, infamous as it was, a self-contained realm where outsiders rarely managed to linger and investigate. Thus, he first visited Gringotts to withdraw some funds, followed by a trip to the apothecary to purchase several useful potions. Indeed, if the shop only sold cauldrons, it would have long since gone out of business. He concealed his purchases and then followed the address presented by the key to the door. It led him to a second-hand shop located at a corner, accompanied by an old warehouse. And the proprietor was a portly, middle-aged man. Are you referring to Big Dog J? The shopkeeper mumbled, missing a front tooth, his speech slightly slurred. I suppose so, J. John, Big Dog, call him whatever you like. Yes, simply a wizard. You might want to check the back warehouse. He tend to sleep there. Xing Ze frowned, glancing at the clock. It was nearly 1 o'clock. Was it nap time? He hesitantly inquired again. Not nap time. The shopkeeper scratched his bald head, just sleeping. He comes here when he's drunk, like a dog finding its way home. A few times he has been found lying outside, and other times inside. By the way, would you like some water, sir? Thank you, but I'm not thirsty. Not for you, it's for him. Upon seeing John, Xing Ze understood the shopkeeper's intention behind offering water. The disheveled wizard lay in a wheelbarrow without wheels, lost in dreams like a hog in a pen. And the stench of alcohol emanating from him could nearly inebriate a cow. Are you certain you don't want water? The shopkeeper gestured as though to splash it. Common methods won't wake him, but water might. I've tried it. Give me a bucket. Though the shopkeeper was as mute as a fish, he was far from foolish. He exchanged a mere bucket of ordinary water for 8 gnats from Xing Ze, who had hoped to procure even more. In Nocturne Alley, Xing Ze muttered curses under his breath, dousing John with half a bucket of water. The latter yelped like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. Springing to his feet, the wheelless cart was overturned by his collision, and he danced clumsily, like a jester before tumbling to the ground. Good afternoon, John, Xing Ze remarked. Oh no, Jay. He settled himself on a rickety wooden crate, observing the drunken man who was now venting his frustration with colorful language. Tall and slender with small eyes and a scruffy beard, he wore black fingerless gloves and ragged clothes. For heaven's sake, kid, are you trying to court death? John sprang up from the ground, fumbling over himself. Xing Ze smiled faintly. That bucket of water cost me 8 gnats, but I find it well worth the price. I intend to show you a thing or two, you damned outsider. He waved his wand. If you're searching for your wand, it's right here. He began to question how Jay had managed to join the Keys Hall. John's face darkened, yet without his wand, he was powerless and could only resign himself to misfortune. Saying, all right, what do you want? Playing games with water? Or send me to find you? A spittle of disdain escaped John's lips. Those bastards, they actually remember me? Are they planning to invite me back? Not at all. Then get lost, kid, and don't bother me. 2 Aurors have gone missing in Nocturne Alley. They need you to assist me in the investigation. For heaven's sake, did I hear that right? When did the Keys Hall start meddling in Auror office affairs? You'll have to ask our. John wiped his face and shouted toward the shop. Hey, Corey, give me a damn towel. And if you're going to charge for water, you better split it with me, you bastard. Then he scrutinized Xing Ze, perplexed. New here, aren't you? I've never seen you before. Who are you replacing? Oh, I remember now. It was B, wasn't it? I heard that old coot kicked the bucket. Are you planning to sit here and whine like a woman all afternoon, or will you seek some amusement? Xing Ze tossed the wand back to John. Let us go. Drinks are on me. Whiskey or vodka? John took the wand, remaining still, but his expression was animated. Only when the shopkeeper delivered the towel did he reluctantly concede. Damn, you're quite the clever one. But hold on, kid. You need to change your clothes. You look like a walking wallet. Chapter 38. Welcome to Nocturne Alley. 10 minutes later, Xing Ze donned a set of clothes belonging to the shopkeeper's young son. This makes me look like a country bumpkin. Precisely. But it's still not enough. John glanced around before grabbing a handful of dirt and smearing it on Xing Ze's trousers and shirt. Now you look much better, he proclaimed, clapping his hands. Now, let us go, kid. Remember what I just said. Don't stare at people and don't talk to strangers. Beware of children, for they will pick your pockets, and watch out for the elderly, for they do the same. John, I'm not a child anymore. John shrugged. For heaven's sake. Don't call me John anymore. That name sounds bloody awful. Call me Jay, or Big Dog. Though Nocturne Alley was adjacent to Diagon Alley, the two were world apart, akin to estranged twins. Perhaps, while still in the womb, Diagon Alley had dealt its brother a blow, leading them to diverge. Who knows? These two closely situated streets exhibited contrasting social dynamics, a rarity in the world. Damp, dark, and dilapidated, this place evoked many memories for Xing Ze. As the air was thick with the mingled stench of alcohol, cheap perfume, and unidentifiable potions, local residents huddled in small groups, whispering as they furtively eyed you when you weren't paying attention. Children occasionally darted past, not in play, but probing to see if they could slip their hands into your pockets. The elderly were more direct, shuffling toward you and then lunging at you. Outsiders predominantly donned black hooded robes, moving stealthily and with haste, rarely lingering unless they were making a purchase. Along the way, Xing Ze shooed away 2 beggars, 3 children, and a potion peddler who claimed his powder was ground from the horn of a horned beast and could enhance virility. However, he was soon chased off by John. Damn charlatan. John spat the vendor's retreating figure. I've tried that powder. It tasted like rotten socks and had no effect whatsoever. Xing Ze regarded Jay as one might a fish returning to the sea. His scent and neurotic demeanor mirrored that of Nocturne Alley itself. Where are we headed? For a drink. John pointed ahead, just up there. You might be misunderstanding, Jay. I don't have much time. John made a face. I know. Keep telling me about those 2 Aurors. What were their names again? David and Danny? Avon and Sage. Right, I remember now. Come on, tell me more. And then pour me a drink to wake me up. Maybe I'll recall more things. They entered a nameless tavern, where John ordered a bourbon whiskey from the bartender, specifying that Xing Ze would pay. And you, stranger, what will you have? The bartender inquired, a stocky man with hairy arms. A glass of soda water, Xing Ze replied. The bartender chuckled lightly, turning to John. Who asked this foolish lad? John pondered, glancing at Xing Ze, my nephew. Go to hell, Big Dog. The bartender retrieved a glass, pouring a shot of whiskey. Someone like you as relatives? Or are you an outsider? Don't mind him, Donnie. John downed his drink. Rapping on the bar, my brother wants him to experience life with me. Donnie poured another shot of whiskey. Don't talk nonsense, Jay. I do believe he asked with you to visit a brothel for life experience. Xing Ze paid little heed to the banter between the bartender and John. He turned, leaning against the bar to survey the tavern. He noticed a child peddling candy, who was also watching him. They locked eyes for a moment before the child bolted out the back door. He shifted his focus back to John and the bartender, observing John retrieve a galleon from his pocket and place it on the table. That galleon had belonged to him before entering the tavern, and he was certain that 2 shots of whiskey wound tea cost that much. Tell me, Donnie, what interesting things have happened lately? John pushed the galleon toward the bartender. Or what amusing characters have come by? You know, Jay, the bartender skillfully slid the coin into his palm. This wretched place is beyond saving. John's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Prices have gone up. Have they, Donnie? No. It's just that you made a scene in my brother's bar last night. Do you remember? John cast a furtive glance at Xing Ze, his face a mask of innocence as he implored the bartender. Donnie, hey, my friend, must you choose this moment? You know the rules, Jay. If you break something, you must pay for it. How much is it? What did you say? Donnie turned to look at Xing Ze. Xing Ze pivoted to face Donnie, the item you damaged, plus a consulting fee. Donnie hesitated, glancing at John, who wore a mischievous grin. Altogether, hey, Xing Ze interrupted the bartender, narrowing his eyes in a piercing gaze. Don't toy with me. My uncle knows the prices. Donnie shivered for reasons unbeknownst to him, inhaled deeply, and stated the amount. Xing Ze handed him several galleons, plus an additional 2 coppers for my soda, which is yet to arrive. They were unable to extract any significant information from Donnie. He rambled about various trivial happenings. Yet some details were noteworthy, such as the rolling oil gang brutally slaying a few individuals in broad daylight and a prostitute found dead near the Everly estate. Of course, every bartender harbors a few explosive tidbits. Donnie mentioned that in the past 6 months, the number of missing persons in Topsy-Turvy Alley has surged, initially starting with the homeless and elderly, followed by children and outsiders. Damn it, we VE squandered our money. Once outside the bar, John began to grumble. The missing persons are increasing. Hell, why the hell didn't he mention the rising death toll? Every day, this wretched place loses a few souls. Yet newcomers keep flooding in, abandoned mute children of grand families, bastards, criminals, damn it. Noticing that Xing Ze was not listening but scribbling in his notebook, John scoffed derisively. You're wasting your time, outsider. Few of those who go missing in Topsy-Turvy Alley ever return. If you're lucky, you might find them in the Thames. This is an investigation, not a game of catch. Xing Ze tucked away his notebook. Patience is key, uncle. Chapter 39. The Hospitality of Topsy-Turvy Alley. Investigating is never straightforward. One cannot simply converse with a few individuals and uncover the desired truth. At times, even eyewitnesses become exceedingly unreliable, infusing their narratives with personal imagination. His task is to sift through these embellishments. Occasionally, Xing Ze felt as though he were knitting a sweater. Sometimes, he perceived himself piecing together a jigsaw puzzle. Yet more often than not, he felt like he was aimlessly spinning in circles, akin to a cat chasing its own tail. I truly cannot fathom you. John rubbed his chin. You just inside. He trailed off, and Xing Ze looked at him curiously. What is it? You know, the way you threatened Donnie reminded me of a certain animal. A hunting dog? John exhaled, one that bites down and does not release once it tastes blood. Quite an intriguing metaphor. Xing Ze replied with a faint smile. However, what truly frightens me is you, Jay. I can sense it. You have become so entwined with this place that you resemble a local more than they do, which is why they hesitate to approach you. Perhaps struck by an uncomfortable truth, John averted his gaze. Shut it. What did you do before? A magical repair and maintenance shop. Damn, John cursed. Those bastards always love to throw strange people my way. Below us, a child raced towards them, the same one they had seen at the bar. Want some candy, sir? Xing Ze noticed the child was carrying a wicker basket topped with a filthy cloth, beneath which gleamed some bright red candies. Just as he was about to decline, John interjected, Get lost, you little rascal, scram. The child hurriedly tucked away his box and swiftly dashed into the adjacent alley. Just a child, Xing Ze advised. I can handle it. Look to your left. Yes, the apothecary with the belladonna hanging at the entrance. Do you see? 2 men. One is likely a wizard, the other not. That child is mingling with them. Stop staring. John whispered, Those red candies are a new type of hallucinogen, quite popular in Topsy-Turvy Alley lately. Xing Ze nodded, retracting his gaze. I presume you have more than one source of information? What time is it, lad? Xing Ze glanced at his mechanical watch. A little past 2. Still time. Follow me. They strolled down Toad Street, turning at the next corner. Xing Ze observed the signpost at the bend, its paint peeling, rendering the location unidentifiable. Oh, hell, how unfortunate. John bent down to pick up a small stone and hurled it at the raven perched on the sign, though he missed. The raven cawed in response, seemingly mocking him. Forget that bird. Xing Ze kicked aside a stone that John had aimed to collect. Where's your informant? Hey kid, the raven is bad luck. I don't need any misfortune. I fail to understand why we, as wizards, still harbor such superstitions. John waved at the raven, attempting to shoo it away. This ISNT superstition. Raven summoned ill omens, a truth drawn from experience. Keep moving forward to the end, then left a white tent. Are you not coming? Allow me to first drive away this wretched beast. With a casual flick of his finger, the raven spread its wings and soared into the sky. How did you do that? We are wizards, Jay, if you've not forgotten. Now, let's get down to business. At least let me feel that the money spent on drinks wasn't in vain. The tent, stained with grime, sat amidst a pile of refuse, its original color obscured, with only a hint of white at the top to indicate its former hue. This refuse station, in principle, did not belong to Topsy-Turvy Alley. Half of it resided in the Muggle world, the other half in the Wizarding realm, separated by an invisible magical barrier. The mingled scents in the air gave way to a more familiar stench, and without the obstruction of buildings, the sky brightened once more. John instructed Xing Ze to wait at the entrance of the refuse station while he ventured inside. A cloud obscured the sun, and for a moment, Xing Ze felt as though he had returned to Topsy-Turvy Alley, the raven in the air issuing a warning. Wait, he shouted to John. A spell shot forth from the tent. Alerted, John barely managed to evade it, rolling on the ground and getting splattered with a disgusting brown liquid of unknown origin. The spell was a small explosive charm, detonating not far from the entrance and sending dirt and debris flying, obscuring their vision. In an instant, Xing Ze donned his protective armor and charged into the refuse station against the explosion. He witnessed two figures emerge from the tent, one clad in wizard robes while the other was in ordinary attire. The wizard clearly possessed some skill, attempting to cast apparition, but was interrupted by John's magical bolt. Left with no choice, he fled in a panic. "That robed scoundrel is mine." John gritted his teeth, stating this, and then cast an apparition spell, pursuing the wizard. As for the robust man dressed in ordinary clothes, he swiftly drew a handgun from his waist. "You must be jesting with me," thought Xing Ze, displaying a look of resignation. He utilized the displacement spell to evade the initial volley of gunfire and subsequently concealed himself behind a heap of refuse. Chanting an incantation, he cast a deflection spell in front of him, just as he heard the man's footsteps drawing ever closer. "Come out, you cursed wizard! Show yourself!" the man roared, seeking to confront a mere fool. Xing Ze glanced at his white poplar wand, reflecting on the humiliation that awaited his adversary. With that, he stowed away his wand and, as the silhouette emerged, he charged forth without hesitation. His speed was remarkable. The man managed to fire only 2 shots before being knocked to the ground. One bullet, aimed at his eye, was redirected by the deflection spell towards a ceramic toilet, while the other, fired at close range, shattered the spell's effect but still grazed Xing Ze's arm, leaving a mere superficial wound. With his injured hand, he struck the man's firearm away and delivered a punch, applying roughly half of his strength, instantly splattering the man's nose with blood. "Damn you! Damn you!" the man cursed incessantly. Xing Ze glanced at the blood on his hand and suddenly realized something. He quickly rose, stepping back a few paces before standing upright. As he unfastened his watch, he addressed the man, who appeared perplexed. Struggling to rise from the ground, he began to comprehend Xing Ze's stance and, though amused, felt a surge of anger. "You bastard! How dare you underestimate me? I'll twist your head off." His first punch was unremarkable. Xing Ze sidestepped and swiftly struck under his arm, eliciting a series of pained cries from the man. In a reflexive response, the man threw a hook punch, but Xing Ze ducked, retaliating with a solid blow to his abdomen. The man crumpled, his legs giving way as he knelt before Xing Ze, who exhaled deeply and followed up with another punch to his face, akin to a collapsing skyscraper, sending the man crashing to the ground. Chapter 40. Investigation ceases. Reaction speed, coordination, and strength. Xing Ze observed his slightly trembling hands, contemplating the superior quality of his body compared to an average individual. Drawing a deep breath, he retrieved his watch, extending 2 fingers of his right hand to press against his carotid artery. 1 minute later, he donned the watch once more. His heart rate remained steady, and his emotions were normal, with no strain from the recent skirmish. "How intriguing," Xing Ze murmured. "Quite troublesome," John remarked, tossing the wizard who had succumbed to the sleep spell at Xing Ze's feet. Xing Ze shook his head, wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. "Just a fool with a gun. You are a wizard, are you not? Or have you forgotten how to cast spells?" Xing Ze folded the handkerchief away and replied thoughtfully, "Merely a routine exercise. Even wizards must maintain their physical health." "What a peculiar fellow," John muttered quietly, casting a glance at the burly man sprawled on the ground before turning towards the tent. John's informant, the limping Godin, was a scrap dealer in his 30s, currently bound to a chair and looking rather worse for wear, yet still alive, even after John used magic to free him from his bonds. Godin let out a few pitiful moans. John employed a rapid healing spell, mending Godin's injuries. "All right, Godin, spill it. What's the situation this time?" John retrieved a pack of cigarettes from a small stool. Godin swallowed nervously, casting a hesitant glance at Xing Ze. "Don't worry, he is not an outsider." John lit a cigarette, urging, "Who were those 2 bastards? Why are they causing you trouble?" Godin trembled as he asked John for a cigarette. Inhaling deeply before beginning to recount, "A woman came to me yesterday, wanted me to take her to see the oil rolling gang's territory." Xing Ze produced a pen and notepad, while Godin anxiously eyed him and continued, "She paid me quite handsomely, so I took her there." "And that's it?" John inhaled sharply, growing impatient. "Enough, Godin. Don't waste my time. Get to the point." Godin feigned innocence, saying, "Damn it, Jay, I don't know what happened. I took the woman to the oil rolling gang's turf, and then took my money. That's all I know." "What did the woman look like?" Xing Ze paused his writing. "White, black hair, not very tall, with freckles," Godin replied. "Was she a wizard?" "I think so, but she wasn't wearing a robe. Just a black jacket." "Did she say why she wanted to go to the oil rolling gang's territory?" "No, she didn't mention it." John exhaled a puff of smoke, interrupting, "All right, that's irrelevant to our investigation. Hey, Godin, I need to inquire about something. Have you recently? No. You don't understand, Jay. I don't have time. Godin panicked, scrambling to his feet. I need to leave. Get away from here. Damn it. John cursed. We just saved your life. You can't just walk away. I beg you. Jay, I'm pleading with you. Godin nearly began to weep. The oil rolling gang won't spare me. Nor you. Since you injured their man. What the hell are you talking about? John extinguished his cigarette on the stool. They aren't from the oil rolling gang. That wizard, I checked. He has no burn marks. He then directed his gaze towards Xing Ze. That fool, does he have any? On his right arm. Any burns? I didn't notice. Xing Ze replied nonchalantly. John clicked his tongue and swiftly exited the tent, only to return shortly. He sees Godin, speaking coldly. I don't know what game you're playing, but let me be clear. Those two idiots outside are not from the oil rolling gang. With a firm shove, he sent Godin sprawling to the ground. Now, while my patience still holds, listen to my questions. Godin, fearfully inching backward, stammered, Jay, you don't understand. Silence. John crouched, retrieving his key of the door from his pocket, whispering an incantation. After rummaging for a moment, he presented a book, asking, have you seen these two? No. Godin quickly scanned and responded. Listen, Jay, please, those two outside. Look closely, Godin. John pushed the book closer. Damn it, Jay, they are the Undertakers. Godin nearly roared the words. John's expression darkened instantly. He froze for a few seconds, then stood up, fixating his gaze on Godin. We're the Undertakers. Xing Ze inquired. A bounty hunter organization, Godin replied weakly. The worst kind. John withdrew his gaze, asking, who do they work for? The oil rolling gang. Godin, don't lie to me. The oil rolling gang never lacks manpower. Why would they pay handsomely to hire the Undertakers? Godin slowly rose from the ground, revealing his left foot was lame. I don't know, Jay, but they're looking for that woman, the one with black hair. This is getting ridiculous. John cursed, scanning the surroundings before addressing Xing Ze. I fear our inquiries must cease here for today. Where's that fool's gun? Xing Ze furrowed his brow and closed his notebook, replying outside. He followed John out of the tent, directing a summoning spell towards the location where the gun had been discarded, and the black handgun promptly materialized in his grasp. What do you plan to do? John's gaze fell upon the entrance of the garbage station, and he sighed. I suppose I haven't mentioned the grease gang to you, have I? No, but that bartender shared quite a bit. Xing Ze opened his notebook and mused. I recall their leader is called Greasy Face. Indeed, Greasy Face. John remarked with a hint of disdain as he took the gun from Xing Ze's hands. He is not a person of benevolence. He thoroughly searched the two men, retrieving a small bag from the wizard, which contained a simple, untraceable extension charm. John opened the bag and extracted a wax-sealed contract. Godin did not lie. They are indeed Undertakers and are in the employ of Greasy Face. With determination, John chambered a round in the handgun, while Xing Ze, in perfect synchrony, cast a silencing charm. The only advantage of the Undertakers is, he said, firing a shot into the wizard's head. Even if they fail and fall into enemy hands, they will divulge no information. Hearing the gunfire, Godin emerged from the tent, scowling. Damn it, Jay, this is my doorstep. The mute was, of course, not spared from the fate of execution. The sound of the shot made Godin shudder. John tossed the gun onto the corpse and requested a cigarette from Godin. It's not safe anymore. Do you have anywhere to go? Godin replied, flustered. I have a cousin in Glastonbury. When are you leaving? The sooner, the better. Chapter 41. Return to school. However, it was evident that John had no intention of letting Godin off the hook so easily. Not so fast, my friend. You must help me dispose of these two bodies. What? To hell with you, Jay. The grease gang might be looking for me. Is that so? John brought his wand close to the cigarette, and with a few sparks, ignited it. If they see two bodies at your doorstep, and they happen to be their hires. All right. Damn it, Godin relented. What do you want, Jay? John glanced at Xing Ze, who understood the cue and approached Godin, whispering, those two men. I truly don't know. I've told you. I've never seen them. They might have gone missing near the Avery estate. You must be joking, right? Godin forced a dry smile. No one goes there. The Averys are all lunatics, they're mad. Xing Ze scrutinized him for a full 2 seconds, sensing that Godin was not lying. He shifted the subject. Has anything noteworthy occurred in Upside Down Alley recently? What do you mean? Wait, I remember Andrew. He held a ball a few days ago. Andrew? John interjected. Andrew Avery, the head of the Avery family. Good grief, Godin. What use is that? No. Xing Ze raised his hand to signal for silence. Continuing, was the ball significant? The ball is quite ordinary. The Avery family hosts one every year at the Essex Grand Hotel. However, this time, they invited Greasy Face. That's a load of nonsense. John exhaled smoke. The Avery family has always had ties with the Grease Gang. This is hardly surprising. Of course, Jay. Everyone in Upside Down Alley knows about the close relationship between the Avery family and the Grease gang, yet they have never met in public. Goading retaliated, stifling his anger. Xing Ze recorded in his notebook, when is the ball scheduled to take place? I'm not quite sure. It could be on the last day of August or perhaps the day before. It was around that time. Realizing he could extract no further useful information from Goading, Xing Ze closed his notebook and nodded at John. All right, Goading, safe travels. Oh, and you still owe me for the disposal of the bodies. Go to hell, Jay. You're a leech. Damn it, I hope you get dragonpox. Xing Ze chose not to dwell on their quarrel and crouched to examine the two corpses on the ground. At the moment John fired the gun, he felt no surprise, not even a flicker of emotional turmoil. He sensed a shift within himself, though he could not comprehend it. The peculiar symbol was discovered on the neck of the deceased wizard, albeit faintly. The symbol, composed of simple lines and circles, bore a resemblance to some constellation map. After gazing at the symbol for an extended period, Xing Ze experienced an inexplicable wave of nausea and unease, prompting him to avert his gaze, causing the sensation to dissipate. Similarly, he found the same symbol on the mute's body. Could it be a mark of the organization? As he speculated, he sketched the symbol in his notebook. The argument between the two men seemed to reach a conclusion. Goading reluctantly surrendered half of his savings to ensure a safe departure from Upside Down Alley, and John provided him with an address to seek assistance. Once Goading had left, John addressed Xing Ze. You should leave as well. It's no longer safe here. I'll escort you out. Xing Ze pointed at the two bodies on the ground. What do you intend to do with them? Don't worry. As long as there's money involved, nothing is impossible in Upside Down Alley. Besides, people go missing here every day, don't they? With that, he waved his wand, and the two corpses vanished, concealed by a simple charm. All right, let's go, get out of here. John urged again, stepping over the bodies while chanting a spell as he made his way to the exit. Xing Ze recognized the incantation as a trace removal charm, a sophisticated counter-detection magic adept at thwarting aura tracking and recall spells. He began to suspect that this seemingly unreliable man was intentionally concealing his abilities. They soon returned to the second-hand store, where Xing Ze changed into his own clothes. Before departing, he inquired of John about the strange symbol. What is this? A constellation map? John wore a puzzled expression. I've never encountered such a thing. It looks unsettling. You say you found it on those two Undertakers? Xing Ze nodded, and John shrugged. Perhaps it's an internal member mark of the Undertakers. Who knows what those freaks believe in? When can we meet again? Wait for me to contact you. John gazed into the distance. The Grease gang will undoubtedly conduct a thorough search. Upside Down Alley will be chaotic for a while. Are you aware that the curse from that shard can be infectious? I'm not intoxicated to the point of amnesia. Rest assured, I will continue my investigation. If that shard is indeed an Upside Down Alley, it will leave a trace. Xing Ze refrained from saying more, turning away from John and stepping into Diagon Alley, leaving behind the darkness and dampness. Yet he paused in front of the Quidditch shop, turning back to gaze at the shadowy street, where crows circled above, filled with unease and restlessness. His instincts warned him that something malevolent was spreading there, yet he could not grasp it. Numerous threads of events intertwined, like a tangled ball of illogical yarn. Upon returning to school, Xing Ze first went to the dining hall for dinner, inquiring with the house elf if there were any tea leaves available for purchase. If you wish to partake in some tea, sir, the diminutive elf named Kachi replied. We can certainly arrange that. No, I prefer to brew my own tea, came the response. In that case, Kachi promptly leapt from his stool and began rummaging through the shelves behind him. After a moment, he produced several packets of tea leaves. Xing Ze accepted them, feeling a slight embarrassment as he inquired, do you have any single origin teas? These appear to be blended. Most British teas are indeed blends or flavor varieties. This practice of combining different teas with flowers, fruits, spices, and essential oils enhances the complexity of the flavor. However, Xing Ze favored a simpler brew. Oh, you must mean garden tea, Kachi quickly deduced, continuing his search along the shelves. Would you prefer green tea or black tea? Green tea, if you have it. Ah, here we are, Kachi exclaimed, retrieving several packets from a higher shelf. Xing Ze smiled at Kachi, paid for the tea, and returned to his dormitory. He brewed a strong cup and settled into a chair by the window, the sun's fading rays spilling through the glass to illuminate half his face. Bathed in sunlight, he began to examine the small bag belonging to the Undertaker wizard. Chapter 42. Who does not adore Miss Granger? He extracted a few red candies from the wizard's pouch, but found nothing else of note. He remained seated until the sun dipped below the horizon, then drew his chair closer to the desk, replenished his cup with water, and took out his notes to organize his thoughts. This did not take long. His brief excursion to Knockturn Alley had yielded little of value. Perhaps this information would prove useful in the future, but for now, they were merely fragments of inconsequential text. A dark-haired woman? The Avery family's ball? The Greasy Gang? The number of missing persons steadily increasing? The Undertaker? Xing Ze repeated these disjointed pieces of information in his mind, reaching for his cup only to discover it was empty. Perhaps I should seek something else to invigorate me, he muttered to himself, rising to refill his cup. He contemplated seeking assistance from the keyhole, but due to his low clearance, he could access very little beyond the investigator's manual in the key of doors. Of course, seeking help from R was a futile endeavor. He still recalled the question posed upon leaving the wine cellar. How am I to contact you? Oh, dear friend, do not misconstrue, Mr. R had looked at him as if he were a simpleton. We contact you, we assign you tasks. But this is a one-way street. Do you comprehend what a one-way street entails? Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising that a perilous investigation, rife with isolation and danger, was thrust upon him by someone who wished for his demise. It was then that Xing Ze suddenly had an epiphany, halting in his tracks and placing his cup upon the mantelpiece. Why must I sort through materials in my own dormitory? Why must I rely on those pitiable fools? I truly am an utter imbecile. Grabbing his notes, he strode purposefully from his dormitory toward the school library. The Hogwarts library boasted a collection second only to the Library of Cleona at Glastonbury, filled with a diverse array of tomes. Xing Ze intended to unearth information pertinent to the Avery family and Nocturne Alley. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a volume titled The Sacred 28 within an unnamed old bookshelf in the restricted section. This book chronicled and introduced the 28 genuine pure-blood wizarding families of Britain that remained in the 1930s, with the Avery family among them. Next, he found a travel guide entitled The Nocturne Alley Travel Guide and came across a reference work titled The End of the Death Eaters. With these 3 books in hand, he settled into the public reading room, discreetly popping a fruit-flavored candy into his mouth when Madame Pants was distracted. Half an hour later, he closed The Sacred 28. His resurrected body had notably enhanced his memory, yet he still preferred to jot down important matters in his notebook. Often, it was not one's memory that faltered, but rather one's thought process, leading to significant deviations in investigation. Much like the detective's curse, sometimes the answer lay plainly before one's eyes, yet one fixated on the wrong clues. His notes aided in clarifying his thoughts, reminding him of those details he might otherwise overlook. At least, that was his conviction. How intriguing! The Avery family hails from Denmark. Although the veracity of this claim was uncertain, the book mentioned that the ancestors of the Avery family had followed King Canute into England, only to return to Denmark after the restoration of the Wessex dynasty under Edward the Confessor. However, the text provided scant explanation as to when or why they returned to Great Britain, merely stating their desire to learn older forms of magic. Older magic, indeed. How self-important the Britons are, Xing Ze muttered under his breath, unwrapping another fruit candy just as he heard a few coughs nearby. He hastily returned the candy to its wrapper and composed himself, lifting his gaze toward the source of the sound. I'm hardly surprised to encounter you here in the library, Miss Granger. Food is prohibited within these walls. Though she spoke softly, her tone brimmed with pride. However, if you share some with me, I can keep your secret, Mr. Xing Ze. She raised her head, her thick, tousled brown hair shaking slightly, her brown, gleaming eyes nervously fixated on Xing Ze, yet her brows remained arched like an imperious feline. How many would you like? Upon receiving affirmation, Hermione beamed, revealing her rabbit-like front teeth. 1, oh no, 2. She erupted into a fit of giggles, her laughter drawing Madame Pants' attention, prompting her to immediately hush and bury herself in the thick tome she had brought. Xing Ze retrieved 2 fruit candies from his pocket, nestled between the pages of the End of the Death Eaters, and pushed the book toward Hermione. Clearing his throat, he said, Page 123. I believe you might find it intriguing, Miss Granger. Hermione lifted her head, opened the book, and quickly snatched the 2 candies. Very good, Mr. Xing Ze. She mimicked an adult's tone. This shall be our little secret. Xing Ze smiled faintly, popping a candy into his mouth before gravely intoning, Miss Granger, sometimes intelligence can be a double-edged sword. It may wound you as well. What do you mean by that? Hermione blinked, her curiosity piqued. One day, you shall understand. Xing Ze replied, lowering his gaze to the Nocturne Alley Travel Guide. This book was penned by a mute named Douglas, chronicling his decade-long residence in Nocturne Alley, replete with local legends and chilling folklore. The Greasy Gang, a criminal organization that rose to prominence in 1982, emerged just a year after Voldemort's downfall, swiftly absorbing the various factions of Nocturne Alley. The book also detailed the origins of the Greasy Gang's name, attributed to their leader, who delighted in pouring molten wax upon living victims to create wax figures. What sort of books do you read? After a prolonged silence, Hermione suddenly spoke. Her gaze fixed on the weighty tome titled The End of the Death Eaters, a look of perplexity adorning her features. Xing Ze extended his hand, pressing down on the book, gradually pulling it back toward himself. It is not prudent to pry into others' privacy, Miss Granger. I merely caught a glimpse, Hermione stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, Xing Ze replied, flipping the book over. Tell me what you are reading, and we shall call it even. Oh, certainly. Hermione propped up the thick volume titled The Compendium of Charms. Xing Ze squinted, his brow furrowing in confusion. I recall that first-year students have their charms class scheduled for this Friday. Have you begun your preparations rather early? I have some questions regarding one of the spells. Hermione replied. Is it the full bodybind curse? Xing Ze recalled that it was among the most challenging spells in the first year. No, Hermione shook her head. Of course, that spell is quite difficult, but I am confident I will master it. It is the levitation charm. Chapter 43, The Levitation Charm. Xing Ze tore a sheet from his notes and placed it in the center of the table. Give it a try. I have already attempted it. The incantation did not work. Xing Ze pondered for a moment, then drew his wand, murmuring, Wingardium Leviosa. The piece of paper immediately soared into the air, and Hermione's eyes glimmered with envy and desire. As the paper descended, Xing Ze encouraged, give it another go. Here? Hermione asked uncertainly, glancing around. Madame Pants will be displeased. Just keep your voice down. Under Xing Ze's watchful gaze, Hermione cautiously retrieved her wand and recited the spell. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, a blush crept across her cheeks, and in a fit of frustration, she declared loudly at the paper, Wingardium Leviosa. Hush! Madame Pants, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Quiet. Child, please maintain silence in the library. Hermione apologized, her face growing even redder. Pouting, she shot a disgruntled glance at Xing Ze, and upon noticing that he was also watching her, she complained, I thought you were a decent person, sir. What led you to that mistaken impression? Hermione was taken aback by Xing Ze's response, her eyes widening in surprise. But you saved an entire train, didn't you? If you believe that, Miss Granger, the souls who sacrificed themselves to buy time would be profoundly saddened. The young girl faltered once more, but quickly added, that is not what I meant. I meant to say, it is unfair to you. In Dumbledore's speech, there was hardly any mention of you, nor in the newspapers, or at the ministry's commendation ceremony. As her agitation grew, Xing Ze interjected, calm down, Miss Granger. Madame Pants has just left. Moreover, I must correct you on one point. I did not feel unfairly treated. Hermione could not grasp this at all, frowning as she asked, why? Why would you forsake the honors you deserve? My work, Xing Ze replied gravely, dictates that I should act with humility rather than revel in ephemeral accolades, which would only hinder my progress. But you are a teacher. Why can't teachers accept accolades and fame? It is a difficult matter to explain, Miss Granger. Now, let us return to the levitation charm. You must elongate the gar and enunciate clearly. Really? Hermione found it hard to believe that the solution to her long-standing dilemma could be so simple. She had always thought her difficulties lay in a magical, shaping phase. Try again, Xing Ze suggested. Hermione hesitated for a brief moment, but only a moment. She cautiously glanced around, then rolled up her sleeves and waved her wand, saying, Wingardium Leviosa. As the incantation left her lips, the white piece of paper stirred. It moved. The girl exclaimed with excitement. Did you see that, sir? It moved. Miss Granger. Madame Pants's voice echoed from nearby. Silence. If you cannot keep it down, I shall have to ask you to leave. Hermione quickly covered her mouth, and once Madame Pants's footsteps faded, she stuck out her tongue and laughed joyfully. Focus on your magical shaping, and you'll master it completely. I believe it should not be beyond your capabilities, Xing Ze remarked, glancing at the time. It is time to pay Professor Snape a visit, he thought. He began to gather the books on the table and bid Hermione farewell. It is getting late, Miss Granger. You should return to your dormitory. Good night, then, she replied. Thank you very much, sir. Xing Ze approached the library's front desk to register the books he wished to borrow. Madame Pants glared disapprovingly at him. Next time, sir, do not bring your pet cat into the library. He turned a glance behind him, smiling as he explained, That is my familiar, madam. Familiar or not. It is against school regulations, she retorted. Of course, madam. There will be no next time, Xing Ze apologized, stowing the books into his ring before ushering his familiar out of the library. Do not be upset. She means no harm, merely doing her job. Xing Ze reassured the meowing familiar as the black cat darted down the corridor, transforming into a raven that soared into the sky. As he walked partway, He suddenly recalled whether Hermione had ever showcased the levitation charm before Ron in the original story. His memory was hazy. Never mind. That is not something to dwell on now, he muttered to himself, quickening his pace. Professor Snape regarded the young man standing at his door with a stormy expression, his face darkening with anger. I believe you ought to pay attention to the time. If you fail to notice, perhaps you should look outside. It is already dark, Mr. Xing. It is not even 10 o'clock, Professor. May I enter? Snape's eyebrows arched. If I say no, will you turn around and leave? Of course not. With a bold stance, Xing Ze sidestepped into Snape's office. The room was cluttered with bottles and jars, and he glanced around, spotting at least 10 varieties of prohibited potion ingredients. Quite a collection. Is that the venomous tentaculous thorn? Snape slammed the door shut, then waved his wand. Several black curtains descended, shrouding all the items. Have you come here to flaunt your knowledge of magical creatures? Not at all, Xing Ze blinked. My mother is a magizoologist. I am not interested, Snape coldly interrupted. I do not wish to know about your affairs, your mother-s, or anything pertaining to your family. Very well. I appreciate your candor, Professor. Let us discuss done Eric instead. Listen well, young man, Snape played with his wand. If it were not for Dumbledore's orders, I would be more than happy to teach you a lesson on respect. Perhaps next time, Professor, Xing Ze leaned against a pillar. We will have many opportunities to meet. For now, let us discuss serious matters. Tell me everything about Eric. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, reluctantly beginning his narration. On August 4th, Eric attended an underground auction in Diggle Village, from which he acquired the fragment of the statue. After that, wait, Xing Ze interjected, if memory serves me right. The plague in Diggle Village erupted on July 22nd. Is there a problem with that? Snape retorted. Why would the organizers choose to hold an auction in Diggle Village? Rife with plague? Chapter 44, A Conversation with Professor Snape. Snape displayed a hint of disdain, remarking, I assume you have never attended an underground auction, young man. The items I require can generally be procured from ordinary shops. I also believe that decent individuals would not frequent such places. Ignorance, Snape scoffed. The underground auction is held only twice a year, attracting many wizards. They do not arbitrarily change locations. Moreover, at that time, no wizard would take a muggle plague seriously. This indeed makes sense. Many muggle plagues pose no threat to wizards, and even if they were contract one, they could rely on various potions and magic for a cure. As for the underground auction, he was somewhat familiar with it. It serves as a gathering for dark wizards across England, with the location changing annually, accessible only to those who receive invitations. The existence of this auction has a long history, and nearly every minister of magic has sought to utilize this gathering to apprehend dark wizards, yet none have succeeded. Do not interrupt me again, young man, Snape said. I do not wish to squander time on your ignorance. Please continue, Professor. I assure you I will not interrupt again. Xing Ze made a gesture of sealing his lips. On August 10th, Eric wrote to seek my assistance, stating he was being followed and felt as though someone was watching him. I could discern his anxiety and unease from his letter, but I did not go. I could find no reason to do so, as our friendship had not yet reached that level. Quite in line with your character, Xing Ze smiled faintly. Then, on August 16th, he wrote to me again, his words more chaotic than before, with some sentences even composed in Latin and Runic. He firmly believed he was being pursued and began experiencing hallucinations and auditory delusions. I recognized that his mental state was likely on the brink of collapse, yet I still could not comprehend why he sought my help until, at this point, Snape approached his desk and muttered a spell, revealing a hidden compartment from which he retrieved 2 letters. I do not wish to waste time narrating what he wrote. You may examine the letters for yourself. Snape extended the letters towards Xing Ze, but as he reached for them, Snape withdrew them once more. Hold on, young man. Dumbledore trusts you, but I do not. So if you intend to use these letters to report me, I would advise against it. What do you take me for, Professor? Xing Ze replied earnestly, You know I am not like those Aurors. With that, Xing Ze took the letters and began to read. After finishing the first letter, he inquired, So what moved you to offer assistance? The fragment, Snape replied. He mentioned the fragment in the second letter. Just prior to this, Minister Fudge and Kingsley had sought Dumbledore's help. They mentioned that the Welsh government had apprehended an infected individual and discovered a white fragment. Xing Ze was aware of this. Archbishop Enrel had mentioned it to him. The captured individual was a wizard antique collector found at the Holyhead port. At the time, he was delirious, nearly decomposed, attempting to embark for Ireland, with the white fragment concealed in his backpack. Disturbingly, the day after he was admitted to the hospital, he disintegrated into a puddle of blood, to be precise, a mass of twisted, semi-dissolved residue. The nurse who went to take his temperature in the morning was driven to madness, and the attending physician was equally horrified. Fortunately, the local priest promptly notified the church, preventing the matter from escalating. It was only then that the Ministry of Magic realized that the relentless plague posed a threat to them as well. Eric, that poor fool. Snape's voice snapped Xing Ze back to reality. The moment I laid eyes on him, I understood he'd been ensnared by a malevolent force. Did you meet in London? Despite his irritation at Xing Ze's distraction and interruptions, Snape remained patient. Indeed, he provided me with an address sent alongside the letter. May I see it? Snape hesitated for a moment, then quietly stated, Dumbledore has instructed me to cooperate fully with your investigation, young man. However, thus far, apart from noting your penchant for interrupting others and occasionally drifting off, I have found little to commend. I believe you will gradually discover my merits, given a little time. I'm not so inclined. May I see the address, Professor? Snape retrieved the paper bearing the address from the same hidden compartment, and Xing Ze took it, jotting it down in his notes while asking, Do you have any knowledge of dreams, Professor? Not much, but enough to discern that Eric had been entangled by a malevolent spirit. How so? He clutched the white fragment, mumbling to himself, his eye sockets sunken, and his eyes bloodshot, likely due to lack of sleep. Furthermore, he had inscribed peculiar symbols all over the room, including exorcism and containment spells, along with many others I did not recognize. However, those artifacts are of little use against the entities that come in dreams. You mentioned he was mumbling. What did he say? Some nonsensical murmurs, sometimes in English, sometimes in Latin, and more often than not, I was unsure of the language he employed. From the depths. He calls me forth from below. HM. From the depths. He calls me forth from below. Those are the only two phrases I could comprehend. Wait. Xing Ze hastily jotted these two sentences down, and Snape glanced at them, correcting, It is he, not he. In response to Xing Ze's puzzled gaze, Snape elucidated. I later discovered those two sentences inscribed on the wall, written in his own blood. Though Xing Ze longed to inquire what that meant, he understood that Snape would not possess the answer. They continued their discussion for over half an hour, and as time passed, Snape's sarcasm grew more pronounced, prompting Xing Ze to tactfully conclude the conversation. Aside from Eric, he also attempted to inquire about the Avery family, but Snape remained tight-lipped on the matter. Before departing, Xing Ze requested the letters from Snape for the sake of his investigation, expecting a refusal. Yet to his surprise, Snape handed them over without hesitation, as if eager for him to take them away. On his way back to the dormitory, Xing Ze read through the second letter, just as Snape had described. The language within was chaotic and illogical, yet when it came to the matter of the white fragment, Eric's account became remarkably lucid. He had spent a considerable sum purchasing the fragment from the auction and attempted to extract the magic contained within it. However, he was unprepared for what else lay within that fragment. In the letter, he expressed that after leaving Diggle Village, he was pursued, subsequently drawing the attention of the Aurors. Yet none of that compared to the dread instilled by the watchful eyes lurking in the darkness. Chapter 45, The Star Teacher. Something lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment, and Eric became acutely aware of this unsettling presence. Fearful of extinguishing the light to sleep, he dared not walk alone in the night. His mind spiraled into paranoia, and hallucinations began to plague him. More than once, he witnessed the grotesque shadows stretching forth from the darkness and heard whispers echoing in his ears during the deep of night. He could not fathom the origin of these inexplicable visions. Terror compelled him to retreat to his hideout in London, yet the feeling of being watched intensified, becoming ever more suffocating. Even more alarming was the realization that he had contracted a plague. In a state of despair, he wrote to Snape, seeking the expertise of the potion's master, who indeed provided assistance, though only after Eric teetered on the brink of madness. Snape temporarily stabilized his mind and the effects of the plague with potions, sealed the fragments with Dumbledore's curse-breaking box, and supplied Eric with a polyjuice potion to divert the Aurors, all to ensure his safe passage to Hogsmeade. Before the Ministry could apprehend Eric, Dumbledore wished to converse with him. Dumbledore had long suspected that this was a scheme orchestrated by the Death Eaters, a notion that Fudge vehemently rejected. Snape elucidated that, given the Ministry's blockade of numerous flu networks and the deployment of personnel at various key locations, traveling by train to Hogsmeade was indeed a prudent choice. Church, Dumbledore. The Ministry. Xing Ze shook his head in resignation. It was often the internal strife that dismantled solid alliances, especially one as fragile as this. He temporarily emptied his thoughts, allowing his mind a moment to breathe. As night deepened, he traversed the quiet, dimly lit corridors, encountering the patrolling Mr. Filch, and exchanged cordial greetings. Approaching his dormitory, Xing Ze nearly finished reading his second letter, except for the portion written in runes. His grasp of Latin was merely adequate, and his knowledge of runes was even poorer. In a twist of fate, he flipped the letter over, and that peculiar yet familiar symbol leapt into his view. An unanticipated chill washed over him, compelling him to halt abruptly, his gaze transfixed upon the symbol. With the last vestiges of willpower, he forced himself to look up, only to discover he was not at school, but rather at a crossroads. Snowflakes drifted gently down, and the solitary street lamp flickered above him. He spotted a vending machine not far off, inhaling shakily, the frigid air prickling his senses. He knew what was to come, something emerging from the darkness. The cry of a blue jay jolted him from his reverie, as a black cat anxiously circled his feet. It's all right, Xing Ze folded the letter, now understanding why Snape had so readily entrusted it to him. Sleep had eluded Xing Ze. After 2 nights of relative calm, nightmares returned with a vengeance, bringing visions of his first case, a girl with flowing hair and large eyes. He entered the washroom, catching a glimpse of his rather haggard reflection, with sunken eyes and bloodshot irises. Taking a deep breath, he pressed 2 fingers against his carotid artery. The black cat languidly yawned on the bed as Xing Ze leaned against the doorframe, watching it, thinking that if only it could speak, matters would be considerably simpler. It was Wednesday, and he had classes in the afternoon, so after breakfast, he made his way to the common office. The Muggle Studies common office was not far from the teaching area, nestled beside the infirmary. Upon his arrival, Professor Burbage was seated, engrossed in reading the newspaper. "Good morning, young man. I missed you yesterday," she greeted. Xing Ze smiled slightly, replying, "I went to Edinburgh to procure some supplies for classes." "How thoughtful of you," Professor Burbage remarked. Pointing toward the window, "You have some letters. Those little fellows arrive quite early." Xing Ze glanced outside to see 2 magical owls perched there. He opened the window, retrieved the letters from their talons, and casually rewarded them with a few nuts. One letter was a postcard from his mother in the Laquala region of the Congo, where she was researching poisonous pangolins. The letter expressed her pride in him for becoming a teacher at Hogwarts. The other letter bore the signature of Big Dog. Its contents straightforward, as he had anticipated. The oil gang was wreaking havoc in Flipover Alley, seemingly searching for a certain black-haired, white girl. The letter also mentioned that he had received some leads from another informant and would investigate that day, though Big Dog did not specify what those leads were. Xing Ze tucked the 2 letters into his ring and took a seat at his desk. "Hey, young man," Professor Burbage called out. "I must inform you that quite a number of students have enrolled in your class." Xing Ze frowned, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Ben entered and, upon spotting Xing Ze, exclaimed, "Look, it's our star professor." "What are you talking about, Ben? Didn't Professor Burbage tell you?" Ben picked up a cup from his desk. "Many students have signed up for your class, far exceeding expectations." "How many?" Xing Ze inquired anxiously. It was Professor Burbage who responded. 200? Or was it 230? "I haven't counted precisely. It's 223, Ben corrected while pouring coffee. The number caused Xing Ze to gasp. Hogwarts had roughly 1,000 students, averaging about 140 per year. This meant he was nearly covering 2-year groups of Muggle studies, equivalent to the workload of a core subject teacher. "More than what Ben and I have combined, young man," Professor Burbage winked at Xing Ze. "So, I've adjusted the schedule. You'll have an additional class on Monday afternoon." "Why is that?" "As far as I know, this subject isn't particularly popular, right? I mean, when I was in school, hardly anyone chose it." Ben took a sip of coffee and chuckled. "Are you denying us?" Relax, I'm just joking, mate," Ben replied with a smirk. "I still don't understand why so many students would sign up for my class. Perhaps this will clarify things for you." Professor Burbage said as she tossed the newspaper to Xing Ze. "Check the column featuring prominent personalities." Upon receiving it, Xing Ze noticed it was the Hogwarts Gazette, which contained an article about him titled "The Unsung Hero." The piece narrated how he had utilized drying charms to maintain a constant temperature on the train and how he bravely ventured outside to confront monsters. After finishing the article, a headache washed over him as he glanced at the author's name, Cedric Diggory, prompting him to swallow back the curse that nearly escaped his lips. Damn youthful exuberance, he thought in frustration. Someone's about to become the star of the year, Ben declared loudly from behind him. Xing Ze returned the newspaper to Professor Burbage, puzzled, and asked, "What year-S class do I teach in the afternoon?" "First to second years." "Wait, aren't elective classes only available from 3rd year onward?" Professor Burbage nodded. "They used to be the case, but this semester it has changed. Dumbledore believes young witches and wizards should have a better understanding of the Muggle world. And I wholeheartedly agree with him. What has prompted this old wizard to change?" Xing Ze recalled Dumbledore's words during the interview, noting that few students typically chose this course. Reflecting on those words now, they seem laced with irony. "On Wednesday, you will teach 1st to 2nd grade classes. On Friday, You will instruct 3rd to 4th grade. And on Monday, 5th grade. The remainder is entrusted to Ben and me. How many students do you have in your charge? Xing Ze inquired. Oh dear, is it that time already? Professor Bibaji exclaimed in a flurry, hastily gathering his textbooks and materials, preparing to depart. I have lectures in the morning. Best of luck. My dear. Ben, too, was eager to depart, citing a need to assist his friend Henry, setting down his teacup, only to be halted by Xing Ze. I remember your friend, Henry Bachet. Is he not the potions instructor? Indeed. Excellent. I have a matter to discuss with him. Chapter 46, Henry Bachet. Xing Ze had encountered Henry Bachet at the opening ceremony, though what had been a fleeting introduction. He appeared to be in his 20s, yet in truth, he was already 30. With a prominent nose, deep blue eyes, and thin lips, he possessed a striking handsomeness. His complexion pale to the point of being almost sickly upon closer inspection. He was impeccably dressed, his wizarding robes the latest style, handcrafted by Woodcock's century-old tailor shop, with the most modest costing no less than 150 galleons. Compared to Barrowflea, he lacked a certain masculinity, but was imbued with a brooding intensity. Perhaps this very aura allowed him to keep the ravages of time at bay. Time is a flat circle. It returns to its origin, he remarked, his voice hoarse and low. Pardon? Xing Ze asked, furrowing his brow. I find this phrase rather appealing, Bachet replied, pulling out a notebook and pen to begin writing. Xing Ze turned to Ben, who gestured for him to be patient. After Bachet concluded his writing, he fell into contemplation, seemingly savoring the meaning of his words. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze to Xing Ze, a look of surprise dawning upon him as he joyfully exclaimed, Oh, I know you. The nameless hero. Is that what they call you? No. Xing Ze's lips twitched slightly. They call me Xing Ze. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bachet. What a pity. That title suits you so well. The fearless one who faced the monster in the blizzard, ultimately sacrificing his life to save the train. Yet no one could utter his name. How tragic, how cold. Xing Ze turned to Ben and whispered, Are all potions instructors so eccentric, or is it just him? Ben quietly replied in Xing Ze's ear, That's just him. He sometimes gets lost in his own illusions. The students affectionately refer to him as the brooding prince. Give him a moment, mate. Mr. Bachet. Xing Ze snapped his fingers in front of the princess' face. I apologize for the interruption. I did not face the Yeti alone. There were 2 others with me who delayed the time, and I am still alive. Bachet snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath, finally recognizing Ben as presence. Hey Ben, when did you arrive? He had been standing there for nearly 20 minutes. Xing Ze thought to himself, though he maintained a smile. Mr. Bachet, I require your assistance. Despite the moniker, Nameless Hero, a smile flickered across Bachet's pale face. As long as you promise to discuss that feeling with me afterwards. What feeling? Death. His eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a saint beholding a miracle. I shall not disturb you further, Ben interjected, then turned to exit the room. Very well. Should matters conclude successfully, I will speak with you about it. Xing Ze reluctantly acquiesced, retrieving the red candies from his ring. What is this? Bachet inquired, appearing quite reliable when not ensnared in his fantasies. A new type of hallucinogen. Xing Ze responded, I need your assistance in analyzing its composition. Upon hearing this, Bachet chuckled a few times, but his mirth quickly faded. Oh, you're serious. Of course. I fear I cannot comply. Xing Ze spread his hands, but just a moment ago, no, this is a matter of principle, Mr. Nameless Hero. Xing Ze. My name is Xing Ze. Bachet hesitated but continued in his own way. Mr. Nameless Hero, this is a matter of principle. I cannot assist you in concocting poison. No. I believe you're mistaken, Mr. Bachet. These hallucinogens are tied to certain affairs, and I need to clarify their composition. I sense the aroma of conspiracy, sir. Bachet leaned forward. Is it related to the train attack? I cannot divulge that information. Bachet's slender fingers glided across the table, fiddling with the red candies. As he again fell into contemplation, and Xing Ze could only wait in silence. You know, sir, we share certain similarities. Xing Ze shrugged. I suppose it is death? You feel the same, do you not? We are both shrouded in the specter of death, like chosen sacrifices of the divine. However, you are different. You are ensnared by the past, with something slowly dragging you into the mire. Xing Ze exhaled deeply. Well then, Keats, will you assist me or not? Bachet flashed a wicked smile, reaching for a red candy. I will help you, but our agreement remains unchanged. How long until we know the results? It depends on the complexity of the candy's composition. Regardless, I must thank you, Mr. Bachet. Xing Ze rose and exited the room. For the remainder of the morning, Xing Ze prepared his lesson plans, although in truth, he had already thoroughly studied the entire curriculum before arriving at the school. Another portion of his time was spent memorizing the names of his students. The afternoon class was scheduled in a spacious classroom, with over 50 students arriving eagerly. The previously boisterous room falling silent as Xing Ze entered. All eyes were upon him, which made him feel exposed. He recognized Harry Potter, the three Weasley siblings, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and other familiar faces. He cleared his throat softly and began a brief self-introduction, preparing to commence the lesson when a blonde girl in the second row raised her hand high. Xing Ze recalled that this girl was named Lena Cast, a half-blood which from an orphanage in the town of Bonus on the eastern shore of Lake Windermere. Cast, what is the significance of this class? The blonde girl blinked her large eyes and asked. The entire class turned their attention towards her, and Xing Ze smiled, feeling grateful for her assistance in drawing focus. An excellent question, Xing Ze replied. I have often pondered the very essence of this class. I believe many of you hail from Muggle families. Growing up in the Muggle world, you possess a certain understanding of Muggle life. Moreover, aside from your schooling, you spend the remainder of your time in the Muggle realm. Therefore, this class may seem utterly meaningless to you. Several wizards, including Harry, raised their heads, expressions of confusion and incredulity upon their faces. Xing Ze continued. As for the remaining individuals, they likely know nothing of the Muggle world. You live in the Wizarding realm, and after graduation, you may continue to do so, whether or not you are aware that the Muggle world has no bearing on your lives. A number of Slytherin students and pure-blood offspring voiced their agreement. So, why have you chosen to attend this course? Surely it cannot be merely to secure a future position at the Muggle Liaison Office. Trust me, that job is hardly commendable. Chapter 47, The First Class. The entire class erupted in laughter. The atmosphere lightened considerably. As the laughter subsided, Xing Ze spoke again. Castor, let me test your knowledge. Tell me, how much can a galleon be exchanged for in pounds? Castor smiled faintly, rising to respond. 5 pounds. Moreover, as I understand it, Hogwarts professors receive a mere 95 galleons monthly, which translates to approximately 475 pounds. Such a paltry, some would classify one as impoverished in the Muggle world. For a fleeting moment, Xing Ze perceived a glimmer of pride on the girl's face, but she quickly resumed her innocent demeanor. Very well, Castor. I presume you have perused Hogwarts recruitment advertisements. Xing Ze conceded begrudgingly. However, you are mistaken. How so? Castor interjected in surprise. That is precisely the rate quoted by Gringotts. Are you implying their pricing is incorrect, sir? Well, who will address Castor's uncertainty? Xing Ze inquired with a smile, directing his gaze toward the other students. Several Slytherin students raised their hands, among them the unmistakable Draco Malfoy with his signature white hair. All right, Malfoy, he called. Draco Malfoy stood, responding with an air of arrogance. A galleon can be exchanged for 25 pounds. That is impossible, Castor retorted. When I enrolled, Gringotts exchanged it for us at that rate. Many students echoed her sentiment, recalling that when they had exchanged at Gringotts, it indeed was 5 pounds for a galleon. The class buzzed with discussion. A significant number began to question Malfoy, while only a small minority clung to his theory. Silence, everyone. Xing Ze clapped his hands, allowing Malfoy to finish. Once the students quieted down sufficiently, Malfoy cleared his throat and remarked, It's because the school provided you with student loans, you half-bloods. All right, sit down, Malfoy. Your answer was commendable. Slytherin earns a point. Xing Ze promptly interrupted the pure-blood boy before he could elaborate further. Student loans? Castor furrowed her brow. She had never anticipated such a thing, but, indeed, Castor, you may take your seat as well. Xing explained. Hogwarts grants students from the Muggle world a loan of 100 galleons. Within that 100 galleons, you may utilize the exchange rate of 5 pounds per galleon. Most students from the Muggle world still appeared perplexed, prompting Xing Ze to elaborate further until comprehension dawned on them. Finally, he added, but do not squander all your funds. After graduation, you must repay the school, albeit only the principal. Generally speaking, the application for a student loan is sent alongside the acceptance letter. Such assistance serves to better attract wizarding children from Muggle families to attend the school. Very few would decline such assistance. Behold, this is why we must study Muggle studies. Xing Ze seized the moment, otherwise you wouldn't even grasp the exchange rate. Now, let us commence the lesson officially. Please open your textbooks. Xing Ze's inaugural class proceeded rather smoothly. He had not anticipated that Draco Malfoy, hailing from a pure-blood family, would enroll in this course. Nor did he expect Harry and Ron to attend, which significantly deviated from the original narrative. However, what surprised him most was the blonde girl, Lena Castor. She seemed quite familiar with Muggle life, posing numerous incisive questions, perhaps in an attempt to reclaim her dignity. Xing Ze believed he should not have such thoughts. Considering an 11-year-old girl could not possibly be so mature, yet he could not shake the feeling that this child was somewhat confrontational. On his way back, he encountered Cedric. Or rather, Cedric was waiting for him. "Sir, have you seen the school newspaper?" he inquired excitedly. "Of course, unsung hero. I believe the headline is quite commendable." Cedric beamed with pride at the compliment, seemingly oblivious to the underlying sarcasm. Xing Ze pressed his forehead, pulling Cedric aside. "Listen, lad. Do not waste your efforts promoting my exploits." "Why not?" Cedric's face was a mask of confusion. "Did I write too poorly, sir?" No, that is not the issue." Xing Ze inhaled deeply, contemplating how to elucidate. After a moment, he asked, "Why does the paper not report my deeds? Why has the Ministry of Magic overlooked me? Why has the ever-principled Dumbledore failed to express gratitude?" This, Cedric furrowed his brow. The barrage of questions had left him bewildered. "Think carefully. Perhaps the newspaper may have forgotten me. The Ministry might not favor me. But Dumbledore, he should surely be aware. I wager you have approached him about this matter." The young prefect nodded, finally encountering a question he could answer. "I, along with Percy and several other prefects on the train, did indeed approach the headmaster. If necessary, we would go again." "Spare me," Xing Ze exclaimed inwardly. At that moment he wished to draw his wand and cast a wakefulness spell on the fervent prefect. No. Cedric, focus on the earlier questions." After a period of silence, Cedric appeared to grasp something, raising his head uncertainly. "Because you do not wish for anyone to know of your existence." Xing Ze nodded approvingly. "Well done, Cedric. Truly, the one who unraveled the secret of the golden egg." He had never doubted Cedric's intellect, perhaps only just a tad. "So, why would I not want anyone to know of my existence?" Because you harbor unspeakable secrets." No. The prefect waved his hands, his expression one of astonishment. "Are you assisting in the investigation of the train incident?" "So it is true. I heard my father mention that the Auror office is organizing personnel to secretly investigate the train incident." "Your father?" "Oh, I recall he works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures." Cedric nodded. "Yes, he has a few friends in the Auror office. They discussed this matter while drinking, but they were uncertain. You know, sir, such confidentiality." "Are you truly investigating?" "Do not ask, Cedric," Xing Ze interjected mysteriously. "You just said it is confidential." "All right." The young prefect lowered his head, beginning to realize he had inadvertently meddled in matters that could hinder your investigation. "Not yet, child, but do not continue. This serves me no benefit. The hero often bears a radiant glow, while darkness shies away from it. Yet it has not truly vanished. Rather, it conceals itself in deeper shadows," Cedric interjected. Chapter 48, Eric's Hideout. Xing Ze cast an appreciative glance at him. "You are quite astute, Cedric. How may I assist you?" "Sir?" Xing Ze had been waiting for him to say that. Earlier, when reviewing student records, he had discovered that Cedric's mother worked at the Cleona Library. A resource that must be utilized wisely. "I recall your mother works at the library?" "Yes, sir, at the Cleona Library." "Does she have access to level 1 documents?" Xing Ze inquired. Within the first-level documents of the Cleona Library, there exist numerous copies of the historical records of pure-blood families, alongside a considerable number of texts chronicling the atrocities committed by the Death Eaters in days gone by. Cedric pondered for a moment before responding. "She ought to possess that right. However, sir, would it not be more prudent to consult the literature directly?" "Secret investigation, Cedric," Xing Ze emphasized, while inwardly lamenting. "If I had that right, I wouldn't need to deceive a mere teenager. I could inquire with my mother," Cedric proposed, albeit with a hint of uncertainty regarding the likelihood of success. "Just do your best. Moreover, do you recall what transpired on the train after I departed?" "What do you mean?" "Unusual or suspicious individuals. Anything that struck you as amiss, particularly those 4 passengers." Cedric contemplated for a moment before replying. "I had gone to the train's radio room, but I can ask Percy and the other prefects to see if they have any insights." Xing Ze nodded, though he harbored little hope. The Auror office and the faculty had already interrogated everyone aboard the train, and if any revelations had emerged, there was no reason for Bishop Andrell to withhold them from him. After informing Cedric of how to reach him, Xing Ze hurried back to his dormitory, where he meticulously added to his notes and devised a simple plan. His current focus needed to be on the case of the missing Aurors and the investigation into the white fragments, both of which were intertwined with the train attack. Thus, the 3 matters became entangled, akin to a chaotic stew. Based on the information at hand, the Avery family emerged as the primary suspects, especially since the 2 Aurors had vanished on their territory. Following closely behind were the Greasy Gang and the Gravediggers. As the recurring appearances of the red candy and peculiar symbols compelled Xing Ze to include them in the list of suspects as well. Therefore, a trip to Nocturne Alley was inevitable. Once he had finished his notes, Xing Ze leaned back in his chair, weighing the risks of venturing alone into Nocturne Alley. Indeed, if Jay had not replied by tomorrow, he would have to take the risk of infiltrating that dubious locale himself, for time was of the essence, and many leads would dissipate with its passage. Xing Ze glanced at his watch. Noticing it was still early, he resolved to visit Eric's hideout in London. He arrived at the address inscribed on the slip of paper by 3 o'clock. It was a modest 2-story villa nestled within the suburbs of London, obscured by dense woods, with only a gravel path leading to it. The driver who had brought him there was a short, stout, middle-aged man who took some time to comprehend the destination. Throughout the journey, he complained about traffic, the government, and the plague, among other grievances. That place is rarely visited these days. It used to be quite lively, he remarked. I remember it belonged to a wealthy individual who threw parties every now and then, and many drivers would go there. But within a few years, that person went bankrupt due to the economic crisis. Xing Ze responded with half-hearted agreement, observing the bustling streets gradually yielding to expansive lawns, then trees, and finally dense woods. The last 10 minutes of the journey required him to walk on foot. Upon sighting the villa, he let out a whistle, prompting his raven to fly toward the structure. After confirming that all was well, he continued onward. To acquire such a residence in the suburbs of London, it seemed Eric's potion business was thriving. Xing Ze cast the Alohomora spell at the front door, which creaked open, releasing a musty odor that caught him off guard. The interior had been thoroughly ransacked. It was evident that both the Ministry of Magic and the church had conducted extensive searches. He did not harbor any illusions of discovering valuable clues. He merely wished to verify certain matters. The peculiar room was located on the 2nd floor, in a small bedroom where both the ceiling and floor were adorned with various symbols, including a few Celtic crosses. Eric had evidently gone to great lengths to evade the disturbances of his dreams. While lamenting this, Xing Ze gazed toward the head of the bed. From the abyss, he calls me forth. The blood-written text had darkened, and on another wall of the room, that very symbol was prominently displayed. However, this time, Xing Ze was not ensnared by the symbol's illusion. He merely felt a vague discomfort and detected a faint odor of decay. Hearing the call of his raven, he turned to see it burrowing beneath the room's wardrobe, shortly emerging with a red candy. Xing Ze approached to retrieve the candy, which must have accidentally rolled under. Hallucinogen. Greasy gang. Avery family. He murmured, the fog of confusion finally lifting a little, affirming that his direction was indeed correct. The stench grew increasingly potent, causing Xing Ze to furrow his brow as he rose to survey his surroundings. With the raven becoming increasingly agitated, he discerned the source of the foul odor, brandished his wand, and ventured forth. The nauseating scent intensified in the study on the 2nd floor, and Xing Ze cautiously pushed the door open to enter. Inside, he beheld a painting on the wall that was clearer and more unsettling than the one Bishop Andrell had previously shown him. The creature depicted squatted upon the ground like a corpulent toad, bearing certain bat-like features on its face. The image was rendered in a tar-like black liquid, obscuring the full details of this grotesque entity, for which he was grateful he could not see clearly. Snape never mentioned this, Xing Ze said, gripping his wand tightly with a low voice, sensing his body tremble slightly. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Having been reborn, Xing Ze's senses of hearing and smell had been heightened. The sound of footsteps on the muddy ground indicated that the individuals were not approaching from the front door, but rather from the backyard. He reacted swiftly, dashing out of the room, but failed to notice that the painting was slowly oozing down the wall. Xing Ze crouched against the wall and reached the window at the end of the corridor. This half-moon-shaped window afforded a clear view of the backyard and the nearby woods. He cautiously pulled back the curtain, peering through the gap. His suspicions were confirmed. 3 individuals were making their way from the woods toward the house, and he could not discern from their attire whether they were wizards or muggles. Thus, he held his breath and waited for them to enter through the back door. Just as he contemplated using apparition to escape, a long black whip suddenly lashed out at him. Chapter 49, Perilous Encounters. Without a moment to prepare for the unexpected turn of events, Xing Ze was fortunate that his raven reacted in time, unleashing all reserved magical projectiles. The black whip struck him on the side, sending wood chips flying and producing a resounding crash. His body instinctively sprang into action before the next blow could land. He rolled aside, narrowly evading the whip as it smashed into the floor behind him, splintering the wooden boards. Xing Ze retaliated with a magical ray, but the creature did not attempt to evade it. The spell struck its tar-like body, yet yielded no effect. Ineffective, he thought in alarm, hastily casting a protective armor spell around himself. Almost simultaneously, the unpredictable creature transformed into a small battering ram, crashing down upon Xing Ze with brutal force. The sudden impact slammed him against the wall, causing the plaster from the ceiling to rain down, but fortunately, his armor absorbed the entirety of the force. The three individuals downstairs arrived belatedly. Upon sighting the creature, they raised their wands without a moment's hesitation. Damn it, Xing Ze cursed, realizing that they intended to eliminate both him and the monster. Swiftly, he chanted an incantation, casting an air explosion spell before the trio could act. The air around him contracted in an instant and then exploded outward. A tremendous wave of energy radiated from him, toppling everything in its path. Floorboards, furniture, glass, cabinets. And that grotesque creature, yet it failed to displace the three wizards. The eldest among them, possessing a keen sense of foresight, cast a protective charm, halting the energy wave in front of them. To make matters worse, the other two had completed their spells as well. The hat-wearing wizard conjured a blazing inferno, a brilliant flame shooting from the tip of his wand, searing the tar-like monster, which screeched in agony as it adeptly altered its form, sprouting numerous tendrils and swiftly retreating towards the ceiling before the flames could inflict significant harm. The other wizard's disarming spell struck Xing Ze, sending his white poplar wand flying from his grasp, but before it could land in the hands of his opponent, Lan Hui leaped and seized the wand, seizing the moment while the elder wizard had yet to complete his next incantation. Xing Ze calmly extracted a vial of potion from his pocket and threw it to the ground. The vial shattered, releasing a cloud of purple smoke that quickly enveloped the room. "Get out!" the elder wizard exclaimed, covering his nose, and forced the other two to retreat from the room. Then came a thunderous crash. The tar monster had broken through the ceiling, climbing towards the roof. "Angus, go deal with that wizard and kill him," the elder commanded. "Lei, you come with me to find that creature." The two wizards nodded, and Angus cast a minor hurricane spell, the powerful wind dispersing the purple mist. Lei and the elder wizard floated to the rooftop, while Angus strode forward, only to find an open window, with no sign of the young wizard. "Damn it," he cursed, waving his wand and invoking a rather complex incantation. Two blue phantoms appeared in the room, representing the young wizard and his familiar. The two phantoms leaped out of the window, the wizard casting a feather-light charm on himself, landing gracefully before immediately using a disillusionment charm, while his familiar transformed into a raven. "Impressive, transforming your familiar?" Angus thought to himself, though merely somewhat impressive. Kaimon had said to kill him, which meant he could unleash his full power. The tracking spell could conjure phantoms based on the residual magical energy of the wizard. He wasn't concerned about the young wizard escaping unless he refrained from using magic. After one phantom appeared, Angus found himself in a forest, quickly casting an armor charm around himself, then following the phantoms deeper into the woods. After 5 or 6 minutes, he caught up with the young wizard who was, in fact, waiting for him. "A wise decision," Angus remarked. "But even if you surrender, I must kill you." Xing Ze exhaled deeply, gripping his white poplar wand tightly. He suspected the Tarantella smoke wouldn't obstruct them for long, yet he hadn't anticipated their swift arrival. "I'm sorry, sir, but today is not my day to die. Sometimes, one must confront reality." No sooner had he spoken than Angus unleashed a magical beam, for surprise was always the most effective strategy. Unfortunately, Xing Ze had anticipated this. 3 missiles intercepted the beam. The two began a duel of magic, their powers colliding and exploding, illuminating the forest with incessant flashes and crackling sounds. The essence of a magical duel lies in speed, precision, ferocity, and adaptability. In the midst of intense confrontation, the dynamics of offense and defense shifted rapidly, testing not only a wizard's spellcasting foundation, but also their reflexes. Angus adeptly parried several of the young wizard's attacks, discerning that the youth was overly eager for victory, perhaps due to a deficiency in his magical reserves that hindered prolonged engagement. Thus, he opted for a defensive stance, patiently awaiting a flaw in his opponent's approach, whether for magical fatigue or miscast spell. Seizing the moment, he could crush the young wizard outright. The opportunity arose swiftly. During the casting of a spell, the young wizard faltered slightly. Minor as it may be among peers, it was ample for Angus. He immediately launched a counteroffensive, unleashing his magic with unrestrained vigor, each spell more rapid than the last, catching the young wizard off guard and forcing him to retreat in haste. Observing his opponent's disarray, Angus laughed heartily. He admired the young man's endurance, but deemed it time to conclude the duel. "If you surrender now, I might grant you a dignified death." Xing Ze found himself with nowhere to retreat, yet the panic that had once gripped him vanished. "Sir, He said, "I'm not alone." Angus instantly grasped the implication. But it was too late. He felt something tugging at his feet, causing him to stumble downward involuntarily. A magical trap? A trip jinx? Silent casting? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Reluctantly, Angus glanced downward, spotting the dark, gelatinous creature. After deflecting his opponent's magic, Xing Ze promptly cast a severing charm. It was thwarted by the opponent's protective armor. Angus, recovering quickly from his initial surprise, rolled to the side with determination. A life accustomed to danger had honed his ability to maintain clarity even in dire straits, though his feet remained ensnared as long as he wielded his wand. He felt little fear. He swiftly cast a concealment charm, hoping to buy time to free himself from the unknown creature clinging to his foot. Chapter 50. Let's Ignite. Xing Ze watched as his opponent rolled into the forest, preparing to pursue, but suddenly the scenery around him shifted, and he realized the other had employed a concealment charm. Yet, thanks to Lan Hui, he could still pinpoint the man's location, right behind a moss-covered pine tree, if it could be called a pine tree at all. He waved his wand, channeling the surrounding magical energy, conjuring a purple spear that soared through the air, slicing through branches and shrubs effortlessly and easily piercing the tree trunk, followed by an enraged scream. "Ah, you little brat, I will surely slay you." He had struck true, Xing Ze thought triumphantly, then cautiously approached the pine tree. Angus nearly succumbed to the pain as the spear pierced his left shoulder, the magical energy continuously breaking down the flesh and blood around the wound. Clinging to despair and defiance, he remained conscious, puzzled as to how his opponent had discerned his position. The pain sharpened his mind. What manner of being was this insufferable young man? He had lured him step by step into a meticulously laid trap, his tactics reminiscent of a seasoned hunter, even as he was the one being pursued. Had he planned everything in such a short span? The initial hasty attacks, the deliberately exposed flaws, and the final display of exhaustion in defense. Damn it, Angus, damn it. Move swiftly, he is coming. As Xing Ze approached, he caught sight of the other attempting to retrieve his wand. He hurried forward and kicked the wand aside with a decisive motion. What about the other two? Go to hell, you bastard. Angus spat through gritted teeth. Ah, the gravedigger. Xing Ze tilted his head, noticing the distinctive symbol adorning Angus's neck. The outside world claims you are quite defiant. Angus gasped for breath, clearly not inclined to make a futile struggle any longer. You cannot stop this, kid. Long live the king of the underground. He shouted, only to convulse suddenly. Damn it. Observing Angus frothing at the mouth, his complexion turning a ghastly hue while he writhed, Xing Ze felt a sense of helplessness. These fools had hidden poison in their mouths, true desperados. After a brief 10 seconds, Angus ceased his convulsions, and Xing Ze crouched down to check his pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, sighing, "It seems today is not my lucky day." He then began to search through the belongings of his fallen foe. King of the underground? What on earth does that mean? Damn bastard. Can't you articulate your words more clearly? Once he confirmed that there was nothing more to find, Xing Ze left the corpse for Bluebeak. He gestures now. Bluebeak, eat quickly. We don't have much time. The tar-like creature was ensnared within a magical circle, while an elderly wizard held an ancient tome, mumbling incantations. Another wizard was continuously channeling his magical energy into the circle. They appeared utterly unguarded, showing great confidence in their companion. Unfortunately, that fellow had left nothing but scraps behind. Concealed within the dense forest, Xing Ze averted his gaze, waving his wand to dispel his eagle-eye spell, and retrieved a potion from his ring, drinking it down. A surge of potent magic coursed through him, the veins in his face, neck, and hands becoming pronounced, turning a cerulean hue reminiscent of the sky. His breathing grew rapid, even ceasing for a moment, until the veins receded and everything returned to normal. The Paracelsus magic potion, much like its inventor, was both frenzied and efficient. The potion could restore a significant amount of magical energy in a short time, yet its side effects were equally pronounced. In its initial phase, it would impose a great burden on the body, and should one fail to withstand it, they might become weak or, in worse luck, faint. As Xing Ze waited silently in the woods, he seized the moment when the elderly wizard raised his tome high, just as he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. He used apparition to materialize directly between the two wizards. The first spell he cast was the silent spell, his swiftest incantation, striking the elder wizard, who instantly became mute, frantically reaching for his wand. Simultaneously, Xing Ze's fist connected with the face of the other wizard. The wizard's robe, imbued with magic, effectively resisted physical attacks, making a face strike the most effective choice. Channeling nearly all his strength, Xing Ze knocked out a pair of the wizard's front teeth, sending him spinning before he staggered to the ground. The freed creature emitted an excited hiss, while the elder wizard had only just grasped his wand. Alas, Xing Ze was already upon him. The hand holding the wand was twisted back, the sound of breaking bones ringing in his ears. And only when his wand pierced his heart did he feel the pain radiate from his hand. He could not even utter a scream, his eyes widening as he fell backward. Xing Ze had no intention of pausing. He ducked under the creature's smooth tendrils, continuing his incantation. Blue beak, he called inwardly, as the raven descended from the sky, transforming into a scaled shield before him, absorbing the creature's ferocious assault. The scales of the Ukrainian iron-bellied dragon had cost him 50 galleons, but now it seemed worth every penny. Grateful, Xing Ze completed his spell as flames roared to life. The searing inferno engulfed the creature, and with blue beak as a shield, Xing Ze advanced steadily. The blazing fire consumed a considerable amount of magical energy. But he was untroubled. The effects of the Paracelsus magic potion were still in play, and if necessary, he could always drink another vial. The creature, scorched by the flames, flailed wildly, yet it could not escape the confines of the magical circle, its piercing shrieks resonating through the sky. Minutes later, its movements began to slow. Xing Ze remained vigilant, patiently waiting until Blue Beak had exhausted the dragon scales before he ceased his spell, the air thick with a nauseating stench of charred flesh. He frowned at the motionless creature, resembling a puddle of sludge settled in a stinking ditch, akin to burnt tar, very much like Blue Beak. But the aroma left much to be desired. You wish to consume it? Xing Ze sensed Blue Beak's emotions. Are you certain? That thing does not look appetizing in the least. If you crave barbecue, I have far better recommendations. Blue Beak ignored Xing Ze's musings, transforming into a black cat, pacing near the magical circle. Sighing, Xing Ze unleashed a magical ray to dismantle the enchantment. The creature seemed to sense something, shifting its body in an attempt to flee. I advise you to reconsider. All right. Xing Ze intended to offer one last piece of advice, but the black cat pounced like a famished wolf. He exhaled deeply and approached the elderly wizard, whose wand was embedded deep within him. His magical prowess was the strongest among the three, yet he wore not even a single enchanted robe. Was he overly confident in himself? Xing Ze pondered. He crouched down to pick up the tome, but as his fingers brushed the cover, it ignited spontaneously, turning to ash within seconds. Chapter 51, The Essex Hotel. A theft protection spell? Damn it. I should have anticipated this. Disheartened, Xing Ze rose. He only had time to glimpse the book's title, The Book of Eyebones. Misfortune does not come alone. Today, Xing Ze felt particularly unlucky, for another wizard had also perished. He shattered the false teeth in the wizard's mouth, the poison concealed within cascading forth, with predictable results. Damn it. He pressed his throbbing forehead, searching the clothing of both men. Aside from a few red candies each, the remainder was nothing but mundane items. He left the bodies for Blue Beak, who, having consumed the creature, had grown considerably, now capable of enveloping Xing Ze's entire arm. While this venture yielded no trivial gains, new questions arose in quick succession. The king of the underground, the enigmatic dream creature, and he had not discovered the gravedigger's symbol on the elderly wizard. Why pursue this line of work? Xing Ze often questioned himself, weary of the multitude of new inquiries sprouting after resolving just one. Why pursue this line of work? He asked himself once more, raising his wand to cast an explosion spell upon the villa, which erupted into fragments, followed swiftly by flames that ravenously devoured all combustibles left in the aftermath of the blast. The fire illuminated Xing Ze's face as he extended his hand, Blue Beak transforming into black mud that adhered to him before they vanished from sight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xing Ze traversed along Daffodil Street, tossing a coin into a beggar's hat, receiving a blessing of God bless you in return. Then he turned into Ballard Street, pausing briefly at Tabor Park to enjoy a short mime performance. He generously offered the mime artist $2 before purchasing the Times, the Guardian, and the Daily Telegraph at a nearby newsstand. The proprietor attempted to sell him the Daily Mirror, assuring Xing Ze that it contained everything people desired. However, Xing Ze suspected he was merely trying to dispose of the towering stack of daily mirrors. As he departed from a newsstand, the sun dipped below the horizon, illuminating the distant Tower Bridge with its lights. He tucked the newspapers under his arm and made his way towards the nearest underground station. On the tube bound for Charing Cross, he perused all 3 newspapers, noting that the plague that had erupted in Wales had been contained within southern England. Government officials announced that the National Center for Disease Control had developed a new remedy capable of effectively treating patients in the early stages of infection. It appeared that the Magical Research Institute had finally concocted a potion that could remedy the afflictions of muggles, he mused. None of the newspapers mentioned any new areas of infection, suggesting that the White Shard was likely still ensconced within the Wizarding World. After departing from the leaky cauldron at Charing Cross, he ventured into Diagon Alley, ultimately arriving at the Essex Hotel located at the end of the street. It was an imposing high-rise, reminiscent of Gringotts in its classical elegance and refined style, though distinctively constructed of red brick. Operated by the Phillips family. It boasted branches in both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds, standing as one of the most luxurious hotels in the British Wizarding realm. Upon entering the hotel, he approached the front desk, where a well-groomed man with a prominent mustache welcomed him. "Sir, welcome to the Essex Hotel. I am the manager, Adrian. How may I assist you today?" "I would like to dine here," Xing Ze replied. Adrian offered a professional smile. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" "No." "Then I recommend our buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor. What if I wish to enjoy a drink after my meal? Our bar is located on the 2nd floor. You may visit there." "Thank you." "You're welcome, sir." The hotel's decor was akin to that of Muggle establishments, featuring elevators, chandeliers, and numerous electric trinkets, though the majority of amenities were powered by magic. This hotel not only attracted a multitude of Muggles, but also drew many pureblood wizards. Despite many pureblood families possessing estates in the Wizarding World, they relished hosting various gatherings, balls, and celebrations at the Essex Hotel. This was more a symbol of status and wealth, as all services were rendered by humans rather than house elves. After centuries of subjugating house elves, wizards had grown weary and bored, seeking pursuits that more prominently displayed their social standing. Thus, enlisting the service of Muggles and those lacking magical talent became the new trend. Indeed, what could be more gratifying than subjugating one's own kind? Xing Ze had a simple dinner at the buffet, finding the food quite satisfactory and the prices reasonable, not exorbitantly high. After his meal, he proceeded to the bar, which was spacious and luxurious, though not yet bustling with patrons due to the early hour. There were 2 bartenders at the counter, one middle-aged and the other youthful. Xing Ze seated himself before the latter. "What can I get you, sir?" the young bartender inquired, putting down his newspaper. Noticing his name tag, Xing Ze saw it read Mateo. "What is the cheapest option you have?" The bartender glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Beer." "Excellent, I'll have a glass." Soon, a chill beer was placed before Xing Ze. "Are you here to quench your thirst, mate?" Mateo asked with curiosity. Leaning forward, Xing Ze responded, "Yes, just satisfying a craving." "You're not British, are you?" "No, I'm Spanish." "How did you guess?" "It's not common for Brits to be named Mateo." The bartender glanced at his name tag. "I wanted them to put my British name on it." "But they wouldn't agree." "A wizard, then?" "Don't be ridiculous, mate. Do I look like one?" Mateo chuckled. "I suppose you must be a wizard, right?" "How could you tell?" "I have a keen eye. There's a mix of everyone here. Muggles, wizards, goblins, and even a few Muggles. But I seldom misjudge. I consider my talent." Xing Ze smiled faintly, observing that the middle-aged bartender occasionally cast furtive glances their way. "So you must be quite familiar with the hotel." "Of course," Mateo replied proudly. "I've been here for nearly 10 years. "You don't say." Xing Ze leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "This is my first visit to the Essex Hotel." "I could tell," Mateo remarked. "So what brings you here? Business? Or—" "Oh, I'm just here for a visit. I arrived in England a few days ago and thought I'd check out the most luxurious wizarding hotel. I heard many prominent families host balls here, and I thought, someone of my humble stature could use a bit of opportunity." Chapter 52, A Day of Misfortune. Mateo casually picked up a glass to polish. "What a pity you've arrived late. The Avery family just hosted a ball a few days ago." "What?" Xing Ze exclaimed, spreading his hands in dismay. "My luck has always been abysmal." "Don't be disheartened, mate. Perhaps another ball will be held in a few days. Those grand families love their soirees." "I appreciate your optimism, friend. I imagine the ball was quite splendid. You were there, I presume?" "Ha!" Mateo laughed heartily. "Certainly. I'm the best bartender here." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, glancing at the middle-aged bartender. Xing Ze feigned great interest, wanting to appear as a country bumpkin. "Tell me more, Mateo. What was the ball like?" Sure enough, Mateo set down the glass and began to boast. "The Avery family, oh, Merlin S. Beard. They host a ball here every year, inviting all sorts of dignitaries." He bragged for nearly half an hour, though much of it revolved around trivial matters, food, drink, attire, and so forth. Clearly well-versed in various topics, he named a dozen types of beverages and many styles of clothing, predominantly those worn by women. Given his decent looks, Xing Ze surmised he must have quite the charm with women. Otherwise, why would a man know so much about women as fashion? "You know what is most exciting?" Mateo suddenly teased. "Hey, friend, don't leave me hanging." Xing Ze feigned exasperation. "It's like I've dropped my trousers only to discover the other party is a man." "Ah ha ha ha." Mateo erupted into laughter. I love your analogy. I must remember that one. So what is the most exciting thing? Mateo raised his eyebrows and whispered, women. Women? Indeed. A diverse array of socialites, alluring courtesans, and beautiful maidens. Mateo reminisced with great nostalgia. The sweet home, from where the finest ladies emerge, impeccably trained, akin to a perfectly crafted margarita. I heard there were some particularly special guests that day. Xing Ze sought to steer the conversation back on course. Mateo, momentarily lost in cherished memories, abruptly ceased his laughter, his expression turning guarded as he inquired, what do you mean? Unusual individuals, perhaps from the upside-down alley or some other place. Mateo's voice faltered, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the middle-aged bartender, responding in a low tone, no, do not inquire further. All right, my friend. Xing Ze waved dismissively. What seems to be bothering you? Have you seen a ghost? Let us discuss something more pleasurable, Mateo, like horse racing or the lottery. Do you partake in that as well? Oh, how did you deduce that? The newspaper, Xing Ze replied. When I sat down, you were engrossed in it. The Daily Mirror. I presume that section exclusively covers horse racing. You were jotting down the competitors' names, were you not? Moreover, the lottery tickets peeking from your pocket. Mateo cast a surprised glance at his bag, hastily shoving the lottery tickets deeper within. Wow, you are remarkably observant. A professional necessity, Xing Ze shrugged. I once worked in marketing, encountering a myriad of individuals while discerning their preferences. I have indeed heard of that. Isn't horse racing a pastime for muggles? I thought wizards had little fondness for anything muggle-related. I am not a wizard, and besides, there is nothing wrong with earning a little extra. Earning a little extra? Xing Ze's lips curled in a smirk as he produced several coins from his pocket, placing them on the table. Mateo glanced at the galleons atop the table. A mere pint of beer would not require such an amount. Tell me more about the ball, Xing Ze whispered. Tonight, you can make quite a profit, perhaps compensating for your losses at the races. For Merlin's sake, are you an aura? Good heavens, brother. Have you ever seen an aura with my complexion? I hardly think so. I rarely misjudge, Mateo remarked. Thus, I find you quite perilous, and we have little to discuss. If you desire a drink, call me. Upon uttering those words, he turned and busied himself. Xing Ze pocketed the galleons, glancing at the middle-aged bartender, who promptly averted his gaze, resuming his task of wiping down the bar. Well, it seems I'm unwelcome here. Xing Ze stood to leave. At that moment, Mateo turned back, calling out, Hey buddy, the beer money. My apologies. Xing Ze extracted a few nuts from his pocket and placed them on the counter. As Mateo reached for the coins, a white slip of paper appeared atop the bar. Xing Ze silently took the note, discreetly slipping it into his pocket as he turned to exit. Do you still want a beer? Mateo called after him. I do not drink. The note bore a time and address, located in a small alley behind the junk shop at Diagon Alley. Xing Ze lingered at the Broken Cauldron until midnight before setting off for the appointed location. He intentionally delayed his arrival by approximately 5 minutes, allowing Bluebeak to scout the area for any anomalies before proceeding into the alley. Upon entering, he was met with a familiar scent, blood. This aroma evoked unsettling memories, prompting him to draw his wand and cast a Lumos charm, advancing cautiously. Mateo lay half-reclined at the alley's end, resembling a discarded doll, his throat slit, blood pooling around him. Yet, the true cause of death was not this, but rather dark magic. Cardiac arrest, a malevolent curse, a form of dark sorcery frequently employed in assassinations. The residual magical traces in the air led Xing Ze to this conclusion. He raised his wand high, inscribing with blood upon the wall above Mateo's head, all for the Underworld King. Fuck! Xing Ze cursed, promptly apparating to the front of the Essex Hotel. He entered the establishment, heading directly to the second-floor bar, only to find it closed. After a brief contemplation, he pivoted and returned to the ground floor. How may I assist you, sir? Adrian maintained his professional smile. In fact, there's something. Xing Ze suppressed his anger. Tell me where that bartender resides. Mateo? Or the other one? Oh, Arger. What business do you have with him? I cannot care less what the hell his name is. I merely wish to know where I can find him. Sir, Adrian raised his hand, signaling Xing Ze to calm down. Our hotel does not disclose employee information without cause. If Arger has committed any wrongdoing, you may file a complaint. As he spoke, Adrian gestured toward a corner of the lobby where a complaint box sat. Very well. I understand. Xing Ze nodded, slowly retreating. He wished to avoid drawing the attention of hotel security. Oh, by the way, Adrian, do you know if the restroom is clogged? What? The restroom on the first floor. I just went, and one stall is blocked. You might want to check it out. It's a complete mess. Chapter 53. Why not try physical persuasion? Adrian's brow furrowed in concern as he leaned forward, peering toward the restroom, uncertain. Better go check, manager. You wouldn't want to face reprimand tomorrow morning, would you? At this hour, most of the hotel staff had already clocked out. After a moment's hesitation, Adrian instructed a nearby female receptionist and then made his way toward the restroom. Xing Ze hurriedly followed, chattering incessantly. By the way, the splashed water stained my clothes. Do you provide laundry services? Hey, Adrian, this outfit is quite expensive. Sir, please hold on. If it is indeed true, I will. The two bickered as they entered the men's restroom, where Xing Ze stealthily cast a silencing charm. As Adrian was about to inspect the stalls, Xing Ze suddenly seized him, thrusting him against the wall at the end of the restroom. Ah, damn it. Adrian yelped, half of his face pressed against the wall, struggling to articulate what. What are you doing? Adrian, I do not wish to engage in needless banter nor file any damned complaints. Tell me, where is Arger? I do not know. Xing Ze delivered a punch to his lower back, eliciting a pained cry from the lobby manager. Damn it, please. Let me enlighten you, Adrian. I am quite displeased today, having exerted effort without yielding results, so do not test my patience. I beg you if you want money. To hell with your money. Xing Ze yanked the lobby manager into a stall, kicking him to the ground, then pressed his head against the rim of the toilet. Now tell me, tough guy. Otherwise, I assure you, I will make you drink your fill of toilet water. Adrian struggled desperately, attempting to keep his head away from the toilet. He resides in Norwich, near the University of East Anglia. Be more specific. Xing Ze exerted more pressure. I do not know. I need to check the employee roster. You must be joking. No, please listen. There's another place he frequents, the underground beast fighting arena. He enjoys placing bets there after his shift. I once accompanied him. Where? Xing Ze temporarily rendered Adrian unconscious using a physical method. As he passed through the lobby, the receptionist regarded him with a puzzled expression. Oh, Adrian, he is still inside. And, that place is rather difficult to manage. With a casual evasion, Xing Ze hastily escaped the hotel before the security staff or receptionist could grow suspicious. The Essex Hotel and Gringotts both employed anti-apparition charms. If trapped within, he had little confidence in his ability to escape. In a clandestine chamber in Nottingham, he discovered the entrance to the underground arena, where the Muggle security guards at the museum likely had no inkling that nightly revelries transpired beneath their feet. The practice of beast fighting had long been outlawed by the International Magical Congress, a remnant of the ancient Roman Empire. It once provided entertainment, though the magical creatures in the arena would hardly share that sentiment. His mother in this world was a magical creature protector, vehemently opposing such inhumane acts. Yet, as long as there was demand, such atrocities would persist. He spotted Algie in the outer circle of the underground arena, sporting a flat cap and clutching a bottle of beer, eagerly watching the spectacle unfold. Xing Ze positioned himself in a spot where he could observe clearly. It wasn't long, merely around half an hour, before Algie lost 2 matches. He shouldn't have bet on the unicorn, a creature inherently gentle and ill-suited for slaughter. Xing Ze intercepted Algie in a small grove outside Nottingham, but the latter, sensing danger, turned to flee before he could utter a word. Really? Xing Ze shook his head, swiftly extending his arm. The blue beak shot forth, elongating like black rubber, ensnaring Algie's neck like a serpent. With a sharp tug, Xing Ze pulled Algie back. This new skill, acquired after the blue beak consumed that tar monster, allowed it to perform more intricate transformations, even becoming a universal key for locks. Welcome back, you bastard. We need to have a serious discussion. Xing Ze led Algie into the woods, suspending him from a tree with the long cord fashioned from the blue beak. Algie, now dangling, coughed and writhed, prompting Xing Ze to lower the rope slightly, allowing Algie's feet to barely touch the ground. Hang in there, Algie, we have much to discuss. He cast silencing and concealment charms around them. Ugh, you son of a... Tell me, who do you work for? The gravedigger or the waxen face? Algie strained to keep his toes on the ground, gasping for air. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Xing Shifang Shur Prisha, stepping closer to deliver a few punches to Algie's abdomen. Oh, you bastard. Damn you. Algie gasped, veins bulging, eyes wide with pain. This might help jog your memory. Xing Ze patted Algie's face, ensuring he remained sufficiently conscious. What do you want? Money? My money is in my pocket. You can take it all. Underground King. Damn it. Algie, no matter how well you play your part, I won TB handing you an Oscar. Xing Ze landed another punch, this time aimed at Algie's liver. Ugh. He allowed Algie a moment to breathe, letting the pain settle in. I don't know anything. Please, I don't know anything. I just, take your time, buddy, just what? Xing Ze stepped back, urging him to speak, promising less suffering in return. It's the waxen face. He has someone give me money every month. I help him gather information about the hotel, the comings and goings of guests. Damn it, I shouldn't be saying this. He LL skim me alive. What is the Underground King? Is it the waxen face? I don't know. I really don't. Xing Ze, growing impatient, yanked the rope upward, causing Algie to kick his legs wildly in midair. Think again, sir. Perhaps before he skins you alive, you'll be hanged. He glanced at his watch. Typically, hanging a person takes 3 to 4 minutes. But if unconscious, 2 minutes would suffice. Thus, in less than half a minute, he ordered the blue beak to lower Algie down. Algie's face flushed crimson, eyes bulging as he greedily inhaled fresh air, coughing violently before retching. Once he regained composure, Xing Ze pressed on. Tell me, what does Mateo wish to convey to me? You're a demon, Algie weakly cursed. And you're a snitch, Judas, Xing Ze retorted. Come on, Algie, speak up, lest I hoist you back up again. I do know some things, but I need your assurance that you won't kill me. Of course. I'm not truly a demon, am I, Algie? Xing Ze attempted a friendly smile. 2 Aurors came to the hotel. They booked a room and stayed for half a month. Aurors. Yes, Algie nodded. Xing Ze produced the key of doors, retrieving images of the 2 missing Aurors. These 2? Why yes, that's them, Algie stammered. How did you discern they were Aurors? They wore top hats and suits, even in this sweltering heat. I see. Xing Ze gestured for him to cease, muttering curses at the 2 Aurors for their foolishness. You thought to have Aurors shed their formal attire and masquerade as vagrants to infiltrate the lower ranks? That's as absurd as trying to get a pig to climb a tree. Compared to the Muggle world, the magical realm was rigidly conservative. Those raised in such an environment often found it challenging to shed the ingrained arrogance and pride in a short span. You mentioned they booked a room? Yes. A moderately priced room. They reserved it for a month. Did the waxen face have you spy on them? No, he sent someone else, but when they came to drink, they occasionally discussed matters. They seemed to be investigating the greasy gang. But I didn't hear much. They like to seek out Mateo, and I don't know why. That's because your acting is abysmal, just like right now. Xing Ze slapped Algie. Do you take me for fool? Mateo is dead. Well, I can't find the murderer. I know you informed on him. And then you tell me Mateo knew more. Damn you. Algie took a deep breath, pitifully pleading. You asked me what Mateo wanted to tell you. What? Xing Ze paused for a moment, unable to contain his incredulity. Algie, you've just demonstrated how utterly foolish a person can be. He landed another punch on Algie's abdomen, then said in a low voice, But I don't believe you're that foolish. You're stalling for time, aren't you? Who will come to your rescue? The greasy gang? The gravedigger? Algie. I harbor a disdain for those who indulge in cunning tricks. Wait, Algie exclaimed. There's a woman with black hair, Caucasian, who has visited the chambers of those 2 Aurors. A black-haired Caucasian woman? Xing Ze furrowed his brow. Indeed, could this enigmatic woman also be an Auror? This information is utterly worthless. In the entire wizarding world, black-haired Caucasian women are as common as cattle. Algie quickly pondered. There's a woman named Naya. Or was it Nadia? In any case, she is the new muse of the waxen-faced gentleman, residing in Sweet Home. That night, it seemed she encountered some trouble. I saw a crimson mist erupted before Xing Ze's eyes. Before the next gunshot rang out, he donned his protective armor with utmost haste, yet the bullet pierced through the enchantment, leaving a gaping wound in his right shoulder. Damn it! Xing Ze growled softly as the force of the gunfire reverberated into the woods behind him. In the next moment, a bullet grazed the top of his head, striking a distant maple tree. He chose a sturdy cypress for cover, took a breath, and glanced at his right shoulder, where blood flowed incessantly from the wound. His clavicle and scapula shattered, rendering his entire right arm nearly useless. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Xing Ze retrieved a healing potion from his ring and picked up a twig from the ground to bite down on. He poured the potion onto the wound, the twig cracking under the pressure of his bite, the excruciating pain causing his body to involuntarily convulse. Even the most potent St. Mungo's healing potion struggled against such a grievous injury. He pulled out some gauze to staunch the bleeding, fortunate that Bluebeak had retrieved his wand. Concealment spells and protective armor proved ineffective. Clearly, their assailants had come prepared. Why did they not eliminate me in the alley? Why choose this moment? His mind raced, discarding all protective charms in favor of a misspell. Once the fog thickened, he rose and dashed into the woods alongside Bluebeak. The pain from his wound hindered his concentration to perform apparition. Upon reaching the road, he swiftly traced a symbol with his wand, and in the next heartbeat, a double-decker bus appeared before him like the wind. Xing Ze boarded the bus hastily, informing the conductor of his destination, Street Mungo's. The conductor, a wiry fellow, accepted his fare and handed him a ticket. Is someone pursuing you? He inquired. Mate, you look dreadful. Just a rotten day, Xing Ze replied with a bitter smile. the jostling bus and the stabbing pain threatening to make him faint. Fortunately, the night bus was swift, and Street Mungo S soon came into view. Thankful for his still clear mind, Xing Ze noted that the conductor refrained from further questioning. He disembarked and staggered toward the now-defunct Cleanse department store. Awaiting him was a night shift healer from the Accidents and Catastrophes department, a nearly bald middle-aged man whom Mrs. Bailey at the reception addressed as Mr. Weber. I'm quite curious, Mr. Xing Ze, Weber inquired patiently while magically treating the wound. How did this injury occur? A gun, to be precise, a sniper rifle. Xing Ze gritted his teeth in response, the anesthetic taking effect and alleviating some pain. He could have aimed for my head, yet chose not to. Why? Xing Ze pondered internally. A gun? Weber looked up, his brow furrowed in intrigue. Now, that's interesting. Muggle weapons seldom penetrate magical defenses. With that, he paused his work, rising to fetch a small box from the medical supply cabinet. Dr. Weber? Oh, you can simply call me whatever suits you. Weber waved his hand dismissively. Doctor or healer. It's merely a title. Many Muggles and half-blood wizards refer to us as doctors, so there's no need to be formal. Very well. What is that in your hand? Weber opened the box to reveal some black powder, a testing reagent. For what purpose? Weber did not respond, instead taking a pinch of the powder and applying it to the wound. A mild burning sensation ensued, prompting Xing Ze to furrow his brow as he observed his injury. The black powder sizzling ominously. Chapter 55, Good News. Ah, this explains it, Dr. Weber exclaimed with realization. Explain what? The bullet penetrated your magical robe, sir. Although your robe isn't of high quality, it should possess magical protective charms. Typically, Muggle weapons rarely inflict such severe damage. So, Weber continued his treatment. The bullet, sir, was soaked in holy water and contained the ashes of a saint. These elements can disrupt magical structures, thereby weakening spells. It is a church-esque demon-slaying bullet. Xing Ze's brow knitted even tighter. Why would the church seek to kill me? The thought perplexed him. Did Cardinal Andrel deceive me? Is there a faction within the church opposing me? Yet I cannot fathom, Weber remarked. The church allied with us after the Great War, aside from dark wizards. They seldom pursue wizards so openly. Am I a dark wizard, sir? Certainly not. Have you seen my identification badge? Xing Ze scoffed. I should have guessed as much. If necessary, I must report this to the Ministry of Magic. I'd rather not be executed by a zealous believer upon returning home. Minutes later, Weber completed the treatment, restoring Xing Ze's right shoulder. Aside from some lingering soreness, it was as good as new. Healing magic is among the most intricate forms of magic. It demands not only a solid foundation in potion-making, herbology, and spellcasting, but also proficiency in Latin, even in ancient tongues. Most healing spells are composed in Latin, while more advanced incantations are rendered in archaic languages. Furthermore, even if one graduates with top honors from Hogwarts, they must still undergo several years of rigorous training at St. Mungo S. Are you certain you do not need me to report this to the ministry? Weber asked once more before Xing Ze departed. No. Xing Ze shook his head. He would not have another opportunity. At 3 a.m, Xing Ze returned to his dormitory, noticing a document wedged beneath the door, information on the Avery family procured by Cedric. He exhaled deeply, pushed the door open, and felt the bed calling to him, though he knew he could not surrender to its embrace that night. The following morning, he was roused from sleep by a rhythmic knocking at the door. Startled, he jolted awake at his cluttered desk, disoriented until his gaze fell upon the chaotic papers. The knocking persisted, and he slapped his face, rising to open the door. Wow, did you have a nightmare, Mr. Nameless Hero? Henry Bashett inquired with his characteristic melancholic accent. Perhaps. I suppose I dozed off for a moment. Bashett stepped into the room and immediately surveyed the messy desk. Looks like it was a long night. You can hardly imagine how long. Xing Ze wearily sank into the sofa. Water and tea were at the fireplace's edge. Help yourself if you need anything. I already had some during breakfast. If you don't mind, could you share the events of last night? Are you gathering material for your book, Mr. Bashett? Indeed. I don't believe I mentioned that I was writing one. Ben told me. Oh, Ben. Back displayed a captivating smile. Of course. I should have mentioned it to him, did I? Xing Ze gently tapped his forehead with his finger. The pain in his right shoulder had significantly subsided, thanks to Weber's effective medication, yet it seemed ineffectual against his headache. What brings you here, Mr. Bacht? Merely to engage in idle chatter? Certainly not. Bacht leaned against the fireplace. I bear tidings that may alleviate your headache. Do continue. I analyzed the red candies you provided. Quite intriguing indeed. Aside from the usual hallucinogenic herbs, mandrake, toadstool, cannabis, and so forth. Bacht shook his head dismissively, but that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that they contain human tissue. Human what? Well, you may simply interpret it as human flesh or organs. What? Xing Ze felt an instantaneous clarity wash over him. He sat upright. Why would they incorporate such substances into hallucinogens to enhance the flavor? There exists a theory, sir, which posits that cannibalistic tendencies are inherently forbidden within human genetics. Otherwise, it could drive the cannibal to madness. Of course, those hallucinogenic herbs may also induce madness, but cannibalism. That would hasten the process. Xing Ze rose, uncertainly speculating. Are you suggesting that these drug traffickers desire to drive people insane? Why? To send everyone to the asylum, leaving no one to support their endeavors? That is indeed your dilemma. Back stepped away from the fireplace. I have fulfilled your commission, nameless hero. When shall you complete yours? Grant me a little more time, Backed. I need to attend to certain matters, and with a stroke of luck, I should resolve them today, at which point. Wait. Backed raised his hand to halt Xing Ze. I would not mind waiting a few more days, but you ought to offer me some recompense. Pray tell, sir. What troubles you? Xing Ze sighed. He was reluctant to delve into the past, yet the sincerity of his interlocutor, who had expeditiously analyzed the red candies within a day, was enough to make the slothful members of the Magical Research Society feel ashamed. After much contemplation, he finally acquiesced. It concerns a girl. It always involves women, does it not? A hero is never devoid of a fair maiden. A hint of something unsettling flickered in Backed S' smile. Is she your wife? Let's leave a touch of mystery in the story, Backed. Very well. I must freshen up. Today promises to be a busy day. I relish a good mystery, but I detest stories without resolution. Backed produced a vial of bright red potion from his pocket. I have prepared a small gift for you. It will help restore some of your vitality. Thus, I wish you a pleasant day. Xing Ze cast a glance at the potion. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Backed had already opened the door and exited, his footsteps light and nearly soundless. Before heading to Upside Down Alley, Xing Ze took a moment to tidy himself up and then compelled himself to eat something. Though he felt no hunger, he understood that the healing of his wounds required energy. After dining, he skeptically consumed the vial of red potion as it slid down his throat. It began to grow warm, ultimately dispersing in his stomach and coursing through his veins. The fatigue from sleepless nights and the weakness from his injuries vanished in an instant, and Xing Ze felt invigorated, as though he could run several laps around Hogwarts. Seizing the moment of renewed energy, he returned to his dormitory to organize the last bits of information, then gathered his notes and essentials and made his way towards Snape's office, for he needed to verify certain aspects to connect the clues. Chapter 56, Connecting the Dots. If yesterday was a day of misfortune for Xing Ze, then today must surely be a turning point. He encountered Professor Snape in the greenhouse, tending to his herbs with remarkable ease. Don't you find yourself somewhat bothersome? Xing Ze, Snape remarked, pinching the leaf of a plant for inspection. Why not tell me, Professor Snape, that you and Jamie Avery are friends, having not only attended school together, but also served in the military side by side? Snape's hand noticeably paused. What relevance does my personal relationship have to your investigation? Perhaps some, perhaps none. I had expected that during our last conversation, you would divulge more useful information. Alas, that was not the case. You have led me in circles for quite some time, yielding nothing of value. Xing Ze swatted away a fruit fly that had landed on the goatkin. Had you been honest from the outset, I would not have had to come here to press you for answers now. Press me? Were you just threatening me? That depends on how you define a threat, Professor. I am aware that the Avery family is linked to the disappearance of the Aurors. I also know you would not easily reveal the truth to me. We might each cling to our respective positions, resulting in a war of words, ultimately drawing wands to poke one another in the eyes. Xing Ze paused, observing Snape's expression, which mirrored the overcast weather outside. Therefore, I hope to conclude this discussion in a more civilized manner. I am prepared to submit a request to the Ministry of Magic, seeking permission for the Aurors to conduct a thorough investigation into you. You dare? Snape growled, straightening his previously bent form. Dumbledore has shown you leniency, but I have not. Should you dare to proceed with such actions, young man? What will you do, Professor? Do you intend to execute me here and bury me as fertilizer? Oh, spare me, Professor. Perhaps you would do so outside, but this is a school, and you would not dare. Do not attempt to challenge my patience. It is not I who challenges your patience, nor threatens you. It is the Ministry of Magic. Xing Ze was acutely aware that Snape had been designated a suspect by the Key Room, compounded by his previous affiliation with the Death Eaters and his ambiguous ties to the Avery family. All signs pointed to him being in a precarious position. Were it not for Dumbledore's vigorous assurances, Rufus Scrimgeour, that swift and decisive head of the Auror office, would have acted against him long ago. Once the Auror office issued a full investigation order, it would have severe repercussions for Snape, Dumbledore, and even the entire Order of the Phoenix. Of course, this was contingent upon Xing Ze's ability to sway the Auror office, but in truth, he had no such power. As a key room investigator, his status held little weight within the ministry. How many would acknowledge his identity? Thus, he could only bluff, gambling on the fact that Snape knew little of him. It seemed this gamble had paid off. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally spoke. The Avery family, during their time with the Death Eaters, was tasked with executing various clandestine projects. What sort of secret projects? I suggest you consult a dictionary for the definition of the word secret, even when at a disadvantage. Snape's sarcasm remained intact. I believe they're still pursuing these projects. In pursuit of the Dark Lord's return? Xing Ze's words elicited a raised eyebrow from Snape. They remained loyal to the Dark Lord, and even in his downfall, the Avery family's fervent loyalty had never waned. Xing Ze produced a red candy, inquiring this. The hallucinogen, is it one of those secret projects? It is possible. Are they involved in human trafficking with the oil gang? It is possible. Were they responsible for the train attack? It is possible. That is enough. Xing Ze exhaled deeply, despite Snape's ambiguous response. It was sufficient to validate the conjectures swirling in his mind. He exited the greenhouse and gazed skyward at the overcast heavens. He had no desire to probe into Snape's reluctance to divulge the truth. Desperation often leads to rash decisions. And, given that his interlocutor was one of the most formidable wizards in the original narrative, pushing further would likely yield mutual destruction. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Xing Ze arrived at the second-hand shop, where the proprietor, Corey, sat, as usual, lost in thought in his worn armchair. Is he still asleep? Indeed. It was only 9 o'clock, sir. Then, fetch me a bucket of water. Corey extended his chubby hand, demanding the usual price. Damn it. Xing Ze rummaged in his pocket for 8 nuts. You truly belong in hell, Corey. They all say that. John is as drunk as a dead pig. He probably wouldn't wake even if the world were ending. Xing Ze splashed half a bucket of water over him. Damn it, damn it. He jolted awake from straw, and upon recognizing his visitor, he raised his middle finger at Xing Ze. I wish you a case of dragon pox, outsider. Enough of the shouting, Jay. You know how soundly you sleep. What the hell is wrong with this world? Is sleeping now a crime? John wiped his face and returned to his straw bed. Outsider, I told you not to come here. Are you deaf? The oil gang is searching every house on the street. No fool would choose this moment to stir up trouble. I think they've already found me. Hearing this, John ceased his complaints and, with a serious expression, inquired, What happened, kid? What mess have you gotten yourself into this time? Let us hear about you first. Have you discovered anything? Don't tell me you've just been loitering in bars for 2 days. Xing Ze had no intention of revealing his cards just yet. Hey, don't doubt my abilities. John replied, I've been asking around, bits and pieces, Aurors, and other assorted nonsense. In short, a drunkard mentioned seeing 2 strangers outside the Avery Manor. Strangers? Isn't this place teeming with strangers every day? Indeed, that SY slipped him a bit of coin to look at some pictures. He confirmed they were those 2 Aurors. Is it credible? I wouldn't place much faith in it. You know how those vagrants are, give them a little drink or hallucinogens, and they claim to have seen Merlin. So I was right. You've been at the bar for 2 days. There was a hint of disdain in Xing Ze's tone. John, unfazed, continued. After interrogating a few folks on the street, I called over a couple of ruffians, bought them a few drinks. 2 of them passed out. The liquor was indeed potent. One of them mentioned Duneric, yes, the potion dealer. Why stop there? John smacked his lips, furrowing his brow. Did I just mention liquor? Oh, yes, I did. If only I could have a drink right now. Whiskey would be best. Vodka would suffice. And if all else fails, a bit of brandy. Chapter 57. The Dispersing Mists. As if anticipating the moment, Xing Ze retrieved a small bottle of whiskey from his ring and tossed it to John. I knew you had it. My nose has always been keen, which is why they call me Big Dog. John twisted off the cap, inhaled deeply, and then took a small sip. Bourbon. You truly understand me. After downing a substantial gulp, he added, You see, liquor brings friends, kid. That fellow told me that Isido from the Mitgu Antique Shop has always held a grudge against Eric. I fail to see how that information could be useful. I've always thought you were quite clever, kid, John jested. If you despise someone enough to want him gone, what would you do? Xing Ze stroked his chin thoughtfully. Gather information, bide my time, seek an opportunity, and strike decisively. At this answer, John felt a chill run down his spine. He discreetly cast a glance at the young man and said, Look at that. You're not as foolish as I thought. You believe Isido possesses information about Eric that we are unaware of? It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. That old codger is not as affable as he seems. Then why not seek him out? John produced a flask from his pocket. Damn it, kid. The oil gang is scouring the streets house by house. Do you really believe this is a good time to stir up trouble? Time waits for no one. Jay, I feel we have little time left. Where do you get such an idea? Listen to me. Go home and get a good night's sleep while you await my news. John poured the whiskey into the flask. Xing Ze pulled back his clothing, revealing a gruesome scar on his right shoulder, one he had deliberately allowed Weber to inflict. Wow, kid, how did you manage that? John's hand trembled, nearly spilling the liquor. It's nothing serious, just a chat with two bartenders from the Essex Hotel. I even thought one of them might appear in today's Daily Prophet, but alas, he didn't tea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to waste my breath. The Essex Hotel? Bartenders? What on earth are you talking about? Yesterday afternoon, I visited Eric's hideout in London, a rather nice country villa. Unfortunately, someone else had the same idea. There were two undertakers, and one I'm unsure about. The wounds were left by them. You took down 3 wizards, including 2 undertakers, all by yourself? The wounds are another story. Xing Ze took a breath. He had no intention of disclosing to John that he had also encountered a monster from his dreams. I was fortunate. Those 2 undertakers were novices. As for the other wizard, that was somewhat tricky. John gulped down some whiskey, squinting in silence. Xing Ze knew he was contemplating the credibility of his earlier statements. After about a minute, he spoke up. You're far more formidable than I imagined, kid. Did you find any useful information on them? Nothing at all. Nothing to prove their true identities, nor do I know why they were returning to that place. Xing Ze produced a red candy from his ring. However, I found this on them. He tossed the candy to John. I also discovered this trinket at Eric's villa. I had it tested. John picked up the candy between his thumb and forefinger. This doesn't prove anything, kid. Nearly everyone in Turnover Alley consumes this. Many members of prominent families indulge in it, as well. There's human tissue in that thing. Don't look at me like that, Jay. It means exactly what you think it does. Is the source reliable? John sat up, a grave expression on his face. I can't conceive of a reason for him to deceive me. John fell silent again. Do you remember what the bar owner said? Xing Ze's voice cut through the air like a cold dagger. Recently, the population disappearance in Turnover Alley has been severe. It's hard not to connect these two events. A glimmer of realization sparked in John's eyes, but it soon vanished. We need to report this, he said. Report to whom? The Ministry of Magic? Xing Ze chuckled lightly. You're not suggesting we report to the Key Hall, are you? There are children among the missing. John exclaimed excitedly. Damn it, those bastards are using the missing as hallucinogens. His outburst drew Corey's attention. The plump shopkeeper entered the warehouse, uneasily inquiring. Is everything all right, big dog? Everything's fine, Corey. John, having regained a semblance of calm, gestured dismissively at the store manager. As Corey turned to enter the shop, Xing Ze continued, We can only rely on ourselves, Jay, you know that all too well. Who sent you to investigate? John furrowed his brow and inquired. Mr. R. That arrogant bastard. I suspect you're aware he has no intention of allowing your return, correct? For what reason? Simply because you are an outsider? Perhaps it is because Benson left the inheritance to me. The old man's legacy? John rose from the pile of grass, exclaiming, Damn it, I can't make sense of this. But our situation is decidedly precarious. We cannot afford to provoke the Grease Gang. He paused to reflect on the missing children and their anguished parents. Xing Ze remarked to the indecisive John, In that moment, I seemed to glimpse my former self. If a child from a prominent family went missing, the Ministry of Magic would dispatch at least 2 Aurors. But here, I can't help but wonder, who the hell besides us cares about these people? Frustrated, John kicked a decrepit barrel at his feet, causing it to clang against a broken chair. Now, tell me more about those 2 bartenders, he said in a low voice. Xing Ze smirked slightly and recounted the events of the previous night. When he mentioned the Underground King, he had hoped for some insight from John, but none came. Damn it. Why do I feel that things are becoming increasingly convoluted? John sighed deeply. I presume you visited the alley again before coming here? Indeed. The body has been dealt with, replied Xing Ze. These individuals are quite meticulous. Then why do they leave blood inscriptions? John queried. I suspect they were sending a message. Or perhaps a warning. They want me to cease my inquiries. If only I had studied the tracking charm. There was still a residue of magical energy when I arrived last night. If you had studied it, I would be astonished, John thought. Not everyone can access such advanced magic. What piques my curiosity is why they would warn you. Wouldn't it be simpler to kill you in the alley? Xing Ze too found this perplexing and replied uncertainly, Cecil, that lunatic intent on blowing up the train. He did mention that he believes I am one of the chosen ones, like them. Perhaps they wish for me to reconsider. John whistled, shaking his head. You certainly have a multitude of secrets, kid. Chapter 58. Why engage in this profession? Everyone has secrets. Xing Ze replied candidly, such as the Avery family. He retrieved a notebook from his ring and handed it to John. I had someone investigate the history of the Avery family and confirm several details. Did you know that the Avery family hails from Denmark? They were exiled back to Denmark during the Wessex dynasty and later migrated to Greenland. They returned during the latter part of the Plantagenet dynasty and quickly re-established themselves in the magical community. Family history claims it was due to their exceptional magical prowess, but I suspect it was rather through dark magic. John aimlessly flipped through the notebook. There is no need to give me a history lesson, kid. You suspect the Avery family is involved in this matter. That requires evidence, not mere ancestral history. I would prefer to believe it is the Grease gang that is the root of all this. After all, those hallucinogens originated from them. Patience, G. We are nearing something intriguing, Xing Ze continued. Andrew Avery aligned himself with the Dark Lord during his student years, and many speculate it was in pursuit of pure dark magic, though I am not so convinced. Where do you acquire all this information? Maintaining a frequent habit of visiting the library is quite beneficial, J. Xing Ze explained. While examining their family history, I discovered that the Dark Lord once commissioned the Avery family to organize an Arctic expedition in 1975, led by Andrew's father, Bowen. However, the expedition ended tragically, with nearly the entire team perishing. Bowen Avery himself died in the Arctic, and no one knows what the survivors brought back from the North. Had Bowen not perished, this incident likely would not have been chronicled in the family history. John began to scrutinize the relevant entries in the notebook. After a few pages, he asked, I have a query. Why did you devote so much ink to record a Muggle polar expedition, the Terror and the Erebus, in 1845? That was no ordinary expedition. The Terror and the Erebus vanished in the Arctic and have yet to be found by Muggles. But for wizards, locating those two ships is hardly a challenge. The editors of the Daily Prophet reported on this matter in the Arctic. The Terror and the Erebus faced a once-in-a-century cold snap and tempest. Presumptuous Muggles. John shook his head. Sometimes their bravery is commendable, but more often than not, they foolishly believe they can conquer everything. Aren't we the same, Jay? Perhaps even more arrogant and ignorant than they are. John took a sip of his drink. Have I mentioned how much I detest your all-seeing attitude? Please continue, kid. If those two ships were destroyed by the tempest, you wouldn't be documenting this, would you? It seems you were keeping pace with me. Xing Ze adjusted into a more comfortable position. The storm was not the primary cause. The local Eskimos claimed the fleet was cursed by the ice demon. The ice demon? Indeed, a deity rooted in Eskimo belief, bringing ceaseless storms wherever it goes. It is said to guard the treasures of the far north. Those who attempt to seize its treasures shall incur its wrath. John furrowed his brow, recalling how the Hogwarts Express had also been ensnared by a snowstorm. And that was in September. He remembered reading in the reports at headquarters about the monsters of the storm, originating from the far north. Known in this world as the Ice Demon, with unknown dream-related attributes. He recalled the frantic shouts of the conductor, Barks, as he entered the infirmary. Monsters, abominable monsters. It will herald the great sacrifice. We shall all perish. The thought of these matters caused a tightening in his chest, as though someone had gripped his heart tightly. He pondered whether to reveal the truth he knew to this young man, yet ultimately refrained. Everyone has secrets, he mused, and that is undeniably true. Now, let us return to the Avery family, Xing Ze stated. The expedition of 1975 also met its demise in an unprecedented blizzard. Legends do not arise from nothing, and I do not believe in mere coincidence. Thus, I surmise that the Muggle fleet must have discovered something that provoked the Ice Demon and the Avery family as well. However, unlike in 1975, there were survivors. Andrew's uncle, a fervent Death Eater, reportedly died in a mental asylum in 1976. They brought something back from the Arctic. Fragments, sculptures. That cursed sculpture originates from the Arctic? John muttered. No, not a sculpture. Xing Ze shook his head. 70 years ago, the same curse erupted in Diggle Village, and the sculpture was destroyed at that time. What they brought back was something far more dangerous. Ah, John exclaimed in frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair. You've soured my drink. I truly do not understand why I engage in these discussions with you, you madman. Indeed, this young man was a lunatic, having uncovered such an abundance of information in such a short span of time and piecing it together meticulously. A hunting dog, once it seized flesh, would not let go. How remarkably apartment. At this moment, John felt an overwhelming desire to down the whiskey in the flask, yet he refrained, knowing there was an 80% chance he would accompany the lunatic before him into the treacherous Nocturne Alley for an investigation. All right. Xing Ze once again produced a book, exclaiming, I've discovered some intriguing information within these pages. Do you recall a fellow named Errol Chalders from the Death Eaters? Can you guess what his favorite pastime was? John accepted the tome, The Death Eater's Apocalypse, weighing it in his hands. It was substantial enough to serve as a means of dispatching an individual should the need arise. Without waiting for John's response, Xing Ze continued. He delighted in transforming his adversaries into wax figures. Does that ring a bell? Good heavens, where on earth did you unearth these volumes? There are countless fascinating tomes in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. So, you've read the entire book? Most of it, I suppose. Chalders isn't exactly a household name. His exploits are rather obscure. John cast a sidelong glance at Xing Ze, then remarked with a hint of irony. I wager you don't have a girlfriend, do you? What does that have to do with anything? Nothing, John averted his gaze. May I pose a question? Go ahead. Why the relentless pursuit? Why engage in this line of work? Xing Ze pondered the same query within himself. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, The world is a beautiful place, deserving of our struggle. John spat on the ground in disbelief, regarding Xing Ze with incredulity. What utter nonsense! This world is nothing but a pile of filth. That's not my assertion, it's Hemingway's. Hemingway who? Xing Ze gazed up at the overcast sky. That is inconsequential. For I only concur with the latter half of the statement. Chapter 59. Return to Nocturne Alley. Ultimately, John resolved to follow Xing Ze into Nocturne Alley. Not merely because Xing Ze required a guide, but also due to the matters that weighed heavily upon his conscience. Indeed, he still possessed a conscience. John chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing there was still some drink left in him. Where shall we head first? I recall the bartender mentioning Sweet Home. Xing Ze contemplated for a moment before responding. Isn't it a tad early to visit a brothel? You truly are a master of cold humor. As they entered a second-hand shop, John addressed Corey. It's time to showcase some fine wares to our guest, Corey. Corey rose, donning a knowing smile, and with a flick of his wrist, he twisted the ink bottle on the counter. A series of clicks echoed through the shop, revealing a hidden door in the wall, just like those spy movies. Xing Ze muttered. John had grown accustomed to the peculiar phrases the young man occasionally uttered. He seemed more akin to a muggle than a wizard, an infuriating muggle at that. Xing Ze followed John through the concealed entrance, descending a spiraling staircase, where the acrid scent of burning tar and would fill the air, and the torches overhead crackled, illuminating their path. Following the scent, they arrived at an underground storeroom. John clapped his hands, and the room instantly brightened. Xing Ze beheld an array of magical artifacts piled upon a stone table, alongside various vials of potions. Select a few handy items, John suggested. I'll have Corey offer you a fair price. Most of the items here are on the list of prohibited items from the Office of Misuse of Magic. Oh, come now, kid. That list is mere trifles compared to the risks of our profession. Have you found anything of interest? Xing Ze casually picked up a potion vial labeled Agriba's Demon Elixir, known to enable wizards to swiftly harness fire elements for a short duration, even allowing novice wizards to adeptly wield advanced fire spells, albeit with the side effect of potential bodily combustion. Additionally, he spotted flame cigarettes, explosive cigars, poison apples, a red cloak, and glass crystal shoes. Quite an impressive assortment, Xing Ze mused. This collection could obliterate a significant portion of Nocturne Alley. He carefully selected 2 potions and a few trinkets. Given the exorbitant prices of magical items, especially illicit ones, even with John's promise of a discount, he hesitated when recalling Corey's presence. That LLB 120 galleons, Corey announced. Xing Ze glanced at John, perhaps seeking clarification on the meaning of discount. But John shamelessly turned away. I believe you could offer a discount, Mr. Corey. Xing Ze reluctantly forced a smile. Oh, sir, I have already, Corey replied with a grin. I've deducted 10 sickles and 9 nuts from the total. How generous of you. Xing Ze's lips twitched. May the devil bless you. Before heading to Mite's Antiquities, Xing Ze deliberately changed his attire, tousled his hair, and, following John's advice, smeared some mud across his face. The disguise spell was a complex form of transfiguration, and despite his amicable relationship with Professor McGonagall, Xing Ze had little talent in this area. Thus, this venture into Nocturne Alley indeed posed significant peril. Hey, are you sure about this? John reiterated his inquiry to Xing Ze. Not really, Xing Ze answered honestly, then stepped into Nocturne Alley, enveloped once more by that familiar scent. Mite's Antiquities was situated in the center of Nocturne Alley, and they were fortunate that the occasional members of the Grease Gang showed little interest in Xing Ze. However, just before reaching the entrance of the Antiquities shop, John abruptly pulled him aside into a nearby dark alley. Acquaintance? Xing Ze glanced toward the shop, spotting several Grease Gang members surrounding a well-dressed man exiting the store. Smiling Charlie, John gestured for Xing Ze to avert his gaze. Charlie, with his waxy face, was one of the reliable subordinates responsible for many of the petty dealings in Nocturne Alley, such as candy trafficking. His name sounds quite pleasant, does it? He relishes in killing while smiling. Perhaps it brings him a sense of pleasure. John urged Xing Ze to proceed, Keep moving, they're approaching. As smiling Charlie passed the alley, the two slipped back onto the street, blending in with the locals, and gradually made their way into the shop. The interior was dimly lit, devoid of customers, with only a few magical chandeliers casting a faint glow. An elderly man with a white beard sat behind a dust-covered counter, surrounded by an assortment of peculiar items. Upon seeing the visitors, he appeared far from pleased. "Isidore, how have you been?" John greeted warmly, as though reuniting with an old friend. The old man scoffed, his raspy voice cutting through the air. "Spare me your insincere pleasantries, Jay. What do you intend upon this time? Hey, Isidore, don't be so inhospitable. Remember, I've done you favors in the past, like that incident with the devil's snare." "Shut up, Jay. You're not here to dredge up ancient grievances, are you?" Isidore turned his gaze to Xing Ze. Of course, let bygones be bygones. I brought a friend with me." "A friend? What scheme are you concocting now? How much for these black iron pieces?" Xing Ze inquired, lifting several dark metallic plates from the shelf. A smile immediately spread across Isidore's face. 12 vesicles per ounce. How many do you need? Black iron is a commonly encountered metal in the realm of magic, its hardness rivaling that of structural steel, yet its weight is significantly lighter. It is frequently utilized in the crafting of puppet joints and metallic magical artifacts. With these thoughts, Xing Ze approached the counter and placed a piece of black iron before him. Isidore took the iron, weighed it meticulously, and quickly calculated a price that was considerably higher than that in Diagon Alley. Nevertheless, Xing Ze paid without hesitation. "Take a lesson from this, Jay. I welcome guests, not drunks." Isidore seized the opportunity to chide John. "So, my new friend, I presume your visit extends beyond merely purchasing black iron?" Xing Ze nodded, stowing the black iron in his ring, eager to seek counsel on certain matters. "Consulting? Oh, your politeness is truly commendable." Isidore adjusted his reading glasses. "Should your inquiries pertain to antiques and jewelry, I would be delighted to share my modest insights. But what if it concerns people?" Isidore glanced at John, who took a moment before responding. "Jay, do you have anything to clarify?" John, perusing the shelves, turned around and replied nonchalantly, "Done, Eric. I know you harbor no fondness for him, so I thought I'd inquire if there is anything we could assist with. When did you become so benevolent? Did you not drink this morning? Or perhaps you imbibed too much?" "Hey, old friend." John placed a string of prayer beads back on the shelf. "Don't be so standoffish. It's about mutual assistance." Chapter 60, Stepping into the Mist. The old man found himself momentarily perplexed. "Unless I'm losing my wits, the papers must be lying. Done, Eric. That scoundrel who disrupted the market. Isn't he already dead on the train?" "Ah, yes, Isidore, he is indeed deceased. Yet I suspect a man of his ilk would not operate alone." "JJ, are you investigating me?" John immediately waved his hands, sincerity etched on his face. "What led you to such a notion, Isidore? How many times have we collaborated, and you still doubt my integrity? I have never trusted you. They call you Big Dog, but not for your loyalty." The old man deliberately played coy. "But what, old chap? This is rather unkind to you. I do indeed have a task for you, Jay, but now is not the time. You've seen it. The ruffians of the Grease Gang have been particularly spirited lately. We ought to maintain a low profile." John cast a glance at Xing Ze, who wisely stepped aside, attempting to sift through the chaotic assortment of goods for items of interest. "Is it a new sidekick, John? Let me think. The last one you buried in the suburban woods, and the one before that was sunk in the Thames." John's expression remained unfazed. "May they find happiness in Avalon. This time is different. He is my nephew. I'm not blind, Jay. You are a bona fide white man, and he is not. My cousin ventured to the East decades ago." "Ah, so you have a new cousin now. Good grief, old man. Must I recount my family tree for you? Is he reliable? Is he reliable?" John chuckled softly, glancing at Xing Ze. "What do you think? He hails from the East. They ride swords and wield blades. Their breath can summon tempests, and a stomp of their foot can induce earthquakes, not to mention they can breathe fire." "Are you referring to the investiture of the gods, Jay?" "Investiture of what?" "Goodness, Isidore, he is the most reliable person I've encountered. That lad is like a hunting dog." "It seems you truly are related," Isidore remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "but the timing is not right. Jay, you ought to know better than I." "There's never a good time, Isidore, never." John whispered, "Do you think those damned affairs resolve themselves on their own? It's me, you know, not the timing." The old man removed his reading glasses and began to polish them, his movements slow and meticulous, as if caressing a precious antique. "I maintain my stance, John. The time is not ripe." Xing Ze placed a cloth doll on the counter. "The weather is rather dismal today, sir. Perhaps there will be sunshine tomorrow, though it could just as easily worsen. The time is not ripe. That phrase comes from the Analects, does it not?" Isidore readjusted his glasses. "Why are you so fixated on a deceased individual? Isidois erudition p Xing Ze's curiosity. You possess vast knowledge, sir. That fellow owes me something. I am an antique dealer. Child, Isido replied with a smile. I have ample time to study things of interest. If you're intent on reclaiming what is yours, well, I do know that Eric has a partner in Tumble Alley. Xing Ze had not anticipated that Isido would provide such information free of charge. What is the price? You are quite astute, child. I have an employer who desires the recipe for red candies. If you can procure it, I will divulge the identity of that partner. Upon hearing this, John's expression shifted, and he cursed, Damn you, old man. Do you take us for fools? Everyone knows that recipe is in the hands of the mad doctor, but to approach the corpse of that individual would almost require a monument. And at such a critical juncture, thus, I say to you, the timing is not right. Xing Ze pondered for a moment before asking again, Is there no compromise? There is, but it is equally complex, the old man replied. Someone has entrusted me with the task of locating a girl. Though John mentally cursed the old man's family, he patiently inquired, What girl? A debutante from a sweet home, named Naya. She has gone missing in recent days. Interested? What did you say her name was? John sought to ensure he had heard correctly. Naya. John and Xing Ze exchanged glances, a glimmer of uncontainable joy appearing on his face as he cheerfully remarked. Has anyone told you that you look quite dapper in those glasses, Isido? You make me feel nauseous, Jay. Will you take the job or not? Yes. I'll take that doll too, Xing Ze said, pointing at the cloth doll. They received a photograph of the girl alongside some information provided by the employer. The girl named Naya had a mane of thick, dark brown curls, striking violet eyes, and a teardrop-shaped beauty mark beneath her left eye. She had vanished after attending the Avery family's ball on the 2nd of September. He doesn't appear to be much of an antique dealer, Xing Ze said, handing the photograph to John. Aside from dealing in antiques, he also smuggles various items. John examined the photograph. When I first arrived at Tumble Alley, I needed an entry point. He is a commendable choice, well-informed and well-connected. Many in Tumble Alley seek his assistance, much like a bounty poster. Almost. John returned the photograph to Xing Ze. A lovely girl. What do you propose we begin our search? Didn't T, the employer, provide us with an address? Why not check it out? It's certainly better than wandering around aimlessly. What location? John opened an envelope and examined the letter within. An underground fighting arena in Nottingham. The two stood atop a hill, gazing out over the landscape, the eagle-eye spell granting them a splendid view of the entire city of Nottingham. It seems perfectly normal. I see nothing amiss. Darkness lurks beneath the surface. Xing Ze cast his gaze toward the adjacent forest, the very site where he had been shot. In retrospect, a shiver of dread coursed through him. The assailant had chosen an open area, and the nearby pile of rubble, not far from the woods, had served well. Surely, he must have employed some means to pierce through the concealment charm. Yet that device failed to penetrate the thick fog, allowing only the detection of magic, a tactic reminiscent of the Church-esque style. Why did he not aim for my head? Xing Ze pondered this query once more. For the assailant could have easily ended his life. Is that where you were attacked last night? John also turned his gaze toward the forest. Is the church involved? Uncertain. Xing Ze replied, retracting his thoughts. The arena lies beneath Nottingham. It is not open during the day. We must find a way inside. Do you have any ideas? John lowered his head in contemplation before querying, why are there so many vehicles entering and exiting the museum? Are they relocating? Xing Ze noted the small delivery trucks. Shortly after their arrival, traffic had surged in and out of Nottingham, beginning with smaller vehicles and later larger ones. Now, the last of the small trucks had exited the castle. Chapter 61, A Stroke of Luck. What day is it today, Jay? Xing Ze suddenly inquired. Saturday. Why do you ask? There are too few people, Xing Ze murmured. It shouldn't be so sparse. What are you talking about, kid? John looked at his anxious companion in confusion. Stop those vehicles. Xing Ze waved his wand, dispelling the eagle-eye charm, and then vanished from sight. Damn, John cursed. Just as he was about to follow, a sudden rush of wind swept past him. Xing Ze reappeared directly in front of the convoy, the tires screeching against the asphalt as the leading truck skidded to a halt mere steps away. The driver, cursing as he leaped from the vehicle, was swiftly shoved aside by Xing Ze. Get out of the way, Xing Ze commanded coldly, striding toward the rear of the truck. The moment the truck door swung open, an explosion erupted, the shockwave and heat propelling him away. Had it not been for the decoy doll he had purchased at the antique shop, he would surely be on his way to the underworld now. The assailants likely did not believe a single truck could obliterate him. For the second truck barreled towards Xing Ze recklessly. It's a trap, Xing Ze shouted. He bent down, swiftly retrieving a piece of black iron from his ring. And in the next instant, the blue beak transformed into a circular shield that enveloped him. The second truck approached as expected. Just before the explosion, the blue beak completed its transformation. Xing Ze was fortunate enough to glimpse the driver, whose face radiated with fervor, devoid of any fear of death. The most formidable adversaries are the fanatics, Xing Ze mused inwardly. Despite the exceptional hardness of the black iron, the force of the explosion still sent both the blue beak and Xing Ze soaring into the air. In this life-and-death moment, Xing Ze remained unflustered. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor, his mind racing. The blue beak executed his commands in mid-air, one end transforming into a grappling hook that struck the road with force, while the other end secured him. This granted him a fleeting moment of weightlessness, during which he cast his spell with utmost haste. The Andrus missile shot toward the 3 trucks behind him. The first 2 missiles struck trucks 3 and 4, resulting in successive explosions. However, the final missile was intercepted. A stooped figure appeared atop one of the trucks, brandishing a wand, and Xing Ze sensed the flames around him beginning to converge rapidly. Instinct warned him that something far more terrifying than the previous explosion was imminent, prompting Xing Ze to cast every defensive spell he knew upon himself. Before he landed, 3 protective charms were completed. Then the flames roared toward him. The remnants of the first few trucks melted into molten metal, while the asphalt on the road quickly dissolved, swirling into the inferno. The outermost layer of his armor shattered instantly, and the second layer, which had been as sturdy as a fortress, could not withstand for long. Xing Ze poured an unceasing stream of magic into the final layer of protection, hoping it would withstand the lethal flames. Waves of heat surged relentlessly, the impact gradually pushing him backward. The blue beak instinctively transformed into spikes, anchoring into the ground, followed by a second, a third, and finally a 5th spike, which secured Xing Ze in place. Fortunately, the flames began to wane. Ultimately, the residual heat was intercepted by the blue beak, singeing only the hairs in front of Xing Ze. Xing Ze opened his hand, the second piece of black iron wilting like a dying flower. The wizard atop the truck vanished, yet the vehicle continued its advance toward him. Suddenly, the road buckled, and the speeding truck was catapulted into the air, crashing down violently, akin to a clown on stage, albeit with a dramatically exaggerated finale. Xing Ze raised his hand to shield his eyes from the debris kicked up by the explosion. "You arrived just in time," he reproached John. "Had you been any later, you might have been collecting my ashes. Next time, a simple thank you will suffice." John retorted as he swiftly cast a restoration spell, striving to mitigate the explosion's impact, while the approaching Muggle police and firefighters would have to rely on the Ministry of Magic for assistance. "What delayed you?" Xing Ze inquired, touching his singed hair. Feeling rather disheveled. A werewolf wizard, quite formidable, in a semi-beastly state, making it impossible to discern his features. "Did he flee?" John sighed. "I told you he was formidable, and I was the one ambushed." "It's a trap," Xing Ze frowned. "Thanks for the heads up. I would be truly grateful if you could discover such things sooner next time. But ISNT for us." "Huh?" John halted his incantation. "Not for us. That is quite the coincidence." Xing Ze replied calmly. "This is clearly a meticulously planned ambush. We merely stumbled upon it, our luck having run out." "What?" John exclaimed, exasperated. "This lunatic is utterly incomprehensible. You were nearly blown up by a Muggle vehicle, and I was almost gutted by a werewolf wizard, and you call that just bad luck?" Before he could finish, John's wand pointed toward the woods, and Xing Ze followed suit. A dark-haired white woman emerged slowly from the trees, and a flicker of surprise crossed Xing Ze's face, though his grip on his wand tightened. "Gentlemen, I advise you to lower your wands," the woman said with a smile. "Miss, it's currently 2 against 1, John retorted, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Just then, 3 men appeared seemingly from nowhere, partially encircling Xing Ze and John. The woman then added, "Now it's 4 against 2. John smirked, confidently taunting, "I rather like those odds." However, Xing Ze showed no intention of resisting. He was now drained of magic, his body aching, and given the attire of the 3 men, they were likely Aurors. "I surrender. We are not enemies." He raised his hands in submission. "Hey kid, you're making me lose face here." John shot a reproachful glance at Xing Ze. "Shut up, idiot. Look at what you've done." One of the taller men shouted. "Joseph, fetch, notify the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. As for you two, come with me." Xing Ze and John were ushered into the basement of a fast food establishment near Nottingham, where, in addition to their old acquaintance Kingsley, the head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour, awaited them. Scrimgeour sat squarely in the center of the basement, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze fixed intently upon the crystal ball resting on the table before him. "It has been quite some time, John," he spoke, his voice deep and resonant, akin to the low growl of a lion. "Scrimgeour, It seems we haven't crossed paths in nearly 7 or 8 years, John replied casually, leaning against the cabinet. You appear to have aged considerably. Scrimgeour's eyes shifted from the crystal ball to John. You, however, seem to grow younger with each passing day. It appears your time in Nocturne Alley has been rather comfortable. John flashed a grin, reaching into his pocket, but Delirious and Kingsley promptly aimed their wands at him. For Merlin's sake, John said slowly, producing a flask. You all are exceedingly sensitive. My wand has already been confiscated. What harm could I possibly do? Better to exercise caution. Who doesn't know the moniker of John the Thousand Wands? Kingsley remarked warily. John the Thousand Wands? Xing Ze glanced at John, who took a swig from his flask and shrugged. That's all in the past. Shackle. Chapter 62. Waiting. Scrimgeour then shifted his attention to Xing Ze, scrutinizing the young man as a lion would its prey. Your familiar is quite intriguing, he remarked, his tone laced with suspicion. Upon seeing the crystal ball on the table, Xing Ze had anticipated that Scrimgeour would inquire about it. Not quite a familiar. It's a liquid metal puppet, capable of altering its form at will. A marvel of the latest Eastern technology. Scrimgeour frowned slightly, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Well, I'm simply curious as to what you two are doing here. That's a question I was about to ask, John interjected. Are you a lot of Aurors here to host a ball? It seems I have wasted my efforts. Take them downstairs and fetch a healer, Scrimgeour ordered decisively, perhaps realizing he would glean nothing from the two. John straightened up, glaring at Delirious, who was advancing toward him. I advise against that, Rufus. The old codgers in the Department of Mysteries are not easily dealt with. Scrimgeour scoffed lightly. I doubt anyone would care about a drunkard from Nocturne Alley. As for you, Xing Ze, I believe you could use some rest. I indeed require a moment to recuperate, Xing Ze admitted, feeling a slight tremor in his lips as signs of magical exhaustion began to manifest. John had intended to hurl a few more harsh words, but upon seeing his companion's pallor, he abandoned that notion, glaring at Delirious and warning, Hey, don't touch me, big guy. I can walk on my own. As they exited the basement, Xing Ze cast a glance at the dark-haired woman standing in the corner, who was likewise observing him. Their gazes locked, neither willing to look away, but ultimately, the woman reluctantly averted her gaze. Once the two had departed the basement, Scrimgeour rose and cast a silencing charm, turning his attention to the remaining pair, Kingsley and the dark-haired woman. Scrimgeour, if it weren't for them, it could have been us lying dead outside, the dark-haired woman remarked. I know, Tonks, Scrimgeour nodded. That is precisely why I did not press them. I requested a healer. This operation should have been kept confidential, Kingsley noted. Yet the oil gang ambushed us. The three fell silent, and after a period of contemplation, Scrimgeour reluctantly speculated, the mission has been compromised. By whom? Kingsley asked, though it felt more like a soliloquy, as only they were privy to the details of the operation. In any case, we have been played, Scrimgeour stated, his expression grave. I need someone trustworthy to go to that arena. I'll go. Tonks raised her hand. However, Scrimgeour clearly had no intention of allowing her to join, deeming it too perilous, as it could potentially be another trap. You've done enough. Return to school. We'll handle the rest. Hey, director. You can't just use me and then toss me aside like garbage, she protested. Calm down, Tonks. Do I seem so unfeeling? I penned you a recommendation letter that will assist you in your future endeavors with the Auror office. A letter of recommendation from the current head of the Auror office would indeed carry more weight than a school transcript. She could choose to obediently leave or defy orders and continue her investigation. Tonks weighed the pros and cons in her mind. The director speaks the truth, child. It is time for you to depart, Kingsley urged. I will accompany Delirious below. Be careful, Kingsley. He nodded, then turned to Tonks. Very well, let me see you off. Child. The healer appeared to be a novice, Xing Ze noted, as he observed the clumsy manner in which she stitched, considerably less adept than Weber. You know, lad, it's rather rude for a man to stare at a woman, John remarked. I know, Xing Ze replied, sinking deeper into the sofa to allow himself some respite. The fast food establishment's owner had kindly offered the staff break room. His young daughter attended Hogwarts, while his eldest son had graduated and found work in the Ministry of Magic. Is there anything else you require? He inquired eagerly. If you have any alcohol, I could use some right now, damn, John shouted. The novice healer hastily paused her work, pleading. Would you prefer some anesthetics, sir? Not necessary, rookie. Continue stitching. It's nothing. Anesthetic will dull my mind. John gritted through his teeth. Just bring me some alcohol, kind proprietor, lest my cries frighten your patrons. Of course, sir, I'll fetch it right away. Make it whiskey, John called after the retreating figure of the owner. Alcohol will dull your mind as well, Xing Ze sleepily corrected, feeling fatigued, though the inexperienced healer had not brought any restorative potions. She must have come in a rush, as one of the Aurors on guard had dragged him here from St. Mungo's in a mere 5 minutes. I won't believe your nonsense, lad. Alcohol has always kept me sharp, John scoffed. We haven't finished our earlier discussion. If you've taken a liking to that girl, I suggest you send her flowers. She seems like the type who would appreciate them. I was merely observing her, confirming a few things, Xing Ze replied. Has anyone ever told you how uninteresting you are? Lad? Many times. Ah, how vexing. Why do I always end up partnered with such oddballs? You just claimed you have a familiar? A liquid metal puppet. The latest in simulated multi-alloy technology combined with magical reconstruction etching. Utilizing the most advanced models, Xing Ze began to expound earnestly. All right. You sound just like those lunatics from the Magical Research Institute. John interrupted him in due time. You asked me. My fault, John conceded, turning to glance at the healer. Sighing. Those Aurors must know something. We cannot remain trapped here. Do you have any bright ideas? Xing Ze asked, exasperated. If you hadn't capitulated so quickly, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Xing Ze exhaled a long sigh, stating, my magical reserves are dwindling, and your back bears claw marks from a werewolf, necessitating treatment to prevent infection. Moreover, a cadre of Aurors lies in wait, their eyes fixed upon us. We ought to extract information from them. I doubt they possess knowledge exceeding ours. Yet, they are poised to outpace us. John inquired, you've been to the arena. What notable aspects does it possess? It is merely the arena, came the terse reply. Blast it. Take it easy, Jay. Since events have spiraled beyond our control, let them unfold as they will. John found this young man perplexing. Just moments ago, he had exerted every effort in pursuit of their quarry. Yet now he languished on the sofa like a fish out of water, akin to an elderly man nearly choking on his own saliva. Chapter 63. The Vanished Aurors. The healer exited, and the landlord delivered a bottle of wine, both events transpiring during Xing Ze's brief respite. He was roused by the sound of the door, realizing he had slept far more lightly than he had anticipated. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the ghastly scar on John's back, where pale blue magical threads intertwined with blood, composing a curious tableau. Look, yet another beauty has come to visit us, John remarked, raising the wine bottle toward the newcomer. The short interlude allowed Xing Ze to regain some strength. He turned to face the visitor, a slight smile gracing his lips. Not another, but the same. It is delightful to see you again, Miss Tonks. John shook his head, still unable to comprehend Xing Ze's cryptic musings. He felt he should don a shirt instead. Do not stand on ceremony, sir, Tonks replied, reverting to her original form. Her hair, no longer black, now shimmered like a rainbow after rain, while her skin exhibited a healthy tan, a stark contrast to her previous pallor. It was no wonder John failed to recognize her. Had Xing Ze not read the original text, he too would have been oblivious to the girl's ability to alter her appearance. The wounds inflicted by a werewolf require observation over time to ascertain whether you have contracted lycanthropic virus, Tonks noted. John paused mid-motion while reaching for his coat, intrigued. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. Tonks extracted a lollipop from her pocket. I have a friend who contracted the werewolf virus. How unfortunate. May Merlin bless him, John responded. May Merlin bless him, she echoed with a sigh, popping the candy into her mouth. So, how did you recognize me? She inquired curiously, directing her gaze toward Xing Ze. Intuition, coupled with a hint of foreshadowing, he replied, rising to his feet, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. Tonks, perplexed by his words, cast a questioning glance toward John, who continued sipping his wine, offering no assistance. What is it that you seek, Miss Tonks? Xing queried. Simply call me Tonks. She replied. Intelligence. Information at your disposal. What might we gain in return? Tonks tossed a vial of potion to Xing Ze. I believe you require this. Cleona S. Mundu flower essence, she explained. This potion swiftly replenishes magical energy and heals wounds, and though it is somewhat addictive, it does not possess the severe side effects associated with Paralyzer S potion. Xing Ze toyed with the vial, reflecting that such a small bottle would cost 20 galleons, and the price would increase depending on purity. Indeed, the Auror office was extravagantly affluent. Are you proposing to exchange a vial of potion for intelligence? If the information holds significant weight, I could facilitate your early exit. Xing Ze set the potion aside. I wager you lack the authority to make such promises. I suspect Scrimgeour would prefer to interrogate us personally. Tonks removed the candy from her mouth, anxiously rubbing her hands together. She abhorred being seen through, and thus had always concealed herself adeptly. Yet this man's perceptiveness was rather irksome. Do not bother, miss, John remarked, a knowing smile tugging at his lips as if he had predicted the outcome. At that moment, an Auror entered through the door, addressing Xing Ze and John. Director Scrimgeour wishes to see you. John set down his drink and turned to Xing Ze, who tossed the potion back to Tonks and retrieved 2 vials of Mundu flower essence from his ring. He tossed one to John and drank the other himself, feeling his vitality improve considerably. He then patted John on the shoulder, saying, "Let us get to work, mate." John glanced at the vial in his hand, then at Xing Ze, who was already approaching the door and could not suppress a whispered curse. What a bastard. "I concur," Tonks chimed in. Scrimgeour's thick brows knitted in a frown as he inhaled sharply, demanding, "John, tell me, what brings you here?" "You go first," John kindly suggested. "I have no time for games, John. Either divulge the information you possess, or I shall incarcerate you both in Azkaban." "I believe." "Silence, John. Do not presume I lack the resolve to do so. I guarantee you will live to regret it." Xing Ze mused. The lion is agitated. He interjected, "We can be forthright with one another. However, Director, might I inquire why you appear so tense?" Scrimgeour fell silent, his gaze fixed upon Xing Ze, his facial muscles twitching slightly, prompting Xing Ze to lower his head to avoid direct eye contact. The pressure enveloped him like an invisible wall. Unlike the weight imposed by Dumbledore, Scrimgeour's was fueled by rage. Tonks seemed to sense something amiss and hurried forward to ask, "Have they encountered trouble? Is Shacklebolt in danger?" Scrimgeour finally acknowledged her presence, temporarily stifling his fury as he replied in a low voice, "Leave, Tonks." He silenced her inquiries with a stern look, compelling her to exit the basement quietly. "They have vanished." Within the arena, Scrimgeour revealed grimly. "Wait, when you say vanished," John began, incredulity lacing his voice. "Literally, John. They have lost contact. There is no sign of them on the crystal ball. Perhaps you should send someone down to investigate. These days, keys are not so difficult to create. Do you take me for a fool? Of course, I dispatch someone to investigate. That place is merely an arena, devoid of any keys." "Portkey?" Scrimgeour regarded John with a look of disbelief, prompting John to dismiss the notion with a wave of his hand. "Let us pretend I said nothing. For Merlin's sake, John, they were equipped with communication crystals. If it were merely a key or a portkey, they would have mentioned it. Have you drunk so much that you've abandoned simple reasoning? Who went down?" Xing Ze interjected. "Delacour, Shacklebolt, Joseph, and Finch. They were all responsible for this covert investigation." "A covert investigation?" "Indeed, a covert investigation, young man. Thus, I cannot mobilize too many Aurors, lest it draw unnecessary attention. The media, the ministry, and other departments would find a way to interfere. They swarm like flies, omnipresent. Yet, such interference would only complicate matters further. Can we speak privately?" John suggested, gesturing towards Xing Ze and himself. Scrimgeour nodded, reminding them, "You best be swift about it." In a dimly lit corner of the basement, John whispered as quietly as he could, "What do you think? We could request to go to the arena." Xing Ze replied, "You must be mad. For Aurors vanished from that place, and now we are supposed to stroll in brazenly. This is our only chance, regardless." Stealing a furtive glance at Scrimgeour, he added, "He will ensure we leave our information behind." "Good heavens, I find myself longing for you sprawled on the sofa," John remarked, rubbing his stubbled chin. "Are you certain this is a prudent idea?" Xing Ze shook his head, responding earnestly, "I am not sure. I still believe this is a poor idea." John murmured as he stood before the dark door leading to the arena. "At the very least, we should leave a farewell note or something." Xing Ze tossed him a piece of clothing, saying before that, "You should dress. I have admired your alluring physique enough." "And your wound? Is there any infection?" "No. Is healing," Xing Ze replied, glancing at the scar. "Perhaps you should ask that healer for some ointment to remove the scar. Scars are the romance of a man." John retorted as he donned his clothes. "Now I'll have a new topic to discuss with the ladies in bed. Speaking of which, we are merely seeking a prostitute from Sweet Home. Is it worth risking so much? Perhaps we could start with the Sweet Home. She must have a few friends. When did you become so timid?" Damn it, I simply don't wish to work with the Aurors. It's merely a temporary collaboration, Jay. We find what we need, and they find what they seek. I fail to see their sincerity." John glanced at the Auror standing behind him. "Are you truly planning to assist them in finding someone?" "I only suggested we try," Xing Ze replied, looking at the Auror, who was of diminutive stature, slender, with a shock of blonde hair. He introduced himself as Scott, sent by Scrimgeour to assist them, more specifically, to supervise. "I truly did not expect Scrimgeour to allow us down here. 4 Aurors have inexplicably vanished, 2 of whom were senior Aurors. Jay, the old lion, is cornered. If this matter is exposed, he can only resign in disgrace, or perhaps face something worse." "Old lion? I rather like that moniker. So he sends us down here to meet our demise. You are well aware of his intentions, yet you still accepted. Damn it, boy. You never learn to give up, do you?" John accepted the communication crystal handed to him by Scott during their time in the lounge. He had thought the young man had capitulated, but he was utterly mistaken. This damned madman was like an undying spark, needing only a bit of kindling to ignite once more. You anticipated that Scrimgeour would want to speak with us, didn't you? I suspected he would wish to converse, but I did not foresee it would be about this. Xing Ze contemplated the communication crystal in his hand. Scott, what is this for? Just infuse it with magic. Scott demonstrated, the crystal glowing blue upon receiving the magical energy. See, that will suffice. Fascinating. Magic transforms the world, Scott declared proudly. The style of this underground arena largely mimicked that of ancient Roman amphitheaters, characterized by its elliptical structure and 3 levels, with private boxes on the top tier. There was little difference from Xing Ze's previous visit, save for the absence of the usual crowd, lending an eerie tranquility. 3 aurors were meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny of the arena, yet it was not particularly vast. One could grasp a general overview with a mere turn on the performance stage. I did not comprehend. John took a drag from Scott's cigarette. This ghastly place is merely an arena for ordinary beasts. I see nothing remarkable. People cannot vanish without cause, Jay, even in the magical world. There must be something we have overlooked. Xing Ze asserted, stepping to the center of the stage and gazing upward into the oppressive darkness, akin to a midnight sky. Why is it so dark above? He murmured. Perhaps it is an atmospheric charm, Scott interjected. Many places employ such effects. Rainbows, starry skies, sunsets. No. Xing Ze shook his head. This is an arena. The audience's attention should be on the stage. Who would care about what is above their heads? Wait, what is this? Xing Ze retreated until he reached the edge of the performance stage, with John and Scott approaching him. Just some scratches and claw marks. They are likely left by beasts that fought, Scott speculated. Scratches and claw marks cannot be so orderly. Those light-colored ones are chaotic, John countered. I believe this was done intentionally. Xing Ze circled the performance stage slowly, as if he were beginning to comprehend something. He leaped onto the viewing platform to peer down. Not high enough, he mused, and after surveying for a moment, he ascended to the highest point of the platform. A puzzle. This is a puzzle, Xing Ze exclaimed. Gee, try moving the hexagonal slabs on the performance stage. John drew his wand and began to channel magic into the slabs, as per Xing Ze's instructions. The surrounding aurors watched curiously, while Scott quietly reported to the recording crystal. Before long, the last slab fell into place, revealing a pattern, one that had haunted him for days. The very strange symbol he had been seeing. He had guessed correctly. A chill swept over him, and Xing Ze shivered slightly, while the others displayed various degrees of discomfort and revulsion, consciously avoiding the bizarre symbol. Yet, after this, nothing occurred. John raised his hands in exasperation towards Xing Ze. Perhaps this is just a symbol? There is no need to disturb it. Without hesitation, Xing Ze leaped down from the viewing platform and stepped onto the performance stage. Wait, damn it! John attempted to stop him, but Xing Ze had already entered, and in an instant, the entire stage illuminated, the eerie symbol radiating with light as the surrounding magical energy surged wildly, as if summoned by something. Xing Ze gazed up into the darkness, the symbol projecting like stars above. The light churned the darkness, forming a strange vortex of black and white, slowly approaching, like a hand piercing through a dark veil. Enraptured by the stunning spectacle, Xing Ze extended his hand to touch the vortex. Just before he was transported, John and Scott leaped onto the performance stage, and with a blinding flash of white light, the 3 vanished from their former location. Blood, the thick scent of blood, mingled with the attempt to mask the stench of decay, a scent unique to corpses. Xing Ze pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling slightly dizzy. Yet the acrid smell quickly brought him back to his senses. For Merlin's sake, John's voice rang in his ears. Xing Ze turned to him, then followed his gaze. Before them lay a spacious underground chamber. No, more accurately, it was an autopsy room where 3 corpses lay side by side, 2 of which had been disemboweled. Their innards lay bare. The third was a girl, seemingly subjected to inhumane torment, yet her slightly twitching body suggested she was still alive. This is, Scott's voice rose in pitch, his face gradually contorting until it bore the likeness of Tonks. John and Xing Ze paid no heed. Now is not the time to dwell on this. John strode purposefully towards the woman, perhaps seeking to ascertain whether there was any hope for her. 2 illuminated passageways, each flanked by torches, led into the basement, and Xing Ze's gaze fell upon one of them, where several rooms with iron doors awaited. A sense of unease enveloped him. Chapter 65, A Hellish Tapestry. Time exists as a circular plane, with the end returning to the beginning. Xing Ze recalled the words of Bucket. He pushed open the first iron door, and a swarm of flies rushed towards him, the stench of decay overpowering the scent of blood. In a daze, He felt as though he had been transported back to that sweltering afternoon, when he had similarly opened a door, only to be met by a gust of flies. He remembered his mind pausing for several seconds, before instinctively succumbing to nausea that overtook his dwindling sanity. One side of the room was filled with people, men and women, young and old, while the other side was a grotesque mountain of corpses and dismembered limbs. Upon witnessing the scene, Tonka, in a fit of horror, dashed to the other side, leaning against the wall to retch, and Xing Ze could hear the curses and despair mingling in her heaves. As he stepped inside, his shoes squelched on the slick, sticky floor, each step feeling as though weighted with lead. Yet, compared to Tonka's violent retching, Xing Ze found himself relatively composed. He felt no urge to vomit, nor did he succumb to rage. I am all right, he reassured himself. Habit is indeed a formidable and resilient force. The dazed individuals stared blankly at Xing Ze, their eyes glazed over from the hallucinogens they had been injected with, utterly oblivious to the hell in which they found themselves. He noticed a few children and an elderly man in a stupor. He attempted to take a baby from a mother, who weakly and fearfully cried out, "That's my child. I know, madam. He is asleep. Allow me to care for him." Xing Ze gently lifted the child, only to discover he had already ceased to breathe. "Damn it," John cursed as he reached the doorway, turning his face away and tremblingly retrieving a flask from his coat. Xing Ze carried the child out of the room and laid him on the clean ground, covering him with a cloth from his ring. "We need to inform the Ministry of Magic, St. Mungo's, and anyone else who can assist," he declared. "These people want tea last much longer. The crystal is broken." John guzzled from the flask, perhaps affected by whatever had brought them to this place. "Those rooms. Damn it, are they all like this? I don't know." Xing Ze snatched the flask from John's grip. "That's enough. You need to stay sober. We still haven't figured out where we are." "I'm wide awake, damn it," John retorted, his eyes reddening as he punched the iron door, the sound reverberating through the hellish basement. "I'm going to hang those bastards one by one. Do you hear me? I'm going to hang them slowly." "You will," Xing Ze replied, patting John's face. "What about the woman? You need to check on her while there's still breath left." John placed a sapphire necklace into Xing Ze's hand. "Naya?" Xing Ze inquired, having seen the necklace in a photograph. John nodded. "Cruciatus curse. Mind control spell. Bone-breaking curse. I don't think she can hold on much longer." Xing Ze nodded and retrieved several vials of restorative potions from his ring, handing them to John. "Save as many as you can." Naya could barely speak, managing only to utter 2 words with great difficulty. "The child." Xing Ze closed her eyes and saw Tonka approaching, her face pale. She opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. "We must find those 4 aurors. They may still be alive. Will you come with me?" Xing Ze asked her. Tonka nodded. "Then gather your emotions," Xing Ze instructed. "Leave this to Jay. We'll explore the other passage." Following the stone-paved corridor, Xing Ze and Tonka arrived at a circular hall. A dazzling starry sky illuminated the dome, and beneath the brightest star stood a stone altar. On the altar was a rotund statue, reminiscent of the mural Xing Ze had seen at Eric's countryside villa. The white candles had burned down, and blood flowed slowly down the statue to the ground. "For the king of the underground. For the king of the underground." Voices echoed in Xing Ze's ears, celebrations of the faithful, calls from the depths, whispers hidden in the darkness. "Hey, are you all right?" Tonka asked anxiously, glancing at him. Xing Ze pulled his thoughts from the mire and shook his head, pointing towards the dark passages ahead. "This place seems more complicated than we imagined." Tonka had lost her usual spark, appearing tense and breathless. "What is this place?" "I believe," Xing Ze replied. "This location is meant for sacrifices." "Sacrifices? For whom?" "The king of the underground." Merlin S. Beard. "You mean," Tonka stifled the urge to vomit, "those people locked in the rooms are sacrifices?" "I cannot be certain." "Hey, breathe." Tonka, deep breaths. Xing Ze patted the girl's back. He had brought her along out of concern that she might not withstand being left behind. "This place seems relatively safe. You can stay here for now, while I check those passages. I want to go far." Regaining her composure, Tonka grasped Xing Ze's arm. "I'm coming with you," she asserted. "Bark is my friend." After a moment's contemplation, Xing Ze responded, "All right, I'll lead the way. You keep an eye behind." "Okay." The two made their way down a larger passage, with Tonka trying her best to avoid looking at the statue. "That thing gives me the creeps," she remarked. "How is it that you seem so composed?" "Habit. If humans cannot accept their circumstances, they are forced to adapt." Xing Ze waved his wand, summoning a glowing orb that dispelled the darkness temporarily. "And if one cannot adapt, then one descends into madness. I'm grateful that I have adapted. I can hardly imagine what you've been through." "Neither can I," Xing Ze admitted. "Oh, I would like to ask, where has the real Scott gone?" At this, Tonka finally managed a fleeting smile, though it quickly faded. He is probably still fainting in the restroom of that fast food joint. It seems Kingsley is quite important to you. Tonka fell silent for a moment, about to respond when Xing Ze suddenly halted. Did you hear that? Hear what? Run. Xing Ze shouted as he grasped Tonka's hand, pulling her towards the entrance. Behind them, a terrifying roar erupted, akin to that of a wild beast. Then came a series of clicking sounds, as if someone were grinding their teeth incessantly. Don't look back, Xing Ze yelled to Tonka, spotting the light of the entrance and quickening his pace. As they dashed out of the corridor, the monstrous creatures followed closely behind, these abominable beings resembling humans, most walking on two legs, hunched over. Their skin a sickly pink rubbery texture that was utterly repulsive. Foul saliva dripped from their gaping mouths, and their sharp teeth clicked ominously. Ghouls, Tonka exclaimed in terror. I thought they were mythical creatures. Welcome to reality. Xing Ze observed as the ghouls circled around them like ravenous wolves, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, one of the creatures lunged tentatively at Tonks. Although the girl was gripped by terror, her reflexes were swift. She sidestepped, and with a flick of her wand, a magical beam struck the beast, yet it proved to be of little consequence. The remaining 5 ghouls swiftly closed in, 2 rushing towards Xing Ze, while the other 3 targeted Tonks. They exhibited intelligence akin to that of nefarious, understanding to prey upon the weakest. Chapter 66, Smiling Charlie. Xing Ze pivoted to evade the first ghoul's advance, the flames conjured by his wand, slowing the second's momentum. Seizing the opportunity, he struck rapidly. Blue beak transformed into a blade, effortlessly piercing through the ghoul's gaping maw and directly into its skull. Dark crimson, putrid blood trickled down the blade as Xing Ze withdrew Blue beak, only for the first ghoul to hiss and charge once more. Its sharp, obsidian claws grazed Xing Ze's ear, and just as the claws descended towards his chest, he unleashed a magical missile. These creatures possessed a degree of resistance to magic, yet the missiles dealt primarily blunt force, akin to a heavy hammer. The magical projectile struck the ghoul, sending it crashing away from Xing Ze, leaving merely shallow scratches on his magical robes. Without hesitation, Blue beak struck again, wrapping around Tonk's waist, yanking her away just before the ghouls could ensnare her. Magical missiles will prove ineffective. They lack the necessary impact, Xing Ze cautioned. Understanding his intent, Tonks unleashed a continuous barrage of missiles towards the relentless monsters. Meanwhile, Xing Ze prepared his next spell. His wand transformed into a dark purple dagger, which spiraled forth and severed the neck of the ghoul charging at him. The abomination writhed on the ground, its neck nearly severed, yet it still clawed its way towards Xing Ze. The returning wand cleanly decapitated it, and he caught it deftly. Tonks was pulled behind him as Blue beak morphed into a shield, deflecting the onslaught of 2 ghouls. More ghouls began to batter against the shield, attempting to breach it with their claws and teeth. The sound of incantations resonated behind Xing Ze. In the instant he retracted Blue beak, an airburst spell detonated, forcing the monsters back. After a brief respite, they surged forward again like rabid dogs, relentless in their pursuit. Xing Ze sidestepped, grinning slightly as he prepared for a bombardment. Several fireballs coalesced at Tonk's wand, then were launched in rapid succession towards the creatures. Instantly, smoke filled the air, and the hall echoed with the sounds of explosions. After several seconds, silence once again enveloped the surroundings. As Tonks exhaled the stale air from her lungs and was about to speak, a shadow leapt from the smoke. Xing Ze swiftly grasped its throat. Had its hands not been blown off, the ambush would likely have succeeded. The creature howled in agony. Thrashing as Xing Ze took a moment to admire the spectacle before discarding it onto the ground. He stepped forward, pinning the struggling monster, and Blue beak coalesced at his fingertips, transforming into a stinger that pierced through its skull. Tonks turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. What in the world is a ghoul doing here? She complained. Calm yourself, Tonks, Xing Ze replied while conjuring a small hurricane to disperse the smoke, all the while searching for any remaining threats. Just then, 3 figures emerged from another passage. As Tonks and Xing Ze raised their wands, they recognized Kingsley, Delirious, and Feege. All 3 were injured, with Feege's wounds particularly severe. His left leg appeared gnawed upon, bones faintly visible. He muttered in a daze, "Monsters, monsters." "Shut up, Feege," Delirious shouted, struggling to support him as they hurried towards Xing Ze and Tonks. Upon seeing Tonks, Kingsley's face momentarily displayed shock, quickly replaced by necessary calmness. "Hurry, don't dawdle there, move," he urged Tonks. A cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted from the passage, followed by a magical spear. Kingsley deflected it with his armor, the collision of magical energies creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Tonks attempted to assist, but Xing Ze restrained her, gesturing towards Delirious. I'll handle that side. The two split up, with Xing Ze casting a small explosive spell towards the passage to cover Kingsley's retreat to safety. I never imagined encountering you under such circumstances, Xing Ze remarked, observing the commotion in the passage. You still owe me a drink, Kingsley. What is pursuing you? Ghouls? Or some other fantastical beast? Kingsley chuckled grimly, pulling a vial from the sleeve of his purple robe and drinking it down. Mostly ghouls. They guard the exit. We repelled many. But that chilling laughter rang out once more, and Xing Ze witnessed a figure emerge from the passage. To his astonishment, it was Smiling Charlie. Smiling Charlie? Xing Ze finally discerned, realizing that this entity could scarcely be termed human anymore. I had seen Charlie before. He was far more presentable then. Several twisted, grotesque tendrils lunged at them, accompanied by uproarious laughter as both Xing Ze and Kingsley darted in opposite directions. The left side of Charlie's body was ensnared by scarlet, writhing appendages, which twisted and danced as though imbued with a will of their own. His left hand had transformed into elongated, squid-like tentacles, while his right hand clutched a wand. Spells erupted in rapid succession towards Xing Ze and Kingsley, as Charlie seemed to possess boundless magical energy, cackling maniacally as the twisted tentacles visibly grew. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Xing Ze shouted, barely deflecting a spell and rolling aside to evade an incoming tentacle. Charlie appeared particularly fixated on him, diverting most of his assaults towards Xing Ze, leaving Kingsley with comparatively less pressure to counterattack. However, the spells posed little threat to Charlie, with wounds swiftly mending as new dark crimson flesh regenerated. Don't let those tentacles ensnare you. Joseph was consumed by them. What a morale booster you are, Xing Ze thought, seeking refuge behind statue. A tentacle struck the pedestal, causing the altar to tremble slightly. Damn it, Xing Ze muttered under his breath. Not far away, Tonks was assisting Delirious in moving Feege to safety. Leave this to me. You go help, she instructed Delirious while retrieving a healing potion. Help? To hell with that. That lunatic devoured Joseph, leaving nothing behind. I'm not about to die, Delirious retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Tonks exclaimed incredulously, fixing her gaze on Delirious. If they perish, do you think we can escape? Delirious scoffed. You know what? That madman enjoys eating people. Let him have his feast. All I need is to outrun the rest. He pointed towards one of the passages. Forget him, Tonks. Come with me. I know the way out. Tonks spat on the ground, her voice icy. So I can become that monster-s spare meal. Buying you time to flee? To hell with you, you witch. Delirious spat back as he stood to leave, only to be met with a punch to the face, collapsing to the ground. Thanks for the directions. John tucked the flask into his bosom and cast a glance at Tonks, urging her to save the others. He then strode purposefully towards Charlie. What a damn day it was. Chapter 67, The Chosen Path. John's arrival undoubtedly alleviated considerable pressure, allowing Kingsley to unleash more advanced spells, while Xing Ze no longer had to cower behind the statue, awaiting death. Hey, Charlie, did you laugh so merrily when your mother passed away? John advanced boldly, unperturbed by the oncoming tendrils and spells. His wand danced swiftly, releasing magic one after another, though such frequent casting would severely compromise its longevity. Charlie Gold. Seizing the moment, Kingsley executed a high-level charm, ruthlessly striking Charlie as ice shards pierced through his flesh, yet it still bore little effect. The stout tendrils lashed out at Kingsley, and Charlie's laughter grew more frenzied. Come forth, mortals, and become part of my ascension. The ice shards were expelled from his body, and more tendrils emerged. John thwarted one spell, but his wand succumbed to the strain, shattering into dust. A tendril swept toward him, forcefully slamming him against the altar. Damn it, he cursed, seeing another tendril approaching. Xing Ze leaped from behind the statue, using Protego to block the strike, then seized John and cast Disillusionment, while the pursuing tendril shattered the statue. Its head must be the weak point, Xing Ze said to John, having narrowly escaped. Must it really be so difficult? John replied, rising to his feet. Let me see if I can hold him off for a moment. With that, he produced a new wand from within his robes and re-entered the fray. Xing Ze retrieved a cigar from his ring and, seizing the opportunity, charged at Charlie. Even in the blind spot, the tendrils sensed danger and pivoted their assault towards Xing Ze. John swiftly cast a magical blade, severing a portion, and infused his wand with power, hurling it at the remaining tendrils, only to miraculously produce another one. The previous wand detonated explosively, shattering many tendrils, while Kingsley's protective armor fortuitously absorbed the impact, preventing Charlie's dark magic from harming John. Cease your futile resistance. You shall all become sacrifices for the king of the underworld. Embrace your fate, mortals, Charlie roared, unimpeded. Xing Ze closed in on him with utmost speed. A crimson tendril erupted from Charlie's mouth, swiftly coiling around Xing Ze's arm, exerting tremendous force and hurling him into the air. John and Kingsley attempted to intervene, but to their astonishment, a dozen ghouls surged from the corridor, recklessly charging at the two. Xing Ze crashed heavily to the ground, the pain in his back nearly causing him to lose consciousness, as a green light flickered from Charlie's wand. What a pity, you could have achieved greatness. Messenger of the divine, he murmured. Alas, you chose the wrong path. I believe it is you who chose the wrong path, Xing Ze chuckled, as the blue beak transformed into a black cat, leaping from Charlie's body. The cigar was ensnared by the writhing tendril around Charlie's neck. No! Charlie's eyes widened as he aimed his wand at Xing Ze, a red beam clashing with the green light directed at him. The explosive cigar detonated, creating a gaping hole in Charlie's neck, rendering him unable to maintain the killing curse. Tonk's disarming charm sent Charlie's wand flying from his grasp. Ignoring the pain in his back, Xing Ze sprang to his feet, the blue beak morphing into a blade in his hand. For the king of the underworld. The blade fell, and Charlie's head soared into the sky, while the blue beak plunged into Charlie's body. The corpse convulsed a few times before collapsing to the ground, and Xing Ze stepped back, exhaling a long breath. Though the ghouls were numerous, they were no match for John and Kingsley, who swiftly dispatched the remaining rabble, only to find that Xing Ze had already slain Charlie. Well done, lad, John remarked, a smile tugging at his lips as he retrieved the flask from his robes. Kingsley cast a complex glance at the corpse on the ground and said, He won't rise again, will he? What the hell do you mean by that? John set the flask down, just shy of his lips. Weavy knocked him down 3 times, yet each time he managed to rise again. And each time he became more formidable. You saw the changes in his body. Forced evolution? Xing Ze speculated internally, as the brink of death accelerated the corruption within Charlie, resulting in this horrific mutation. It was evident that the left and right halves of Charlie had become 2 distinct life forms, akin to the fusion of 2 worlds, a marriage of dreams and reality. However, Kingsley's concerns were unwarranted. The blue beak was continuously absorbing those twisted remnants, appearing to revel in consuming dreamlike entities beyond mere magical energy. John raised his hand, and a beam of light erupted from his wand, instantly shattering Charlie's head. He took a sip of his drink and said, I believe you won't. What could have caused the initial mutation? Xing Ze's gaze drifted to the altar, where the celestial dome faded quietly, leaving only the shattered statue behind. Xing Ze and John entered a cafe, where Tonks had arranged to meet them. The mess left by the arena and the basement would be dealt with by Scrimgeour. Given the developments thus far, the ministry's intervention was merely a matter of time. Scrimgeour mercifully released them and consented to information sharing, while Kingsley needed to oversee operations on site, making Tonks their liaison. I truly cannot comprehend how you can still have such an appetite after witnessing such a scene, John remarked incredulously, observing Xing Ze devouring his meal. It's mealtime, and I am hungry, Xing Ze replied, looking up. He ordered a stack of maple syrup pancakes and a caramel pudding, desperately needing the sugar for energy. Although the blue beak had absorbed Charlie's dreamlike substances, it primarily utilized it for its own benefit. So 1,000 wands, John? Xing Ze attempted to shift the topic. John waved his hand dismissively, responding impatiently. Can't pancakes and pudding suffice to quiet your mouth, lad? Just how many wands do you possess? That is a secret, John replied with a hint of pride. Secrets ought to remain buried in the heart. When Tonks arrived, Xing Ze had just finished his 3rd pancake. The girl had altered her appearance somewhat. Her hair was no longer vibrant, but had transformed into a mundane dark brown. After sitting down, she ordered a latte and got straight to the point. Shall I begin? I don't mind, John said, pouring some liquor into his black coffee. It might take a while, Tonks warned. Thank Merlin, John exclaimed. I now require time to recuperate. Go ahead, Tonks, feel free to elaborate. We are not short on time. Xing Ze concurred. Do you know about Sych and Ivan, the 2 missing Oris? John nodded. We are also investigating this matter. Tonks displayed a puzzled expression, asking, why? Director Scrimgeour did not seek the assistance of the Department of Mysteries. There are rumors that, John took a sip of coffee. The missing Aurors can lead us to the fragments. Fragments? The shards that bring plague? Indeed, it appears we are on the same wavelength. Tonks smiled helplessly, truly perplexed as to why matters had become so convoluted. If our objectives were originally aligned, why did we not collaborate from the outset? This is politics, my dear child. John replied. Chapter 68. Information sharing. What of those who were rescued? Xing Ze inquired, pushing aside his empty plate. Tonks paused for a few seconds, shaking her head as she said, Before I arrived, I heard that St. Mungo's had formed a rescue team, and it seems the church will be sending personnel as well. But the trio fell into silence, and, at last, Xing Ze quietly urged, I apologize, please continue, Tonks. There is no need for apologies. Tonks leaned back to allow the waiter to serve coffee. Were it not for you, the casualties would have been far greater. Perhaps they should bestow upon me a Merlin medal. John quipped, though I would much prefer a few bottles of fine wine. His remarks lightened the atmosphere, prompting Tonks to take a hearty sip of her coffee. Let us return to the matter at hand. You should be aware that since Minister Fudge took office, he has been intent on dismantling Knockturn Alley. Thus he has tasked Scrimgeour with gathering intelligence on the criminal gangs operating there. John scoffed, interjecting, Cornelius Fudge desires to make a mark. Were it not for Old Batty's son's ineptitude, he would never have ascended to the position of minister. In my view, compared to Old Batty, Fudge, is far too weak. The public in the wizarding community largely perceives Fudge as a generous individual, yet few associate him with decisiveness and strength. Consequently, since his ascension, Fudge has endeavored to alter the public's perception of him. Xing Ze speculated internally. The swiftest method, of course, will be to impose severe penalties on the Death Eaters and Dark Wizards. However, with the mysterious figure's abrupt disappearance, the Death Eaters were scattered like monkeys from a fallen tree, and the accolades for combating them were claimed by Scrimgeour and Barty Crouch. Thus, he could only redirect his gaze towards Knockturn Alley. Combating crime could similarly elevate one's reputation, especially during a period of recovery for the British magical community, where controlling crime rates would garner public favor. Yet, fate can often be unpredictable, Xing Ze mused. The outbreak of a great plague in Wales has also affected the magical realm. Should this situation not be handled adeptly, Fudge's tenure may well come to an abrupt end. Though we ought not to speak ill of the Minister of Magic, Tonks murmured, I concur with your assessment. Master Dumbledore perceives Fudge as an unreliable individual. Returning to the topic, prior to the plague's outbreak, Seamus and Ivan had been responsible for investigating the oil gang. After being reassigned, Seamus backed up the case files and sent them to Gringotts, extracting relevant memories to hand over to Shacklebolt. Why go through such trouble? John frowned. The case files would naturally be securely stored in the ministry. Tonks glanced around warily, lowering her voice to say, Seamus suspects that the ministry has been infiltrated. Infiltrated? By Death Eaters? John pressed further. He had no definitive suspects, yet unease lingered. Tonks shrugged and added, Moreover, he discovered that the leader of the oil gang, Waxface, is a former Death Eater, Errol Chalders. See, reading does have its merits. Xing Ze shot a glance at John, who merely grunted in response without further comment. Tonks had anticipated that this revelation would astonish the two men, yet, to her surprise, they remained remarkably unperturbed. Well, I suppose you're both aware of Master Dumbledore's stance on the mysterious figure and the Death Eaters, so Dumbledore is involved in this matter as well. John inquired, astonished. Indeed, Minister Fudge sought Dumbledore's counsel prior to initiating the investigation. I suppose it is because, well, I confess I do not know the reason. John chuckled, rubbing his chin. Do you know what Hogwarts' greatest failing is? Is it the lack of patrolling staff? Tonks asked, confused as she looked at Xing Ze. While John's expression was a mixture of emotions, Xing Ze raised his hands in explanation. I have encountered numerous students still roaming the school during curfew. Good heavens, lad. They clearly lack political education, John retorted. Scrimgeour is not the type to be subservient. Fudge has only held the ministerial position for a year. He requires assistance. Dumbledore? No. Let us not forget, the old wizard has the Order of the Phoenix at his disposal. No wonder in the original text, Fudge frequently sought Dumbledore's advice, Xing Ze thought. The Order of the Phoenix is indeed an excellent choice. Hostile towards Death Eaters, opposed to criminals, advocating for justice, yet asking for nothing in return. That makes sense. Although the Order suffered considerable losses in the fight against the mysterious figure, their reputation remains intact. If we can enlist their support, our chances of persuading Scrimgeour will increase significantly, Tonks agreed. Xing Ze finally comprehended why Snape had been reluctant to reveal the truth. Snape feared him. No. Perhaps it was Dumbledore who feared that he would disrupt and jeopardize this clandestine investigation. John took a sip of coffee and produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. So, upon discovering that Waxface was a Death Eater, Dumbledore persuaded Scrimgeour to reopen the investigation? Precisely so, Tonks affirmed with a nod. Xing Ze squinted at the girl, but did not linger too long. He raised his cup, pretending to sip water, thinking, She is lying. That old fox Dumbledore would never expose himself to the forefront. It must be Kingsley. He certainly sent Kingsley to persuade Scrimgeour. Tonks was attempting to conceal Kingsley's identity as a member of the Order. This is intriguing. Had I not read the original text, I would likely have been led around in circles by Dumbledore. Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. What have you uncovered? John redirected the conversation. Tonks retrieved a thick dossier from a magical bag, tapping it with her finger as she said. Seamus and Ivan discovered that the oil gang is involved in drug production, red candies. We are already aware of that, John remarked. Have you analyzed the candy? Indeed, it contains human tissue. Thus, Shacklebolt investigated the missing persons from Nocturne Alley and concluded that the oil gang is also engaged in human trafficking. Believing that Seamus and Ivan's disappearances are certainly related, Tonks explained, opening the file and extracting several photographs. She pointed to one, saying, smiling Charlie. He is responsible for the hallucinogenic trade and human trafficking in Nocturne Alley. Are you intending to strike at him? He does not seem like the kind of person who can be easily taken down, Xing Ze questioned. Indeed, he is exceedingly cautious. Tonks surveyed their surroundings before beginning to alter her appearance. In no time, she transformed into the previously mentioned black-haired white girl. We learned from a lame man in Nocturne Alley that he visits Sweet Home every month, seeking out a girl, a petite, black-haired white girl. He does not engage in any intimate acts with her. He merely lies in her lap. We heard from the old man that this is his way of reminiscing about his mother, who was a black-haired prostitute living in Nocturne Alley. He possesses an Oedipal complex. That is truly disturbing, John expressed with disgust. Wait, who is the old man? Everyone at Sweet Home is not particularly fond of the oil gang. John explained to Xing Ze. Chapter 69, Severed Threads of Inquiry. Xing Ze nodded. So, Shacklebolt approached you, hoping you would get close to him. Indeed, Tonks confirmed, gradually reverting to her original appearance. And surprisingly, it went exceedingly smoothly, perhaps because I transformed to resemble his mother. He led me to his residence, where we compelled him to disclose the location of the arena. He also admitted that the disappearances of Seiji and Ivan were connected to the Grease gang. Why not eliminate him? Xing Ze inquired. Since it was a covert investigation, I believe that killing him would not affect future reports. Delirious had initially intended to do so, but Charlie mentioned that he possessed written evidence regarding the Wax-Faced and the Grease gang, sufficient for the Ministry of Magic to issue a warrant for their arrest. I understood. Xing Ze nodded. One of your team must have rushed in, believed his fabrications, and triggered an alarm or something of the sort. Tonks admitted with some regret. It was Fidge. He was a bit hasty, but we can't blame him entirely. We were all focused on capturing those scoundrels to avenge Seiji and Ivan. Well, regardless, we messed it up. That bastard had a combat puppet hidden in his bedroom. I mean, who keeps a battle automaton in their sleeping quarters? Only a madman would. John whistled. That night must have been quite the thrill. You have no idea of the terror we faced, but thankfully we all managed to escape. Xing Ze contemplated deeply, expressing regret. What you've said aligns with what we have mostly uncovered. Ah, this is also a point of confusion for Director Scrimgeour and us. How did you come by this information? Read some books. Ask the bartender. Visit the library. Would you believe me if I said that? John interjected. Don't jest with me. Tonks frowned, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. That is the truth, Tonks, albeit with some details omitted. Xing Ze chuckled. But I will convey everything. Of course, everything will be fabricated, he thought to himself. Half an hour later, Tonks leaned back in her seat and muttered under her breath. Damn it. Is this all we have? The last days of the Death Eaters, the Holy 28, and the history of the Avery family? Are you certain you aren't toying with me? Don't be surprised, kid. John lit his first cigarette. I still think he is just boasting. Xing Ze ignored John, grabbing the sugar bowl from the table, extracting a cube and stating, Now, there are 3 issues we need to address. He placed that sugar cube on the document. The attack on the train, he added, placing another cube atop it, the disappearance of the Aurors, and with that, he added a 3rd cube alongside the first 2. Master Dumbledore also believes these 3 incidents are interconnected. Tonks concurred, but apart from the fragments, we have yet to find anything that links these 3 matters. The Avery family. Xing Ze placed the final sugar cube in the center of the trio. We have no evidence to suggest the Avery family is involved in any of this, Tonks countered. I think it's all part of the Grease gang as conspiracy. That is irrelevant. The focus remains on the Grease gang. I am confident that capturing their higher-ups will yield more clues. I fear that may not be possible. Wait, John exhaled a plume of smoke. What do you mean by that? We had personnel stationed in Nocturne Alley. After the incident at the arena, Director Scrimgeour ordered them to raid the Grease gang's base. But they merely apprehended some low-level thugs. The higher and mid-level members of the Grease gang have vanished without a trace. What? You mean You didn't T-capture a single high or mid-level member of the Grease gang. Not one. John exclaimed in disbelief. How could that be? We saw plenty of people this morning. Charlie even visited the antique shop in Muggle London. Keep your voice down, John, Tonks cautioned. Director Scrimgeour believes our operation was compromised. The Grease gang must have learned of the plan in advance. Xing Ze mused thoughtfully. So that's why they set up an ambush at the arena. Tonks wore a wry smile. Had it not been for Xing Ze and his team stumbling upon this ambush, this secret investigation could have faced severe losses. Damn it. John took a deep drag from his cigarette. Have you identified the mole yet? Tonks shook her head in dismay. So, that's why Scrimgeour agreed to share information with us. ISNT it? Xing Ze replied with a faint smile. Neither of us belongs to the Auror office. We are the least likely suspects for leaking information. I am merely here to exchange information. Tonks shrugged. Beyond that, I am not privy to any further details. For heaven's sake, what can you provide us? John complained. We've already figured out most of this ourselves. Who is this? Xing Ze picked up a photograph depicting a figure wearing a plague mask. John leaned in for a closer look. The Mad Doctor, a notorious figure in Nocturne Alley. A master of potion making. I bet he has gone missing too. Tonks nodded in agreement. Wonderful, John grumbled, puffing angrily on his cigarette. And who is this? Xing Ze pointed to a third photograph featuring a formally attired elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s, with white hair and a beard. That is Jocelyn Clemens, Tonks explained, a real estate agent from Glastonbury. He has ties to the Grease gang. Shackle sent someone to investigate. It was all related to legitimate business dealings, and so far, nothing noteworthy has emerged. Xing Ze took the photograph and inquired, May I take this with me? No objection. Tonks replied. Xing Ze tucked the photo into his ring. Slightly disappointed, it seems the clues you can provide us are rather limited. Perhaps in an attempt to salvage some pride, Tonks remarked. Director Scrimgeour asked me to convey that he will do his utmost to assist you. Please tell him we are very grateful. May I ask you a few questions? Of course. Did you return to the Essex Hotel previously? Tonks' expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's thought, she replied, Yes. I went back to check the room rented by Seiji and Ivan. Why? That room is booked until the end of the month. Apart from us and the hotel staff, no one can enter. Moreover, Seiji had instructed the hotel staff not to clean the room. Shackle and Delirious visited after the investigation was restarted, looking for any overlooked clues, but found nothing. However, my mentor taught me that one should verify everything personally. So, I went and found this. Tonks produced a small glass vial from her enchanted bag, containing a tuft of gray fur. Chapter 70, A Generous Employer. Werewolf. Xing Ze glanced at it, speculating. Yes, I confirmed with a friend. It is indeed werewolf hair. Furthermore, there were signs of struggle in the room. Though magically repaired, they can still be discerned upon close inspection. Noticing the look in Xing Ze's eyes, Tonks smiled. Don't look at me like that. I know you're wondering how I found clues that even Aurors missed. Xing Ze awkwardly averted his gaze. Those intruders should have paid more attention to the toilet. I don't quite follow. They repaired the toilet, but overlooked the toilet seat. Ah, I see. Xing Ze smiled slightly. Aurors probably wouldn't notice a toilet seat. So, someone visited the hotel room before you arrived. Indeed, and there were two separate groups. Though I don't know what they took from the room. Have you questioned the hotel staff? Tonks shrugged her shoulders. No one seemed to have noticed this matter. They likely employed silencing and concealment charms. Yet another dead end. Xing Ze mused inwardly. Have you heard of the King of the Underground? Ah, you mean that one? Tonks straightened herself. When we interrogated Charlie, he brought it up, but it was all just nonsense. Shackle believed that the King of the Underground referred to the one known as the Waxen-Faced. You know those gangs, with their titles like the King of Hell and the Angel of Death. Xing Ze had initially intended to show Tonks that peculiar symbol, but upon hearing her words, he abandoned the thought. On this matter, he held a perspective that diverged significantly from the conclusions drawn by the Aurors, and he did not intend to dwell excessively on it. Thank you, Tonks. Xing Ze tucked away his notebook. Let us stay in touch. Do you have any plans for the next step? Tonks, noticing the two were about to depart, quickly confirmed. It's still unclear whether this lead can be pursued, but we must at least give it a try. Rest assured, I'll contact you as soon as I have news. Tonks seemed somewhat hesitant, prompting John to sigh and advise. We're not politicians, kid. You shouldn't be wary of us. This remark seemed to clarify things for Tonks, who nodded and said, I wish you all the best. You too. As they exited the cafe, a light rain began to fall from the sky, and an owl flew towards Tonks, bearing a letter. The girl opened it, inhaled deeply, and tears welled in her eyes. They had found Seiji and Evan. Xing Ze and John halted, turning to look at her. Those two bodies, indeed, those two bodies. The healer stitched them up. Xing Ze recalled the two dissected corpses, their brains removed, presumably for some form of research. What a damn mess. John turned his gaze skyward. Isidro meticulously compared the necklace, pausing to wipe his reading glasses. Neither the events at the arena nor the raid on the Grease Gang had yet spread through Turnover Alley. Xing Ze never doubted the ministry's capability to suppress information, regardless. It was exceedingly beneficial for their investigation. Hey, old man, you've been staring for almost 5 minutes, John urged impatiently. I assure you, this necklace was taken from that girl's neck. So where is she? Isidro handed the necklace to the nearby owl. My employer isn't looking for a necklace. Dead or alive, they want to see her. John slammed his hand on the table, causing the owl to take flight. Damn it, Isidro. Do you have any idea how hard we worked to find this necklace? Hell, you should have come with us. Xing Ze scribbled in his notebook, pausing to advise John. Calm down. Uncle, let us be civil. Isidro only cared about results. He was indifferent to the process. I'm growing fonder of you, young man. The elder gestured for the owl to exit the shop, but the outcome was not for him to decide, but for the employer. Just wait for the news, big dog, and refrain from barking. John grumbled discontentedly, plopping down onto an old armchair. How long will it take? Not long. He will be on the street shortly. Isidro tossed John a flask of liquor. This might help you cool off. John took the flask, glanced at it disdainfully, and remarked, Liqueur? Damn it, old man. This is what women and sissies drink. You can have it back. Better than nothing. John twisted open the bottle and began to drink. The owl soon returned with a message, and Isidro chuckled at the note. It seems fortune is on your side. The employer has approved. With that, he produced a small pouch from his coat and placed it on the counter. This is your reward, 150 galleons. Looks like our employer is quite generous. John reached for the money, but Isidro pulled the pouch back toward himself. Hold on, big dog. Don't forget the rules. The elder opened the pouch and counted out 75 galleons, sliding them into a small drawer. Hey, old man, aren't you demanding too much? John frowned. Isn't the intermediary fee only 30%? There is also a consultation fee. Do you still want to know about Eric? Upon hearing this, Xing Ze looked up again. The elder cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice. To my knowledge, Eric has a partner in Turnover Alley named Bill, who runs a candy shop on Groening Street. The sign is quite prominent. Once Isidro finished speaking, John incredulously exclaimed, Is that it? His words reminded the elder of something else, leading him to add, Oh, by the way, Bill has been missing for over 2 weeks. If you ask me, they deserve it. Those who disrupt the market never meet a good end. Damn it. John cursed loudly. You charged me 30 galleons for this little bit of information and nearly cost us our lives. If it weren't for our past friendship, I would have torn your shop apart, old man. Business is business. Isidro pushed the pouch toward John. I warned you before. Those two were not worth it. But you never listened. Xing Ze tucked his notebook away, thanked him, and pulled the fuming John toward the exit. Isidro called out to him, suggesting, Young man, if you have any information about the Grease Gang to share with me, I can offer you a good price. Perhaps next time, Xing Ze replied coolly. Stepping out of the antique shop, John threw the empty liquor bottle towards a nearby trash heap, startling a few foraging stray cats. What is next? He inquired. Shall we check out the sweet home? Perhaps we can catch some sleep there. As the rain intensified, Xing Ze pondered for a moment before stating, Let us head to the candy shop first. All right, you're the boss, but my flask is empty. Maybe we can have a drink at Donnie's bar. Oh no, make it 2 drinks. Chapter 71, The Sweet Home. The candy shop was indeed very conspicuous. Its vibrant colors clashed with the grimness of Turnover Alley, resembling a rose blooming amidst dung. The front door was tightly shut. Entering through the main entrance seemed improbable. Just as Xing Ze contemplated this, John kicked open the door. Hey kid, are you planning to keep standing out there, or are you coming to take a look? He asked, addressing the stunned Xing Ze. Perhaps we should be a bit more discreet, Xing Ze suggested. Come on, this place is clearly abandoned. Besides, the Grease Gang is gone. Who could possibly care about us? Fine, that makes sense. Xing Ze followed John into the candy shop, where it appeared someone had visited before them. Everything was utterly wrecked, resembling a post-apocalyptic ruin. John kicked aside a broken stool, exclaiming, What the hell is wrong with this world? What kind of bastard would take issue with a candy shop? If you ask me, candy shops and brothels are among the few havens in this wretched world. What about the bar? Xisha inquired. The bar is paradise, John replied, moving further inside. The first floor is mine. Xing Ze glanced at the almost collapsed staircase. Can we decide with rock, paper, scissors? What exactly are we looking for? In response to John's question, Xing Ze found himself at a loss for an answer. Both of them were acutely aware of the identity of the one who had ravaged this place, and they understood that Bill's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to the oil gang. However, apart from the enchanting Naya of Sweet Home, their available leads for investigation were dwindling. Letters and telegrams, Since Bill and Eric were partners, they must have exchanged correspondence, perhaps alluding to the fragments. Are you certain, lad? The place seemed as if it had been turned upside down. If such information existed, the oil gang would have already seized it. Perhaps they overlooked something. When Xing Ze uttered these words, he himself found it hard to believe. Utilizing the levitation charm, he ascended to the second floor, where he stumbled upon several letters carelessly strewn across the chaotic floor of Bill's bedroom, amidst a heap of clothing and shattered furniture. I have traversed every inch of Ireland, from rivers to mountain peaks, and I have never encountered a beauty such as her. One particular love letter piqued Xing Ze's interest. He quietly read it in its entirety. The final line dedicated to my beloved L. Setting the love letter aside, he began to rummage through the disordered room, uncertain of what he sought, yet feeling an intangible absence. After propping up the fallen wardrobe with a spell, he discovered a squashed iron box beneath it. With a flick of his wand, the box soared into his hand. Moments later, the wardrobe crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xing Ze opened the iron box to find 2 tickets to America, dated August 20th, along with a rose hairpin. This is it. A smile of relief spread across Xing Ze's face. Bill intended to leave England, but with whom? Just then, he heard John's voice calling, prompting him to hastily descend the stairs with the love letter and iron box in hand. Look where our candy man likes to go. John held up a pink business card emblazoned with the words Sweet Home. Are you chewing bubblegum? Xing Ze inquired after glancing at the card. I found it in the storeroom. It would be a waste to leave it there. John blew a bubble. Want some? There, plenty. No, thank you. What did you find? A love letter, 2 tickets, and a hairpin. Oh, splendid, John scoffed. Now you just need a princess to elope with. I tend to agree. Xing Ze gestured towards the card, adding, and I believe we may find this princess there. Sweet Home was situated on Brand Street, an upside-down alley. A vibrant 5-story establishment resembling a dilapidated mansion, but several times larger. Comically dressed dwarfs solicited business at the entrance, while night carriages and private coaches lined up, with girls in various attires coming and going. Ah, I smell the scent of happiness. John inhaled deeply, unfazed by the rain soaking his hair. A sharp-eyed dwarf hurried over, cheerfully exclaiming, Hey, big dog, I thought you drowned in a barrel. You didn't show up yesterday or the day before. Ah, Bodo, John spat out his bubblegum. Old buddy, I've missed the girls, but I've got some matters to attend to, serious matters. Ha, my friend, don't speak of such things outside. Cool mean. You can discuss your serious matters with those beautiful, curvy girls. The dwarf emphasized the last few words. He skillfully took John's hand before shifting his attention to Xing Ze. Oh, who is this handsome fellow? Handsome? Xing Ze instinctively touched his face. Indeed, before coming here, he had tidied himself up, washing off the dirt and changing out of his blood-stained, tattered clothing. Yet he doubted that was sufficient to render him handsome. He asked my distant nephew, my cousin's son. He married an Eastern woman. Bodo laughed heartily, while Xing Ze remained oblivious to the humor in that statement. Aha, we have lovely Easter girls here, petite and charming. Their voices enchanting, like songbirds. Look, I've said enough, come on in, you too. Xing Ze followed closely behind John into Sweet Home, where the dazzling colors left him momentarily dazed, as an amalgamation of scents, alcohol, the odor of male sweat, perfume, and smoke filled the air. In a daze, he felt as though he had returned to a nightclub, albeit with the absence of raucous music. Hey lad, stick close to me. The girls here are quite forward, and I wouldn't want you to be whisked away by them. John halted and cautioned. It's even more chaotic than I imagined. Xing Ze frowned. At this rate, it'll all be difficult to locate our princess. Don't fret, this is merely the periphery. The Candy Princess card is reserved for VIPs. We need to venture further in. John muttered as he walked. Bodo led them to a relatively quiet corner, and John generously tipped him a few coins before procuring a cocktail from a waiter. Hey lad, let me teach you something, lest you be laughed at by those waiters. John raised his glass, pointing to a small door not far away. That's where we're headed. They call it the Mayor's Pen. The Mayor's Pen? Indeed. Those women are like fierce steeds. The black ones are called pushers, and the white ones flat behinds. Just as John was boasting, several men approached them briskly. The leader, towering at least 2 meters, had a broad frame and a face that appeared scarred, with a wrinkled and grotesque chin. Look, big dog, and his little sidekick. The man sneered. John drained his glass, his expression turning impatient. We're just here for some fun, Jack. Is that not permissible? Of course, Sweet Home welcomes all. But before that, the old man wants to meet you. Jack's smile vanished. The old man wants to see us. Come now, Jack, that is not a very amusing joke. I've never had any dealings with you. Now you do. Jack waved his hand, and his companions immediately brandished their wands. After a moment's hesitation, John forced a smile and said, All right, Jack, I'll go with you. Damn it. Can I at least play with the girls first? Jack ignored John's protest and pointed at Xing Ze. You're coming too. Me? Yes. The old man is far more interested in meeting you than this drunkard. Jack's ugly face grew increasingly sinister. Chapter 72. The Old Man. It was a lavishly appointed room on the 5th floor, so grand that the term opulent hardly sufficed. A balding man with a mouthful of rotten teeth sat behind a gilded table. He wore an open mink coat, his rotund belly and hairy chest exposed, while his stubby fingers bore rings of gold, silver, rubies, and emeralds. A nearly invisible neck was adorned with a necklace of onyx, the smallest piece resembling the size of a wasp. Yet none of this could compare to the girls kneeling beside him, holding a tray aloft, one with a bunch of grapes, the other with a chilled cocktail. What ignited Xing Ze's fury was not merely the man's lewd behavior towards the girls, but the fact that the two tearful girls were no older than 14 or 15. Why must they engage in this trade? Xing Ze pondered. He could have been strolling through tranquil gardens, discussing ideals and futures with students. Or perhaps he could sit by the lakeside with his colleagues, spending a day fishing while casually discussing the attractive female teachers at school. At the very least, he could seek a moment of tranquility in the library. Yet now, he found himself standing before a creature named Big Daddy, who resembled more of a monster than a fellow being. He turned his face aside, attempting to quell the fury that surged within him. Come here, you two, Big Daddy called out in a strident voice. Gee, how long has it been since we last met? Ever since you last took care of business for me. I'm not sure, old man. You know, I've never been fond of reminiscing about the past. Neither do I. Big Daddy picked up a cocktail. Would you like something? Whiskey, preferably scotch. Pass. He doesn't drink, John replied. Big Daddy gestured towards the bar in the room. Sit down, you two, let us talk. That lad is your nephew. ISNTJ? Yes, John nodded, casually pulling over a cushioned chair to sit down. Xing Ze hesitated for a moment, but upon hearing Jack's cough, he too took a seat. Yes, that's right. Big Daddy nodded with satisfaction, the flab on his cheeks quivering slightly. I despise the feeling of being superior. Xing Ze glanced at him and coldly remarked, It's evident you truly dislike that sensation of superiority. Big Daddy detected the sarcasm in his words. Plucking a grape from another tray and popping it in his mouth, he mumbled, Do you harbor grievances against me, young man? I don't blame you, truly. For few can genuinely understand me. You see, he reached out to grab a girl's hair, pulling her closer. I never forced them to do anything. It was all voluntary. You ought to take a trip to the streets, gentlemen. With just a lunch, you could find a girl younger than them willing to please you. And I am a kind and generous man. I provide those girls with delicious food, warm clothing, and a respectable job. But none of that matters. What truly counts is that I gave him a home. He spat out the grape pit, releasing the girl as he continued. You ought to learn about the lives those girls lived before escaping from their uncles, fathers, and peculiar relatives. So, what gives you the right to question me here? Big Daddy suddenly roared in anger. How many girls have been wasted in vain? And what right do you have to interfere now? Merely to satisfy your own ugly sense of justice? Forgive him, Big Daddy. John stood up, attempting to mediate before the situation escalated. P.S. Just an idiot. It's not worth getting worked up over. Am I angry? Big Daddy laughed heartily. Am I angry? Hey, Jack, can you tell I'm angry? No, boss. You've always been a gentleman. Jack replied with a chuckle, prompting laughter from the surrounding wizards, which John quickly joined. Xing Ze did not, maintaining his initial smile as he coldly observed the monster until the laughter reluctantly subsided. Isidore was right. You lack a sense of humor. Well then, let's cut to the chase. The laughter around them ceased in an instant. But before we discuss business, I must first express my gratitude. Big Daddy produced a necklace. Thank you for retrieving Nadia's necklace. I suspect she is most likely dead. John accepted the drink the bartender delivered, nodding slightly. So, she was yours? Yes, she was mine. My finest little bird. Beautiful, sexy, and intelligent. I regret to hear that. There's nothing to regret, Jay. She willingly engaged in this and was aware of the risks. Perhaps I shouldn't have probed further. John took a sip of his drink. What did you send her to do? I know she had a good rapport with a wax-faced fellow and attended a ball recently. She disappeared after the ball, didn't she? Now we're getting to the crux of the matter. Big Daddy waved his hand, and aside from Jack and a few wizards, everyone else left the room. You know about the red candy, right? Common knowledge, John replied. Except for the Ministry of Magic. Ha ha ha. I do enjoy your humor, Jay. Big Daddy cast a glance at Xing Ze. Those bastards have been raking in profits like their no tomorrow, but now they're finished. Finished? Jean feigned surprise. Yes. It won't be a secret for much longer. It's fine to tell you this. Just now, a group of Aurors raided their base. The greasy gang is done for, just like that, engulfed in flames. John exhaled slowly, his expression one of astonishment, and he reached out to pat Xing Ze, who mirrored his surprise. Nocturne Alley is about to change. Indeed, Nocturne Alley is about to change, Big Daddy concurred. So, I hope you can assist me with the task while the opportunity arises. As long as it's within our capability, old man. I need the recipe for the red candy. The room fell silent as John swirled the drink in his glass without responding, but soon Xing Ze broke the silence. Why choose us, Big Daddy? He inquired. ISNT, there's someone better than us on Isadora's side? No. Big Daddy waved his hand. I don't need those fools. They LL botch things up. I'm quite pleased with your efficiency. I thought I'd never see Nadia again. At this, he picked up the necklace and inhaled deeply. Ah, Nadia, poor girl, I can still smell her lingering scent. You know, I placed her next to the wax-faced fellow to steal the recipe, but alas, she failed. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to cultivate her? She fell into the hands of the greasy gang and will surely be subjected to severe torture. Aren't you afraid she'll spill everything? Xing Ze queried with concern. Big Daddy smiled. Do you think this necklace is merely a necklace, young man? It conceals a gift I placed inside, a potion of forgetfulness. If she is captured, she can drink it, ensuring her eternal loyalty. What if she doesn't have time to drink it? Xing Ze pressed on. Chapter 73. The Girls. You are quite the inquisitive one, young man. Big Daddy frowned, his demeanor growing unfriendly. Realizing he had probed too much, Xing Ze shrugged. If you want us to do your bidding, Big Daddy, we need to understand the full scope. The more we know, the more refined the plan, and the greater the chance of success. I admire your professionalism, young man. But Nadia has become a thing of the past. Her matters hold no relevance for the future. Ask something useful. What about the Underworld King? Xing Ze inquired. No, Big Daddy suddenly thundered, then spoke softly, be cautious. Young man, do not utter that name lightly. I have encountered some madmen. His voice grew increasingly hushed, nearly a whisper. Those individuals, they serve him. The great being from Sacralon, hidden beneath the depths of Inkai. What does that mean? Only a madman can comprehend its meaning, but I am not mad. However, I know that name brings misfortune. So, I advise you, do not mention him again. His cryptic words failed to quell Xing Ze's curiosity. Yet Big Daddy's tone was resolute, leaving him with no choice but to change the subject. Does the Avery family have any dealings with the greasy gang? The old man reclined slightly, chuckling as he replied, what sort of question is that? That scoundrel Chalders, if it weren't for the Avery family backing him, he would last 3 days in Turnover Alley. Xing Ze anticipated further elaboration, yet the old man abruptly ceased his discourse, prompting him to rephrase his inquiry. Have there been any dealings of late? Why should I concern myself with that? The Avery family has always been shrouded in mystery. If you ask me, they're nothing but a pack of lunatics, utterly deranged. Oh, by the way, there's been a group of mourners wandering about Turnover Alley recently. Their intentions remain unclear, but they are closely associated with the Avery family. As of now, it's not yielding any useful information. Xing Ze shined inwardly. He contemplated asking further questions, but the old man impatiently interrupted. I've told you, refrain from these irrelevant inquiries. You're beginning to make me feel as if you're some damn horror. Sensing the shifting atmosphere, John haphazardly stood up and called out to one of the remaining wizards. Hey mate, could I trouble you for another drink? Aside from receiving a disdainful glare, John did not obtain the libation he desired, yet he was unfazed and ambled towards the old man's table. The wizards in the room warily drew their wands as John poured himself a drink from the table. This endeavor is quite perilous, old man. Then why do you think I sought you out, Jay? You certainly hold me in high regard. John chuckled with pride. My nephew's concerns may indeed seem somewhat impractical, yet they are utterly necessary. To my knowledge, only the Mad Doctor and Chalders possess the formula for the red candy. I must consider every possible angle to ensure absolute success. The Avery family maintains a close relationship with the Greasy Gang. It's quite possible that they share the same ambitions. The old man's eyes glimmered with intrigue. I see the potential in that. All you need to do is locate Chalders or the Mad Doctor. Jack will handle the rest. Aren't they supposed to be apprehended by Ors? Xing Ze feigned ignorance. Therein lies the intrigue, the old man murmured. As far as I know, they've vanished, along with the higher-ups of the Greasy Gang, all gone without a trace. I'm beginning to grasp what we must do, John interjected. That's the advantage of professionals. You need not waste words with them. The old man nodded approvingly. Very well, Jay, what assistance do you desire for this? And what shall be the compensation? I trust that one tea come cheap. Let me ponder this, old man. Give me a moment. I need to confer with my nephew. This is a significant undertaking, involving many elements. Fine, you'd best decide swiftly, and I do not accept a negative response. The surrounding wizards stepped forward. and Jack wore a mischievous grin as John frowned, glancing at Xing Ze, perhaps seeking his guidance. "We'll take it," Xing Ze declared as he rose. "Excellent. I admire your decisiveness. That is only because you've left us with little choice. Is that so? As I mentioned before, I never coerce others. They all prefer to assist me willingly. This is a sentiment I now deeply understand." Xing Ze forced a smile before we depart. "I do hope to find some relaxation here with you." John nearly choked on his drink, but quickly realized Xing Ze's intent. Thus he echoed, "Indeed, old man. I could greatly benefit from some company to soothe my wounds." "Ha! Your nephew isn't as dull as I imagined," the old man laughed. "Jack, take them to find Oxina. Ensure our guests receive the finest service." They were escorted to an exquisitely appointed private room, where delectable pastries and an array of drinks adorned the table. John unapologetically seized a bottle of whiskey. "Listen, lad, I must remind you," he belched. "I know you feel sympathy for those girls, but do not forget our primary mission." "I understand. I've indeed been foolish," Xing Ze replied apologetically. "Anger at one's helplessness saves no one. I should have realized this long ago." "Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. Those people will pay for their deeds in due time." "Yes, but when will that be?" Xing Ze murmured, "Perhaps after he has harmed more girls. Or perhaps never at all." "Don't be so morose, lad. You cannot save everyone." "Indeed." Xing Ze lifted his gaze towards the ceiling, the white light casting upon his face, compelling him to close his eyes. Oxina, the matronly figure, exuded a unique maturity as she twirled a lock of her dark curls with her slender fingers, exhaling smoke as she inquired, "So, what sort of girl do you seek? One or two? Or perhaps even more?" Her golden hair shimmered, her arched brows sparkling, her countenance poised, and her lips sweet and inviting. Xing Ze recalled a line from a love letter and spoke, a golden-haired beauty with petite lips. "Your request is quite intriguing." The matron regarded him with a teasing glint in her eyes. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon them." Once she departed, John turned to Xing Ze, voicing his concerns. "Even if we find that girl, I doubt it will yield any results. The trail has gone cold, lad. You must admit this. The trail has indeed gone cold. Yet we have nowhere else to turn. Should we assist the Aurors in their aftermath?" John spat in disgust. "I'd rather sleep with a pig." At that moment, the door swung open, and a throng of vividly dressed girls poured into the room, with Oxina closing the door behind her using her long smoking pipe. "Lift your heads. Girls," she called out, "don't hide your lovely faces." Xing Ze surveyed the girls, uncertain as he stepped forward. All were golden-haired with small, delicate lips, making it arduous to discern who among them was the one they sought. Chapter 74, It Must Be True Love. After fruitlessly searching, Xing Ze conceived a plan. He retrieved a rose hairpin from his ring, toyed with it in his hand, and began to inquire about each girl's name. Soon, he noticed one girl's expression shift upon seeing the hairpin, although she quickly averted her gaze when she sensed his scrutiny. "What's your name?" Xing Ze approached her and asked. "Lily," she replied softly, shrinking into herself. "To my dearest Elle." Xing Ze turned to Oxina, signaling, "It's her." Just one. Just one." Oxina tapped her long pipe on the door. "All right, girls, the others may leave. Quickly, out you go." With a flurry of activity, the room fell silent once more. John performed a silencing charm and exited to ensure no one was eavesdropping. The girl named Lily began to adeptly remove her garments. "No," Xing Ze waved his hand. "I didn't come here for that." Lily halted, perplexed, her expression frozen. Xing Ze picked up her discarded clothing from the floor and handed it to her. "Put your clothes back on, sit, and feel free to have something to eat. I merely wish to confirm a few matters. I think you should inquire with Oxina. She's always well informed," Lily said, hesitantly settling onto the sofa. "No, only you can answer this." The girl lowered her head, resting one foot on the sofa, reasoning that someone had already paid, which incurred no loss to her. "What do you wish to inquire about?" she asked. "This," Xing Ze replied, placing the rose hairpin on the table. "Bill from the candy shop. You know him, don't you?" She did not even glance at the hairpin, responding with indifference. "Why ask him? I am not well acquainted with him, merely having met him once or twice." Xing Ze's piercing gaze made her uneasy, prompting her to fidget and ask, "Do you have a cigarette?" "Wait a moment." Xing Ze rose and approached the door, requesting a pack of cigarettes from John. He then retrieved one and handed it to Lily, igniting it with the flame at the tip of his wand. The girl inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke from her slightly pursed lips. She glanced at the wand and remarked, "When I was a child, someone performed with a wand for me. It was beautiful. I have always dreamed of being a wizard myself. To me, there's no difference between muggles and wizards." Xing Ze tucked away his wand, akin to a person concealing their shadow. "So who is the one trampled underfoot?" Lily inquired, though she did not seek an answer. I truly do not know him well. I have merely served him a few times. He always brings me some candies when he visits. Quite amusing. I assent it. I am no longer a child. Do not deceive me, Xing Ze intoned, his voice laced with palpable menace. Lily recoiled slightly behind the sofa, silently smoking until the cigarette burned halfway down, before mustering the courage to ask, "Why are you inquiring about him? He is just a candy seller, with a shop on Glanning Street. Why come to me for information? He is not in the shop, and no one knows where he has gone. How the hell would I know where he is? Damn it, I am not his mother. If you have no business here, then let me go." The girl leapt from the sofa like a cat, grabbing her clothes and hastily moving towards the door. "I have a letter he wrote to you, found in his shop. Do you know his shop was smashed?" Xing Ze produced the love letter, now reduced to fragments. Remnants of nothingness. Lily halted, her gaze fixated on the letter in Xing Ze's hand, her body trembling slightly as she stood there contemplating for what felt like an eternity, until the cigarette turned to ash. "Perhaps Oksina is unaware of your situation, but I believe you must have mentioned something to others." Xing Ze placed the letter on the table. "I will question each of the girls here, one by one. Believe it or not, I could linger here all day. After all, I have nowhere else to go." She swallowed hard, returning to pour herself a glass of wine, taking a substantial gulp before speaking. He was indeed close to me, but he left me. He deceived me, claiming he had gathered some money and would soon help me escape this damned place. And then? Then? Damn that worthless person. Lily cursed loudly. He is just like other men, full of empty promises. He hasn't visited in over half a month. Have you been in his candy shop? Why would I go there? I'm not a child. Lily scoffed. I can only tell you so much. Did he mention anything about Eric? Who? Done Eric. No. Lily drained her glass of wine. I mean, I can't possibly remember everything that the customers say, can I? Some of them are just rambling after a drink. I understand. Xing Ze nodded. Another drink? Lily handed her glass to Xing Ze. So what do you intend to do? Why waste time on a candy shop owner? She grasped his hand as he reached for the glass. I can make you comfortable. I'm quite adept at that. I can help you relax your tense nerves. The girl attempted to guide Xing Ze's hand to her chest, but to no avail. I know you can, Lily, Xing Ze replied, extending his other hand to take the glass. It's just that you seem quite anxious at the moment. Your voice trembles, your gaze wanders, and you scarcely dare to meet my eyes. I may have had a bit too much to drink. When I arrived, I entertained a customer and had a few drinks with him. Xing Ze nodded. When was the last time Bill visited? I think it was in August. I don't remember too clearly. Have you finished your questions? Lily's temper flared. Why are you so fixated on him? Xing Ze retrieved 2 tickets from the ring. Because he is different from other men. I believe he intended to leave with you. Lily released Xing Ze's hand, trembling as she accepted the 2 tickets. Her eyes glistened with tears, and then she collapsed, ultimately succumbing to a fit of hysterical wails. He said he would come. I know he wouldn't lie to me. The door swung open, and Xing Ze exited the room, exhaling a long breath as he returned the cigarette to John. I thought for a moment that you and she were involved, John remarked, lighting a cigarette of his own. Did she say anything? She did. Was it useful? Xing Ze slapped a diary against John's chest. Guess whose diary this is? John raised an eyebrow. Bill's? No. Bill is a respectable man. He wouldn't keep a diary. It belongs to Naya. They are friends, the best of friends. My word, John exclaimed, astonished as he accepted the diary. Have you read it? Yes, the clever little bird has indeed done some digging. The oil rolling gang has rented an abandoned distillery in London, and the higher-ups meet there regularly for gatherings. John's eyes lit up as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. I'll be damned. I thought you had lost your mind. I mean, you truly are a madman, but you have always been right about this. I'll inform Tonks and have the Aura office dispatch someone there. Hey, John called after Xing Ze. How did you get her talk? True love, Xing Ze replied sadly. Love will always work wonders, even in the most humble of souls. Also, thank Bill. Chapter 75, Common Goals. John held the subway ticket, uncertain of what to do next. He glanced at Xing Ze, who had already passed through the ticket gate, frowning as he awaited him. Why are we taking the subway? With Xing Ze's assistance, he finally made it through. We are in London. It is not the countryside, Xing Ze explained. 7 of the 12 Flu Network sites in London have closed due to the plague. An apparition requires one to visualize the destination, which we have not visited before. Damn, we could take the night bus. Not on that route, Xing Ze denied once more. The wax face must have thought things through to designate such a remote location for the gathering. They boarded the crowded train, and John found himself squeezed next to a plump lady, grimacing as she held a handkerchief to her nose. They exchanged exasperated glances before the subway began to jolt. As time passed, the number of passengers dwindled, and John finally managed to escape the embrace of the woman's ampleback. He found a seat, panting like a dog that had nearly drowned. Xing Ze examined the subway map, noting they had 3 more stops until their destination. I truly do not understand how these muggles manage without magic, John grumbled as he caught his breath. Technology, Xing Ze replied. For ordinary people, technology is magic. John pursed his lips, perplexed by the extent of Xing Ze's familiarity with the lives of muggles. After their departure from Nocturne Alley, he had already plotted a course to the abandoned distillery. Let's return to our previous discussion, he suggested. You mentioned that Bill had visited that prostitute. Oh no, Lily? Indeed. After Eric received the fragments, he must have corresponded with him. I have read the letter Eric penned to Snape. Bill must have sensed something amiss from the correspondence. It is not difficult to deduce. Consequently, he intended to flee to America with Lily. Alas, he was unsuccessful. What a love-struck man, John lamented. He could have left on his own, merely by applying for an exit permit from the Ministry of Magic. Obtaining an exit permit is not so simple now. Due to the plague, Xing Ze countered. The ticket he procured was for a smuggling boat. However, even if Eric had not encountered misfortune, Bill had already been planning his departure from Nocturne Alley. Charlie wanted him to peddle red candies in the shop. He refused. It seems he is not entirely devoid of morality. I mean, compared to the majority in Nocturne Alley, he possesses a semblance of conscience. What puzzles me is, if this romantic fell into the clutches of the oil gang, why is that girl unharmed? Xing Ze pondered. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted, this is a mystery I cannot unravel either. The oil gang would undoubtedly employ every means to extract information from Bill. I have witnessed what befell Naya. Who knows? Perhaps he had prepared a potion of forgetfulness, or perhaps the oil gang is solely interested in Eric's hiding place in London, or maybe he endured those inhumane torments. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lily remained unharmed. John sighed, lad. Good people seldom enjoy long lives. This damned world continually suffocates conscience. You perform a good deed, and people may smile outwardly, yet inwardly they curse your hypocrisy. If one day you save someone, it becomes even more amusing. The newspapers will delve into your motives. Politicians will strive to shake your hand and pose for photographs. Conspiracy theorists will suspect you are merely performing for show. Racists will scrutinize whether you saved a white, yellow, or black individual. But the most insidious are those utterly devoid of conscience. They will label you a saint. For Merlin's sake, it's merely saving a life. The world is not as dark as you perceive it to be, Xing Ze disagreed. There are always those who bear burdens, those who toil silently, and those who perform acts of kindness without seeking recompense. Indeed, there are always some, but they are dwindling. John shook his head. Times have changed, lad. The world no longer requires heroes, for everyone is gradually transforming into monsters. I never realized you were such a pessimist, Xing Ze exclaimed in surprise. Blast it. I am rambling again. John frowned and took a swig from his flask. Much better now. Let us return to the matter at hand. He produced Naya's diary. Just as you suspected, if Naya did not consume the potion of forgetfulness, this could very well be another trap. No, she must have ingested it. Why? Her child. Xing Ze paused. She has a son in the hands of the old man. All right, even if she loves that child. But we have relayed the information to Tonks. You heard her words. The ministry has been infiltrated. I fear how likely do you think it is that it would send someone to aid us? John glanced at Xing Ze, a light chuckle escaping his lips. If it were anyone else, I might think he would deploy some assistance. But you? I doubt it. You must understand, Xing Ze, if you're drowning, he would toss a barbell to ensure you sunk even deeper. I had a hunch about that. It seems passing the information to the church was the correct choice, Xing Ze mused inwardly. I just don't comprehend why he harbors such animosity toward me. You must know something. Ji? John narrowed his eyes, a glint of caution emanating from him. Are you attempting to extract information from me? Lad? How amusing. After all this time, you have only just begun to suspect me. Suspect you? Xing Ze smiled faintly. Don't you think my suspicions come rather late? From the moment I assigned you to assist me, I knew you were concealing something. Then why choose to investigate with me? Is it merely because you're unfamiliar with Nocturne Alley? Oh, come now, that wretched place, though rife with rogues, is not beyond your capabilities. You must have frequented such locales before. I can smell the essence of Nocturne Alley upon you. It may affect your investigation somewhat, but regardless, you would have ultimately arrived at this juncture. I shall take that as a compliment, Xing Ze replied. I was, to some extent, on guard against you, but the moment I discovered you were John the Wandless, I dismissed that notion. Why? Was my former title so enchanting? Certainly not. During our first meeting, I took your wand, yet you chose not to kill me. That was a prime opportunity. While I do not naively believe that a wizard is rendered powerless without his wand, I also do not think you can cast spells without it. Thus, I became lax in my vigilance. You could have easily dealt with me then, yet you refrained. What transpired thereafter further attests to your lack of malicious intent toward me. Though I am unaware of your true motives, I can at least be certain that our goals align. All right, this is quite the predicament, John shrugged. I do have an agenda, but our current objectives are the same. As he spoke, he raised his flask. I can hardly wait to make those bastards pay. Coincidentally, so do I. Chapter 76, The Distillery. They disembarked the subway at the nearest town to the distillery, and were fortunate enough to catch a long-haul truck. The bearded driver recognized the area. He had transported goods there before the distillery's closure. He dropped them off beside the road, a mere 20 minutes from the distillery. Hey, the driver called to them. If you walk a bit further, there's a fishing path that leads directly there. You'll reach the distillery in under 10 minutes. Xing Ze waved in gratitude. Thank you, safe travels. Same to you, the driver replied as the truck roared back to life, speeding down the road. Xing Ze flicked his wand, conjuring an invisible dome shield to fend off the increasingly heavy rain, and then pointed his wand at his clothes, instantly drying the damp fabric. Do you intend to enter while drenched? Xing Ze inquired of John. Why waste magic on such trivial matters? John took a small sip of his drink. As long as there's booze, I'm fine. I detest rain. Xing Ze determined the direction and strode purposefully. They failed to locate the fishing path, and Xing Ze surveyed his surroundings in confusion. This should be the right place, but where is the path? Patience, lad, John advised, gazing up at the sky. This is an investigation, not a rabbit hunt. One must have patience. Huh, how amusing, Xing Ze replied coldly. John stepped back a few paces, pointing at the sky. Don't you think the rain over there looks a bit different? Xing Ze followed his gaze, a hint of a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Concealment charm. Well done, Jay. You're not merely a drinker. John gave his companion the finger, then drew his wand to cast a spell, and the scenery began to shift before them. Soon, a small path revealed itself not far from where they stood. See, rain isn't without its advantages, he remarked. As they attempted to venture down the narrow path, 4 or 5 aurors suddenly emerged, encircling the two men. What impeccable timing, John remarked with a grin. We were in dire need of a guide. The aurors established a rudimentary command post at the outskirts of the distillery, and upon their arrival, Scrimgeour was engaged in a heated debate with Bishop Jacob. Representatives from the church had also arrived. John whispered to Xing Ze, who furrowed his brow at the sight of the armed guards and the monks clad in gray robes. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xing Ze followed the guide to Scrimgeour's side. Bishop Jacob cast a glance at Xing Ze, but quickly redirected his attention back to Scrimgeour. I believe we should dispatch another team inside, the bishop asserted with unwavering conviction. Time is of the essence. Scrimgeour cast a hurried glance at Xing Ze before replying. This is no longer my decision to make. It rests with Minister Fudge. Until he arrives, we remain on standby. Moreover, I suspect it is not your prerogative to make such determinations either. As I mentioned, Bishops Andre and Baldur are en route. However, the detection apparatus has registered pollution levels exceeding normal thresholds. Scrimgeour's brow furrowed deeply. We are utterly in the dark regarding the situation within. The previous team has not returned. I will not recklessly send my people to their demise. Then I hope you are prepared to face the worst possible outcome. What constitutes the worst possible outcome? Xing Ze interjected. Bishop Jacob pondered momentarily before responding coldly. The pollution levels are on the rise. We suspect someone within the distillery is on the verge of opening a rift to the dream. Once that fissure is breached, those abominations will enter our world. He cast a frigid gaze at Scrimgeour. I trust you are somewhat familiar with the nature of dreams, Director. Under your command, Delacour, Fidge, Tonks, and Shacklebolt have all tested positive for contaminants. We believe they possess a clearer understanding of the brutal reality of combat against dream entities. Therefore, I propose we send in another team to ascertain the source of the pollution emanating from the distillery. At that moment, an unbearable wailing emanated from the distillery, causing people to clutch their ears, while others retched violently. Damn it, John cursed, noticing that Xing Ze not only refrained from covering his ears, but seemed to be listening intently. The wailing persisted, with some individuals babbling incoherently, while others knelt in fervent prayer. One guard suddenly drew his weapon and began firing indiscriminately, prompting a group of gray-robed monks to rush forward and subdue him forcibly. The nurse screamed in madness, blood pouring from his ears. Silencing charm, Scrimgeour bellowed, and he, along with the aurors, waved their wands, swiftly casting a wide-reaching silencing spell that enveloped the entire command post. The wailing abruptly ceased, and the monks and wizards immediately set to work controlling the panicked individuals. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and order was soon restored. Bishop Jacob turned to glance at the deranged guard, calmly stating, "This is merely an appetizer, Director. How long can your magic sustain itself? Damn it, Scrimgeour cursed under his breath, surveying his team. Fortunately, he had brought only senior Aurors, who possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding dreams and a resolute will. You may not grasp the extent of effort and energy required to cultivate a senior Auror. Bishop, Scrimgeour replied solemnly. I shall reiterate. I will not allow my subordinates to perish needlessly. Rather than engage in idle chatter with me, you ought to attend to pressing matters. Does your church not possess methods to combat the pollution from dream entities? Now is the time to employ them without reservation. Very well, very well. Jacob turned to his men, and as he passed the maddened guard, he traced a cross over his chest and nodded to one of the monks. The monk raised a pitch-black sword, reciting a prayer as he decapitated the guard, while another monk poured a dark liquid over the corpse. The body began to sizzle, soon dissolving into a pool of blood. John exhaled deeply, having witnessed the entire process. What a band of lunatics. He was corrupted. Killing him was the wisest choice. Xing Ze remarked, having seen the crimson tendrils sprouting from the guard's ears, resembling roses poised to bloom, with flesh as their vessel and spirit as their sustenance. They annihilate everything in the unseen realm. He also comprehended the meaning behind the earlier low growl. The wizard's defensive spells could withstand the assaults of these creatures, yet they could not halt the insidious erosion and pollution they brought. He recalled the horrifying mutation that befell Benson before his demise. Xing Ze shifted his gaze towards the dilapidated distillery in the distance, sensing something rising slowly, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Bluebeak grew increasingly restless and agitated. He noticed his breath transforming into white mist, finding himself once again at that crossroads that haunted him in nightmares. Someone brushed past him, and he turned abruptly to catch a glimpse of the person's face, but everything began to warp, as if drawn into a vortex above. Xing Ze withdrew his outstretched hand abruptly, exhaling heavily. At that moment, he caught a whiff of foul odors, murky rainwater, rusted iron, burning tar, and the decaying earth of a graveyard. When all is as it should be, he shall return from Inkai, ascending towards the gates of Sacrano, connecting two worlds. And the chosen shall transcend. He recalled a passage from Naya's diary. Chapter 77. Monsters from the Abyss. They must be stopped, Xing Ze murmured to himself. John turned his head in confusion, looking at him quizzically. They're not opening a rift to the dream. What are you talking about? John's confusion deepened. Xing Ze paused before saying, we need to send someone to the distillery. Jacob is correct. We are out of time. As if to validate his words, the birds sheltering in the trees took flight, and Xing Ze noticed the pebbles on the ground trembling slightly. He heard someone gasp, followed by an overwhelming wave of inexplicable dread washing over him, as if someone had delivered a punch directly to his stomach, making him feel nauseated. The scent grew increasingly potent, the stones began to dance, and the earth quaked violently. It seems we may not need to go after all, John murmured, staring in the direction of the distillery. Suddenly, the entire distillery erupted, a shock wave carrying debris and dust crashing against the first protective barrier. Reinforce, Scrimgeour commanded immediately, as the Aurors raised their wands, channeling their magic into the shield. The tremors intensified, something was approaching, and Xing Ze shouted to John, run, quickly. The first line of defense shattered, and before the wizards could react, the second barrier swiftly crumbled as well. Dust and debris surged in with the shockwave, rendering everything silent and obscured. The only sensation was an overwhelming tide of fear and oppression. A fierce wind swept through, scattering the dust, as Scrimgeour and the wizards beside him waved their wands to erect a barrier. Everyone, gather here, the Auror director called out, but no one responded. All eyes were fixed on the ominous entity that was rising from the ground. What manner of existence is this, that words fail to adequately convey its grotesque form, and language falters in depicting the suffocating and despairing frenzy it incites? It rises from the abyss, accompanied by a ghastly shriek and a maddened roar. The nearest wizards scream in terror, their voices frenzied, as if possessed, while some of the guards sent by the church are swept away before they can even utter a prayer to meet their deities. Skellinger, pale as death, cried out in a trembling voice, Merlin above. The creature emitted a sound akin to a train whistle, as if celebrating its rebirth, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, unfurling its most resplendent wings. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the rain had paused, only to then unleash a torrential downpour, as the land, trees, and rocks surrounding that hideous entity began to rot, with even the rainwater turning black. Retreat. Bishop Jacob remained relatively composed, decisively issuing the command. The robed monks sprang into action, injecting the paralyzed with the blood of saints to aid their recovery from the mental taint. It has passed. A voice rang out in panic. The mass of black, fleshy monstrosity began to advance, its dark red tumors slowly splitting open to reveal countless eyes of various sizes. Go! Manifest phantoms, go! Skellinger, having endured the initial terror, focused his mind despite the continuous torment of an unseen erosion, maintaining a semblance of clarity. I can't, damn it. I can't manifest phantoms. We are doomed. We shall perish here. No, 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 I am not ready to die, no, no. The wails rose in a cacophony, as the creature not only disrupted minds, but also disturbed the magical currents, demanding an extraordinary concentration to conjure phantoms for escape. The director of horrors could not blame those in despair. The emergence of that blasphemous entity had been too sudden, catching them entirely off guard. Skellinger instructed his deputy to organize the retreat while he summoned his focus to cast spells, determined not to let them perish here. Bishop, it is too perilous. You should retreat with them, one monk urged Jacob. Jacob cast a cold glance at the monk and inquired, where is Cardinal Nathaniel? We cannot ascertain the whereabouts of Cardinal Nathaniel. Then I shall wait here for him. You go assist with the retreat. But Jacob raised his hand to halt the monk. There are no buts. Allowing that thing to escape would result in irreversible corruption. While it is not fully integrated, I shall do my utmost to hold it back. Seeing the bishop's resolute demeanor, the monk made the sign of the cross on his chest and murmured, May the saints who revere God receive the sword bestowed by the Father, raised high to sever the malevolence, for eternity, amen. May the saints who revere God receive the sword bestowed by the Father. The monks began reciting prayers in unison, one of them presenting a black long sword and a vial of potion. The bishop solemnly accepted the sword, drank the potion, made the sign of the cross over his heart, and whispered, Holy Mother above, before striding boldly toward the creature. Has he finally lost his mind? John remarked to Bishop Jacob, pouring whiskey from a flask. I am relieved you have not succumbed to madness, Xing Ze replied. John spat and grinned. So close, lad, so close. Shall we stay or go? That depends on how much you wish for those bastards to pay. Are you referring to that thing with the waxy face? Look closely, Jay. It still bears human hands and feet. I'd wager those belong to the higher-ups of the greaseball gang. How delightful. John grinned wider. Save me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. With the retreat nearly complete, it's time to liven up the party. Skellinger initiated the festivities, 5 spears materializing behind him as he vigorously waved his wand, sending the spears soaring through the rain, one after another, toward the monster. The hideous creature showed no inclination to evade. All the spears struck true, but had little effect, as everything around it began to decay. Skellinger waved his wand once more, causing the spears to explode, the powerful shockwave momentarily slowing the mass of flesh. The purgatory spear technique has proven ineffective. What is this creature made of? John mused while gathering an inconspicuous fireball with his wand. From the smoke, a robust arm lunged out, striking fiercely at Skelling. Bishop Jacob arrived just in time, blocking the blow with his body and sword. The black rainwater was violently dispersed as the bishop knelt, his veins conspicuously bulging beneath his skin, twisted and dark. Xing Ze unleashed a barrage of missiles toward the arm, but they exploded without effect. The monster let out a fearsome roar, the sound wave repelling those wizards and monks who attempted to assist. Xing Ze quickly cast a protective barrier, shielding both John and himself within it. Skellinger struggled to complete another spell. The earth trembled as spikes erupted, piercing the bloodied, twisted hand and lifting it into the air. Fetid black blood cascaded down the stone spikes, and anguished wails emanated from the wound, reminiscent of countless demons from the depths of hell. At last, John released the fireball, compressing the flames. His wand turned to ash as the fireball shot toward the monster's lower half. With a thunderous explosion, flesh and blood erupted, and the creature collapsed to the ground. Is it resolved? Skellinger inquired, furrowing his brow. No. The bishop stood, gazing at the writhing masses of flesh. Do you wizards possess any faith? Skellinger, puzzled, shook his head, unsure why Jacob had suddenly broached this topic. What a pity. The bishop wiped the black rainwater from his face. Otherwise, you might at least be able to pray now. No sooner had he spoken than the blasted flesh began to writhe rapidly, twisting and transforming until it coalesced into a mass of black, tar-like substance. The nearest cluster leaped suddenly toward the wizards, and the bishop's sword struck upward, cleaving the creature in two, but it continued to merge slowly. What on earth is this? Skellinger suppressed his rising panic, swiftly waving his wand. A ray shot forth, but it had little impact. Some refer to them as the incorporeal offspring. The bishop swung his sword, flicking off the remnants, but we all know that the name of dreamlike entities eludes human articulation. Try fire, wizard. Fire has always been effective against beasts. Skellinger waved his wand, softly chanting an incantation. A fireball ignited in his palm, which he directed toward the black mass. The flames surged forth, causing the entity to thrash violently before finally dissolving into a puddle of black tar. The bishop nodded at Skellinger, then charged toward another tar creature. While Skellinger used flames to clear the remnants, his troubles not merely stemming from the endlessly splitting and merging monsters, but also from the swordsman. The bishop, once a gaunt and shadowy figure, seemed as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Yet, at this moment, he had inexplicably doubled in size, his bulging muscles threatening to burst through his robe, moving with the swiftness of a leopard, his strength rivaling that of a lion. Veins, dark and sinewy, coursed across his neck and cheeks, rendering him more monstrous than human. The war between the church and the sorcerers had lingered in the past for so long that many had forgotten the terrors it wrought. Scringer silently vowed that if he survived today, he would diligently revisit the annals of magical history. John repelled 2 writhing creatures with his magic, panting, I used to quite enjoy rainy days. Xing Ze dodged a sweeping blow and inquired, what changed your mind? A high-pressure water orb sent the creature that had attempted to attack Xing Ze once more reeling back. John discarded his bent wand and replied that. Xing Ze turned to where he pointed, observing a pile of fallen flesh and blood swell like an inflated balloon, bones cracking as something emerged from the grotesque mass. The stench intensified, the pressure mounting. Bishop Jacob cleaved through a blocking creature, flames erupting behind him as he ascended the mound of blood and flesh. Leaping with his sword raised high, he swung at the abomination birthed from the distorted remains, exerting all his strength, his sword slicing effortlessly through the membranous barrier akin to a placenta, yet failing to penetrate further. With a resounding crash, a powerful spell hurled Jacob away, and Scringer hastily cast an air charm, catching the bishop securely. Did I misjudge? But did you see a man emerge from there? John queried. The tar-like beasts ceased their assaults, gathering around the man who had risen from the bloody membrane. That is the true butterfly, Xing Ze murmured in awe. A butterfly from the abyss. The man, drenched in blood, slowly descended from the grotesque mass, arms outstretched as rain washed away the crimson stains. Finally, people discerned his visage. You must be jesting, John exclaimed incredulously. An acquaintance of yours? Xing Ze asked. That Waxface. Well, he looks far better now than before. But even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him. Everything began to make sense. Xing Ze pondered. He had sacrificed the upper echelons of the greasy gang in exchange for his ascendance. Ah, quite a few celebrities have arrived, Waxface remarked. Someone lend me a garment. I do not wish to appear indecorous before these gentlemen. As he spoke, a monk was summoned to his hand. Ah, the church's hound, he said, and with a swift motion, he snapped the monk's neck as easily as one would break a dry twig. The remaining monks rushed forward, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrade, but Bishop Jacob intercepted them. Step back, the bishop commanded. This is beyond your capacity. The Lord does not require needless sacrifice. Waxface donned a monk's robe, surveying the onlookers, then grinned widely. Scringer, the imperious Auror, when you were hunting us, you were like a famished lion, ruthless and fearsome, instilling dread. Errol Chards, Scringer spat disdainfully. You wretched cur. I've heard you burned your own face to survive. It seems the rumors are true. I have been reborn. My lord, I trust you have seen that. I am no longer the same, Chards declared, extending his hand, his arm rapidly transforming into a wall of flesh that thwarted the oncoming spell directed at him. Abilities akin to Bluebeak? I see, Xing Ze mused inwardly. Big Dog J. Has no one ever taught you that interrupting others is exceedingly rude? The meat wall reverted to an arm as Chards glared menacingly at John. Cease your pretentiousness, Waxface. We all know what manner of person you are. No sooner had he spoken than Waxface charged at John, moving with such swiftness that no one could prepare. In the next instant, John found himself lifted by the throat. You are correct, Jay. I am indeed that despicable, as I have always been. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Xing Ze hurtling away with an air spell. Then his hand morphed into a sharp spike. Send my regards to Old Banson. The bishop's sword saved John's life, slicing through Chards' arm. The latter roared in fury, hurling John directly at Jacob, sending both flying. Chards pressed forward, unhurried, filled with a vigor he had never before experienced, still acclimating to the blessings bestowed upon him. As he passed his severed hand, it was drawn back into his body, reconstituting as if it had never been lost. How is this possible? Scringer exclaimed inwardly, realizing that even the finest healers at St. Mungo's could not mend a severed limb in such a brief span. Yet, despite his astonishment, his magic did not waver, unleashing fireballs one after another at Waxface. However, the tar-like creatures surged forward recklessly, shielding their master from the flames. Chapter 79, The Light Darkens. Do not fret, Scringer, your turn is approaching. Charles advanced toward Jacob and John. Suddenly, the sky ignited with flashes of light, a torrent of magic raining down. The sounds of thunder, explosions, and the cacophony of elements, fire, water, and air, unfurled in a dazzling display. Those Aurors who had endured their fears finally recalled their identities, seizing their wands to unleash their collective wrath upon this man. Charles was compelled to halt, turning to deflect the spells. His body was blasted apart only to reassemble, again and again, the shockwaves pushing him backward. His location transformed into a death zone, as the unseen children were vanquished. Scringer was compelled to shield himself, John, and the bishop with an impenetrable barrier to mitigate the magical backlash. Exchange, the Auror commander shouted, as the front line of wizards retreated, allowing the rear line to continue their bombardment. The monks instinctively positioned themselves before the wizards, guarding against sudden calamities. The relentless barrage of magic forced the abyssal creature to its knees, growling, You damned mortals, dare to make me kneel. You pitiful worms!" A surge of raw magical energy erupted from him, the most primal force, untouched by any incantation. By the beards of Merlin and Lynn, the Auror commander could scarcely articulate. "Defend!" Scringer called to those behind him, pouring his magic into the barrier without reservation, with John following suit. The monks in the front line slashed their wrists, completing blood rituals as the primal magic drew near. The barrier formed by the blood ritual bought precious time for the wizards to cast their defensive spells. Then a radiant light emerged. The rain ceased, and at some point, Xing Ze struggled to rise from the ground, stumbling after the brilliant light that beckoned him out of the forest. Then, he beheld Charles still standing in the depths of the pit, a black sword piercing his heart, while Bishop Jacob clutched a cross in his other hand, its once brilliant radiance gradually dimming. Achieving this, Bishop, is no small feat, however. The black sword holds little sway over me. Charles advanced, allowing the blade to continue impaling his body. He seized the bishop by the throat and casually flung the increasingly feeble Jacob out of the pit, where he fell heavily to the ground, his form gradually withering away. Xing Ze rushed over, intent on using a healing potion to save him, but Jacob grasped his hand. "No, it's futile, no use," he uttered weakly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. My sleeve, my sleeve." Confounded, Xing Ze reached into his sleeve, discovering something within. Charles withdrew the sword from his body, the wound sizzling and emitting white smoke, yet he remained unfazed, turning to Xing Ze and declaring, "Now, it is just you and me, messenger." "Why do you all call me messenger?" Xing Ze did not rise, closing Jacob's eyes, discreetly extracting a small vial of potion from his ring. "I can hear his voice," Charles exclaimed excitedly. He anticipated your arrival. "So, is your so-called underground king still whispering sweet nothings to you?" "Aha, just as the rumors suggest, your verbal dexterity is impressive. I do wonder, when I devour you, will you still be so witty? Why not consume them first?" Xing Ze turned to survey the surroundings. John and Scringe lay unconscious. The monks had turned to desiccated husks, and the Aurors could fight no longer. Many prefer to save the delicacies for last, yet I am different. I relish indulging early. "Before you kill me," Xing Ze resignedly inquired, "may I ask who brought me to this place?" Charles laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. There's no need to worry, my friend. Once you become a part of me, you too shall hear his voice. He will reveal everything to you, the truth of the world, the truth of magic, even the universe itself. It sounds enticing, but I prefer to seek answers on my own." Xing Ze uncorked the vial and poured the potion into his mouth. Charles lifted his hand, unleashing a barrage of piercing projectiles towards Xing Ze. The potion was taking effect, and Xing Ze leapt up as if propelled skyward like an arrow. The dragon's blood potion, one of Dumbledore's proudest inventions, could render a person as swift and powerful as a dragon for a brief period, albeit at the cost of sanity, reducing one to a beastly state. Due to its peculiar side effects, the potion had inevitably made its way onto the prohibited list of the Department of Magical Abuse. Yet it remained a coveted item on the black market. Although the potions circulating in the black market could not possibly be concocted by Dumbledore, a plethora of counterfeits emerged, with varying degrees of efficacy. The bottle purchased from Corey was not bad. Otherwise, that leap would not have been possible. As for the potion's side effects, the moment he consumed it, he felt an uncontrollable fury surge to his head, yet this impulse quickly dissipated. Upon landing, He swiftly cast a spell to enhance his agility and strength before Charles could emerge from the pit. Even a wizard cannot bestow too many enhancement spells upon himself, for such magic acts like a stimulant, placing immense strain on the body. However, Xing Ze was untroubled. His reborn body was more than capable of bearing it all. "Ah, messenger," Charles called out irritably. "Why can you not simply sit quietly and await death?" As he approached the pit, 3 missiles shot directly towards him. "Boring. If you wish to live." The explosion drowned out Charles's words, and Xing Ze fled. He could not linger in one spot for too long. Amidst the smoke, a figure burst forth, Charles's mangled flesh visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Yet his speed had evidently slowed, and Xing Ze detected that the continuous magical bombardment and Jacob's sword had drained him to some extent. Xing Ze leaped aside, narrowly evading a sverlig gust, and did not stop, jumping upward to avoid the incoming fireballs. The reborn Charles resembled a nouveau riche, continuously casting a myriad of spells, yet unbeknownst to him. The velocity of his magical projectiles was far greater than before. The enraged monster abandoned the chase, gesturing with his hands, and a row of magical long swords materialized behind him. The swords lunged at Xing Ze, blocking all his avenues of escape. Then, the monster extended his hand, a powerful pull drawing Xing Ze closer. "I am curious. What compels you to fight for those mortals? You could easily become a powerful being like me, trampling those ants beneath your feet. Children, the elderly, women, men." Xing Ze was ensnared by an invisible force. "How many lives did you sacrifice to succeed? There are always victims on the path to greatness. Besides, do you care about the ants you crush underfoot? Then how many more must I kill to become a monster like you?" This question bore no answer, for you are about to become a part of me. Chapter 81. Fate Variables. Xing Ze sensed the force pressing upon him diminish slightly, and he struggled to raise his wand, the white poplar wand gleaming with a blue light. Charles had not noticed, or rather, he deemed it beneath his concern. This young wizard was merely a piece of meat on the chopping block for him. Everything was predetermined, and no variables could exist. Yet just as he thought this, a dazzling blue light pierced through his abdomen, powerful magical energy disassembling flesh and blood, creating a gaping hole. Charles's eyes widened. He had never anticipated this outcome, and fury compelled him to deliver a powerful blow. The pressure on Xing Ze abruptly lessened, and he leaped from the ground, blocking Charles's fist with his left hand. The enhancements from the potion and spell rendered him evenly matched with the monster. "You made a grave mistake, you bastard." He delivered a headbutt to Charles's face, followed by another, forcing the creature to stagger backward. Before his opponent could react, Xing Ze wrenched his arm, the fractured bone piercing flesh. The monster did not scream, only seethed with rage. Never underestimate a survivor. Xing Ze unleashed the remaining magic within his wand. The power siphoned from the blue beaks transformed into rays, once again piercing the monster's body, reducing his left hand and left chest to ashes. "You are correct. I should not have underestimated you." The monster roared, and a bony spike suddenly sprouted from the previously wounded abdomen, thrusting directly towards Xing Ze. They were too close, and Xing Ze could not evade. The spike pierced his right side, causing him to cough up blood. "You secretly absorbed my magic." Charles's body began to heal slowly. How fascinating. "Is this your hidden trump card?" Yet it is still insufficient. Xing Ze gripped the spike, halting its advance, pain and blood loss threatening to overwhelm him. The monster's newly formed flesh morphed into tendrils, all lunging toward Xing Ze. He opened his mouth to speak, but could utter nothing. Blood surged to his throat, filling his windpipe, and he could only cough once before losing consciousness. Good people are becoming increasingly rare, so what about me? Who am I? Who's calling? Is it you? The girl clad in a crimson coat and flowing white gown resembled a blossom amidst the snowy night. It was so tranquil, so desolate. Yet why did my heart ache so profoundly? He abruptly awoke, spitting blood from his mouth, retrieving an item from Jacob's sleeve within the ring, a syringe filled with a dark liquid. However, a tendril struck, sending the syringe flying. "Why won't you just die? Why can't you quietly succumb to death?" Caldus bellowed, his visage contorted with rage. He sensed his strength waning, beginning to regret not absorbing those people sooner. You ants, you maggots, become a sustenance for my ascension, just like those mortals." Thus the monster drove the bone spurs deeper. "Bluebeak," Xing Ze murmured as a raven soared from behind him, grasping the airborne syringe before seamlessly merging into his arm. With fervor, Xing Ze plunged the syringe into Caldus's body, declaring, "For today is not my day to perish." Caldus's form began to swell rapidly, exclaiming, "What have you done? What have you done?" Xing Ze remained silent. That was all the consciousness and strength he had left. The effects of the dragon's blood potion had waned, and the magic was gradually dissipating, his eyelids growing heavier. He felt something coiling around his waist, and then he ascended, a crisp chime ringing in his ears as a searing liquid poured into his mouth. The pain from his wounds faded, and his awareness began to sharpen. Awaken, child, awaken. He slowly opened his eyes to behold the white-bearded wizard, Dumbledore, waving his wand, drawing John and Scrimgeour behind him. The old wizard's other hand moved gracefully, forming a barrier before him. Xing Ze witnessed Caldus's body ballooning, magical energy pouring forth uncontrollably. In an instant, the balloon burst, primordial magic surged like a tempest, shattering the barrier. Dumbledore, unfazed, raised his elder wand, beginning to harness the raging magic. Can you stand, child? I can, but how? Xing Ze found his body restored to its former glory. The tears of a phoenix possess remarkable healing powers. Dumbledore's wand waved faster, the primordial magic transforming into a whirlwind. I fear I cannot provide you with much explanation at this moment, the old wizard stated, but if you're able to fight, that individual is yours to confront. Xing Ze glanced in the direction Dumbledore indicated, observing a figure breaking free from the magical tempest, soaring skyward. Let the phoenix carry you forth. Upon seeing Xing Ze nod, Dumbledore summoned his phoenix. The instant Xing Ze touched the phoenix, it manifested through apparition, and he found himself before Caldus. Clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of another, Caldus let out a howl as Xing Ze's fist connected with his face. I thought beings like you wouldn't feel pain. Xing Ze shouted. The monster was no longer a monster, but had reverted to an ordinary wizard. Xing Ze's fists landed mercilessly upon him, blood, hatred, and fury converging in that moment. Caldus attempted to cast a spell, but as his wand was raised, the flames of the phoenix engulfed him, reducing his wand and right hand to ashes. His once proud regeneration failed him this time. As they neared the ground, the phoenix, accompanied by Xing Ze, executed apparition once more. Dumbledore guided the magical energy skyward, parting the clouds and allowing sunlight to cascade down. Please, please, Caldus gasped, his form battered and unrecognizable. Let me go. I do not wish to die. I cannot simply perish. He will take my soul. Twisted flesh began to envelop his body, something dragging him into an endless abyss. Bluebeak returned with a wand of white poplar, which Xing Ze accepted, stating coolly, "Go plead for mercy from those who have perished." The young wizard incanted a spell, the wand illuminating his face. 3 days later, at the Three Broomsticks, Madame Rosmerta, as always, polished the glasses, and upon seeing the young wizard enter, she smiled warmly. "I do not drink alcohol," Xing Ze stated, settling down at the bar before a glass placed before him. "I know," Madame Rosmerta replied. "That is not alcohol. It is soda on the house." "Thank you. The gratitude should be ours." Xing Ze shrugged. "You honor me too greatly." "Is he here?" "Yes, same place. Minister Fudge is also present." Xing Ze nodded at her, finishing the soda, a refreshing lemon flavor, before departing the bar towards the cellar. Mr. R relinquished his position to the Minister of Magic, taking a seat beside him. As Xing Ze entered, he remarked, "I suppose no introduction is necessary." The minister rose and extended his hand to Xing Ze, his round face beaming with a smile. "Thank you, young man, for all that you have done. If you have any requests, we shall endeavor to fulfill them." A slight smile graced Xing Ze's lips, esteemed minister. "I indeed have a matter for your assistance." Chapter 82, Tranquil Days. The ministry required him to submit all documents pertaining to the case. Anticipating this, Xing Ze readily agreed and handed over the materials. Minister Fudge was quite pleased with this decisive action, yet Mr. R's expression darkened. He had assumed Xing Ze would refuse or seize the opportunity to make demands. Indeed, he did make a request, but upon meeting the minister, this arrogant outsider unabashedly stated his desires. Yet, the peculiar nature of the request left Mr. R perplexed, stripping him of the chance to confront Xing Ze. Most importantly, his meticulous plans unraveled. Xing Ze not only survived but returned from the investigation unscathed, even after such a direct encounter with the Dream Realm, remaining entirely untainted. Doubting the integrity of St. Mungo's tests, Mr. R privately arranged another examination. "You may directly contact Kingsley at the Auror office for specific details. I believe you're well acquainted." Minister Fudge patted Xing Ze's shoulder. "This way, we can expedite your request." "I will," Xing Ze nodded. "Excellent. It is time for me to depart. You must have much to discuss." Once the minister left, Mr. R leisurely remarked, very well. Hand over your portkey to me." "My friend, I must congratulate you. You have officially become a member of the Key Hall." "It is my honor," Xing Ze replied, producing his notebook and offering it. What shall I do next? You truly are a workaholic. Mr. R chuckled coldly. Aside from monitoring Dumbledore, you need do nothing else. Is that all? Indeed, Mr. R took the notebook. Do not underestimate this task, my friend. It is no small feat, but it is certainly simpler than before. Considered a vacation of sorts. I never imagined that positions like ours could afford holidays. We are certainly not a malevolent company that would excessively exploit our employees. Do I still need to follow up on the previous investigation? Are you referring to the fragments? The fragments and the train attack. There are still many mysteries yet to be unraveled. Mr. R pointed his wand at Xing Ze's notebook and cast a spell. Once he completed it, he replied, "Why are you pushing yourself so hard? You have already performed exceptionally well, exceeding expectations. The higher-ups are quite satisfied. You can rest easy and await your commendation." After contemplating, Xing Ze smiled and remarked, "Indeed, why strain myself? Since someone else is taking over, let them investigate. I shall relish the leisure. You speak the truth." Mr. R returned the notebook to Xing Ze, though a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. Has it acquired any new functions? Aside from the previous ones, you can now access the database of the key chamber, which contains a wealth of knowledge about dreams. This is paramount. The rest can be explored at your leisure. Mr. R explained somewhat impatiently, but do not become too engrossed. Also, remember to visit St. Mungo's to see Healer Ackman for your tests. Xing Ze raised an eyebrow. Another test? Of course. It occurs biannually and helps you manage pollution. It's not solely for you. We all must attend. Very well. Xing Ze nodded resignedly. He departed from the Three Broomsticks, purchasing a bouquet on his way to the outskirts of Nottingham. The Ministry of Magic had acquired a vast cemetery in that area, where they erected a monument to commemorate those who perished in the recent incident. Upon his arrival, he encountered Archbishop Enrel, who appeared significantly aged, with deeper wrinkles and noticeably graying hair. What a coincidence, my child. The Archbishop gestured for those around to leave. Let us have a moment alone. They stood before the monument in silence. Xing Ze stepped forward to lay down the flowers, breaking the stillness. I regret to inform you, Archbishop, that I have been removed from the investigation, and I fear I am of little use to you. Do not worry, my child. Archbishop Enrel replied confidently. Only a fool would allow himself to be blinded. I do not comprehend the meaning of your words. You will understand in time. Follow your heart, my child. Simply follow your heart with a sigh. Xing Ze resolved not to dwell on the matter. I am truly saddened about Bishop Jacob. There will always be sacrifices, my child. The Archbishop made the sign of the cross over his chest. He died nobly. The Lord has taken his soul. May he rest in peace. Is his grave here? No. The Archbishop shook his head. Not here. I came to pay respects to these departed souls. Do you know? The bodies discovered from the arena were predominantly ordinary people. Xing Ze remained silent. The death toll continued to rise. They should not have to endure such suffering. After bidding farewell to Archbishop Enrel, Xing Ze wandered aimlessly through Nottingham. He enjoyed lunch at a street-side restaurant while contemplating his next destination. Ultimately, he returned to Hogwarts. Following the crisis at the distillery, his reputation had not soared as one might expect. Neither the ministry nor the church could afford to publicize the distillery's affairs extensively. Nevertheless, he had become a figure of note in the Auror office and the Order of the Phoenix, with most people having altered their previous attitudes towards him, treating him with newfound politeness. During his convalescence at St. Mungo's, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had visited him. Of course, his public diagnosis was that of a fever. Dumbledore engaged him in lengthy discussions regarding the train case, the fragments, and the Avery family. Clearly, in the aftermath of such significant events, the ministry sought to exert control over the situation. They retracted the investigative powers, excluding the church and even Dumbledore from their trust. Xing Ze speculated that this was likely a decision from the key chamber, though he could not dismiss the possibility of malevolent forces infiltrating the ministry. After all, during the battle at the distillery, Minister Fudge's tardy rescue indicated that someone had tampered with the flow of information. Dumbledore stated he would continue discreetly investigating the whereabouts of the fragments, but his hopes were dim, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Although he did not specify what those matters were, Xing Ze surmised they involved the protection of Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. Furthermore, he cautioned Xing Ze to maintain a low profile, as sudden notoriety could easily become a dagger lurking in the shadows. Xing Ze understood the implications of fame. It bore both merits and demerits. However, for him, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, as it would incite envy in those who were already jealous and breed jealousy in those who were not. He indeed needed to act discreetly. Thus, he readily agreed to the ministry's requests without leveraging the opportunity to impose additional demands, despite his capability to do so. Additionally, his compliant demeanor would diminish Mr. R's suspicions, at least for the time being, preventing Mr. R from finding reasons to bother him, allowing Xing Ze time to investigate his superior. Chapter 83. The Second Lesson. Xing Ze entered the comprehensive office, where Ben greeted him warmly. I thought you would need a few more days before being discharged. It was merely a fever, Xing Ze replied. The healer kept me for observation overnight, and the following day prescribed medication for me to recuperate at home. He recalled the painful experience at St. Mungo's, although the tears of the phoenix had healed all his wounds. The healer still kept him under observation for 2 days, for rehabilitation and to assess his level of pollution. Xing Ze passed the peculiar test with ease, but subsequently underwent a crystal examination by the ministry. Unlike the previous experience in the underground distillery, this crystal test did not attempt to steal his memories. Do not let your guard down. Fever can also be deadly. Ben remarked seriously. Did I mention that one of my uncles died from a fever? Indeed. You also mentioned your aunt who succumbed to tuberculosis. Yes. Tuberculosis is equally terrifying. Ben said, Are you sure you do not want to rest a few more days? No need. Xing Ze shook his head. I feel quite well, and besides, I cannot keep swapping classes with you. That's nothing. I enjoy being with the students, and I am happy to cover a few of your classes. To avoid disrupting the teaching schedule during his hospitalization, Professor Burbage had swapped his Monday class with Ben. Xing Ze expressed his gratitude for Ben as kindness and inquired, What time is your class? At 2 o'clock. Xing Ze glanced at his watch. There was still ample time for him to prepare. As he took out his textbook to begin lesson planning, Ben seemed to remember something and said, Hey mate, Bact is looking for you. A headache loomed. Xing Ze inwardly groaned. Is that so? When was this? Yesterday, in the afternoon. I think you should take some time to find him. He seems rather urgent. I will. I'll go see him after class. The students in the 3rd and 4th years were significantly fewer than in the 1st and 2nd years, as 3rd-year students had more elective options. Xing Ze entered the classroom, and with prior teaching experience, he felt considerably more at ease this time. He surveyed the students present and said, Open your textbooks. Today we will begin with the basics. The students turned their gaze towards the item presented by Xing Ze, a seemingly ordinary magical robe. This is rather simplistic, sir. You're not about to pull out a pair of boots, are you? Someone exclaimed. A chorus of laughter erupted among the students, unrestrained and boisterous. Those in the 3rd and 4th years were less inclined to adhere to decorum compared to the younger students, a fact of which Xing Ze was already aware. Moreover, the Muggle Studies course had long been dismissed by many students, leading them to regard this elective with scant seriousness. Why not listen to what the professor has to say before laughing? Cedric's voice rang out, perfectly modulated to capture everyone's attention without being harsh. The classroom gradually fell silent, though a few students still sulked. Most returned their focus to the podium. Xing Ze cleared his throat awkwardly, clearly aware that Cedric, the head of Hufflepuff, commanded a much higher esteem among the students than he did. Thank you very much, Cedric, Xing Ze said. I trust you all recognize this as a magical robe, but the true star of today's lesson is this. In his hand, he produced a handgun, a common yet highly effective weapon among Muggles. Many pure-blood students cast curious glances, while some half-blood students, having grown up in the Muggle world, showed little interest. One half-blood student raised his hand and, upon receiving Xing Ze's nod of approval, spoke, I know what this is. My father has one. He is a police officer. What is a police officer? A pure-blood student interjected. The previous student pondered for a moment before responding. It's like an Auror in the Wizarding World. We don't believe you. Some pure-blood students jeered. If your dad is an Auror, then my mum must be able to become the Minister of Magic. Indeed, he must be lying. I am not lying. The half-blood student protested. He is lying. You can't trust the words of a mudblood. With a thunderous bang, the rowdy students immediately clasped their ears and quieted down. Xing Ze retrieved the handgun from the window, stating leisurely, this type of weapon produces a loud noise upon use, thereby revealing the user's position. Of course, there are certain auxiliary devices that can muffle the noise created by firearms, facilitating stealthy assassinations. He paused, allowing the students' hearing to gradually return before continuing. Thus, those silent firearms are exceedingly lethal, not only to Muggles but also to wizards. I hope you will take this matter seriously. His gaze swept across the students, noting the traces of fear etched on their faces. Excellent, Xing Shemushed. Instilling fear is the most direct and effective means of management. This is a crucial point. I hope you all remember it. In a flurry, the students hurriedly scribbled notes in their notebooks. Seizing the moment, Xing Ze incanted a spell, causing the magical robe to levitate. He pointed his wand at the robe and asked, Who can tell me the purpose of a magical robe? Cedric raised his hand, and upon receiving a nod from Xing Ze, stood and replied, First and foremost, it is a piece of clothing. The students erupted into laughter once more, predominantly the girls. Though it was not as raucous as before. As the laughter subsided, Cedric continued. During its crafting, magical properties are infused, providing excellent protection against both spells and blades. Very well said. Take your seat. Cedric, Xing Ze gestured. Hufflepuff earns 3 points. The Hufflepuff students cheered in response. As I previously mentioned, the gun is the most prevalent weapon among Muggles. So have you considered whether it can penetrate this magical robe? The students exchanged glances. Indeed, many would use spells for such an experiment, but few would be inclined to resort to Muggle weaponry, let alone find a Muggle weapon. Xing Ze was pleased with their reactions. He clapped his hands and announced, "Today, we shall put this to the test. All right, children, let us head to the courtyard. It offers ample space." The students cheered and dashed out of the classroom, while Xing Ze followed leisurely, occasionally reminding them, "Stay away from the courtyard. There are first years having flying lessons." No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures flew past the corridor window. Xing Ze frowned and approached the window, recognizing the airborne duo as Harry and Malfoy. How amusing. It's like watching a film, he chuckled before turning to follow his students. Chapter 84. The Magical Robe and Muggle Weapons. They ultimately chose a clear area in front of the corridor bridge as their testing ground. Xing Ze borrowed a practice dummy from Mr. Filch through several students. He draped the robe over the dummy and instructed the students to step back. Next, he cast a shield charm in front of the students, and then an armor charm on himself to guard against ricocheting bullets. "Let's see what the outcome will be," he declared, raising the handgun and aiming at the dummy. The bolder students craned their necks, while the timid ones shrank back, though most covered their ears and watched in anticipation. "I bet the gun will win." "Not a chance. I bet on the robe." Students whispered among themselves, placing their bets. The gunshot rang out, accompanied by a plume of smoke. Xing Ze lowered the weapon and called for a representative to step forward and inspect the results. "Hey, it didn't penetrate," the representative exclaimed, beaming with pride, clearly belonging to the camp that had bet against penetration. Upon the studentess' return, Xing Ze explained, "The magical robe is constructed using special magical properties during its crafting, thereby forming a circuit. This is a standard robe from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, much like your school uniforms, and it possesses an armor charm. I believe many of you are aware that robes have protective capabilities, but how many truly understand how the spells on the robes function? If anyone knows, raise your hand. Answering this question will earn your house 10 points. No hands were raised. Even Cedric chose to remain silent this time. After a moment of waiting, Xing Ze waved his wand, and his suit transformed into a brown and black robe in a swift motion. Behold, this is the joy of Muggle studies. You are not merely here to learn about Muggle life, technology, or history. If that were the case, you might as well purchase a copy of the Muggle Encyclopedia or 100,000 Whys for a quicker read. This course allows you to understand Muggles while simultaneously introducing you to various aspects of the Wizarding World, including the magical robe that none of you seem to care about. Yes, as one of your classmates mentioned earlier, it is exceedingly simple, so simple that you take it for granted. Now, turn your robes inside out and have a look. Yes, do you see those golden or sky blue patterns? Those are the magical circuits. Those of you who have attended Charms class should find them familiar. Several students raised their hands, and Xing Ze selected a girl to share her thoughts. "Sir, do you mean that the robe continuously absorbs the magic from its surroundings or from us, thereby forming spells through the circuits?" "Close enough," Xing Ze nodded approvingly. "Wizard House, Slytherin. Slytherin earns 5 points. The girl smirked at the other 3 houses, eliciting a chorus of boos from the other students. "All right, quiet down." Xing Ze waved his hand, signaling for the next question. It is a well-known fact that standard robes cannot compare to handmade ones. Who can enlighten us as to why that is? Because of the price. A Gryffindor student shouted, eliciting laughter from his peers. Xing Ze nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed one reason. What else? He probed. Because of the materials. Handmade robes utilize more exquisite fabrics. Another student responded. Excellent. And what further reasoning can you provide? He continued. Due to the craftsmanship and techniques involved. Xing Ze fixed his gaze on the student who spoke, pointing at him and urging, "Stand up, child, and repeat what you just said, louder so we may all hear." Due to the craftsmanship and techniques involved. The second-year student proclaimed boldly. "Very good. Ravenclaw earns 5 points," Xing Ze acknowledged, gesturing for the students to take their seats. Each renowned robe shop possesses unique crafting techniques, rarely applied to standard robes. Thus, the handmade varieties far exceed the former in both functionality and durability. This is precisely why handmade robes command such high prices. After delivering this information, Xing Ze picked up a handgun and said, "Now, let us return to our previous discussion. While this firearm cannot penetrate your robes, The bullets will deplete their magical properties. Therefore, remember, children, prolonged shooting will still render the enchantments of your robes ineffective. To demonstrate his point, Xing Ze fired all the bullets at a mannequin, then switched to another magazine, continuing until it too was emptied before allowing the previous representative to confirm the results. "It's damaged," the representative exclaimed, retrieving the robe from the mannequin to display the 5 small holes to the rest of the students. "I trust you can all see that," Xing Ze said. "With concentrated fire, a muggle's weapon can indeed harm me, so do not underestimate them. Additionally, what else have you observed?" "The damaged robe can no longer provide protection," replied the representative holding the magical robe. "And what is the reason for this?" Xing Ze pressed. "The bullets have disrupted the magical circuits within the robe," someone answered promptly. "Excellent. Any other insights?" Cedric raised his hand, stating, "If muggle weapons can breach the defensive charms of our robes, they can similarly compromise the spells we cast. Precisely, that is the lesson I wish to impart." Xing Ze affirmed, "Muggle firearms are akin to our wands, with bullets serving as our spells. Each type of firearm and bullet has its own application and potency, so I reiterate, do not underestimate muggle weaponry." The bell tolled, signaling the end of the class. Xing Ze clapped his hands, declaring, "All right, we shall conclude here for today. Next time, I will showcase more troublesome weapons." Cedric, a few of you return the mannequin. After managing this lively group of students, Xing Ze made his way to the potions teacher's common room in search of Bact, only to find him absent. A female teacher suggested he might find him in the library. Xing Ze located Bact in the poetry section of the library, where he rambled on as usual about topics such as fate, time, and reincarnation. Just as the conversation was about to drift from Earth to the cosmos, Xing Ze deftly redirected it. "I came to fulfill our agreement." "Oh, about that matter," Bact smiled, revealing his pearly whites. "It is not yet time." "What?" Xing Ze furrowed his brow, surprised by this turn of events. "But weren't you quite eager?" "Ah, don't take it to heart." Bact waved his hand dismissively. "That was yesterday's me, not today's. Today, I am not inclined to hear your tale." "Is that so? How intriguing. When shall I return?" "When a fruit is ripe," Bact replied, pulling a poetry collection from the shelf. "Only when the fruit is ripe will it be sweet. Your story is worth my weight. Once you have completed your necessary tasks, I shall seek you out." Chapter 85, A Visit. The following week, Xing Ze settled into a routine at school, as Mr. R had advised, immersing himself in the tranquility of the holiday. On his free days, he accompanied Ben to the Black Lake for fishing, despite his abysmal angling skills. He could sit by the lakeside for an entire afternoon, merely gazing at the water surface, allowing fish to nibble at his bait. Xing Ze relished this patient pursuit of waiting for prey to come to him, as he often found himself in relentless pursuit of it instead. Occasionally, he would engage in a few games of wizard chess with Professor McGonagall, where he often found himself on the losing side. Her aggressive style of play frequently left him overwhelmed, resulting in his ultimate defeat. This tranquil existence was abruptly interrupted by an owl from the Ministry of Magic, delivering a letter from Kingsley, succinctly stating that everything was ready. After tucking the letter away, Xing Ze departed from the school post-morning classes, heading towards St. Mungo's, recalling that John was to be transferred to a regular ward on the 3rd floor. "You've shaved," Xing Ze remarked upon seeing John, who occupied the large ward alongside another elderly man, sound asleep. "Some say I look more handsome this way." "Indeed, you've aged considerably," Xing Ze replied. "You should have done this sooner." John raised his middle finger at Xing Ze, commenting, "Don't think I can't hear your sarcasm." Pulling up a chair, Xing Ze sat down. "Do not be vexed. I brought you something good." He produced a small bottle of whiskey from his ring. "Sherry cask," he added. "The first batch from Chivas." "Good heavens," John exclaimed, accepting the bottle as if it were a treasure. "Where did you acquire this?" "Dumbledore owes me a favor, and his liquor cabinet is stocked with fine spirits." "The therapist advised me to abstain from alcohol," John said, a hint of regret in his voice. "I nearly succeeded." "I believe it," Xing Ze replied with a smile, as John tucked the bottle under his pillow. "They will be conducting an examination on me shortly. I must wait until evening to indulge." "I understand," Xing Ze said, glancing at the snoring old man. "You have a rather amiable roommate." "Ah, yes," John nodded. "Old Joe. Few words, mostly sleeping throughout the day. Are you so idle that you can spare time to visit me?" "I was kicked out of the investigation." "I figured as much," John remarked, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this. "Otherwise, you would surely be busy chasing leads. The ministry wants to conduct a separate investigation. I suspect it was the directive from the Key Hall. By the way, did they allow you to join?" Xing Ze pulled out his own copy of the key to the door, its cover adorned with peculiar symbols radiating an uncanny glow. "Then we are colleagues," he declared. This delightful occasion certainly warrants a drink. When you expect to be discharged? If I can abstain from alcohol, the therapist promised I could be released within a week. However, regrettably, my boy, I cannot accompany you in the investigation. Xing Ze frowned. Have you been sneaking sips of medical alcohol, Jay? I should have mentioned. The ministry wants to handle the investigation independently. They confiscated all documents and kicked me out. I heard, but I imagine you will continue your inquiries. Yes? Xing Ze smiled faintly. Who knows? Perhaps I will keep a copy of the documents for myself before handing them over to the ministry. Or perhaps, when they come to verify whether I still have residual case files in my office, I might have transferred them elsewhere. Perhaps while they were covertly observing me. I was engaged in fishing with friends at the Black Lake. Quite characteristic of the Ministry of Magic, indeed. John sat up in his hospital bed, forging camaraderie while simultaneously brandishing a knife towards you. So, where do you intend to go after your discharge? Will you continue to languish in Nocturne Alley? I am uncertain, but it certainly won't be Nocturne Alley. I have been reassigned, though the specifics of my duties will depend on the higher-ups' directives. Oh, that's splendid. At long last, you can depart from that wretched place. I must admit, I find myself somewhat nostalgic for my former life. John smirked. Hey, may I inquire about something? Go ahead. Did you see anything while battling that creature? I mean, you know what I'm referring to. Xing Ze recalled the voices he had heard during his unconsciousness, nodding as he replied, Of course, it is inevitable. The essence of dreams will corrode your thoughts and spirit, leading to unrealistic fantasies. I believe those therapists must have explained this to you. They certainly mentioned it, but I'm not entirely convinced. It felt far too real. And I could not distinguish between reality and illusion. Quite normal. I too struggle with discernment. How did you manage to persevere? I heard that you passed all the tests within a single day, which is nothing short of miraculous. Damn, they've been testing me for nearly a week. Once you have seen enough, it becomes less surprising. Xing Ze replied, his gaze drifting behind John. Seen enough? John raised an eyebrow. What on earth were you doing before? Xing Ze averted his gaze, pausing for a moment before responding, a detective of the third-rate variety. A detective? What on earth is that? Similar to a bounty hunter in the Wizarding World, Xing Ze elucidated, you take on jobs if they seem suitable. So, a muggle profession? Indeed. But you're a wizard. And what of it? Xing Ze shrugged. Over there, they're cracking down hard. Life is not easy for wizards. Yet one must find a way to survive, mustn't one? Well, that is rather novel. In truth, I did quite well. I suppose one could say I was born for this line of work. Lost in reminiscence, Xing Ze added. However, clients have never rated my services highly, which is quite disheartening. I still recall my first case, where a lady hired me to catch her husband as mistress. He was cheating with his secretary. Quite a common occurrence, wouldn't you agree? John nodded. Such matters transpire daily at the ministry. Indeed, so I exerted little effort in apprehending them, finding them in a hotel room. However, the man, in a fit of rage, attempted to assault me. He was indeed robust, as if he regularly exercised, but he had misjudged his opponent. I broke his nasal bone, and his once handsome visage would surely bear the scars of our encounter. Then came the unfortunate twist. That lady, the wife, accused me of harming her husband. Not only did she refuse to pay me, but she also threatened to sue. But I was merely acting in self-defense. It was he who initiated the confrontation. I contemplated seeking assistance from a union to reason with her. But then I remembered that in this line of work, unions are a rarity, so I could only watch as they departed together for the hospital. John frowned. You ought to have employed some magic. Oh, come now. Xing Ze offered a wry smile. At that time, no one dared to use magic. Chapter 86, The Monster. They lapsed into silence for a moment before Xing Ze continued. Then I took on a second job. It involved an elderly man suffering from a terminal illness who wanted me to locate his son. He wished to see his son before passing. I initially thought this would be a challenging task, but when the old man produced a photograph, I realized it might not be impossible. His son was quite well known in our city, featuring prominently on real estate advertisements in the mall. Thus, I sought him out. He met me in his office, but granted me only 3 minutes, as he had another meeting that afternoon. I swiftly conveyed my purpose, only to be promptly ejected by his company's security. However, at least he did utter some words, largely implying that the old man was unworthy of being his father. It was then I recognized the difficulty of the task, prompting me to follow him for 3 days until I finally cornered him after a banquet. I ambushed him from behind, rendering him unconscious with just the right amount of force, then brought him to meet the old man. Yet, the outcome was not as I had envisioned. The old man berated me for kidnapping his son, insisting I leave immediately or face the police. Weighing the pros and cons, I abandoned my intention to demand payment. Thus, after all those years, I remained a third-rate detective. Yet, I believed I performed well, striving to meet the client's expectations to the best of my ability. I sensed that. John remarked, But this has nothing to do with you. Hold on. Jay, we're almost there. Xing Ze inhaled deeply, as if about to divulge a colossal secret. That was my first paid assignment. A father sought my assistance in locating his daughter, who had been missing for 3 months. I could see he was at his wit's end. Had he possessed any other options, I doubt he would have turned to someone like me for help. The father offered a decent sum, and despite the grim prospects, I accepted. I then visited the places where the girl had worked and lived, and aside from growing increasingly impressed by this compassionate young woman, I found nothing. After a week of fruitless investigation, I contemplated giving up. In our line of work, it is quite normal. Not every case yields results. I had prepared ample justification to dissuade that aging father, ready to take his money and indulge in a night at the bar. Yes, back then, I still drank and smoked. Yet upon seeing her photograph, I couldn't help but revisit my investigation. For a time, I felt close to her. I visited the nursing home where she had volunteered, the orphanage where she had worked, and even the charity shelter she frequented in her spare time. But who could have anticipated that I would find her at a slaughterhouse? The man who had killed her, dismembered her, and consumed her was a widower, making a living by slaughtering pigs. Consumed her? John interjected incredulously. Yes, he ate her, just as we consume pigs, Xing Ze stated calmly. I discovered her head in the freezer. That was all that remained of her. I fervently wished that butcher would have fought back, giving me a reason to kill him. Alas, he did not. Upon seeing me, he immediately surrendered. During the wait for the police, he remained eerily calm, even asking me for a cigarette. I could discern no emotion on his face. Speaking of which, Xing Ze paused, then continued. Do you know what terrified me the most? It was not the scattered corpses on the table, nor the flies swarming about, and certainly not the severed heads in the freezer. It was the realization that this man was, like you and me, human. I longed to encounter a monster, one that would tear off its skin to reveal fangs. At least that would have brought me some comfort. But no, he was a man, a living, breathing human being. After that, I contemplated changing careers, yet I never succeeded. I spent some time trying to comprehend certain things, and ultimately, I believe I have arrived at an understanding. What have you come to understand? John inquired. Those people do not deserve to be called human, at least not in my eyes. They are merely monsters clad in human skin. Thus, I returned to what I excelled at, for I found a justification to take action against such individuals. John felt an oppressive weight upon him, and he realized it was the fervent, nearly deranged gaze of Xing Ze. In an attempt to lighten the mood, he conjured a rather feeble joke. So, have you also found your reasons to quit drinking and smoking? Are you mad, Jay? Xing Ze laughed, his eyes returning to normal. After experiencing such events, only alcohol and cigarettes can help me maintain my sanity. But you now? Ah, that is an entirely different tale, Xing Ze replied, but I've spoken enough for today. Indeed, that is quite enough, John concurred, retrieving a cigarette from beneath the sheets to light it. After finishing one, he sighed and said, I once served as an auror before entering the Keys Hall. Back then, Scrimgeour was merely a captain, not the director. I belonged to the 7th Squadron. You may not have heard of it. Xing Ze shook his head. Well, after Banson's death, I was the only one left in the entire squad. In those days, I was brimming with youthful enthusiasm and confidence. Everyone has their youthful days. We were tasked with capturing a group of fugitive Death Eaters who had taken refuge in a Muggle village. I was the youngest in the team, so Banson had me stay behind to maintain contact with the Auror office. Those Death Eaters were indeed troublesome. We struggled to subdue them. They could disregard Muggle lives, but we could not. Then, the then-director of the Auror office, I can never remember his name, ordered me to take a secret weapon to assist the team, and I readily agreed. However, what I did not know was that it was not a secret weapon at all, but rather a magical bomb. The bomb possessed enough power to obliterate the entire village. Our squad, the Death Eaters, and those Muggles would all be annihilated. It was Banson who saved me. He must have anticipated what I was carrying and wanted to apparate me away. Yet he did not expect that I would throw the thing away. Perhaps it was a primal instinct for survival or something else entirely. In any case, I was utterly panicked. I ended up killing an entire village of Muggles and took down my brothers who fought alongside me. After that, I resigned, drowning my sorrows in alcohol, until Banson found me and recruited me into the Keys Hall. With trembling hands, John lit another cigarette and inhaled deeply, asking, Do you think I'm also a monster? I do not know, Xing Ze replied, standing up to pat John on the shoulder, but I know that I am one. The world needs monsters like me to keep other monsters at bay. I shall visit you again, my friend. Chapter 87, Money. He exited St. Mungo's and met Kingsley at a second-hand shop, then donned a new outfit before entering Noctur Alley. Bodo was indeed an exceptional pimp. He recognized Xing Ze immediately and greeted him warmly. A guest from the east. Where's the big dog? He inquired. He was delayed by something, Xing Ze replied. Ah, well, welcome, welcome. Do you need me to guide you, sir? I'm looking for Big Daddy. Follow me. I'll take you to the corpse. The corpse? Ah, didn't the big dog mention it? That's Jack's nickname. We call him that behind his back. Bodo made a face, because of his grotesque visage. The two exchanged a knowing smile and entered the sweet house. After dodging a few overly enthusiastic ladies and circumventing several drunkards at the bar, Xing Ze found Jack in a small booth. Aha, the pup has returned, Jack said, lounging on a leather sofa. So, the old dog didn't accompany you today? I brought what Big Daddy requested, Xing Ze stated, cutting to the chase without unnecessary pleasantries. So soon? We must be fortunate. Indeed? Jack stood up from the sofa, his ugly mouth moving. Let me see it. Xing Ze sneered. This is what Big Daddy wants, deliberately emphasizing the name. Jack's expression darkened as he shot a menacing glare at Xing Ze. Follow me. He led the way out of the room, bumping into Xing Ze provocatively. As Xing Ze exited, two wizards at the bar quickly followed suit. The group arrived at Big Daddy's chamber. I truly did not expect you to come today. What? Have you brought me good news? Indeed. Xing Ze approached Big Daddy's desk and sat down. I trust you have heard about the distillery incident. At the mention of this, Big Daddy's jovial expression abruptly stiffened. He scanned the room with his gaze. Apart from the necessary guards and the girls kneeling on either side, everyone else vacated the premises. Indeed, I have heard. The Aurors made a significant move there. Were you present? Xing Ze nodded. Did that wax-faced bastard perish? He did. Dead for certain? Absolutely. It was Dumbledore himself who took action. Big Daddy's eyebrows twitched. I never imagined a petty thug would attract the attention of a legendary wizard. So, did you manage to acquire it? It took considerable effort. What about the big dog? He hasn't met his end too, has he? No. He got drunk last night and is still asleep. Haha, I knew it. That lad's life is as resilient as a cockroach. He won't die so easily. Now, what about the item? I would prefer to discuss my remuneration first. Upon hearing this, Big Daddy burst into laughter, as if Xing Ze had told an extraordinary joke, prompting the others in the room to join in the mirth. Ha ha, lad, you have quite the nerve. You should know we could easily kill you and take the item. Would you? Xing Ze smiled. Of course not. Big Daddy waved his hand dismissively. I'm a businessman, not a bandit. I keep my word. Now, what is it that you desire? First, I need a drink. Big Daddy gestured to one of the wizards. Of course, what would you like? Just some soda. Big Daddy's gaze fell upon the crystal brooch on Xing Ze's chest. That piece is quite nice. Where did you procure it? From a newly opened jewelry store in Glastonbury. Once we conclude our business, do remember to share the address with me. I am in need of some fine crystal adornments. Of course. Xing Ze accepted the soda. Very well. Let's return to business. Let us discuss your reward. I suspect it is not merely money. I am curious, Big Daddy, why do you desire the formula so desperately? I mean, your wealth is sufficient to last you 3 lifetimes. Is it not enough? Ha ha, are you jesting with me? Money is never too much. Money brings power. Money brings status. Money can procure anything in this world. Perhaps to further illustrate his point, he reached out, grasping a girl by the arm, and with a carving knife from a tray, he sliced across her cheek. The girl closed her eyes and bit her lip, stifling any cries. Big Daddy halted the blade, pinching her face as he admired the crimson mark with satisfaction, then tossed a ring onto the tray. See, this is the benefit of wealth, he said, releasing his grip. The girl trembled backward, yet her hands remained tightly clasped around the tray. Understood. Xing Ze nodded slightly, stating that his request for compensation was quite simple. He merely wished for the release of those children. The old man turned his head, scrutinizing Xing Ze for a few seconds, before casting the knife onto the table and exclaiming, "Are you referring to those children of the prostitutes?" "Indeed," Xing Ze affirmed. The old man incredulously asked, "What is wrong with you? Is it an overflow of compassion?" Xing Ze shrugged in response. "Perhaps my mother taught me to embrace universal love from a young age. How about a different arrangement?" The old man suggested. "I cannot acquiesce to that." Xing Ze shook his head. "Damn it. You must understand one thing, boy. All the women here are my property. They belong to me until death. Their children are likewise mine, and so are their grandchildren. Do you comprehend my meaning? Clearly, they resemble your personal possessions more than human beings." "Ah, precisely, and I detest others touching my belongings. If you desire money, I can provide it, any amount you wish. As long as they exist, money can always be earned," Xing Ze mused. After a brief contemplation, he produced an ancient notebook from his ring. "My price is not trivial." The old man's eyes widened, fixated on the notebook, utterly oblivious to the rapid shift in Xing Ze's demeanor. He grinned as if he had encountered a rare delicacy. "That's it, right? The wax-faced notes." "Indeed, but I cannot decipher its contents. It is inscribed in archaic Latin. You need not understand it. Give it to me, boy." Whatever price you ask. The old man extended his pudgy hand, his double chin quivering with excitement. Just as his hand neared the notebook, Xing Ze suddenly struck, swiftly seizing the knife from the table and plunging it into that very hand with unerring precision, every movement deliberate and exact. The fat hand was pinned to the table. Then Xing Ze hurled the notebook toward the wizard behind him, transforming it mid-air into a cigar. Jack reacted swiftly, darting aside, yet the other wizards were not so fortunate. The cigar detonated, sending them all straight to hell. The old man's screams finally erupted, the pain reaching his mind as he attempted to withdraw the knife. But Xing Ze twisted his other hand, pinning it to the table with a pencil. He howled in agony once more, his face contorting grotesquely. Chapter 89. Evil is evil. Jack hastily drew his wand, though the residual shockwave from the explosion affected him, preventing him from dispatching Xing Ze immediately. However, he would not have another chance. Kingsley's wand was pressed against his back. I suggest you comply, sir. In an instant, a cadre of aurors materialized in the room, dispatching the guards who had rushed in. The air was filled with cries of despair. Jack's grotesque visage twitched as he realized the tide had turned. He reluctantly discarded his wand and raised his hands. The old man, in torment, bellowed at Xing Ze. Do you believe you have saved them? Do you think you are enacting justice? You fool. Without me, they would suffer far worse. Xing Ze pressed the knife down firmly, locking eyes with the old man as he coldly declared, Evil is evil, regardless of magnitude. I can discern the difference between monsters and men. Regrettably, you belong to the former. He noticed the two girls cowering behind, trembling in each other's embrace, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Xing Ze. He averted his gaze with a soft sigh, removing his badge and turning toward the door as Tonks felled an approaching guard with her wand. Are you officially joining the Aurors now? Xing Ze tossed the badge to the girl. Tonks, with a lollipop in her mouth, replied, They are short-handed. So I came to assist. I never expected you would make such a request to the minister. Xing Ze smiled faintly. Remember to return the magical crystal. With that, he descended the stairs. The Aurors had virtually secured the entirety of the sweet house. As he made his way down, he encountered little resistance apart from one oblivious wizard. Lily awaited outside, cradling a small boy, and approached him as he emerged. I truly do not know how to thank you. When they came for me, I was skeptical, but upon learning it was your idea, I decided to take a gamble. Is this Nai's child? Xing Ze inquired, looking at the bashful boy who buried his head in Lily's chest. Yes, we rescued them all, Lily replied, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. Where do you plan to go from here? To America. Bill has always wanted to open a candy shop there. Lily smiled through her tears. I have saved some money over the years, enough for the two of us. After saying this, she affectionately patted the boy's head. Then I wish you good fortune. Xing Ze bid her farewell, realizing he had little left to do here. After all, the old man's reign in Nocturne Alley would meet its demise at the hands of the ministry, though this move would undoubtedly face resistance from numerous families. As most of the sirens at their galas and balls hailed from here, Minister Fudge truly needed some accomplishments to validate his position after the tragedy at the distillery. Xing Ze's request was like a timely gift. Thus he entirely disregarded the dissenting voices of those families, allowing the Aurors to covertly investigate the sweet house, leading to the recent events. I will be eternally grateful to you, sir. Lily expressed her gratitude once more. Xing Ze nodded, saying nothing, and quickly made his way toward Diagon Alley, opting not to return to school, but rather heading to Banson's old residence. Poppy had maintained the house in impeccable order. Even though he had been absent for nearly 2 weeks, neither dust graced the floors nor the seats. Oh, young master, Poppy exclaimed, bringing a pair of slippers to Xing Ze. I am so pleased you have returned. No need for such formality, Poppy. Xing Ze replied as he accepted the slippers and changed into them. You need not address me with such reverence. I am not so particular. Of course. Young master, Poppy smiled broadly. So, will you be staying for dinner? I will stay. Very well. I shall prepare it right away, Poppy said cheerfully. Xing Ze glanced at his watch and remarked, It's still early. By the way, I have always wondered where you sleep. Poppy led Xing Ze to the living room and opened the bottom drawer of cabinet. I sleep here. This? Xing Ze looked at the cramped space barely accommodating Poppy's legs and shook his head. I quite like it, Poppy replied, seemingly content. Many house elves must reside in fireplaces. But I have an actual room. Xing Ze was at a loss for words. He understood that no amount of reasoning would alter Poppy's ingrained beliefs, so he directly instructed. You cannot stay here, Poppy. What if guests arrive? You would frighten them. You are right, young master. It would indeed frighten the guests, Poppy said, casting a lingering glance at the cabinet. Then I shall move to the fireplace right away. No, Xing Ze waved his hand. If you reside in the fireplace. How will you stay warm in winter? I can move out in winter, Poppy stammered. I can stay in the kitchen hearth. It is sufficient for me to sleep there. Go to the attic, Poppy. Xing Ze pointed upward. It's quite empty. But I have no right to use the attic, Poppy protested, shaking his head repeatedly. That belongs to you, master. The fireplace and the cupboard also belong to me. It's not the same, Pochi murmured in protest. It's different. We are permitted to use these places. There's no distinction, Xing Ze retorted. I have even witnessed someone raising a ghoul that feeds on insects in the attic. Are you truly inferior to a ghoul, Pochi? If that is the case, you are undervaluing yourself. However, do not argue with me any further, Pochi. If you do not wish to find yourself on the streets, swiftly gather your belongings and proceed to the attic. Xing Ze feigned anger, declaring he had no desire to waste time on such matters. Ultimately, Pochi ascended to the attic with his belongings from the cupboard, while Xing Ze exhaled a long sigh, brewed himself a cup of tea, and sank into the solitary armchair. He was uncertain when he had fallen asleep. Perhaps it was while contemplating the case or reminiscing about certain details. In any case, he was jolted awake from the same nightmare in the same place. Blast it! Xing Ze calmed his erratic breathing and placed 2 fingers on his neck. A minute later, he lowered his hand and nestled back into the sofa. Excellent. I am not insane. My heartbeat is normal. This is truly splendid, he reassured himself. He observed Pochi bringing a meat pie into the dining room, where a grand wooden table was already set with a roasted fish, a platter of vegetable salad, slices of smoked ham, and a generous glass of juice. Xing Ze felt he could not consume such a substantial meal. Pochi, how long have I been asleep? He inquired after the house elf placed a meat pie on the table. You have slept for approximately 4 hours, master, Pochi replied. Dinner will soon be prepared. Would you like to rest a bit longer? Xing Ze glanced outside. Darkness had fallen. He threw off the light blanket and rose, stating, No, I feel hungry. Let us dine. After their meal, Xing Ze descended into the basement, brandishing his wand and casting a spell that illuminated the entire space. He gazed at the wall before him, adorned with photographs, notes, newspaper clippings, and documents connected by red string, and murmured to himself, Let us begin the work. Chapter 90, A Night of Terror. Prior to the Ministry of Magic requiring him to submit all relevant materials, he had made a backup and sent it via mail to Gringotts to store in his account. Once the Ministry had thoroughly searched his office, residence, and all registered items enchanted with the extension charm, he instructed Gringotts to send the materials back to Banson's ancestral home, where he asked Pochi to take good care of them. It was not until 3 days ago, when the Ministry's surveillance relaxed, that he ventured to the basement for preparations. By yesterday, he had organized all the materials and established a clue wall. An hour later, Xing Ze exited the basement. In recent days, he had returned to the ancestral home, but never spent more than an hour in the basement. He closed the door and recited a spell, casting a simple theft prevention charm upon it, which linked with 3 other security charms within the basement. Should anyone force their way in, an alarm would trigger, destroying all contents within. Pochi was busy in the living room. Although the house was sufficiently clean, he still swept and tidied as if invisible debris lingered. Master, would you like a cup of tea? He paused to inquire. Xing Ze shook his head, placing the cup in his hand on the table. No need. I have had enough downstairs. Is the attic to your liking? Quite well, but it is rather spacious, Pochi replied, lowering his head in slight embarrassment, understanding Xing Ze's good intentions. You will grow accustomed to it. Xing Ze smiled. Very well. I must return to school. If any unsavory individuals come to visit, do not open the door. If they attempt to break in, proceed to the basement and trigger the alarm. Pochi took up Xing Ze's words. Rest assured, master, I am a light sleeper. Old house elves do not slumber deeply. Xing Ze nodded and made his way to the door. Would you like to take some pies with you? Master, there are quite a few left from tonight. Pochi inquired. Oh, that would be splendid. Xing Ze paused at the threshold. I shall fetch them for you. There is no need for formalities, Xing Ze remarked. Pochi's meat pies were quite delightful, at least to Xing Ze's palate. He packed a meat pie and exited the ancestral home, where a raven perched on the eaves cawed a few times before spreading its wings and taking flight. Xing Ze glanced towards the distant grove, murmuring, Are they still unwilling to relent? Upon returning to school, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Mrs. Norris emerging from the shadows near the trophy room. Who goes there? Halt! Immediately after, a figure burst forth from the trophy room. Instinctively, Xing Ze drew his wand, but fortunately, Mrs. Norris let out a few meows, causing Filch to halt in his tracks, nearly pouncing on Xing Ze. Oh, sir, I sincerely apologize. I did not recognize you, the caretaker said contrite. No need for apologies. Xing Ze smiled faintly. It is rather late. What are you up to, Mr. Filch? Sir? Oh, no need for such formality. Just call me Filch. I'm merely a caretaker. I am but a lecturer myself. Are you in pursuit of someone? Indeed, a few troublesome students. Someone tipped me off that they would cause a ruckus in the trophy room tonight. Is that so? Xing Ze pondered, surveying the surroundings. He recalled a passage from the original text. I believe I just saw someone head that way. Filch followed the direction Xing Ze pointed, thanking him as he directed Mrs. Norris to investigate. Sniff around, my dear. They may be hiding in some corner. The poor old caretaker muttered to his cat. What is Hogwarts lacking? Xing Ze shrugged, walking away from Filch. Despite the dim glow of the torches, his keen eyesight discerned several figures quivering behind a suit of armor. As he approached, a scream pierced the air, followed by the clattering of armor hitting the ground. He saw Harry and Hermione pulling Neville and Ron up from the floor. Over there, quickly. Mrs. Norris, we must catch them. The caretaker's voice grew closer. Xing Ze sighed, waved his wand, and shifted a piece of armor that had fallen atop Neville, allowing Harry to finally free him. The four began to flee in a panic. By the time Filch arrived, the four little rascals had long since vanished. The caretaker cursing as he pursued them, for the corridor lined with armor only had a junction at its end. I will catch you, you sleepless mischief makers. Xing Ze confirmed his location and hastened down the corridor, not intending to frighten Harry, but merely wishing for them to return to rest sooner. Unexpectedly, Neville panicked and called out, tripping over Ron and the armor in their escape. Truly a rowdy bunch of children. He shook his head, striving to recall the notice Professor Burbage had posted on the office wall, indicating that Headmaster Dumbledore had declared a corridor on the 4th floor a forbidden zone. He remembered that corridor should be adjacent to the classroom. However, he arrived a moment too late. The children had entered the corridor, and Filch was inquiring about Peeves' whereabouts. Once Peeves and the caretaker parted ways in displeasure, Xing Ze stepped forward, suggesting, perhaps we should search the 3rd floor. This is a forbidden area, and I doubt they have the courage to venture here. Xing Ze remarked, feigning an attempt at the door leading to the corridor. The door is locked, Mr. Filch. You were correct. They might still be on the 3rd floor, where the poltergeist emerged. Mr. Filch scooped up his cat and hurried towards the 3rd floor. As soon as he disappeared around the staircase corner, Xing Ze pushed the door open and dashed inside, casting a silencing charm just before the monstrous dog unleashed a thunderous growl. Immediately, the beast lunged forward, its iron chains clanging ominously. Xing Ze seized the startled Neville and used a summoning spell to pull Ron back. The two heads closest to the dog missed their target, their sharp, yellow teeth snapping together with a decisive click. Out! Xing Ze hissed urgently. Harry nimbly leaped to the door, twisting the handle to fling it open, and the children tumbled out in a chaotic rush. The great dog adjusted its stance, preparing for another assault, while Xing Ze produced a meat pie from his ring, its enticing aroma predictably capturing the dog's attention. He hurled the pie towards the creature, and the three heads immediately began to quarrel over it. Xing Ze understood that this distraction wouldn't last long, as it was hardly enough to satiate the dog's appetite, but it would suffice for his escape. He dispelled the silencing charm and swiftly closed the heavy door. The children already vanished from sight. With a wry smile, he mused. I seem to recall the original story did not unfold quite like this. Before he could catch his breath, a shadow flitted by, and Xing Ze pursued it, but only glimpsed a hooded figure retreating. Chapter 91, A Leisurely Day. The following morning, Xing Ze arrived at the common office. Although there were no classes scheduled for the day, he had nowhere else to go, as the Ministry of Magic's surveillance lingered, prompting him to seek refuge in the office to pass the time. If there was a place where the Hogwarts newspaper collection was most comprehensive, it would surely be the Office for Muggle Studies. Here, not only could one find publications from the Wizarding World, but also an array of Muggle newspapers, including the Times, the Guardian, and the Daily Telegraph, alongside various smaller tabloids. Xing Ze selected several noteworthy papers to peruse. The three major publications reported on the latest developments regarding the plague. After enduring considerable losses, the outbreak had finally been brought under effective control, with new medications proving remarkably curative. Yet, Xing Ze understood that until the last fragment was recovered, the ordeal was far from over. As long as those lunatics desired, they could still incite another epidemic. As he entered the office with his coffee cup, Ben inquired, "Aren't you supposed to have no classes today? Why are you here so early? Just to check the newspapers?" Fourth-year students need to comprehend the Muggle government and societal structures. I intend to use this plague as a case study. Ben nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. How did I not think of that? This epidemic is far more vivid than the dull examples in textbooks. Do remember to provide me with a copy. Certainly. Well, since you are so free, how about going fishing this afternoon, Xing Ze? I found a fantastic fishing spot, Ben suggested, pouring himself a cup of strong coffee. Not today. I have a few matters to attend to this afternoon. Your loss, he chuckled, turning his gaze towards the door. Who are you looking for, kids? We're looking for Mr. Xing Ze, a familiar voice called from outside. Xing Ze set down the newspaper and looked towards the entrance. Come in, you four. Ben left, waving his wand to widen the door further. How did you know it was for? Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione entered the office. Their heads bowed as they approached Xing Ze. You truly have no sense of propriety. Xing Ze smiled, sneaking off like that. The four children remained silent. Ron stealing a glance at Ben, who was observing the scene. Xing Ze shook his head and continued. Let there not be a next time. The place is dubbed the Forbidden Zone for good reason. Are you not going to punish us? Harry asked quietly and tentatively. I believe the harrowing experience from last night should suffice as your lesson. That is true. Ron chuckled foolishly, earning an elbow jab from Hermione. Neville appeared still dazed from the previous night's events, lost in thought. All right, children, there shall be no next time, Xing Ze stated, though internally he mused that there would undoubtedly be another occasion. Punishing you is Professor McGonagall's prerogative. I lack the authority for such matters, and I dislike wasting time on them. Have you informed Professor McGonagall? Hermione quickly interjected. If you find yourselves in similar circumstances again, I shall consider it. Xing Ze replied earnestly. Neville suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously. No, there will absolutely not be a next time. After securing their promise, Xing Ze allowed the four to return to class. Ben leaned in with a grin and asked, what trouble did they get into? Just a few children who refused to go to bed on time. Xing Ze replied nonchalantly, resuming his reading of the newspaper. Speaking of which, where have you been disappearing to at night? Ben inquired. What? Do you have something to discuss with me? Nothing of great import. But some of the younger teachers gather at the Three Broomsticks for drinks after dinner. Are you inviting me? That is the implication, but I doubt you would accept. Your intuition is astute, Ben. All right, Ben sighed, sticking out his tongue. There are plenty of young, lovely ladies there. You should really consider it. Perhaps next time. After lunch, Xing Ze strolled through the school. The weather was splendid, perfect for an afternoon of fishing, and he began to regret not accepting Ben's invitation. Hogwarts was vast, expansive enough to meander leisurely throughout the day, inscrutable even to caretaker Filch, harboring many secrets within. He lingered by the Black Lake for a while. Several mermaids waved at him, a massive squid basked in the sun, and some small fish creatures frolicked along the shore. Next, he visited Hagrid's hut, where the towering half-giant was exceedingly hospitable. He poured Xing Ze a cup of tea brewed from an unidentifiable concoction and presented several rock cakes as afternoon snacks. Fong, the boarhound, frolicked outside. It seemed to harbor a dislike for Xing Ze, always skirting away whenever he arrived. Xing Ze sampled the tea. Though he dared not touch the rock cakes, the tea was rather pleasant, provided one could tolerate its peculiar sourness. What brings you here, sir? Hagrid asked as he settled beside Xing Ze at the hut's entrance. I have no classes today. As you know, Muggle Studies has few students, Xing Ze replied, gazing towards the Forbidden Forest. Much like care of magical creatures, Hagrid said, stroking his beard and casually grabbing a rock cake. I am quite curious about what lies within, Xing Ze remarked. Hagrid bit into the rock cake with a crunch. Oh, you mean the Forbidden Forest? There's much to see. Centaurs, werewolves, and various magical creatures and plants. No, I sense there are other things, darker things, Xing Ze said, looking up at the raven returning from the forest. There are many malevolent entities, spiders, venomous snakes, leopards. Hagrid listed off a multitude of creatures. Xing Ze shook his head. No, that is not what I meant. Have there been any peculiar occurrences in the Forbidden Forest recently? To my knowledge, there have not been. Oh, by the way, the centaurs residing in the Forbidden Forest seem somewhat restless. They typically inhabit the depths of the forest, seldom venturing near the fringes, yet lately, I have frequently spotted them nearby. Have they communicated with you? Centaurs? Communication? Hagrid took a hearty sip of tea and swallowed the scone in his mouth. Centaurs are notoriously difficult to engage with. Even after all these years, I have not established a significant rapport with them. However, I can sense that they are undoubtedly troubled by something. A crow cawed from the eaves, and Xing Ze frowned, retracting his gaze to chat idly with Hagrid for a while before ambling back to the school. As he passed through the courtyard, he noticed Hermione sitting on the steps leading to the library. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to approach her. The weather is quite pleasant today, Miss Granger. The shadow blocking the sunlight caused the girl to lift her head. She squinted at him before lowering it again. I'm curious about what could possibly make you frown on such a fine day. Xing Ze sat down on the stairs. Chapter 92, The Approach of Halloween. Hermione picked up a nearby stone and hurled it with force, muttering, Intelligence is a double-edged sword. Xing Ze remained silent, patiently awaiting her to speak again. Is intelligence truly a sin? After a brief silence, Hermione inquired. No, intelligence is a divine gift, Xing Ze murmured, but pride and arrogance certainly are. The girl furrowed her brow and shot him an irritated glance, retorting, I am neither arrogant nor proud, sir. I merely speak the truth. Xing Ze chuckled, picking up a stone to throw as well. What is right and what is wrong? Each individual harbors their own principles. What you speak is more reflective of your own values than those of others. I fail to see the distinction. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. What difference does it make? If you introduce the wrong ingredients, the cauldron will explode. If you utter the correct incantation, the magic will succeed. It is a straightforward principle. Therein lies the crux of the matter. A person is not a mere spell or the bubbling herbs within a cauldron. Each individual exists as a unique entity, with their own thoughts and perspectives on every matter. Just like you, Miss Granger, I recall your disdain for divination, believing it to be an imprecise discipline. Yet, some do take pleasure in it. Do you remember Professor Macmillan? That would be the one who opened the door for us in the morning? She asked uncertainly. Indeed, that SM. I usually refer to him as Ben. He has a fondness for divination, using tarot cards for fortune-telling, and he even consults fish bones before going fishing. Hermione pondered for a moment before countering. No, that is different. I do not impose my beliefs on others. Do you not? Xing Ze countered. The girl's face flushed with indignation as she replied, Well, perhaps a little. But they were wrong. Just last night, I warned Harry and Ron, yet they did not heed my words. Is it a fault to point out the mistakes of others and stand firm in what is right? You are quite intelligent, Miss Granger. Yet, you fail to grasp that no one enjoys having their errors pointed out. Society tends to reject those who stand out. Wrong is wrong. The courage to acknowledge one's mistakes is what is right. Such behavior may lead to a lack of friends. The girl retorted defiantly, I do not need friends. I refuse to waste my time on such foolishness. Xing Ze stood up, dusting off his trousers. Do not speak foolishly, Miss Granger. Everyone needs friends. Though society may shun the pure-hearted, there will always be those who appreciate, understand, and care for you. Try lowering your defenses, attempt to blend in with them, and set aside notions of right and wrong. Remember, not everyone can withstand the frigid winds atop the mountain as you do. With that, Xing Ze departed from Hermione and made his way to the Quidditch training grounds, where he enjoyed a friendly match before concluding this leisurely day. As Halloween approached, Hogwarts bustled with preparations. Jack-o'-lanterns adorned every corridor, and bat decorations clung to every window. Just days prior, the Ministry of Magic had finally ceased its surveillance of Xing Ze, which greatly relieved him. Over the past few days, he had spent no more than an hour in the old Manor's basement, organizing clues and notes in an attempt to uncover any overlooked leads, but progress was slow. With the Ministry's withdrawal, he could pursue subsequent plans, visit certain individuals, and inspect essential locations. I have always had a question, Ben abruptly inquired while placing a magical bat toy on the office rooftop. No matter what your question may be. Hold on for a moment, Professor Burbage replied. Shift it a little to the left, it's darker over there. We must ensure it can frighten the students. Professor, are you certain students will come to our office? Xing Ze asked while using his wand to inscribe blood-like letters on the wall. Do not speak such pessimistic words. Xing Ze, Professor Burbage responded. In previous years, few students would visit our office, but this year is different, with you here, and the response to our Muggle Studies class being quite positive. Xing Ze shrugged and continued his work. How about now, Professor? He asked. Professor Burbage scrutinized the bat. Satisfied as she said, Very well, just like that. Come down, Ben. What I wish to inquire is, why are we, as wizards, celebrating a Muggle holiday? It is rather amusing. Neither textbooks nor other resources have explored this. Because it does not warrant research, Professor Burbage scoffed. Wizards and Muggles are fundamentally no different. We are merely Muggles with extraordinary abilities. All right, Professor. Ben wisely diverted the topic. I recall you demonstrated Muggle weapons to the students in class, and they were real. Yes, is there an issue? Xing Ze added a flowing effect to the blood-like letters on the wall, enhancing their eerie appearance. Generally speaking, we do not utilize real firearms. Ben remarked. Those things are quite dangerous. Who is to determine who should use them, Ben? A wand in the hands of a Death Eater is equally perilous. If not more so than a firearm, Professor Burbage corrected. This seemingly unremarkable professor of Muggle studies appeared to Xing Ze as gentle, wise, and rather opinionated. She seemed to favor Muggles over wizards. More than once, she had expressed her desire to create a world where Muggles and wizards coexist harmoniously. Unfortunately, if the world continues on its current path, she may never have the chance to witness such a reality. Very well arranged, Xing Ze. Once those children are startled by the bats, the closed doors and walls suddenly covered in blood-like inscriptions will likely frighten them into submission. I would prefer to avoid such an outcome, Ben said with distaste. I certainly do not want our office to reek of urine. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and the three turned to look, discovering it was Barty Crouch, who had dressed himself as a vampire, donning an aristocratic outfit with a flowing cloak of red and black. I hope I am not interrupting your work, he said elegantly. Ben Chummerfoliu approached. Are you still dressing up as a vampire this year, Batchard? Everyone says I suit this role. He continued, just give me a moment, I'm almost done. As he spoke, he resumed, fiddling with a demonic statue nearby. I was in no rush. Batchard entered the office and greeted Professor Bibaji. You look as lovely as ever. Professor. Oh, spare me, Batchard, you say that every year. I bet you've told that to quite a few people on your way here, she replied with a laugh. Ah, I cannot deny it. To do so would be disrespectful to the other women, Batchard admitted. Professor Bibaji chuckled. When is the gathering this year? At 6 o'clock. Batchard replied with a slight smile towards Xing Ze. Same place, the Hog's Head Inn. The school has reserved the venue. Prior to Halloween, the school organized a 2-day gathering for the teachers at the Hog's Head, and any available faculty were invited. Xing Ze had also received an invitation, yet he had not yet decided whether to attend. Speaking of the gathering, Professor Bibaji introduced the topic. The school has welcomed quite a few newcomers this year. Batchard nodded. Even the defense against the dark arts class has a new instructor. I recall his name, Quirrell. Ben interjected, Queerness Quirrell. He has quite the celebrity, albeit a rather neurotic one. Ah, I remember now, the man with that ridiculous turban. I'm not particularly fond of him. There's always a strange odor about him. Batchard confessed. Don't be so harsh, Ben remarked. He encountered vampires and ghouls in the Forbidden Forest, which is why he turned out like this. Some say he keeps garlic in his turban to ward off vampire attacks. Foolish rural folklore, Batchard scoffed. Garlic won't deter vampires. It merely infuriates them further. Everyone says that, and there must be some truth to it. Well, let us go. It's about time we head to the gathering. Finally, Professor Bibaji surveyed the office. This year is bound to be quite the ordeal for those troublemakers, especially the Weasley twins. The mention of the twins made the professor grit her teeth. Xing Ze, are you joining us? Ben inquired. Xing Ze pondered for a moment before nodding. He truly needed to attend some gatherings to appear more normal. Wonderful. Let us hurry. I can't wait to have a drink. Ben exclaimed joyfully. The four of them soon arrived at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, an establishment owned by Aberforth Dumbledore. Typically a gathering spot for all walks of life, but not so for the next 2 days. As was customary, Xing Ze found a nondescript corner to linger in, ordering a sparkling water from Aberforth, whose peculiar temperament was reminiscent of Dumbledore, but he had a tall, thin frame and a long white beard. Hey, you're here. Just as Xing Ze intended to blend into the shadows for the evening, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Looking over, he recognized the girl he had seen during the interview. Her name was Clara Fay. Aren't you going to join them? Clara asked, glancing at Ben, who was causing a ruckus in the center of the pub. No, this is quite fine. I can see the entire bar, and the lighting is dim enough to conceal me. Clara blinked her large eyes. You're quite an interesting person. It's just a habit. Xing Ze realized he had misspoken and quickly tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. Ah, let me buy you a drink. I still owe you for the last time. Clara did not press further. Thanks, but I don't drink. Oh, what a pity. How about a soft drink instead? Sure, as long as it pleases you, Xing Ze smiled. As Clara squeezed her way to the bar, another familiar face approached him. I thought I was hiding well enough, Xing Ze muttered. The pub is rather small, Eliza Shafik remarked. Her attire much more understated today. Perhaps wearing something overly flamboyant at such gatherings would diminish her status. And you're not exactly inconspicuous, she added with a haughty and sharp tone. Why are you still holding on to me, Miss Shafik? It's been years since that incident. Huh, you're truly vain. Eliza laughed. Indeed, you embarrassed me in class that day, but it's not something I hold a grudge over for so long. That was merely out of sheer disdain. Xing Ze offered a wry smile. I'm unsure whether to be relieved or saddened. Whereas your entourage? Eliza raised an eyebrow, switching her glass to the other hand. You're hardly a pleasant drinking companion, but you're certainly better than Barrowfully. Is that so? I always thought I'd rank last in your company. Don't underestimate yourself. While I may loathe you, it hasn't reached the level of absolute hatred. Eliza turned, leaning against the wall. At least you've chosen a good spot. It's dark enough to evade those trying to curry favor with me. I'm a generous person, if you wish. I could relinquish this position. Let us pass on that. Xing Ze, save your generosity for a more deserving cause. I'm merely seeking a quiet spot to catch my breath. And coincidentally found me. Xing Ze narrowed his eyes. I trust your eyesight is in good condition, Miss Shafik. Speak plainly. We don't have time for circumlocution. What does the ministry wish to know from me? Xing Ze sipped his sparkling water, observing Clara finally reach the bar, but it would take her a while to return. A group of young male teachers at the bar had captured her attention. Ben was singing a wizarding drinking song with a group of inebriated middle-aged male teachers. Judging by the increasingly unbearable lyrics, it would be at least 10 more minutes before that tune concluded. Batcher was nowhere to be seen since his arrival. Xing Ze had not caught another glimpse of him, while Professor Bubaji and Professor Flitwick were deep in conversation. This left him isolated and vulnerable. Eliza frowned. Why would you think such a peculiar notion? Oh, I shouldn't be surprised. You've always been odd. I should be curious about what led you to this conclusion. Did I guess wrong? Xing Ze pondered inwardly. From Eliza Shafiq's expression, she did not appear to be lying. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. She was tired of the flattery at the gathering and simply sought a place to breathe, which happened to be here. Xing Ze believed in coincidences, but he did not believe this was one. My intuition is usually reliable, Xing Ze stated. You may not be from the ministry, but I suspect you wouldn't approach me without reason. You're just like the other men, perpetually self-assured. Eliza smirked, her face adorned with sarcasm. How pitiful. Your intuition seems to be failing you tonight. While you annoy me, I must remind you not to wander into the forbidden forest again, though I doubt you'll heed my warning. Oh, don't be alarmed, nor glare at me with such ferocity. I'm no stalker or peeping Tom. I merely happen to know a few centaur friends. Xing Ze took a moment to calm his tumultuous emotions and inquired softly, what have they shared with you? Recently, a plethora of strangers had intruded upon the forbidden forest. Ailey fixed her gaze upon Xing Ze and replied, they harbor concerns that these interlopers may be plotting something nefarious. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Xing Ze, and he let out a light chuckle. Are you suspecting me? Oh no, I would never doubt you, she retorted. After all, you have been wandering the forbidden forest of late, occasionally evading Hagrid and sneaking in, even engaging in furtive activities while inside. Yes, I certainly have no grounds for suspicion against you. Xing Ze pressed his forehead, astonished that Ailey had sought him out for such matters. Indeed, he had been frequenting the forbidden forest whenever he found a moment of leisure. This was prompted by a warning delivered by a blue-beaked creature 2 weeks prior, which returned from the forest with grave tidings. Initially, he had dismissed it, considering that the current Voldemort required the blood of unicorns to sustain himself, and the blue beak might have encountered him. Facing such a notorious dark wizard alone was evidently unwise. Thus he had paid a visit to Hagrid to alert him to the situation in the forest. Following that, another warning from the blue beak arrived, more urgent and intense than the last. Reluctantly, he decided to accompany Hagrid into the forbidden forest. That patrol yielded no discoveries. Yet Xing Ze suspected that Quirrell was recruiting trolls for a Halloween infiltration of the school to guard the Philosopher's Stone, which had startled the foraging Bluebeak. However, just 4 days ago, upon returning from the old manor, he had spotted Quirrell walking alone out of the school in the dead of night. Driven by curiosity and instinct, he had instructed the Bluebeak to follow him. Once assured of safety, he ventured into the forbidden forest, traversing the path frequently walked by Hagrid, until he reached a clearing deep within. There, he witnessed Quirrell conversing with a group of hooded figures donning masks. No, it was not Quirrell himself, but rather the dark wizard growing from the back of his head. Due to the distance and their use of parcel tongue, he could not discern the content of their discussion. Nevertheless, the situation had grown increasingly complex. Parcel tongue was an intricate language, comprehensible only to a select few snake speakers. Of course, aside from these snake speakers, many female centaurs also possessed the ability to converse in parcel tongue, a talent they were born with. Despite being unable to overhear their conversation, Xing Ze's enhanced vision, an augmentation derived from his encounter with a wax-faced adversary, aided him significantly. The magic he absorbed had fortified his body, particularly his eyesight, allowing him to see further and clearer in the dark. Thus, when the hunched parcel tongue speaker extended his hand, he discerned the emaciated, withered arm concealed beneath the robe, a quintessentially centaur-like hand, long, pale fingers with swollen, twisted joints and cracked skin. Should Quirrell be conversing with a few trolls, Xing Ze would not have been concerned. Yet the presence of these cloaked figures, so tightly wrapped and exuding an unmistakable aura of Death Eaters, compelled him to take heed. Rest assured, I am not allied with that group of strangers, Xing Ze confessed to Ailey, though the ensuing words morphed into a lie. You see, my mother is a magical creature protector. She wishes for me to capture some photographs of the forest's denizens. I'll give you that, Ailey replied unexpectedly, not pressing further on the matter. I cannot fathom why you would venture into the Forbidden Forest to slay unicorns and collect their blood, unless you are indeed a quintessential villain. Yet, from my perspective, aside from your social awkwardness, stubbornness, self-deprecation, and penchant for unfunny jokes, you are, by and large, a decent person. Thank you for your trust. Xing Ze uttered the words with a bitter taste in his mouth, perplexed as to whether she was complimenting or deriding him. Nonetheless, to trust someone without reason required immense courage, and she deserved gratitude for that. If you wouldn't mind, Xing Ze inquired, could you share what those centaurs discussed? The slaying of unicorns is a grave sacrilege. Perhaps they spoke of far less than you wish to know, she replied. You ought to be aware that the centaurs do not hold wizards in high regard. We owe this to our ancestors, who waged wars, seized lands, and subsequently drove out these humanoid races. Yet, who could have anticipated that many years hence, we too would be ousted by muggles? Enough of that, she continued. A centaur named Firenze conversed with me. He is one of the few who does not harbor intense animosity toward wizards. I want to repeat his drivel. But he mentioned that unicorns have been under attack lately. The trolls in the forest are restless, and a group of wizards often roams the Forbidden Forest. The deaths of trolls and unicorns in the original story are connected to Voldemort, but the real question lies with those mysterious wizards. What are they doing in the Forbidden Forest? Oh, and he also mentioned that among those wizards are werewolves. He could smell their distinctive odor, Ailey added. Werewolves and centaurs, Xing Ze frowned, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly peculiar. Ah, there you are, Ailey. The arrival of Barrowfully interrupted Xing Ze's contemplation. Barrowfully quickly spotted Xing Ze and grimaced in distaste. Ailey, let us depart. Do not associate with this country bumpkin. It would tarnish your reputation. Ailey straightened her posture, already taller than Xing Ze, and with her back now erect, she seemed even more imposing. Address me as Miss or Miss Shafik, Mr. Barrowfully. I have no desire to repeat myself, for even the dullest cow should understand after so many corrections. Furthermore, do not dictate my actions or where I should go, nor use my status to pressure me. You are neither our family's house elf, nor my steward, nor my father. Oh, be quiet. Barrowfully, yes, I said be quiet. Allow me to finish speaking. It is the least one can do out of courtesy. If you cannot grasp this, then you're not much different from those country folk. Ailey handed her glass to the speechless Barrowfully and continued, Now, please be so kind as to fetch me another drink. I must imbibe more to endure the self-aggrandizement of the fools surrounding me. As she mentioned fools, her gaze swept over Xing Ze, who awkwardly turned his face away. Look, they're coming like foolish dogs chasing after biscuits. I must take my leave. She said to Xing Ze, You are not as dull as the rumors suggest. You make for an amusing drinking companion. Before she took her first step, the previously aloof and disdainful expression on her face transformed into an elegant, noble smile. A swift change that left Xing Ze astonished. Wow. The tardy Clara returned with Xing Ze's drink, the sparkling water spilling over profusely, a testament to the arduous journey she had undertaken. Xing Ze stepped out of the shadows to intercept a swaying drunkard, deftly taking the drink from her. Thank you. The girl remarked, Was that Miss Shafik I just saw? Indeed, Xing Ze replied, taking a generous sip of the new sparkling water, then pouring the remainder into his original glass. The girl gazed at Ailey Shafik with envy, her bright eyes sparkling. She is truly stunning. She looks perfect at all times. Perhaps, Xing Ze mused as he handed the empty glass back to the drunkard and raised his other cup. To Merlin. The drunkard, rallying his spirits, straightened his slumped body and raised his empty glass, exclaiming, To Merlin. Xing Ze seized the opportunity to flee from beneath him. Chapter 95, a divergence from the original plot. He did not linger in the tavern for long. After finishing his sparkling water, he departed without hesitation. On the eve of Halloween, the students were indulging in a lavish banquet, and as depicted in the original narrative, Chilo burst into the dining hall. Just before he uttered the word troll, Xing Ze dashed out, sprinting down the corridor and ascending the spiral staircase, swiftly arriving at the forbidden area. A sound of footsteps echoed from the dim corridor opposite him, prompting Xing Ze to conceal himself in the shadows and cast a concealment charm. Several furtive figures emerged, 5 in total, clad in hooded robes and masks. Lacking confidence to confront 5 wizards head-on, especially with the possibility of a harpy and a werewolf among them, he remained hidden. Hurry, we have little time, urged the wizard wearing a golden mask, who led the group with a notably robust physique. A tall wizard behind him stepped forward and attempted an alohammer on the door. However, to their astonishment, as soon as the incantation was completed, the wizard was flung backward, crashing violently against the wall, rendering him unconscious. A smirk crept onto Xing Ze's lips. The situation was unfolding unexpectedly smoothly, having dispatched one so swiftly. Blasted, there's a protective charm on it. The golden-masked wizard growled. Another wizard, adorned with a gnarled wood mask, murmured in confusion, but the master said this is merely an ordinary door. Then let us open it quickly. The golden mask urged again. Let me try, a female voice chimed, as the others stepped aside. The witch first cast a counter-charm, effectively dispelling the remaining protective enchantments. Following that, she performed another Alhambra. Ensuring no dangers lurked, she reached out and opened the grand door. The wizards behind her immediately cast a silencing charm. Were they planning to force their way in to seize the philosopher's stone? Xing Ze furrowed his brow, contemplating their audacity. One wizard, wearing the gnarled wood mask, stayed back to watch over his companion, while the other three hastily entered through the door. Due to the silencing charm, Xing Ze could not discern the events unfolding inside. But the intermittent flashes of light suggested a fierce battle was underway. Just then, a deep voice echoed, and the wizard watching over his companion let out a horrific scream as he collapsed to the ground. Xing Ze understood that reinforcements had arrived. Snape, with a grim expression, waved his wand, dispelling the silencing charm. The growl of the three-headed dog, Fluffy, soon reverberated throughout the corridor. Two of the wizards within hastily dashed out, casting spells in an attempt to thwart Snape. Yet, a shadow suddenly darted from the gloom. Remarkably swift, the wizard in the black iron mask was caught off guard, receiving a punch to the gut that left him feeling nauseous. The unfinished, dark magic rebounded, coursing through his wand and into his body. He cried out in agony. Snape confronted the witch, their powers evidently mismatched. It was merely a matter of time before the witch succumbed under Snape's relentless assault. However, at that moment, a magical sword shot towards Snape from behind. Watch out, Xing Ze warned. Snape evaded the sword but could no longer guard against the witch's spell. Fortunately, Xing Ze's projectile spell arrived just in time, striking the witch's wand. The witch's spell merely grazed Snape's calf as her wand trembled. Just as Xing Ze prepared to capitalize on this moment, the golden-masked wizard burst through the door, his robe billowing like a curtain. Step back, Snape commanded, wincing in pain as he retreated, his wand moving rapidly to conjure a blinding light that seared the eyes. Following that, Xing Ze heard the sound of shattering glass, followed by a gentle night breeze sweeping into the corridor, the light gradually fading, while mysterious wizards vanished entirely. Xing Ze hastened to the broken window in the sky. A mass of black mist was receding into the distance. What kind of magic was that? He inquired of Snape. The black curtain, the potion's master replied curtly. One of the dark magics created by Grindelwald. He offered no further explanation, merely waving his wand to restore the shattered window to its former state, then directing his wand to the grand door. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, the growls of Fluffy still echoing behind it, indicating that he was likely unharmed. What are you doing here? Snape finally began to question Xing Ze after the chaos subsided. Just pursuing the same objective as you, Xing Ze replied, stowing away his wand. Snape's face was etched with skepticism. I'm curious how you anticipated this attack. Rather than that, you might want to check the girls' restroom. I just saw Harry and Ron head there, and of course, they were accompanied by that troll. Snape's brow furrowed, and he swiftly turned around, his trailing robes swirling elegantly. Do not approach that door, he commanded in an almost authoritative tone, then hurried down towards the girls' restroom. Xing Ze was not concerned with the philosopher's stone, but rather with the enigmatic wizards. Perhaps tomorrow, he would accompany Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. The news of the troll's intrusion into Hogwarts made headlines in the school newspaper, alongside the commendation of Ron and Harry for their brave actions. Hermione had also found friends for life, thought Xing Ze as he closed the newspaper. The original plot was unfolding as expected, yet was intertwined with numerous other happenings. There must be a connection, he mused, though he could not yet discern it. Professor Burbage, entering his office, brought him news that Dumbledore wanted to see him in the headmaster's office. It seemed the journey to the Forbidden Forest would have to be postponed. Thank you, Xing Ze said, rising to head towards the teaching building. Due to Halloween, both students and teachers enjoyed a day off. On this day, students could engage in adventures around Hogwarts, exploring various locations, barring the designated restricted areas. Many teachers would also spruce up their offices to make the students' explorations more delightful. Dumbledore had transformed the headmaster's office into a miniature dragon's lair, with a dragon asleep atop a mound of gold where a bookshelf should have been. Have a seat, Xing Ze, Dumbledore called from above, as he prepared to hang a giant toy spider from the ceiling. Do students ever come here? Xing Ze inquired, glancing upward, whether dragon or spider. The toys in the headmaster's office were far more realistic than those of other professors. Not many, but there are always a few brave troublemakers who dare to seek adventure. Dumbledore replied cheerfully. I encourage students to embrace their spirit of exploration. You see, all sorts of magic are derived from wizards' relentless quest for knowledge. Always maintain curiosity, just as you have taught us. Xing Ze reminisced about his time at school. Indeed, maintain curiosity. Thus, I wish to inquire about the events that transpired in the Forbidden Area last night. Oh, there is much to discuss. Today is a holiday, is it not? We have plenty of time. Chapter 96, Journey to the Forbidden Forest. As Dumbledore busied himself arranging his office, Xing Ze recounted the events of the previous night, casually touching upon recent investigations. The old wizard's beard twitched. Quirrell? That is a grave accusation, my dear sir. I suspect that Professor Snape shares my doubts regarding Quirrell. Xing Ze stated, without explicitly claiming that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. He suggested that he might be a Death Eater. Indeed, he does harbor suspicions about Quirrell, Dumbledore nodded. But we lack evidence. An encounter in the Forbidden Forest with a banshee cannot serve as proof. The Ministry will not launch an investigation based on that. The evidence lies beneath his turban. Xing Ze was tempted to unveil the truth, yet he understood that such a ludicrous notion would only invite ridicule. More importantly, he did not wish to raise alarms prematurely. Quirrell likely knew about the fragments, and further investigation was essential. Therefore, I hope you will venture into the Forbidden Forest for further inquiries, Dumbledore suggested, to uncover some tangible evidence, which would provide us with grounds to involve the Ministry. What about the murder of a unicorn? That is a serious charge, Xing Ze inquired. The old wizard adjusted his spectacles. I have indeed heard Hagrid mention that numerous unicorns have died in the Forbidden Forest recently. Do you believe this is related to Quirrell? I am uncertain, but it merits investigation. The blood, horns, mane, and tail hair of unicorns possess magical properties. Even if Quirrell is not responsible, those intruding into the Forbidden Forest must be connected to this matter. Very well, pursue the investigation, and I shall inform Hagrid to grant you access to the Forbidden Forest. Oh, and I have arranged for a partner for you. With that, the headmaster clapped his hands, and the heavy door of the office swung open with a resounding thud, revealing the icy visage of Elisa Shafik at the threshold. Oh, what a bother. Xing Ze cursed inwardly, yet maintained an unchanging expression, even managing to feign a smile. Do put away that ghastly grin, Xing Ze. I am as surprised and reluctant as you are. Alas, fate has decreed otherwise. Elisa strolled in the office. Good morning, esteemed headmaster. Good morning, Miss Shafik. Elisa positioned herself beside the slumbering fire dragon. Let me be frank, esteemed headmaster. Are you intending to send him with me into the Forbidden Forest? Indeed. You are investigating the deaths of the unicorns, and he is as well. Since your objectives align, why not go together? It would be prudent to have each other's backs. Elisa frowned. I have Hagrid, and he is quite reliable, at least more so than some. I dare say Hagrid would be delighted to hear that, Dumbledore remarked, waving his fingers as two ceramic teacups and a teapot floated down from the mantelpiece. However, having more hands on deck is advantageous. I presume you have heard of last night's incident. Black tea with honey and milk. Elisa accepted the teacup. Was it a troll? I have heard. Yet, it is difficult to fathom how such a bumbling creature could wander into Hogwarts without finding the door. Thus, I suspect someone intentionally allowed that troll to enter, perhaps to create a festive distraction, or perhaps for ulterior motives. Someone intends to infiltrate the Forbidden Zone amidst the chaos caused by the troll. The old wizard elucidated Elisa's queries. That makes sense. Who is it? A student? A band of external wizards. Snape and Xing Ze thwarted them. Upon hearing this, Elisa raised an eyebrow toward Xing Ze and then remarked, I presume you will not disclose what lies within the Forbidden Zone. Regardless, we must bolster the defenses there. I shall, which is why I require your father's assistance in retrieving the Mirror of Erist from Gringotts. A flicker of change crossed Xing Ze's face as he interjected. I thought that mirror was housed within the school. The old wizard descended the spiral staircase. It was once in the school, but the previous headmaster deemed it too perilous. I concur. It is indeed dangerous. Hence, the school board sent it to Gringotts for safekeeping. And Miss Shafik's father happens to be a board member, so with his assistance, I can more easily persuade the other members. Very well, esteemed headmaster. Very well. Elisa seated herself in a nearby chair. I shall convince my father. But now, let us return to the matter at hand. Indeed, Xing Ze suspects that the deaths of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest are connected to those who infiltrated Hogwarts, which is why I wish for you to investigate together. Is that so? Elisa questioned, her brow furrowed in uncertainty, as long as he does not hinder my efforts. I have no objections. When shall we depart? I have already notified Hagrid. He will await you at his hut. The two decided to meet at Hagrid's hut, both needing to prepare a few things. Xing Ze arrived first, finding Hagrid feeding Fong, the boarhound, who barked at the young wizard before galloping off with a beef bone in its mouth. "I do not understand why he dislikes you so," Hagrid remarked, clapping his hands. "Fong's temperament is not so poor. Perhaps it is because I'm a cat person?" Xing Ze speculated. "We are venturing deeper today. Will it be dangerous, Hagrid? That depends on how deep we go. But there is no need for concern. As long as we do not trespass into the territories of those creatures and other sentient beings, all should be well." "I hope so," Xing Ze said, somewhat apprehensive. "I always have a bad feeling. Did Dumbledore make the purpose of our journey clear to you? He was quite explicit. I also heard that someone breached the Forbidden Zone last night. Were you present?" "Yes, I was along with Snape." "How did Fluffy fare?" "I wager he gave those intruders quite a headache." "Indeed. Thanks to him." Xing Ze recalled the wizard clad in a golden mask, whose magical prowess was likely on par with Snape. Had they not intervened, Fluffy alone might have struggled. This was a planned infiltration. They must have studied the traps set by the faculty in the Forbidden Zone. And worse yet, the Mirror of Eris that Dumbledore requires is still at Gringotts. If they were to gain access now, the consequences would be dire. Has the plot deviated so far from the original tale? Xing Ze felt increasingly uneasy. What schemes was Voldemort orchestrating? Beyond the Philosopher's Stone, what other designs did he harbor? "My apologies, gentlemen, for keeping you waiting," Elise's crisp, commanding voice rang out. Xing Ze glanced at his watch. She was punctual, arriving exactly at their agreed time. "Let us set forth," Hagrid declared, "while the sun still graces the sky." Thus, the trio set off toward the Forbidden Forest, with Fong, who had resumed gnawing on a bone, bounding after Hagrid. Chapter 97. The Fallen Unicorn. The scent was familiar to Xing Ze, the acrid stench of decay. Not far off, beneath a grove of deciduous trees, a pristine creature lay lifeless on the ground. It had likely been dead for about a week. As Hagrid approached, he exhaled a heavy breath and extended his hand to examine the unicorn's remains. Elisa Shafik also stepped forward to inspect, seemingly unfazed by the foul odor of rot. Who could commit such an atrocity? The young lady's tone was laced with indignation. "To slay a unicorn. I do not know, miss," Hagrid panted, "but this marks the 4th this month." "Check the neck," Xing Ze suggested, then began surveying the surroundings. The neck? Hagrid wore a perplexed expression. The cause of death should have been the wound on its belly. It was dark magic. Ellie utilized her wand to investigate, discovering residual traces upon the injury. Yet, unicorns possess formidable magical power, and ordinary dark magic finds it challenging to inflict harm upon them. The raven perched above emitted a warning, and suddenly, the surrounding thickets rustled ominously. Following this, a reddish-brown centaur leapt from the underbrush, raising its 4 hooves and letting out a roar. "Do not be alarmed. Ronan, it is I, Hagrid." The keeper of the grounds calls out loudly, "Look closely, it is I." The centaur stepped back a few paces, visibly relieved upon recognizing the visitor. "Hagrid? Well, I thought it was an intruder." He cast a wary glance at Xing Ze and Ellie before raising his head to emit a sound resembling a horse's neigh, and the rustling resumed. Moments later, 2 more centaurs emerged from the thicket. One, with a black head and body, appeared more rugged than Ronan, while the other bore a silver-maned physique. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Ellie Shafik," the silver-maned centaur greeted the young lady. "Forenza, is this the girl you often speak of?" The black-headed centaur approached. Introducing himself, "I am Bane, Mississippi." "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir," Ellie replied with a smile. "I would be most honored if you could share your name with me." The reddish-brown centaur hesitated but ultimately introduced himself. "Ronan, just call me Ronan, esteemed Mississippi." "Oh, spare me the esteemed miss." Ellie shook her head. "Have you ever seen that esteemed lady come here, casually inspecting the corpse of a unicorn?" Everyone, except Xing Ze, erupted into laughter. The tense atmosphere slightly alleviated. "All right, let me introduce one more." Hagrid strode over to Xing Ze. "This is Xing Ze, here to assist me in investigating the unicorn's demise alongside Miss Shafik." The gravity of the situation returned, as Forenza nervously pawed at the ground. Ronan fell silent, while only Bane approached the lifeless unicorn. "We discovered it 6 days ago," Bane remarked. "It had been drained of its blood." 6 days ago? Hagrid exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "Ronan, I encountered you 3 days ago. Why did you not inform me of this matter?" "I am not obliged to relay every occurrence within the forest to you," Ronan retorted. "The woods harbor numerous secrets, and if I were to recount each one, it would take 3 days." All right, gentlemen," Forenza interjected urgently. "There is no need for quarrels. Our objectives are aligned. Do not speak further." "Forenza," Bane interrupted. "Humans cannot fathom the secrets of stars. No matter how much you say, they will not understand." "Then why not reveal the truth to them?" Firenze replied, his irritation evident. We can resist those who commit evil in the woods together. Bane let out a furious roar. Enough. Ronan, take Firenze away. Lead him from here. I believe he is clouded by rage. No, I am not. I am the most clear-headed among you, Firenze protested, shaking off Ronan's grip, nodding towards Ellie and the others before swiftly dashing into the forest. Wait, Firenze. Do not act alone. Ronan hurriedly followed. Bane furrowed his thick brows and explained to Hagrid, Forgive us, Hagrid. We have sworn an oath never to defy the will of the stars. You must rely on yourselves. With that, he raised his hooves, intending to depart, but Ellie called out to him, It is evident that you cannot contend with the evil lurking in the woods. Why not collaborate with us? The centaur stomped the ground furiously, retorting, The last time we collaborated with humans, what was the outcome? We were met with expulsion and slaughter. After speaking, he dashed into the woods without looking back. At least they did not drive us out of the woods, Xing Ze remarked, approaching the unicorn. Hagrid, hear me out. Let's turn it over. Hagrid muttered something under his breath, grasping his umbrella, but after a moment's thought, he returned it to his pack. He extended his hand, and together with Xing Ze, they turned the unicorn over. Xing Ze bent down to examine it, gently brushing his fingers over the pristine white fur on its neck, locating the desired wound near the jugular vein. My goodness, Hagrid exclaimed, gazing at the injury. This is. Ellie's expression grew serious. Something has bitten it, but why? Because it requires blood, Xing Ze replied. Do you recall Bane's words? Hagrid suddenly slapped his forehead. It was drained of blood. What could have drained it? How do you know this, Xing Ze? Because I have read the script, Xing Ze thought to himself, but outwardly he said, based on the wound on its abdomen, the amount of blood loss would only account for this much. Now look around, Hagrid. Observe the surroundings. Hagrid scanned the area, and his experience as a keeper of the grounds quickly revealed the anomaly. There were no signs of struggle, nor any other bloodstains. It was attacked here, and he scrutinized the wound more closely. This is not the bite of a beast. It resembles that of a human. A human? Ellie bit her lip, urging Hagrid continue. Someone attacked this unicorn here, draining its blood as a vampire would. Good heavens. But the wound on its abdomen? Ellie still had her doubts. To conceal its true intent, Xing Ze explained, I wager, Hagrid, that the other deceased unicorns will bear similar wounds. Have you checked? Hagrid stammered, at a loss for words. This is not the time to dwell on those matters, Ellie interjected, so I can conclude that there is a creature prowling the forbidden forest. Feeding on unicorn blood? Indeed, Xing Ze nodded. They are not merely collecting blood. They drained it on the spot while it was still alive. The flowing, vibrant blood possesses far greater magical properties than that of the deceased. Chapter 98, The Omen. Ellie Shafik gazed ahead, lost in thought, her back against a fir tree, her delicate fingers rhythmically tapping her red lips. Beside her, Xing Ze inquired of Hagrid how to handle the unicorn's corpse. The keeper of the grounds clapped his hands and replied, Let it remain here. It will return to nature. Very well. Xing Ze stood up, looking at Ellie, silently awaiting her suggestion, whether to continue the investigation or return to report. We must find that creature. The young lady straightened her posture, resolutely providing her answer. We cannot allow this tragedy to occur again. She spoke with such determination that it was impossible to resist. I concur, Hagrid bellowed in agreement. Whoever is responsible shall pay the price. Xing Ze did not object. He originally intended to venture deeper into the forbidden forest, and if danger arose, setting Ellie aside, Hagrid, as a half-giant and keeper of the grounds, regarded the forbidden forest as his second home, especially since his magical prowess was no less formidable. Then let us proceed. We have wasted too much time here, Xing Ze declared. Hagrid, lead us deeper. No problem, but you must keep close to me. Step on my footprints, understood? The keeper of the grounds spoke with utmost seriousness. Xing Ze and Ellie nodded in agreement. This vast expanse of land, known as the Dark Forest, earns its name for good reason. At the periphery of the forbidden forest, sunlight struggles to penetrate the layers of overlapping leaves, and as one ventures deeper, the trees grow ever taller, their branches intricately entwined, while the illumination above becomes increasingly scarce. However, one element conspicuously increases, the mist. Initially, the gossamer-like fog merely swirled around their feet, but as they ventured further, it began to rise and envelop them. Stay close. Hagrid reminded once more, the mist has thickened. Why not use magic to disperse it? Xing Ze inquired, perplexed. Because the mist is also a part of the forbidden forest. Some magical creatures reside within it, and dispersing the fog would provoke them, Ellie explained from the center of the group. As she spoke, Xing Ze felt the mist roiling beside him, something sliding past his arm, cold and smooth. Stop. Hagrid whispered urgently, let them pass. The trio halted their steps as the sensation of something gliding over their bodies intensified, and Hagrid retrieved 3 withered flowers from his ample pocket. "Take these," he instructed, handing one each to Ellie and Xing Ze. "Hold on to them and remain silent." The moment they grasped the flowers, the feeling of the mist brushing against them diminished, eventually vanishing entirely. Yet, Xing Ze could still see the mist swirling and undulating around them. This state persisted for a while until the fog settled, at which point Hagrid declared, "All clear, let us proceed." What was that? Xing Ze's curiosity was piqued by their recent experience. Mist serpents, Hagrid elucidated, a magical creature that dwells within the mist, typically moving in groups. They lack sight, but have excellent hearing. As long as we remain silent, we are in no danger. Fascinating, Xing mused internally. Though his mother was a protector of magical creatures in this world, she had never mentioned such peculiar beings. Hagrid turned to continue walking. "Keep the flowers. We may encounter them again." The 3 continued onward, the mist gradually dissipating, allowing sunlight to filter through the sparse branches. They emerged from the woods into a clearing overgrown with weeds. Hagrid set down his pack and, taking a deep breath, said, "Let us rest here for a bit. Have something to eat and drink some water." No one opposed his suggestion. Xing Ze looked up in search of the raven, quickly spotting its silhouette perched on a nearby gray-white stone. "So far, so good," Ellie remarked to Hagrid. "No unusual occurrences along the way." "Indeed, splendid, isn't it?" Hagrid replied, pulling out a large water flask and taking several hearty gulps. The refreshing spring water coursed down his throat, offering him great comfort. "If we walk a bit further this afternoon, we should reach the cave," he added, wiping his mouth. "Then we can return to the cabin before nightfall." "Sounds good." Ellie nodded, gesturing with her hand, conjuring a warm cup of water. She took a sip and quietly asked Hagrid, "What do you think?" Following her gaze, Hagrid noticed the young wizard investigating the surroundings and pondered for a moment. "Xing Ze? What about him? I think he is quite capable. Without him, we wouldn't have discovered the true cause of the unicorn's demise." "That's the issue," Ellie indicated for Hagrid to lower his voice. "How did he know there was a wound on the unicorn's neck?" "Well, didn't he provide an explanation?" Hagrid replied. "Come on, he was just rambling. I can't believe he deduced that from such scant information." The young lady squinted. "The blood of a unicorn. Hagrid, what can it do?" "Unicorn blood can prolong life." The keeper of the grounds quickly responded. "Yes, it can extend life. Who needs it the most right now?" Hagrid fell into deep thought, stroking his beard. "I don't know. My lady, someone gravely ill, a werewolf? But I don't think a werewolf could capture a unicorn." "It's him, Hagrid," Ellie whispered almost inaudibly, "that dreadful dark wizard. He has returned. I've examined the wounds on the abdomen, the residual magical energy. I know it was him." "Oh, heavens," Hagrid exclaimed uncertainly. His outcry caught Xing Ze's attention. "What's wrong?" Xing inquired. Nothing, just spotted a rare spider," Hagrid fabricated hurriedly. "I think you should come take a look." As if he had discovered something, Xing Ze exclaimed, "There's something here." The 2 exchanged glances and rose to approach him. Amidst a patch of green and yellow weeds, they discovered some putrid chunks of flesh. Xing Ze used a dry branch to push aside some flourishing bulrushes, revealing what lay hidden within. A wild rabbit? Hagrid speculated, able to discern only a pair of long ears from a mass. By Merlin's beard, how did it come to this? Ellie bent down, casually picking up a dry twig to prod at some slippery, viscous remnants. "Let us hope it's not what I think." Xing Ze stood up, casting his gaze towards the opposite woods, exhaling deeply, his expression paling to an extreme. Hagrid and Ellie sensed his unease and turned to look, spotting more of the same bloody remnants scattered across the grass leading to the opposite forest. The majority of the blood clots lay concealed among the weeds, yet the vivid crimson hue was unmistakable. "We need to get out of here." Xing Ze suddenly snapped to attention. "Quick, let us leave." Chapter 99. Do not yell in the Forbidden Forest. The raven soared into the sky with a piercing cry, and Xing Ze heard sounds emanating from the woods, a rustling of leaves in the wind, the crack of breaking branches, and a faint murmur of incantations. But most ominously, the incantations ceased, and a brilliant light burst forth from the trees. Almost simultaneously, Ellie sprang to her feet, her wand appearing in her hand, conjuring a formidable barrier before her. The beam struck the shield, the searing energy incinerating everything in its path, and the acrid stench filled the air. Ellie's brow furrowed. The hastily erected barrier was insufficient to withstand such potent magic. "I can't hold it for long," she cried. Xing Ze waved his wand, and a wall of earth erupted, blocking the penetrating rays. Hagrid, moving with surprising speed for his size, pulled Ellie aside, swiftly dodging to the side, but they were still too slow. In a critical moment, the raven transformed into a tether, wrapping around Hagrid and Ellie, pulling them out of the beam's path just as the earthen wall collapsed. Xing Ze agilely leaped aside, his enhanced physique granting him formidable leaping ability, allowing him to evade the most perilous zone. An explosion erupted behind him, the shockwave causing him to lose his balance. That beam, a magical ray as bright and searing as the sun, unstoppably cleaved through the clearing, leaving a series of explosions in its wake, etching a sinister black fissure into the ground before shooting directly into the sky. Before Xing Ze and the others could catch their breath, several dark figures surged from the forest opposite. They were the wizards who had attempted to breach the Forbidden Zone the previous night. Their wands crackled with magic as they unleashed their spells unreservedly toward Xing Ze and his companions. Alicia Fick once again demonstrated that her position as the defense against the dark arts instructor was well-deserved. With remarkable composure, she single-handedly thwarted the assaults of two opposing wizards. Hagrid, however, found himself in a more precarious situation. As the earthen wall crumbled, he shielded the young lady with his back, absorbing the debris and mud that would have struck her, thereby affording Alicia the opportunity to react swiftly. The Keeper of the Hunt was struck by a spell, but fortunately, the half-giant's resilient skin and somewhat sluggish reflexes saved his life. Hagrid, Alicia called, her wand moving with increasing urgency. I'm fine, the half-giant replied, racing towards his belongings to retrieve his umbrella. Yet, the adversaries were not inclined to allow him such an easy escape, and another spell quickly followed. In a moment of dire need, another incantation shot towards him from the side, and the two spells collided, engaging in a fierce contest of power. Hey, big guy. Hagrid heard a voice calling him. Look at this. The voice rang out again. He turned to see a peculiar blond man. The man then tossed his umbrella to Hagrid. The half-giant caught it and bellowed as he swung the umbrella, knocking down a wizard who attempted to ambush him. Oh, that must have hurt. The blond man laughed heartily. Stop fooling around over there, Reiko. Come help, they're outnumbering us. All right, Ms. Idwin, Reiko replied comically, bowing to his companion before drawing his wand and joining the fray. Xing Ze leaped aside to evade a claw strike, quickly pivoting on one foot as the golden-masked werewolf brushed past him. The werewolf maintained his balance, twisting in midair to launch another attack with astonishing speed. Yet his opponent was equally swift. Xing Ze rapidly waved his wand, casting a simple defensive spell. The werewolf's claws easily shredded through the incantation, but there was a brief moment of hesitation. It was during that pause that Xing Ze managed to dodge the attack once more, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the werewolf. The creature nimbly sprang away, crouching low with its orange-yellow eyes warily fixed on Xing Ze. For a wizard unaccustomed to close combat, werewolves were undoubtedly among the most fearsome foes, often striking with lightning speed from the shadows, catching wizards off guard. Why do you keep ruining our plans, messenger? The werewolf growled in a deep voice. A werewolf capable of retaining its wits in beast form. Xing Ze was inwardly astonished. Ah, forget it, the werewolf continued. Once I kill you, the problem will resolve itself. No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged forward again. Xing Ze had no time to cast a spell, and he had reason to believe that any instant spells would be easily evaded. Claws and fangs lunged at him, accompanied by a fetid gust. Xing Ze crouched to avoid the attack, but the werewolf anticipated his movement, swiftly striking with its other claw. For deep lacerations marked Xing Ze's back, and he gasped in pain, disregarding the agony as he hurried toward the woods. The werewolf, propelled by inertia, tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before quickly regaining its stance and pursuing its prey. The beast followed Xing Ze into the fog-laden forest, reluctantly conceding that this young wizard was far more tenacious than anticipated. Utilizing the mist to obscure his presence was a clever tactic, yet I can smell your blood. The werewolf lifted its head, sniffing the air, and upon confirming the location, did not recklessly charge but instead climbed a nearby water cedar tree. Xing Ze halted, scanning his surroundings, uncertain if he could cast a spell. Perhaps as he conjured armor for protection, the werewolf would pounce from a mist. He anxiously surveyed the area, straining to catch any faint sounds. Indeed, he detected something, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the sound of a bird flapping its wings. Of course, he also heard the heavy panting and the creaking of branches under the weight of something substantial. In a moment when the fog swirled, Xing Ze swiftly turned, stepping forward and unleashing a powerful punch. He felt the needle-like fur, followed by warm flesh and solid bone. The werewolf lunging at him was sent sprawling away, and Xing Ze immediately waved his wand, sending a ray of magic chasing after it. He did not linger in one spot for long, but sprinted toward the densest part of the mist. The enemy knew little of him, thus failing to anticipate his acute hearing. However, this strategy could only be employed once, and next time, he would be far more cautious. "Come on, you son of a dog," Xing Ze shouted. "Try again, and I promise I'll knock the stuffing out of you." A roar erupted from his side. Werewolves shared a common weakness: their easily provoked tempers. "Let me guess, your mother must have been with a dog to give birth to you," Xing Ze taunted once more. The werewolf drew closer, the mist thickening around them. Xing Ze calculated the distance, taunting again. "Come on, you mutt, come on." A shadow burst through the fog, accompanied by an enraged growl, as the werewolf's claws forcefully pressed Xing Ze's head to the ground. "Wait until I dig out your heart and liver." The werewolf leaned down, revealing a sinister grin. "I'll savor every bite," it howled exultantly. "Has anyone told you not to howl recklessly in the forbidden forest?" Xing Ze murmured. In the next moment, a torrent of mist engulfed the werewolf. Chapter 100. The Returning Passenger. Xing Ze felt the weight upon him lighten significantly, enabling him to scramble to his feet. He observed the werewolf enveloped by the mist, emitting blood-curdling screams that soon devolved into wails of despair. As the sounds faded, the massive body collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, the pure white mist now tinged crimson before gradually dissipating. For Merlin's sake, Xing Ze glanced at the flower in his hand. "Hagrid, you truly have foresight." The werewolf, mangled beyond recognition, yet still clinging to life, slowly reverted to human form, ultimately expiring with a final breath of resentment and fury. Xing Ze raised his wand, channeling magic towards the werewolf's heart to ensure its complete demise. Then he crouched down, removing the golden mask to reveal a familiar face. "It seems the passenger who went missing on the train has returned," Xing Ze muttered, rising swiftly to make his way towards the clearing. By the time he arrived, the battle in the clearing was nearing its conclusion, with Alicia having dispatched the final enemy with a petrifying spell. "Well done, Miss," Reiko applauded. "I am Reiko Albin. Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" Alicia raised an eyebrow. "Albin? Reiko? Oh, I remember now. The one who got utterly drunk at the ball and sang lewd ballads. Which ball are you referring to?" Reiko inquired. Alicia shot a glance at the poet, stepping on the hand of a wizard still attempting to crawl forward, his leg having been blown off by an explosion curse, blood gushing from the wound that would soon claim his life. "Let me see exactly who you are." Ellie bent down and removed the withered wooden mask from a man, revealing, to her astonishment, Jockelmans, the renowned real estate agent. This revelation was entirely unexpected. Xing Ze hurriedly approached, casting a glance at the figure on the ground before shifting his gaze towards Reiko and Edwin. "Could someone elucidate this?" he inquired. The poet's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Aha! Look who it is, Xing Ze. We all thought you had perished." "Indeed, indeed." The young wizard stepped back a few paces. "You assumed me dead, only to fortuitously encounter me again. What a remarkable coincidence. I ought to compose a poem about this." "Silence, Reiko," Edwin interjected. "Have you not noticed his suspicion towards us?" "Suspicion? Why?" "Oh, my friend." "You mustn't." Reiko ceased his words abruptly upon noticing the wand tightly gripped in Xing Ze's hand. "You have misjudged us," Edwin attempted to clarify. "I was merely strolling through the forest with a werewolf, which nearly cost me my life," Xing Ze replied in a subdued tone, "so spare me any talk of misunderstandings. I have no time for trifles. Just reveal the truth, both of you." The scholar inhaled deeply, raising her hands halfway. "We shall, but not in this wretched place." "Indeed? Why must it be in such a cursed location?" Reiko concurred. "We could find a tavern, order a drink, and converse leisurely." Xing Ze was about to retort when Edwin swiftly stepped forward and whispered, "Do you wish for everyone to be made aware of this matter? Trust me, had we intended to eliminate you, we would not have intervened to save you." Xing Ze cast a glance at Hagrid and Ellie, pondering for a moment before asking, "Are you in pursuit of the fragments?" "Yes, aligned with your objective," Edwin affirmed, "but the fragments are not here." "How do you know?" "We'll elaborate later." "Reiko, and I must pursue the next lead." Ellie, evidently displeased with the hushed conversation of Xing Ze and Edwin, interjected, "You could speak a bit louder. My hearing isn't that acute." Sighing, Xing Ze asked, "When will I know?" "You will," Edwin replied, casting a glance at Reiko, who reluctantly bid farewell to Ellie, only to receive more eye rolls in return. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Xing Ze. I am honored to fight alongside you, my tall friend." He then turned to bid farewell to the other two. "How did they manage to leave?" Ellie inquired, gazing at the departing figures. "They are one of us," Xing Ze replied uncertainly, "or so I presume." Merlin's beard. Ellie shook her head. "I shall refrain from further inquiries. I doubt you would divulge anything." "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Shafik," Xing Ze said. Jockelmans groaned, and Ellie released her foot, asking, "What shall we do with him? Even if we return to fetch a healer, he likely won't survive until then. The healing potion might sustain him for a while, but against such grievous wounds, it may prove futile. We should extract some information from him before he dies," Xing Ze said, bending down to inquire, but noticing the strange mark on Jockelman's neck. Suddenly, the real estate agent convulsed, foam spilling from his mouth, and soon fell silent. "The mourner," Xing Ze murmured as he rose, suddenly aware of a pain radiating from his back. "The mourner?" Miss Shafik squinted. "Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. I wish it were less so," Xing Ze replied wearily, withdrawing a vial of potion from his ring, taking a sip before pouring the remainder onto his back. He glanced at Hagrid, who was seated on a pale gray rock, panting and holding a healing potion. Perhaps sensing Xing Ze's gaze, Hagrid looked up and grinned. "Do not worry about me. I am quite well. You should see the wizard I knocked out." Before him lay two corpses, one with its head smashed in, blood pooling around it, while the other was pinned beneath a large rock, evidently beyond salvation. "And you, Miss Ellie Shafik, how do you fare?" Xing Ze turned his inquiry towards her. "Me?" Ellie smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I'm quite well. If I must mention anything, my robes are stained with some blood, and my hair is disheveled. As for them," she glanced at the two bodies emitting white smoke and the scent of charred flesh. "As you can see, poor souls. Very well. Who will accompany me to the woods across the way?" Xing Ze asked once more. "Take a break, Xing Ze," Ellie said kindly for once. "Wounds from a werewolf require observation. We do not wish for you to contract a virus." Xing Ze shrugged. "What difference does it make? There are no antiviral potions here. The journey back is lengthy, and apparition is not an option. If I become infected, nothing will save me but the potions." "Do not be so pessimistic," Ellie replied. "Though you have always been a bit of a worrywart, infection is not a certainty. Well, if you insist on going to take a look, I shall accompany you. Let Hagrid rest." "No, you're unfamiliar with the wood's layout." Hagrid stood from the white rock. "Allow me to guide you." Remembering the werewolf that had been gnawed to pieces by Miss Snakes, Xing Ze nodded in agreement. On this point, I side with Hagrid. Chapter 101, Weber and Ackman. The trio followed the sticky trails of flesh and blood to a modest altar, constructed from commonplace stones. Xing Ze recalled having seen a similar altar in the underground of the arena, larger and more elaborate than this one. He furrowed his brow, meticulously inspecting the surroundings of the altar. Yet, he found nothing unusual, nor did he locate what he sought. Just as Edwin had stated, the fragments were not here, but they had indeed once existed in the Forbidden Forest, leaving behind a severe and dreadful taint. The animals around the altar had transformed into pools of blood and flesh, while the plants had grown twisted and grotesque. Xing Ze observed vines as thick as a human arm coiling around a beech tree, and the ground was littered with dark-colored flowers. The weeds appeared languid, some even sprouting sharp, serrated edges. "Do not touch that, Hagrid," Ellie cautioned. Hagrid sheepishly withdrew his hand, though his gaze remained fixed on the gruesome substance clinging to the stones. He exclaimed in terror, "By Merlin, what has happened to this place? How could it have become like this?" "Let us leave," Xing Ze stated after fruitlessly searching the area. "This place is contaminated. It reeks of dark magic. Lingering here serves no purpose." Ellie cast a somewhat uncertain glance at Xing Ze. As the professor of defense against the dark arts, and having been appointed director of the course at a young age, she possessed a degree of confidence in her sensitivity towards dark magic. However, upon entering this strange, twisted, and foul-smelling area, she had not detected any trace of dark magic, despite the surroundings resembling the aftermath of its influence. Trusting her instincts, she felt no need to employ her wand for detection. The reason Dumbledore had dispatched her to the Forbidden Forest to trace the whereabouts of the Dark Wizard was precisely due to her unparalleled sensitivity and talent regarding dark magic. However, she did not challenge Xing Ze's assertion. Instead, she obediently exited the woods, though her mind was rife with questions. The longer she remained in that place, the more uncomfortable she felt. This peculiar sensation is inexpressible yet palpably real, akin to being ensconced in an invisible embrace of water on the brink of suffocation. Upon exiting the woods, Hagrid took a deep, labored breath, exclaiming in frustration, "What the devil is going on? What are we to do?" Anyone who has come into contact with dreams is inevitably affected, and Hagrid and Ellie are no exceptions. Xing Ze is fortunate not to have lingered too long within. The next course of action involves awaiting the Ministry of Magic to dispatch personnel, followed by an incessant barrage of tests and examinations. It is now the third day of Xing Ze's stay in the hospital. During this time, numerous visitors have come to see him, ministry officials, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and Mr. Maxim, the heirloom curator of Gringotts. Despite the diverse array of visitors, their inquiries revolve around a single topic: Xing Ze's experiences in the Forbidden Forest. By Merlin. I was merely investigating the cause of a unicorn's death, Xing Ze informed the ministry's representative and Mr. Maxim. When their expressions turned skeptical, he added, for Merlin's sake, "Why not ask Hagrid and Ellie? They can vouch for me." Neither the ministry nor the astute Mr. Maxim could find any leverage against him. Their sole avenue of investigation lay with the corpses of the deceased wizards and the 3 unexpected train passengers. Among them, the werewolf was of particular concern to Xing Ze, who had previously sought information from Dumbledore. However, the ministry has tightly sealed this matter, and Kingsley's status remains insufficiently elevated. Dumbledore likely requires more time to discern the unfolding events. As Xing Ze stretched, he noted the restrictions on his movements. He was confined indoors, with a daily limit of 5 visitors. The healer treating his back injuries was an old acquaintance, Weber, who, despite his sparse hair, was notably amiable. He was currently concocting a potion to cure the werewolf virus. "You seem to visit St. Mungo's quite frequently," he remarked. "Indeed. Aside from the lunatics from the Magical Research Society, few endure as much misfortune as you. First gunfire, then mental contamination, and now a werewolf. How much time has passed?" The elderly healer smoothed his thinning hair, attempting to shield his exposed scalp. "Has the occupational hazard for Hogwarts teachers escalated to such an extent?" Xing Ze chuckled. "Dr. Weber, is the risk of infection significant? I'm rather shy and reserved. If asked to run naked under a full moon, I prefer death." "The risk is minimal," Weber replied, approaching with the potion. "In fact, I should say that no werewolf virus has been detected in you." "That's good news, isn't it?" Xing Ze observed that Weber's expression lacked any joy. "Typically, yes," Weber murmured. "However, neither in the wounds nor in the blood have I found any trace of the virus, which is quite remarkable. Were it not for your own words, I would be inclined to believe your back injury was inflicted by a lynx." Xing Ze halted, potion in hand. "So what about the potions you've been giving me these past few days?" "Ah, that was merely sugar water," Weber stated nonchalantly. "They required an outward justification." "I understand," Xing Ze replied, his expression complex as he drank the potion. "Since you've confided this to me, does it mean that Ackerman intends to discharge me?" "Indeed," Weber confirmed. "Though Ackerman wished to keep you a few more days, the headmaster disagreed. You are slated for discharge tomorrow." Ackerman, Xing Ze recalled the bespectacled, perpetually fatigued healer, whose ominous and furtive demeanor evoked thoughts of deranged killers. "He is particularly interested in me. He harbors a curiosity for anything peculiar," Weber admitted. "Even during his time at the Magical Research Institute, he was considered quite the oddity. I had assumed he worked exclusively at St. Mungo's," Weber continued while tidying his belongings. "No, he was transferred here from the Magical Research Institute. I've heard that Ackerman encountered issues with his research there, which led to his relocation." Weber did not finish his sentence, as anyone with a semblance of intelligence would grasp his implication, particularly the astute young man before him. "That is quite intriguing," Xing Ze murmured. Regardless of whether Weber's words were grounded in truth, born from workplace animosity, or if Ackerman genuinely possessed some eccentricities, it remained a piece of information, its utility presently unknown, yet perhaps it would prove invaluable in the future, or it might be relegated to the recesses of memory. Nonetheless, Xing Ze's intuition suggested that this information would indeed be significant, much like Weber's final remark before departing. Oh, by the way, his name was not Ackerman. It was Herbert West. Since his research encountered problems, he seldom uses his true name. Chapter 102. Discharge. Hagrid, Ellie, and Xing Ze were discharged simultaneously, as if by mutual agreement, from St. Mungo's. "Shall we grab a bite to eat?" Hagrid inquired, patting his belly. "The food here leaves much to be desired. It's either thin soup or more thin soup." "Perfect. I'm hungry too." Ellie waved away his servant, attempting to assist her with her coat. She turned to Xing Ze, who was lost in thought. This was not unusual. He often appeared to be in a world of his own. "What do you say?" the young lady politely inquired. Xing Ze's gaze shifted from a beggar across the street. He instinctively replied, "Sure." By the time he fully regained his senses and regretted his decision, the night bus had already whisked them to the Essex Hotel in Diagon Alley. Xing Ze hesitated at the entrance, acutely aware that his reputation there was far from stellar. Encountering manager Adian would be particularly embarrassing. Yet, his worries proved unfounded. Adian's grinning visage did not greet him at the front desk. The hotel's wizard guards did not draw their wands upon seeing him. That night felt like a distant dream. "Do you have a reservation?" a statuesque lady inquired, replacing Adian, the servant, the head footman of the Shafik family. produced an exquisite card from his pocket. Upon seeing the card, the lady's smile broadened as she stepped from behind the desk, gesturing them to follow. This way, please. I'll escort you to a private room. Ah, being wealthy, or rather having status, certainly has its advantages, Xing Ze mused inwardly. Since entering the hotel, Hagrid appeared somewhat apprehensive. Why so nervous, Hagrid? Ellie Shafik asked, patting the half-giant's hand. Relax, we're merely here for a meal. Let us bear in mind why we are here. Hagrid chuckled, his beard shaking in amusement. I ought to change my clothes. Ellie laughed in agreement. So should I look? I'm still in the same outfit from when I was admitted. If you require a change of clothes, I can fetch some for you, miss. The head footman offered quietly. Silence, William. Ellie shot him a sharp glare. That is hardly your concern. The smile on the face of the male servant remained unchanged as he respectfully replied, Of course, Mississippi. The hotel manager, adhering to Miss Shafik's wishes, selected a more secluded, yet sufficiently spacious private room. Xing Ze ordered a grilled steak, mashed potatoes, and juice, while Haig opted for a serving of stew, meat pie, and spirits. Following Ellie's suggestion, he added a portion of roasted lamb. As for the eldest daughter of the Shafik family, she requested a vegetable salad, sweet wine, and fried fish, which was the most economical choice among the three, not counting the subsequent array of desserts she ordered. Leave us, William. My friend and I need to converse privately, the young lady instructed the servant behind her. However, William cast a concerned glance at the other two individuals in the room. For a family renowned in the wizarding world, dining also served as an important social instrument. As the second daughter of the Shafik family, Ellie Shafik, though not as significant as her brother, was not someone with whom just anyone of little status or renown could share a meal, particularly since the two present, judging by their attire and appearance, could hardly be deemed members of the upper class, and one of them was even a half-blood giant. I detest repetition, William. As you are well aware, especially the need to reiterate my own words, Ellie remarked with a frown. Do not worry. Apart from you and the coachman Crit, as well as the hotel staff, no one knows whom I dined with today. Thus, this will not become a source of ridicule for the Shafik family unless someone intentionally chooses to leak it. If that is the case, the young lady's expression darkened. I know precisely who to turn to. I shall inform the hotel. The suddenly enlightened servant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly exited the room. Please forgive me. Once he had left, Ellie's tones softened considerably. I did not mean to come across that way. Haig waved his hand dismissively. No need for apologies, Ellie. I know you are not a spiteful person. Drink up, Haig. Ellie said, turning to Xing Ze. I hope you do not mind either. Me? Oh, no need to worry. Xing Ze shrugged. I actually feel more sympathy for William. Believe me, Xing Ze, this is for his own good. Ellie took a sip from her glass. One day, he will serve others, perhaps my brother or my sister. They're not as forgiving as I am. At that point, he will pay a heavy price for his carelessness. You have certainly redefined what it means to be forgiving. Xing Ze thought to himself. I can see you have some objections to my earlier statement, the young lady said coldly. I provide the funds, and you render the service. This may appear to be a reciprocal relationship, yet it is not. You and I both understand that, do we not? In both the wizarding world and the muggle world, money always holds sway. I believe I misunderstood you. Miss Shafik, Xing Ze replied earnestly. Were it not for you, I would likely be having lunch at some inconspicuous little diner today. It is my great fortune to dine in such a noble establishment alongside someone of your stature. Had I not known you to be a master of sarcasm, Xing Ze, I might have been moved to tears by your earlier words. Now, let us not rush into mutual mockery before we have even begun to enjoy our drinks. After a brief silence, Haig inquired, did those healers conduct tests on you? They performed numerous tests. Which one do you refer to? Ellie retorted. Haig pondered for a moment and then attempted to name those tests. Though he did not get any correct, Ellie nodded. Yes, they did all of them. They said it was to prevent us from developing post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes, that term. What does it mean? Haig seemed to have found the crux of his inquiry. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a condition that occurs when an individual experiences, witnesses, or is confronted with one or more events involving actual death or the threat of death, Ellie explained. It is simply to help you have fewer nightmares, Haig. Xing Ze interjected, interrupting Ellie's informative discourse, and the latter frowned in dissatisfaction. Ha! Then why go to such lengths? I've always slept quite well. The half-blood giant laughed heartily. What a bunch of fools. Chapter 103, The Dinner Gathering. After enjoying their main courses, Ellie Shafik finally steered the conversation from the hotel to the discoveries in the Forbidden Forest. Tell me, Xing Ze, what is the deal with that eerie altar and the Twisted Woods? Xing Ze knew she would broach this topic. After all, this meal was not without its purpose. He set down his utensils and replied with a fabricated tale. evil sacrifices, profound dark magic. I believe you should be more aware of this than I. Those words may deceive the uninitiated, Ellie said, idly poking at her salad, but not me. Speak the truth, Xing Ze, considering I covered for you. Covered for me? Has the werewolf virus rendered you senile? Or has St. Mungo's cuisine damaged your brain? Think carefully, Xing Ze. Tell those who come inquiring that Haig and I can vouch for you, confirming you were merely investigating the death of the unicorn with us. And indeed, Haig, I did so. I do not know what you and Dumbledore are scheming, but he has also tasked me with investigating something. So tell me, what exactly does he want you to do? Xing Ze glanced at Haig, who seemed far more interested in the roasted lamb than the discussion at hand. He has asked you to investigate the presence of the Dark Lord, has he not? Xing Ze inquired. This question drew Haig's attention fully to the topic as he swallowed a mouthful of lamb. The Dark Lord? For Merlin's sake. So it is true, Ellie? Even Master Dumbledore has begun to suspect his return? At present, it cannot be confirmed, but I have formed a preliminary judgment. As I stated in the Forbidden Forest, the one who killed the unicorn is very likely him. Those malicious centaurs. Haig set down his lamb leg and cursed vehemently. They must know something and simply refuse to tell us. That cannot be held against them, Haig. Anyone living in the wizarding world knows that centaurs are obstinate, even rigid. They heed only the guidance of the stars. Haig was unconvinced, biting into his lamb leg. When I have the time, no. I will seek them out today for some clarity. Provided you can find them, Xing Ze muttered to himself, feeling quite pleased that he had steered the conversation in another direction, only to discover that the noble lady had shifted her gaze back to him. It appeared this topic would not conclude so easily. Xing Ze sighed internally, having no choice but to reveal some truths. I suspect Quirrell is a Death Eater. Quirrell? Quirinus Quirrell? That new defense against the dark arts instructor? Ellie frowned as she scrutinized Xing Ze, contemplating the credibility of his statement. See, I spoke the truth, and you begin to doubt, and thus we shall find ourselves at odds once more. Xing Ze took a sip of his juice, for Merlin's sake. Miss Shafik, I have no reason to deceive you. You had not answered my question, Ellie said, spearing a red cherry tomato with her fork. What about that forest? I do not believe that to be dark magic. It is evident that you are aware of its nature, yet you have consistently concealed the truth. Even though you assumed the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts at such a tender age and possess considerable knowledge of dark sorcery, there remains an abundance of sinister enchantments in this world that elude our understanding. As Xing Ze spoke, he cast a glance at Ellie, who displayed neither anger nor impatience. Thus, he continued, therefore, I too am at a loss regarding its nature and can only surmise that it is the result of dark magic. Ellie retracted her piercing gaze. She did not fully place her trust in Xing Ze, yet she recognized that further entanglement in this matter was merely a waste of time. Her singular objective was to investigate whether the recent series of incidents in the Forbidden Forest were orchestrated by the Dark Lord. What do you think? The death of the unicorn, the disturbances within the forest, and the attacks on our wizards. Are these all connected to the Dark Lord, or are they merely coincidental? You certainly have me stumped, Xing Ze replied, his expression troubled. He was well aware that all of these events must indeed relate to Voldemort, yet as Dumbledore had said, he possessed no evidence. Reckless conjecture and baseless accusations would only render him more suspicious, especially since he and Ellie had yet to reach a level of trust sufficient for confiding in one another. Neither trusted the other. Thus their conversation devolved into a cautious and tentative probing of one another's intentions. If I may, Xing Ze ventured, what has transpired in the Forbidden Forest may indeed be linked to the Dark Lord, or perhaps it bears no relation whatsoever. We currently lack any evidence. Even if we were to uncover some, it would ultimately depend on the Ministry's response. He uttered a plethora of meaningless words, devoid of substance. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have erupted in fury, or at the very least begun to curse. Yet his interlocutor was a well-bred young lady of noble lineage. She too felt indignation, but would never allow it to manifest on her countenance. Thus, Xing Ze could only gauge her sentiments through the tension in her tightly clenched fists. Very well, Xing Ze. Ellie nodded. Are you not afraid that I might report your close association with those 2 train passengers to the Ministry? Do not be surprised. Blame that loquacious Mr. Maxim, for he was evidently eager to discuss the identities and circumstances of those 2 with me. That insufferable estate manager. He must have done so intentionally. Xing Ze cursed inwardly, maintaining his composure as he replied, Do not be so heartless, Miss Shafik. We are all serving Dumbledore's interests, are we not? Right, Hagrid? The young wizard began to seek the assistance of the keeper of keys and grounds. Miss, if I may interject, Hagrid said, discarding a nearly devoured leg of lamb onto the platter. Debating this is futile. We ought to request Master Dumbledore to reinforce the protections around the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps he might even engage in discourse with the centaurs. Ellie pondered for a moment before finally exhaling a sigh. You are correct, Hagrid. Debating this indeed serves no purpose. My investigation is complete. It is now Dumbledore's concern. He will undoubtedly find a solution, my dear. He is a wise man, Hagrid remarked, lifting his goblet. Come now. Why the long faces? We have won a splendid victory. We should toast to that. The other two raised their goblets as well, and the three clinked their cups together, producing a resounding noise. As they awaited the carriage at the Essex Hotel post-dinner, Ellie Shafik whispered to Xing Ze, I shall not relinquish this matter so easily. I had surmised as much, Xing Ze replied with a wry smile, gazing into the distance. Thus, I suggest you remain vigilant regarding Quirrell. Am I to be wary of my own subordinate, due to your unfounded conjectures? Ponder it over. Choose him or choose me. It is not a difficult decision for you. The young lady's cold demeanor briefly softened into a smile, leading one to think she might be considering marriage to one of them. If that were the case, I would at least be holding a bouquet of flowers right now. The thestral carriage descended gracefully from the sky, landing smoothly at the hotel's entrance. The driver's skill truly remarkable. The footman dismounted and opened the carriage door for his mistress, and Ellie stepped forward. I am afraid you must return on your own. Gentlemen, she said, I must return home to convey my safety. I apologize for that. Hagrid patted his belly and replied with a smile, No need for such formality, Mississippi. Safe travels, and to you as well. Chapter 104. The Quidditch match. The excursion into the Forbidden Forest yielded no substantial information, but rather led to an increased scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic. Of course, aside from the Ministry, he also had to remain wary of Ellie's private investigations. In summary, since returning from the Forbidden Forest, his life had become quite eventful. Fortunately, some good news arrived from Dumbledore. The Ministry had identified the werewolf as Randolph Tomaszewski, a thug, a murderer, a dark wizard. Any crime one could conceive was applicable to him. This notorious fugitive hailed from Belarus and began his nefarious career in human trafficking. In 1983, he mysteriously vanished amidst a vigorous crackdown by local Aurors. Rumors circulated that he had fled to East Asia, while others claimed he had escaped to America. Yet who could have anticipated that this former crime lord would be hiding in England, disguised as a rustic traveler aboard a high-speed train? The situation began to clarify somewhat, but the truth had yet to be fully revealed. The woman who had shared the train with him remained missing. Edwin and Reiko had also fallen silent since their parting in the Forbidden Forest, yet Xing Ze was unconcerned about their absence, given their shared goals. He was confident they would cross paths again. Another piece of good news was that the Mirror of Arist had been transported from Gringotts to Hogwarts, where Dumbledore temporarily placed it in an unused classroom. Activating the mirror, placing the Philosopher's Stone within, and reciting the requisite incantations constituted a monumental endeavor, one that would require considerable time, even for Dumbledore. Moreover, his responsibilities were manifold. The Order of the Phoenix, Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, the School Board, and so forth. Xing Ze often mused that the old wizard's long white hair seemed almost supernatural. One could hardly imagine that even a hair growth potion failed to restore the glory of his scalp. Thankfully, Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone remained securely hidden in the Forbidden Forest. As for Quirrell, Dumbledore maintained his usual stance. Without concrete evidence, he was reluctant to investigate the Hogwarts professor. Xing Ze believed that Snape must have implored Dumbledore more than once to look into Quirrell. It can only be said that everyone adhered to their own principles and boundaries. Perhaps Dumbledore had indeed begun an investigation, but simply chose not to communicate it to him. Given his past experiences, this was not beyond the realm of possibility. A shift in circumstances transpired in the lead-up to the school's Quidditch match, specifically in late November, when the Bluebeak did not return with warnings for 3 to 4 days, indicating that the Ministry had withdrawn its surveillance of him. This was a promising sign. Ever since the incident at the distillery, Xing Ze had squandered too much time, and his investigation had stagnated. The only undertaking left for him was to study the book titled The Key of Doors. Although the plague had been effectively contained, the Ministry still required Hogwarts to inspect the audience thoroughly. The tedious task fell upon the shoulders of several idle professors, including those teaching Muggle studies, divination, and ancient runes, among others. In November, Scotland had turned quite cold. On the day of the Quidditch match, Xing Ze and Ben stood by the entrance, each holding a checklist to verify the attendees. Although it was merely an internal match at Hogwarts, it attracted a considerable number of outside wizards eager to watch, and vendors from various places were not about to miss such a lucrative opportunity. They hastily erected their stalls and tents outside, knowing that while the match would only last until the afternoon, The vibrant activities outside would continue well into the night. Once everyone had entered, Ben rushed toward Xing Ze, complaining, "This is dreadfully tedious. I can hardly believe the ministry would impose such a requirement." "Better safe than sorry," Xing Ze reassured him. "After all, besides our school's staff and students, there are quite a few external wizards present. Who knows if there are any Death Eaters among them?" "Death Eaters?" Ben recoiled slightly. "Don't be absurd, Xing Ze. Even the boldest Death Eaters wouldn't dare show up here with Dumbledore around." Indeed, they wouldn't have the gall to come here." Xing Ze mused, but his concern was not for them, but for another group of lunatics. He glanced down at the attendance list and noted the conspicuous name of Jamie Avery. "Shall we head in, Xing Ze?" Ben suggested. "The match is about to start, and I've placed a bet on Hufflepuff. They have a strong chance of winning this year." "No, I think I'll wander around the market for a bit and grab something to eat. I haven't had a sip of warm water since this morning." "All right, just remember to bring me back a bottle of beer." I haven't had anything either." "Sure," Xing Ze replied, then made his way towards the bustling market outside. Jamie Avery had not entered the competition venue. Perhaps he was ambling about the market, and Xing Ze he thought to take a chance. Having been in this world for quite some time, he had only seen members of the Avery family in photographs from the Key of Doors. The market buzzed with energy, undeterred by the influx of spectators, perhaps even more lively than before. The stalls and tents encircled the arena, forming an expansive perimeter. Xing Ze estimated there were at least 100 vendors present. Besides the merchants from Hogsmeade, he also spotted several traders from Diagon Alley and a considerable number from Glastonbury. "It feels like a country fair," he muttered to himself as he strolled along the narrow pathway. At a bakery stall, he purchased a croissant, the vendor adamantly assuring him that all the pastries were handmade without any magic involved. For this, he was charged 1 galleon, while a typical croissant would only cost 10 nuts. After sampling a quarter of the stalls, he finished his croissant and stumbled upon a shabby tent adorned with a divination sign next to a perfume stall. Driven by curiosity, he lifted the tent's curtain to peek inside. The shopkeeper had cast a stretching charm, making the interior surprisingly spacious. "Come in, esteemed guest, come and see." A woman's voice beckoned from within. Xing Ze chuckled. He merely sought to satiate his curiosity and perhaps see if Jamie Avery was inside. "Maybe next time, madam," he said, attempting to withdraw, but the voice called out again. "You are haunted by nightmares. Something troubles you. Come, sir, I can help unravel the mysteries within your heart. How much do you charge?" The woman behind the beaded curtain hesitated momentarily before stating a price. 2 galleons. With 2 galleons, I could purchase quite a few calming potions, which would also keep me away from nightmares. Though he spoke so, Xing Ze still stepped inside, for the voice coming from within was eerily familiar. As he parted the beaded curtain, he recognized the occupant, Professor Sybil Trelawney. "Professor Trelawney?" Xing Ze asked, bemused. The woman removed her scarf, revealing a similarly astonished expression. "Oh, it's you?" she exclaimed, "a guest from the East. Please have a seat." Professor, is this appropriate?" he inquired. "There's nothing inappropriate about it," Trelawney laughed. "I need money, so I seize this opportunity every year to earn a little extra. Speaking of money," she lowered her voice conspiratorially, "Dumbledore doesn't pay me much, but I need to conduct my research and make a living, don't I?" Xing Ze nodded, responding, "I understand. May your business flourish." "No, don't leave," Trelawney called after him. "It is fate that has led you here." "Professor, with all due respect, I have never been a firm believer in divination, not in school, and still not now." "I know, which is why I want to charge you." "It's not really about the money," Xing Ze said with a wry smile, but he was interrupted. "It won't take much of your time, Xing Ze," Trelawney said, stroking her crystal ball. "Perhaps afterward, I can assist you in finding the person you seek." Trelawney gazed into her crystal ball, a smile revealing her teeth as she proudly declared, "A man in his 30s, from an ancient family. That is the person you seek, is it not?" Xing Ze furrowed his brow. Either Trelawney had employed legilimency on him, or she had truly seen something in the crystal. Regarding the former, unless this divination professor was a natural legilimens like Queenie Goldstein, using legilimency required direct eye contact. Furthermore, despite his limited skills in occlumency, thanks to the presence of Blue Beak, he felt confident in resisting such mental theft. Thus, the only plausible explanation lay with the latter. After a moment of hesitation, Xing Ze pointed to the chair at the table and asked, "May I sit and speak?" Of course, please do." "All right, Professor Trelawney," Xing Ze said as he sat down and let out a long sigh. "What should I do?" "Very simple. Just place your hands on the crystal ball," Trelawney demonstrated. "Like this." Reluctantly, Xing Ze extended his hands and placed them atop the orb. "Then what?" "Close your eyes and clear your mind." "That I can manage," he chuckled. then closed his eyes, and darkness enveloped him. Something fell upon his head. Snow, cold snow. He had forgotten his umbrella at that late-night eatery, and it seemed rather unworthy to return for it now. The umbrella was merely a promotional gift from the bank to loyal customers. He hardly qualified as a loyal customer. Yet his account was well endowed. Thus he received one as a matter of course. The snow was not heavy, and considering his alcohol intake, he could easily walk home. Yet, inexplicably, he decided to stop at a vending machine at a crossroads to buy a drink to quench his post-drinking thirst. And then he saw that figure, clad in a thick down jacket, wearing a knitted hat, also without an umbrella. He lunged at the individual, the effects of alcohol still evident, his feet flailing as if treading upon cotton. Yet, he managed to grasp the person with all his might. The snow had ceased, and he felt an emptiness in his embrace. Lowering his gaze, he found only a red coat. Xing Ze abruptly opened his eyes, directing a fiery glare at Trelawney. "What have you done to me?" "Nothing at all," Trelawney replied calmly, shaking her head. "The shadows of the past are consuming you. Do not pry into my memories." "I do not." Trelawney extended her hand, resting it upon Xing Ze's. "Trust me, it is so potent that no matter what you have done." Xing Ze withdrew his hand, asserting, "That is my concern." Trelawney exclaimed anxiously, "You must resist it. You have to fight against it." "Otherwise, I do not need to fight it." Xing Ze stood up, declaring, "If it is truly capable of consuming me, then so be it." Trelawney stared in astonishment, her eyes widening before she finally asked, "Why?" "Because one must face the consequences of their actions," he replied, his mood gradually settling. "Now, Professor, kindly inform me where I might find the person I seek." Trelawney sorrowfully shook her head, her gaze drifting to the crystal ball as she spoke. "In a place filled with disguises and deceit. Could you not provide a precise address?" "This is a prophecy, sir. It must be vague." Xing Ze thanked Professor Trelawney and exited the tent, muttering to himself, "A place of disguises and deceit? This is precisely why I detest divination." He continued along the path, attempting to locate the place foretold by the prophecy. Yet he found nothing. In despair, he purchased a bottle of beer and returned to the arena. The first match was Gryffindor against Slytherin, two houses that had always been bitter rivals, resulting in a fiercely contested game. The spectators relished such intense encounters, and the atmosphere in the arena was electric. He found Ben seated in the middle tier towards the west, alongside several young teachers supporting Gryffindor. "Thank you," Ben said, accepting the beer. "Take a seat. I save you a spot." Xing Ze settled beside Ben, casting an eagle-eye charm, and began searching for the figure of Quirrell. It did not take long. Quirrell's peculiar turban was quite conspicuous amidst the crowd. He was seated in the stands to Xing Ze's left, muttering incantations, evidently casting spells. A commotion erupted from the stands as the cheers of Gryffindor students echoed against the cold sky. Their team had scored. "Hey," Ben slapped his thigh. "I should have bet on Gryffindor. They're performing remarkably this year." "Xing Ze, are you watching?" "I am watching, and quite clearly," Xing Ze replied, pondering the purpose of Jamie Avery's presence. "Why has he not appeared? Is he not here to seek Voldemort?" "That boy's name is Harry, right?" Ben nudged Xing Ze. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived?" Xing Ze momentarily averted his gaze, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, that's him, the child of James and Lily. That boy is something special," Ben remarked, handing Xing Ze his binoculars. "He possesses great talent. He will undoubtedly become a star on the field." Xing Ze waved his hand, indicating he had already used the eagle-eye charm. Just then, Slytherin scored a goal, and the students of the Serpent House sprang to their feet, cheering and clapping as if reclaiming lost dignity. "I always thought you weren't keen on Quidditch," a cold voice cut through the cheers, reaching the ears of Xing Ze and Ben. They turned in surprise to find Eliza Shafik seated directly behind them, her back perfectly straight. Chapter 106. A difficult choice. Ben gulped. For today, the young lady of the Shafik family was exceptionally enchanting. You," Ben stammered, unsure what to say. "Hello, Miss Shafik. What a coincidence. In such a vast arena, you still managed to sit behind us," Xing Ze remarked nonchalantly, only to receive a reproachful glance from Ben. Eliza smiled, leaning forward, resting her chin on her hand. The neckline of her garment dipped slightly, revealing a hint of her flawless skin. The onlookers had entirely lost interest in the match, turning their heads greedily to admire the icy beauty before them, hoping for her to be even more generous. Yet they would surely be disappointed. "I could say the same to you, Xing Ze," Eliza replied coolly. "Let us focus on the match. It appears Gryffindor is in some trouble." The stir caused by Eliza was short-lived, for a commotion arose within the arena. Harry's broomstick seemed to have gone berserk, darting erratically up and down. Xing Ze immediately glanced at Quirrell, who was now chanting at an accelerated pace. "Should I intervene?" He hesitated internally, scanning the arena until he quickly spotted Hermione at the opposite end. The young girl was using Hagrid-esque binoculars to search for the perpetrator of the dark magic. And predictably, the binoculars fell upon Xing Ze. He extended his hand, carefully pointing towards the stands on his left, and saw the binoculars turn in that direction, as anticipated. Whether it be Snape or Quirrell, if Hermione could catch sight of either, Harry might escape unscathed. Eliza stood from her seat, watching Harry Potter with evident concern, anxiously glancing around. "It's dark magic," she murmured, her wand appearing in her hand as she elegantly and accurately began to cast spells. "Do not panic, Miss Shafik," Xing Ze observed as Hermione abandoned the binoculars and hurried towards that direction, the young which would resolve the issue. His vague attempt at reassurance did little to comfort Ben, who gasped in alarm. Goodness, he might fall to his death. "I need help. You two, follow me," Eliza commanded, her tone resolute. Seeing her serious expression, Xing Ze suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly rose, pulling Ben along with him. "Out we go," Eliza whispered, striding towards the exit of the arena, with a startled Ben quickly following suit. Xing Ze brought up the rear, casting one last glance at the match and at Snape. While Harry's situation was precarious, he felt reassured by Snape's presence. Upon reaching the corridor leading outside, Eliza halted, her voice low yet serious. "Someone is attempting to use dark magic to kill that child." "For Merlin's sake," Ben exclaimed. "How could this happen? We ought to cast a counter curse." "Keep your voice down, Ben," Eliza frowned. "Counter curses require knowing the specific spell used against him. Can't you detect it?" Xing Ze inquired. "It looks like a jinx to me. My concern is not that." Eliza pressed her forehead, inhaling deeply before continuing. "Someone is casting a counter curse to save that child. He should be fine for now. Then what are you worried about?" Eliza did not respond, but turned to Ben. "Go find Dumbledore, Ben. Hurry. We need him." "Dumbledore? All right." Ben, with a perplexed expression, nodded slightly before turning to sprint towards the school. "Dumbledore?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Xing Ze's mind. He had not anticipated that this matter would attract Dumbledore's attention. Only after Ben had ventured far away did Ellie respond. "What concerns me is another dark magic." She gestured towards the ground, indicating a malevolent spell potent enough to obliterate the entire arena. "Are you implying there are two dark magics?" Xing Ze gasped upon hearing Ellie's assertion. Jamie Avery's face instantly emerged in his thoughts. "What dark magic?" he hurriedly inquired. "The Fist of Bran." "What?" Xing Ze could scarcely believe his ears. "The Fist of Bran. The giant?" Ellie nodded. "We must evacuate the spectators," Xing Ze declared, turning to return to the arena, only to be firmly grasped by Ellie. "That boy will die," she stated. Xing Ze halted, genuine fear gripping him. "Don't tell me this is yet another chain curse. The reversal curse placed upon that boy is merely a trigger." Ellie explained calmly. "I surmise that if the personnel are evacuated, the Fist of Bran will descend upon him. The adversary is astute, presenting us with two choices: sacrifice the individual or sacrifice the many, and our time is woefully limited. Thus, you refrain from disclosing the full truth to Ben." Xing Ze thought. Indeed, had he known the gravity of the situation, he would have been flustered beyond measure. The Fist of Bran is a dark magic of formidable magnitude, its name deriving from the bloodthirsty giant Bran, whose legendary might could level a mountain with a single blow, a testament to the spell's power, coupled with a chain curse. It was akin to binding an invisible bond between Harry and the spectators. Neither the chain curse nor the Fist of Bran could be executed by a single individual. Even at the height of Voldemort's power, it would have been impossible. Xing Ze now comprehended Jamie Avery's true purpose for being here. What shall we do now? Xing Ze was no expert on dark magic, especially such a complex web of spells. He could only hope Ellie would provide some sound advice. Otherwise, he would be left to wander the outer market again, a realization dawning that time was far too scarce for such frivolity. "We must locate the caster. The Fist of Bran is no ordinary dark magic. Those who cast it must be lurking nearby, but not too far away. Alternatively, we could wait for Ben to summon Dumbledore. I suspect he would have a means to counter the dark magic, provided he arrives in time." "How much time do we have left?" "No more than 10 minutes," Ellie coolly replied, as though a mere drizzle would ensue in 10 minutes. "I am beginning to loathe Hogwarts' anti-disillusionment charms," Xing Ze lamented, casting a helpless glance towards the market outside. 10 minutes at most. Even if he sprinted to Trelawney's tent and coerced her into revealing a more precise name, that time would be utterly insufficient. Just then, he spotted several individuals adorned with lion masks. Masks. An idea flickered in his mind. Between disguise and deception, he repeatedly echoed this thought as he approached the masked figures. "Hey, wait." Ellie frowned, hastily following him. Chapter 107. existing between disguise and deception. Xing Ze intercepted one of the masked individuals and inquired about where to procure such masks. "What on earth are you doing?" Ellie questioned, perplexed. "We have little time left. I need your assistance to pinpoint the source of the dark magic. Even if we summoned all the professors from school, locating the source of the magic within 10 minutes is implausible." Xing Ze glanced around, confirming their direction. The magical traces here were overwhelming, at least 100, and their decision to act today must have been calculated. "Do you have a better idea?" "No, but it's worth a gamble." Xing Ze took off towards a mask shop. Disguise and deception. The mask signified disguise, while the live Xing Ze's gaze fell upon a stall displaying 3 cards in a Monty game. This street card game involved the dealer laying out 3 playing cards in a row, allowing observers to memorize their positions before swiftly shuffling them. Bettors could wager on which card would remain in a specific position, but the dealer possessed various cheating methods, essentially crafting a scheme that exploited human greed. Amidst the disguise and deception stood a tent without any sign, one that would likely go unnoticed unless one was particularly observant. Xing Ze pointed at the tent, signaling Ellie to remain silent, then cautiously approached. Perhaps moved by Xing Ze's earnest demeanor, Ellie surprisingly refrained from mockery and instead drew her wand. Her ornate robes transforming into attire more suited for combat in an instant. Xing Ze noticed that the entire tent was ensconced by several intricate anti-theft charms. And just as he hesitated to force his way in, Ellie began to recite a spell behind him. The surrounding magical energy coalesced into crackling bolts of lightning through her wand. Her incantation deliberately loud enough to startle the nearby mask shop owner and gamblers into exclamations of outrage. "Damn it, are you out of your mind, woman?" the shopkeeper exclaimed, packing up his goods with astonishing speed. The masks, lions, serpents, badgers, and hawks seemed to sprout legs, leaping into the leather suitcase. A few disgruntled gamblers attempted to confront him, but Xing Ze swiftly dispatched 2 of them. "Get lost," he barked at the remaining gamblers. Ellie's spell was nearing its conclusion, but she still afforded Xing Ze a brief moment to cast a defensive charm. Azure lightning tore through the air, shooting directly towards the tent, and the young lady's control over the force was impeccable, perfectly obliterating all the anti-theft charms while simultaneously alerting those within the tent. Several spells shot forth from the tent, and relying on his protective charm, Xing Ze charged into the fray. Inside the tent was a space the size of a courtyard, where 3 wizards stood within a magical circle casting spells, while 2 others guarded them. "Apologies for interrupting your gathering." Xing Ze grinned, his wand unleashing a projectile, only to be blocked by one of the guards. These wizards, akin to those in the Forbidden Forest, don masks of various materials, likely symbols of their organization's hierarchy. The 2 guards advanced towards Xing Ze, intent on overpowering the intruder, but with Ellie's intervention, their plan faltered. "How about this? Go stop them," Xing Ze shouted as he dispatched one of the guards in a magical duel. Ellie effortlessly countered a dark spell with her own, then waved her wand, toppling the guard before he could cast his next spell. All of this transpired in the mere second following Xing Ze's words, and the young wizard regretted his earlier proclamation. Ellie paid no heed to Xing Ze's remark, instead swiftly invoking a complex spell, and as she did, Xing Ze distinctly sensed the surrounding magical energy beginning to spiral into chaos. "Hurry and stop that witch," one of the hunchbacked wizards shouted. The shrill, piercing voice revealed her to be a banshee, the one orchestrating the entire magical circle. "Give it up, this won't work," one of the wizards, adorned with an iron mask, exclaimed in a state of panic silence. "If you dare to flee, the master shall rend you to pieces." The speaker was another wizard, whose visage was obscured by a golden mask, reminiscent of the werewolf. Xing Ze discerned the formidable protective nature of the magical array. Otherwise, given the temperament of the young lady, it would have been improbable for her to invoke a counter-curse. Observing the discord among those within the array, Xing Ze was unperturbed by the opportunity to stoke the flames further. "Dumbledore is en route. Abandon your hopes. Even if you complete the Fist of Bran, what then?" he stated. "He speaks truth. If we fight our way out together, we might yet have a chance at survival," replied the iron-masked wizard. "He's merely bluffing, you fool." The banshee screamed, "Focus your attention on a magical array, quickly, or I assure you, I will make your existence a living hell. I wager you cannot spare the time to torment him." Xing Ze interjected, casting a furtive glance at the young lady, whose complexion was far from favorable. It was rather implausible for her to contend against such a magnitude of dark magic alone. "You, go out and eliminate them," the banshee commanded the golden-masked wizard. "That wretched creature is on the verge of collapse. Dealing with them should be child's play for you." The golden-masked wizard appeared somewhat hesitant. "Damn it, move, you imbecile!" The banshee shrieked again, her voice piercing like a dagger through the air. "Do not speak to me in such a manner, you ancient hag. Our standings are equal. Do not forget that. You have no authority to command me," the golden-masked wizard retorted angrily. With that, he forcefully pushed the opposing wizard out and swiftly cast a spell. An unknown incantation struck the unfortunate soul, and the banshee cried in terror, "What are you doing? I refuse to wait here and die with you," the golden-masked wizard declared as he leaped out of the magical array. The previously mentioned wizard began to undergo a grotesque transformation, writhing in agony on the ground as his body swelled uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, Xing Ze unleashed his signature spell, the Andrus Missile, directly at the wizard, only for his projectile to be intercepted by the golden-masked wizard. "It's you, Xing Ze." The golden mask's similar tactics reminiscent of the cloaked wizard he had encountered outside the arena. The vivid flames still burned vividly in his memory, prompting him to abandon the thought of further casting spells. Due to Ellie's counter curse and the chaotic state of the magical array, the mana within the entire space had become a tumultuous mess. Various elements clashed, significantly complicating the casting of spells. He had no time to deal with that bastard any longer. Though reluctant, he called out to Ellie, "We must leave." Ellie nodded, and with a swift flick of her wand, the uncontrollable magic surged forth like a stampede of wild horses, pouring into the magical array. Xing Ze, in unison, cast a defensive spell to mitigate some of the rampant magic, ensuring that both Ellie and himself could safely retreat to the entrance. Chapter 108, The Mirror of Eris. The moment they escaped the tent, he saw the golden-masked wizard fleeing through another exit. The banshee within the magical array also attempted to escape, but the backlash of dark magic had already commenced. She was ensnared within the vortex of mana, reduced to ashes amidst her anguished cries. The whirlpool obliterated the tent, and before Ellie could catch her breath, she immediately began to wield her wand to channel the volatile magic. Just then, a shadow leaped from the vortex, lunging towards Ellie with a beastly roar. Xing Ze acted almost simultaneously, releasing Blue Beak, which formed a small stone wall in front of Ellie. The creature's claws left deep gashes in the stone wall as it leapt aside, its inflated upper body tearing through its robe and skin, exposing a gruesome display of bloodied muscle that was too horrific to behold. A scream erupted from somewhere, prompting the crowd to finally react as they began to scramble in panic. In the chaos, someone knocked over a basket of apples, sending a herring soaring into the air, scattering an assortment of odd trinkets across the ground. Children wailed, women screamed to high decibels, and men cursed profusely. Merchants bellowed in an attempt to salvage their wares, while thieves seized the opportunity to pilfer amidst the turmoil, and the teachers responsible for maintaining order began to brandish their wands. Yet, none of this concerned Xing Ze. His focus was solely on the monstrous creature, which was equally fixated on him. The beast let out a low growl and leaped forth like a wild dog. Xing Ze had his spell ready, but a spear flew through the air, piercing the creature's neck and pinning it firmly to the ground. It thrashed and roared, attempting to dislodge the spear, but more spears followed. First, second, third, and up to the sixth before Dumbledore finally approached Xing Ze. The old wizard continued to wave his wand, erecting a barrier around the creature. Then, with a gentle squeeze of his other hand, the Peck's spear exploded instantaneously. The barrier shielded against the blast and the splatter of blood and flesh. He then turned to assist Ellie in stabilizing the vortex of magic. Ben, who had come along, gasped upon seeing the grotesque remains of the exploded creature on the ground. "Good heavens, what on earth is that?" he exclaimed, while drawing his wand to help guide the crowd. It began as a wizard, then transformed into a monster, and now, as you can see, it has come to this. Xing Ze replied, levitating a sneaky man into the air with a levitation charm. Thanks to Dumbledore's timely intervention, the scene was quickly stabilized, and the Quidditch match resumed. Though the gathering outside had been abruptly cancelled, merchants and visitors were disgruntled as they were herded into the main square, awaiting inquiries and inspections from the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore instructed Xing Ze and Ellie to wait in his office while he attended to some matters. Ellie's magical energy was significantly depleted, so she went to the school infirmary for some preliminary treatment. Thus, Xing Ze made his way alone to Dumbledore's office, pondering the entire affair along the way. The fleeing wizard was highly likely to be Jamie Avery. What was their true intent? To kill Harry Potter? To seize the Philosopher's Stone? Yet this seemed exceedingly peculiar. Despite the Death Eaters being predominantly madmen, racists, and antisocial ruffians, there ought to be a unified objective in their actions. From the initial train attack to the subsequent disappearance of the Aurors in Nocturne Alley, the human trafficking by the oil gang, and now the disruption of the Quidditch match. These actions resembled those of a lunatic suffering from schizophrenia, acting on whims without any coherent purpose. Lost in thought, he inadvertently took a wrong turn, for the corridors and hallways within Hogwarts were exceedingly similar. They really ought to install some directional signs, Xing Ze lamented internally. He paused, surveying his surroundings. The silent corridor was devoid of anyone but himself. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of lethargy washed over him. With a long sigh, he leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the floor. A chill radiated from the walls and the floor, piercing through his clothing and agitating his skin, while the intricate web of events and hidden secrets bore down upon him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He felt utterly exhausted. Bluebeak transformed into a black cat, restlessly pacing before him. "Let us converse, my friend." Xing Ze extended his hand, and the black cat instinctively approached. "We truly need to talk. Fear not. You need not utter a word. They say silence is golden, but I do not believe it. Everyone, anyone, needs to speak. Perhaps it is with friends, perhaps with oneself, or perhaps with the very air that surrounds us. Some engage in grandiloquent discourse. Others murmur softly, while some silently recite their thoughts within. Regardless of the manner, humankind possesses an innate need to communicate. Thus, I too must express myself, though I am uncertain if I can still be regarded as human. You may be inclined to inquire about the subject of my discourse. To be candid, I am as much in the dark as you are. There exists an abundance of matters clamoring for expression, yet I find myself at a loss for where to begin. When I say I miss home, would you believe me? I suspect you might not. Yet, this place is undeniably not my home. I long for my own chamber, which houses a modest bed, alongside a wardrobe seamlessly integrated with a bookshelf, both functional and enduring, having stood there since the day of my birth. I also yearn for my family, especially my mother, despite the fact that we often clash. She is a woman of considerable intellect and insight, having imparted much wisdom upon me. The black cat emitted a few gentle mews. No, she did not teach me the art of investigation, nor did she instruct me in the ways of combat. Those skills I acquired through self-education. However, she enlightened me regarding the perils of the world, the sorrows of existence, and the importance of maintaining a kind heart. I harbor worries for my family. Yet such concerns are futile, are they not? I found you, and you brought me here. Perhaps, in the moment of my traversal, my existence ceased to be. If this is the case, I owe you my gratitude. However, if it is not, then I must return. It is not a matter of timeliness. You know well that my home is not here. At this juncture, Xing Ze closed his eyes, and the black cat emitted a few more soft sounds. No, it's nothing, my friend. I am well, he murmured, quite well indeed. The black cat leapt from Xing Ze's palm to the windowsill of an abandoned classroom, turned its head to mew once more, and then slipped through the partially ajar window. Xing Ze sighed, resigned, and rose to his feet. The door to the classroom was unlocked. He pushed it open and beheld a magnificent yet eerie mirror. Ah, the mirror of Erist, Xing Ze thought to himself. He was not a believer in fate, yet the circumstances of the day felt excessively coincidental, be it Trelawney's prophecy or the presence of the mirror of Erist before him. He inhaled deeply and inquired, "So what is it you wish me to see?" Approaching the mirror, he beheld a girl clad in a red coat and a flowing white dress, just as depicted in the photograph. Even after all these years, he could recall each and every detail. "I never imagined I would encounter you in such a manner," he said, gently placing his hand upon the mirror's surface. His thoughts a tumultuous tide. Chapter 109. The Great Poet Reiko. The sound of footsteps from outside the classroom severed Xing Ze's reverie, and Ailey entered. Upon seeing Xing Ze, a flicker of surprise crossed her icy countenance, yet it vanished as swiftly as a stone sinking into the depths of the sea. "What did you see?" she inquired as she approached, her gaze fixed upon the mirror. "Nothing of consequence, merely a convoluted past," Xing Ze replied, returning to his former demeanor. "And you? What did you see?" "I? A better version of myself, far superior to the present me." Ailey chuckled lightly. "You certainly make life quite exhausting," Xing Ze remarked, averting his gaze. "Ensuring the safety of the mirror, given that someone had previously breached Hogwarts. I find it difficult to trust that Dumbledore would so carelessly place the magic mirror here." Xing Ze stepped back a few paces, gesturing to the ground. "I doubt he placed it haphazardly." Ailey looked down and discerned a faint magical circle amidst the dust on the floor. "A theft prevention charm, I suppose," she muttered. Xing Ze glanced up at the ceiling. And this as well. There, precisely opposite the mirror, was a complex, eye-shaped symbol. This symbol could connect with another eye-shaped symbol drawn on a crystal ball, mirror, or any other transparent medium, enabling them to function as surveillance devices. I suspect he is aware of our presence here, Xing Ze stated calmly. Ailey cast a glance upward, feeling discomfort at Xing Ze's keen observation. And what about you? Are you here to ensure the mirror's safety as well? Certainly not. I was unaware of its presence. Xing Ze chuckled. Would you believe me if I claimed to be lost? Ailey furrowed her brow and scrutinized him. At times, I cannot discern whether you speak truth or falsehood. This unpredictability vexes me. With that, she turned to leave the classroom. If you truly are lost, then keep close. Xing Ze realized he had strayed significantly from his original path, following Ailey down two almost identical corridors. They really ought to set up signposts, he mentally complained once more. To alleviate the awkwardness, he ventured, why did you seek my assistance? What? Ailey slowed her pace ahead. I mean, there were certainly better options than me. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Flitwick, and Quirrell. You mean to say this, correct? Ailey interrupted him. Yes, yet I chose you instead, she continued. Are you not pleased? Did you not wish for me to utter these words? To concede that you were right? I possess no such malicious proclivity. Who knows? The thoughts of men can sometimes be easily deciphered. Let's not dwell on that, Miss Shafik. What I am curious about is what altered your decision. Ailey halted, waiting for Xing Ze to catch up before responding. Many factors. I had initially hoped to find a suitable moment to discuss this. There will never be a suitable moment, Xing Ze remarked, glancing at the lengthy, quiet corridor ahead. Let us speak now. I suspect it will be a while before we reach the headmaster's office. Indeed, it will take some time. A conversation would not be amiss. I had someone look into you and your two companions, Draco Albin and Edwin von Winkle. We did not err in their names, did we? Not at all. Excellent. That indicates my memory has not faltered. Let us first discuss that self-proclaimed poet, Draco Albin, the slothful and ineffectual poet, a fervent devotee of art, the genius who can transform ballads and poetry into lewd verse. You seem to harbor quite the opinion of him. Me? Do not misconstrue, Xing Ze. I am merely echoing his father's sentiments. What do you know of the Albin family? Not much, the same as any ordinary person. I suspected as much. They prefer to remain in the shadows, a traditionalist family still adhering to ancient wizarding customs. It is not difficult to surmise that an anomaly like Draco Albin would not be warmly welcomed. Thus, he departed from his family upon reaching adulthood. He intended to traverse the globe, initially in England, then Europe, and subsequently America. However, his journey concluded in a small town in America. I surmise he may have grown weary and wished to pause for a spell. Xing Ze conjectured, or perhaps he found a romance there, as love has a way of ensnaring one's steps. Xing Ze noticed a knowing smile upon Ailey's face, and he smirked. Apologies, please continue, Miss Shafik. I'm certain you are aware of what has ensnared our great poet. Regrettably, I do not know either, Ailey replied, a slight frown creasing her brow. Rico Yarbin has a sister, and their relationship is quite amicable. After Ricoy departed from the family, they continued to maintain a close correspondence. It was through her that I learned of Ricoy's whereabouts. Initially, the letters arrived with remarkable frequency, almost one per week. This charming poet cannot remain in one place for too long, typically not exceeding a fortnight, and sometimes merely 2 or 3 days. In my view, this primarily hinges on his relationships with various lovers. Yes, upon arriving in a new locale, he eagerly seeks to cultivate connections with local women, both muggles and witches alike. At times there is one, at times two, and occasionally more. He harbors no shame in this pursuit, often boasting about it in his letters, which predominantly recount these escapades. Alongside poetry and local ballads, Ellie initially presumed that Xing Ze would grow impatient with such trivial matters, yet she discovered him diligently jotting notes nearby. Well, he is certainly not an ordinary person, Ellie mused, and continued her narration. The correspondence began to dwindle after Ricoy's arrival in America, beyond the geographical distance. It seems the great poet did not take a liking to the United States. He initially ventured to New York, followed by Washington, where he lingered for less than a week. Then came Boston, where an extraordinary occurrence transpired. He remained there for an entire month. Subsequently, he set off for a quaint little town known as Arkham. Arkham? Xing Ze swiftly inscribed the name in his notebook. Indeed, Arkham. I researched it. It is a New England town nestled along both banks of the Miskatonic River, ancient, mysterious, and rather dull. I cannot fathom what might compel Ricoy, a roving poet, to reside in such a lifeless place for 2 years. I suspect he did not maintain correspondence with his sister during that time. Ellie nodded in agreement, affirming that no one knows what Ricoy was truly engaged in during those 2 years. My dispatched investigators returned empty-handed, unable even to locate his residence. Quite intriguing. Xing Ze circled the name Arkham in his notes. Chapter 110, The Triumvirate of Penalties. Yet, there is more to this tale. Ellie whispered. One day, Recoy suddenly returned to England. Had he not visited the Ministry of Magic, I fear no one would have known of his return. Xing Ze halted, inquiring. He went to the ministry? Yes, and caused quite an uproar while there. For what reason? I do not know. He met the Minister of Magic directly as a member of the Albin family. You are aware that the former minister, Millicent Bagnold, has been largely in seclusion, and even if I were to inquire personally, she would likely remain reticent. Afterward, he wrote to his sister Olivia once more. This time, he mentioned his intention to travel to the Seven Valley, stating that should any misfortune befall him, Olivia would inherit all his works. It is well known that he encountered neither misfortune nor adversity, and in the Seven Valley, he chanced upon Edwin von Winkle. This information was relayed by my informant at a tavern there. Ellie ceased her discourse as they neared the headmaster's office. I believe we should pause our conversation here, she remarked. Let us find another time to discuss this. Xing Ze stowed his pen and notebook, nodding in response. How about later? That is not feasible. I must present the Quidditch tournament trophy. Not this evening either, as there is a grand family ball. However, if your impatience prevails, I might procure an invitation for you. Xing Ze deliberated before ultimately declining the offer. His primary concern was to ascertain that Ellie Shafik was aligned with him. The reasons for her change of heart were of lesser significance. Moreover, as someone of little standing, his uninvited attendance at such a family ball would likely invite unnecessary complications. The conversation with Dumbledore spanned a considerable duration, primarily revolving around the exchanges between him and Ellie. The venerable wizard desired for Xing Ze to join in the investigation of the mysterious individual, yet Xing Ze politely declined. There was no need for inquiry. He was already beneath your very nose. Xing Ze remained steadfast in his theory that Quirrell was a Death Eater. This time, Ellie concurred with his perspective. Yet Dumbledore showed no inclination to scrutinize Quirrell further. Exiting the headmaster's office, Xing Ze contemplated Dumbledore's reasoning. If his solitary opinion had previously failed to sway the headmaster, the addition of Ellie's endorsement should have sufficed. Why? Why did he not believe? This question lingered with Xing Ze until the end of November, during which he was unable to encounter Ellie Shafik again. She appeared to be deliberately evading him. Aside from her regular classes, Ellie seldom remained at the school. Of course, the efforts of Barrowfully, the self-proclaimed flower guardian, were not insignificant, as he would trail Ellie at every opportunity. Meanwhile, his investigation found itself at an impasse. He covertly visited the hideout of the Grease Gang in Upside Down Alley and even ventured to the distillery, but yielded no results. Fortunately, Ellie Shafik discreetly sent him a letter, which was delivered through Cedric. In her correspondence, Ellie expressed that she had received a warning from her family to refrain from involving herself in the investigation of Recoy and Edwin, and to minimize her meetings with Xing Ze. Clearly, her inquiries had touched upon matters that must not be further explored. Upon reflection, it was evident. Ellie Shafik was likely unaware of the dream-related events, or at least possessed scant knowledge thereof. Should she persist in her investigation, she would inevitably uncover secrets that the key chamber had long concealed. Even if only the tip of the iceberg, such revelations were intolerable. This also elucidated the peculiar demeanor of the young lady in recent days, for she must have been similarly troubled. The warnings appeared to originate not from the Shafik family, but rather from the key chamber itself. Because of this, Xing Ze had not been overly concerned about Ellie's clandestine investigation. As a member of the key chamber, his worries primarily revolved around internal scrutiny and inquiries. Regarding external matters, he felt reassured. After all, even an organization as vast and powerful as the church had, over the years, only managed to acquire someone of Maxim's lowly status. The letter also mentioned the materials Ellie had been investigating. Although most had been confiscated by her family, she retained some and would soon compile them for delivery through Cedric. Regardless, the clues currently at his disposal were scant, rendering it difficult for him to interconnect various elements. Therefore, Xing Ze shifted the focus of his investigation, no longer fixating on the overt clues, but rather delving into various ancient legends. To this end, he immersed himself in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library whenever he had the chance, and enlisted Cedric's assistance in unearthing numerous tales regarding the Glamling Ice Demon from Cleona's library. Additionally, daily study of the Key of Doors became his routine. This tome contained a wealth of knowledge concerning dreams, though few materials were directly written in English. Latin and Runic occupied a substantial portion, while other documents encompassed Sanskrit, Nakshan, Carthaginian, Greek, and more. Even though many of these documents bore annotations from various members, the reading difficulty remained exceedingly high, compounded by the fact that most documents were fragmented. incomplete and obscure. Thus, he held no grand expectations for the key of doors. He awaited a turning point. If the turning point does not arrive, he will have no choice but to seek assistance from the church, even though he understands that each request made of the church will exact a multiplied toll in the future. Fortunately, this turning point did not keep him waiting for long. On this day, as usual, he had just finished his class and was about to head to the dining hall for a meal when he was intercepted by Harry, Hermione, and Ron. "Please wait, Mr. Xing Ze," Harry said. "Grant us a moment. We have something of great importance to discuss with you. Let us talk while we walk." "My stomach is already protesting," Xing Ze chuckled. "Mine too. We can continue our conversation in the dining hall," Ron eagerly concurred. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Yes. Just so everyone is aware. Then let us find a secluded corner," Ron retorted, undeterred. "What do you say, Harry?" "All right. We can converse on the way to the dining hall. Others will merely perceive you as students seeking clarification after class." "I concur," Hermione agreed, with the other two nodding in affirmation. As they made their way to the dining hall, the trio expressed their thoughts about Snape and Nicholas Flamel. "We cannot tarnish Snape's reputation simply because he is a bitter and acerbic individual," Xing Ze advised. "By the way, how did you learn about Nicholas Flamel?" Xing Ze could not recall who had informed Harry about Flamel in the original narrative. "It was Hagrid," Ron quickly replied. "He said there is something hidden in the Forbidden Forest related to Dumbledore." Before he could finish his sentence, Hermione stepped on his foot sharply. "Oh, Hagrid," Xing Ze mused, nodding thoughtfully, the tight-lipped Hagrid. "I should have anticipated that." Chapter 111, Dining with Miss Granger. "Let me guess, you ventured into the Forbidden Forest again?" Xing Ze's tone turned serious. Although the plot continued to unfold in line with the original work, beneath the surface, turbulent currents were stirring. He could not even ascertain whether Harry would live to see the Philosopher's Stone. Keeping these three troublemakers safely contained was the wisest course of action. Yet he understood the impracticality of such a notion. Thus he had to assert his authority as a teacher. Delaying matters for a while would at least allow him to uncover what Quirrell and Voldemort were scheming, though Quirrell's recent silence was indeed suspicious. "Wouldn't he go?" Hermione interjected before Ron could speak. "We haven't he been back since that night?" "Let us hope so," Xing Ze nodded. "Remember, children, do not judge a person solely by appearances." "That is not it, sir." Harry anxiously recounted the myriad of oddities he had discovered. "Harry, forget about it. Dwelling on this will yield no benefits for you. At least not right now. Trust me. Snape is not as he appears," Xing Ze counseled. "Then help us, sir. Assist us in our investigation." "They all say you are an upright and kind person," Harry implored. Xing Ze gestured for him to lower his voice. "Listen, Harry. I am willing to assist, but you must provide me with tangible evidence. We cannot suspect Snape merely because he has a leg injury." He even wanted to curse Harry during the Quidditch match. Ron added, if not for Hermione, Harry would have been in serious trouble. Hermione looked at Xing Ze with wide eyes, though she said nothing. It was evident she, too, sought an explanation. He could also be reciting counter-curses. "I assume you have all learned about counter-curses?" "That's impossible." Harry shook his head, while Hermione ignited his robe, forcing him to cease his incantation. "Then, my broomstick immediately returned to normal. That is the best evidence." "Is it?" Xing Ze continued to deny, feeling much like Dumbledore, who had similarly dismissed his suspicions. "Why?" Ron inquired. "Because Snape, no, never mind." Harry interrupted, his frustration palpable. "Let us go. He won't believe us." With that, he turned and strode away. "Hey, Harry," Ron called out, glancing back at Xing Ze, who nodded, prompting him to chase after Harry. "Are you not coming, Miss Granger?" Hermione pouted, frowning as she replied, "They will be fine. I, however, require your explanation, sir. During the arena incident, it was you who guided me to Snape, yet now you deny entirely." "Then let us continue walking." "I am quite hungry," Xing Ze stated. "It is difficult to converse on an empty stomach. But before that, I must congratulate you on finding friends, albeit rather peculiar ones. They are merely impulsive, but their hearts are in the right place," Hermione remarked, lifting the book she held. "Please forgive Harry. He is not usually like this." "I understand he did not intend it." Xing Ze smiled. "I believe he will ultimately come to realize." The two found a secluded spot in the dining hall and sat down, Hermione relievedly placing her textbooks and notes on the wooden table. "Ah, herbology." Xing Ze glanced at the textbook. "What was covered today?" "The Devil's Snare," Hermione replied. Upon hearing this term, Xing Ze smiled slightly. "Let me quiz you, shall I?" Hermione furrowed her brow, responding, "You haven't yet explained yourself, sir. If you answer correctly, I shall provide you with the answer. Does that sound fair?" Hermione pondered for a moment, then lifted her chin. "Deal." "Very well. How does one dispel the Devil's Snare?" "Oh, that is quite simple." Hermione beamed. "The Devil's Snare fears light and warmth. It can be dispelled with fire." And what if I do not know the fire-related incantations? The girl lowered her gaze in thought. I remember how Professor Sprout phrased it Lumos Solum. Correct, Xing Ze interjected. Yes, that's it, she exclaimed. But her smile quickly faded. That was the second question, so it doesn't count. I know. Xing Ze shook his head in exasperation. That is not the point. I merely hope you will remember. Rest assured, sir. Hermione patted her notes. I have taken notes, and my memory is quite good. That I believe. Now, it's my turn. Xing Ze cleared his throat. Hermione perked up, leaning forward attentively. If Snape truly desires Harry's life, do you think that, given his abilities, Harry could survive for long? However, the girl clearly found this answer unsatisfactory. Perhaps he hasn't had the chance to act. Is that so? Xing Ze's lips curled upward. It was indeed a tall order for an 11-year-old girl to grasp this concept. He then pulled 2 candies from his pocket, offering one to Hermione and placing the other in his own mouth. As Hermione accepted the candy and began unwrapping it, she asked in confusion, "Are you trying to bribe me, sir?" Once she had placed the candy in her mouth, Xing Ze replied, "No, I am not bribing you. Rather, I intend to poison you." "What?" the girl exclaimed. "Oh, no, calm down. I was merely joking. But think about it, Miss Granger, with your clever mind. If that candy were truly poisonous, you would now be a corpse. Snape is a potions expert. I imagine you have yet to grasp this concept. With his knowledge of poisons, if he wished someone dead, poisoning would be far more effective than a curse." The girl was lost in thought, while Xing Ze patiently awaited the arrival of their meal. It was only when Hermione lifted her gaze that she spoke. "Your words hold some truth, yet they fail to elucidate our findings." Xing Ze nodded, slicing into the fried fish fillet. "Let us continue our investigation until you possess irrefutable evidence." As Hermione pondered, a grave realization dawned upon Xing Ze. He no longer opposed the inquiries of the 3 children. "We will," Hermione said, taking a bite of bread. "But if you're correct, sir, where shall we commence our investigation?" "Let us start with Nicodemus," Xing Ze suggested, initially intending to voice his suspicions regarding Quirrell, but reconsidering that it would be too perilous for the trio. He recognized that it would be wiser to investigate Snape, whose ire would only result in point deductions, posing no threat to their lives. "Do you know Nicodemus?" Hermione inquired with eager anticipation. "Not much, merely that he is a renowned alchemist," he replied. Hermione sighed in frustration, biting into her bread with vigor. "Perhaps the library will have information about him." "Yes, it certainly will." Chapter 112, The Poet and the Scholar. After managing the 3 spirited children, Xing Ze departed from the school, heading toward the old manor. On the path leading to the manor, he suddenly halted and asked, "How long do you intend to follow me?" A familiar voice interjected, "I warned you he would discover us." "Be quiet. This is all your fault because of the pendant on your clothing." "What did you say? Can you really blame me for that? Why not point fingers at your shoes?" Xing Ze rolled his eyes and turned to them, saying, "Shall we not go to the leaky cauldron for a drink?" "Good idea," Xing Ze, the poet, replied, illuminating a glowing orb with his wand, his ludicrous attire jingling. "Blimey, Reiko, bringing you along to tail me was the most foolish decision I've ever made," the scholar lamented, shaking her head in exasperation. "I thought we were friends." Xing Ze grinned. "Are you really planning to stalk me all the way home?" "Of course not. Can we converse as we walk?" Reiko tugged at her clothing, shivering in the cold. "I need a drink." The 3 soon arrived at the leaky cauldron, where Xing Ze requested a small booth from Aberforth. Reiko ordered gin, while Edwin opted for the most common German choice, beer. "So, are you following me to see if I'm under surveillance?" Xing Ze pondered Edwin's explanation from their earlier journey. "Precisely, quite astute, wouldn't you agree?" Reiko boasted. "I must admit, in certain respects, you are indeed superior to me." Edwin shot the poet a disbelieving glance, retorting, "Really? Shouldn't it be universally true? Have you found the one who watches me?" The scholar shook her head. "It seems the ministry has given up on you." "Do not speak so harshly. I do not have a terminal illness." "Ah, I appreciate your humor, Xing Ze," Reiko interjected, only to be met with Edwin's disapproving glare. "To be honest, my instincts have constantly warned me." The poet took a sip of gin, curiosity evident in his tone. "What have they warned you about?" "To be wary of you too." "Why?" "We fought against Norbert together and saved the conductor and the entire train. You know how ballads define such deeds? Those who have faced death together forge a bond akin to that of family. We ought to call each other brothers or sisters." Xing frowned, trembling at the mere thought of such a possibility. "I concur." Edwin raised her glass in acknowledgement. "Let us discuss matters of import." "Your caution is well-founded, Xing Ze. Were I in your position, I would act similarly." Xing Ze gestured for her to continue. "I imagine you are quite curious about our true intentions." Edwin extended her hand, and an envelope materialized. "We have been investigating dreams and matters related to them. Have you heard of the unseen cult? Xing Ze pondered briefly before shaking his head. No. What kind of cult is that? More or less, Edwin replied, opening the envelope and retrieving several photographs. Andrew Avery, Jamie Avery, and Jacques Clements. Recognizing some of the faces, Xing Ze inquired, so they're all members of this so-called unseen cult? Yes and no, Edwin responded. Is this some kind of wordplay? It's a long story. Before that, I must tell you about something else. The scholar produced several documents from the envelope. Xing Ze took the papers and glanced at them, asking, what are these? Legends of Granary, Reiko interjected, having remained silent until now. Upon hearing this, Xing Ze raised an eyebrow and began to peruse the documents. After a moment, he chuckled. Fascinating. Where did you procure this information? Ice demons? The northern continent of Hippopolia? Norbert? Are you relying on these legends for your investigation? It is more than mere legend. They once existed in reality, Edwin asserted quietly yet firmly. Prove it. Damn it, the scholar cursed under her breath. You have witnessed it. The ice demon. The creature that attacked the train. It's real. Xing Ze smirked coldly, replying, you see, the issue lies not in the existence of these legends, but in your approach. You two casually emerge and regale me with tales of legends, expecting me to accept them wholeheartedly. Come now, Miss Winkle, before you seek others' belief, you must first exhibit transparency with me. I am certain you have conducted a thorough investigation into my background, yet I know nothing about you. Do you not find this uneven? Edwin placed her glass on the table and smiled. Say, did that woman not inform you of our dealings? Who? Ah, you're unaware. Are you? Perhaps you could provide me with more hints. Xing Ze leaned back slightly. Elisa Fique. You must be colleagues, correct? Xing Shen nodded. And what of it? She's also from the Key Hall. The revelation startled Xing Ze, and before he could digest this weighty news, the scholar continued. We are aware of the Key Hall, and we know you have joined them. They sent you to monitor Dumbledore, did they not? Xing Ze remained silent. I suspect they did not inform you that you're not the only watcher. You see, a long sword often draws attention, while a dagger remains concealed in the shadows. Xing Ze exhaled deeply, resigning himself to the conversation. You believe I am that ostensible longsword. Indeed, they placed you before Dumbledore to attract sufficient firepower. An intriguing hypothesis. Xing Ze regained his composure, but I'm not a mere child of 3 years. I can demonstrate this to you. Edwin downed her beer in one gulp, stating, to Banson's house. Xing Ze cast an uncertain glance at the two individuals before him. Lyco shrugged and suggested, let us pay a visit to the old residence, my friend. I assure you, it will be more time efficient than attempting to send us away. A mere 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the ancestral home. Boki swiftly descended from the attic to the living room. Upon recognizing his visitors, a smile illuminated his face. My esteemed guests, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Greetings, Boki. Indeed, it has been a while, Lyco replied. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a glass of wine? Any variety will suffice. Of course, Miss Idwin, what would you like? No, nothing for me. Thank you. Young master, you remain as you always were, do you not? Xing Ze nodded, and the house elf promptly made his way to the kitchen. Suppressing a myriad of questions, Xing Ze inquired, what is it that you wish to prove? A wand, Lyco responded, we require Banson's wand. Chapter 113, The Magical Feast. The broken blackthorn wand was automatically drawn into the fireplace in the living room, followed by a series of blue lights that flickered to life, initially a few, then increasingly numerous. The mechanical sound of gears turning accompanied the blue glow, culminating in a convergence of light, revealing an opening within the fireplace. What is this? The true legacy Banson left for you, Idwin elucidated to Xing Ze. Approaching the opening, he retrieved a notebook and a recording crystal from within. He now understood why Banson had insisted Boki sleep by the fireplace. Please, explain. Xing Ze placed the notebook and crystal on the table and turned to Idwin. Lyco accepted the wine Boki had offered, wielded his wand, and cast a silencing charm upon the room, followed by a concealment charm. Once he had completed his incantations, Idwin spoke. Seventh Valley, you should be aware that Banson once ventured there. Xing Ze took a sip from his teacup, while Boki discreetly turned to leave, only to be called back by Xing Ze. Stay, Boki. Having said this, Xing Ze glanced at Idwin, hoping for her acquiescence. The scholar nodded, stating, since Banson entrusted you with guarding the fireplace, it signifies you are no outsider. Stay, for these matters pertain to your master. Boki respectfully thanked her and settled himself on the carpet of the living room. Idwin continued. Their expedition was ostensibly to pursue several Death Eaters. However, in truth, those individuals were not Death Eaters at all, but members of the Magical Feast cult. The Magical Feast cult? Xing Ze repeated gravely, having never heard of such an organization. First the Death Eaters, then the faceless sect and now this magical feast. How many more malevolent cults would emerge this night? He realized that the entire affair was likely far more intricate than he had imagined. Indeed, it is an ancient and enigmatic organization. According to our investigations alongside Banson, legends regarding them can even be traced back to the era of the Black Pharaoh in ancient Egypt. Wait a moment, Xing Ze interrupted. While I may not be particularly well-versed in the history of magic or that of Muggles, I recall there being no such thing as a Black Pharaoh period in ancient Egypt. History can be deceptive, Lyko explained, especially ancient history. Speaking of qualifications, one must mention Neferlunka. You have heard of this wizard, have you not? Existing in primordial times, long before the first Egyptian was born. Is that not a popular legend in the Egyptian wizarding community? He truly existed. Idwin interjected. The International Magic Research Society discovered his pyramid many years ago, a pyramid inverted. Inverted? Built underground? Indeed. Researchers and curse breakers spent nearly a decade unlocking the entrance to the pyramid. Based on the murals and incantations documented within, they are convinced it is indeed Neferlunka's pyramid. What connection does he have with the Black Pharaoh? That remains uncertain. But from the murals and incantations on the second level of the pyramid, this ancient wizard evidently lived through the era of the Black Pharaoh and meticulously recorded his experiences. As for the identity of the mysterious Black Pharaoh, Neferlunka did not provide a definitive account. Perhaps the answer lies in the third level of the pyramid, which the International Magic Research Society is striving to access. At this point, Idwin frowned in contemplation and turned to Lyko, asking, I recall there was a young man with red hair named, what was it? Are you referring to Bill? Lyko interjected, Bill Weasley? Yes, that's him, Idwin confirmed. That young man with the crimson hair possesses remarkable talent. He has proposed new ideas for breaking the curse on the door to the third level. I believe it will not be long before that door is opened. You seem quite knowledgeable about this, Miss Idwin, Xing Ze remarked. Idwin offered a bittersweet smile. My grandfather once worked at the Research Institute, and I have as well. Xing Ze nodded. So, Neferlunka's tomb validates the existence of the Black Pharaoh period. Yet no historical texts document it, suggesting that era has been erased from history. Lyko drained his glass of wine and replied, precisely. According to my research at Miskatonic University, Narmer received divine assistance to overthrow the Black Pharaoh's reign and establish the First Dynasty. Following Narmer's unification of Egypt, he promptly set about eradicating all records pertaining to the Black Pharaoh era, proclaiming himself the true first pharaoh of Egypt, claiming divine endorsement and protection. As for the Black Pharaoh, he vanished during the conflict. Numerous rumors suggest he transformed into a figure known as the Dark One and journeyed to the New World, which is present-day England. Miskatonic University? A complex expression crossed Lyko's face as he replied, somewhat uneasily. It is a school located in Arkham. I spent 2 years there. Their library and museum are, how shall I put it, quite extensive in their collections. Now I understand what you were doing in Arkham for those 2 years. Xing Ze mused. Is that where you uncovered these rumors? To be precise, aside from the library's vast archives, I received considerable assistance from an individual, a history professor at the university named Soulmates. For a Muggle, his profound knowledge left me in awe, even feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was he who provided me with a wealth of tales regarding the Black Pharaoh. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? The Dark One, who arrived in England and became the deity of the Siren's magical feast. During that time, he was revered by the swamp's spirits and even the druids. As his followers multiplied, he established the magical feast cult. Similarly, when he was still the Black Pharaoh, he formed a comparable organization in Egypt known as the Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh. Xing Ze stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, what was his purpose in establishing this cult? Surely there must have been a doctrine? On that note, Boki cautiously interjected. I have heard similar legends. Do speak, Boki, we are all friends here. There is no need for such restraint, Xing Ze encouraged. Both Lyko and Idwin turned their attention to the house elf. I once mentioned this to Master Banson. Among our kind, there exists a chilling legend passed down through generations, concerning a tall, slender man clad entirely in black. It is said that he attends the vile gatherings of the succubi, bearing the blasphemous tome, bringing forth the decrees of demons, and participating in other unspeakable sacrilegious rites. He imparts to his followers the arcane arts of dark sorcery and unclean knowledge, bestowing peculiar beasts as familiars and guardians upon those particularly loyal acolytes, thus enabling them to spread destruction and chaos more effectively. Riker clapped his hands in satisfaction, declaring, this aligns closely with my findings. Their doctrine is indeed the propagation of chaos and ruin. Naturally, akin to the church, they harbor grand aspirations. Xing Ze straightened in his seat. To summon their deity through a grand sacrifice. Chapter 114, Hyborial. The Grand Sacrifice. Xing Ze recalled Cecilis frenzied. Contorted visage and his piercing voice. Was everything connected to the Feast of Magic cult? And what about the invisible church? Xing Ze inquired, sniffing. Bashaush, Xingsha. We will eventually discuss them, Rika replied. Let's first turn our attention to the Seven River Valley. 15, nay, precisely 16 years ago, the 7th Squad of Aurors was dispatched there for a mission to apprehend Death Eaters. Wait a moment, Xing Ze interjected. The 7th Squad? I've heard tales of their exploits. All 11 members perished, leaving only Benson and another. Idwin and Rika exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of mild surprise. For they had not anticipated Xing Ze's familiarity with this matter. Indeed, but it was publicly claimed that only Benson survived. The other member is of little consequence, as he was far less affected than the others. Xing Ze recalled John's words in his mind and speculated. So, what desperate actions did those deranged cultists undertake to compel the ministry to obliterate not only the village, but their own as well? Rika clapped his hands. You are quite well informed. Benson was certainly correct in his assessment of you. They attempted to sacrifice an entire Muggle village to summon one of their deities' manifestations into the mortal realm. Furthermore, it was at the ministry's behest. While it was indeed the Auror office that executed the order, the Annihilation Command originated from the Keyhall. This explains why Benson discreetly investigated the matter without the Keyhall's knowledge, and why he enlisted us. Everything suddenly fell into place, Xing Ze mused. Benson had been secretly recruited by the Keyhall as an Auror, and had become the primary overseer of Dumbledore's activities. To conceal his true identity, he maintained his position as the captain of the 7th Squad, just as Xing Ze now publicly professed to be a teacher at Hogwarts. 16 years prior, his experiences in the Seven River Valley had exposed him to dreams and the Feast of Magic cult, while simultaneously revealing the Keyhall's merciless nature. That stubborn old man must have attempted to vindicate his comrades and subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have undertaken an investigation into the Feast of Magic cult while concealing it from the Keyhall, gazing at the notes and recording crystals on the desk. Xing Ze envisioned the aged Avenger, whose relentless inquiries over the years had tragically failed to uncover the truth before his demise. With a gentle sigh, he glanced at the house elf, Pochi, who lowered his head, obscuring his expression. Given your presence on the train, it stands to reason that both you and Benson anticipated something would transpire. In response to Xing Ze's question, Idwin countered. Would you prefer a simplified version or a more intricate one? Xing Ze took a sip of tea and replied, We have ample time, do we not? Idwin nodded knowingly. I crossed paths with this self-absorbed poet in the Seven River Valley. He was investigating the rumors surrounding the Dark Ones, while I was delving into the invisible church. I still cannot fathom how you both ended up together. Xing Ze chuckled. In my view, even if you were confined in a cage, you would hardly deign to speak to him. Indeed, Idwin concurred, yet he attempted to extract information from me, feigning interest in my pursuits. If I had known your temperament was so disagreeable, I would have preferred conversing with the crocodiles in the swamp. Can you believe it, Xing Ze? She pretended to find me fascinating to pry information from me. For Merlin's sake, this was a tremendous deception that severely bruised my pride. Oh, come now, Arbin. Your pride is scarcely worth more than that of a sewer rat. May you be afflicted by plague, madam, the poet retorted. You as well. The female scholar shot back defiantly. All right, you two, Xing Ze interjected. While we have plenty of time, it is not meant for bickering. Let us return to the matter at hand. Where were we? The invisible church. The invisible church, Idwin echoed, taking a deep breath. This must begin with that statue. As she spoke, the scholar retrieved a rough sketch from the earlier documents, more hastily drawn than the one the church had shown Xing Ze, yet still revealing the general outline. Xing Ze's expression darkened as he muttered, the king of the underworld. The king of the underworld, the infiltrator of Inkai, the destroyer of Hyborial. He bears many names, Idwin added. What does this truly signify? Xing inquired. Enough with these irrelevant remarks, Miss Winkle. I harbor no interest in the multitude of titles associated with this entity. Bashaush, Xingsha. The matters concerning dreams are not easily simplified. Very well. Let me assist you in saving some time, Xing Ze declared, rising from the solitary armchair. He picked up Benson's notes and the recording crystal, making his way toward the basement. Come, you two. Let us find a more suitable venue for our discussion. He waved his wand, revealing the door leading to the basement. Ha! I knew how to trick up your sleeve, Xing Ze, Rika remarked with a grin. What lies within? What do you hope to find? Xing should retorted. Wine, fine wine, and perhaps a few lovely ladies, preferably of Vila descent. I fear you shall be disappointed, Xing Ze replied, dispelling the security charms on the door. Bulky, I must ask you to guard the entrance. Of course, master, Pochi said, rising from the carpet and bowing respectfully. Do not worry. If anything concerning Benson arises, I will make time for a private discussion. Pochi's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he could not find the words to respond. Xing Ze led Idwin and Riker into the basement, clapping his hands as the dimly lit space was instantly illuminated. There was neither wine nor beautiful women. Only a table piled high with documents and materials, some affixed to the walls. Merlin's beard, Riker exclaimed. This place reminds me of my days in Arkham. Idwin approached the wall of clues with keen interest, examining it, sometimes frowning, at other times nodding in satisfaction, and occasionally breaking into a smile. With a flick of his wand, Xing Ze slowly closed the door behind them and spoke, since you have both been forthright with me. It is only right that I reciprocate. Hybriel, a deity from ancient Greenland mythology, the lost continent, beyond even the north wind. It is said that before humanity's birth, Hybriel existed as a civilization. Like all legends, the tale of Hybriel concludes with its icy embrace, leading to the demise of those civilizations. Portions of the continent sank into the ocean, and what remains afloat is now known as Greenland. This is the information I have painstakingly pieced together from fragmented legends. Yet, to my mind, it holds little value. A civilization that existed long before the advent of humanity. If they have perished, who then has preserved these ancient tales? Survivors. Edwin turned his gaze from the clue wall to the sole survivor of the northern continent, Ivan. Chapter 115, Enki. At the mention of this name, Xing Ze's brow furrowed. Recalling a tome he had encountered titled the Book of Ivan. I must say, Xing Ze, Edwin remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips, you have surprised me. Though I held little hope for your investigation, it appears you have managed to unearth and assemble these findings in such a brief span. The female scholar gestured towards the clue wall behind her. Avery family, the greasy gang, Death Eaters, the mysterious man. I truly admire your ability to connect these dots. Had I not been familiar with the original plot, I might have floundered like a headless fly. Xing mused silently. Let's forego the flattery. It remains mere conjecture. Let's continue discussing Ivan. Edwin nodded. Our knowledge of his life is scant. However, he left behind an ancient tome known as the Book of Ivan, which contains a wealth of information regarding Hybriel and Enki. At this, the female scholar signaled to Reiko, who retrieved a stack of papers from a pouch at his waist and handed them to Xing Ze. We have gathered these manuscripts from libraries around the globe, both Muggle and Wizarding. As Xing Ze listened to Edwin's explanation, he meticulously examined the papers before him. Most of these scattered sheets were written in Latin, making them relatively easy for him to decipher. Yet, the content was overwhelmingly shocking. Despite the limited number of pages, he encountered numerous blasphemous prayers, incantations, and rituals. Heaven knows what dreadful entities these terrifying spells and rites were intended to summon. According to the texts, these unknown incantations and rituals all originated from Hybriel. What unsettled Xing Ze even more were the last few pages, conspicuously older, which contained information about Enki, the subterranean king. Inevitably, they bore the eerie symbols and chilling silhouettes that sent shivers down his spine. Regaining his composure, Xing Ze continued to read. The text described Enki as dwelling in a dimension devoid of light, hidden beneath the secret caves of Hybriel. It spoke of a great being residing there, having descended from the four-dimensional space of Ciclano. Additionally, the manuscript mentioned the children of the unseen, a viscous, semi-liquid substance, entirely opaque and coal-black in hue, which was a progeny of this great being. Once Xing Ze had perused all the papers and stabilized his emotions, Edwin continued. You would never guess where we obtained the last few pages. Xing Ze exhaled deeply, returning the papers to Reiko. From Mortician, I presume? Edwin's blood-red eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement as she chuckled softly. You are quite close. We found them in the room of those two missing Aurors at the Essex Grand Hotel. According to the information left by the Aurors, they had received these items from a mortician, and evidently, these papers brought them to their doom. This revelation indeed took Xing Ze by surprise. To acquire these items, you must have exerted considerable effort, correct? Edwin was about to respond when she caught sight of Reiko's smug expression. Clearing her throat, she reluctantly admitted. It was not without its challenges, but this useless poet finally demonstrated his sole purpose. Thank you, Lady Edwin, Reiko interjected, seizing the opportunity. Allow me to elaborate. I suspect you are unaware of the meaning of gratitude. Listen closely, Xingsha. It was a harrowing experience, and I even composed a ballad about it. Aptly titled, Get to the Point, Great Poet. Very well, Reiko conceded. One of the few benefits of my dull and pedantic family is our social standing. Yes, The hotel manager, name, blast it, Adian, Xing Ze supplied. Ah, yes, him. Upon hearing I hail from the Albin family, he promptly arranged for us to stay on the same floor as those two Aurors. As soon as he departed, we managed to infiltrate their room. I wager you cannot guess where they conceal the items. In the toilet? Indeed, the papers were stashed away in the toilet tank. Clearly, the previous Aurors did not conduct a thorough search. At this point, you must be curious how I discovered that. Reiko feigned an air of nonchalance. Xing Ze wished to assert his lack of curiosity, but upon witnessing the expectant look on the poet's face, he inquired, "How did you know the items were hidden in the toilet tank?" "Ah, I had a penchant for stashing hallucinogens in toilet tanks. Few wizards ever check such places, including my father." The plot thickens. We acquired the items and were about to depart when we encountered Randolph Tomaszewski, who had the same intention. I suspect you are familiar with him. Reiko pointed to a photograph on the wall, lamenting, "Unfortunately, you killed him. I had planned to deal with that scoundrel myself to repay him for his ambush." As he spoke, the poet adjusted his collar, revealing several conspicuous wounds. Wolf hair, a missing toilet seat, and the magical traces in the room. Another mystery resolved. Excellent, Xing Ze thought. How did you know those two Aurors were hiding something? Edwin interjected. We had been tracking Randolph Tomaszewski and Mona Dunlap. They had previously visited that room, but found nothing of note. We did not anticipate Tomaszewski returning a second time. And fortuitously, he crossed paths with us. However, I do not believe this was mere coincidence. He may have detected our presence and employed counter-surveillance. Fortunately, we were lucky. Only showed up, and we could barely manage. Xing Ze nodded, having witnessed Tomaszewski's prowess. During their encounter in the Forbidden Forest, he had relied solely on physical combat. Had magic been involved, Xing Ze's chances of victory would have been slim. I presume that Mona Dunlap was the other missing passenger on the train. Indeed, she is a banshee, Reiko replied. According to the latest reports, you also eliminated her, right there at the Quidditch market. For Merlin's sake, Xing Ze, are you some kind of monster slayer? Like a witch hunter of the church? To this, Xing Ze could only offer a resigned smile. On the train, she must have altered her appearance using Polyjuice Potion. Idel continued the previous discussion. But Tomaszewski did not. Xing Ze pondered that fellow could disguise himself through beast transformation, making him scarcely recognizable in Britain or even in Europe. Moreover, he has been missing for such an extended period. Chapter 116, The Unseen Sect. Regarding Edwin's explanation, Xing Ze felt that something was amiss. He endeavored to recall the events that transpired on the train. The magic feast cult, the unseen church, the great sacrifice. Cecil, one by one, these incidents flashed through his mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. No, there's another possibility. Xing Ze hastily approached the wall, removing the photographs of Tomaszewski and Cecil. You mentioned that he is a member of the unseen church, Xing Ze confirmed, holding up the picture of the werewolf. Indeed, I can assure you of that, Edwin nodded. Then it makes sense, Xing Ze muttered to himself, lifting Cecil's photograph. This madman hails from the magic feast cult and was responsible for the poisoning of Dun Eric. So? Reiko inquired, leaning closer. For Merlin's sake, Xing Ze exclaimed. Gesturing with his hands, they are engaged in a transaction. What transaction? The poet pressed further. Silence. Reiko, let him finish, Edwin interjected. Xing Ze gathered his disrupted thoughts and continued to elucidate. That piece, the fragment carried by Dun Eric. Cecil killed him, seized the fragment, and then secretly handed it to Tomaszewski, who took it off the train. It was a transaction between the magic feast cult and the unseen sect. Thus, Tomaszewski did not consume the antidote. Cecil required a clearly defined counterpart for the exchange. Xing Ze's words prompted Edwin and Reiko to ponder deeply, both lost in thought. Then, Reiko exclaimed, they're collaborating. Therefore, whether it be the plague in Wales, the train attack, or the subsequent events, the involvement of the magic feast cult is evident. This confirms it. Edwin nodded in agreement. Our previous deductions were correct. It is not merely the magic feast. There are more players involved. Death Eaters, the mysterious man, all participating. Good heavens, Edwin. Reiko's face exhibited both excitement and fear. This is our worst-case scenario. I know, Edwin replied, but there's still a chance. Their cooperation is not so tightly knit. Otherwise, we would not witness such numerous oversights and vulnerabilities. Hey, you two, Xing Ze interrupted the harmonious exchange between Reiko and Edwin. Let's not forget there is another individual present. Of course, Edwin pressed his forehead, took several deep breaths to stabilize his emotions, and then asked, are you certain that this Cecil is affiliated with the Magic Feast cult? Oh, for heaven's sake, I need a drink, Reiko interjected at an inopportune moment. Xing Ze pointed to the wine rack nearby, where several bottles remained. The poet approached, selected a bottle, and with trembling hands, uncorked it before indulging. He once mentioned the great sacrifice and other nonsensical ramblings. Upon hearing this, Edwin sighed, a bitter smile crossing her lips. In 1845, the British government formed a polar expedition. You mean the Terror and the Erebus? Xing Ze interjected. Ah, you discovered that, did you? Edwin displayed a modicum of surprise. Given Xing Ze's capabilities, it was hardly astonishing. Xing Ze nodded. Those two ships sank deep in Greenland, caught in a snowstorm. I suspect they were assaulted by the ice demon. Your conjecture is entirely accurate, Edwin affirmed. In 1847, the Daily Prophet organized personnel to investigate. They initially intended to mock the Muggles' audacity. They found the statue of the King of the Underworld aboard the Terror and planned to bring it back to England. However, on their return journey, they were attacked by the ice demon, and the entire team was nearly annihilated. Only 3 managed to escape. 1 committed suicide on the way back to England, while the other 2 resigned after handing over the remaining materials and the statue to the newspaper, subsequently disappearing without a trace. Hence, the Daily Prophet published merely a bland article. The Ministry of Magic intervened in the investigation, but discovered nothing substantial. As for that ominous statue, the paper's editor, Colin, had hidden it in his office, but it was stolen that very night. The unfortunate editor perished in his office, choked on his own blood. Theft? Xing Ze inquired uncertainly, as he had not uncovered such details. As the largest newspaper in the Wizarding World, not just anyone can gain access to the Daily Prophet. But for Reiko, the Albin surname serves as the finest pass. That is of little consequence. Reiko set down the wine bottle. What matters is that the statue re-emerged in the village of Diggle in the 1920s, where it was revered as a sacred object by the locals. For Merlin's sake, that village is horrendously backward, yet possesses a surprisingly sizable library. We later discovered it was a cult stronghold, where they conducted sacrificial rituals beneath the library. The unseen sect? Reiko shook his head. No, it was the magic feast. They lured the local villagers to worship the statue. We remain unaware of their motivations. However, the local cult activities were discovered by a few outsiders who reported them to the Muggle authorities. The authorities arrested numerous individuals and destroyed the statue. I know what you are thinking. Yes, we investigated, and none of those arrested were affiliated with the magic feast, at least not according to the available records. Xing Ze rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, murmuring, yet, after so many years, the statue has resurfaced and triggered the plague in Wales. That is precisely what perplexes us, Edwin stated. Based on the scattered reports from the authorities, the arrested locals exhibited festering sores accompanied by hallucinations and delirium. These symptoms bear striking resemblance to the current plague, yet at that time, the outbreak had not spread widely. Confronted with such unresolved issues, Xing Ze resolutely set them aside. He shifted the topic, inquiring, I recall that in 1975, the Avery family also organized a polar expedition. What did they uncover? That is the very purpose of our visit today. Edwin gestured towards Benson's notes and the recording crystal. I previously mentioned that the Avery family has connections to the unseen sect. My grandfather led dream research at the Magical Research Institute, although he ultimately succumbed to madness. He left me a wealth of materials. Let me guess, Xing Ze interjected, your grandfather's research focused on Hyberial. Indeed, she replied. He devoted the majority of his life to studying the so-called Hyberial and Enkef. I surmise that Enkef serves as one of the entrances to dreams. As for the unseen sect, according to his research, it originates from Hyberial. They venerate the great existence of Enkef and regard the unseen children as sacred beasts. Even now, in Greenland, their presence still lingers. Xing Ze appeared to grasp the implications, stating solemnly, I recall that the Avery family relocated from Denmark to Greenland long ago. So, they did not merely join the unseen sect. They did more than join. They intermingled with it. Upon hearing this, Xing Ze furrowed his brow. That does not sound like a favorable development. Chapter 117, Justice and Our Nonsense. Indeed, it is not a favorable development, Reiko shrugged. The Avery family embraced the unseen sect and even intermarried with them. Well, I fail to discern any issues, remarked Xing Ze, a note of perplexity in his voice. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Edwin had sifted through previous documents, extracting an illustration that depicted the members of the unseen sect. As Xing Ze accepted the image and scrutinized it, the reason behind Lei Ku and Edwin's complex expressions finally dawned upon him. The creature portrayed possessed a humanoid form, yet its entirety was cloaked in fur. Concerning its visage, the artist had opted for abstraction, leaving only 2 luminous eyes aglow against a pitch-black backdrop. What is this creature? Xing Ze inquired, returning the drawing to Edwin. Is it a figment of dreams? The female scholar shook her head, stating, not quite. It bears a name that may ring a bell. Yeti. Indeed, it is that legendary being, though in contrast to the tales, they are far from foolish and possess considerable intellect. Our investigations reveal that the Avery family intermarried with such creatures, producing offspring who, upon reaching maturity, seclude themselves and become core members of the unseen sect. Thus, Xing Ze stifled thoughts of the repugnant implications, recognizing that Andrew Avery and Jamie Avery were not yet core members. Very well. I shall refrain from inquiring about the source of your information. He redirected the conversation, now, regarding Benson. What that notebook, and what secrets does that recorded crystal harbor? I surmise he, being meticulous, had indeed made plans for after his demise. Indeed, we never anticipated his death, Leiku interjected. Had we known, we should have acted sooner. I contend that even had you subdued Tomaszewski and that banshee earlier, the outcome would not have differed significantly. What do you mean by that, Xing Ze? The poet smirked. Had we acted earlier on the train, we would not have found ourselves so beleaguered. Perhaps, Xing Ze conceded, but from my perspective, the Feast of Magic sect had no intention of sparing anyone. Consider this, both of you. They could have stealthily absconded with the fragments. Why summon the ice demon? That lunatic, Cecil, vowed to sacrifice everyone aboard the train to his deity. This aligns with the ultimate goal of the Feast of Magic sect, a grand sacrifice. As you just suggested, the Unseen sect and the Feast of Magic sect may indeed be in collusion, perhaps with the Death Eaters involved as well. No, their involvement is a certainty. Yet, it seems to me that each harbors ulterior motives. Mutual exploitation and betrayal are not surprising. The Unseen sect desires the fragments, while the Feast of Magic sect relentlessly pursues the grand sacrifice. Are you implying, Edwin interjected, that the feast summoned the ice demon with the intent of using the individuals on the train for sacrifice? This is the most plausible conclusion I can draw at present, as I find it hard to believe that those cultists would join hands in genuine collaboration. Otherwise, Cecil would not have met his end. It is likely that Tomaszewski and Dunlap took action while we were preoccupied with the ice demon, perhaps out of spite or to prevent their scheme from being unveiled. Yet, these details are of little consequence now. The pressing question is, what do they intend to do? What is their plan? Where is the missing fragment? And what purpose does it serve? As Xing Ze spoke, he mentally calculated the risks of confronting Chilo directly with the two present, uncertain of the potential ramifications. They might successfully extract information regarding the fragment's whereabouts, as well as the plans of the Feast of Magic sect and the Unseen sect. Alternatively, they could end up with nothing, instead alerting their adversaries. He contemplated both possibilities, recalling that, according to the original text, Voldemort could freely depart from Chilo, making the capture of the former a formidable challenge. Moreover, judging by Chilo's demeanor, while he could not be deemed a master of curses, he certainly possessed some skill, as evidenced by Elisa Fick's respect for him. Xing Ze was acutely aware of how difficult it was to earn the approval of that haughty lady. Thus Chilo was far from being an easy target. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion of rash action until he acquired more information. He had no desire to provoke that infamous dark wizard. Perhaps Benson can provide us with answers. Edwin lifted the crystal, channeling magical energy into it with her wand. The crystal levitated, emanating light as scattered beams coalesced into a virtual likeness. Benson, if you are witnessing this recording, it signifies my demise. I hope I did not perish upon the sofa in the parlor. That would be dreadfully mundane. Now, jesting aside, all that you seek resides within my notes. I have spent years merely gathering fragments of their trail. They are well concealed, far more so than I had anticipated. Their organization is vast and global, with agents in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. To this day, I remain uncertain of what their so-called grand sacrifice entails. However, I can assert with certainty that they are recruiting and abducting certain individuals they deem chosen ones, or perhaps sons of gods. Upon hearing this, echoes of Cecil's words reverberated in Xing Ze's mind. He is a son of God. We need him. You may find further details on this matter within my notes. Regrettably, I have not gleaned much regarding the chosen ones or sons of gods, save for the knowledge that these individuals possess a profound connection to dreams. Edwin, Leiku, if you were present, I express my gratitude for your assistance. You may also find clues regarding the Black Ones and the Unseen sect within the notes. There is little I can accomplish alone. I hope these leads will aid you. Lastly, Xing Ze, I owe you an apology. I never intended to involve you in these affairs, but, alas, I lack an heir. I require someone to continue my investigation posthumously. Xing Ze silently extended his middle finger towards the likeness. I acknowledge that this request may sound selfish and excessive, Yet all is in the name of justice. To hell with justice, Xing Ze spat, waving his wand as the crystal dimmed and plummeted. He caught it deftly and tossed it to Edwin. Regrettably, Leica's attempt at consolation was interrupted by Xing Ze's icy gaze. Regret what? Xing Ze inquired. Imeant Benson, Leica clarified. Xing Ze chuckled lightly. Do not misconstrue, great poet. I am not well acquainted with him. If I had harbored any guilt over his demise previously, that sentiment has entirely dissipated. My investigation into these matters is not motivated by a quest for justice. Similar to you, I have my own objectives. So, let us cease this idle chatter and examine what the notes contain. Very well, very well. Eli Kiskiviko shrugged. To my mind, justice has no bearing on us. It exists solely in ballots. The female scholar's lips curved into a smile. You rarely utter a word of sense. Chapter 118. A shift in approach. Xing Ze stretched his legs, angling the icy tips of his shoes closer to the roaring fire. The vibrant orange flames eagerly licking at the parched timber. It is growing increasingly cold, he lamented, curling deeper into the sofa, his gaze fixated on the flickering flames. Benson's notes had been encrypted with a unique symbol, a method devised by his and Edwin's grandfather, commonly utilized in their correspondence. Following the Battle of Seven River Valley, he had been initially dispatched to St. Mungo's for treatment before being transferred to the International Institute of Magical Research. Through the sheer strength of his will, perhaps fueled by a deep-seated hatred and resentment, and with the assistance of Edwin's grandfather, Benson successfully liberated himself from the taint of the dream realm. Subsequently, they forged a bond of friendship, or more accurately, a partnership wherein Benson provided Edwin's grandfather with valuable information and insights regarding the dreams. While the elder conducted thorough research and analysis, to safeguard their secrets, they devised a unique encryption method, accessible only to those possessing the corresponding reference material. Evidently, Xing Ze once again found himself wielded as a sword, gleaming and radiant. He possessed the key to unlock the door, yet the true significance lay not in the key itself, but in the notes and the reference book left behind by Edwin's grandfather. Thus, Xing Ze reached an accord with his temporary allies. They could transcribe portions of the notes, one segment at a time, once a week, and then take them away for decryption. In this manner, even if one party were captured, the loss would be minimal. The black cat by the hearth stretched lazily, prompting Xing Ze to retract his foot. Justice? A sardonic chuckle escaped his lips. Is this what they call justice? Regardless, even if Benson did not involve him in these troublesome matters, they would inevitably come knocking at his door. The black cat leapt onto his lap. As long as you are present, I cannot escape these concerns. Can I, old friend? Xing Ze reached out to scratch the cat's head, eliciting a contented purr from the creature. Compared to going solo, at least the old man had left him with numerous resources to facilitate the investigation of the dream realm, a free house and a modest income sufficient for a stable life. This was undeniably preferable to starting from scratch, even though these were merely bargaining chips in Benson's negotiations. I do not express gratitude towards him, yet I bear no animosity either. Xing Ze cast a glance at Pochi, the house elf who had just finished examining the recorded crystal. Despite having deceived me, he had also provided considerable assistance. The house elf approached Xing Ze, clutching the crystal, declaring that the old master was not a villain. He was simply, I believe he is not. Xing Ze waved his hand dismissively. Such matters were inconsequential now. I shall not debate right and wrong with the deceased. At present, we must decode his notes to ascertain the true intentions of our adversaries. Oh no, keep the crystal, Pochi. If you miss him, feel free to take a look at it. It matters not. The true significance lies in the notes hidden within the fireplace, not the crystal itself. Gratefully, the house elf tucked the crystal into the tattered pocket of his shirt and inquired, Is there anything I can assist you with, young master? I am uncertain. Xing Ze stroked the black cat, overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks awaiting him tonight. I require time to digest and organize this information. I must also verify its authenticity to ensure they are not deceiving me. Upon hearing this, Pochi queried in confusion, But young master, did you not already promise them you would decode the old master's notes? A temporary measure, Pochi, a temporary measure. The thickness of that notebook rivals that of a history of magic. It will keep them occupied for a while. Meanwhile, I must devise a means to procure more information. Xing Ze mused. The black cat raised its head to gaze at Xing Ze, its vertical pupils narrowing. Do not fret, old companion, Xing Ze whispered. In these extraordinary times, one must employ extraordinary methods. The era of swallowing indignation has come to an end. It is time to wield our fists to unveil the truth. A week later, at the end of November, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Hogwarts, imbued with magical energy, ensured that classrooms remained as warm as spring. However, some open corridors and walkways still felt the bite of the cold wind. The faculty and students donned thick winter attire, and Xing Ze was no exception. Much like his mother in this world, who mirrored his mother from his original world, she consistently sent him a plethora of unnecessary items whenever the weather changed. "This marks your third package this week," Professor Burbage remarked, cradling a cup of hot cocoa with keen interest as she observed Xing Ze. He extracted a wide black and white knitted scarf from the parcel, wrinkling his brow in dismay. "Oh, how endearing," Professor Burbage chuckled. "Did your mother knit this for you?" Xing Ze tugged at the tag on the scarf. "Well, I suppose it is a gesture of affection," the professor conceded. "But I never wear scarves." Xing Ze stowed the item away in his ring. She was well aware of this, yet sent him one every few years. In this regard, the mothers of both worlds were strikingly similar. "You cannot blame her," Ben interjected. "You see, my grandmother, even now, sends me a hand-knit sweater every Christmas, typically in a shade of grass green. She is a devout Celtic witch, believing that newly sprouted mistletoe brings good fortune, hence her fondness for green. Yet I find it unappealing. Who enjoys such a monotonous color? I am no Irishman. Green bless you, brother." Xing Ze raised his teacup in a toast. Ben's cheeks twitched as he frowned and questioned, "Why does your blessing sound so peculiar?" Xing Ze glanced at his watch, rising to pat Ben's shoulder. "Do not be so suspicious. It is a lovely blessing." With that, he exited the office, striding swiftly towards the teaching area. It was a secluded corridor, seldom traversed by students unless they were compelled to attend the defense against the dark arts class. Typically, Eliza Fick would be the last to leave the classroom, lingering for 10 minutes to address students' queries. Today was no exception, and additionally, Barrowfleet would arrive during this 10-minute window. If he were coming from the Charms classroom, it would take him approximately 8 minutes. If from the Charms office, only about 5 minutes. This was the conclusion Xing Ze had drawn from his observations in recent days. As a shadow emerged, Xing Ze glanced at his watch. This time, Barrowfleet took 5 minutes, indicating he had no lessons that morning. Should anyone liken Barrowfleet to a dog, Xing Ze would not dissent. The comparison was apt and vividly illustrative. The moment Barrowfleet spotted Xing Ze, the smile that had adorned his face vanished instantaneously, as a guardian rushed toward Xing Ze like a ferocious hound. Chapter 119. A lady should not behave this way. "What are you doing here, Oriental?" Barrowfleet demanded menacingly. Xing Ze leaned against the wall, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Nothing, Barrowfleet. Just waiting for someone." Barrowfleet was no fool, despite appearances. He quickly grasped the implication behind those words and sneered. "Have you not received Eliza's warning?" "I have." "Then you ought to be grateful to her. Originally, her father intended to speak with you personally. You are aware that her father is on the school board, correct?" "I am aware," Xing Ze replied with a grin. "I also know he wants you to shadow Eliza to prevent someone like me from approaching her, correct?" "Since you're already aware," Barrowfleet lowered his voice, stepping closer. "Then you should hurry and leave. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of the students, would you?" Xing shoinked. "Ah, Barrowfleet, why not switch roles today?" "What do you mean?" Without further reply, Xing Ze pushed off the wall, springing forward like a coiled spring, his right hand darting swiftly towards Barrowfleet's throat. Too fast for anyone to notice. Barrowfleet, unprepared for the sudden assault, felt a sharp pain in his throat, compelling him to stifle a cry. Yet the sensation of choking forced him to gasp for air. The consequence of their union was that he floundered like a fish out of water, emitting pitiful gasps. Xing Ze swiftly stepped forward to support Wooly, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, Mr. Wooly, what troubles you?" A few remaining students, still present, turned their gazes towards them. Wooly struggled to free himself from Xing Ze's grasp, yet the latter's hands clutched him with the tenacity of iron claws, persistently dragging him aside. Wooly could hardly fathom how this seemingly frail boy possessed such formidable strength, but he had no time to ponder the matter. For as the insufferable Oriental was pulling him along, he covertly delivered 2 precise and forceful punches to Wooly's abdomen, nearly provoking a surge of gastric acid to rise in his throat. "Hang in there, brother," Xing Ze urged, continuing to guide Wooly to safety. He then turned to the bewildered students and instructed, "Go fetch Madame Pomfrey." The students, bewildered, nodded and hurried towards the infirmary, while Wooly desperately attempted to raise his hand for assistance, only to have it pressed down firmly by Xing Ze. "Fear not, brother. I am here, watching over you," Xing Ze offered with a friendly smile. Once the students had dashed away, he swiftly employed both hands and feet to trip Wooly, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thud, dust billowed into the air, and the students turned in astonishment to witness Wooly sprawled on the ground. "Hurry up," Xing urged sternly. The students resumed their sprint. As Eliza Shafik exited the classroom, she caught sight of Wooly being lifted onto a stretcher by a house elf. She squinted, her gaze lingering on Wooly for only a moment before shifting entirely to Xing Ze. "I hope you've cast a confundus charm on him," she remarked, approaching him. "No need to worry. When he awakens in the infirmary, he will believe he simply took a hard fall," Xing Ze replied, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "At most, I'll take out my frustration on the house elf." "Very well," Eliza murmured, her tone laced with an unmistakable delight. "But we have little time. Speak quickly." "Then make time," Xing Ze retorted bluntly. "What did you say?" Eliza furrowed her brow in response. Xing Ze's expression darkened as he coolly stated, "You deceived me. I know not of what you speak." "You do know." Xing Ze stepped closer. "What task did Mr. R assign you?" "To surveil Dumbledore, and, in the process, keep an eye on me?" Eliza Shafik's brow furrowed, her expression cooling rapidly into silence. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. "Where did you hear such nonsense?" "I have my ways. I've often wondered why Dumbledore refused my counsel to investigate Quirrell. Now I comprehend. Since we both hail from the Chamber of Secrets, he naturally would not trust our shared suspicions." The ensuing silence lingered longer than the previous one, prompting Xing Ze to glance at his watch and remind her. "Given that your carriage will arrive shortly, our time is limited, Miss Shafik. Speak up, either confess or turn away. It is hardly a difficult choice." "That is impossible," the young lady retorted coldly. "What is impossible?" "Oh, I see. For Merlin's sake, do you truly believe your concealment is foolproof? Then tell me, why did Dumbledore specifically choose you to investigate the Dark Lord?" "No, do not rush to reply. Let me guess, because of your talents? Come now, answer me this. Did he heed your advice?" The young lady remained silent. Yet, from the increasing tension in her furrowed brow, it was evident that Xing Ze's words struck a chord. "If we were not in school, I would dearly love to teach you a lesson." Eliza managed to suppress her voice. "You're not the only one with such thoughts," Xing Ze said. "What is it that you desire? Continue your investigation." "I cannot go against my family's wishes," Eliza replied, coldly once more. "When you said you would cease your investigation, I initially assumed it was the Chamber of Secrets applying pressure on your family. But now I realize it is not. Your family, Miss Shafik, is indeed far more formidable than the Chamber of Secrets." Eliza let out a light laugh, shaking her head. "I thought you were all-knowing. So you are unaware that the Chamber of Secrets can also yield to those noble families. Very well. I do not wish for you to continue investigating Requirebin and Edwin von Winkle, or even myself. I hope you can look into Edwin von Winkle's grandfather, who once resided at the International Academy of Magic. Why should I assist you? You owe me. I owe you." Eliza couldn't help but laugh. "Why do I not recall this?" "You deceived me," Xing Ze said. "It wounded my heart. I have always regarded you as a friend." "Haha, how amusing. But what I must say is, fuck you." This left Xing Ze momentarily taken aback. Ladies should not use foul language. Should they not?" Eliza raised her chin, half lifting her right hand, turning her palm towards Xing Ze, then retracting all her fingers save for her middle finger. Ladies also do not engage in such behavior." "My carriage has arrived." Eliza withdrew her right hand, adding, "One last thing, Xing Ze, you remain as insufferable as ever. I shall take that as your agreement to investigate." Chapter 120, The Strange Girl. Observing the retreating figure of Eliza Shafik, Xing Ze calculated the likelihood of her assistance. Naturally, he would not place all his hopes upon Shafik. He required the aid of others as well. "I have witnessed your deeds." A cheerful and delightful voice drifted from behind him. Xing Ze turned to see a blonde girl emerging from the shadows, her large eyes blinking innocently as she politely curtsied. Eavesdropping is not a commendable habit. Xing Ze recalled the girl's name, Lena Cast, a student known for seeking attention in class. On several occasions, this charming girl had approached him after lessons with perplexing questions regarding the future of the wizarding world, how to cope with the technological surge in the Muggle realm, and so forth. Of course, she had a knack for timing her inquiries perfectly, often when Xing Ze was beleaguered by a throng of students. Her difficult questions placing him in an even more awkward predicament. If this were not mere coincidence, Xing Ze could only conclude that this delightful girl was intentionally making things difficult for him. But how could that be? She was only 11 years old. The girl, hailed as a genius among her peers, was likely still searching for clues about Nicodemus in the library. Randomly striking people hardly qualifies as virtue. It is, to be precise, a crime. The girl ambled toward Xing Ze, her smile unwavering, yet it stirred a sense of annoyance within him. "Are you referring to Mr. Woolley? I did not strike him. He suddenly fell ill. Who knows what ails him?" Lena tilted her head, innocently interjecting, "Lying is not good, sir." With that, she produced a magical photograph from her pocket, clearly capturing the scene that had just unfolded from the initial strike to the final kick. Xing Ze furrowed his brow. Oh. The girl playfully leapt a few steps backward, returning the photograph to her pocket. Your current expression is rather frightening, she remarked. She then anxiously glanced around, noting the absence of any onlookers. Surely you are not contemplating how to snatch the photograph from me? Xing should chuckle softly. I have not sunk so low as to steal from child. Well, that puts my mind at ease. However, you cannot take it back. I have already entrusted the negatives to a friend. Ah, splendid. Xing Ze nodded. So what is it you wish to obtain from me? Candy? The final exams are approaching. Sir, she replied, and I hope to achieve a commendable score, particularly in the Muggle Studies class. The girl's request momentarily stumped Xing Ze, prompting him to inquire, why? You don't appear foolish. With a little effort, you could attain a respectable grade. Moreover, the first-year exams are not excessively difficult. No, the girl interjected dismissively. I do not wish to squander time on such a meaningless subject. For some reason, Xing Ze felt as though he were conversing with someone wearing a mask. Someone adept at shifting between facades. I fail to understand, miscast. If you find this course devoid of significance, why enroll? The girl twirled a strand of her golden hair, remaining silent, merely offering him that sweet smile once more. Give me an O or an E, and I shall return the photograph to you, sir. Otherwise, do you truly believe I would surrender the photograph, and the school board would regard you kindly? You are indeed a rather cunning child. Xing Ze fought to suppress the urge to curse, continually reminding himself that she was merely a child. Ah, I see. He suddenly laughed. Now I understand your choice of this course. You hail from a Muggle family, well versed in the intricacies of the Muggle world. And so? The girl inquired with keen interest. Many others also come from Muggle backgrounds. Indeed, but none possess your intellect. Xing Ze paused, contemplating briefly. No, it is your worldly wisdom that exceeds theirs. You initially intended to excel in this class, did you not? After all, you relished the feeling of being the center of attention. Unfortunately, the smile on the girl's face began to freeze. Unfortunately, this class exceeded your expectations, did it not? 1 galleon equals 25 pounds, not 5. As for the salaries of Hogwarts professors, they are hardly as meager as you suggested. Even someone like me, a lecturer, can manage a comfortable existence in the Muggle world. Hence, your splendid plans have been dashed, and you can no longer boast before your friends. Can you? Do not be hasty. Xing Ze raised a finger to interrupt the girl. Has no one taught you that interrupting others is quite impolite? If not, then learn from this moment forward. I observed your arrogance in class, as well as your disdain for wizards. Yet, what puzzles me is that while you scorn wizards, you simultaneously endeavor to learn their spells. What is that? Lena's cheeks flushed, not from shame, but from indignation. Her sweet smile had long vanished. Since you are so articulate, let me pose a question to you, sir. What is the value of graduating from Hogwarts? That depends on what you aspire to achieve in the future, Xing Ze replied. In the future, I wish to become a scientist, a doctor, a wealthy person, the girl declared. I also aspire to establish my own company and become a great manager. While magic is undeniably convenient and efficient, can it fulfill my ambitions? No, it cannot. After graduation, I would only be able to seek opportunities within a magical realm, much like you, sir, relegated to the status of a destitute lecturer. The thought of the exorbitant prices in this world, coupled with your meager salary, fills me with despair. You are a lecturer in Muggle studies. While you may not possess the erudition of Professor Burbage, you should be aware at this. The girl raised her head with pride, her eyes sparkling as if awaiting Xing Ze's response. Aware of what? Xing Ze crossed his arms, leaning against the wall behind him. This girl may well be the most intriguing person he had encountered since his arrival. She was questioning the very fabric of the magical world, even going so far as to deny the existence of a realm that had persisted for centuries. Were it not for his inherited memories of this world, Xing Ze might have shared her perspective. After all, his understanding of the magical realm stemmed primarily from films. The original text portrayals were far from comprehensive. One could only say that the author merely skimmed the surface of the magical world. Using that mere glimpse to interpret the entirety of the magical realm would undoubtedly be a foolish endeavor, akin to disregarding the dreams and the creatures that emerge from them, which were never mentioned in the original narrative. Chapter 121, Hermione and Lena. Merlin's beard. Lena shook her head. I expected you to be a tad more astute. Do you not sense it? The future belongs to Muggles. The future belongs to Muggle technology. Xing Ze could detect the profound confidence in the girl's voice. She resembled a victorious rooster, her gaze imbued with a sense of pity for him. I must add, sir, she continued, I understand the magical world far more than you might imagine. Clap, clap. Clap, the sound of applause rang out. Lena furrowed her brow. She had anticipated that her assertions would compel Xing Ze to capitulate. At least such tactics had proven effective with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. However, judging by his mocking expression, she had not succeeded. All right. While I am unaware of where you acquired these nonsensical notions, do not take them too seriously. Xing Ze replied, as for your proposal. My answer is no. Yes, you heard me correctly. I do not accept your trade. Are you not concerned that I might submit the photograph? Xing Ze straightened. Shrugging his shoulders, go ahead, child. Why not give it a try? With that, he strode away. Perhaps the school board would come looking for him. Nevertheless, should they wish to expel him, they would first need to consult the keyhole, and it was likely that the first to oppose would be Ellie's father, Albert Shafik. At noon, Xing Ze arrived at the Three Broomsticks Inn, where Madame Rosmerta appeared somewhat surprised by his presence. I did not receive any reservation, she murmured, but if you merely wish to have a drink, I welcome you. No, dear lady, Xing Ze replied with a friendly smile, I do not drink. Oh, then what brings you here? Rosmerta waved her wand, and 2 large mugs of beer soared toward a table within the establishment, followed closely by a small keg of beer. I am looking for M. You might have better luck at Gringotts in Diagon Alley than here. A soda, perhaps? If you do not wish to drink anything, I must kindly ask you to leave. Xing Ze retrieved a few coins from his pocket. Then I shall have a glass, lemon-flavored. Hey, young man, Rosmerta remarked as she poured the drink. I appreciate your actions and admire your character. However, rules are rules. Without a reservation, I cannot arrange a meeting. Indeed, rules are rules. Xing Ze nodded, acknowledging that his current rank did not permit him to meet members of the higher echelon. He could only await their summons. However, rules are crafted by humans and can often be bent when necessary. Do you truly believe that? He inquired. I am 100% certain. Even the most devout followers of the church may entertain sinister thoughts, let alone us. Dear lady, allow me to rephrase, Xing Ze said, extending his hand to accept the bottle of soda. If breaking the rules serves a righteous purpose, would you assist me? The proprietress smiled, setting down her cloth and resting her hands on the bar. If it is genuinely for the greater good, I might consider it. There are traitors within the organization. Xing Ze whispered, I cannot divulge more, as this place is not secure. Traitors? How intriguing. They recruited me 13 years ago, using this as a contact point. If there's one thing I have grown accustomed to, it is the presence of traitors. Each year, at least 4 or 5 individuals come to me claiming there are traitors in the organization. So, young man, perhaps you should find a more compelling excuse. There is no other excuse, for I speak the truth, Xing Ze replied, a blend of resignation and sincerity in his voice. If that is the case, what you require is not M, but someone of higher rank. M lacks the authority to adjudicate traitors. I must first confirm the evidence, mustn't I? Rosmerta's expression shifted from one of uncertainty to contemplation before she finally spoke. The Broken Cauldron hosts card games every night. Thank you, esteemed lady, he replied. Hey, young man, Rosmerta called out, halting Xing Ze as he tried to leave. Do not let me regret assisting you. Of course. Meanwhile, in the library of Hogwarts. I loathe the library. Ron muttered, burying his head in the tome titled Major Discoveries in Modern Magic. Stop complaining, Hermione whispered. Madame Pants will hear you. Ron turned to her, peeking with one eye. Let her hear, then. It's snowing outside. We should be having a snowball fight, not languishing in the library. Harry was sifting through studies on the development of modern sorcery, a book as thick as a brick. Ron, we need to uncover who Nicholas Flamel is. But we've been searching for nearly a week and found nothing, Ron mumbled, refusing to lift his head. If I stay in the library any longer, George and Fred will surely make a fool of me. With a loud thud, Hermione shut the Wizards of the 20th Century, shaking her head at the 2 boys. He's not here. Perhaps we could ask Madame Pants. Don't, Hermione, Harry softly countered. We can't guarantee Madame Pants won't inform Snape. Harry, Snape may not genuinely wish to harm you, Hermione retorted quietly. Is that the same spiel from Mr. Xing? Ron finally raised his head. I can't believe that if Snape doesn't want to harm us, why does he always seem to target us? I don't know, Hermione replied, but I trust Mr. Xing. He is the least likely to wish us harm. But he won't actively help us either, Harry muttered. Hermione shook her head, choosing not to engage further. They had debated this very issue for long enough over the past week. I'm hungry, Ron suddenly declared. Did you not have lunch? Hermione had never quite understood Ron's appetite. She looked to Harry, hoping he would persuade the glutton, but this time, Harry sided with Ron. Let's go grab something to eat. If we stay here much longer, my head might explode. Fine, go ahead. I can find Nicholas Flamel by myself, Hermione said, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Don't be upset, Hermione, Harry consoled. We'll be back soon, within half an hour. I hope so. Shortly after Harry and Ron departed, A blonde girl seated herself across from Hermione. She cleared her throat gently, successfully capturing Hermione's attention. Lena, what brings you here? Hermione asked, astonished. The girl before her was a first-year sensation, possessing not only beauty and grace, but also intelligence. One could say that when the Divine crafted her, they bestowed upon her the finest attributes the world had to offer. Lena blinked her lake-blue eyes and smiled. Why can't I come to the library, Hermione? Her eyes seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing one in effortlessly. Regaining her composure, Hermione replied, I meant, why are you alone? Chapter 122, The Past Self. To be frank, any girl would envy Lena, and Hermione was no exception. Yet, it was not merely Lena's beauty and intellect that stirred jealousy, but rather her remarkable social grace, attracting a throng of admirers wherever she went. I'm not always surrounded by a crowd, Lena said, her smile widening. Hermione, my friend, tell me, what are you reading? Hermione quietly stated the title of the book. For Lena was one of the few who treated her with genuine kindness. However, often this kindness was misconstrued by her so-called close friends as a reason for bullying. Thus, Hermione felt both elated and apprehensive at Lena's arrival. The wizards of the 20th century? Oh, are you searching for someone? Initially, Hermione intended to deny it but deemed it unnecessary, so she replied candidly, I'm trying to find Nicholas Flamel. I've heard he is a renowned wizard, and I'm quite curious about him. Ah, Nicholas Flamel. Lena nodded, a knowing expression gracing her face. You know him? Hermione probed tentatively. I certainly do, though not intimately. I've come to know a bit about him. Hermione widened her eyes, eagerly awaiting Lena's insight. The beautiful girl smiled again. I will share what I know about Nicholas Flamel, but first, I need a favor from you. What is it? As long as it is within my capability. You can certainly manage. It's quite simple. Lena produced a photograph from her pocket and placed it on the book. You dined with Mr. Xing, correct? Yes. That was several days ago. Did you take our picture? Why? Hermione questioned, her curiosity piqued as she examined the image. Lena did not answer her query, but instead asked, what do you think of him, Hermione? Who? Oh, you mean Mr. Xing? He is quite a decent fellow, except sometimes he speaks in riddles and sarcasm. No, you are mistaken. Lena gently grasped Hermione's hand, warmth radiating from her flawless skin. He is not a good person. Lena, what is wrong? Hermione furrowed her brow, taken aback by Lena's gestures and words. Trust me, Hermione, he is deceiving you. He is a well-dressed hypocrite. No, Lena. Hermione withdrew her hand, her tone serious. Please stop saying that. Revoke those words, and I shall act as if I never heard them. I have always believed you to be a clever girl. If you do not believe me, then perhaps take another look at this. Lena pulled out another photograph, revealing an image of Xing Ze assaulting a man. See the true nature of that man, she said, her face marred by anger and concern. As Hermione remained in a state of shock, Lena continued. Did he do anything to you? Hermione's gaze was fixed on the photograph, and she inhaled deeply before responding. What do you mean? Did he threaten you, Hermione? Did he force you to dine with him? Or perhaps demand something else of you? No, stop. Lena, please stop, Hermione exclaimed as she abruptly rose, her voice quickly drawing the attention of Madame Pants. What is going on here? The stern librarian inquired, hands on her hips. Given Hermione's status as a regular patron of the library, known for her decorum, she refrained from immediately ejecting the girl. It's nothing, madam. Lena had merely been startled by a bug. She quickly clarified, having already stowed the photograph away in her pocket. A bug? Where? Madame Pants raised the feather duster in her hand. It flew away, madam. In that direction, Lena casually pointed, her face adorned with an unassailable smile. Once Madame Pants stormed off, the girl turned back to Hermione and said, Sit down. Hermione, don't be so tense. As a witch, you mustn't be so easily startled. Otherwise, how can you cast spells? Hermione returned to her seat and said quietly but firmly, I don't believe it. Mr. Xing Ze is not that kind of person. Oh, poor girl. You must have been brainwashed by that vile man. You see the truth, and yet still defend him. Why? Unless I witness it with my own eyes. I will not believe it. What has he filled your head with? Lena's tone grew somber. Don't you wish to know about Nicodemus? It's important to you, isn't it? I can handle it myself. Don't be so quick to reject me, Hermione. Let's make a deal. If you admit that man threatened you, I will reveal Nicodemus's secret. Absolutely not. I cannot speak a falsehood. What naive notion. Everyone lies, Hermione. Everyone does. Especially when it's a benevolent lie that can help us rid society of a scoundrel. I said absolutely not, Lena. Think again, Granger. Help me, and I can grant you what you have always desired, to stand in the spotlight like me, to become a person of interest. You will have a throng of followers, whether pure blood or half-blood, just like I do. This is what you seek, Hermione. Do not hide your true nature. You raise your hand in class repeatedly, answering questions and receiving praise from the teachers. Everyone enjoys that, being the center of attention while also being likable. But I must say, you have failed. Look around you. Who among them is a true friend? That boy, known to the world as the one who survived? And that fool from the Weasley family? Enough. Don't speak of Ron that way, Hermione said, trying to suppress her rising anger. So you dare deny it? Hermione, have you never felt jealousy or envy towards me? Lena's domineering demeanor left Hermione at a loss for words. She felt intimidated, as if facing not Madame Pants, but an even more acerbic version of her. After a brief silence, Hermione stood once more and coldly declared, I do not deny it. I must thank you, Lena. You have shown me how shallow my former self was. Someone once told me that there are those in this world who will appreciate you, understand you, and care for you. I am fortunate to have found them, but alas, you have not. You know better than I that those who follow you do so for their own reasons, and you have never regarded them as true friends. I did envy you, but now I feel only pity. Without waiting for Lena to retort, Hermione clutched her books and hurried away. The beautiful girl's face twisted with fury as she muttered under her breath, Damn mudblood. Chapter 123, The Card Game. Bursting out of the library, Hermione collided with Ron and Harry, barely acknowledging their presence. Hey Hermione, what's wrong? Harry immediately chased after her, with Ron closely following. They trailed the furious girl to the staircase. Is she crying? Ron cautiously asked Harry. I don't know, Harry replied. Maybe our departure upset her. But I brought her favorite blueberry pudding, Ron added. We should give her some space. Do you think that's a good idea? Ron asked uncertainly, recalling how she had once summoned a troll when she was upset. Ron, Harry exclaimed, exasperated. That's not funny. It's quite amusing. Hermione turned around, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Ron Weasley. I apologize. Ron quickly raised his hands. I shouldn't have joked. Harry nodded in agreement. We didn't mean to leave. Look, Ron even brought you blueberry pudding. With that, Harry elbowed Ron, who promptly fished the pudding out of his bag. No, it's not your fault. Hermione shook her head. Then what is it? Both Harry and Ron asked, puzzled. It's me. I just feel how foolish my former self was. Ron nodded in agreement, about to speak, but Harry interjected, Don't underestimate yourself, Hermione. You are the smartest among us. Hermione accepted the pudding, mustering a smile for the two of them. Thank you both. The card game at the Leaky Cauldron was not difficult to locate, as anyone could join as long as they had money. Xing Ze spent the afternoon in the pub, sipping several sodas and enjoying a meal that could hardly be described as appetizing. He then inquired with Tom, the pub owner, about the location of the card game. His poker skills were quite decent. Within just an hour, he had doubled his chips, only to deliberately lose a significant portion in the following half hour. The other three players initially grumbled, but their spirits lifted when Xing Ze began to lose. This continued until he stood up to conclude the game. Let's play again next time. Gentlemen, the three players offered friendly smiles, expressing their eagerness to play cards with Xing Ze again. Before Maxim could sit down, Xing Ze intercepted him, and the latter's expression was quite colorful. Oh, esteemed sir, Xing Ze said with a smile, might I trouble you for a few minutes? I have some inquiries regarding an inheritance. Of course I think we should discuss this outside. The buck-toothed bank clerk apologized to the other players before following Xing Ze out of the card room. You can't come to me. This is overstepping, Maxim whispered as they walked toward the bar. Calm down, unless you desire everyone to know about our meeting. Xing Ze replied coolly. I will report you to R. He completely ignored Xing Ze's words. No, you won't, Xing Ze asserted confidently. Let me buy you a drink. During this drink, we can have a calm discussion. How does that sound? The inheritance administrator fell silent as they reached the bar, and he ultimately pulled over a round stool to sit down. Just one drink. 10 minutes later, looking grave, finished his last sip of the drink, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought. Xing Ze toyed with a chip, having yet to exchange it for currency. Fortunately, the bar accepted chips as well. Damn it. I need another drink. Pushed his empty glass towards Tom, requesting another, but not a cocktail, something stronger. Tom poured him a shot of tequila. You've truly lost your mind. B. Maxim whispered. Are you even aware of what you're doing? I am, replied. I advise against it. It benefits no one. You are mistaken, This serves both our interests. Mr. R has consistently obstructed my investigation. I trust you understand the reasons. Though I want to pressure you to divulge them. All I require is the removal of obstacles in my path. And you, sir, do you truly intend to serve under him for a lifetime? To remain a mere foot soldier? I'm no mere foot soldier, Maxim retorted softly, the scent of alcohol escaping his lips. Oh really? Who knows you? Xing Ze scoffed. Our profession may appear glamorous, but in truth, we are merely rats lurking in the shadows. Of course, If you are content with your current existence, I shall not compel you. But that entails enduring Mr. R.'s contempt and his incessant torment. Maxim took a sip of his drink. Xing Ze's words rang true, yet the risks were too great. The church will not condone our actions. They will, Xing Ze asserted. A clever person like you surely understands their rationale better than I do. But you lack leverage, B. No chips to trade. I do, provided you can arrange a meeting between me and A. What is it? I need to know in order to persuade A. Convincing him is my responsibility, not yours. You merely need to wield your unique influence. Yes, but should things unravel, I too will face repercussions. Xing Ze shifted his position, pressing much of his weight against the bar. What a pity, M. It seems you intend to refuse me. I shall have to seek other partners. Who? Maxim's hand trembled slightly, causing the liquor in his glass to slosh. Who else but our esteemed Mr. R? Maxim's eyes widened in disbelief, and he coldly replied, Do you think you will believe your nonsense? That depends on the closeness of your collaboration with the church. You are threatening me. No, certainly not. Xing Ze waved his hand dismissively. You are the one sabotaging your own path. Silence ensued, a prolonged stillness. I need time to consider. No, that won't do. I require an answer now, Xing Ze retorted before I finish this soda. Damn it, B, don't think I won't act. You may try, to see if you can best a wizard who has survived countless encounters with dreamlike entities. And I shall eliminate you before you can draw your wand. Do not expect your hat tricks to work. I will not fall for the same ruse twice. Look at me, truly look at me, M. You are a Gringotts employee, a mere bank clerk. You should be able to discern whether I am bluffing. All right, Maxim relented, but may I inquire why you're doing this? Beyond the matter of Mr. R? In our country, there is a saying, no destruction, no establishment, M. Only by establishing a new order can we effectively combat the malevolent. Chapter 124, A Night Visit. Not bad, Xing Ze mused as he walked through the corridors of Hogwarts. In the span of just a week, he had accomplished 2 objectives from his plan. While it couldn't yet be labeled a success, it was at least a promising beginning. Now, only one task remained, meeting with Bishop Inrel. The courtyard's passageway was chilled by the wind, sharpening his mind. Xing Ze gazed at the falling snowflakes, tightening his coat and vowing to procure a warmer robe. At the doorway sat a figure, and with his enhanced night vision, Xing Ze discerned who it was. Miss Granger? He shook the drowsy girl awake. She blinked groggily, nearly colliding with his nose as she sprang to her feet. Take it easy, Mississippi. I have something important to discuss with you. Hermione resembled a disgruntled kitten. It's snowing outside. Miss Granger, Xing Ze frowned. What is this? A scene from The Little Match Girl? You should be grateful this corridor isn't half enclosed. Otherwise, you'd freeze to death at the entrance. Is there nothing that can't wait until tomorrow? It concerns your altercation with Mr. Barrowflea. Xing Ze paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. I assumed the board would be handling the investigation. He noticed a furrow in her brow and, begrudgingly, conceded, let us discuss it inside. The fireplace crackled to life. But the warm room hardly required its glow. The flame, devoid of heat, served merely as decoration, much like the occasional popping sound from the hearth. Would you like something to warm you up, Miss Granger? No, let us stick to business, Hermione replied. I need to return to my dormitory soon. Xing Ze glanced at his watch. You've already missed curfew, Miss Granger. Is this truly so important to you? Yes, it is. Very well, I did indeed strike him. He admitted. Hermione looked at him incredulously, taking a moment before asking, Why? Before I answer, let me pose a question to you. If someone insulted your parents, what would you do? I would punch him in the face, the girl replied without hesitation. Well then, you know the answer, he said. Are you saying Mr. Barrowflea insulted you? Xing Ze nodded but added, that was a long time ago. However, I am not one to forget easily. Hermione pouted, leaning back against the sofa. But violence is never the solution. Indeed, Xing Ze agreed. Violence is never a good thing, yet I will not apologize. Nor will I feel even the slightest bit of guilt. The facts are simple. He insulted me, and I retaliated. Is that clear enough? Clear enough, Hermione nodded. This gives me a better understanding of you. Does it? Xing Ze shrugged. I am curious who informed you of this. Lena Castor. You might want to clarify things with her. She insists you are a villain. She is not mistaken. I have never claimed to be a good person. But that is different. No difference, Miss Granger. Evil is evil, regardless of its size or the excuses made for it. I hope this serves as a sufficient warning. A warning for what? The girl inquired. To caution you against emulating me, and to refrain from misusing violence. Hermione leaped off the sofa. You always preach lofty ideals while acting in direct contradiction to them. Who taught me to be a villain? Xing Ze chuckled. Very well. Let me escort you back to your dormitory. Next time, try not to sneak out so late. Alas, I truly ought to suggest to Dumbledore the necessity of appointing an additional night watchman. Teach me a few tricks, sir. Hermione, who had been leading the way, abruptly halted and turned to implore. Teach you what? How to throw a punch. The girl feebly swung her fist at the air, a rather lackluster attempt. Miss Granger, I gather you didn't pay any heed to my earlier admonition? I was listening quite attentively before that warning. The girl chuckled. Xing Ze pressed his throbbing forehead and replied. Do not let your opponent perceive your intentions. Strike swiftly and aim for their vulnerabilities. He extended his finger to point at his own nose, then indicated his spleen, liver, and kidneys. Of course, a man has another weakness, but I shan't elaborate on that with you. Leaning closer, he added, beyond that, the best target is indeed the nose. If you strike a person there and nothing occurs, then it's time to run. However, if he clutches his nose and leans backward, seize the opportunity. He will expose his most fragile point, and if you are quick enough, you could deliver another blow to his abdomen, be it with your fists or feet. Remember what I just told you about the liver and spleen? Those two organs are quite delicate and can easily rupture with sufficient force. Lastly, there's a possibility he will bend forward. Xing Ze stood up, raised his hand, and lifted a leg, then pressed down his head and smashed your kneecap into his face. With a stroke of luck, he may faint outright. The girl took a few steps back, half joking, surprised by Xing Ze's earnestness in imparting such knowledge. In addition, you must practice diligently. Xing Ze concluded his lesson. Where on earth did you learn all this? From a combat club, street fighting, and films, he replied. Now, off you go, miss, it is late. The war horse charged forward, toppling the bishop, while the black soldiers behind it erupted in cheers. The White Queen complained incessantly to Xing Ze, expressing her dissatisfaction with the recent move. You seem somewhat distracted, Xing Ze. Professor McGonagall elegantly lifted a ceramic cup, disapproving of an unearned victory. Ah, my apologies, Professor, Xing Ze said. I do indeed have something on my mind. Feel free to share, the professor suggested, taking a sip of tea, and let me see if I can be of assistance. Xing Ze withdrew his attention from the chessboard. It concerns a girl, Lena Castle. At the mention of the name, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted noticeably. She set down her teacup and inquired with a furrowed brow. What trouble has she caused now? No, Professor. I am merely curious about her. This girl is, well, somewhat different. Ah, you sensed it too, did you? The professor straightened her back. I noticed something unusual when I went to fetch her. Oh, you recall when I sent you a message via Raven? Xing Ze nodded. You explained that the school's owls were insufficient. Precisely. And the reason for the owl shortage is this girl. Xing Ze furrowed his brow. I do not quite comprehend. Initially, I was as perplexed as you are. Since none of the owls we sent to her returned, I decided to investigate personally. Guess what I discovered? By Merlin, she had stewed the owls, treating them as game. At this, Professor McGonagall waved her hand dismissively, shaking her head. After so many years of teaching, I have never encountered such a situation. Were it not for Dumbledore's repeated reminders of her significance, I would have been tempted to transfigure her into a pig. I continually urged myself to remain calm. It was unreasonable to be angry with a child. Perhaps she slaughtered those poor owls out of ignorance of the magical world. Yet I was mistaken, Xing Ze. This girl possesses some understanding of the magical realm, albeit superficial. She presented a seemingly flawless theory, but it was riddled with flaws. Professor McGonagall noticed the peculiar expression on Xing Ze's face and asked, she shared that theory with you, didn't she? Xing Ze nodded. She did, and that is precisely where my confusion lies. Do not be perplexed, Xing Ze. Stranger things are yet to come. I can endure her ignorance and self-satisfaction, but I cannot abide the fact that she knowingly killed those owls, who were messengers. By Merlin's beard, I cast a stupefy on her. It is not a noble act to use magic against a muggle, yet I found satisfaction in doing so. I then brought her to meet Dumbledore, who would determine her fate. Dumbledore has always had a keen eye for people, said Xing Ze. Professor McGonagall did not catch the sarcasm in his words, but sighed deeply. I hope he does not misjudge this time. He is too credulous regarding prophecies. Prophecy? Indeed. From Trelawney's prophecy, she foretold that the girl would become an extraordinary figure in the future. Who knows? While she did predict the downfall of the Dark Lord over a decade ago, prophecies have always been unreliable. I do not believe that girl will have a significant future. She is indeed clever, but perhaps too clever for her own good. She is also strikingly beautiful, yet appearance is not everything. What truly matters is one's character. Just like Professor Flitwick, many first years might mock his stature. However, after getting to know him, students come to appreciate him. The school newspaper conducted a survey last year on who is the most beloved professor at Hogwarts, and he ranked second. Moreover, let's not forget that he is also a dueling champion. Xing Ze had never witnessed Professor McGonagall so dismissive of an individual, especially a student. It is worth noting that even with Malfoy, she maintained impartiality. Thus, she changed the subject and asked, I am curious, who ranked first? Eliza Fig. Professor McGonagall took a sip from her cup. I recall. Yes, I remember you were desk partners, weren't you? Indeed. Well, we have discussed long enough, the professor remarked. Shall we continue our game? Of course. I have no intention of conceding so soon. Then do not dwell on that child. Xing Ze. Dumbledore has other plans for her. At the end of this term, she will be sent to Nurmengard. Wait, Professor. Xing Ze exclaimed, furrowing his brow. I admit that the girl is peculiar. But sending her away... Oh, my mistake. Do not be alarmed, Xing Ze. Dumbledore merely wishes to send her to Grindelwald for education. Why? Does the headmaster intend to have Grindelwald teach her dark magic? To temper that girl's sharpness. She is currently a sword in need of a sheath to contain her. Those were Dumbledore's exact words. Xing Ze cursed under his breath and said aloud, This is utterly unbelievable. I truly suspect the headmaster has lost his mind. This is not without precedent, Professor McGonagall calmly replied. Eliza once spent several years at Nurmengard. Is that so? Xing chiffoned. No wonder she is so well-versed in dark magic. So, Grindelwald has become an external instructor at Hogwarts? How will his salary be determined? Professor McGonagall chuckled softly, acknowledging that despite his initial objections, one must concede that Albus, at times, can be rather obstinate. This stubbornness, indeed, was the reason he declined the position of Minister for Magic, reflected Xing Ze in his thoughts. Furthermore, there was Ellie, whose remarkable abilities were evident to all. At such a young age, she had not only become the professor of defense against the dark arts, but had also ascended to the role of head of the department. A hint of exasperation laced McGonagall's tone. Xing Ze couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and frustration. Yes, she had also joined the Order of the Phoenix. Keeping a vigilant watch over Dumbledore and Hogwarts, Dumbledore's perception was indeed astute. Unsurprisingly, he lost that game of wizard's chess, but departed from McGonagall's office with a sense of satisfaction. The following afternoon, the members of the school board arrived as scheduled. The leading gentleman escorted Xing Ze to an infrequently used solitary office. The fire in the hearth blazed warmly, yet a chill lingered, as the room lacked magical temperature stabilization. Seated behind a modest desk was a stern-looking gentleman, likely in his 60s, with a prominent square jaw and a head of wiry, carrot-colored hair that was beginning to show gray. Upon Xing Ze's entrance, he remained silent, scrutinizing him with an unreserved gaze. Only after retracting his gaze, perhaps having found something of note, or perhaps finding nothing at all, did he speak. I believe you should be aware of my identity by now. Xing Ze found it challenging to glean any information from the man's inscrutable expression, so he simply greeted him. Good day, Mr. Shafik. I presume you are aware of the purpose of my visit. Indeed, it pertains to my altercation with Barrowfleet, does it not? After all, this matter has spread throughout the school and even made it into the school newspaper, replied Albert Shafik, father of Ellie and chairman of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Raising an eyebrow, the man with numerous titles remarked, Of course, we shall discuss that later. The unexpected response caused Xing Ze to furrow his brow. He was not fond of surprises, as they often heralded new complications. I need to speak with you about my daughter, Ellie. You are acquainted with her. Do not heed the unfounded rumors, my esteemed sir. Xing Ze promptly defended, I am not particularly well acquainted with your daughter. Had this conversation occurred previously, such a statement would have filled him with relief. The chairman replied solemnly, However, it is too late for such reassurances now. Well, esteemed sir, let us speak plainly. I did indeed request your daughter's assistance with a minor task, but it involved no perilous matters. I shall be the judge of that. What I wish to discuss is your true identity, Xing Ze. You refer to the same layer of identity that pertains to your daughter? The wood in the fireplace crackled. Albert Shafik narrowed his eyes, the amber hue of Ellie's gaze undoubtedly inherited from him. You are quite astute, Mr. Xing Ze. However, do not test my patience with such cleverness. I am aware of the Order of the Phoenix, and my family has provided them with considerable financial support. Should I desire, they would remove you today. Yet, I have no wish to resort to such measures, for I prefer to resolve matters amicably and judiciously. My request is simple. Monitor Ellie for me, and should she become too deeply involved, report back to me. What say you? Xing Ze pondered the chairman's words carefully. I had thought you would instruct me to keep my distance from your daughter. That was indeed my intention before you dealt Barrowfleet a severe blow. What altered your perspective? Barrowfleet, Albert stated, I recognized him as a worthless fool, yet I did not expect him to be so utterly lacking. Meanwhile, I have also perceived the potential within you. I conducted a brief investigation and found your accomplishments remarkable. Rescuing the Hogwarts Express, uncovering the mystery of the missing Aurors, and successfully averting a significant contamination incident. While I am no seer, Your credentials suggest you ought to ascend the ranks. Thus, rather than Barrowfleet, I would prefer you to monitor my daughter. Moreover, your rapport with her is commendable. If mutual sarcasm and mockery can be deemed commendable rapport, Xing Ze mused inwardly. Despite Barrowfleet's ineptitude, he nonetheless had the backing of the Barrowfleet family. According to Xing Ze's understanding, the Shafik family and the Barrowfleet family had historically enjoyed a cordial relationship. Therefore, Xing Ze dismissed Albert's recent compliments as mere pressure and a display of dominance. After all, the information Albert had uncovered was not accessible to just anyone, indicating that Ellie Shafik was indeed truthful. Even the Order of the Phoenix was subject to the influence of powerful families. Xing Ze surmised that Albert's desire for him to keep an eye on Ellie stemmed largely from his knowledge of dreams, enabling him to promptly discern if Ellie had indeed been tainted by them. Moreover, the chairman continued, I shall not have you toil without recompense. You may also present your conditions, provided they are reasonable. Everything is negotiable. Xing Ze contemplated for a moment before speaking. Very well, I suppose I have no choice. However, I must first inquire, sir, how much power do you wield over the Order of the Phoenix? What do you intend to do? Seek promotion? No, I have no such intentions. I simply require the files of 2 individuals. Albert raised an eyebrow, having anticipated the young man's desire for wealth, position, or elevated social standing. But he was taken aback by this request. Pray tell, R and M, Xing Ze whispered, I need detailed information on these 2 individuals, as comprehensive as possible. The chairman did not respond immediately. His expression darkened further. After a moment of silence, he cautiously asked, What do you intend to do, young man? I merely wish to gain a better understanding of my colleagues. Who would believe that? Albert's eyes narrowed, yet I shan't pry further. That would simply be a waste of time. As for your request, Albert hesitated. It is quite difficult. No, exceedingly challenging. Even I find it difficult to access the information of the members of the Order. You speak as if it were true. How then did you uncover my details? Xing Ze pondered. Or is it that my position is too low to qualify for employee protection? Why not restore your reputation? The incident must have severely affected you. The chairman proposed another suggestion, perhaps one he had prepared beforehand. Reputation? Xing Ze scoffed. What use is that to me? Can it be converted into sustenance? Or assist me in combating the entities of dreams? Certainly, this notion holds immense value for you, but for me, it is utterly inconsequential. However, should you be inclined to assist me in resolving this matter, I would be most agreeable. Albert chuckled lightly. I shall endeavor to assist you. However, regarding the other matter, I can only attempt with no guarantees. His implications were clear. Xing Ze, with a sense of resignation, acquiesced. Very well, sir, this agreement is not entirely unfavorable. Shortly thereafter, the Hogwarts board swiftly issued a statement affirming Xing Ze's innocence, declaring that the magical photograph had been maliciously fabricated and promising a thorough investigation to uncover the perpetrator. The Hogwarts Gazette promptly published an extensive article apologizing to Xing Ze, bringing the matter to a close. However, it was evident that many continued to harbor doubts and dissatisfaction. Barrowfleet was the first to approach Xing Ze, yet due to the confounding charm, he could not recall the events in question. Do not assume that this incident has simply faded away. After leaving behind a veiled threat, he hurriedly departed. Next to confront him was Lena Castor, whom he encountered in the dining hall. The beautiful girl appeared rather displeased. What a coincidence, Miss Castor. I was just pondering when you would grace us with your presence. I am unaware of your actions, she replied curtly, but the truth remains unchanged. Many of us are well aware of your true nature. Many, you say? I presume you refer to your sycophants. Xing Ze chuckled. To them, even if you claim the moon did not exist, they would undoubtedly believe you. Pray tell, miss, what is it that compels you to fixate upon me? The girl emitted a series of cold laughs, retorting, Do not hold yourself in such high regard, Xing Ze. You are no different from those foolish wizards. Is it once again your theory that the stagnant and unyielding wizarding world will inevitably be supplanted by the Muggle realm? It seems you have devoted considerable thought to this since your last return. I would not term it research, merely a discussion with a few of your admirers. Numerous pure-blood families propagate the notion of Muggle ineptitude, whereas you, Miss Castor, vocally champion the ineptitude of wizards. I would very much like to see who ultimately prevails in this contest. And you? Do you stand idly by? Lena pulled a chair and sat down. As for me, I take no sides. At least not in this matter, he replied. The girl's lips curled into a proud smile as she stated, I suspected as much. You are like the masses, devoid of conviction or stance, merely a lamb being led to slaughter. However, I must assert, sir, that your ability to teach at Hogwarts is owed to me. Had I not alerted Dumbledore to the developments in the Muggle world, he would not have advanced Muggle studies to the first year. I beg to differ. Your theory, perhaps. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore merely regarded as the fanciful musings of a child. Xing Ze replied patiently. Then enlighten me. What error lies in my previous statements? Do you not concede that the wizarding world is gradually lagging behind the Muggle world? Chapter 127. Another Traveler. Xing Ze had no intention of squabbling with the child. Yet after encountering Lena Castor's entourage, he deemed it necessary to engage with this haughty girl. He was uncertain as to why Lena Castor harbored such extreme views. But to Xing Ze, it appeared she was indoctrinating the Muggle-born children with these inappropriate theories, thereby influencing their worldviews. This inevitably brought to mind two individuals, Grindelwald and Tom Marvolo Riddle. Both dark wizards possessed a remarkable talent for manipulation, particularly the former, who instigated a revolution throughout Europe. Her delusions must be nipped in the bud. Allow me to address your assertions, Miss Castor, to spare you the ridicule upon your arrival at Nurmengard. I am all ears. She replied, tilting her head. Let us begin with the education provided at Hogwarts. As I have stated, the singularly deficient education system leaves wizards facing severe challenges in even the most fundamental aspects of livelihood. Where can they seek employment? Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic. Various small shops? I dare say the best they can hope for is a modest position within the ministry. But you should be more aware than I of the prevailing circumstances therein. Pure-blood aristocrats monopolize key positions, making it exceedingly difficult for half-blood wizards to ascend the ranks. In contrast, the Muggle world is far more accommodating. As long as one possesses talent, sustenance is assured. Miss Castor, have you ever visited Glastonbury? The girl shook her head. What is that place? Behold, you proclaim your understanding of the magical world, yet you are unfamiliar with Glastonbury. I surmise you have not devoted much effort in your magical history lessons. It is a city rivaling London, the capital of the British wizarding community. The International Magical Research Institute is located there. I suspect you have not heard of that either. You assert that graduates from Hogwarts find it challenging to make a living. Yet, as far as I am aware, the International Magical Research Institute is in dire need of personnel and recruits outstanding students every year. Of course, for those whose academic performance is less than stellar, the Ministry of Magic is indeed a viable option. However, beyond that, the Magical Creatures Protection Society, Gringotts, the Herbology Research Society, among others, are all in need of manpower, not to mention various large enterprises. Lena's expression darkened as she stated, the technological advancements in the Muggle world are accelerating rapidly, whereas the Wizarding world, as far as I know, those so-called spells have seen little change in over a century. That merely indicates that the study of spells has reached a level of maturity. Maturity? Have you ever heard the adage that stagnation leads to regression? Sir, in my view, this world is impoverished and backward, even with the existence of magic. It primarily serves to provide convenience and embellishment. Suddenly, Lena found herself at a loss for words, desperately opening her mouth, yet producing no sound. Miss Castor, magic has never been a mere embellishment. Xing Ze waved his wand, lifting the silencing charm from a girl. She grimaced in disdain, retorting, and what of it? In the Muggle world, formidable magical abilities serve little purpose other than to render you efficient robbers and terrorists. Why must wizards venture into the Muggle realm? According to your logic, a Muggle entering the wizarding world would equally seem ineffectual. Absurd. If a Muggle were armed with a gun, or if you were faced with a Muggle assailant wielding a weapon at close range, what chance would you stand? Would you still dare to claim he is utterly useless? Have you ever engaged in actual combat, Miss Castor? Xing Ze inquired, his brow furrowing at her increasingly outrageous arguments, reminiscent of online keyboard warriors. If not, then do not hastily question a wizard's capabilities. Underestimating a wizard can exact a heavy toll. While Muggle firearms indeed pose a significant threat, magical robes possess defensive charms that can mitigate most of the damage inflicted by Muggle weapons. As for weapons, for Merlin's sake, how many wizards would be foolish enough to allow a Muggle with a knife to approach them? And the notion that wizards can only become terrorists and robbers in the Muggle world. What a peculiar and unfounded theory you present. Cast aside your arrogance and ignorance, Miss Castor. It will only serve to make you the subject of ridicule. Foolishness is not your fault, but flaunting it certainly is. The girl's face turned pale with anger as she exclaimed, You dare call me foolish? Xing Ze, how dare you say I am foolish? I believe you ought to show me some respect. Castor, at the very least, refer to me as sir. Indeed, I find you ignorant, and now must add disrespectful to the list. You are merely a group of individuals lost in a fantastical realm constructed by magic, ensnared in the glories of yesteryear. Too timid to cast your gaze toward the periphery of the outside world, Lena exclaimed in a low growl. However, her fury swiftly dissipated, replaced by a look of disdain directed at Xing Ze. Ah, how foolish of me to engage in a battle of wits with a mere native. You are nothing but an unsophisticated inhabitant of this world. What did you say? Native? Xing Ze inquired in disbelief. Yes, native, Lena retorted, shaking her head. Why should I even bother explaining this to you? Even if I did, you would not comprehend. If you wish to punish me, then do so quickly. Will it be a deduction of points or something else? No, never mind. Xing Ze waved his hand dismissively. Let's go cast. The girl stood from her chair, tossing her golden hair back, and strode briskly toward the exit of the dining hall. Native? Xing Ze murmured, watching her retreating figure. You must be jesting with me. Lena cast. A traveler from another world? If that were the case, it would elucidate the peculiar theories she espoused. From their recent conversation, it was clear she remained oblivious to my own status as a traveler. Otherwise, she would not have labeled me as a native. The world is growing increasingly bizarre, with more than one traveler among us. In the ensuing days, while waiting for news from M, Xing Ze discreetly observed Lena cast. This traveler appeared intent on garnering followers and establishing her own sect, utilizing her beauty, intellect, or even unscrupulous tactics. It was evident she possessed clear objectives and ambitions. It seemed Dumbledore had good reason to send her to Numungard, yet Xing Ze harbored concerns. If Lena was indeed a traveler, she would likely be aware of the original plot, potentially masquerading her true self to ingratiate herself with Grindelwald, learning all possible knowledge from the first Dark Lord. Another perplexing question lingered. How would she resist Grindelwald's mind control? That dark sorcerer would not exhibit the restraint that Dumbledore did. Could it be that she, like me, harbored some undisclosed, mysterious power? Xing Ze glanced at the blue beak affixed to his arm, suddenly feeling a pang of trepidation. Chapter 128, a secret document delivered by Owl shifted Xing Ze's focus away from Lena. Albert had exhibited remarkable efficiency, procuring information on R and M in just a few days. Although little of it was useful, it at least lent an air of authenticity to his plans. Good news followed in quick succession, as Ellie also provided him with the information he sought. This father-daughter duo was indeed admirable in their work ethic. In contrast, it had been nearly a week since he last encountered M, yet there had been no word. Holding a teacup in one hand, he perused the files Ellie had entrusted to Cedric. Edwin's grandfather, Hanno von Winkle, indeed worked at the International Institute of Magical Research, overseeing a project on dreams. This confirmed Edwin's assertions. From the documents, it appeared that Mr. von Winkle's research aimed to prove that all magical power in the present world emanated from dreams. If successful, his team would validate the source of wizarding power. Additionally, some information piqued Xing Ze's interest. Aside from studying dreams, Mr. von Winkle's team was investigating a novel method of limb regeneration. After Mr. von Winkle departed due to mental health issues, his student, Herbert West, took over the team until a significant accident occurred during the research. The nature of this accident remained undisclosed, likely sealed away by the International Institute. Herbert West? Xing Ze set the documents aside and retrieved his notes from the ring, quickly locating information about this individual. He was the practitioner responsible for treating mental contamination at St. Mungo's, now known as Ackman. Xing Ze sensed a thread of connections slowly weaving together. Though he could not articulate it yet, the truth was gradually surfacing. A mad world, Xing Ze muttered, jotting down the phrase multiple travelers in his notes. What do they say? Outside a mobile food cart, Maxim inquired nervously, his gaze flickering between the young wizard and a distant chapel. They agreed, just like that, Xing Ze replied, pulling a chair to sit. The weather was fair today. Brilliant sunlight dispelled the chill that had lingered for days, and the omnipresent snow was steadily melting, causing water to drip from the eaves, tree branches, and awnings of the food cart. The ground was damp, and patches of thin ice remained in shaded areas, becoming playthings for children oblivious to their soaked shoes. The commotion only ceased when one boy's mother rushed over. A large clump of snow fell from a pine tree in the park, crashing to the ground and sending snowflakes flying, startling a couple building a snowman, who erupted in laughter. Agree to what? For heaven's sake, Xing Ze. Can't you share more with me? Maxim's tone brimmed with eagerness. Bishop Andre has endorsed this plan. He will assist us in forging the letters. I shared some details to ensure the letters appear credible. That is why I was inside for so long. Well, I hope this succeeds. Maxim leaned back in his chair. This is exceedingly risky, B, framing a senior member of the Key Hall. I'm hungry. Xing Ze stood and approached the food cart. Do you want something? Hungry? Damn, you're quite the oddity. You can still eat? Xing Ze ordered a Lebanese-style wrap and a cup of hot cocoa before returning to his seat. If you don't feel hunger, I suggest you visit St. Mungo's. Xing Ze's dark humor earned him only a roll of Maxim's eyes. You are already on board, rather than fretting all day. You ought to consider how to contact a time waits for no one, and your work efficiency, by Merlin, it's painfully slow. So slow that it makes me question why I chose you for this endeavor. What can I do? Maxim complained. I've been a nervous wreck these days. Who knows why I agreed to do this with you? You know full well. Xing Ze took a bite of his wrap, finding it quite palatable because Mr. or holds you in disdain. Maxim spat on the ground, muttering no. He looks down on anyone who isn't pure blood. Xing Ze replied with a hint of relief. Ah? At least he isn't intentionally making things difficult for me due to my skin color. That's debatable. Maxim raised his arm, gesturing to his complexion. And I am also a pure-blood wizard. That much I know. Xing Ze thought to himself, your father married a witch from Morocco. That's why you agreed to help me. Stop questioning your decisions and start preparing. Meeting with the higher-ups of the Key Hall will be far more complex than today. You know what will be more complex? Maxim cursed inwardly. If there's nothing else, I suppose I should hurry and get ready. As the Heritage Keeper stood, Xing Ze cautioned, don't entertain any dubious thoughts, You and I are but grasshoppers on the same string. Betraying me serves you no purpose. I'm not the sort to stab others in the back. Before Christmas, Maxim finally made contact with a senior figure from the Key Hall. However, that individual clearly had their own agenda regarding the meeting. He personally came to see Xing Ze on the very night Xing Ze was to head to the old residence. As was customary, it was the blue beak that first sensed the anomaly, the raven issuing a warning from the skies. Yet by the time Xing Ze reacted, the man clad in a long coat and top hat had already appeared before him. I hear you wish to meet me? He inquired with an ethereal tone. In the moonlight, Xing Ze scrutinized the man's face, only to find it a swirling mass of liquid, mercury-like metal. A commendable disguise, Xing Ze remarked. Is it necessary to employ so many resources to meet with someone like me? They are merely performing their duties. There is no need to concern yourself, the man replied, his strange voice rendering it impossible for Xing Ze to discern his tone. Shall we conclude our discussion here, or seek a more comfortable place to converse? It is rather chilly, is it not? Young man, I know of a fine establishment in Glastonbury. The man took a few steps forward and extended his hand. The intention to manifest his attendant implied that Xing Ze would be unable to bring Blue Beak along. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately reached out his hand. With a sudden sound, the two vanished from their location. Meanwhile, a series of noises erupted around them, emanating from rooftops, dark alleys, and corners. He found himself transported to a rather modest yet tastefully appointed bar, where the fairy behind the counter appeared entirely unfazed by the sudden arrival of guests. The man seated himself beneath a bare-head trophy and politely gestured for Xing Ze to sit across from him. Hardly had they settled in when the bar's door swung open, and a group of neatly attired wizards entered, dispersing to take their seats, none casting a glance in the direction of Xing Ze and his companion. Chapter 129, Accusation. Xing Ze glanced at the seated wizards and smiled. I am curious. What do you do if you need to use the restroom? The man remained silent, the liquid metal mask upon his face shifting continuously, resembling a painter's palette. Let's get to the point, young man. Our time is limited. Do not squander M's privilege. Very well, very well. I believe M should have informed you of some matters. Xing Ze cleared his throat. How should I address you? Simply A, came the reply. M informed me that you have identified a traitor within the organization. Indeed, Xing Ze said, producing several letters from his ring and handing them over. I took them and began to peruse them, even though the action seemed somewhat peculiar for him. After a brief interval, he set the letters down and stated, you accuse a senior member of the Key Hall of colluding with the church, and this traitor happens to be your superior. Am I correct in my understanding? Quite accurate. The man nodded, organizing the documents on the table before raising his hand. Shortly, a wizard approached to collect the letters. Buttons, I called. Bring us some drinks, the finest you have, and do not serve us watered-down fare. And as for this young gentleman, what would you like? A glimmer of realization crossed Xing Ze's eyes as he thought, he knows I do not drink. Soda will suffice. Very well, another soda it is. The fairy at the bar began to bustle about, while a wizard rose to the jukebox to play a song. A lively tune, A Pot of Hot Love, sung by Satina Wobeck, filled the air, easing the tension in the atmosphere. Satina Wobeck. A introduced. Are you familiar with her? Not much, Xing Ze replied. How peculiar. She is quite renowned in the wizarding community of Britain, nearly a household name. But did you know? Her talent was almost overlooked. I thought we had limited time. Xing Ze furrowed his brow in confusion, but did not respond immediately, instead falling into a moment of silence before saying, the amount of time is dictated by me. This world is not short of talent, but rather lacks those who can recognize it. The topic seemed to veer quite off course, yet upon reflection, Xing Ze began to grasp the underlying meaning. You do not trust the evidence I have provided. I trust, I replied, that paper bears the church's lacquer seal, visible only through special means. I have used such paper before. Its texture is unforgettable. Just as if to corroborate his words, the wizard who had taken the letters approached, whispering something in A's ear before laying a piece of parchment on the table. At the center of that parchment, a conspicuous red lacquer seal, representing the church, caught the eye. Now I understand, Xing Ze nodded. Pray tell. A clasped his hands and leaned back in his seat. You believe ours value far exceeds his transgressions. You deem that with a mere punishment, he can still be of use to you. Just as you stated, he is a fine steed, and you do not wish to lose this hard-won asset. I am beginning to believe your words, and murmured softly, the metallic mask continuing its fluid transformations. You are quite astute, young man. Few can comprehend another's intent in such a brief span. Not particularly difficult to discern, Xing Ze replied, shifting to allow the attendant to place the drinks on the table. He is indeed competent. Yet once the attendant departed, Xing Ze spoke. In my view, most of his achievements are open to scrutiny. Such as, for instance, his accomplishments primarily stem from his time working alongside Benson. After Benson retreated from the forefront, his successes dwindled. One might argue he was reassigned to internal affairs, spending more time processing documents and directing others' actions. Yet, upon closer examination of the letters, most of the operations he directed were pre-informed by the church. Consider the sacrifices he made to obtain such information. Those church monks are not easily deceived. And you, how long can you reign in this unruly steed? A uncrossed his arms and summoned a wizard over, engaging in hushed conversation. Xing Ze's keen hearing allowed him to catch snippets of their dialogue. Go, ours past assets, and compare. Xing Ze took a sip of soda, feeling a sheen of perspiration on his brow, perhaps from the bar's warmth or the oppressive presence of the man opposite him. Indeed, despite being unable to see his face or discern his tone, he could still feel the chilling pressure emanating from him. It was as if an invisible hand was pressing him firmly into his seat, seeking to push him deeper still. He exhaled slowly, murmuring, You know her quite well. We are colleagues. To my knowledge. I questioned. Your position is far inferior to ours. You ought not to possess such insights. I have my own channels, Xing Ze retorted, adjusting his posture in an attempt to blend further into the shadows. Yet he quickly realized this was in vain, for there was no refuge in his current position. Xing Ze understood that this investigation was not solely directed at R. It was also a scrutiny of him. Indeed, it appears that one cannot be easily deceived. He mused internally, yet he steeled himself with utmost determination. Drawing a deep breath, he straightened his posture. Do you know, he inquired, how many keepers there are in the key hall? At my rank, I lack the privilege to be privy to such information. After a brief pause, they responded, 30, even counting those yet to receive their code names. Do you comprehend the implications of this? A shortage of personnel? I relish conversing with the astute. As you mentioned, we are indeed facing a grave shortage of staff. Thus, as members of the leadership, we occasionally must overlook certain shortcomings of our subordinates. Oh, that's rather agreeable. Xing Ze chuckled, forcing himself to keep pace under the mounting pressure. Does this mean I could collaborate with the church? Another silence ensued. That depends on the value you can bring me. At last, we have struck the crux of the matter, Xing Ze thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I might assist you in retrieving that missing fragment. How well versed are you in the unseen sect? Do you believe the fragment is in their possession? No, perhaps it lies with the Feast of Shadows. The feast? A's tone shifted, and Xing Ze sensed a change. Oh, young man, do not presume that discovering a mere clue brings you closer to the truth. At that moment, the wizard who had just departed returned, hastening to A's side and leaning in to speak. This time, Xing Ze refrained from eavesdropping, for the wizard's expression indicated that what he had just said had likely been corroborated. It ought to have been verified, as the contents of those forged letters predominantly pertain to R's illustrious achievements, thanks in no small part to the information provided by Albert Shafik. Chapter 130, The Gambit. Setting aside racism and blood purity, Mr. R can indeed be considered a commendable subordinate. After Benson receded from the forefront, he orchestrated numerous actions against Death Eaters and various cultists, yielding significant results. Xing Ze selected several incidents and had Maxim and the church fabricate letters. Given Maxim's involvement in the majority of these operations, the contents of the letters could withstand scrutiny unless the estate administrator betrayed him. Naturally, to avoid suspicion, among the chosen incidents were some in which Maxim had not participated, and the data from Albert afforded Xing Ze greater options. Let us first discuss where you obtained these letters. A redirected the conversation. This was precisely what they sought to clarify. Xing Ze mused. They suspect I am colluding with the church. Let us make a trade, Xing Ze proposed. I am listening. Allow me to pursue the fragment. Regardless of the outcome, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Trades must adhere to rules, young man, A remarked, a hint of frost in his tone. You cannot present an answer that was rightfully mine as leverage. Such conduct is unprofessional and against protocol. I trust you understand that if you cannot clarify how you acquire these letters, the accusations against her will be called into question. After delivering this statement, he added, "A grave questioning. I am aware," Xing Ze nodded, "otherwise you would not have brought so many people tonight. I have stated that these individuals are merely performing their duties. As long as you cooperate, they are as harmless as the air. Let's return to our trade. I certainly would not be foolish enough to allow a senior member of the Key Hall to be ousted solely based on these documents. They are merely my bargaining chips for an opportunity." "What opportunity?" "The chance to compete alongside the fine horses you have unearthed. A shortage of personnel? Do not jest. No organization would tolerate betrayal." A skepticism stemmed from a simple fear. He was wary that this was all a conspiracy. He suspected Xing Ze was in collusion with the church, crafting an elaborate ruse. Thus, caution was prudent in the face of such serious allegations. Moreover, the young man before him could not clearly explain the origins of these letters. The wax-sealed paper could only be utilized by high-ranking church officials. What capacity did he possess to acquire them? Too many questions rendered this accusation fraught with doubt. I leaned forward, patiently listening to his counterpart. "If you agree, then after this matter concludes, I will provide you with the items Benson has been investigating." The mask shifted violently. "I know you desire this, do you not?" Benson and Hanno von Winkler's research. Xing Ze noticed A's left hand gradually clenching tighter, the oppressive aura intensifying, emanating from that ever-shifting metallic mask. "Very well, young man." I said, "Very well. I hope you're not attempting to deceive me. Bear in mind, I could easily instruct the gentleman behind me to interrogate you thoroughly." "I thought they were merely harmless air?" Xing Ze retorted defiantly, observing several wizards rising from their seats. "Or are you afraid your fine horses might be bested by me?" A raised his hand in a gesture, prompting the wizards to resume their seats. This was not a negotiation, but rather a gamble. "Why, young man? What do you seek to prove? Or is that fragment of paramount importance to you?" "I have reason to believe that the Feast of Shadows and the Unseen Sect are collaborating, possibly with the Death Eaters and other mysterious entities. Given that we may soon confront far more complex and terrifying darkness, I require a robust backing to oppose them, rather than a leader who is solely focused on personal advancement while undermining his subordinates." Such words from one newly confirmed in his position were indeed surprising. Xing Ze fixed his gaze upon the mask, the pressure gradually dissipating. "Have you encountered monsters emerging from dreams? Or do you merely sit in an office, signing documents daily?" "I have seen some, but not many." "Is that so?" Xing Ze narrowed his eyes, resisting the final vestiges of pressure. "Then you should understand that compared to your mask, the oppression they bring is far more exhilarating." I remained silent, his left hand now a tight fist. A high-ranking member of the Key Hall, hidden behind a mask and too fearful to confront me with his true visage. By Merlin's grace, had I known this derelict organization was rife with such peculiarities, I would have demanded a raise. "Very well, either accept my proposal or eliminate me here. Should you choose the latter, be forewarned, I am no easy prey." "No need for such agitation, young man." I released his left hand. "I accept this wager, but I will not bet on your victory." "Excellent." Xing Ze nodded, perplexed by A's sudden acquiescence. "To ensure fairness," I continued, "what do you require? I suspect you alone cannot contend with R. I will assemble my own team." Xing Ze replied, "And additionally, I hope to possess the same authority as R." Such a request was not unreasonable. "Produce your key of the door." Xing Ze retrieved the book from his ring and placed it upon the table's center. I withdrew his wand, a short instrument crafted from the rare wood of a hornbeam. The wand was gently placed against the cover of a tome, causing intricate and peculiar symbols to illuminate with a soft glow. Once the luminescence faded, it retracted his wand. "Very well, let us set a time. I have no desire for this wager to prolong indefinitely." "Before the next summer at Hogwarts," Xing replied. "A semester? While I would argue that it seems rather protracted, at least I shall receive a definitive time frame, unlike the Auror office, which offers no assurances whatsoever. Then, before I have cause to regret it, young man, let us be on our way." Xing rose, finished his soda, and departed the pub under the watchful eyes of the wizards present. Shortly after his exit, an individual emerged from the back of the bar, seating himself opposite A and casually tossing aside his hat. "Heavens, Do you have any idea how cold it is back there? I am aware, which is precisely why I had you wait there. You shall undoubtedly descend into hell upon your demise. Oh, for heaven's sake, remove that wretched mask. It makes me feel nauseous. It makes me nauseous as well. Slowly remove the mask, revealing his true visage. Chapter 131. The Holiday. Disheveled white hair cascaded over his shoulders, his eyes a striking emerald green, and his chin sharp, adorned with sparse white stubble. Jay reached for the glass before him, gulping down its contents before shifting into a more comfortable position. The metallic mask, once detached from A, transformed into an ordinary pale visage. Jay cast a nervous glance, his expression betraying confusion and uncertainty. Fear not, swept his tousled hair back. It is merely a replica. Surely, you do not believe I would don the genuine article? Who knows? You lunatics seldom adhere to reason. Jay snapped his fingers at the bartender. Hey, Button, bring me another drink. He inhaled deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose, exhaling the breath after repeating the process 5 times before ceasing. The mere replica can invoke such an effect. Jay mused if it were the authentic mask. If the true pale mask were here. A interjected, do you truly think we could engage in such a casual conversation? Jay shrugged, slightly turning to avoid glancing at the mask. What are your thoughts on that fellow? Cunning, astute, like a fox, A replied, a hint of admiration in his tone. Moreover, he is resolute and purposeful in his actions. Look, I had told you, you ought to witness him in action. Jay picked up a drink from the tray, his demeanor entirely transformed. So he paused. Whom should I trust? Are informed me that this chap is nothing more than a miser, akin to those ignorant country folk. Jay sipped his drink today. You witnessed firsthand what manner of person he is, and you should discern who is lying. In my view, few can maintain such composure in the presence of that mask. A's weathered face broke into a smile. Jay instinctively recoiled, recognizing that smile. It only emerged when he found something amusing. Who do you believe will prevail? I. Jay frowned. Certainly that lad. There stands no chance against him. You are aware he is a complete fool. I require your assistance with a matter. A's smile faded. I understand. I shall endeavor to uncover the whereabouts of Banson's inheritance. Excellent, Jay. Additionally, keep a close eye on that young man. He appears even more deranged than you. Ensure he manages his mess well. Worry not. He is typically prudent in his endeavors. Jay finished his drink. What intrigues me more is, what if he loses? The organization has no need for the inept. Stated, a white serpent peeking from his suit sleeve. Though he bears my family surname, the Slytherin lineage also has no use for the ineffectual. On Christmas Day, the plague in Britain was finally contained, and the people of Worcester erupted into jubilation. Airports, ports, and train stations no longer imposed restrictions on the flow of people. During the holiday, Xing Ze managed to return home, journeying across the ocean to his distant abode. However, his mother did not return, detained by urgent matters in the Brazilian rainforest. As for his father in this world, he too was a man of considerable busyness. During his 3 days at home, the two shared a single dinner before his father returned to his work. For Xing Ze, this was a form of liberation. To be candid, he did not harbor deep sentiments for his family in this world. 3 days later, he embarked on his journey back to England. His father, the industrious businessman, insisted on seeing him off. I have no clue what your mother is preoccupied with. Xing Ze chuckled, striving to recall his previous manner of speaking. Doesn't she send you postcards? She does, but I can scarcely comprehend them. I sometimes find them perplexing as well. Is that so? His father laughed. I had thought you would understand. There exists much in this world beyond our comprehension, Xing Ze remarked. Your mother used to tell me that frequently. I know. She often says the same to me. Ha! How swiftly time passes. We have grown old. Indeed, time does fly. Is that so? His father pointed to a clothing store at the street corner. Indeed. Xing Ze nodded. I must take my leave. Off you go then. Will you return for the new year? I likely shall not. The holidays in England differ somewhat from ours. Mother should return for the new year. Indeed, she will return. His father lit a cigarette. Are you finding things somewhat, unsatisfactory over there? What makes you say that? You used to complain every time you returned about being overworked and underpaid. Xing Ze offered a hollow laugh. I haven't voiced any such complaints on this visit. His father shook his head, exhaling smoke. That is why I inquired. Are you all right? Everything is quite well. You needn't fret unnecessarily. Very well, as long as you are fine, his father nodded, watching Xing Ze head towards a clothing store. Upon returning to England, the first message he received was from Edwin and Reiko. They encountered difficulties in translating Banson's notes and requested a meeting soon. Xing Ze pondered briefly before penning a response, then proceeded to the old residence, intending to spend the remainder of the holiday there. On the final day of the holiday, he met with Reiko and Edwin at the Hogshead Inn. However, only Edwin arrived. Reiko was nowhere to be found. Xing Ze inquired with Aberforth about securing a room upstairs in the pub. "Where's Reiko?" he asked as soon as he entered the room. Edwin made a shushing gesture, then cast various anti-eavesdropping spells upon the room. "He is downstairs, ensuring you're not being followed." "Followed?" Xing Ze furrowed his brow. "Why do you say that? You previously mentioned that you sought out the higher-ups of the Key Hall. Do you believe they have sent someone to tail me?" Xing Ze sat upon the sofa in the room, while Edwin waved her wand, sending a fireball towards the fireplace. As the flames ignited the charcoal within, she added some kindling to the blaze. "A little caution never goes amiss," Edwin remarked. "I have witnessed the methods of the Hall of Keys. They will not easily trust outsiders." "I'm not an outsider," Xing Ze corrected her. "I know, but you possess something they desire," Edwin replied, producing the newly translated notes. "Believe me, they will not let you slip away so easily. Your grandfather, he too is under surveillance, is he not?" Edwin stepped closer, handing the translated document to Xing Ze. "Indeed, until he succumbed to madness. I apologize. It is not your fault." Edwin inhaled deeply. "This week, I have only managed to translate a third of it. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Xing Ze inquired, glancing at the translation, which contained an incantation he had never seen before. Chapter 132, Old Acquaintances. The initial portions of Banson's notes comprise these terrifying and twisted spells and summoning rituals. According to Edwin's research, she discovered that these magics predominantly originated from Hyberial, likely sourced from the Book of Iban. Banson and her grandfather had catalogued and translated these spells, noting their dangers. The Hall of Keys is likely pursuing these very magics. Xing Ze speculated. It is quite possible. Contemporary spellcraft has reached an impasse. The female scholar extended her hands towards the fireplace, noting that these new spells were largely potent, even surpassing many dark magics. Most importantly, they were simpler and more accessible to learn compared to those intricate dark arts, provided one was willing to pay the corresponding price. It was difficult to fathom what might transpire should an ordinary wizard obtain these. Xing Ze tucked the translated documents into his ring and murmured, "Few could succeed. These spells and rituals would taint the mind, ultimately leading only to madness." "I am pleased you remain so lucid," Edwin replied. "Many pursue forbidden knowledge in their quest for power. We have chat enough." Xing Ze redirected the conversation. "What precisely have you encountered?" Edwin retracted her hands and retrieved her previous notes, stating this. "While I am no expert in runic, I have a fair understanding. Yet this I cannot decipher." Xing Ze took the manuscript and read through it. This portion was not encrypted, for there was no need to do so. The peculiar script bore a striking resemblance to runic, but translating it as such rendered it nonsensical. He felt as though he had seen these characters before. And after a moment of contemplation, he recalled having encountered similar writing in a letter from the magical material smuggler, Dun Eric, addressed to Snape. "We need a runic expert," Edwin said. "Do you have any suitable candidates?" "To be precise, a trustworthy and professional runic expert," Xing Ze emphasized. "I have someone in mind, but I cannot make any guarantees." Edwin nodded. "Indeed, individuals who meet such criteria are exceedingly rare. Yet, I believe the runic content is of utmost importance." At that moment, Edwin's expression suddenly shifted. She furrowed her brow and approached the window to peer outside. Xing Ze immediately rose from his seat, sensing trouble. "Gather your belongings. We must leave." The two of them disapparated to the vicinity of the leaky cauldron, where Edwin waved her wand, conjuring a spell that revealed the magical traces left by Reiko. "You're being followed," Edwin stated. "I knew the folks from the Hall of Keys wouldn't let you off so easily. Then let us not waste time. Let's follow the trail," Xing Ze said, proceeding along the traces. They arrived at the Shrieking Shack, where they found Reiko engaged in a fierce duel with a hooded wizard. Edwin drew her wand and rushed to assist. With her intervention, Reiko's burden was significantly alleviated. The cloaked wizard seemed desperate to escape, casting spells recklessly, heedless of whether his wand could withstand the strain. Xing Ze stealthily circled behind him, then drew his wand, casting a stunning spell at the man. The wizard had evidently anticipated such a move. Perhaps he had sensed Xing Ze's presence beforehand. His enchanted cloak billowed without wind, absorbing Xing Ze's spell, along with Reiko's and Edwin's magic. Yet, in the next instant, the vanished magic reemerged. Reiko cursed, brandishing his wand to cast a defensive charm. But the magic arrived too abruptly and swiftly. His incantation was barely half-formed before he was forced to halt, struck by his own spell, and sent hurtling backward. Edwin successfully countered the magic and cast a spell to save Reiko, but was struck by a stray curse. The hooded wizard attempted to cast another spell, but his wand was disarmed by Xing Ze's disarming charm, and without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his robes. Unfortunately for him, he was ensnared by some unseen force, and then he felt a tremendous pull, causing him to crash to the ground. Finally, he glimpsed a flash of light before plunging into darkness. The trio transported the hooded wizard to the yard of the Shrieking Shack, where Reiko bound him to the gnarled tree in the yard with magic. Wiping the mud from his forehead, he complained, "Damn, that move of his was quite formidable." Edwin cast a clean water charm, conjuring an irregular light blue orb that suddenly appeared in midair. "Merlin bless you, madam," Reiko said, reaching into the orb to retrieve water for cleansing. Xing Ze stepped forward, removing the wizard's hood to reveal a smile he had anticipated. "Do you know him?" Edwin inquired. "He worked with me on the orb disappearance case," Xing Ze replied. "Trustworthy?" "Not certain yet," Xing Ze admitted. "Leave this to me. You two should depart. I will expedite the runic matters. What about the next phase of the translation? I will address it once I ensure safety." After the cleansing, Reiko interjected, "You have turned the notes into a bargaining chip. Our time is running short." "I understand." "Great poet," Xing Ze nodded. "But remember, sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. Trust me. Once I ensure everything is secure, we shall continue." "Very well. I hope this won't consume too much time," Reiko replied, spreading his hands. "I initially thought we would not have to scurry about like rats, but it seems we must exercise even greater caution than before." "Rome wasn't built in a day," Xing Ze chuckled, seeking their trust. "To gain their confidence, we must achieve results. Unfortunately, we currently have nothing to offer." "Let us go, Reiko," Edwin urged. "The longer we linger here, the more perilous it becomes." The two of them disapparated, vanishing from sight. Xing Ze exhaled a breath of fog, the white mist dissipating in the cold wind. He waved his wand, summoning a tree stump, then bent down to brush off the snow atop it before sitting before the wizard. After uttering a simple incantation, John began to awaken. "Damn it!" John twisted his body, realizing he could not break free, and cursed again. "Look at that, Jay." Xing Ze smirked. "I finally comprehend your intention in approaching me." John chuckled awkwardly and inquired, "Is there any liquor, lad?" Xing Ze shook his head, asserting that alcohol was meant for friends, not foes. "Ah." John spat to the side. "Well then, what do you know? Speak up about my intentions. If you're correct, I might just share more information with you." Chapter 133, Improper Collaboration. Or perhaps you could simply tell me. Xing Ze supported his chin with his hand. "I have no time for your guessing games. If I told you that House A sent me to assist you, would you believe it?" John replied with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Xing Ze remarked, "Are they sending you to seek Benson's inheritance?" "I wouldn't deny the possibility." "Damn it, can't we discuss this indoors? It's freezing out here." Xing Ze glanced back at the house, noting it's haunted in there. Better than freezing outside. All right, let's dispel the magic, find a warmer place, perhaps indulge in some liquor, and then have a proper conversation. "No, we discuss it now." Xing Ze bluntly refused. "If you can provide me with satisfactory information, I might consider letting you go." John pouted. "For old-time sake, lad. Retrieve the flask from my front pocket." Xing Ze fished around before producing the flask, but promptly placed it into his own pocket. "You provide me with information, and I provide you with liquor. A fair exchange." "Don't be like that," John pleaded, but upon witnessing Xing Ze's increasingly frigid gaze, he abandoned his nonchalant demeanor. "You made a wager with House A," he began, "and I wagered a considerable sum on you. Therefore, I must ensure your victory. To be candid, Jay, for Merlin's sake. When I speak frankly, you don't believe me. Indeed, House A did send me to keep an eye on you. They fear you may undertake some reckless actions." "Reckless actions?" Xing Ze frowned. "Indeed, such as blowing something up or murdering someone. I assume for the sake of truth, you could do something like that?" "Speaking of murder," Xing Ze cast a cold glance at John. "I do indeed entertain such thoughts at present. Don't look at me like that, lad. I'm not your enemy. Proceed." "House A did send me to seek Benson's inheritance. However, they have their agenda, and I have mine. So, you're distancing yourself from them? Believe it or not, lad." John shifted uncomfortably. "All right, give me a drink. Damn it, my feet are nearly frozen." Xing Ze retrieved the flask, twisted it open, and handed it over. John grasped the bottle with his mouth and tilted his head back for a sip. The flask was swiftly reclaimed by Xing Ze. "How can I trust you're not sent by House R? You previously worked under him." "Aha," John chuckled, his breath mingling with the alcohol, forming a white mist. "That is indeed a challenging question to answer. Truth be told, I am loyal to no one. After the previous debacles, I only trust myself. You may choose not to believe me, but as I said, I have wagered on your success in this gamble. Thus, I bring you some information. You can approach me directly. There is no need for covert surveillance. For Merlin's sake, lad," John stretched his legs, "I am at least working for them. You must allow me to find something to appease them. So what have you discovered?" That depends on what liquor you offer me. Or I could use the money from that liquor to buy you a flimsy coffin and bury you here, so you may keep company with the ghosts in the house. Ah, hold off on your thanks. After all, we have fought together. You are indeed heartless. John rolled his eyes. I had no intention of reporting everything. For instance, among those you have interacted with are the granddaughter of Hanno von Winkle and the mad scion of the Arbin family. Given Benson's amicable relationship with Hanno during their lifetimes, I would surmise that this matter is related to his inheritance. Is there some issue at hand? No need to answer. I do not wish to know. The less I know, the more credible I will appear when reporting to above. So, if you could buy me a drink, perhaps inspiration would strike, and I could compose a satisfactory report. Xing Ze forced a dry smile. They often say that the dead are better at keeping secrets. Who the hell said that? John spat on the ground. Oh, come on, lad. You know, keeping me alive is more beneficial than killing me. Is it? Indeed. Damn it. Give me a drink. John stuck out his tongue. I'm freezing to death. Xing Ze brought the flask to his lips, and after John took a sip, he quickly withdrew it once more. The pitiful drunk licked his lips. You are truly a miser. Killing me will not resolve the issue. You should understand this. I will send another to monitor you. You may continue killing, but he will continue sending someone until one of you grows weary of it. I bet it will be a who loses patience. Big shots like him are notoriously impatient. I thought the key hall was understaffed. Xing Ze interjected. Indeed, they are short-handed. Thus, in the end, they will not send members, but rather personnel with more complex backgrounds, such as bounty hunters or morticians. You have witnessed the methods of those individuals. But if you allow me to live, matters will become significantly simpler. Regardless of what you are planning, it is of no concern to me. I only care about the final outcome. Allow me to assist you, lad. I know how to deal with the higher-ups, and I will help you buy time to accomplish what you need. Xing Ze switched the flask to his other hand. The current issue is J. I'm unclear on which side you belong to. I am reluctant to risk trusting you, as there are too many matters weighing on my mind. Damn it. I can hardly feel my hands, John complained. Then let me demonstrate some sincerity. Speak quickly before your hands freeze. Are you familiar with Slytherin? Salazar, Slytherin? No. I mean the Slytherin family. Xing Ze frowned and thought for a moment. As far as I know, the Slytherin family has no descendants left. The only heir, the Gaunt family, has long since fallen into decline. A flicker of light danced in John's eyes as he grinned broadly. That is merely a public declaration. The Slytherins have a bloodline, a cadet branch. They were expelled from the family for opposing Salazar, Slytherin's pureblood doctrine. Your greatest enemy, the racist and pureblood advocate Mr. R, hails from this family. But didn't you say they opposed pureblood supremacy? There will always be rebels within a family, like Rykar Arbin. It is not surprising. That is of no help to me. Xing Ze shrugged, and it does not alter my decision. Did you know it also originates from that family? Xing Ze's expression shifted. You know how those prominent families are. They're always protective of their own. John wore a sly smile. You need an insider to prevent them from conspiring against you. So make a choice. Lad, kill me or keep me alive. After much contemplation, Xing Ze stuffed the flask back into John's coat. Hey lad, dispel the magic. Half an hour later, it will unravel on its own. Damn, I wish the plague upon you. You scoundrel, may the pestilence gnaw at you alive. Chapter 134, A New Semester. The first thing Xing Ze did upon the commencement of the new term was seek out Clara Fwei, the innocent and kind-hearted Niven teacher, who was the most ideal translator he could find. They arranged to meet in the cafeteria during the lunch break. Oh, you have arrived rather early, sir, Fwei said as she took a seat opposite Xing Ze. She perused the menu and ordered an assortment of dishes, the quantity of which could easily suffice for Xing Ze's 2 meals. I have no classes during the day. Please, do not use formalities with me, Miss Fwei. It feels rather strange. Oh, very well. A radiant smile illuminated Fwei's face. Her thoughts were almost always written plainly upon it. How was your Christmas? Xing Ze inquired politely. To his surprise, Fwei earnestly began recounting her Christmas journey, showing no inclination to pause until her lunch was served. Seizing a moment while she sipped her drink, he interjected, Miss Fwei, just call me Clara. Did you know? There are 2 Santa Clauses, one named St. Nicholas and the other Krampus. Xing Ze patiently listened to the tales of the 2 Santas, then seized the opportunity to speak again. Miss Fwei, I have a favor to ask of you. The cheerful girl looked up, swallowing a piece of bread before responding. Of course, I would be glad to help. Well, as long as it is within my abilities, I tend to— No, do not underestimate yourself. Xing Ze smiled, redirecting the conversation. I wish to request your assistance in translating a document. I believe it is written in Niven. That should not be difficult. May I see the document? Xing Ze retrieved a copy he had transcribed from his ring. Upon reviewing Banson's notes, he had found that only a few pages were inscribed in Niven. Fui extended her hand, but hesitated, realizing it had just touched bread. Swiftly and skillfully, she wiped her hands on her robe before accepting the document. I transcribed it for convenience. I hope you do not mind. No, not at all. The girl's voice gradually softened as she transformed into a more serious demeanor, diligently examining the copy. Before long, she muttered in astonishment, "This is not Niven." "Excuse me?" Xing Ze nervously set down his cup. Fui raised her head to explain, "No, what I mean is this belongs to Niven, specifically ancient Fuzak, the most archaic form of Niven. Currently, we study post-Fuzak." Xing Ze was utterly perplexed and asked, "So, can it be translated?" The girl lowered her gaze back to the document, resuming her murmurs. "The grammar and letter order are quite different. Yes, I will need a large dictionary of ancient Niven, perhaps even a comparative chart of ancient Fuzak." She continued this for a while before looking up again. "It should not be a problem, but it will require some time." "How long at the latest?" 1 week. "Oh no, 2 weeks. I must also translate it into English." Xing Ze nodded. It was indeed a lengthy wait, but worth it. This time could allow Edwin to decipher the latter contents of the notes. "If it becomes too troublesome." "Not all," Fui replied, stuffing the copy into her shoulder bag. "However, once the translation is complete, you must treat me to a meal." Glancing at the mountain of food before them, Xing Ze forced a smile and said, "That is certainly a promise." "Fui, oh no, Clara, this is a matter between us, so." "Oh, I understand." The girl blinked and whispered, "A secret endeavor, right? Just like Gilderoy Lockhart's traveling with vampires." More or less," Xing Ze reluctantly agreed, entirely unclear about what that book entailed. "Excuse me, I hope I'm not intruding." A familiar voice tightened Xing Ze's chest. Alicia Fick had silently arrived at their table. She was clad in a violet robe, layered with a gray-white fur coat. "Of course not," Fui gasped, nearly toppling over Miss Fick. "Good afternoon, Miss Fui." Alicia greeted warmly before turning her gaze to Xing Ze. "Your face betrays your impatience with me, Xing Ze. Is it?" Xing Ze managed a forced smile since his last encounter with Albert. He had been avoiding Alicia diligently to prevent any trouble. Alicia disregarded Xing Ze's false smile and inquired of Clara, "May I sit here?" "Of course, Mississippi." Clara stood to offer her seat. "Please sit, Miss Fui," Alicia interjected, extending her hand to stop her. "Compared to some gentlemen lacking in decorum, you are truly a paragon." Xing Ze shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. A house elf brought a cushioned chair for the young lady and respectfully asked what she would like to order. Alicia ordered 2 servings of the most expensive opera pastries, one of which she handed to Clara. The girl, taken aback, silently pushed her own bread aside. "I'm not quite certain what terms your father has negotiated with you," Alicia said gracefully as she settled in her chair, reclining comfortably, "but I must thank you. At least he is not as opposed to my inquiries now. Perhaps your father simply changed his mind." Alicia chuckled lightly. "I know my father well. He is as stubborn and conservative as most in the wizarding world." "Oh, do not take it to heart, Miss Fui. I am not referring to you." Clara, feeling somewhat bewildered, nodded, as if enraptured by her idol. "Aside from arguing with my mother, he seldom alters his views," Alicia concluded. "Well then," Xing Ze evaded eye contact. "What brings you to seek me out?" "Oh, nothing much. Just came to say hello," Alicia replied. "After all, in this new semester, we may have more collaboration ahead." The desserts brought by the house elf saved Xing Ze from further conversation. He hastily stood after finishing his last sip of tea. "I recall Professor Bubaji needs my assistance with a few matters. I must take my leave. Clara, I await your good news." "Oh, certainly, sir." Clara, coming back to her senses, awkwardly withdrew her gaze from Alicia. Once Xing Ze had distanced himself, Alicia turned her curious gaze toward Clara, her amber eyes making the girl hesitant to meet her gaze. "Let us enjoy dessert, Miss Fui," Alicia gently suggested. "And perhaps you can tell me what he has asked of you." Chapter 135, A Homicide. Very well. The moment Clara uttered those words, she instantly realized something was amiss. "I fear, Miss Fick, that—" "Call me Alicia, please. I am aware this is a secret between you two." The young lady gently placed her hand upon the girl's hand. "As you can see, my relationship with Xing Ze is also quite cordial." "Is that so?" Clara replied, somewhat confused. "Can you not tell?" "Yes, indeed." Gazing upon that exquisite visage, accompanied by the warmth emanating from her hand, Clara found herself ensnared in a trance. "Then share a morsel with me, just a smidgen. I assure you I shall not divulge it to anyone." Ellie playfully winked. Clara snapped back to reality, nodding slightly as she whispered, just a tad, "Mr. Xing Ze has requested that I translate a piece of literature in ancient runic." "What is it about?" "I'm afraid I truly cannot disclose that." Clara deftly steered the conversation away. "Are you familiar with the journey with vampires?" "What?" Ellie inquired, perplexed. You haven't read it? The girl, as if she had unearthed a treasure, abruptly seized Ellie's hand. Allow me to enlighten you. This book is simply captivating. Wow, Clara, Ellie exclaimed, startled by the girl's sudden fervor. She leaned back, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to realize the other's grip was quite strong. Oh, young ones, just in time. Professor Babbage approached, burdened with a stack of papers. Help me with these. Xing Ze hurriedly took them, stabilizing his stance before stepping aside. Why not use a levitation charm, Professor? These are examination papers, student final exams, Professor Babbage elucidated. Hogwarts examination papers are crafted from a special type of parchment, requiring students to respond with designated ink. This allows educators to employ magic for grading without the need for manual effort. However, this technique is not yet fully developed. The sole flaw being that the papers cannot be tainted by any magical influence prior to grading, lest the enchanted ink become ineffective. We need to discuss something, Xing Ze. Professor Babbage opened the door, allowing Xing Ze to enter first. Once he had placed the papers on the desk, she continued. As you know, educators grade examinations in a cross-evaluative manner to prevent any bias. Indeed, Professor, Xing Ze nodded. Thus, I shall be grading the papers for my own class, while you'll be grading mine. I shall be frank. One of your classes, Xing Ze, has an alarmingly high failure rate. I have prepared a list and would appreciate it if you could converse with these students. Taking the list from the professor, Xing Ze scrutinized it and noted that most names belonged to Slytherin students, including familiar ones like Draco Malfoy and Lena Castor. Most of them are Slytherin, Xing Ze muttered, though a portion is from Gryffindor. Primarily Slytherin, Professor Babbage reminded him, most students there hail from pure-blood families, making their beliefs rather difficult to alter. So, you suspect they are intentionally failing? Quite possibly, the professor replied, pouring herself a cup of coffee. This occurs every year. Some wizarding families do not desire their children to excel in this subject. If word got out, it would tarnish their reputation. Thus, many students from prominent families, despite enjoying the course, deliberately underperform in examinations. You understand what I mean, correct? Xing Ze nodded. You wish for me to speak with those students to ensure they pass the resit next week, and perhaps conduct home visits to assess if their families are willing to support them. Excellent, Xing Ze. Professor Babbage clapped her hands. Although I hadn't intended for you to conduct home visits, since you proposed it, so be it. Damn it. Xing Ze cursed inwardly, maintaining a smile on his face. Hey, have you seen the newspaper? Ben rushed into the office, but his feet slipped, sending him careening towards the pile of examination papers. Instinctively, Xing Ze waved his wand, casting a minor air charm to cushion Ben's fall, while Professor Babbage gasped in despair. What have you done, Ben? Ben, still shaken, patted his chest. But upon seeing the papers on the desk, his expression shifted to one of greater alarm. Tell me, Xing Ze, you didn't use magic to save me just now, did you? Xing Ze discreetly concealed his wand, attempting to divert the topic. Ben, what were you about to say? Silence, you two. Professor Babbage trembled with ire as she strode towards the pile of papers for inspection, shaking her head. Ruined, she uttered weakly. Do you understand what this means? It means I must personally grade these papers. Professor Babbage's piercing gaze fell upon Ben. Say something, Ben. I'll help, he offered. Well said, Ben. Then it's in your hands, Professor Babbage interjected, her anger dissipating. But Professor, what I meant was, oh, why bring up such unpleasant matters? State your purpose, Macmillan. Ben winked at Xing Ze, signaling for assistance. Professor, Xing Ze delicately inquired, whose papers are these? Yours. Then there's no issue. Xing Ze nodded. What? Ben threw up his hands, exasperated. All right, spill it. What's in the newspaper, Ben? Xing Ze urged. The unfortunate Macmillan had no choice but to gather his composure, producing a newspaper from his robe's sleeve. There has been a murder in New Ravenska. Boring, Professor Babbage shrugged. Murders happen every day. You ought to check out Nocturne Alley, Macmillan. This time it's different. Ben insisted, picking up the paper. The peculiar circumstances of the wizard's demise were unsettling, and all were. Give me the paper, Ben, Xing Ze beckoned. Ben handed it over, continuing in a conspiratorial tone. The paper states that those individuals were involved in some bizarre ritual, Professor. Don't you think this could serve as excellent teaching material? A murder occurring in a village shared by muggles and wizards. We could instruct the students on how to navigate such situations, deal with troublesome law enforcement, the public, and the irritating media. Do not go. Xing Ze returned the paper to Ben, hastily exiting. Why not? Ben furrowed his brow. I was planning to wait until things calmed down before taking the students to see. I'm not jesting, Ben. Stay away from that place, Xing Ze asserted gravely. What is wrong with him? Ben glanced at Professor Babbage. Listen to him, Macmillan. The professor sipped her black coffee. Stay away from that place. Chapter 136, Contamination. Reiko entered the cafe, known as The Shining, searching through the crowded establishment until he soon spotted Xing Ze in a corner. "Have you seen today, Daily Prophet?" he inquired as he sat down. The poet scoffed. "I never read such fabricated news." "Then do so begrudgingly." Xing Ze tossed a newspaper to Reiko. "Check out today's headline." After a moment, the poet frowned and muttered, "You think, indeed, it's just as you surmise. Since we have nothing else to occupy our time, why not take a look? But can we even enter? The ministry should have someone stationed there by now." Xing Ze chuckled. "Why should we enter through the front door?" "Ah, I see." Reiko laughed in response. The incident took place at the junction between New Ravenscaw Village and Old Ravenscaw Village, within the confines of a derelict office building. As Reiko had anticipated, several young Aurors were stationed outside the building. The wizards had cast a concealment charm over the area, rendering the oddly dressed sorcerers invisible to the eyes of muggles. "What's the situation like behind us?" Reiko inquired of Xing Ze, who was returning. "There's a back door, unguarded," Xing Ze replied, "but it is protected by an anti-theft charm." "Then let us proceed. A few anti-theft charms are no match for us," Reiko asserted confidently. However, Xing Ze halted Reiko, saying, "No, something feels off. Don't you think there are too few guards? Just 2 Aurors. Perhaps they are not taking this matter seriously, or the newspapers are exaggerating. You know how the Daily Prophet loves to sensationalize." Xing Ze waved his wand, casting an eagle-eye spell upon himself, and pointed to the rooftop of the office building, suggesting, "We should access it from above. It's safer that way." "A splendid idea," Reiko nodded, hoping they had forgotten to place an anti-theft charm on the door above. After 2 bursts of sound, the two appeared on the rooftop of the building, where Reiko skillfully cast a reconnaissance spell. "What did I tell you? They indeed neglected it." The poet chuckled. "Perhaps I was right. The newspapers are merely embellishing the truth." The moment they reached the rooftop, a chilling sensation coursed down Xing Ze's spine, preventing him from responding immediately. By the time he gathered himself, Reiko was already standing before the rusted door. He began to chant the Alohomora spell when Xing Ze abruptly shouted, "Stop, Reiko!" But it was too late. The door creaked open. A frigid wind rushed out, accompanied by an unusual stench of decay. Reiko's mind felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. He cursed under his breath and was swiftly ensnared by a dream. "Step back, Reiko," Xing Ze urged, braving the relentless waves of cold. This chilling sensation was not from the outside, but emanated from within themselves. The taint of the dream distorted their minds, creating severe sensory distortions. Taking a deep breath, Xing Ze attempted to pull the poet away from the door, but as he drew closer, the surroundings began to twist and blur, revealing a vast expanse of icy lake beneath him. "Damn it," Xing Ze swore, spinning around in place. White. An endless sea of snow enveloped him. The crackling sound of ice fracturing echoed, and resignedly, he glanced down at his feet, where the ice splintered like shattered glass. With a sudden plunge, he fell into the frigid waters, the sensation of suffocation gripping him. He ceased futile struggles and awaited the inevitable. As his consciousness began to fade, a voice whispered in his ear, "Please bring back my daughter." Another voice followed, "Death is death, Xing Ze. That poor soul. I heard his wife passed away just last month. Cancer. He is left with only his daughter." A torrent of voices surged toward him. "Hurry!" Xing Ze silently screamed. "Faster!" Something grabbed his hand, pulling him from the icy depths. Awakening as if from a terrifying nightmare, he found a black cat perched on his shoulder, prompting him to reach out decisively. The cat transforming into a whip that coiled around the poet. With a forceful tug, Reiko was yanked away from the door. Xing Ze continued to wave his wand, slamming the rusted door shut with a resounding thud. Retreating to the center of the rooftop, Reiko gradually regained consciousness, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Beyond reach, beyond comprehension, beyond expression, such is the realm of dreams, a territory yet uncharted by humanity. Xing Ze recalled a line from Benson's notes. After a considerable time, Reiko finally spoke. "For Merlin's sake, I now understand why they didn't set anti-theft charms here. Such severe contamination. How did the ministry personnel get inside?" Xing Ze furrowed his brow, gazing at the iron door. "They huff. They possess equipment to resist the contamination. Moreover, I suspect it was the keyhole personnel who entered, not the Aurors. They know spells to counteract the contamination. If that is the case, then Mr. R must have sent someone over. And he, had it not been for the news report, would likely still be in the dark. Individuals from prominent families always protect their own." Xing Ze had to concede that John was indeed correct. "We must find a way to acquire that equipment," he mumbled, knowing exactly who could assist. Just as he planned to write a letter for Bluebeak to deliver to John, an owl swooped down and landed before him. The bird clutched a cloth bag in its beak, and Xing Ze tossed 2 coins into the pouch tied to its leg. The owl set the bag down and took flight into the sky. What is that? Who sent it? Despite the poet still reeling from the recent psychological blow, his curiosity remained undiminished. We'll find out soon enough. Xing Ze reached for a letter attached to the bag. To his surprise, the letter sprang to life, much like the furious howler from Ron's mother in the movies, and began to speak. Kid, I suggest you take a look at today's newspaper. John's voice resonated from the letter. If you plan to check out New Ravenscott Village, the items in the bag might prove helpful. With that, the letter tore itself into shreds. Xing Ze opened the bag to reveal 2 crystal brooches and a pocket watch-like device. After extracting these items, the bag swiftly transformed into a piece of paper, which, like the previous letter, began to speak. These crystal brooches can resist the taint of dreams. As for the other item, it is a contraption crafted by the International Magical Institute, modeled after the church's contamination counter, capable of detecting the contamination levels nearby. Once the voice faded, the paper promptly shredded itself as well. Chapter 137, Stepping into Madness. Is that fellow named John our informant within the keyhole? Reiko persistently inquired, and upon receiving Xing Ze's affirmation, he reached a conclusion, indicating that he was not entirely ineffectual. It would be even better if he could send a manual along with it. Xing Ze regarded the crystals and contamination counter in his hands. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Reiko said as he took the crystal and the watch from Xing Ze. Do you know how to use them? Edwin's grandfather, the poet replied, fastening the crystal brooch to his robes. He was involved in the study of these items, and I have perused much of his research documentation, including several design drafts and annotations regarding them. I believe the final product should not deviate significantly. All right, tell me how to use them. Xing Ze also pinned the crystal brooch to his chest. I will go in alone. What? The poet exclaimed in confusion. Oh, for heaven's sake. Me fine, Xing Ze. Whether you're fine or not is not for you to decide. Enough already, the poet scoffed. I was only trapped in a hallucination for half a minute. Just half a minute, Xing Ze. That's more than sufficient. Xing Ze was acutely aware of the harrowing sensation of being ensnared in an illusion, a feeling potent enough to drive a person to madness. You must not know of my experiences in a port town in America. The horrific sights I witnessed that night nearly extinguished my hope. Reiko, listen to me. The poet waved his hand and declared, let us enter Xing Ze. There is no room for negotiation. Trust me, I could easily spend an entire day here with you. Damn it, fine. Xing Ze conceded with a hint of resignation. Tell me how to use this thing. Infuse your magic into it, following the internal patterns, Reiko instructed, gesturing towards the crystal that hung before his chest. It's akin to navigating a labyrinth. You merely need to find the exit. By the way, I am a master of mazes. With that, he closed his eyes, concentrating entirely on the crystal. Soon, the poet illuminated the crystal, proudly opening his eyes only to find Xing Ze gazing contemplatively at his own crystal. It's flickering continuously. Is that normal? Reiko nodded, his tone tinged with slight disappointment and skepticism. Indeed, it is normal. It will change through 3 colors. Initially, it will be green, then transition to red, and finally to black. Once the entire crystal turns black, it signifies that it is no longer of any use, and we will succumb to the taint of dreams. You are quite adept at deciphering the crystal's patterns. Xing Ze shrugged. Am I not still a novice? At this, the poet displayed a relieved smile. Ah, yes, it must be the good fortune of a beginner. I shall handle the counter. Explaining it would take too much time. No matter, Xing Ze replied. The iron door swung open once more, but this time, Xing Ze felt no chill. Although the crystal could shield against mental pollution, it offered no defense against the foul stench. Reiko, bearing the counter, stepped inside first. Upon Xing Ze's entrance, he turned a glance back at the iron door. I understand, he murmured. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, turning to look as well. There, etched upon the iron door, was a pentagram. At its center, an eye-like symbol. An ancient seal. Xing Ze whispered. According to the key of the door, this peculiar symbol represents the will of the gods. It not only wards off the assaults of dream entities, but also protects against the mental pollution of dreams. It seems we have unwittingly opened Pandora's box. Reiko chuckled, turning to proceed further. Xing Ze followed closely behind, descending the staircase in search of the source of the pollution, guided by the counter. Much like their previous encounter in the Forbidden Forest, the office building had been thoroughly corrupted. Black liquid, exuding a foul odor, seeped through the cracks in the walls, while enormous crystalline formations jutted out like ripe fruit from every corner. Xing Ze observed a desk twisted and contorted, several chairs entangled in a nonsensical manner, and a gleaming dead rat, as large as a cat, emanating an eerie spectrum of colors akin to the unknown crystals. Do not approach those crystals, Lyco cautioned, gesturing towards the counter. Xing Ze nodded and utilized his keen hearing to absorb all sound around them. There were no noises, at least on this floor. There were no signs of life. The two proceeded cautiously, seeking a way to descend to the next level, only to discover that the staircase had twisted into a chaotic tangle, resembling a ball of yarn. For Merlin's sake, the poet shook his head. We must find another route downward. Let's break the floor, Xing Ze suggested. It will be quicker. That approach may not be feasible, Lyco replied. The magic here is exceedingly chaotic. Xing Ze closed his eyes, sensing the tumultuous magic surrounding them. Indeed, it was chaotic, yet he could still manage to gather some usable magic. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we shall devise another plan. Lyco relented. Very well. If that is how you wish to proceed. Xing Ze began to chant the incantation, slowly and deliberately, striving to harness the surrounding chaotic magic and channel it into his wand. In the final stages of the spell, Xing Ze abandoned the notion of drawing magic from the surroundings and instead infused his own magic into the wand to stabilize the incantation. With a crack, the floor began to fracture slowly. Lyco likewise summoned his internal magic to cast a levitation spell for both of them. The fissures widened, and with a resounding crash, a large hole formed around Xing Ze as concrete and broken rebar tumbled down. Xing Ze lowered his wand and exhaled deeply. The spell, flying sand and shattered stones, was an advanced explosive incantation, offering superior control over the area and force compared to standard explosive spells. With the aid of the levitation charm, they ascended to the 5th floor of the office building, where the condition was akin to that of the upper levels. Crystals sprawled everywhere, and the kaleidoscopic lights left Xing Ze momentarily disoriented, almost believing he had entered a nightclub. Head this way, Lyco gestured ahead, as they navigated through an office hall according to the counter's guidance. Xing Ze ducked to avoid a telephone line. All the phones on the desk suddenly levitated, intertwining their cords to form a bizarre pattern on the ceiling. Dreams, Lyco mused. This place has been infiltrated by dreams. Look, everything defies the physical laws we know. Were these glowing crystals? Xing Ze inquired. Lyco shook his head. I do not know. The pollution of dreams manifests in myriad forms, devoid of any discernible pattern. Crystallization, decay, rapid aging, and paradoxical amalgamation, among others. According to the records from Edwin's grandfather, thus far, no one has been able to ascertain the causes of these phenomena, although numerous hypotheses abound. However, what can be confirmed is that such occurrences often arise near the junctions between dreams and reality. I dare say a portion of this office building now belongs to the realm of dreams. Chapter 138, Pursuit. The Theory of Junctions. Xing Ze had also read about this in The Key of the Door. Any attempt to summon dream entities or open pathways to dreams necessitates a junction. In simple terms, this is akin to a portal to another realm, and in its vicinity, everything in the real world becomes distorted by dreams. The surrounding conditions further indicate the presence of a junction within the office building, whether for summoning dream entities or facilitating entry into dreams. Be cautious, Lyco. Xing Ze glanced at the crystal hanging before his chest, now a 3rd green. The poet nodded. I am aware. Let us proceed. There is nothing of interest on this floor. They discovered the junction on the 4th floor within a spacious conference room, devoid of furnishings save for the blood-red summoning circle etched into the center of the floor. The white candles had burned down, and the wax mixed with crimson blood, creating an eerily solemn atmosphere. The counter indicated a high-risk zone, and Xing Ze noticed the color of the crystal on his chest steadily rising. The pollution here is severe. Lyco, we must act swiftly. Xing Ze stepped cautiously into the room, diverting his attention from the magical circle and instead focusing on the wall directly opposite the entrance. The poet approached as well, his features contorted in discomfort at the sight upon the wall. It was a figure embedded within the wall, or rather, a person who had become part of the wall. He was reduced to a mere half of his body, with skeletal arms reaching desperately toward the air, as if attempting to escape. His face was unrecognizable, seemingly torn open, as though something had forcibly wrenched his mouth apart. His jaw and body were fused together, while his upper jaw, along with his head, hung at a higher elevation. As for his lower half, it appeared to be merged with the wall. Upon closer inspection, a type of white, moss-like, furry plant sprouted at the juncture of flesh and concrete. Xing Ze was uncertain whether those entities could truly be classified as plants. Following the moss downwards, it gradually transformed into a vibrant yellow, a brilliant hue blossoming forth like a resplendent dahlia. Among this, Xing Ze observed twisted vines emanating from the flower's heart, entwining the emaciated body like a shackle. Poor soul, Lyco shook his head. The officiating wizard of the ritual? Xing Ze speculated, casting his gaze upon the summoning circle on the ground and scrutinizing it closely. It was highly plausible that the level of contamination here was sufficient to distort any individual. Lei Ku exhaled, noting that their summoning ritual had evidently not gone smoothly. A backlash from the ritual's failure, perhaps. Xing Ze circled the magical array, remarking, "Doesn't this summoning circle seem familiar to you?" As he spoke, he retrieved his notes and began to flip through them rapidly, soon finding the corresponding magical formation. This was intended for summoning ice demons, as recorded in Benson's notes. It was here that they had summoned the Nofurk that attacked the train. Leica furrowed his brow, deducing, clearly, their magical power was insufficient to control the ice demon. Otherwise, that creature would have relentlessly assaulted the train. Xing Ze concurred with this assessment, judging by the state of the entire building. It was evident that something had gone awry with the summoning ritual, leading to such a severe incursion of dreams. He tucked away his notes and addressed Lei Ku. "This ritual requires 6 individuals." He pointed to the bizarre, desiccated corpse on the wall, mentioning that the newspaper reported a total of 4 bodies had been cleared, counting this unfortunate fellow. "So, where has the 5th person gone?" Leica glanced around nervously, suggesting, "I think we should leave quickly. This place sends chills down my spine." However, Xing Ze showed no intention of departing. His acute hearing had detected no sounds, rendering the silence almost terrifying. He squinted as he scanned the entire room, eventually halting in front of a window. "Leica, come take a look." Upon hearing the voice, the poet approached Xing Ze's side and noticed a shattered window. Xing Ze pointed at the windowsill with his pen, saying, "Bloodstains, it appears someone jumped from here." Leica leaned forward, peering outside to find a narrow alleyway. Xing Ze snapped his notebook shut, concluding that the key hall had left this place remarkably tidy, with nothing further to investigate. "Let us depart." About 10 minutes later, the two managed to return to the rooftop via the route they had come, the crystal's color now half blackened. "What shall we do next?" the poet inquired as he closed the iron door. "Are we waiting for that John to provide us with information? Most of the valuable evidence has likely been confiscated by the key hall." Xing Ze contemplated for a moment before responding, "We could investigate the ownership of this office building. Inquire with the nearby residents. Such severe contamination must have raised suspicions among someone. Most of the inhabitants around here are muggles," Lei Ku observed, glancing around. "A few simple concealment and confusion spells could easily mislead them. I see this as a sheer waste of time. Do you have a better lead to follow?" "Very well." The poet produced a cigarette from his pocket. "I shall look into the ownership of this office building and see if there are any rental records." Having settled on their next course of action, the two began to part ways. Xing Ze first arrived at an apartment building situated to the left of the office complex. Although labeled as an apartment, it resembled a rundown hotel converted into rental units. The apartment manager was a tall, thin man in his 40s with curly hair, speaking with a thick Scottish accent. "What do you desire?" He assumed Xing Ze was a potential tenant, gesturing toward the price list on the wall. "Take a look for yourself. Moreover, we do not accept wizard currency here. If you seek a wizard's inn, you need only walk a bit further and turn around the corner." "I'm not here for that." Xing Ze produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to the manager. "Have there been any peculiar occurrences in the vicinity lately?" "What do you mean?" The manager replied. "Strange things happen here every day. Just look at those fellows flying about." He lit the cigarette and gestured toward the window. "Aside from those wizards," Xing Ze interjected, noting that the cheap apartments were merely a street away from the office building, and such severe dream contamination would undoubtedly impact the surrounding area. "You mentioned strange occurrences?" The manager frowned, pondering for a moment. "Goodness, I work 12-hour shifts daily. I scarcely have time to concern myself with what transpires outside. Even if something were to happen, I've long grown accustomed to it. Just the other day, a wizard turned the town constable's dog into a cat. For heaven's sake, the constable nearly shot the mayor, as our mayor is a wizard, a rather incompetent one at that. One of my sons is studying at Hogwarts and is set to graduate next year. Every time he returns, he regales me with tales from the Wizarding World, but I can't comprehend a single word. His mother and sister, however, find it utterly fascinating. Goodness, I feel completely superfluous at home. I'm not complaining, sir, but living in Raven's Nest, one encounters an abundance of oddities." Chapter 139, New Raven's Nest Village. Xing Ze patiently listened to the manager's grievances, hoping for some useful information. "Of course, you could ask over there," the manager suggested, stepping out from behind the counter and pointing toward a nearby park. "Some young people often gather there. They might have seen something." "Thank you. By the way, has anyone here, experienced frequent nightmares or signs of mental disarray during this period?" The manager scrutinized Xing Ze with curiosity, asking, "What exactly are you? A wizard investigator?" "A journalist," Xing Ze replied decisively, from the Glastonbury Today's News. My son occasionally reads that newspaper. So, what are you reporting on? The oddities of Raven's Nest Village? I heard that something happened at that office building, so I came to investigate. Oh, that matter. The manager scratched his forehead. You arrived rather late. A whole swarm of reporters, police, and wizards were here this morning. I'm merely responsible for some follow-up reporting, Xing Ze explained. You know, I need to ensure my colleagues haven't overlooked anything. The manager shrugged, suggesting, perhaps you should talk to Martin. Martin? Our constable. He's the one who discovered the bodies. He.S. at the town hospital. You know where that is? Xing Ze nodded. Also, you mentioned you're searching for odd individuals. You might want to check the Highlands. The Highland apartments house many wizards. They tend to be rather eccentric. Oh, I'm not referring to you, sir. It's fine. Xing Ze took out his notebook and jotted down some necessary information. Do you know how Constable Martin found those bodies? To be precise, someone reported it. The manager lowered his voice suddenly. But I've heard that the mayor doesn't appreciate us discussing this matter. I heard it was a wizard residing in the Highland apartments who made the report. What was that fellow's name again? Harvey? Ah, I remember now. His name is Harvey. A painter. He consistently ventures to the outskirts to capture the essence of desolation on canvas, claiming that these ruins ignite his creative spark. A wizard reporting to a muggle police officer. Now that is intriguing. Xing Ze displayed a professional smile as he bid farewell to the administrator. Stepping outside the apartment, his gaze settled upon a nearly abandoned park. A group of 15 or 16-year-olds were smoking there. Judging by their attire, they were likely truant students. These delinquents, or young individuals who had already mingled with society, were deemed untrustworthy in the eyes of the police. Consequently, most muggle officers tended to overlook them, let alone the Aurors, who would never deign to take their statements. However, for Xing Ze, every morsel of information was vital. He lacked the authority and manpower of the police and the tracking magic of an Auror. His only recourse was to investigate each possibility, compile his findings, and systematically eliminate the improbable. I harbor no ill intent. Xing Ze half raised his hands towards the group of students, attempting to ease their tension. Among them, a boy adorned with ear piercings stepped forward and challenged, "Stay out of our business. I have cigarettes." Xing Ze produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, proposing, "Let's converse. This pack is yours if you oblige." The pierced boy hesitated, glancing at his companions, many of whom nodded in agreement. Thus, he inquired, "What do you wish to discuss?" Xing Ze moved a step closer. "Do you spend your days here? Why? Are you my mother? Or perhaps the park's caretaker?" A girl in a hoodie mocked, inciting laughter from the group. "Neither," Xing Ze replied, unfazed. "I merely wish to ascertain if you have seen anyone entering or exiting that office building if you are indeed wasting your time here. I saw many people today, Mayor Morris, Sheriff Martin, and an assortment of peculiar individuals," the pierced boy replied. "Which one specifically? Prior to this? Around August or September last year?" Just as the boy was about to respond, the girl interjected, "Hey, we're thirsty. Maybe some beer would help jog our memories. What do you think, sir?" The other youth chimed in, affirming her suggestion. "How old are you?" Xing should chuckle softly. "It's illegal to consume alcohol under 18. I reckon you're no older than 15 or 16. Damn it, that's why we want you to buy us some," the girl shrugged. This was precisely why the police were reluctant to interrogate these youths. They were rebellious and unruly, showing little regard for authority. To extract information from them, one would either have to provide what they desired or resort to intimidation. For Xing Ze, the latter was his forte. He slipped the cigarettes back into his pocket. He had already extended an olive branch to these youths. "I have a proposition. You divulge everything you know, and then I shall leave you to squander your youth in peace. How's that sound?" The girl, initially poised to interject further, faltered under Xing Ze's steady gaze and swallowed her words. She slapped the pierced boy and scolded, "Damn it, Ace, can't you see he is threatening us?" The pierced boy shot her a disgruntled glare. "Shut up, you idiot. He is a wizard. Can't you tell? Wizards?" The girl echoed, nervously glancing at Xing Ze. The expressions of the surrounding youths morphed into sheer terror as they began to retreat slowly. "How did you discern that, young man?" Xing Ze inquired, curiosity piqued. One of my brothers is a wizard," Ace replied. "You share a similar aura." The girl hopped down from the monkey bars, scoffing, "To hell with that. Wizards can't harm muggles. Have you forgotten?" As she spoke, Xing Ze noted the slight tremor in her frame. No one heeded her words. Those reluctant to stir trouble had already resolved to leave, merely awaiting the right moment. "Aura, quite intriguing," Xing Ze smiled broadly. "Your powers of observation are commendable, Ace. Nevertheless, I require your answers, otherwise." Xing Ze withdrew his wand, eliciting screams from a few girls. Those who had been poised to flee evidently recognized that the moment had arrived. Seconds later, only Ace remained. The previously domineering girl had succumbed to her own fear. Well, it appears it is just the two of us now. Xing Ze retracted his wand and retrieved the cigarettes once more. My earlier offer still stands. Ace nodded and took a deep breath. Let us find a quieter place to talk. Agreed. Do you have any recommendations as a local? Follow me, the boy replied, turning on his heel and striding ahead. Chapter 140, Tales of Terror. Ace led him to a sheltered spot beneath a nearby overpass. A refuge from the wind compared to the park. Xing Ze admired the graffiti on the bridge's pillars and supports. One bore the inscription Death to Wizards, accompanied by the scrawl, Stupid Muggle beneath it. He also noted a peculiar mural depicting a group of pixies kneeling before a distorted shadow. I didn't bring you here to admire the graffiti, Ace remarked. Xing Ze made no effort to retract his gaze, simply responding, Then speak, young man. Share everything you know. Before that, the boy cautiously inquired, Are you truly a wizard? Are you serious? Xing Ze turned to face the boy, detecting a mixture of fear and resolve in his eyes. Very well, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He waved his wand, and the graffiti on the wall sprang to life, the two lines of text merging to form a new phrase. Fuck this world. Are you satisfied now? Xing Ze asked. Ace nodded vigorously, stating, My father is the sheriff here. Ever since he entered that office building, he has been acting strangely. I now see from whom your observational skills are inherited. Xing Ze chuckled. So you chose not to run away, did you? You wish to uncover what has transpired with your father? Yes, the boy replied. They won't allow anyone near him, not even my mother. It was a miracle that an ordinary person could enter such a severely contaminated area without descending into madness. So, your mother and brother are wizards? Xing Ze probed further. The boy nodded. Your father was taken there? Xing Ze continued. I presume it is not the local hospital? That's what they claim. But the mayor informed us he was sent to St. Mungo's. I believe that is a wizard hospital, is it not? My mother tells me not to worry. You should heed your mother's advice, Xing Ze replied. Their medical expertise far surpasses that of regular hospitals. Your father will be fine. Ace exclaimed. No, don't brush me off with such platitudes. If my father's all right, why was he sent there? Can't a regular hospital treat him? At times, being overly perceptive and intelligent is not an asset, Xing Ze mused internally. So, you want me to take you to St. Mungo's? Yes, take me there. I will share what I know. That may not be possible, Xing Ze declined. Individuals tainted by the pollution of dreams shall be completely isolated and treated by specialized mental healers, unless granted permission by the chief therapist. No one is allowed to approach the patients. However, I can assist in uncovering what has transformed your father into this state, Xing Ze stated, provided that you furnish me with the necessary information. The young man forcefully kicked the soda can aside, remaining silent, his lips twitching slightly as if making a decision. After a moment, he looked up and asked, Do you promise? I swear by Merlin, Xing Ze replied, half raising his wand. Tell me your father's full name. Martin Scottel, he said. Xing Ze pulled out a notebook to jot it down, then turned his gaze to Ace. Now speak. Share with me what you know. That place. That office building, there are rumors that it is haunted, Ace whispered. Haunted? Is this a recent rumor, or has it persisted for a long time? Recent. It should be said since last year. Ace shrank his neck. A few homeless individuals living there have gone missing, followed by 2 murders. Then the rumors began. The townsfolk claim it is the vengeful spirits of house elves at work. Vengeful spirits of house elves? Xing Ze recalled the graffiti he had seen earlier. Perhaps fearing Xing Ze would not understand, Ace explained, there has always been a terrifying legend here. The house elves who perished in the war still wander the old Ravenscaw, and they steal people's souls. Fascinating, Xing Ze chuckled, but I did not come here to listen to your town's ancient tales, young man. Ace appeared somewhat displeased, I know. Could you spare me a cigarette? Xing Ze retrieved a cigarette case and handed one over. The young man accepted it and produced a lighter from his pocket. However, after several unsuccessful attempts to ignite the cigarette, he finally managed to light it, his trembling hands exacerbated by the chilling wind. Xing Ze stepped forward, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, and a small flame suddenly flickered to life between his fingers. Ace paused momentarily, but quickly leaned in to light his cigarette, taking a deep drag before continuing. We had always planned to test our courage at that haunted building that night. When was this? Xisha interrupted. It should have been. Yes, September 1st of last year. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, confirming. Are you certain? Absolutely, the young man asserted. It snowed heavily that day. I remember. Many wizards flocked to town the next day, and later I learned there was an accident with the train. Because of the snowstorm, I did not go. But I know some did, Colin and another wizard named Luke. Doubt flickered across Xing Ze's face. Ace explained, I stood them up. So Luke gave me a thorough lesson the following day, his tone laced with anger. Damn wizard, the boy added. Where can I find them? I could take you there. But Colin cannot. He went missing last November. Suddenly, Xing Ze grasped the implications, enlightenment dawning upon him. Very well, lad. You suspect Colin's disappearance is linked to these rumors. Do you not? I shall reiterate, lad. I did not come here to chase after rural legends. Before him, people went missing in New Ravenscaw every year. Both men and women, without a trace, Ace countered. Just coincidence, Xing Ze replied. No, my father has been investigating these disappearances. They follow a pattern, occurring every 3 years. But no one believes him. Most of the townsfolk, like you, think it is mere coincidence. But you do not share that belief, Xing Ze noted. Colin told me that on the night they visited the office building, they saw something very strange. I do not know how to describe it. He said it resembled a gigantic spider, or perhaps a centipede. In any case, it was definitely not a creature from our realm. But I know wizards keep many peculiar beings. Mr. Gray in town has housed quite a few odd animals. Chapter 141, Investigation. Do you think that creature is the vengeful spirit of the house elf? It took Colin and harmed your father. Xing Ze discerned the boy's thoughts. Ace nodded. Indeed, it must be that creature. The office building is cursed by the spirits of house elves. Take me to see Luke. If Colin truly saw something, then Luke must have seen it as well. The Riverside Villa was located just outside Ravenscaw Village, and Xing Ze summoned a night carriage. For Ace, riding in such a flying carriage was evidently a novel experience. Upon disembarking, he promptly vomited until his stomach was empty, then uttered, "Can't we take a cab instead? Cabs do not accept payment from wizards, and you, I suspect, do not possess enough funds for the fare. Is that it?" Xisha inquired, gazing at the distant Riverside Villa. Yes, that is it. Ace lit a cigarette to ease his churning stomach. I know a path that leads to the back door. Why don't we enter through the front? Because Ace exhaled a cloud of smoke. Luke is not of a gentle temperament, and he has a formidable wizard guard. Let me see if I can persuade the guard to let us in. With that, Xing Ze strode purposefully towards the villa. Hey, damn it. Ace cursed under his breath as he hurried to catch up. Get lost. Don't let me see you again, the guard reiterated, towering over Xing Ze. His bulk twice that of Xing Ze. I have urgent matters to discuss with Luke, Xing Ze stated calmly, showing no sign of yielding. If you could notify him, I would be most grateful. Do not make me repeat myself, you damn muggle. The guard revealed his wand from beneath his jacket, while I still have some patience. Be gone, or I shall turn you into a pig. Xing Ze shrugged and turned away. Perhaps this will change your mind. The guard's size was so imposing that even evasion seemed a challenge. As Xing Ze's fist struck his nose, the guard showed no reaction. He staggered back, clutching his nose, before collapsing to the ground, blood staining the woolen carpet. What have you done? Damn, we're finished. Shut up, kid. Xing Ze shot a glare at the panicked Ace, closing the door behind him. I'm going upstairs to find someone. You don't understand. Damn it. Luke is the mayor's son, the only son of Mendro. He will not let us off lightly. Xing Ze stepped over the guard's unconscious form. You should have informed me sooner. Had you done so, my inquiries would have been more amicable. As he spoke, he ascended the stairs, taking several strides until he reached the second floor. The raucous sound of music was audible even from outside. Xing Ze followed the sound and soon arrived at a slightly ajar door. He pushed it open, and a warm breeze enveloped him, mingled with the scents of wine, cigarettes, and the distinct aroma of hallucinogens. He surveyed the room, the most prominent sight being two girls writhing as they danced, their scant clothing indicating that the performance was nearing its conclusion. Then there was the grand television and the powerful speakers behind the girl, from which the cacophony primarily emanated. On the capacious bed, large enough to accommodate four, lay a boy, while two others were seated on the leather sofa beside him. All their attention was fixated on the two girls, allowing Xing Ze to effortlessly locate the television remote on the table. The noise abruptly ceased, and the girls paused their dance in confusion, while the boys erupted into curses. Just then, Ace hurriedly barged in, prompting one girl to scream, and the boys turned their gazes toward the intruder. Xing Ze reached for the half-eaten bag of chips on the table, observing the two boys rising from the sofa. How did you get in? The boy on the bed called out. The guard let us in, Xing Ze replied, popping a chip into his mouth. I've always preferred Lays over McCoys. The two boys immediately charged at him, but with a flick of his wand, Xing Ze sent them slipping and crashing to the ground. With another incantation, the boys promptly fell unconscious. I presume you're Luke? Xing Ze glanced up at the boy on the bed, who was pointing his wand at him. A wizard? Luke scoffed. Let me see what you can do. No sooner had he spoken than Luke was sent flying, landing alongside the sofa on the floor. Before you act, spare us the chatter. Xing Ze shook his head and strolled forward. As he passed the two girls curled up together, he remarked, the ball is over, children. It's time to go home. The girls sprang up immediately, grabbing their clothes from the floor and fleeing without a backward glance. The mayor will surely kill me, Ace lamented, pressing his forehead in despair. Why did you do that? Stop playing the good guy over there, kid. Xing Ze rolled his eyes. If you ask me, isn't this exactly what you wanted? What are you talking about? Ace frowned. Come on, Ace. I suspect he often makes fun of you. Can you honestly say you're not a bit pleased to see him taken down a notch? The boy remained silent, but Xing Ze knew he had hit the mark. All right, let us get down to business. Xing Ze flipped over the sofa. Bring your friend some pants. He splashed wine from a cup onto Luke's face, awakening the spoiled, rich boy. Fuck you, Luke spat. A resounding slap interrupted his curses as Xing Ze swallowed the chip in his mouth. Luke, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. However, we don't have the luxury of a lengthy discussion. Fuck your mother, came another solid slap. Damn it. The wealthy boy's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Don't interrupt me again, Luke. I'm merely here to ask a few questions, and then I'll quietly take my leave. The boy flashed a disdainful smile. Do you know who my father is? I believe you're mistaken, Luke. I ask the questions, you provide the answers. My father will make your death quite unpleasant. Luke shifted his gaze to Ace. You too, Muggle, and your filthy half-blood mother. Well, the conversation ends here. Xing Ze grasped Luke by the throat and lifted him off the ground. What are you doing? Ace cried in panic. Put him down. He is going to suffocate. Silence, Xing Ze replied coldly. He is not so easy to kill. Hanging someone takes at least 2 minutes. As he spoke, Xing Ze checked his watch. This had yet to reach 30 seconds. Luke struggled weakly, his feet flailing, hands waving, saliva dripping. I'll repeat myself. I'm simply here to ask a few questions, and I will leave once I receive satisfactory answers. Do you understand? The boy nodded with great effort. Excellent. Xing Ze released his grip, and Luke crumpled to the floor, coughing violently. Chapter 142, The Invisible One. Once Luke caught his breath, Xing Ze continued, so the first question. On September 1st of last year, you intended to venture into that abandoned office building to test your courage. Colin mentioned he saw something strange darting out from the building that night, something akin to a spider, yet reminiscent of a centipede. In short, I'd like to know, did you see it? Luke shook his head while coughing. Fuck that. With such a blizzard, how could anyone see anything? Hearing this response, Xing Ze plopped down on the bed, beckoning for the chips from Ace's hand. Let me remind you, Luke, lying is not considered an answer. Fuck you. Colin's blind doesn't mean I am. I saw nothing. Since you believe him so much, why not ask him? He smirked maliciously. I forgot he is missing. Luke cast a scornful glance at Ace. In my opinion, with muggles like you, the more that go missing, the better. You have quite the grievance against him. Xing Ze shrieked. Did he sleep with your mother or something? Get lost, you half-blood wizard. Luke struggled to rise from the ground, attempting to confront Xing Ze, but was swiftly kicked back down. I'm quite curious. How did you know I'm a half-blood wizard? Xing Ze crunched the chips audibly. Luke settled awkwardly, glaring at Xing Ze, but remaining silent. Luke, you would want me to repeat the rules again. Answer the questions. The wealthy boy gasped for air, exclaiming. What do you want to know? I told you I didn't see that thing. Colin was just hallucinating. Damn it, thanks to this coward. We waited in the storm for nearly an hour. If it weren't for my spell, we'd have frozen to death out there. Xing Ze raised an eyebrow. So, you didn't see that creature, then? Well, tell me about Colin. Colin? What is there to say about a muggle leech? Did he exhibit any peculiarities before he went missing? Peculiarities? What do you mean? Muggles sometimes act foolishly. Is that what you're implying? Damn it. Xing Ze shook his head, finding Luke's response nearly devoid of clues. He turned to Ace. He came to see me before he went missing, Ace said. He told me about what he had seen. Moreover, he kept experiencing hallucinations and hearing voices. Huh. The rich boy chuckled lightly. So you think I put some kind of spell on him? So you brought along this poor guy. Under Xing Ze's icy glare, Luke changed his tune. Did you just bring a wizard to teach me a lesson? For what? To avenge Colin? Screw you, you bastard. You brought him along just to take revenge. Didn't you? So come on. I'm unarmed. Why don't you give it a try? Or are you afraid? I'll tell you, bastard. Next time, I'll leave another scar on your little girlfriend's hand. Did you hear what I said? As if touching a nerve, Ace roared and lunged at Luke. The two grappling like wild beasts, hurling curses at one another. I've had enough of these pubescent children. Xing Ze set down the chips, stood up from the bed, and strode over. He seized Ace, who was clearly enraged, throwing punches. Xing Ze deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch to the boy's stomach. His control over strength was perfectly calibrated, causing no harm to the internal organs, yet sufficient to inflict pain upon the boy for a time. Subsequently, he turned, grasped Luke by the collar, and hoisted him off the ground. You too, half-breed. I wager you lack the courage to kill me. Spare yourself the effort, young man. If you seek to provoke me, you have much ground to cover. Coward. Indeed, it was this very coward who had incapacitated the guard downstairs and dealt with your little companion, all while holding you, this pure blood waste. Quite amusing, isn't it? At that moment, a ripple in the air caught Xing Ze's keen senses. He released his grip and swiftly drew his wand, but the opponent's magic was already upon him, deflected by the armor shield stored within the blue beak. The impact forced Xing Ze back several steps as he regained his footing and quickly cast a spell. He then noticed another disturbance in the air. Something was rushing towards him. Instinctively, Xing Ze raised his hand to block. First met with a heavy force that numbed his arm, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. Up, he commanded in his mind. The blue beak immediately ensnared the adversary's hand. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his body, forcibly halting the enemy's attempt to flee. Then, he threw a powerful punch forward, but it felt as though he had struck steel, the air rippling in the wake of his blow. Damn it! After a curse, his head was forcefully struck by something, followed by a hand gripping his head and violently pushing him backward. As he collided with the wall behind him, Xing Ze hastily cast a spell, sending a shock wave through the air that lifted everything in the room off the ground. Ace let out frightened screams, while Luke's face turned ashen. Soon after, the shock wave receded, and objects rapidly returned to the floor, leading to a chorus of curses. Xing Ze felt the grip on him loosen after several exchanges. He could barely distinguish the enemy's form. He withdrew the blue beak, grasped the adversary's hand with both of his, and twisted forcefully, hearing a crack. He then leaped to the side, chanting a spell, but a gust of wind interrupted his incantation. Decisively, he abandoned the spell and fled the room, the air behind him vibrating violently. He leaped down the stairs, vaulting over the unconscious guard, the blue beak slipping from his grasp and crashing into the front door, which shattered upon impact. He burst out of the villa and sprinted onto the adjacent snow-covered ground, then turned to see a series of footprints trailing behind him. Got you, Xing Ze thought to himself, using a projectile to slow the enemy's advance before tossing a vial of ink from his ring. The glass bottle was struck by a beam, spilling blue ink that revealed the outline of his opponent. The figure halted, glancing down at themselves before waving a hand to dispel the invisibility charm. It was a wizard clad in a hooded robe, their face shrouded in shadow, their bare arms adorned with tattoos, some of which Xing Ze recognized as runes. Another lunatic with magical tattoos, he mused as he readied his wand. However, the wizard did not rush to attack. Instead, they examined their dislocated left hand. Just as they contemplated reattaching it, Xing Ze swung his wand. Such a prime opportunity was not one to be squandered, but the spell bore little effect. The hooded wizard deflected the fireball with their right hand, clearly indicating that the runes not only fortified their body, but also granted them formidable magical resistance. Damn it! Xing Ze cursed silently as he watched the foe rejoin their left hand and clench a fist, exuding an air of confidence. Chapter 143, Reward. The individual speed was akin to a gust of wind, yet midway, they were struck by a beam of red light, followed by an explosion that sent the hooded wizard staggering backward. Unfazed, they continued their advance. Another burst of red light struck, pushing them back once more. Yet they pressed on relentlessly toward Xing Ze. Seizing the moment, Xing Ze completed his spell, casting a grateful glance toward Ace, who stood not far away. As the final incantation left his lips, the snow on the ground coalesced into a massive ice ball, its surface bristling with icicles. Happy New Year, you bastard! Xing Shishpot. The ice ball began to roll, forcing the hooded wizard to halt abruptly and retreat hastily, leaping aside to evade the incoming projectile. Xing Ze waved his wand, redirecting the ice ball as it continued its pursuit of the wizard. Rather than evade, the wizard suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Xing Ze the next moment. Ace's magic once again saved Xing Ze's life, her petrification spell striking the wizard. While it did little damage, it allowed Xing Ze to successfully evade the wizard's onslaught. The ice ball thundered forward, and Xing Ze lifted his wand, causing it to soar over his head and crash down upon the wizard, shards of ice exploding outward. How they escaped? Xing Ze pondered, surveying the empty ground. To ensure there were no hidden wizards, he cast a detection spell, but found no trace of an invisible foe. He then turned to Ace, who approached with a demeanor as cold as the surrounding ice. Listen to me, Xing Ze addressed Ace's mother. Do you have anywhere else to go? Mrs. Scottel appeared bewildered, clearly skeptical of her son's return with two wizards, one of whom insisted they leave Ravenclaw Village immediately. Who are you, sir? She retorted. I still await news of my husband. We must leave, Ace echoed. Ace, be quiet. Have you done something foolish again? Mrs. Scottel demanded, hands on her hips. For Merlin's sake, Your father has just encountered trouble. Can't you remain calm? Just as Xing Ze was about to explain, Ace stepped forward, saying, Dear Madam, this matter may require some time to elucidate, and I doubt you are interested in hearing it. But trust me, it is in your best interest. If you have doubts, I am willing to guarantee it by my family's honor. Ace produced a business card from a robe's pocket. Mrs. Scottel took the card, glancing at it before exclaiming, You are from the Shafik family? Oh, I beg your pardon, madam. No, there is no need to apologize. You have done nothing wrong. Ace waved her hand dismissively. My companions believe you are in danger, so please leave promptly. Of course. We shall leave at once, Mrs. Scottel nodded. Then called to Ace, pack your things, and have your brother prepare as well. Observing the busy family, Xing Ze found a quiet corner that was unobtrusive and waited patiently. Now, tell me, what exactly did you do? The inevitable had come to pass. In the face of Ace's inquiry, he shrugged. I was invited to attend a private party. As you saw, a mysterious wizard attacked me. At this, Xing Ze exaggeratedly bowed to Ace Shafik. I must thank you, Miss Shafik, for your previous timely intervention as well as your recent assistance. I require no insincere gratitude. I seek the truth, Xing Ze. Attending a party? Is knocking out the security guard at the villa considered part of the party? Or is the theme of the gathering merely to educate the little brat from the Mendez family, along with his friends? Are you following me? Xing Ze chuckled, remarking that a well-mannered lady would not engage in such antics. My patience, Xing Ze, is decidedly finite, AI Li retorted coldly. Fine, have you perused today's newspaper? I did not did, in impatience. Then you are undoubtedly aware of the murder that transpired here, Xing Ze said, shedding his previously nonchalant demeanor. I am here because of that. So, Miss Shafik, why are you following me? I am not following you. I merely happen upon you. You know, Xing Ze, your furtive appearance easily invites misinterpretation. That hardly constitutes a reason for you to claim I am stalking you. Indeed, AI Li shifted her weight to her left foot, stating that her purpose here was also related to the murder. Do you suspect a mysterious figure is behind it? I cannot say for certain. If only I could gain access to the office building, perhaps I could uncover the truth. Xing Ze smiled encouragingly, suggesting, why not go then, with your family standing? It should pose no difficulty. AI Li smirked, do not underestimate my intelligence, Xing Ze. Those aurors would inform my father at the first opportunity, and I fear he would never permit me to become entangled in this matter. Perhaps you ought to heed your father's advice. How amusing. What has your father promised you that you are so inclined to defend him? Xing Ze turned his face away, refusing to answer. I shall not compel you to respond. But heed me well, Xing Ze. It is time to settle the score. Settle the score? A look of surprise crossed Xing Ze's face. Naturally, I have provided you with the information you sought, saved your life, and, considering your recent assistance, you cannot possibly believe these acts are without compensation. You would be gravely mistaken. The Shafik family never engages in transactions that yield a loss. While I may often bestow alms upon beggars, as it brings me a sense of fulfillment, you are not a beggar, Xing Ze. Assisting you does not grant me spiritual satisfaction. Thus, I must insist on a necessary fee, merely a requisite one. You ought to be grateful that I am a generous person. Do not interrupt. It is hardly gentlemanly to cut off a lady mid-sentence. In summary, regardless of what my father has offered you, I suspect it pales in comparison to what I am providing. So you understand what is expected of you, do you not? A slight twitch appeared at the corners of Xing Ze's mouth. AI Li Shafik had always been so accommodating, it seemed, only to be biding her time to settle accounts with him. Yet, had she anticipated her father's tactics? Had she been waiting for the opportune moment to negotiate with me? At this thought, Xing Ze could not help but furrow his brow. For Merlin's sake, if that were the case, he had vastly underestimated this woman. I did not comprehend. Miss Shafik, what precisely you wish for me to do? I anticipated your foolishness, but I did not expect you to be this naive. AI Li replied leisurely. It is quite simple. Whatever you are investigating, I wish to be included. As for my father, I hope your skills in deception are sufficiently adept. Indeed, I can surmise the nature of the agreement between you and my father. He has tasked you with surveilling me, has he not? Just like Barrowfully. Upon uttering this, AI Li raised an eyebrow toward Xing Ze, her expression adorned with a victor's smile. Setting aside her previous words, that smile was remarkably enchanting. Chapter 144, The Best Pass. Wow, Miss Shafik. Xing Ze laughed, an exhilarating negotiation. However, I require a justification for your inclusion. The previous reasons do not suffice. Those merely cover the ticket price. If you wish to access the VIP section, additional payment is necessary. Of course, if you are unable to provide a reason, fret not. I shall update you on the case's progress in a few days. Clearly, this proposal did not sway the young lady. On the contrary, she dismissed it with disdain. Had it been anyone else, I might have considered the offer. But you, Xing Ze, I am afraid not. As for a reason to join, are you familiar with the new village of Raven's Claw? No need to respond, for I know you are not acquainted with it. During your academic years, your understanding of magical history was hardly commendable. You often lamented that it was not part of your country's history. Thus, you would be astonished by Mrs. Scottle's sudden change in attitude. Yet, to me, it seems quite ordinary. You see, during the Elven War, the Shafik family rescued the residents of this area. Although for the elves, that is hardly a pleasant memory. After the war, the Shafik family contributed considerable financial and human resources. Mrs. Scottel descended the stairs with her 2 children, momentarily halting AI Lee's discourse. Ace led the way, hastily approaching Xing Ze, proclaiming, "This is all your fault." Yes, yes. It is all my fault. Xing Ze shrugged. You are so noble and pure. You are utterly unreasonable. Damn it. When can we return? Hey, Ace. Refrain from using foul language. Mrs. Scottel interjected, pulling her son closer, casting an apologetic glance at AI Lee. It is quite all right, madam. AI Lee smiled at the boy, causing his face to flush crimson. Until we ascertain safety, you cannot return here. When will that be? Aunt Julie's place is dreadfully dull, and I miss my father. Ace's younger brother, Quinn, complained. Quinn, do not be so rude. Mrs. Scottel interposed protectively in front of her younger son. I am truly sorry, Mississippi. AI Lee shook her head, stepping forward to gently pat Quinn's head. Do not worry, child. I shall visit your father. I promise to write and inform you of his condition. Under AI Lee's gentle persuasion and warm smile, both boys fell silent. As for Mrs. Scottel, though she appeared troubled, she refrained from voicing any doubts. Madam, before they departed, AI Lee detained Mrs. Scottel, pressing a black card into her hand. Take this. The money within is sufficient for you to get by for a while. Mrs. Scottel, visibly flustered, protested, No, Miss Shafik. I cannot accept this. Consider it an apology for our intrusion. AI Lee insisted, her grip tightening. I simply do not understand. Why must we leave here? Is it related to my husband? Mrs. Scottle's voice quivered. They do not communicate anything to me. I know the rules. I should not inquire further. But I am worried about Martin. He is just an ordinary man. I do not comprehend why he must go to St. Mungo's. Hush, 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 madam, AI Lee advised. You must be strong. Your children are watching. I shall see what I can do to bring you news. Thank you, miss. I am immensely grateful to you. Mrs. Scottel valiantly suppressed her sorrow. AI Lee nodded, her gaze shifting to Xing Ze, who was conversing with Ace. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory explanation, she thought to herself. Once more, boy, I shall not visit your little girlfriend. I am not your Cupid. She is not my girlfriend, Ace protested, though his tone lacked conviction. This is all you're doing. We could have simply inquired with Luke without escalating matters to this extent. Indeed, and he would have had the guards politely escort us out, Ze chuckled. Upon witnessing the boy's resentful expression, he relented, saying, All right, tell me where she is. I shall inform her of your departure. Ace provided an address and softly murmured, Thank you. Ze gave a light laugh and waved his hand dismissively. As he watched the night bus vanish from sight, he sighed, prompting Ellie to ask now, Can you finally explain yourself? Or shall we continue our previous discussion on your eligibility? Where do we leave off? Yes, the Shafik family reconstructed this town post-war. Indeed, my family invested substantial manpower and resources here to aid the Ravenska survivors in rebuilding their homes. Most industries here are connected to the Shafik family. Supermarkets, the police station, the town hospital, gas stations. Nearly all the townsfolk are employed by my family. Hence, they regard me with such respect. No, to be precise, is respect directed towards my family. I can assist you in continuing your investigation in New Ravenska village. Just think, Ze, you have just severely humiliated the mayor's son, and this incident will soon spread throughout the entire town. I anticipate that you will find yourself in a precarious situation. At the very least, the mayor will not let this go easily. Thus, you're the best ticket out. Ellie wore an expression of realization, adding, of course, if you find the aforementioned conditions insufficient, I can arrange something with St. Mungo's hospital. Her reasoning was undeniably sound, and the proposition was quite enticing. Yet, the thought of Albert's sullen visage immediately gave Ze a headache. After a lengthy contemplation, he nodded in agreement, stating, Let me make this clear. I shall not wait for you to finish your classes and deal with those suitors before I commence my investigation. Rest assured, I shall handle those fools. As for classes, I have recently entrusted most of my lessons to Chilo, so he can engage in fewer outdoor activities. Speaking of him, Ze furrowed his brow. How has he been lately? Any peculiarities? Aside from immersing himself in wizard chess and potion recipes all day, nothing seems amiss. If I must mention it, he has frequently visited New Ravinska village under the pretext of acquiring magical materials. So that is why you are here, Xing Ze mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated whether to confide in Ellie about his dreams. However, he promptly abandoned the idea. Such matters could not be explained in mere sentences. He would wait for a more opportune moment, although he remained uncertain of what constituted the right timing. Chapter 145, Anomaly. And what of you? What brings you here? Also, why did you compel that family to leave Ravinska village? The young lady tossed the questions back at Xing Ze. Like you, I am here concerning the murder case. But as for the reasons, I must request your patience for now, Miss Shafik. However, fear not. When the time is right, I shall reveal the truth to you. Regarding the expulsion of that family, I believe they are in danger, not from the mayor's son seeking vengeance, but rather from a life-threatening peril. I currently lack evidence. Merely a gut feeling, though I sincerely hope I am mistaken. Why? Because if my suspicions are correct, it would imply the existence of additional victims. Although Ellie did not fully comprehend Xing Ze's words, she could discern from his serious demeanor that he was not lying. Very well, what shall we do next? Ace mentioned that his father had a wizard friend, so let us pay him a visit. By the way, that wizard is the one who reported the incident. The Highland Apartments are near the Ravinska village train station, situated quite far from the office where the murder occurred. They traversed nearly the entire town before arriving at the apartments. The style here differed significantly from the apartment Xing Ze had seen previously. While it could not be deemed lavish, it appeared tidy and orderly. The apartment manager was an elderly lady, her silver hair fashioned into a bun, secured with 2 knitting needles. Who are you looking for? Harvey, an artist. Who? Speak up. My hearing isn't what it used to be, the silver hair manager called. Leaning in. Harvey, ma'am, is a wizard painter. Xing Ze raised his voice. The elderly lady donned her reading glasses. Oh, Harvey? What do you want with him? Ellie impatiently drummed her fingers against her other hand's back. Were it not for Xing Ze advising her against flaunting her family's name, she would have already revealed her lineage. There was no need for the entire town to know of her arrival. Recalling Xing Ze's words, Ellie suppressed her impatience. I am Xing Ze, a reporter for the Daily News. This is my assistant. We wish to interview Mr. Harvey. He is no longer here. The elderly lady's words fell like a bucket of cold water. No longer here? Don't you do any research before your interviews? The manager scoffed. He moved out a week ago. That's not right. She suddenly contradicted herself. Xing Ze swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He was taken to the hospital. His friend, our Sheriff Martin, came to collect his belongings and even covered his last few days' rent. I inquired with Martin about the situation, but he merely said that Harvey had moved out. They were on good terms, frequently visiting each other, so I had no reason to suspect anything. So, something has happened to Harvey, has it? Oh, Merlin Sake. I should have seen this coming. He was a good lad, though a bit eccentric at times. Xing Ze attempted to inquire. How did you know something would happen to him? What? The elderly lady leaned forward. By Merlin above. Ellie, unable to endure any longer, drew her wand and cast a spell. A cascade of shimmering starlight erupted from the tip of her wand, wrapping around Xing Ze's throat, providing him with a refreshing sensation. I ask again, how did you know something would happen to him? He directed towards the elderly lady, noticing his voice had transformed into a clear and resonant tone, akin to speaking into a microphone. Oh, is that magic? The elderly lady's eyes lit up. How wonderful. If only I could perform magic, I would first cure my deafness. Harvey, that kind young man, often performed little tricks to cheer me up. You ask how I knew something would happen to him? It is because he's been acting rather neurotic lately. Though he had been like that before, it had never been this severe. I told him not to frequent the ruins, but he never listened to me. In December, yes. It was indeed December when he began isolating himself in his apartment for extended periods, not showing his face for days. I visited his apartment, 302, and it was an absolute mess. What I mean to say, Mr. Reporter, is that men without families tend to deteriorate as they grow older, and Harvey was no exception. His room was filled with crumpled papers and discarded paintings, which nearly occupied most of the apartment space. Very well, ma'am. However, let us return to the topic of how Harvey became neurotic. Xing Ze attempted to steer the conversation back on track. The elderly lady adjusted her reading glasses and inquired, what if I told you that I would appear in tomorrow's newspaper? That is a certainty, madam. The residents of Glastonbury are avid readers of our publication, he replied. Oh, very well. He is behaving like a lunatic. Do you comprehend what I mean? He could either be lounging in the yard all day or intoxicated beyond reason. The administrator cautiously glanced around, despite the absence of anyone, and lowered his voice. I suspect he is indulging in hallucinogens. Ah, ici, Xing Ze nodded, jotting down the key points. Behind him, Ellie leaned in and asked, Where did he acquire those hallucinogens? I am unsure. I have never dabbled in such substances. Perhaps you should inquire with Martin, the town sheriff. What landed him in the hospital? A bar brawl. I heard he bit off a man's ear. For Merlin's sake. That's utterly horrific. The old lady patted her chest. Xing Ze paused his writing, contemplated for a moment, and then asked, "Might we visit his apartment, madam? I assume it is unoccupied?" "That would be against regulations," the administrator asserted with conviction. Ellie raised her wand, only to have Xing Ze gently press it back down. Wearing a smug smile, "I am contemplating featuring this story on the front page, madam. That would require several photographs, perhaps." A smile broke through the elderly lady's serious demeanor, etching deeper lines upon her wrinkled forehead. "I possess a photograph from my youth, should it be of use to you. Of course, provided that a kind soul can grant us access to facilitate this article." "Well, you have convinced me, handsome. Please hold on a moment." The elderly lady rose to fetch the keys. Ellie glanced at Xing Ze and whispered, "Well done, handsome. Perhaps you should invite her to dinner, given how well you converse." "At least I secure the keys for entry," Xing Ze retorted, unwilling to be outdone in banter. "A simple confundus charm will suffice. Magic is not omnipotent, Miss Shafik. Moreover, do you have the heart to use it against such an elderly woman? De notre feine benevolence, Xing Ze. To my knowledge, your methods can be far more nefarious than a mere confundus charm when it serves your purpose." Chapter 146, A Divided Investigation. They followed the administrator to Harvey's room. It appeared that Sheriff Martin had left the place in pristine condition. Apart from the furniture, very little remained in the apartment. After surveying the surroundings, Ellie inquired, "What are we searching for?" "Anything suspicious," Xing Ze responded. "Suspicious? But this place is so immaculate, it could use a bouquet of flowers," Ellie questioned, retrieving an art book from the living room shelf. "Interesting, I have seen his paintings. They were displayed at the Glastonbury Art Fair just a few years back." "Let us discuss art another time, Miss Shafik. This is not the moment for it." Xing Ze ventured into the bedroom, which was equally tidy. The administrator called out from the doorway, "If you're searching for anything, save your efforts. I just had the cleaner here a couple of days ago. Otherwise, this place would never have been rentable." "May I take this art book?" Ellie asked the administrator. "You must ask Harvey. My word does not suffice." Ellie pointed the art book toward her robe pocket, and with a swift motion, it vanished, leaving the elderly lady astonished. "Very well, I shall inquire directly. He is at the town hospital, correct?" "Indeed, that is the only hospital nearby. Have you found anything, handsome?" Ellie turned to Xing Ze, who was still in the restroom. Reluctantly, he emerged, shrugging, "Nothing at all. I thought as much. Perhaps we should visit the hospital and speak to him directly, rather than seeking answers in a freshly cleaned apartment." "All right, you make a valid point," Xing Ze conceded, placing his left hand in his trouser pocket as he walked toward the exit. "So, will I appear in tomorrow's newspaper?" the elderly lady reiterated. "Certainly, await the headlines, madam." Xing Ze winked at the administrator. As they exited the apartment building, the elderly lady whispered to Ellie, "If I could be 40 years younger, I would surely ask him out." "You still can," Ellie replied with a smile. The elderly lady's face brightened. "Do not jest with me, miss. I am of a certain age. Perhaps he might fancy you just the same." Ellie grinned, reveling in the administrator's bewildered expression. Once outside the building, Ellie checked the time. "We have wasted at least an hour here." "That is uncertain," Xing Ze remarked, withdrawing his left hand from his pocket, revealing a small plastic bag containing several red pills. He tossed the bag to Ellie, declaring, "The latest hallucinogens flowing from the alley." The elderly lady was correct. The artist's mental state appears precarious. "Where did you find this?" "In the toilet tank." Ellie grimaced at the sight of the plastic bag, tossing it back to Xing Ze. "You must be joking. Time is of the essence. Since you chose the art book in the room, let us visit the hospital to meet this esteemed artist. As for me, I shall investigate the origin of these substances and see if I can uncover any useful leads." Ellie raised her hand. "What is it?" "Two questions," she stated. "First, do you truly trust me to investigate alone? Second, I believe we are here to investigate a homicide, not to delve into a hallucinogen trade. First, we have an old saying, trust those you employ and distrust those you do not. I have faith in your capabilities and loyalty, Miss Shafik. As for your second question, it is a long story we can discuss later. So what do you think?" Ellie shrugged. "You're the boss." Xing Ze trekked across town, having to inquire at every turn to locate the so-called orphanage where Ace's girlfriend resided. From a distance, he spotted the hooded girl surrounded by a group of young people gathered around a fire barrel. A delightful bonfire gathering, he mused, stopping a few paces away. "What do you want?" The girl frowned, asking, "Where's Ace?" "He has left," Xing Ze replied. "Relax, I am not here to harm you." "Left? What do you mean?" "The Scottel family has moved to their aunt's house. Your young beau sent me to bid you farewell." "Nonsense. Do not think I will believe your nonsense. As Xing Ze approached, the group encircling the fire retreated. Hey folks, give us some space. I wish to speak with this girl privately. I do not converse with wizards. You are already speaking. Xing Ze chuckled, retrieving the snow globe Ace had given him from his clothing. The girl's brow furrowed in disbelief as she exclaimed, How do you have this? Ace asked me to bring it to you, he replied, stepping closer to her. The individuals who once surrounded the fire barrel had long dispersed, leaving only echoes behind. Xing Ze extended the snow globe towards the girl, yet she hesitated to accept it. If you do not fancy him, I can assist you in declining. I have played Cupid once before and would not mind taking on the role of Daphne again. Give it to me. The girl suddenly snatched the snow globe, shooting an intense glare at Xing Ze. It seems wizards are not particularly welcomed in your midst. Xing Ze scanned the area, noting the numerous unfriendly glances directed at him. This place, known as the orphanage, was an unfinished building that appeared to be a haven for vagrants, hippies, and some homeless children. Do you have a cigarette? The girl inquired. Xing Ze fumbled in his pocket, clumsily retrieving a cigarette from the pack and offering it to her. You do not smoke, do you? How could you tell? Xing Ze returned the cigarette pack to his pocket. The girl chuckled and replied, A smoker knows how to take a cigarette. Well, it seems I need to practice more diligently. By the way, my name is Xing Ze, a wizard journalist. You are Tina, correct? Ace has mentioned you. Did that fool mention why he left? I was the one who urged him to go, Xing Ze stated calmly. Because staying here would pose a danger, should you wish to inquire about the reason. Danger? From where? Tina asked, perplexed. Good question. That is also why I sought you out. Xing Ze cautiously glanced around, ensuring no suspicious individuals lurked nearby, before retrieving a bag of hallucinogens from his ring. Tina recoiled in shock, taking several steps back, her anger flaring. Put away those damn things unless you wish to get me killed. In the blink of an eye, the plastic bag vanished from Xing Ze's hand. His suspicions were confirmed. Someone was peddling red candies in Raven's village. From whom can one procure such items? I do not know. Do not speak to me about this. Tina retreated even further, seemingly ready to flee. What if I said this matter concerns Ace? Tina's countenance instantly darkened, her breath quickening as she took a trembling drag from the cigarette. Once she regained her composure, she asked, What did you say? I said that this could help me uncover certain truths. These truths may very well involve Ace's life. Therefore, for your boyfriend's sake, tell me what you know. But you are merely a journalist. Indeed, a journalist who is endeavoring to save your boyfriend, Xing Ze teased. Chapter 147, Puppet. We cannot discuss this here, Tina whispered. Xing Ze nodded. Are you hungry? I, for one, am famished. Do you know of any restaurants nearby that come highly recommended? Follow me. Tina led Xing Ze to a modest fried chicken shop. Xing Ze ordered 2 classic meals from the curvaceous waitress. Once she departed, Tina remarked, I am not hungry. I know. You mentioned it on the way here. Then why did you order 2? I have quite the appetite, Xing Ze replied. Now let's get down to business. Where can I find people? Do you think Ace is involved in this? Tina did not answer the question. Is that why he left the town? Answer my question, Tina. No, you must answer mine first. The girl's demeanor was resolute. As I mentioned earlier, I'm still uncertain whether this matter is connected to your young boyfriend. A prolonged silence ensued, broken by the girl. There is someone we refer to as Tank. He previously sold this stuff at the orphanage, but was quickly discovered and expelled by the headmaster. The headmaster? The leader of the orphanage, whom I refer to as the headmaster. Does he know where Tank is? Perhaps. Tina was not very certain. He knows many things. Then let me speak with him. No. Tina shook her head. He despises wizards. He would never converse with you. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, inquiring, I do not understand why you all fear wizards so much. The girl opened her mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, she pushed back her hood. Xing Ze finally beheld her face. Yet words escaped him, for the praises he had rehearsed in his mind felt utterly inadequate. Tina's profile bore several horrific scars, which were clearly inflicted with intent, resembling the handiwork of a wizard. She brushed aside her hair to reveal the scars more clearly. Muggle scum, she said, this is the mark you wizards left on me. Indeed, it was the work of a wizard, Xing Ze thought, exhaling deeply as he speculated. Luke? Tina trembled slightly, lowering her hair and shrinking back in her seat to ensure the approaching waitress could not see her face. Once the waitress had served the dishes, Xing Ze murmured, I can heal you. No. The girl shook her head. You certainly can heal me, for you are a wizard. But can you heal all those who were harmed by wizards at the orphanage? I do not need healing. I wish to keep it. It will forever serve as a reminder to stay away from you monsters. Xing Ze nodded. Understood. If you ever change your mind, you may come find me. I will help you contact the headmaster, but I cannot guarantee he will meet with you. Xing Ze was well aware of the weight of his words. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude. Eli's expression was grave, her deep-set eyes fixed on the clock hovering in the center of the hall. One hand toyed with the jade pinned in at her chest, while the other rhythmically tapped the wooden chair. Raven's Village train station bustled, as usual, with a myriad of people coming and going. Upon spotting a familiar figure, Eli ceased her tapping. "You are late." Eli shifted slightly, offering Xing Ze a seat. "You must acclimatize to this situation." Xing Ze settled down and said, "I trust you had a good conversation with that esteemed painter. In fact, I did not see him." "He is not in the hospital," Eli explained. "The nurses informed me that he was discharged 3 days ago." "Where did he go?" "I suppose he felt no obligation to leave a note regarding his whereabouts." Naturally, he was not required to inform the nurses either. In any case, he was discharged at night. I confirmed this with the doctor on duty at the time. Eli produced a business card from her pocket and handed it to Xing Ze. "Dr. Ernest," he signed Harvey's discharge papers. According to his recollection, it was Harvey himself who insisted on leaving. Xing Ze leaned back in his chair, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he asked, "How long will it take you to sort things out on the St. Mungo's side?" "I will have to leverage some connections." Eli frowned. "I cannot guarantee anything." "Well, just your best." "Oh, and I need information on the Mendez family." "Can you obtain it?" "Mendez? Why?" "You mentioned that your family rebuilt Raven's Village and rescued those survivors. Why not take charge here directly? That would invite unnecessary trouble." Aaliyah spoke solemnly, asserting that the families within the wizarding community were merely united in appearance. If the Shafik family were to dominate Ravenscott Village, the other families would not only emulate their methods, but also concoct various conspiracy theories. Thus, it was sagacious of our ancestors to entrust governance to the Mendez family, who were the previous rulers of Ravenscott Village. It is entirely reasonable for them to continue their stewardship. You must understand, Xing Ze, that there are myriad ways to govern a territory. Quite astute, Xing Ze concurred. Your family wields control over most of the town's industries, effectively commandeering the local economy. The Mendez family is but a puppet. Do not be so blunt in your words, Xing Ze, Aaliyah replied in a low tone. Many matters lose their charm when laid bare. Have you considered that even a puppet may one day break free from its strings? I know not what concerns you, but I assure you, there is no need for such worry. A puppet is termed as such because it is manipulated from behind the scenes. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Xing Ze lifted his gaze to the grand bronze statue in the waiting hall. That evening, he and Reiko convened at the ancestral home, exchanging insights gathered from their investigations. Red candy? The poet mused. I had thought such things would vanish following the downfall of the Grease Gang. Do not forget, aside from the waxen-faced, there is another who possesses the recipe for the red candy. Are you referring to the Mad Doctor, Richter? Reiko promptly grasped the implication, though it could also be remnants from the market. Regardless of the possibility, it merits investigation. Naturally, Reiko agreed. Where shall I search for that girl? At a place known as the orphanage, just north of the town. You ought not to be so impulsive. Xing Ze, the poet sighed. This not only risks alarming our quarry, but also places us in a precarious position. Indeed. Yet knowing the boy's actions, I regret not having dealt with him more harshly. The poet waved a hand dismissively. Very well, let us not dwell on this. Ravenscott Village is under my purview. Now, share your findings. Regrettably, I have no good news. I have merely discovered that the office building belongs to a real estate company. I intend to continue my inquiries tomorrow. Then allow me to handle this matter. Chapter 148. Muggles and Wizards. As Reiko rose to depart, Xing Ze turned a page in his notebook and said, There is one more thing. The invisible wizard who attacked me. I have sketched the tattoo on his arm. It may not be entirely accurate, but it is all I can recall. Reiko took the paper and glanced at it, uncertainly asking, Is that runic script? I cannot say. Show it to Edwin. Perhaps she can decipher it. Very well. However, my friend, you already have an inkling of who sent that assassin, do you not? I cannot be certain. It is merely conjecture. Reiko emptied his glass. My friend, tread carefully. In my opinion, you are taking too great a risk. Many are eager for your demise. Then ensure that I do not falter, my dear poet. Spare not a moment on the girl. I would rather you not sing dirges over my gravestone. You are mistaken, my friend. Men in conversation often overlook women, subconsciously deeming them foolish. Thus, women possess knowledge of many matters. With but a small favor, or should you prove adept in the bedroom, they may be quite willing to share insights. Must I then pray to Merlin that you remain ever invulnerable? Oh, I appreciate your kind words, my friend. But now I must take my leave. You know I must fulfill my promises. The following day, after completing his Hogwarts classes, Xing Ze also found time to assist Ben in grading a pile of papers, as the poor lad was on the verge of madness. Professor Babbage urged him to speak with the failing students promptly, for the resit was scheduled for mid-February, leaving little time for those students. Thus, Xing Ze utilized his lunch break to meet with the two students most likely to be persuaded from a list. The conversations took place in his room, which also served as his private office. The first student was named Rom, a third-year pupil. Xing Ze recalled him mentioning in class that his father was a police officer, which had drawn ridicule from a group of purebloods. "Please, take a seat, Rom," Xing Ze said. "I believe you know why I have summoned you." Rom sat on the sofa, appearing somewhat anxious, his back ramrod straight. "I know, sir. I did not pass the exam." "Very well, let me be direct," Xing Ze stated plainly. "There will be a resit next month. I hope you will study diligently to pass." I will, sir," Rom replied, lowering his gaze. Xing Ze sensed something amiss. "Rom, I believe you are concealing something from me." "No, sir, it is nothing. I have been studying diligently." "Wait, I have not finished speaking." Xing Ze gestured for Rom to remain seated. "I have reviewed your assignments, which are commendable, yet your exam results are dismally poor. This is rather perplexing, is it not? Thus, I have drawn two conclusions. Either you are copying others' work, or you have willfully abandoned this exam. Regardless of which, the nature of the situation is quite grave. Should it be necessary, I will inform your head of house, Professor McGonagall." The boy's throat bobbed as he swallowed nervously. "No, sir, I have not." "Are you referring to that incident?" I. Neither is true. I fell ill on the day of the exam, that is all. I shall tentatively accept your explanation. Thus, I have reason to believe you will pass the resit, for such coincidences seldom occur a second time." "Of course, sir." Rom nodded vigorously. "I will do my utmost." "What is he hiding?" Xing Ze pondered silently. After sending Rom off, he called in the second student, a third-year named Paravi. This young lady hailed from Slytherin. Although she lacked the backing of a prominent family, her classroom performance and assignments reflected no influence from pureblood supremacy. On the contrary, she was among the top students in the Muggle Studies class, her grades rivaling those of Cedric, the highest achiever. "I shall be straightforward, Mr. Xing Ze." She entered the room without taking a seat, placing her hands on her hips. "I will not pass the resit." Xing Ze regarded the girl with confusion, awaiting a reasonable explanation. "To be precise, I cannot pass. Both my father and mother are staunch purebloods. If they were to learn of my accomplishments in this subject, they would surely flay me alive. They only permitted me to take this course to gain a semblance of understanding of so-called muggles. Therefore, I regret to inform you, sir, that I may not select your class again this semester. I respect your choice, Paravi. However, one thing is clear. I have reviewed your records, and you're from New Ravenscaw." The girl leaned against the cupboard. "Indeed, I am a native of Ravenscaw. My family is among the earliest settlers in the area, but as far as I know, that small town is inhabited by both muggles and wizards." "I understand your point, sir. As you previously instructed us, there will always be anomalies present in any location. Prior to its devastation by war, Ravenscaw Village was indistinguishable from other wizarding settlements. In the post-war reconstruction, to ensure a necessary population and sufficient labor force, the authorities permitted the residence of squibs and certain half-blood wizarding families. Subsequently, the policy was further relaxed, allowing any household with at least one wizard to inhabit the newly established Ravenscaw Village. Naturally, this policy faced vehement opposition from those staunchly adhering to blood purity. However, those purists, lacking power, could only voice their dissent, although they later committed various acts of vandalism, such as bombing Muggle homes and employing magic to bar Muggles from entry. Yet, after governmental intervention, they became considerably more subdued. My great-grandfather participated in the anti-Muggle campaigns of that time. The outcome, however, is best left unmentioned. Xing Ze flipped open his notebook, meticulously documenting key information. "Are you suggesting that the new Ravenscaw Village merely presents a facade of harmony? Beneath this veneer, wizards and muggles are in constant friction, each looking down upon the other." Pallavi stood upright, shifting her weight to one side, affirming, "Indeed, the discord between muggles and wizards has intensified. Many wizards prey upon the unfortunate and homeless, and I have numerous muggle friends who have suffered greatly at their hands, while the authorities turn a blind eye. Thankfully, the wizarding population is not overly large, and they no longer possess the means to disrupt the Muggle influence in Ravenscaw. Thus they refrain from extreme actions. I empathize with the innocent victims, yet oppose the radicals. Many Muggles also harm innocent wizards. It is a vicious cycle, one that no one can unravel. It seems Ravenscaw Village is more intricate than I had anticipated," Xing Ze mused. Chapter 149. Some Clues. "So, what do you know about the Mendez family?" That depends on whom you are inquiring about. Luke Mendez or our esteemed Mayor Manuel Mendez. Regardless of whom, they're equally loathed. Luke is a quintessential scion of a pure-blood family, arrogant, conceited, and disdainful of muggles. His father, Manuel, epitomizes the archetypal politician. Do you grasp my meaning? Sir? Xing Ze nodded in understanding, a loquacious charlatan, adept at manipulation and opportunism. Precisely. Pallavi wholeheartedly concurred, though each family inevitably harbors its anomalies. Sheikh Mendez is one such exception. He is Manuel's brother and was once a promising candidate for the mayorship of Ravenscaw Village. He is the only Mendez with whom I do not harbor animosity. The reason being, he sought to reconcile the rift between muggles and wizards. To this end, Sheikh undertook numerous initiatives. Alas, he disappeared 5 years ago, just 1 week before he was to assume the mayorship. They say Manuel was responsible for his demise. But who can truly know? Pallavi paused, taking a breath before continuing, yet what I detest about the Mendez family is another matter. Manuel Mendez regularly convenes wizarding gatherings, inviting notable wizards to attend. It feels akin to a muggle salon. However, the discussions at these gatherings are profoundly disconcerting. My parents are often invited, and upon their return, they sometimes engage in discussions about it. I occasionally eavesdrop, though I find the content complex, encompassing deities, astrological phenomena, and many topics I have never encountered before. Intrigued by this, Xing Ze settled down, urging, "Please, Pallavi, elaborate further." Pallavi shook her head, expressing her reluctance to discuss such matters. I have no desire to delve into these topics, not in the slightest. Furthermore, the lunch break is approaching, and I must prepare for class. Xing Ze nodded. If you ever wish to converse about this, feel free to seek me out. Pallavi neither accepted nor declined. To be frank, Mr. Xing Ze, I greatly enjoy your classes. You differ from other instructors of Muggle studies in that you rarely maintain neutrality. You neither excessively glorify Muggles nor unjustly belittle wizards. As you aptly state, regardless of whether one is a wizard or a Muggle, we must first acknowledge our shared humanity before discerning the differences between the two. I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. Not all wizards are proponents of blood purity, and the Muggle world is rife with its own forms of discrimination. However, we cannot use this to invalidate either realm. A child with such a clear worldview is indeed a rarity. Xing Ze felt a pang of regret. Perhaps I could discuss this with your parents. Deep-seated traditions and obstinate ideologies cannot be altered with mere words. I appreciate your good intentions, sir, but it is best not to engage in futile endeavors, as it would only serve to embarrass you. Just as Pallavi was about to take her leave, she suddenly recalled something and inquired, "I just encountered wrong. Did he also fail?" "Yes, he claimed he was unwell that day, which affected his performance." "That excuse sounds rather feeble." Pallavi chuckled lightly. "Although I do not know what he is up to, Mr. Xing Ze, please exercise caution. There are some unsavory rumors circulating within the academy." "About what?" "That you are a hypocrite who scorns muggles. A first-year girl has formed a club called the Half-Blood Wizard Support Society. According to her, she hopes to unite half-blood wizards to combat injustices and bullying from pure-blood wizards. Many have already joined, including Rom. The rumors targeting you likely stem from that club, although I do not comprehend their motives in doing so. My conversation with Pallavi provided me with a wealth of useful information, particularly regarding recent events at the school. Lena Cast, a girl who is likely a time traveler, seems intent on confronting me. However, at present, I lack the energy to deal with her. As for the series of incidents she has orchestrated at the school, they will likely dissipate once she is sent to Nomengard. In the afternoon, Xing Ze visited the real estate company in Reiko, located at 128 Nicholson Street, Edinburgh. He was received by a middle-aged man named Plummer, the manager of the firm. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Plummer finally made time for him. His desk was cluttered, piled high with files and account books. "I apologize, sir," Plummer said. "There is an overwhelming amount of work each day." "So, you are here regarding the office building in Ravenscaw Village?" "Yes," Xing Ze nodded. "Someone has asked me to investigate a homicide that occurred in that building, and I thought I might try my luck here. Just a moment, let me check." To Xing Ze's surprise, Plummer did not refuse. He stood up and walked over to the filing cabinet, rummaging through it. In a short time, he produced a thick ledger. "That building has some history. It was constructed 30 years ago. No, 31 years ago. Let me see, yes, it was completed in March 1960. Several companies have rented it over the years, but due to outdated wiring and maintenance difficulties, it was deemed unfit for use. So, it has been vacant since its decommissioning 5 years ago?" Xing Ze inquired. "Not exactly." Plummer scratched his head. "We have intermittently rented it out as a storage facility." "Could you inform me who was the last renter?" Plummer rummaged through his notebook for a moment before replying, "An advertising agency in Glastonbury." "Oh, may I be so bold as to inquire? You are a wizard, correct?" Xing Ze nodded. "Ah, then I am relieved. We conduct business with wizards, but primarily cater to muggles. According to regulations, I must first ascertain that you are indeed a wizard before I can divulge any information." I seem to have become quite flustered. Now, sir, might I request you to provide proof? Of course. Xing Ze produced his wand and cast a minor spell, causing Plumber's cluttered desk to transform into a model of neatness. Thank you, sir, Plumber acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. My father was a wizard, and both my brothers are as well. However, I take after my mother, possessing no magical talent whatsoever. Let us return to our previous discussion. According to protocol, sir, I cannot disclose any client information unless you are an investigator from the Ministry of Magic. What do they call them again? Aurors. Aurors, Xing Ze replied. Yes, unless you are an auror. Is there no room for negotiation? Xing Ze inquired, initially contemplating using a confundus charm, yet relinquished the notion upon noticing Plumber's tone was not entirely unwavering. Rules are made by man, are they not? Plumber chuckled. Quite so. Xing Ze extended his hand to shake Plumber's, discreetly slipping 2 50-pound notes into his palm during the handshake. Plumber's hand vanished momentarily, only to return empty once more. He pushed the notebook forward and said, "You have 20 minutes, sir." Chapter 150, Drawing Closer. Plumber excused himself to fetch coffee, leaving Xing Ze alone in the office. The hefty notebook resting quietly on the desk. 100 pounds in exchange for 20 minutes. Xing Ze hoped this endeavor would not lead to disillusionment. He opened the notebook and found the last rental record, with the tenant's name inscribed as Sheik Mendez, the missing brother of Manuel. This revelation left Xing Ze both amused and exasperated. He leaned back and, gesturing toward the ceiling, muttered, "Damn you, Merlin." Though he had long suspected the Mendez family was linked to the office's case, he never anticipated this lead would point to Sheik Mendez, a man who had been missing for 5 years. This also implied that the trail had reached a dead end. Rising from his seat, Xing Ze noted the address of the rental company in his notebook before closing it. Perhaps the lead had not yet been severed. He exited the office, expressed his gratitude to Plumber, and made his way to Glastonbury. On Wizarding Avenue, Xing Ze discovered the Longbeard Advertising Agency, owned by Sheik Mendez. Surprisingly, despite the owner's prolonged absence, the company continued to operate seamlessly, with a portrait of Sheik Mendez adorning the lobby of the first floor. The image depicted a much younger Sheik than the one he had encountered in the key to the door. Xing Ze requested a company brochure from the front desk and settled into a comfortable spot to peruse its contents. Within the brochure, he found the name of the current president, Billy Davis. The upgraded key to the door boasted numerous features, one of which enabled the search for wizard information, akin to a police database. He retrieved a notebook, quill, and special ink from his ring, ensured his surroundings were clear, and inscribed the name Billy Davis on a blank page. The ink absorbed into the white paper as if it were a stone sinking into the sea. Soon, a series of texts materialized upon the once blank sheet, revealing pertinent details about Davis. After a thorough reading, Xing Ze found no useful information. He lifted his gaze, inhaled deeply, and rhythmically tapped a finger against the page, his eyes drifting towards the outdoors. What have I overlooked? Xing Ze pondered internally, questioning whether his investigative direction was flawed. He mentally retraced his steps through the content he had just reviewed, sifting through the information he had missed. Real estate company, he muttered. He has a real estate company. As if seizing upon an epiphany, he redirected his focus back to the key to the door. Davis's information indicated that, in addition to Longbeard Advertising Agency, he was also a board member of Blue Mountain Real Estate Group. Xing Ze tucked away his notebook and the brochure, hastily departing for the exit, recalling that Blue Mountain Real Estate was likewise located in Glastonbury. He hailed a night rider carriage and provided the destination. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the headquarters of Blue Mountain Real Estate. All right, let's see if I've struck gold, he muttered to himself as he entered the building. He was greeted by a young lady, who inquired amiably about his purpose. I am looking for Billy Davis. Do you have an appointment? She asked. Xing Ze shook his head. Apologies, sir. Mr. Davis only sees visitors by appointment. If you have an urgent matter, I can escort you to the consulting department. No. Xing Ze waved his hand dismissively. Who else can make decisions besides Mr. Davis? I need someone with authority. The front desk lady appeared puzzled, subtly signaling to the guards in the lobby, yet her actions did not escape Xing Ze's notice. Sir, could you elaborate on the nature of your business? All right. If Mr. Davis cannot meet with me, I wish to speak with old Joe Clements. He can also address my concerns. Are you a journalist? The lady's expression darkened. Xing Ze noticed the guards approaching and shook his head. Of course not. Good grief, madam. What do you take me for? I am from the Ministry of Magic. As he spoke, Xing Ze produced his work ID from the Magical Maintenance Department. Madam, I am here to discuss the water supply issues at the Ministry of Magic. Records indicate that Blue Mountain Real Estate conducted repairs on the Ministry's water supply 3 years ago. Yet, significant issues persist. I am here to seek a reasonable explanation, as I intend to report these problems to the director in 2 days. By then, you may find yourselves facing more than just a journalist. So, madam, do not waste my time. Perhaps intimidated by Xing Ze's fierce demeanor, the front desk lady repeatedly apologized. She discreetly gestured for the guards to step back, which did not go unnoticed by Xing Ze. I sincerely apologize, sir. Mr. Davis is not here. If he were here, I wouldn't have come, Xing Ze thought. Having confirmed with the front desk at the advertising agency that Davis was in a meeting. Of course, had it not been for Mr. or restricting Joe Clemens's information, Xing Ze would not have taken such a significant risk to confirm this. As for Mr. Clemens, the lady lowered her voice. You truly do not know, sir? Know what? Xing Ze inquired, furrowing his brows, deliberately intensifying his anger. Good grief, I just returned from the United States this year. Well, sir, the lady pronounced each word carefully. Mr. Clemens has passed away. What on earth are you saying? I corresponded with him last September, but he passed away in November. Is that true? Wishing him peace in Avalon. The receptionist quietly added that if it were a maintenance issue, she could contact the engineering department for him. No. Xing Ze took a few steps back, insisting, I need to speak with someone of old Joe's rank. He was your, executive director. The lady interjected, indeed, the executive director. Xing Ze nodded, reiterating, I need to converse with someone of that caliber. Perhaps I shall seek out Mr. Davis privately. Before the receptionist could utter another word, Xing Ze hastily exited the building. He chose the secluded paths, stopping only when Blue Beak confirmed there were no pursuers. Jackpot! He grinned. The threads of his investigation had interwoven, linking the Rolling Oil Gang to the Avery family, the invisible sect to the banquet cult. Xing Ze's instincts told him he had unearthed the source of it all. Raven's Village held the truth he sought. Meanwhile, darkness loomed ever closer. He needed to slow his pace, following the glimmer of light amidst the shadows. Xing Ze retrieved his notebook, tore out a page, and inscribed the necessary information before handing it to Bluebeak. Go, tell them this journey nears its conclusion. The raven grasped the note in its beak and soared into the sky. Chapter 151. Memories of the town on the third day following his journey to Glastonbury. Xing Ze unexpectedly received a letter from Madame Rosmerta. After reading it, he tossed the letter into the roaring fireplace. The public office of the Muggle Studies class was one of the few that still made use of a fireplace. Did you speak with those students? Professor Babbage leaned against the hearth and inquired. Without lifting his gaze, Xing Ze focused on the letter's paper as it slowly turned to ash in the flames. I've spoken with them all, but don't harbor too much hope regarding the retake exams, Professor. Let us focus on our own responsibilities. It is challenging to alter the paths those children have chosen. Professor, may I pose a question? Xing Ze looked up. Speak, Xing. You've made me feel rather self-conscious. Wizards and Muggles, if one day they can no longer tolerate each other and come to blows, which side would you take? Professor Babbage furrowed his brow. I would take no side. You must understand, Xing Ze, we are not choosing sides. Our purpose in teaching this subject is to eliminate the possibility you speak of. If your hypothesis were to come to pass, it would only signify that our efforts have been in vain. I do not speak for Muggles, Xing Ze. I merely strive to bridge the gap between the two worlds as best I can. So, Professor, what are your thoughts on the new Raven's Village? Would you like the truth? Xing nodded. Chaos, Professor Babbage stated bluntly. Beneath its tranquil facade lies utter disarray. Why do you say that? It should be the place where wizards and Muggles coexist most closely. I would not say so. It appears so on the surface, but Merlin help us. We would need to discuss this for 3 days and nights to cover it all. Ben entered the office at just the right moment, carrying a stack of papers. Hey, you're all here, he exclaimed cheerfully. It's quite difficult to get a moment with you. Xing Ze, do you need something? No, nothing. Just wanted to ask if you received the Christmas gift I sent. Thank you, Macmillan. It was indeed quite delightful. Professor Babbage raised his cup in acknowledgement. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Professor. Ben placed the papers on his desk. And you, Xing Ze? I enjoyed it as well. Thank you for the bait. Speaking of which, want to go fishing? The ice on the Black Lake hasn't melted yet. It's perfect for ice fishing, Ben suggested. No, I have a meeting to attend shortly. You're such a bore, Ben waved dismissively. So, what were you just discussing? Xing Ze answered candidly. The new Raven's Village. Oh, that place hardly qualifies as a good one, Ben quickly concluded. I've heard there are frequent parades, Muggle ones and Wizard ones. And what about Sheik Mendes? What do you think of him? Ben raised an eyebrow, retorting, what has gotten into you, Xing Ze? Why the sudden interest in the affairs of the new Raven's Village? Is it because of that murder? I smell conspiracy. I intend to use the new Raven's Village as an example to teach the students how to coexist peacefully with Muggles. Just like I said before, you're truly dull, Ben shrugged. But I will say this. Sheik Mendez is a fleeting idealist. Professor Babbage concurred, saying, "How rare, Ben, that I share your opinion." Sheik Mendez could have ushered in a new atmosphere for Raven's Village. Although I believe much of it was for show, at least he took action, unlike his brother, Manuel, who is far inferior. It's a pity he disappeared just when he was at his prime. There are rumors that Sheik's disappearance was orchestrated by his brother Manuel, considering they were both running for mayor at the time, Xing Ze inquired. On that note, Ben immediately perked up, responding, "That was quite the affair. The ministry dispatched numerous personnel to search for Sheik, but to no avail. As for Manuel, after successfully taking office, he offered a reward of 1,000 galleons to anyone who could find his brother. That was quite a handsome sum back then. I went there too, hoping to try my luck, but it was far from easy. I couldn't even find a place to stay. All the inns and hotels were fully booked by swarms of bounty hunters, reporters, and various onlookers. For Merlin's sake, I even suspect Manuel did it on purpose. He could have issued the reward before becoming mayor. Those chaotic days lasted a full fortnight until the bounty hunters finally gave up and left. Can you guess who profited the most? The innkeepers? Xing Ze ventured. Wrong, Ben proudly countered. It was the bar owners. In just half a month, those bar owners earned what would take them half a year normally. Then came the prostitutes. The despondent bounty hunters needed physical comfort in addition to their drinks. Next were the reporters. The events of that month sustained countless gossip journalists, as the public relished such sensational stories. Only then did the innkeepers come in. Do you know why? Because the number of hotel rooms is fixed. Professor Babbage interjected. In my view, Manuel was indeed clever. By offering a reward after becoming mayor, he not only increased exposure for both the town and himself, but the influx of outsiders also stimulated local commerce, thereby boosting the economy. This garnered him many supporters. A typical politician's maneuver, Ben summarized, which is why I say it's hardly a good place. Xing Ze inquired with evident perplexity. So, Sheik Mendez, after so many individuals have scoured for half a month, there exists not a single clue regarding his whereabouts? While he could rummage through past newspapers at the library, there stands before us a first-hand witness. Why not seize the opportunity? As anticipated, Ben commenced his narrative. After excising some superfluous verbiage and filtering out unnecessary grievances, 2 points within Ben's discourse emerged as noteworthy. There had been sightings of a sheik in the old village of Ravenska, yet due to the lack of tangible evidence, subsequent investigations yielded no fruitful discoveries, and thus this lead dissipated into obscurity. The second point was a rumor circulating among the townsfolk, purportedly originating from an unknown prostitute. She claimed that the bounty hunters had not abandoned their search out of despair, but rather due to other pressing matters as individuals continued to vanish. Ultimately, it was that ill-fated expedition to the ruins of Ravenska that compelled them to cease their pursuit. 7 lives were lost during that search, as if they had evaporated into thin air, swallowed by the remnants of the ruins. Chapter 152, The Bar Dispute. Xing Ze resolved his luncheon at the Three Broomsticks Tavern, where Madame Rosmerta prepared for him a roasted sturgeon, accompanied by a glass of peach sparkling water. How does the new beverage taste? Rosmerta inquired, gesturing toward his glass. Xing Ze glanced at his cup and confirmed. Sparkling water, is it? Indeed, I have been experimenting with some new drinks. One cannot rely solely on the same offerings to attract new patrons, the tavern owner remarked, wiping her hands on her apron. For some reason, Xing Ze sensed an underlying implication in her words, which he found rather agreeable. As Rosmerta began to clear the table, she whispered, I have wagered quite a sum on you, lad. Do not leave me at a loss. How does everyone know of this? Rosmerta smirked. You would need to inquire with the one who placed the bet. By the way, your odds are 140. That is rather pessimistic, Xing Ze exclaimed. They're here. Rosmerta's smile faded as she gestured with her chin towards the entrance. Xing Ze turned to see Mr. R and his 3 lackeys entering the tavern. They approached him directly, and today Mr. R had forsaken his ludicrous work attire for a neatly tailored suit, which imbued him with a semblance of authority. Pour me a drink, Rosmerta, Mr. R rapped on the bar, and another for this gentleman, whatever it may be. Rosmerta nodded and discreetly made her way aside. Well, Oriental. I admit I made an error, Mr. R remarked, more as amusing to himself. His 3 companions cleared away those seated at the bar, taking positions that would allow for swift reactions should Xing Ze display any signs of abnormality. I underestimated you, though I seldom misjudge. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. If your intent in summoning me was to receive my admiration, there is no need for that, R. I'm acutely aware of my own capabilities. Mr. R frowned but maintained his composure, stating, I've called upon you to bring an end to this senseless competition. It serves neither of our interests and merely provides amusement for bystanders. So what are your terms? Xing Ze inquired, sensing Mr. R was proposing a transaction. Indeed, I am proposing a deal, though I am uncertain of the terms. My previous miscalculation led me to mistake you for a greedy individual. A facade you clearly intended to project. You successfully deceived me. Oriental. That is something to take pride in. Hence, I shall leave it to you to articulate how you would willingly withdraw from this contest. Madame MaraudersEra approached with the drinks, setting them down before Xing Ze and winking at him before attending to other matters. Let me clarify, R, it is not I who deceived you, but rather yourself. Had you not harbored biases and disdain towards someone like me, I would not have been able to mislead you. Just as now, you continue to naively believe I would withdraw from this competition. Allow me to guess, you initially thought victory was assured. For I am just as foolish as the inferior Easterners in your eyes. Yet now, you have come seeking me because you finally realize I am not so easily outwitted. And your victory is not guaranteed. What has prompted this shift in perspective? It must be that invisible wizard. He has failed. Upon uttering this, Xing Ze cast a glance around before fixing his gaze upon Mr. R, detecting a flicker of panic on his face. I owe you my gratitude for your arrogance and hubris. R, it is precisely these traits that delayed your dispatching that wizard to eliminate me. This afforded me ample time to prepare. What a pity, R. You had the opportunity to eliminate me, yet you relinquished it. I shall not withdraw from this contest, regardless of the conditions you propose, for they pale in comparison to the satisfaction I would derive from witnessing your expression upon failure. Remarkably, Mr. R did not succumb to anger, responding coldly, I believe you are mistaken. I have no knowledge of any invisible wizard. Furthermore, I have never contemplated killing you, Oriental. I acknowledge my disdain for you. However, your successful passage through the trials has integrated you into the key hall, signifying you as one of us. What sort of person would be so cold-hearted as to slay their own comrade? Indeed, who would be so callous? Xing Ze and Mr. R locked eyes. You know, Xing Ze, I have come here today as a mentor to offer you advice. Do not engage in a hopeless war. You are well aware your chances of victory are minuscule, are you not? I have kindly come to present you with a dignified means to conclude this matter. Yet you dismiss it and even accuse me of wishing to kill you. Perhaps I misjudged you, but I do not believe my error is egregious. You are akin to those ignorant provincial wizards, ungrateful and arrogant. I once held expectations for you, unwilling to witness such a promising keeper become a mere political pawn. Yet now, I feel no regret whatsoever. Allow me to reiterate. Enough has been said, R. I have made my stance clear, and you have articulated yours. That is sufficient. Let us conserve our energies for the case at hand. At that moment, an unusual sensation surged within Xing Ze's mind, prompting him to furrow his brow and inwardly scoff. In the next instant, Mr. R let out a sudden scream, and his 3 lackeys immediately sprang to their feet. However, before 2 of them could even draw their wands, they were struck by 2 spells emanating from the shadows of the tavern. The remaining lackey, closest to Xing Ze, managed to brandish his wand, but was doused in peach sparkling water. Other patrons hastily fled towards the exit, a chair toppling in the chaos, and ceramic cups crashing to the ground. Those who wished to remain and spectate were gently ushered out by Madame MaraudersEra. Mr. R collapsed from his seat, clutching his head and wailing in agony. Xing Ze swiftly vaulted over him, seizing his glass and hurling it forcefully at the lackey. A scream erupted, and Xing Ze pressed the lackey's head down, slamming it against the bar with a dull thud, causing the fellow to slump to the ground like a rag doll. A ripple coursed through the air as Xing Ze deftly evaded a spell, the blue beak of his shield snapping open in defense. The ambush struck against the shield, and Xing Ze wielded his wand to cast a spell, sending the invisible wizard hurtling away. I shan't stumble in the same place twice. He rose, directing his gaze toward the corner of the bar. He could discern the outline of the cloaked figure. The potion brewed by Edwin proved remarkably effective, and her earlier slowing charm had successfully restrained that invisible scoundrel, allowing Xing Ze to deal with the last of the lackeys. Chapter 153, The Bear Trap. The silhouette began to shift, the air around it rippling, yet as it neared Xing Ze, its speed rapidly diminished. Come on, you bastard. Xing Ze stepped forward, and the blue beak morphed at an astonishing pace, ultimately forming a spiked gauntlet. With all his might, the gauntlet struck the advancing wizard, sending the silhouette crashing into several wooden tables. Haha, it worked! Lyco exclaimed excitedly towards Edwin. Shut up, you fool. Let's finish this. Edwin waved her wand, casting a spell that struck the silhouette. The invisibility enchantment cloaking the wizard faltered, and his form gradually materialized. The wizard struggled to rise, but another spell from the bard rendered him completely unconscious. All right, let's go. Edwin patted Lyco, and the two swiftly navigated through the wreckage of the bar, making their escape. Xing Ze exhaled a long breath, turning to regard the recovering Mr. R, who was laboriously attempting to extract his wand with trembling hands. He kicked the maple wand away and yanked the haughty pure-blood wizard to his feet. "I suspect you take great pleasure in invading others' privacy, R," Xing Ze said coldly. "So, what did you uncover in my mind?" Mr. R struggled to recuperate from the magical backlash. Failure in the legilimency could inflict mental trauma, varying in severity. He had never anticipated that his favored trick would fail against such a lowly Eastern wizard. As he delved into Xing Ze's mind, his psyche was immediately assaulted by something terrifying. It felt as though someone were incessantly screaming in his ear, waves of sound powerful enough to rupture eardrums bombarding his brain. And as he withdrew his consciousness from Xing Ze's mind, that horrifying entity followed him into his own. It then commenced a raucous celebration within his thoughts. "What magic did you employ?" Mr. R managed to utter through gritted teeth, the mental trauma affecting his cognition. It was fortunate he had not yet fainted. Yet he felt as though he would prefer to do so. "A bear trap," Xing Ze grinned. "Listen well, R. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The one fighting a hopeless war is not me, but you." With that, he cast aside Mr. R and approached the bar. "Kindly contact Street Mungo S, and also bring me a glass of sparkling water." Rosmerta surveyed the bar with a finger sweep and inquired, "Whom should I ask for compensation? I believe the prize from the wager should suffice for that." The bar owner glanced at the convulsing Mr. R on the floor, a smile tugging at his lips. "Very well. Before contacting Street Mungo S, I shall prepare the sparkling water. I reckon they can endure a bit longer." That evening, John found Xing Ze bringing a message from A. "So, he won't pursue this matter?" Xing Ze summarized the essence of the message. John added logs to the fireplace, replying, "Indeed, you are quite fortunate, lad. A values capability above all. As long as you prove useful, he will overlook many of your faults. Just as he tolerates R's racism and pure-blood ideology." Xing Ze gazed into the bright flames, which at least indicated a degree of fairness. "You could say that." John raised his goblet. "Ah, I must say, old Banson had quite the collection of fine wines. What else did he leave you aside from this old manor?" "Money," Xing Ze stated candidly. John glanced around with a hint of envy. "Well, why does fortune never smile upon me? If you knew the tasks he set for me, you would hardly consider this a stroke of luck. Every gain comes at a price. It's just that Banson's death was so unexpected that he never had the chance to extract that price from me. I never imagined you would entrust it to R. That damn bastard. How did you manage it? I've been on missions with him. His spellcasting skills are formidable. Plus, after he ascended to Banson's position, he always had a Silent One as a bodyguard." "Silent One?" Xing Ze furrowed his brow, realizing John referred to the invisible wizard. "Indeed, a group of fervent magic devotees. They sacrificed their voices through ritual to attain greater magical prowess. I noticed he was covered in enchantments." "Indeed," John replied, pouring a modest amount of wine into his cup. "Those incantations etched upon their bodies originate from another department within the Department of Mysteries. The enchantments can enhance one's physicality, yet they also exact a tremendous toll. Only a Silent One can endure such a thing. So, enlighten me. How did you accomplish this? I can scarcely fathom a method to contend with so many at once." Xing Ze shifted his posture, inhaling deeply. "I have a bard proficient in singing lewd ballads and a scholar well-versed in various spells. I sent them ahead to the bar." "Ha ha ha, you truly are something, Xing Ze. I can only imagine how delightful R's expression must have been at that moment. You cannot even begin to fathom." I find myself reminiscing about the days we spent investigating together," John said, taking a sip of his drink, "even though you often behaved like a rogue." "You've had too much to drink, Jay," Xing Ze remarked. "I require some assistance. Speak your mind." Xing Ze produced the key of doors from his ring. "R has blocked my access. I cannot view individuals from prior cases. That is simple. I'll approach A tomorrow. I believe you would agree to make the competition fairer. Moreover," Xing Ze whispered, "I need all information regarding Sheriff Mendez, particularly the true reason behind his disappearance." "Sheriff Mendez? Manuel Mendez's brother?" John set down his cup. "As far as I know, the Key Hall has not conducted a special investigation into his disappearance, but the Auror office might possess some records. Then let us borrow from them. Additionally, I require the case files of all wizard disappearances from New Raveness Cauldron over the past 10 years. You can request those yourself." John tapped the key of doors in Xing Ze's hand. "This book not only opens the doors to the Key Hall, but also serves as an excellent pass. However, try to seek out higher-ups. Only they will recognize your identity." "No," Xing Ze shook his head. "That would expose my whereabouts. I do not wish for R to know what I am investigating." John nodded. "He will be at St. Mungo's for quite a while. I must assume his eyes are everywhere." "Very well, I shall give it a try. Let us see if Scrimgear can offer any assistance. It's time he repaid the favor he owes us. With that, John downed the rest of his drink and rose to depart. I heard you set up a wager? Xing Ze inquired. John paused. Indeed, your odds are 1 to 40. Xing Ze tossed a pouch of coins onto the table, declaring, Then let all be wagered on my victory. Chapter 154. The latest model of carriage. 3 days later, in the Hogwarts library, Xing Ze perused the restricted section in search of information regarding the Battle of Old Ravenska. The conventional history textbooks on magic significantly romanticized that conflict, distorting and obscuring numerous details and events. Therefore, Xing Ze required authentic documents that accurately chronicled the war. Over the past few days, Benson's notes and the translations by Genevieve had been progressing steadily. Reiko was covertly investigating the origins of the red candies in Ravenska. He had identified a child named Tank, who was merely a low-level vendor, completely oblivious to the affairs of the upper echelons. The boy collected candies from a storage locker at the train station each week, depositing his earnings therein. If the amount of money was amiss, he would inevitably attract unwanted attention, sometimes from local thugs, other times from undertakers. According to the boy's account, many homeless youths in New Ravenska were engaged in selling these candies. Naturally, some were cunning, scheming to pilfer funds, but the outcomes were seldom favorable. After a few of the more reckless low-level sellers were dealt with by the suppliers, the rest became more compliant. Reiko could only investigate one by one based on the names he gleaned from Tank, and to avoid raising suspicion too early, he had to cast a confundus charm on Tank. Thus, his time was rather limited. If Tank failed to deliver the requisite money this week, there would undoubtedly be an inquiry, and they would surely be on guard. As for AIC's girlfriend Tina, she similarly had not yielded any information. Perhaps the headmaster of that orphanage truly harbored a deep-seated animosity toward wizards. While Xing Ze was diligently searching for relevant historical texts, a sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Leaning forward to gaze beyond the bookshelf, he spotted Alicia Shafik, who, coincidentally, was looking back at him. It was a rare occurrence for anyone to venture into the restricted section for reading. Approaching Xing Ze, Alicia spoke, I hope you come bearing good news. The St. Mungos has responded. They have agreed to let us visit Martin. Xing Ze did not betray any joy, instead inquiring, what are their conditions? The one treating Martin Scottel is Ackerman. I believe you are familiar with him. Alicia remarked, glancing at Xing Ze. I know him, a peculiar individual. Were it not for his medical robes, I might mistake him for a patient. It seems you do not hold him in high regard. In any case, I offered a substantial sum to the other healers, and they have all kept quiet. But Ackerman's condition is that he wishes to speak with you. Do not tell me you have already acquiesced to him. Alicia shrugged. What other choice do I have? I cannot squander that money without the lead healer's consent. We would not be allowed in otherwise. Blast it, you truly have delivered a piece of good news. Do not whine like a child. Xing Ze, Alicia chided nonchalantly. It is merely a matter of meeting him. How difficult can that be? He won't bite you. Oh, if you are fearful, I can accompany you. I shall keep watch nearby to ensure your safety. A mischievous smile danced on Alicia's lips. Xing Ze was momentarily captivated by her smile before replying, that is unnecessary. I simply detest being in the company of madmen, and Ackerman is certainly among the most deranged. In my opinion, you're not exactly the epitome of sanity either. When do we depart? Right now. I have reserved a splendid afternoon tea at a fine establishment in London. Now, Xing Ze exclaimed, his surprise evident. You have not given me a moment's preparation. Come along, my carriage awaits outside. 15 minutes later, the two arrived at the front gate of Hogwarts, where a luxurious Knightsteed carriage was parked by the roadside. William, with a perpetual smile on his face, was the first servant of Alicia, embodying the essence of an English gentleman both in attire and demeanor. Is this the latest model of the Knightsteed carriage? Xing Ze inquired, admiring the exquisitely crafted and imposing vehicle. With William's assistance, Alicia stepped into the carriage and called through the window, Come aboard, Xing Ze. Do not stand there like a fool. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, even featuring a small counter between 2 rows of cushioned seats. Alicia tapped her wand gently on the counter, which slowly elevated to reveal a storage compartment enchanted with a bottled weather charm, containing not only beverages but also an assortment of desserts. Would you care for something to drink? The journey to London is still quite lengthy. Xing Ze, somewhat perplexed, asked, Why not first go to Hogsmeade, and then utilize the Flu network to reach London? The pandemic has concluded. Miss, the Flu network is gradually reopening. Because, Alicia replied, producing a delicate cake. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Xing Ze retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the storage compartment, patiently awaiting her to speak. Do you recall our conversation at Ravenska Station? About puppets? Indeed. Alicia beckoned, and a silver spoon flew into her hand. I pondered your words and found some merit in them, so I investigated our family's holdings in Ravenska. Alicia paused, and once the lace-trimmed napkin rested on her lap, she continued, the outlook for those holdings is not particularly optimistic. Indeed, the economic downturn in Britain over recent years has similarly impacted the wizarding world. I should not have been surprised by the economic malaise in Ravenska, but as I delved into the underlying reasons, I began to comprehend my father's concerns about Ravenska from years past. In summary, the poor performance of our holdings is attributable to a multitude of strikes and protests. Clearly, demonstrations have become quite fashionable there, nearly rivaling those in Paris. I have heard that tensions between wizards and muggles are intensifying there. Xing Ze took a sip of water. The high-end carriage glided smoothly, hardly perceptible to any airflow turbulence, challenging not only the craftsmanship of the vehicle, but also the skill of the driver. Alicia elegantly consumed her cake with a spoon, stating, in my view, as the mayor and overseer of the wizarding community, Manuel Mendez ought to balance the interests of both parties rather than allow tensions to escalate. Perhaps his thoughts are occupied with other matters. Thus, I would be most willing to have you investigate him. Alicia set aside her empty plate and spoon. What exactly is our esteemed mayor up to? From her handbag, Alicia extracted some documents. Here is the information on the Mendez family that you requested, recorded from the establishment of New Ravenska. Previous records were destroyed along with the town. Xing Ze accepted the documents and casually stored them in his ring. Chapter 155. Conversations in the carriage. The journey remains lengthy, Miss Shafik, Xing Ze remarked. So what is your next topic? Alicia elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin. Do not rush, Xing Ze. Before we delve into the next subject, I wish to share with you an amusing incident that has recently transpired. Xing Ze raised an eyebrow. For Alicia Shafik was not one to typically concern herself with jokes or amusing tales. This incident transpired at the Three Broomsticks pub merely 3 days ago. Ellie set down her napkin and, with those amber-hued eyes, gazed at Xing Ze. Her eyes indeed possessed a certain enchantment, compelling one to unwittingly become ensnared, to stare at them in fascination. Well, what do you wish to know? I'm quite curious, Xing Ze. I have joined the ministry, becoming one of their spies, yet they have never divulged further details to me. It was akin to the brawl at the pub. Were it not for my fortunate circumstances and my uncle's infatuation with Rosmerta's beauty, I fear I would remain blissfully ignorant. Just a bunch of local ruffians. Oh, is that so? Ellie inquired skeptically. Xing Ze did not relish the expression on her face at that moment, for it signified that she must have gleaned some information. Amongst that band of scoundrels, there was indeed a silent one. They had truly invested heavily. Oh, do not wear that ghastly expression, Xing Ze. Did you think you were the only one to note the runes on that wizardess hand? By the way, you managed to defeat an invisible silent one and effortlessly dispatch 4 others. I am intrigued as to how you accomplished that. However, when I recall the lunatic from the Arbin family and that German scholar, everything falls into place. Yet, simultaneously, I feel a tinge of sorrow. A hint of discontent flickered across Eli's face, which Xing Ze easily discerned was feigned, but sufficient to deceive her suitors. Sorrow? Xing Ze reclined, his back pressing against the plush cushion behind him. The carriage you are seated in is worth 20,000 galleons, not to mention the 4 majestic thestrals outside. The dessert you are indulging in is of the finest quality, prepared by your personal chef. Even this bottle of water I hold. Xing Ze lifted the mineral water to inspect. The magical spring water capable of replenishing one's magic costs 6 galleons. If you ask me, Miss Shafik, you ought not to feel sorrowful. Were I to live such a splendid life, I would express my gratitude to Merlin daily, living each day in splendid spirits. So, put away your feigned lamentations, and do not attempt to employ the hollow sentiments of the affluent against me. I am not swayed by such tactics. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Esteemed lady, enjoy your life fully rather than fretting over associating with someone like me. Upon hearing Xing Ze's words, Ellie stifled a laugh, replying, Look at you, always able to articulate a plethora of righteous remarks. It is a shame you do not pursue the priesthood. With your foresight and moral compass, you would excel tremendously. Why are you so averse to my approaching the truth, Xing Ze? Is it because of my father? Yet, you promised you would reveal everything to me. There is no time like the present. Tell me now. We have ample drinks and food. And this large fellow, Ellie reached out to tap the carriage door, is equipped not only with a silencing charm, but also with a magical lock. Without my wand and backup command, it shall not open. Ah, I adore carriage travel. Xing Ze exhaled a long breath. His fondness for the opulent carriage dissipated entirely. It now resembled a coffin, an airborne coffin, no less. Well, what do you wish to know, Miss Shafik? Everything. All of it. starting from how you transition from a mere clerk at a magical repair shop to becoming a ministry employee. That is quite a lengthy tale. Ellie eagerly retrieved a bottle of sherry from the cabinet. Do not fret for me. I have my ways. Xing Ze offered a perfunctory and bitter smile. Over half an hour later, as they traversed Yorkshire, it became evident that they would reach London in another 20 minutes. What do you know about dreams? Xing Ze inquired of Ellie, having just recounted his experiences on the train and how he was recruited by the ministry. Dreams? Ellie furrowed her brow. Not much, really. I have merely heard some theories regarding dreams existing in places within our world, another world, and so forth. That is sufficient, Xing Ze replied. There exists a group of lunatics who firmly believe in the existence of another realm, seeking to utilize forbidden spells to unlock the pathways to dreams. The ministry has tasked me with investigating these individuals, eliminating them before they commit their heinous acts. Despite harboring doubts about Xing Ze's explanation, Ellie chose not to display them on her face. They must have a name. These people, the Banquet of Sorcery, Xing Ze answered. Of course, that is not the only organization. There are others like the Sons of the Unseen. In summary, this intricate web involves numerous malevolent entities. Our objective is to ascertain their intentions before matters escalate. Why do they wish to assault the train? Where has that persistent fragment gone? What roles do the Death Eaters and the mysterious figures play in this? Xing Ze posed a myriad of questions, prompting Ellie to shake her head in exasperation. All right, I concede. Just tell me directly what we are supposed to find in Ravenska. I cannot be certain yet. I require further evidence and facts to support my hypothesis, Xing Ze replied. Before Ellie's expression could harden, he quickly added, let me tell you what transpired in that office building. Do you recall what we saw in the Forbidden Forest? Ellie reminisced briefly, then inhaled deeply. Of course, I remember. They have become frequent visitors in my nightmares. They are exponentially worse than the Forbidden Forest. The entire office building has been tainted by dark magic, Xing Ze stated gravely. But that is not dark magic. Ellie lowered her glass. Speaking softly, I can assure you, there are many undiscovered spells in this world, Miss Shafik. Perhaps those are not dark magic, yet for now, we must categorize them as such. I understand why my father opposed my investigation. Ellie pressed her forehead. These individuals and the unknown magic they wield are perilous. Are they not? You have witnessed it several times. The Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch match. Each victory we attained was fraught with peril. If you wish to withdraw, I would comprehend. Withdraw? Ellie's lips curled upward. Why would I withdraw? This is far more intriguing than pursuing the Mystery Man Chapter 156, The Mad Researcher. The diminutive figure before Xing Ze evoked an inexplicable aversion within him, a sentiment he could not articulate. Perhaps it was the flicker of madness in the man's brown eyes, or perhaps it stemmed from his pallid, sickly complexion, or even his gaze, which scrutinized like that of a coroner examining a corpse. In any case, Xing Ze loathed Ackerman, and more so. Conversing with him felt akin to engaging with a soulless automaton, his monotonous voice reminiscent of a mechanical drone. I am pleased you could come, Mr. Xing. Ackerman adjusted his glasses, and from the thin steam rising from the coffee beside him, it was evident he had been waiting for some time. I cannot say I share your enthusiasm. Xing Ze made no effort to conceal his disdain. Long before he first underwent mental treatment at St. Mungo's, he had unleashed his verbal vitriol upon Ackerman. I am not surprised, the therapist calmly pushed the coffee aside. But we have a pact, do we not? I assure you, sir, a conversation with me will prove far more time efficient than your attempts to dismiss me. Then speak quickly, Mr. Ackerman, or should I address you as Herbert West? Upon hearing that name, there was not a flicker of emotion on West's face. It must have been one of my loquacious colleagues who divulged some of my past to you. This is quite fortuitous, as it spares us the time typically spent on introductions. Allow me to be candid, sir. You are indeed a remarkable individual. I'm truly taken aback. West offered a stiff smile. My mentor, Hanno von Winkle. He dedicated his life to the study of dreams. To the point, Mr. Ackerman. Xing Ze interjected. I have conducted an investigation into him, and am aware that, due to his mental condition, he retired and you took over his research. This allows us to save considerable time. My mentor discovered that some individuals possess a heightened ability to access dreams. We refer to them as dreamers. They can sometimes enter dreams during sleep, albeit with only a slight influence. When the influence becomes substantial enough, they experience various hallucinations akin to ordinary individuals. However, unlike the general populace, some of them do not descend into madness, but rather are summoned. Summoned? By whom? Xing Ze inquired, frowning. By the entities of the dreamscape. Xing Ze recalled that Edwin had mentioned that the cult of the Dream Feast considers those who can communicate with dreams as the children of the gods. The children of the gods. West leaned forward perplexed and asked what? Some religious organizations refer to such individuals as children of the gods, Xing Ze explained, akin to the sun in Christianity. They expect these individuals to open the gateway to the dream realm, thereby allowing the true gods to descend upon the world. A most intriguing theory, West nodded thoughtfully, returning to the previous topic. We prefer to designate those who are summoned, yet retain their sanity as dream travelers. Their minds, well, their spirit and sanity exist in a delicate balance. They are less susceptible to the influences of dreams, at least when faced with mild dream pollution, showing no signs of disturbance. However, following exposure to more severe pollution, their responses vary. Some collapse swiftly, while others endure for quite some time. Do you conduct research on such individuals? Xing Ze questioned. They are willing participants, West replied calmly. Our studies have received the approval of the International Magical Committee. Xing Ze did not intend to dwell on this matter further. Is Banson one of them? Banson Price. Indeed, he is an excellent subject for experimentation. A flicker of change crossed the therapist's face, a mixture of mania and obsession. What exactly are you implying? Xing Ze asked impatiently. Are you suggesting that I, too, can communicate with dreams? Therefore, you wish for me to join your experiment? I had thought your research had been halted. Otherwise, you would not have been reassigned to St. Mungo's. West nodded, acknowledging you are correct. They halted my research, but they did not cease Hanos. It sounds rather complex. Can we skip over that part regarding your research? Certainly, I had intended to bring it up anyway. West reverted to his previous demeanor. What I wish to convey is that regardless of your investigation, allowing me to join would be beneficial. Why? Why would I need your assistance? I can help you resolve some inexplicable issues, West asserted. Such as, for instance, the discoveries made in that underground arena in Nottingham. I suspect you are not entirely aware of its true purpose. Xing Ze chuckled softly. Perhaps you could explain its purpose. You could just as easily fabricate a plethora of terms to deceive me. Do not be so hasty in making a decision, Mr. Xing Ze. West took his briefcase from the side. We still have time. They should not have reached the final step yet. Speak plainly, Mr. Ackerman. Once I join you, I will naturally disclose all that I know. Until then, I suggest you examine my research. West retrieved a substantial stack of bound documents from his briefcase. I have eliminated much of the obscure content, striving to ensure that any ordinary wizard can comprehend the material within. Hold on. Xing Ze waved his hand in a gesture of surrender. Why are you so insistent on me? Did you not hear what I just said? I'm not a sleepwalker. It is Dream Traveler. You are certainly not one of them. You are far more extraordinary. The moment I first diagnosed you, I knew you were the one Hanos sought. You are exceptional, Mr. Xing Ze. Peruse my research, then provide me with your response. I shall await your decision. With that, West rose to his feet, politely nodded to Xing Ze, and proceeded toward the door with his briefcase in hand. Xing Ze gazed at the pile of research materials on the table, letting out a heavy sigh. In the returning nightmare carriage, Ellie inquired about the conversation. The beach, bikinis, and crab cakes. Ellie frowned in confusion. What else do you suppose two men would discuss together? The young lady, irritated, produced her wand and tapped the carriage door, causing the door beside Xing Ze to suddenly swing open, a frigid gust slicing through. Calm down, Miss Shafiq. I was merely jesting. For Merlin's sake, close the door. The young lady flicked her wand, and the door immediately shut. He wishes to join us, Xing Ze replied candidly. What? The young lady was taken aback. For what purpose? To facilitate a better study of dreams. Chapter 157. The Constable. Merely days following their encounter with Ackerman, they were granted visitation rights to Martin Scottel, albeit only once. Xing Ze selected an appropriate day and accompanied Ellie to St. Mungo's. With the approval of the supervising therapist, they encountered little obstruction along the way. After simply completing their identification, they were led by a nurse into the psychiatric building of St. Mungo's. Unlike the other departments outside, the psychiatric building resembled a solitary prison. The patient rooms were all individual, equipped with heavy, specially designed doors. The staff working there were all rigorously trained, some even rivaling Aurors in skill. Xing Ze had the fortune of visiting once before, thus he was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. Martin Scottel's room was located on the second floor, indicating that his exposure to dream pollution was not particularly severe. This was indeed the case. Upon entering the room, Scottel was engrossed in reading a third-rate detective novel. His hands and feet were adorned with specially designed lightweight shackles, which posed no hindrance to his daily life when inactive. Yet, once activated, the magical bonds formed between the shackles could tightly restrain the patient, thereby maximizing the limitation of their movements. Scottel glanced up at his visitors, closing the book, and declared, I do not recognize you. It suffices that we recognize you, Ellie replied, gesturing for the only chair in the room to approach. Xing Ze leaned against the doorframe, conveniently awaiting the nurse's call. A wizard? Scottel oscillated between Xing Ze and Ellie. Did Mendez send you? The young lady scoffed disdainfully. They are not yet qualified to command me. Mr. Scottel, I am Alicia Shafik. The figure standing by the door is Xing Ze. The constable's expression shifted, and with a hint of suspicion, he inquired, the Shafik family? I understand your skepticism, Ailey replied, producing a letter and handing it over. This is a letter from your wife. You may read it before making any decisions. Scotter furrowed his brow as he accepted the letter, scrutinizing it intently. After a few minutes, he set it aside and asked, Are my wife and child safe? This letter arrived in my possession yesterday, along with the accompanying photographs you have seen. If you still harbor doubts, perhaps you should examine this. With that, Ailey extended her hand, her own magic coalescing in her palm to form a complex emblem, the crest of the Shafik family. Surely, you recognize this. Reluctantly, the constable nodded. Esteemed miss, he said. Rising to bow towards Ailey, I apologize for my earlier doubts. There is no need for such formalities, Mr. Scotter. Ailey waved her hand dismissively. I am aware that you still harbor reservations, but your family is indeed safe. If you wish to leave this place sooner and reunite with them, it would be prudent to share with us the entire truth. Are you investigating the murder at the office building? Indeed. Furthermore, we are also seeking your friend, the vanished wizard painter, Harvey. After a moment of contemplation, Scotter responded, I need to know what you have uncovered. Ailey's expression darkened. Do not test my patience any further. Mr. Scotter, unless you wish to remain here for eternity. Trust me, I can make that happen, and with great ease. I am aware, he replied, but I require assurance of your sincerity. I have risked friends and even family for this matter. It was I who requested Dr. Ackerman to isolate me, so your threats do not intimidate me. Requested? Xing Ze, who had remained silent until now, interjected, I suspect he fears being claimed by a wizard. Both men turned their gaze toward Xing Ze. Am I correct, Constable? He inquired with a slight smile. This matter involves the mayor, namely the Mendez family. Hence, your request for Dr. Ackerman to confine you to the psychiatric ward. In truth, such a request is unnecessary. He would have done so regardless. There are only two avenues for visiting patients here. Obtaining the consent of the majority of the psychiatric therapists, along with the approval of the supervising therapist. The second option involves applying to the Ministry of Magic. However, akin to seeking admission to Azkaban, the application process is convoluted and rarely pursued voluntarily. Consequently, your presence here is undoubtedly the safest option. The Mendez family lacks the power to bribe half of the doctors here, and even if they did, obtaining Ackerman's approval would be futile. Thus, you may remain here for some time until their application is processed. But believe me, Mr. Scotter, your time is running short. Consider your wife and children. The Mendez family will eventually become enraged, and those wizards will commit unfathomably dreadful acts. Xing Ze's words completely dismantled Scotter's final defenses. He inhaled deeply and confessed, Harvey has always experienced peculiar dreams. Sometimes he sketches them. I always thought it was merely his self-aggrandizing trick, as every artist boasts of their sources of inspiration. I recall it was last May, during a particularly hot spell, when Harvey came to discuss his nightmares. In private, I did not mind. However, this time he barged into my office shouting. I suspected he was high, and it turned out that he indeed was. I pulled the curtains and used my fist to bring him back to his senses. He then recounted a series of visions from his nightmares, believing they were significant omens. I suggested he go home and lie down for a comfortable dream. You do not believe him, Ailey interjected. Of course not. For the love of Jesus. I'm a police officer, a muggle police officer. Such matters of dreams should be handled by wizards. In any case, he calmed down for a few days, allowing me to continue my work without concern. At that time, aside from my regular duties, I was also investigating the disappearances in New Ravenska Village, the missing prostitutes from Southbridge Street, the homeless individuals from Memorial Park, and numerous children who vanished on their way home from school. I am uncertain if anyone has tallied the figures, but the disappearances in New Ravenska Village exceed those of the 3 neighboring towns combined, not accounting for the missing wizards. Yet, despite this, outsiders continued to flood into the town. Just when I was at my wit's end, Harvey invited me to his home. I went, only to discover that his true intention was to discuss the dreams he had been experiencing. I bore with him, and I admit that the beer played a part in my patience. After listening to his nonsensical ramblings, I thanked him for the drinks and returned home. The next day, I awoke, prepared to endure yet another day of aimless existence. However, that afternoon, I received a report about 2 children who had entered that office building for a dare and did not come out. Harvey had foreseen all of this. He warned me, but I dismissed his words as nonsense. Thus, after a fruitless investigation at the scene, I visited Harvey once more. He showed me his latest artwork, depicting the scene of our morning lockdown of the office building. Of course, I was in the painting as well. Chapter 158, The Artist's Relics. Can he foresee the future? The lady speculated, like an oracle. No, to be precise, he dreams of the future, Scotter corrected. He sees fragments of what is to come in his dreams. Some become hazy upon waking, like smoke, while others remain vivid. Harvey has captured the clearer visions in his art. He was as astonished as I was. For it was only after the disappearance of those 2 children at the office building that he realized his dreams could glimpse the future. Subsequently, we organized the artworks together, most of which were related to the town's disappearances. I initially intended to inform the mayor, but Harvey opposed the idea, wishing to keep the matter private. I respected his wishes and continued my investigation in secrecy. However, Harvey's condition deteriorated. He had long struggled with alcoholism and insomnia, but since then, his situation worsened, and he became increasingly erratic. He constantly claimed to be receiving a calling. I suggested he seek medical help, attend an alcohol recovery group, or perhaps try some wizard's potion. I do not know. Surely you have medications for insomnia? Certainly, Xing Ze interjected, but those are ineffective for him. Very well. Our time is limited, so let me ask you, where's Harvey now? I do not know. He was causing a scene at the bar, and I intervened to vouch for him, then took him to the hospital. 3 days later, I visited him, only to be informed that he had left on his own accord. I refused to believe the hospital's nonsense, so I requested the surveillance footage from that time. But their recordings are only retained for 2 days. Just like that, he vanished, much like the people missing from the town. Ailey glanced at Xing Ze, then turned to the constable and inquired, does he have any places he might go? He has no relatives, or at least he rarely mentions them. He has a brother who lives in, in Flip Street. Ailey assisted in articulating the term. Exactly. He resides on Flip Street. I had my wife write to him, but received no response. Scottel replied with a hint of frustration, though we are friends. He is a wizard, and I am a muggle. There are many matters I do not comprehend from your world. Xing Ze continued to inquire, who oversees wizard-related criminal cases. On the 2nd floor of our police station, there are 2 offices where the wizards convene. Should any cases overlap, they collaborate with us, Scottel explained. After a moment of contemplation, he added, most of the wizards in town heed Monell's words, and the officers at the station are no exception. Xing Ze, curious, asked, you seem to harbor strong feelings against the Mendez family. Why is that? The sheriff glanced cautiously at Ellie, as if awaiting her response. The young lady narrowed her eyes and stated, speak plainly, Mr. Scottel. I will not shield the Mendez family simply because they are in service to the Shafik family. This seemed to bolster the sheriff's confidence as he took a breath and shifted closer to the edge of the bed. C'est miss. I suspect that the Mendez family is engaging in perilous activities within the town. I am uncertain of the specifics, but I have uncovered some troubling matters. In September of last year, specifically on the 1st, Harvey was rushed to the hospital after a sudden fainting spell while dining in my home. The occurrence was abrupt and utterly without warning, compounded by a heavy snowfall that night. What time? Xing Ze inquired. Around 7 o'clock, perhaps 7:20 or 7:30. Scottel replied. As Xing Ze stroked his chin, he noted that this time frame coincided with when he vanquished Norf. Reiko was correct. Norf had perished, and the magical backlash had torn the fabric between reality and dreams, creating a rift that caused Harvey to faint. Please, continue, Xing Ze urged Scottel. In any case, he remained unconscious for nearly a month, awakening only at the end of September. My wife suggested I take Harvey to St. Mungo's, but our local hospital also has wizard doctors. Ernest the healer? Ellie confirmed. Indeed, that's him, the sheriff nodded. He advised against transferring Harvey without his consent, and thus we could not move him. Consequently, I continued my investigation into the missing persons cases. Scottel sighed, with little progress. I approached the mayor, hoping for assistance, at least to obtain the files on the missing wizards. Did he refuse you? Ellie asked. No, he helped me. He even requested to see Harvey's artwork. The following day, I delivered the paintings to him. Monell appeared quite pleased and granted me significant authority, encouraging me to pursue my investigation. Ellie frowned in confusion and interjected. I don't understand, sir. The mayor granted you permission and encouraged you to delve deeper into your investigation. Aren't those 2 things detrimental to your cause? He has someone keeping an eye on you, hasn't he? Xing Ze interjected for Scottel, if I'm not mistaken. You've also received quite a bit of intimidation during your investigation, such as your beloved dog being transformed into a troublesome cat. The sheriff raked his disheveled hair back. That's right. Ever since I began my inquiry, I have felt as though someone is watching me. Even at home, I am consumed by unease. After half a month of investigation, that feeling intensified. I find myself rising several times each night just to check if the doors and windows are locked. I sense something lurking nearby, within my home, staring at me through the mirror. My wife crafted a protective charm for me, but it proved ineffective. That feeling persisted until Harvey regained consciousness. Upon receiving the hospital notification, I rushed to see him. At that time, his mind was still somewhat clouded, but he warned me. He cautioned me not to continue my investigation. I had made some progress, and I did not wish to abandon it, aware that he could not dissuade me. Harvey gave me a talisman. Do you have paper and a pen? The hospital confiscated the talisman, but I still recall its appearance. Xing Ze retrieved a notebook and pen from his ring and handed them over. Skatel accepted them and began sketching. Once he finished, he moved his hands aside. Ellie leaned closer to inspect, and then turned to Xing Ze. What kind of talisman is this? An old seal. Xing Ze glanced at the paper. A rather effective protective charm. Ellie's expression turned skeptical, but she refrained from commenting further and instead asked Skatel, "Did it work?" "Yes, it proved effective," the sheriff replied. Relief evident in his voice, that feeling vanished. At first, I didn't understand why. After Harvey went missing, I discovered something he left behind, and then it all became clear. Finally, we arrive at the crux. Xing Ze interjected. "Where is it? You must have hidden it well, correct?" Skatel wrote something on the paper and then handed the notebook to Ellie. As she accepted it, Skatel suddenly grasped her hand. "Miss, I have entrusted everything to you. If you deceive me, I shall ensure you pay dearly." Chapter 159, The Warehouse. Upon exiting Street Mungo S., Xing Ze glanced at the address in the notebook and asked Ellie, "What are your thoughts?" The young lady, slightly taken aback, replied, "Are you genuinely seeking my opinion? How rare. I was under the impression I merely needed to follow your lead. You are part of the team, and I am not omniscient," Xing Ze said. Patting the notebook, IL's girlfriend informed me that Manuel Mendez would invite several wizards to his gatherings. They discuss unsettling matters at these events. I am now quite curious about what the mayor is truly up to. Ellie furrowed her brow, contemplating, and replied, "Let us first examine what the artist left behind. I believe that since we are a team, we should get to know one another. This way, we can share our findings and offer different perspectives. Perhaps we can uncover something from it." "You're on the same wavelength as I am," Xing Ze chuckled. "Indeed, it is time for you all to meet." Skatel rented a small warehouse in a town near Ravenska. Ellie instructed the Nightsteed carriage to take them close to a place called Posada, from where they walked into the town and spent some time locating the warehouse. "Ladies first," Xing Ze stepped back slightly. Ellie huffed softly and cast a spell to unlock the warehouse door, which was shrouded in darkness, with sunlight barely penetrating a few steps inside. The young lady performed another spell, illuminating the entire warehouse. "Look at this." Xing Ze was captivated by a watercolor painting within the warehouse, depicting the office building where the murder had occurred. I wager this was what led the sheriff to his conclusion. Ellie, however, did not linger on the painting, but approached a covered object in the center of the warehouse. She reached out and pulled down the white cloth, revealing yet another painting. This one depicting a bizarre shadow rendered in black paint. "Do not stare at it." Xing Ze rushed forward to recover the painting. "Remember what I told you? Dreams can taint your mind." Ellie exhaled deeply. The instant she unveiled the white cloth, she felt as if something was constricting her neck. A sensation that dissipated only once Xing Ze replaced the cover. "Are you all right?" the young lady inquired of Xing Ze just now. Each individual possesses a different resilience to pollution. It is hardly surprising that you would exhibit such a vigorous reaction, given that this is your first encounter with the dreamlike entities. A hint of discontent flickered in Ailey's gaze as she bit her lip. "You claim this painting originates from a dream?" Xing Ze shook his head in response. "Certainly not. The unclean entity depicted in the painting is the true source of your discomfort. In my experience, dreamlike entities cannot be articulated, comprehended, nor approached. Although that thing has been rendered on a canvas, our minds are incapable of further grasping its existence, which is why we gradually descend into madness. Your father's request for me to deter you from delving deeper into this investigation is not without merit. Miss Shafiq, there is still an opportunity to withdraw. For once you encounter others, their discussions will be considerably more intense. Do not urge me to withdraw any longer," Ailey declared resolutely. "Let us seek out any useful clues." Xing Ze shrugged in resignation and began to search through the warehouse. Moments ago, he too had glimpsed the shadow from the painting. Similar to what Colin had described, it resembled a colossal spider, yet also bore the likeness of a centipede rearing up. The simultaneous manifestation of these two distinctly different life forms was profoundly jarring and unsettling. After half an hour of searching, they discovered Harvey's diary, along with numerous notes and materials compiled by the sheriff's office. We shall take the necessary items, Xing Ze stated, and then we will incinerate that painting. As Ailey perused a notebook belonging to Scottel, she remarked, this contains a wealth of information. The matter seems to involve a multitude of individuals. I'm starting to worry about Scottle's family. You could bring them to your home. I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to commit murder within the Shafik family's estate. That is indeed a sound idea. Ailey nodded. I shall go find them shortly. Now, do you wish to study the notes or the diary? Xing Ze waved the diary in his hand, inquiring. I am not particularly adept at dealing with madmen, Ailey replied, casually stowing the notes into her pocket. You had previously asked for my thoughts. Now, I would like to hear yours. Xing Ze smiled. I was contemplating that we could discuss it on our way back. Very well. I suspect the Mendez family is conspiring something. Their gatherings of witches appear suspicious. Similarly, the witches of Ravinska village are equally dubious, particularly those close to the Mendez family. Considering Scottel mentioned that most witches in town heed Manuel's words. I suspect Harvey's disappearance is a premeditated abduction. That therapist, Ernest, warrants investigation. I shall find time to speak with him tomorrow. No, Xing Ze waved his hand. Do not stir the grass and startle the snake, Miss Shafik. They are already aware of our investigation and will undoubtedly exercise extreme caution. Do not expect him to divulge anything. Moreover, a therapist is not capable of orchestrating an abduction. At most, he may only sign discharge papers or open a door for a colleague. The young lady's expression darkened as she murmured, You imply there is another individual involved. Could it be other staff members at the hospital? I am uncertain. I hope the diary and notes will provide us with answers. In the ensuing days, Xing Ze immersed himself in reading Harvey's diary. The writings during the painter's lucid moments were somewhat comprehensible, yet during his bouts of madness, the contents became not only obscure but also marred by numerous scribbles. Ailey, on the other hand, made significant progress. Being a police officer, Scottle's notes were logical and coherent, rendering them an absolute pleasure to read. Thus, on a tranquil afternoon, Ailey approached Xing Ze, armed with the clues she had meticulously extracted from the notes. Naturally, all of this had to be concealed from Barrow Fury, who, after the events of the last incident, had become considerably subdued. Still, Xing Ze harbored concerns that he might report every detail to Albert. The mere thought of facing that unsmiling executive director caused him a headache. According to his notes, Ailey quickly stated, there appears to be a pattern to the disappearances in Ravinska village. Every 3 years. You know? Ailey furrowed her brow. Do not dwell on that. Is there anything else? Xing Ze inquired, as their time was limited, allowing only a brief respite after lunch. When we scheduled to meet? Ailey suddenly posed an inconsequential question. 2 days hence, Xing Ze replied. Do you intend to wait until the meeting to discuss this? I require something that would allow me to integrate with your group. Time waits for no one, Miss Shafik. Trust me, it is worth your wait. Chapter 160. The Meeting. Prior to the meeting, Xing Ze received a case file from John, enough to fill nearly half a room. John had placed everything into a bag imbued with an endless expansion charm, and Xing Ze dedicated considerable time to reorganizing and classifying these documents for easier future reference. Meanwhile, Lyko, having spent a week in Ravinska village, returned with a sense of resignation. Clearly, the names provided by Tank were as unhelpful as his own. However, the poet did not relinquish hope. He swiftly devised another plan, intending to monitor Tank, patiently awaiting the arrival of the debt collector. Should the plan succeed, he hoped to extract some clues from the collector, albeit the likelihood seemed slim. Xing Ze did not oppose this plan, for given the current circumstances, it was one of the few viable actions available. While the poet's investigation yielded little progress, Clara brought good news. This linguist had successfully translated the ancient texts within a fortnight. As per their agreement, Xing Ze treated her to a meal at the Cloud restaurant in Edinburgh, a gesture made possible thanks to Ailey Shafik, for without her, reservations at this establishment were booked until the following month. This is my first time dining here, Clara remarked, donning her most resplendent magical robes, yet she appeared rather rustic compared to the other patrons. This restaurant catered to both muggles and wizards, with wizards entering through a concealed door, traversing an atmospheric magical corridor to reach the floating dining area. Xing Ze tugged at his robes. His attire was no better than Clara's, both appearing somewhat shabby. Ailey Shafik had reserved a private room on the second floor, where the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows provided a splendid view of Edinburgh's nightscape. The dinner proceeded smoothly, and after consuming nearly 2 months' worth of Xing Ze's salary, Clara contentedly patted her stomach. It was delightful, she exclaimed. I believe I shall miss this place. Perhaps I will return if I have the chance. Xing Ze smiled. Indeed. Perhaps you could save up enough to return. Let's not dwell on that. Instead, let us discuss the ancient text you provided. Surely, the translation was not easy. Indeed, many meanings of the ancient Futhark script have become obscured. I could only translate based on a general understanding. However, what perplexes me, sir, although I am familiar with most of the letters, I find myself unable to comprehend the sentences they form. The girl produced the original document along with its translation, extending it towards Xing Ze. The world, Xing Ze murmured, is much like this. One can discern a single grain of sand, yet when they congregate into an expansive desert, one risks becoming lost within it. Knowledge operates similarly. As one resolves individual conundrums, a plethora of additional questions emerges. Perhaps ultimately, humanity will be akin to a young king in the pursuit of truth. Clara blinked, remarking, "At times, sir, you appear to be a misanthrope." Doi, Xing Ze squinted. Yet I have always held a deep affection for this wretched world. After escorting Clara to a nearby delivery point, Xing Ze made his way to a dessert shop in Edinburgh, armed with the translation. Although the shop would typically be closed at this hour, today was an exception. In the most spacious corner of the establishment, Elisa Sheffick was engrossed in her luxurious sundae. Only someone as fond of sweets as this noble lady would choose such a venue for a rendezvous. Once Xing Ze took his seat, Elisa inquired, "Would you care for something? Their carrot cake is exceptional." "Thank you, esteemed lady. I have just finished my dinner," Xing Ze replied, casting a glance at the sundae that nearly obscured Elisa's face. "However, I suspect your dinner was rather modest. Are you about to lament my choice to indulge in ice cream during winter?" "I have no such intention, nor the inclination." "Ah, then," Elisa remarked, biting her silver spoon. "You're still upset? Upset that I did not divulge the content of my notes?" "I'm not so petty," Xing Ze said, shedding his coat as the shop was considerably warmer than outside. "If the contents of the notes were of utmost importance, I doubt you would have felt compelled to conceal them until our meeting." "Thank you for your understanding, Xing Ze. Is the time at hand?" "No, just 2 minutes remain." The first to arrive after Xing Ze was Herbert West, a frail and pallid therapist who entered the dessert shop with his characteristic morbid aura. He unceremoniously took a seat at the round table, the dim light casting a shadow over him, resembling a rat lurking in a dark corner. "Miss Sheffick, Mr. Xing Ze, I am grateful for your invitation. Do not include me in that." "Ackerman," Xing Ze waved his hand, "it was she who invited you. You do not intend to expel me, do you?" West dryly inquired. "Is anyone else coming?" "Yes, Mr. Ackerman. 3 more are on their way. Please be patient," Elisa replied. West shrank back slightly. "Do not worry about me, miss. One cannot be a therapist without patience." As the appointed time arrived, the unmistakable voice of Reiko resonated from outside, his boisterous tones invariably capturing attention. A waitress entered the shop, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Under the proprietor's glare, Reiko subdued his voice and approached the round table with Edwin. "Look who it is, the lovely lady," Reiko greeted Elisa, "Miss Sheffick. Ever since our last encounter in the Forbidden Forest, I have been unable to forget you. You are like a siren who captivates the hearts of men. I often find myself lost in thought about you, and you frequently visit my dreams in the stillness of night. From what I know of you, Arvin, those must be rather scandalous dreams," Elisa retorted with a smile. "What have you done, Reiko?" Xing Ze asked, curious. "The proprietor has been glaring at you." The poet pulled out a chair for the lady, and once she was seated, he whispered, "I encountered a delightful lady at the shop's entrance. The one with the long lashes and golden hair braided down to her adorable little backside. It would be a sin not to pinch her. But just as I was about to approach, the proprietor appeared to take out the trash and erupted in anger, though I know not why. The girl seemed quite pleased. Perhaps because she is his daughter?" Elisa suggested. Upon hearing this, Reiko's expression shifted, and he stiffly took a seat, whispering to Xing Ze, "My friend, if the proprietor picks up a knife, you must remember to cover for me." At that moment, the shop door swung open once more, the scent of alcohol mingling with the cold wind. "Am I late?" John boisterously approached the round table, casually pulling out a chair to sit down. Chapter 161, The Members. John leaned back in his chair, which creaked under the weight of his presence. "Before anything else, esteemed lady, I require a drink." "But this is a dessert shop." Reiko chuckled. "What do you expect the proprietor to procure alcohol for you?" Just as he finished speaking, Elisa turned to the proprietor, asking, "Hey, Zorn, do you have rum ice cream?" "Indeed," replied the proprietor. "Shall I get you some?" "Yes, please," John responded. "Make it heavy on the rum, without the ice cream." "What about the rest of you?" Elisa scanned the table. "What would you like?" "Do not worry about the cost. The opportunity to gather is a blessing. Tonight, I treat." "Then I shall have eggnog." The poet raised his hand. "I presume that does not come with beer?" Edwin remarked. "I will have a carrot cake instead." "Excellent choice." Elisa acknowledged. "Mr. Ackerman, what about you? Would you care for some rum?" "No, thank you, I cannot handle much." West emerged from the shadows if possible. I would like a serving of caramel pudding. Hot water. Before Lisa could ask, Xing Ze interjected. The proprietor noted their orders and then retreated to the kitchen. Elisa resumed her position. All right, now we can converse. I am Elisa Sheffick. Perhaps some of you are already familiar with me. I am Reiko Arbin. The poet eagerly introduced himself, a priest serving the arts, a shining star in the realms of ballads and love songs, a renowned poet. Some young ladies affectionately refer to me as unbeatable. Ah, how fortuitous. John laughed heartily. My nickname is indestructible, although they prefer to call me Big Dog John. Xing Ze, seated between the two, rolled his eyes. I suppose I need not introduce myself. Why not, my friend? Reiko replied. In my opinion, none present truly know you. That is for the best. I prefer to maintain an air of mystery. Moreover, Your Excellency, the poet, you are mistaken. Each individual here harbors their own secrets. We are all somewhat unfamiliar with one another. Xing Ze's words cast a pall over the atmosphere. West abruptly interjected, though we each have our own aims. It is the same matter that has brought us together. Quite right, the young lady concurred. Let us cast aside our suspicions and doubts. We have far more pressing matters to attend to. The scholar, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Edwin, I agree with Miss Sheffick's statement, although she has been investigating both myself and Reiko until now. However, there are more urgent matters at hand. As for you, Mr. Herbert West, I did not expect to encounter you again in such a manner. Edwin? The therapist pondered for a moment. Ah, you are Hanro's granddaughter. I recall meeting you once. Back then, you were merely a little girl playing with cloth dolls. I lament the untimely demise of our esteemed teacher. His life was dedicated to the pursuit of truth. May he find eternal rest in Avalon. My grandfather often spoke of you, Mr. West, as his most cherished disciple. Might I inquire about your purpose for being here? West adjusted his glasses and replied, Certainly. The antiquarians of the Magic Research Society have halted my studies, yet I refuse to surrender. By joining your ranks, I can continue my research. At this juncture, the healer turned to Xing Ze and inquired, Esteemed sir, have you perused my research report? I have, came the response. But to be candid, I find myself unable to fully comprehend it. Do not be so hard on yourself, sir. Although I have simplified it, much of the content still necessitates a foundational understanding for clarity. Perhaps we should defer this discussion for later. You undoubtedly have more pressing matters to deliberate. With that, West retreated further into the shadows. The proprietor and a charming waitress brought forth their orders, and with discretion, the two slipped into the kitchen. Edwin drew forth his wand, and with a few deft movements, cast essential enchantments around the round table. Ah, wine, John declared, lifting a glass to his lips, signaling that they could now engage in serious discourse. First, I must share some unfortunate news. Our has been discharged this afternoon. I wager the healer insisted he rest at home, yet I doubt he will heed such counsel. Therefore, his wrath shall soon descend upon us. While not particularly astute, he is certainly no fool who would trip over the same stone twice. I suggest you prepare accordingly. Furthermore, it is already February, my friends. I require some tangible results. At the very least, I need some progress to report upward. Once he had concluded, Reiko quietly inquired Xing Ze, Goodness, Xing Ze, who is this fellow? He reminds me of my former professor who incessantly urged me to submit my papers. His actions are quite similar to those of a professor. Xing Ze cleared his throat and stated, Before we proceed, it is imperative that I clarify a few matters. This gentleman, John myself, and Miss Shafik are all personnel of the Key Hall. You may have heard of this organization to some extent. By choosing to collaborate with me, you are in essence aligning yourselves with the Key Hall. Thus, you are, strictly speaking, working for the Key Hall. And this individual, indulging in rum from an ice cream cup, is our observer. He will report on our investigative progress and assess each of us. However, there is no need for concern. He remains on our side. Indeed, John raised his glass. As long as there is wine, I shall fill the evaluation report with commendations for you. What does that imply? The poet inquired, bewildered. Edwin, beside him, coldly elucidated. It means we need not skulk in the shadows. We can conduct our investigation openly. Simultaneously, it signifies that we have been shackled and caged. The poet grinned. That sounds rather pleasant. Do we receive any badges? Perhaps like the Auror's Sun emblem? Regrettably, no. John waved a dismissive hand. Moreover, you must not discuss matters pertaining to the Key Hall with outsiders. Our organization requires confidentiality. Oh, for heaven's sake, the poet cursed. Is this not the same as before? Still just a rat in the sewer. A licensed rat, West interjected suddenly, akin to the distinction between a country, witch, and a certified healer. As long as it does not impede my research, I have no objections. Nor do I, Edwin quickly affirmed. The gaze of the group turned to Reiko. who hesitated before conceding, fine, I agree, but at the very least, can we have a badge? Chapter 162, Perfect Resurrection. Since there are no objections, let us continue. Xing Ze stated, Edwin, please share your plan. There may be individuals present who are not entirely informed. The scholar nodded and succinctly reiterated what she had explained to Xing Ze in the basement that fateful night, of course omitting the matter of Benson's notes. Thus, we are confronted not only by Death Eaters, but also by the intangible church of the Avery family, along with that, what was it called, the Feast of Magic cult? John summarized, By Merlin, I had no idea I was ensnared in such perilous circumstances. Fear not, Xing Ze interjected. The employees of the Key Hall are well compensated with death benefits. Good grief, do not utter such morbid sentiments. John took a sip of wine. Your words have always carried a prophetic weight. Ailey, having previously listened to Xing Ze's discussions regarding this topic, remained composed and asked, what clues do we currently possess? Reiko fished a red candy from his pocket. This beautiful lady. We discovered that the grease gang from Upside Down Alley has been crafting this peculiar hallucinogen. John cast a sidelong glance. Is this what you found in Ravenska Village? It was discovered at the home of the missing painter, Harvey, Xing Ze explained. Given that the grease gang has been nearly eradicated, I suspect that the fugitive plague doctor, Richter, may have made an appearance in the small town. Wes leaned forward to gain a better view of the table's contents and inquired, May I see it? Of course, please, the poet nudged the item toward him. The healer extended his hand, retrieving the bag, and extracted a hallucinogen to examine its aroma, then addressed Xing Ze. Mr. Xing, it appears we must discuss my research ahead of schedule. All eyes turned toward West as the brooding healer cleared his throat and continued. Hallucinogens are frequently employed to stimulate and enhance the abilities of those who enter dreams. Could you elucidate that further? Reiko interjected. Certainly, Mr. Albin, certainly, West nodded. In simple terms, this substance acts like our wands for those who can interact with dreams, augmenting the user's connection to the dream realm. Hanno's research indicates that administering a certain dosage of hallucinogen to dreamers can stabilize them while they engage with dreams. Considering what you have just mentioned, these specially crafted hallucinogens seem to be awakening the latent dream sensitivity in ordinary individuals. Suddenly, John recalled something and addressed Xing Ze. Do you remember? You once told me that those scoundrels added human flesh to the potion to drive people mad. We were both bewildered back then. Now the issue is finally resolved. They were not creating lunatics, but rather filtering out those capable of connecting with dreams. Indeed, Mr. West. What do you call those who can connect with dreams? Dreamers. Once they fully adapt to the connection with dreams, we refer to them as dream travelers. Well, whatever you call them, what purpose do they serve? Aside from occasionally journeying through dreams and returning with whimsical tales, West replaced the red candy back into the bag and replied, as long as there are enough of them. If they collectively enter dreams simultaneously, they can strengthen the connection between the waking world and the dream realm, thereby opening a portal to dreams or potentially bringing dream entities into the waking world. Is this your grandfather's theory? Edwin inquired. Yes, Miss Edwin, West affirmed with a nod. This is Hanno's theory, but in my view, it seems these individuals may have alternative purposes. For instance, could they serve as sustenance for others on the path to ascension? Xing Ze interjected. The healer paused momentarily before affirming, Indeed, Mr. Xing Ze. It appears you have thoroughly examined my research. Ascension? John furrowed his brow, as the term conjured unsettling thoughts. I recall both wax and face, and smiling Charlie repeatedly mentioning it. Please elucidate, Mr. Ackerman. Ollie gestured for West to continue. This is rather intricate. To simplify, as long as one can withstand the taint of the dreamscape, we may receive its boons, thus undergoing a transformation into beings akin to deities. However, this ongoing evolution, or metamorphosis, necessitates ample nourishment to sustain it. Those who have experienced the dream's corruption or have come into contact with it serve as the most excellent sustenance. Upon hearing this, Xing Ze suddenly grasped the implications. He murmured, that arena, those imprisoned individuals, it makes sense now. They are coerced into using hallucinogens to access the dreamscape, becoming nourishment. Precisely. This is the very undertaking of the grease gang in that place, West remarked. John's grip on his wine glass tightened, his knuckles whitening, his expression chillingly stoic. The others mirrored his somber demeanor, save for West, the somewhat deranged healer who maintained his composure and serenity. But what I wish to convey, he continued, is that they may be conducting further experiments. What do you mean? John inquired, puzzled. My research, everyone. Following my mentor's retirement, I have not only overseen his projects, but have also been investigating the resurrection of the deceased. Resurrection of the deceased? The poet exclaimed. akin to a ghoul in a graveyard or a vampire flitting about. No, neither. West shook his head. The focus of my study is on a living person, not those grotesques that appear alive yet are indeed dead. Are you suggesting true resurrection? Edwin tentatively asked, bringing a deceased individual back to life with their original memories. A functioning body and a soul? Precisely, he affirmed. Ollie frowned and interrupted. This is utterly impossible, Mr. Ackerman. While it may be somewhat offensive to say so, in my view, the notion of resurrecting one who has passed is sheer folly. No, esteemed lady, West's face bore an enigmatic smile. Theoretically, it is feasible. According to your theory, one must place the brain into a vessel filled with nutrient solution. Indeed, he continued. Moreover, I am designing an entirely new magical apparatus capable of providing visual, auditory, and olfactory stimuli to the brain in the jar, while simultaneously converting brainwaves into sound. Yet, this is still not perfect, my friends. While I have long believed the most valuable asset in human is the brain, the body is merely a burden. However, a living person requires a body. Thus, I have been researching the creation of a perfect human body to house the brain. I once considered cloning, but with current technology, replicating a human body flawlessly remains unachievable. Hence, I turn my gaze toward the dreamscape, where there exists that which transcends our understanding. After years of effort, I have indeed discovered a novel approach. Most entities from the dreamscape possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Among them, there exists a creature that is relatively easy to summon and boasts commendable regenerative prowess. Are you referring to the nameless child? Edwin inquired. Ah, indeed, that is correct. West's smile broadened. Chapter 163, An Imperfect Hypothesis. West refrained from elaborating further and instead retrieved documents and photographs from his briefcase. I had the fortune of participating in the dissection of a body brought back from the Nottingham Arena. He pointed to one of the photographs. This is Siege. Then, he gestured to another photo. And this is Evan. They were two Aurors who went missing in the upside-down alley. I suspect you might hardly recognize them. Reiko leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming a curse. Their brains, Merlin's beard. Someone performed a craniotomy on them. Perhaps it is merely coincidental, the lady questioned. No, I do not think so. Edwin shook his head. As I mentioned, the Avery family has close ties with the Nameless Church, and the Grease Gang serves the Avery family. But we lack evidence to substantiate the true connection between the Grease Gang and the Avery family. Thus far, all of this remains speculation, the poet remarked. Regarding this matter, John interjected, Are you familiar with the Big Daddy of Sweet Home? Except for the lady, the others nodded, with the poet reflecting, Ah, it truly is a splendid place. It seems I'm the only one unaware of that locale. Could someone elucidate? Ollie inquired. John waved his hand dismissively, stating, It is of no consequence. That place no longer exists. What is significant is Big Daddy's testimony. To mitigate his punishment, he provided considerable information regarding the Grease Gang. Waxen face. His original name was Errol Chalders. I have heard that name. Ollie interrupted. A Death Eater, infamously notorious. My uncle once crossed paths with him. He often boasted about it when inebriated. My apologies, gentlemen. I digress. Please continue. John nodded. Chalders rapidly rose to prominence after arriving in the upside-down alley. Within a year, he consolidated the various gangs in the vicinity and merged them into the Grease Gang. Such a feat would have been impossible without assistance, even for someone as infamous as a Death Eater. Following the downfall of the mysterious figure, these Death Eaters became pariahs. They either chose to hide from the world or, akin to those noble families, claimed to be under the influence of a soul-stealing curse, subsequently using vast sums of money to bribe ministry officials for immunity. In summary, Chalders clandestinely received the support and assistance of the Avery family, which is why he could swiftly establish himself and rise in the upside-down alley. Upon hearing this, Edwin was invigorated, exclaiming, Then we can launch an investigation into the Avery family. Do not celebrate prematurely, my lady. John shrugged his shoulders. The testimony from a criminal is insufficient for the ministry to investigate a family. Moreover, aside from Big Daddy's words, there is no evidence to substantiate any connection between the Grease Gang and the Avery family. After all, the leadership of the Grease Gang has been wiped out. The poet scoffed. Edwin, what have I told you? Those noble families possess ample means to evade punishment. Truly vexing, Edwin turned to West. It seems you had better possess something else to substantiate your conclusions. I do, West replied. The ministry's inspectors discovered numerous remnants of dreamscape entities within that underground prison. I inquired with former colleagues, and those residues were found to originate from the nameless child. Hence, I deduced that the Grease Gang, like myself, is in pursuit of creating a perfect body. Why do they require a perfect body? Are they seeking to resurrect someone? The poet queried, perplexed. Thus, everything began to connect. Xing Ze commenced the consolidation of all the information, and after untangling the threads, he spoke. This corporeal form belongs to the Dark Lord. A hush fell over the room, and moments later, astonishment appeared on every face. Even West's countenance showed notable change. According to the original narrative, Voldemort at this juncture lacked a physical body. He could only inhabit the bodies of others. To reconstruct his corporeal form, he needed to perform a series of intricate rituals, one of which required Harry Potter's blood. This plan would not come to fruition until the Triwizard Tournament in 1994. Given Voldemort's nature, he would not simply remain idle. If he could cleave his own soul to achieve immortality, he must surely have prepared adequately for the resurrection of his physical form. Xing Ze inhaled deeply and explained, I endorse Idwin's hypothesis. Although there is no concrete evidence linking the Greasy Gang with the Avery family, I believe the facts are sufficiently compelling to suggest their involvement. If the Greasy Gang is indeed serving the Avery family, then the experiments conducted in the underground prison must also pertain to them. Consider this, everyone. The Avery family is fervently devoted to the Death Eaters, to the point of reverence towards the Dark Lord. As far as I understand, the Dark Lord currently wanders the world in a spectral form, desperately in need of a vessel to contain his soul, a flawless body. In my view, he has been orchestrating this plan for quite some time. As early as 1975, he dispatched the Avery family to seek forbidden knowledge in the frozen earth. That makes sense. Idwin concurred with Xing Ze's assessment, but forbidden knowledge is not easily deciphered. Hence, the Avery family sought the aid of the Veiled Church. No, Xing Ze countered, I would rather believe they were collaborating with the Veiled Church from the outset. When they could not make progress in creating the perfect body, they turned to the Feast Cult for assistance. As for the cursed statue, it likely represents a transaction between the Feast Cult and the Veiled Church. Do you remember the Feast Cult's creed? It is one of grand sacrifice. Once those fragments of the statue spread across the entirety of Britain, the curse would become unstoppable. The death toll would rise exponentially, perfectly aligning with the requirements of the grand sacrifice. Then why did they attack the train? The poet inquired, puzzled. Indeed, John echoed, if, as you assert, they aim to disseminate the statue fragments across Britain, why strike the train? Xing Ze shook his head in response. I do not know. Perhaps there are deeper motives at play. As Idwin mentioned, the cooperation between these cults is far less stable than it appears. It seems there are numerous enigmas that require your resolution. John drained his glass, stating, at least we now possess an imperfect hypothesis. Xing Ze retrieved his notes and continued. Additionally, I have made some discoveries that may substantiate the collaboration between the Feast Cult and the Veiled Church. All eyes turned once more to Xing Ze. Chapter 164, The Round Table Meeting. Xing Ze took a sip of water before asking, do you know Jockelmans? The young lady interjected, the real estate tycoon? Wasn't he supposed to have perished in the Forbidden Forest? Indeed, he is deceased. Xing Ze turned to John. Tell me, Jay, did you investigate the report on the last incident in the Forbidden Forest at the Ministry of Magic? Of course, John retorted with a scowl. Don't assume I'm merely drink. The masked wizards who attack you belong to the Undertakers. The Auror Office and the Department of Mysteries are jointly pursuing their identities and whereabouts. However, apart from Jockelmans, the others are all international fugitives. Thus, the Ministry has launched an inquiry into Jockelmans, but he has hidden himself well. Nothing of value was found at his residence or workplace. Another dead-end lead? Reiko muttered. I initially thought so as well, Xing Ze replied, but a few days ago, I examined the office building where the incident occurred. That building has recently been leased to a company called Longbeard Advertising. Guess who the head of this company is? Jockelmans? John was the first to respond. Xing Ze shook his head. It is Sheik Mendez, the brother of the missing mayoral candidate. The young lady's brow furrowed, her expression grave. A person who has been missing for 5 years. This lead is equally fruitless. Do not be impatient, Miss Shafiq, Xing Ze said with a slight smile. I inquired about that advertising company and learned that the current head is a man named Billy Davis. In addition to this advertising venture, he also runs a real estate company known as Blue Mountain Realty. At this revelation, the expressions of the gathering shifted to one of realization, especially John, who chuckled, goodness. Lad, Jockelmans is the executive director of Blue Mountain Realty. If that is the case, Idwin exclaimed excitedly, then many things begin to align. Jockelmans has been serving the Avery family, and the attack on the train was summoned in Ravenska Village. Most importantly, the connection between Blue Mountain Realty and the Mendez family. Jockelmans acts as a tether, connecting these elements. Yet it may merely be coincidence, Ailey calmly analyzed. Blue Mountain Realty is the most renowned real estate company in the Wizarding World. The vast majority of families entrust their properties to them, including the Shafiq family. It is not surprising that Jockelmans serves the Avery family, but it is peculiar for an executive director of Blue Mountain to personally manage a family's affairs. However, considering the Avery family is one of the oldest in the wizarding world, this can be explained. As for his ties to the Mendez family, competing for the mayoral position requires substantial funding. The Mendez family alone cannot bear the cost of Sheka's campaign. They need additional financial support. Blue Mountain Realty presents an excellent option, especially since they have several projects underway in Ravinska Village. You are quite the motivator, dear lady, Xing Ze teased. Ailey shot him a glare, stating, I am merely eliminating all possibilities. I presume you cannot account for what I just articulated? Indeed. But there is one advantage to our ragtag group. Xing Ze glanced around at those present, and that is as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will pursue it. That is indeed true. John tapped his glass lightly. Isn't it your obsessions that brought you all together? The poet nodded enthusiastically, raising his voice. Look, we have finally unearthed the reason for our gathering here. I propose we bestow a name upon ourselves, akin to the Department of Mysteries or the Ministry of Magic. Let's hear it. Yao chimed in. I too believe naming this little group could strengthen our cohesion. What about the round table? The poet suggested. 2 days later, in the outskirts of Glastonbury, Xing Ze leaned against a tall pine tree, gazing up at the sky, where Ailey was hovering above amidst the branches. Minutes later, the young lady descended from the air, somewhat impatiently stating, there are 5 guards outside the villa, along with a magical golem. I cannot discern the situation inside, but I do not believe we can enter safely. Xing Ze glanced at his watch and said, do not be anxious. Let us wait a moment longer. What exactly are we doing here? Asked Ellie. Billy Davis is a board member of Blue Mountain Realty, and he travels with guards. Approaching him is no simple task. It will be soon, Miss Shafiq. Just as Xing Ze finished speaking, a commotion arose above them. The young lady looked up to see a luxurious carriage swiftly passing by. Let's pursue it. Xing Ze pointed to the receding carriage. Ellie's eyes widened in astonishment. You cannot be. Before she could finish her sentence, Xing Ze vanished from sight. Ellie immediately waved her wand, casting an eagle-eye spell upon herself. She beheld Xing Ze already atop the nightmare carriage. Good heavens, she cursed under her breath, using disapparation to chase after him. The sudden appearance of Xing Ze startled the coachman, nearly causing him to drop the reins, while the guard at the rear reacted swiftly. He raised his wand, prepared to cast a spell, but an outstretched arm from the assailant struck him squarely in the face. His nose broke with a resounding crack, and before he could spit the blood from his mouth, he was lifted by an overwhelming force. I leave him to you, Xing Ze said to the newly arrived Ellie. The young lady hastily cast a levitation charm, saving the guard. Could you not? She began to complain, but Xing Ze had already leaped to the coachman's side, pointing his wand and saying, let's alter our route slightly. The coachman, filled with dread, pleaded, of course, where do you wish to go? The carriage came to a halt at an abandoned dock warehouse in Glastonbury, where the coachman was rendered unconscious by a spell cast by Xing Ze. The nightmares were set free, leaving only the carriage in the dilapidated warehouse. How shall we open the carriage door? Xing Ze inquired as Idwin approached. I need to ascertain the model of the carriage first, the scholar replied. Given his status, the defense level of the carriage should be formidable. It is the Warhorse 3000 model, the young lady remarked, though her tone was far from pleasant. Ah, then grant me a moment, Idwin said. Let me see if I can unravel the defensive enchantments of the carriage. Reiko, come here and assist me. The poet had intended to exchange a few words with the young lady, but upon hearing Idwin's call, he reluctantly made his way over. Chapter 165. An immature plan. The young lady gestured to Xing Ze, and the two stepped aside. She whispered, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. I never anticipated that I would be out here with you to hijack a carriage under the cover of night, and with a figure like Billy Davis, no less. Pray, tell me how you knew he was in this carriage, and what your plan entails. There is no grand plan, Xing Ze replied nonchalantly. I merely sought an opportunity to converse with him. Since confirming his position as a board member of Blue Mountain Realty, I have conducted a bit of investigation. Perhaps Lady Lux smiled upon me, for I discovered that he frequents a certain location almost every night. I had initially intended to act there, but the circumstances were a tad complicated. Thus, I opted to intercept him midway. Ellie, arms crossed, demanded, pray tell, what is that location? What could compel you to devise a plan to hijack a mid-route? You would not want to know? Xing Ze averted his gaze, feigning a check for any following wizards. Is it some sordid masquerade ball, where participants don masks and revel together? Such revelries often entail debauchery, sadism, and myriad other implications. At this, Xing Ze nodded in surprise. Close enough, I suppose. You too. Ellie furrowed her brows and sharply retorted, absolutely not. What filthy thoughts occupy your mind, Xing Ze? I gleaned this from my rather dubious uncle. To be precise, it is difficult to avoid hearing such tales, as it is a frequent topic of his drunken ramblings. Well, that place indeed poses challenges. Are you not concerned about the repercussions of abducting a darling of high society? That is precisely why I prepared this. Xing Ze produced several masks from his ring and called to the poet and scholar. Put on your masks. We are dealing with influential figures. Ellie accepted a mask, twirling it in her hands. I fear that apart from the masks, your other contingency plan involves me, does it not? Judging by your method of hijacking the carriage, you evidently require no assistance from me. Hence, my presence here serves but one purpose. Should the plan falter, I shall be the perfect scapegoat. Then let us pray that the plan does not fail. Ellie chuckled lightly, donning her mask and adding, Scholar, you had best be quick. The Warhorse 3000, besides its basic defensive spells, possesses a tracking enchantment. As long as the enchantment remains intact, Davis's guards will be able to trace the beacon back to us. I surmise they shall arrive shortly. Almost there, Idwin interjected. I have studied the runes of the 2000 model carriage. The runes on this one are quite similar. Yet, many fools still pursue the latest models. Do not take it to heart. Miss Xing Ze comforted, though unable to discern Ellie's expression. He sensed her displeasure. She meant no offense, and besides, your carriage is not a product of Warhorse. I am not that petty. Ellie turned her head. My frustration stems from you, Xing Ze. Me? Indeed. Your actions are devoid of any strategy or order. You wish to converse with Davis, yet you resort to kidnapping him. Have you contemplated the possibility of failure? While I might serve as a fine shield, those approaching guards may not recognize me. They would not hesitate to bombard us with spells. Perhaps they might, but if we are swift enough, we can abscond with Davis before they arrive, for I trust the scholar. She has claimed she can unlock the carriage before the guards arrive. Xing Ze replied. Well, it seems you have divulged your plans to everyone but me. Ellie's tone grew increasingly irate. I hope that when the time for battle comes, your camaraderie with them proves sufficiently robust. At that moment, the scholar announced, All right, prepare yourselves. I shall unlock the door. Upon hearing this, Xing Ze and Ellie each drew their wands and approached. The young lady whispered, Silence, Xing Ze. If you dare utter a single word, even a mere grunt, I shall ensure you regret it for a lifetime. Xing Ze swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips, focusing his attention on the carriage door. Ellie positioned herself on the opposite side, alongside the poet, to prevent anyone from escaping. Idwin opened the door, and a dazzling spell greeted Xing Ze, yet the magic was easily deflected by the blue beak. Xing Ze's spell shot towards the wizard within the carriage. In such a confined space, the wizard had no means of evasion and was swiftly incapacitated. Ellie dealt with a guard attempting to flee from the other side, while Davis engaged with Reiko. The portly, middle-aged real estate mogul, possessing considerable magical prowess, nearly bested Reiko. As he fell to the ground, the real estate magnate shouted, Do you fools not realize the folly of your actions? Do you know who I am? If you release me now, a flash of light interrupted him, and Davis collapsed to the ground. Wait for me to deal with the anti-disapparation wards on the ground, and then you may take him away, Idwin commanded, continuing to wave her wand. Xing Ze approached Davis, placing his hand firmly upon his rigid form. As the magical array on the ground was disrupted, both he and Davis vanished from their original location. Where did they go? The young lady inquired of the poet. Reiko shrugged, responding, He didn't say, nor did we ask. Damn it, the young lady inhaled deeply. We need to establish some necessary regulations. This is all far too chaotic. I find it rather tolerable, the poet retorted nonchalantly. Esteemed miss, we cannot expect conventional methods to extract information from these individuals. I am well aware of that. But at the very least, let us move. You two. Edwin placed his hand upon Reiko and Ellie. Once we reach a secure location, you may continue your critique of tonight's actions. No sooner had he spoken, the three of them also disappeared from sight. The dilapidated warehouse was left with two unconscious guards and a half-conscious coachman, whom Xing Ze had cast a confusion spell upon before departing. 7 or 8 minutes later, several robed wizards enter the warehouse. We are late. One of the wizards remarked upon, surveying the scene. No need for you to remind me. The leading wizard withdrew his hood, revealing a face adorned with a golden mask. Release them from their enchantments, he commanded, and inquire what they have witnessed. Subsequently, he approached the side of the carriage, crouched down, and wiped the floor. A counter-illusion manifestation array? The golden-masked figure mused, Go inform the bishop. We must abandon the pursuit of Davis. But, one wizard hesitated, we could have the bishop send someone to track him. The golden mask clicked his tongue. Our adversary is no fool. By the time we trace Davis's whereabouts, he will have likely divulged everything. However, There is no need for excessive concern. That fellow knows little, and even if he were to reveal all, it would not bear significant consequences. Thus abandoning him is the wisest course of action. Chapter 166. The Real Estate Tycoon. Xing Ze was well acquainted with the art of interrogation. He had previously interrogated tough bodyguards, underworld leaders, and even certain officials. Regardless of their strength, they would generally capitulate before the second round of torment commenced. This was not a matter of honor or loyalty, nor of betrayal or cowardice. It was simply the pain. The physical sensation of agony would stimulate the brain, compelling individuals to make decisions contrary to their true desires. Therefore, after dispelling all of Davis's petrifying spells, Xing Ze delivered a forceful punch to his abdomen, specifically targeting the spleen, a notably vulnerable organ that would incite considerable pain. A painful groan stifled the words of threat that the real estate mogul had intended to utter. His face contorted in regret. He began to long for his enchanted robe, custom-tailored by premier seamstress, handcrafted with golden magical threads woven into defensive runes capable of withstanding most physical impacts. Yet, in preparation for that damn ball, he had opted for an ostentatious outfit, which, while convenient for donning and doffing, offered little more than mere fabric in terms of defense. The stabbing pain in his abdomen rendered the threats he had contemplated utterly futile. He began to comprehend that this abduction was not a mere whim. What is it you desire? I can provide you with a fortune that would last a lifetime. Xing Ze surveyed his surroundings. He was currently situated in the underground warehouse of Corey's secondhand shop, a place where John often brought individuals for questioning during his tenure in the alley. The instruments of interrogation were all meticulously arranged on a medical cart. The entire room had been imbued with various spells to prevent eavesdropping. No matter how loudly the prisoner screamed, it would not be heard outside. Money? Xing Ze chuckled, waving his wand, a length of coarse rope coiling around the struggling Davis. Binding him securely, one end of the rope automatically fastened itself to a hook in the ceiling, leaving the real estate magnate dangling like a pig awaiting slaughter. Wait, what do you want? Davis writhed, catching sight of the instruments of torture. I could provide you with anything. I appreciate your willingness to cooperate, sir. Xing Ze dragged a chair over to sit down. Many individuals, many who consider themselves clever, often make bold proclamations. They never truly grasp their circumstances. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you cooperate, Mr. Davis, perhaps you may still attend the ball this evening. So, let us begin with something simple. Let us discuss Jock Clemens, delve into matters unknown to me, explore things that no one else knows. Yes, what is it? By Merlin's beard, sir. I am not particularly acquainted with him. I mean, while I have worked with him, my primary responsibility lay within the advertising sector. Xing Ze exhaled impatiently, raising his gaze to the man before him. Not acquainted, you say? Yes, not acquainted, merely some professional exchanges, the real estate mogul reiterated. For reasons unknown, this masked figure unnerved him, particularly his piercing gaze, which seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. Very well, sir. Xing Ze rose from his chair, retrieving a small knife from the adjacent medical cart. I shall take your word for it. But can you explain why that advertising firm was previously under Sheik Mendez's name? Oh, and after your transfer to Longbeard Advertising as president, you personally promoted Jock Clemens to succeed you. At this juncture, Xing Ze tested the blade with his thumb. Do not tell me you hold Clemens's abilities in such high esteem that you disregarded the opposition to elevate him to the position of executive director. Davis gulped. What are you implying? Who told you this? It is all utter nonsense. Mr. Davis, I fear your reputation within the company is less than stellar. Your employees harbor deep grievances against you. With just a few drinks, one can glean quite a bit from them. I can explain, Davis implored. Aw, damn. Before he could offer an explanation, Xing Ze's knife sliced across his abdomen, blood seeping from his pale belly, soaking the patterned silk trousers. Very well, Mr. Davis, let us discuss the next matter. Rest assured, my incision was shallow and will not leave a scar. However, should you continue to deceive me, I cannot guarantee the same. Damn it, I speak nothing but the truth. A slap interrupted Davis's outburst, as Xing Ze smiled. Conserve your energy, sir. We have many matters to discuss. An hour later, the door to the underground interrogation room swung open. John, stationed at the entrance, observed as Xing Ze emerged, wiping the blood from his hands with a clean cloth. Did you extract the information? He inquired. He recognized the question was rather foolish, yet he could not suppress the urge to ask. Xing Ze nodded. He did not know much, likely belonging to the periphery. However, he had confirmed one thing. The Mendez family had long-standing ties to a secret organization. Thus, Sheik Mendez's disappearance was indeed connected to that organization. From Davis's narrative, it appeared to be the cult of the magical feast. However, The gathering points of the cult varied each time, making it challenging to ascertain whether these individuals still resided in Ravinska village. John took a swig from his flask. Should I report this? If one wishes to investigate the Mendez family, a series of procedures and documentation is required, the authority for which rests solely with the Ministry of Magic. No, not for now. Xing Ze waved his hand dismissively. I do not place my trust in the ministry. Informing them of the case's progress will be tantamount to divulging it to the Daily Prophet. In such a scenario, I would likely obtain a search warrant far more swiftly than I could. I certainly do not wish to see the Mendez family imprisoned. John nodded, finding merit in Xing Ze's reasoning. R, with his extensive connections and manpower, would undoubtedly surpass them, should he become aware of these matters. It would be akin to raising a white flag. What is your next course of action? John inquired further. Are you still planning to conduct a clandestine investigation? Frankly, young man, this is not a sustainable strategy. Billy Davis was merely a stroke of luck. His vices provided you an opening. But the Mendez family is an entirely different entity. You are well aware of the repercussions of provoking a wizarding family. Indeed, I have witnessed the formidable nature of the Slytherin family. Xing Ze shrugged. Rest assured, I shall not recklessly provoke the Mendez family again, though I've already done so once. That proved to be a foolish endeavor. Davis's disappearance will surely attract their attention. Our recent activities in Ravinska village have been rather excessive. It is time to temper our approach. However, I still wish to request your assistance. Chapter 167. The Screeching Ones. Speak. John gestured with the wine jug. This damn paperwork is driving me to my wit's end. You had best provide me with something exhilarating to do. I am not your superior. Jay. But you are the head of the round table, and I am, for the time being, a member of it. That night, I recall we did not cast a vote to decide who would lead the round table. Do not be foolish, Xing Ze. John put away the wine jug. Aside from our individual obsessions, a significant portion of that motley crew gathers due largely to your influence. Very well. Xing Ze furrowed his brow in resignation. I had not anticipated my ability to attract lunatics. What of you, Jay? Is that why you're assisting me? What do you think? All right, let us return to the matter at hand. What do you require of me? Reiko has devised a plan. I am aware. He mentioned it. You wish for me to assist? Indeed, I fear he may be in danger alone. And as for me, you are aware I have provoked the mayor's son. Unless that wealthy young lady is present, I understand. Remember to treat me to a drink afterward. No, include that poet as well. To be frank, I find him quite agreeable. He possesses keen insights regarding women. With that, John reached out and rapped on the interrogation room door. What do you intend to do with this fellow? I have cast a confundus charm on him. We shall discard him in a back alley, and by morning, he will believe himself to have been robbed. John appeared somewhat hesitant about this plan. You do realize that the confundus charm can be lifted, do you not? As a precaution, I could have Isidore handle it. No need for us to intervene. Let him return. There will naturally be those who will take action. A glint of coldness flashed in Xing Ze's eyes. The following evening, at a confectionery in Edinburgh, Ailey gazed gravely at the ravenous Xing Ze, suppressing her inner fury as she contemplated how to broach the subject. You were right, Miss Shafik. Xing Ze contentedly dabbed his mouth with a napkin. The carrot cake here is quite delightful. Have you finished? Xing Ze nodded. Then let us discuss the matter at hand, regarding last night. Ailey spoke earnestly. How did your conversation go? We had a splendid exchange. He divulged everything. I suspect you employed some underhanded methods. Ailey tossed a newspaper onto the table. Clearly, your friend did not survive past this afternoon. Xing Ze glanced at the newspaper. So he has been eliminated? Indeed, Billy Davis, the renowned real estate mogul, was discovered dead in his own bathtub, the cause being a myocardial infarction. My concern lies with who orchestrated this. He mentioned an organization lurking in New Ravinska village. I suspect it is the Feast of Magic cult. Ailey raised an eyebrow. Connected to the Mendez family? Very much so, Xing Ze whispered. Both the disappearance of Sheik Mendez and the events in New Ravinska village are intertwined with them. They wield such terrifying power, the young lady remarked with concern. Not only did they silently eliminate a real estate tycoon, but they also have influence over a wizarding family. The clandestine gatherings of Manuel Mendez must be aimed at recruiting new followers. Pure-blood wizards residing in Ravinska village are desperately seeking a formidable ally. Please continue, Mississippi. Xing Ze had not considered this angle. The young lady retrieved a thick notebook from her pocket, flipping through its pages before continuing. Based on the information we have gathered, the Mendez family's gatherings exclusively invite wizards. I have inquired about this matter. Many wizards from Ravinska village have attended these gatherings, predominantly purebloods. When I pressed for details about the gatherings, they either fell silent or diverted the subject. Perhaps next time, I should adopt your approach and employ less honorable methods to interrogate them. Enough, esteemed lady. Xing Ze offered a bittersweet smile. Allow me to handle the unsavory language. Nevertheless, I concur with your theory. Regardless of the Mendez family's intentions, they are indeed consolidating their ranks through these gatherings. What have I overlooked? A sudden voice interrupted, causing Xing Ze and Ailey to cease their discussion. Edwin pulled out a chair and sat down. It seems last night's conversation went quite well. I have perused the letter you provided. Thus, it appears likely that the Feast of Magic cult is indeed operating in Ravenska Village. At present, that seems to be the case. Have there been any new developments in the translation? Xing Ze inquired. Yes, Edwin produced the previously translated document written in ancient runic. I have discovered that it contains a summoning incantation. Summoning Nofurk? Xing Ze guessed with a touch of disappointment. If that is the case, my 2 months' wages will be squandered. Not exactly, Edwin clarified. It is a different summoning spell, intended to conjure a nightmarish entity known as the Screeching One. The name alone suggests it is no benign creature. Xing Ze mused, recalling the shadow Colin had seen on the evening of September 1st. The text also states that this entity can assume human form and possesses intelligence surpassing that of humans. Does it provide guidance on how to vanquish it? Edwin drew out the final sheet of paper. Ordinary physical weapons cannot harm it, but spells and enchanted weapons can be effective. Like other nightmarish entities, the Screeching One also possesses formidable regenerative abilities. Furthermore, the Screeching One cannot exist independently in the mortal realm. It must establish a connection with a living individual. Should the host be slain, the Screeching One will return to the realm of dreams. Upon hearing this, the young lady's serious demeanor eased somewhat. At least it could be killed. I would prefer not to encounter such a being. Xing Ze recalled his battle with the wax-faced creature. Had it not been for Dumbledore's timely intervention, he might have been buried in that unremarkable graveyard. According to Edwin, this so-called Screeching One, like Nofurk, is a primordial creature of nightmares. Its power is indeed formidable. Nofok perished upon the resplendent surface of the oblique octahedron, and it is unlikely that this accursed relic will assist Xing Ze a second time. Is there no good news to share? Xing Ze inquired. Edwin shook his head, awaiting some tidings from you. The young lady closed her notebook and interjected, Tomorrow, I shall venture to Ravenska Village to inquire further, hoping to extract more information from those pure-blood wizards. No, do not go again. Xing Ze waved his hand. Miss Shafik, you are exceedingly conspicuous. If you are referring to my attire, Alia glanced down at her clothing. I could dress more modestly. You know that is not what I mean. Xing Ze frowned. You shine like a brilliant star in the night sky, esteemed lady. Individuals of your stature frequently appearing in Ravenska Village will attract unwarranted attention. Moreover, you have witnessed the fate of Davis. If those lunatics are provoked, I fear they will turn their ire upon you as well. Shall we then do nothing? Certainly not. I have a mountain of case files here. If you find yourself idle, why not assist me in organizing them? What cases? The files concerning the disappearances in Ravenska Village over the past decade, Xing Ze replied. By identifying the commonalities, we may uncover the operational patterns of the cult of the Magic Banquet. In the following week, whenever he had a moment, Xing Ze busied himself with the case files, and the young lady would come to lend her assistance. However, she seemed rather uninterested in the task at hand, preferring to conduct fieldwork and explore the rural legends surrounding Ravenska Village. As for Reiko, his plan bore fruit, after Tank had failed to remit the profits. The other party dispatched a debt collector. John and Reiko apprehended this collector at Tank's residence, yet he turned out to be merely a petty thug active in the town. The information extracted from him was quite limited, but at least they learned how he received his assignments. These so-called debt collectors obtained their tasks through an intermediary, reminiscent of Isido from the back alleys. The individual referred to as Little Britain has established a lumber mill in Ravenska Village, supplying high-quality timber to those broomstick manufacturers. Clearly, anyone seeking information from him would have but one avenue: abduction and interrogation. However, given the recent uptick in their activities in Ravenska Village, Xing Ze halted this plan, instructing Reiko to continue monitoring the remaining purveyors of hallucinogens. The cult of the Magic Banquet is not composed of fools. After losing several pieces from their board, they are bound to react. It is time to retreat from the spotlight. After all, that so-called shrieker lies hidden within Ravenska Village, and encountering it is no trifling matter. It is much like fishing. One must exert strength when necessary and slacken the line when the moment calls for it, with timing being of the essence. On a day at the end of February, in the Ministry of Magic's Key Hall, John lounged in the reception area, idly toying with his flask. His eyes followed the magical quill that hovered before him. Beside it, a woman in formal attire was engrossed in a stack of documents. A slight noise heralded the slow opening of the key hall's door, and R, leaning on a cane, entered. He took a seat beside John, resting his hands upon his cane. I have heard that lad has gathered a band of misfits, and he foolishly believes he can win this contest. Does he not? The flask paused in John's hand. I seem to recall that your current injuries are a result of his actions. Have you perhaps forgotten the pain? A flash of anger crossed R's face as he spoke in a low voice. I truly do not understand, Jay. What is it that you see in him? To me, he possesses nothing but a reckless fervor, and such individuals are destined to meet their downfall. The harder they charge, the more devastating their crash will be. A smirk graced John's lips. Why not consider that he might break the wall instead? You know, R, the primary distinction between you and him is that you regard these cases as stepping stones to your success. The deceased are merely numbers and words to you. Your concern has always been yourself. Thus, many times, even when you are a step ahead of us, you remain hesitant and timid, ultimately squandering your advantage. But the lad is different. He is a man of action, the most principled person I have encountered. He possesses a set of beliefs and values unique to himself. In his eyes, a person is a person, regardless of whether they're a wizard or a muggle, irrespective of skin color or race. He does not get entangled in the so-called bloodlines. As for those beyond humanity, they are merely monsters, deserving of eradication and destruction. R's face twitched slightly, and he disdainfully remarked, "We refer to such individuals as madmen." Did I ever claim he was not? John shot a cold glance at R. Yet he's a tenacious madman, one who will pursue a matter with unwavering resolve until he uncovers the desired outcome. I once thought of him as a hunting dog. He indeed seems suited to that role. R interjected sarcastically, a dog that requires a collar and chains for discipline. Upon hearing this, John erupted into unrestrained laughter, drawing the attention of the secretary and irking R considerably. What is so amusing? Did I err my statement? You shall undoubtedly lose, R. John stifled his laughter and said, "And it will be a most humiliating defeat, for you do not truly understand your opponent. He is no mere hunting dog." That was my misjudgment. At this juncture, John leaned closer to R, whispering, "He is a wolf in pursuit of blood. His claws are sharp, his gaze piercing, and he is ravenously hungry. Recently, an indiscreet fellow has provoked him, and he is currently in a furious state." R unconsciously leaned back, recalling his own encounter with Xing Ze when he had used the legitimacy spell. The painful memories surged forth, causing his hands and body to tremble slightly. "We shall see." R pressed down on his cane with force and stood up. The secretary gestured for the two, saying, "A is ready to see you both. Please follow me." John observed R with a bemused expression, stowing the flask into his pocket, pondering to himself. Wolves and dogs are fundamentally different. People can dominate dogs, yet they cannot control wolves. Most individuals tend to choose extermination for that which they cannot dominate. Meanwhile, Xing Ze was racking his brain for a plausible explanation, one that would deceive Albert. "We have an agreement," Albert Shafik said solemnly. "I hope you have not forgotten." "Of course, sir." A smile graced Xing Ze's face. "I assure you, your daughter has not ventured into any perilous matters." Albert's gaze bore skepticism as he casually picked up the report Xing Ze had organized. "Is that so? Yet she has been frequenting Ravenscaw village and often spends time with my ineffectual brother. You must understand, my brother, Ranson, has never been favored by the family, especially not by Alia. They are entirely from different worlds. Thus, I'm quite concerned. You know, if Alia had no ulterior motives, she would not deliberately approach someone she dislikes. If I may say so, she is the one among all my children who embodies the qualities of the Shafik family most profoundly." "The Shafik family has never engaged in unprofitable ventures," remarked Xing Ze. "Indeed, it appears she has mentioned you," he continued. "Yes, sir. May I inquire whether she has recently visited Ravenska village?" Her latest visit was 3 days ago. Furthermore, she has developed a keen interest in the history of Ravenska village and the family's business there. Tell me, Xing Ze, this isn't what I imagined." "Of course, it is not what you envision," Xing Ze replied with a smile. "I shall speak with her, most formally. I presume you have heard about the recent wager?" "Ah, that bet, I am aware. For Merlin's sake, could it possibly have made it to the Daily Prophet?" Xing Ze cursed under his breath. "I am quite intrigued as well," Albert said, his serious demeanor softening slightly. "Your current position should be on par with ours, so it would be prudent to include Alira in your team and assign her a task that appears significant yet poses no real danger." "That is indeed my intention." "Excellent. I did not misjudge you." Albert sighed in relief. "By the way, I place my bet on your victory, for I know R is hardly a formidable opponent. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Chapter 169, Urban Legends. Having been at Hogwarts for quite some time, this was the first occasion Xing Ze found himself in the public office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Compared to their own, this place felt rather desolate. Quirrell was absent, which was good news for Xing Ze. We need to talk. Xing Ze strode confidently towards Elira, who was engrossed in grading assignments. How refreshing, she remarked, glancing up at him. You rarely come to seek me out. Would you mind if we conversed elsewhere? Elira's gaze drifted to one of the desks. If you're worried about Coral, he just left for class. He'll be gone for quite a while. I'm not concerned about you, but rather about your well-being. Xing Ze whispered. I just had a conversation with your father. I hope you enjoyed your chat, Elira replied, returning her attention to her papers. With a swift motion, Xing Ze pressed his hand down on the assignment. I said we need to talk. The young lady looked up once more, her expression darkening. I have only an hour to deal with these assignments. Xing Ze, if you do not remove your hand, what do you intend to do? Xing Ze murmured. Sneak off to Ravenska village? Pretend to be an invincible hero? Elira was momentarily rendered speechless. She inhaled deeply and asked, Did my father tell you? Of course. Were it not for him, I would still be in the dark. What are you wealthy scions truly thinking? Before you judge me, Elira stood up. I have something to show you. No, our conversation has not concluded. It pertains to the Dark Feast cult. Xing Ze fell silent for a moment, then irritably raked his fingers through his hair. Lead the way. Following Elira, Xing Ze entered a nearby, abandoned classroom. I did indeed conceal my visit to Ravenska village from you, Elira stated, showing no signs of remorse. Why? Xing Ze asked, perplexed. You ought to know that place is fraught with danger. Those pure-blood wizards, those fanatical cultists, not to mention the monster lurking about. Even so, you sent Reiko to town. Elira countered defiantly. Xing Ze exhaled a long sigh, responding with a mix of exasperation and resignation. First, he is not as inept as he appears, Miss Shafik. Second, he has experienced dreams before and understands the peril they entail. Therefore, when things go awry, he will not draw his wand recklessly, but will choose to flee. I have encountered dream creatures as well. Have you forgotten, Xing Ze, the Forbidden Forest, and the painting in Martin's warehouse? For heaven's sake, do not treat me as some sheltered debutante. All right, I did not come here to argue. Xing Ze raised his hands in surrender. Tell me what you discovered. You will find it intriguing, Elira replied, her sensuous lips curling into a slight smile. Recently, I have been investigating rumors surrounding Ravenska village. I heard your father mention that you seem quite obsessed with this, even consulting your uncle. Upon hearing this, Elira's expression darkened once more as she murmured to herself. Who is the Judas among us? William? Xing Ze speculated instinctively. No, he does not possess that sort of audacity. Elira waved her hand dismissively. Ah, I see. It must be Ranson, that wretched scoundrel. He profited from me and immediately turned around to betray me. The Shafik family has never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Elira shot Xing Ze an annoyed glare. Huh, how amusing. Back to the matter at hand. You know, every place has its share of rumors, urban legends, and rural lore. Thus, I pondered that if the Dark Feast cult is active in Ravenska village, there must be traces left behind. Those traces might evolve into extraordinary urban legends. Is this the reason for your frequent visits to Ravenska village? To investigate those far-fetched urban legends? Xing Ze frowned as he inquired. Elira's reasoning was not without merit. After all, while investigating Norfolk, Xing Ze had also consulted numerous tales circulating among the Eskimos. However, this was undeniably perilous, and the potential rewards seemed disproportionate to the risks involved. I know what you are thinking, Elira said as she retrieved a photograph from her pocket, pinching it between her fingers. I have not been foolish enough to investigate such matters under my own identity. Before delving into this, I consulted my unreliable uncle, Ranson. Frankly, I had always regarded him as a lazy braggart. Yet upon further interaction, I discovered that he is not only a worthless person, but also a genuine scoundrel. In any case, he taught me how to disguise myself without relying on Polyjuice Potion. As you know, excessive consumption of that can affect one's body. Thus, in Ravenska village, I was investigating under the guise of a backpacker named Nix. With that, Elira handed over the photograph. Xing Ze took it, glancing at it, his expression shifting. He scrutinized the photograph before looking back at Elira, uncertainly asking, You cut your hair? That is a wig. A tongue piercing? Fake. Elira extended her tongue, which could be removed at any time, albeit it might affect her speech slightly. But it conveniently obscures my accent. For Merlin's sake, Xing Ze exclaimed, staring at the girl in the photograph, who sported smoky eye makeup, short hair, and black lipstick. Tell me, is this the only photograph? Yes, so Elira paused. Ranson took this for me. Do you think? I believe your father will understand, Xing Ze offered weakly. However, just to be safe, I think you should have a word with your uncle. I must tear that scoundrel apart, the young lady declared through gritted teeth. After taking a few deep breaths to steady her mood, she continued. Initially, I approached some muggles, but they mostly attributed urban legends to wizardry. So I shifted my focus. starting to engage with the children of pure-blood wizards, from whom I gathered some intriguing information. The first tale revolves around the shadows of Ravenstoke, where numerous wizards believe that the vengeful spirits of slaughtered elves wander amidst the ruins of the old Ravenstoke. I'm aware of this rumor. Xing Ze interjected, remarking that it is well known among the wizarding families in Ravenstoke Village. Indeed, many local wizards hold the conviction that these malevolent spirits are responsible for the abductions of the missing individuals. Some even claim to have witnessed the apparition of the specter themselves. I conversed with a few of the more credible witnesses among them. Their descriptions of the apparition shared a common thread. Each time the specter manifested, it was accompanied by inclement weather, be it torrential rain, heavy snowfall, or thunderstorms. Continue, Miss Shafiq, Xing Ze urged, sensing that these rumors were not without foundation. Chapter 170, Patterns. The second legend. Ellie extracted a photograph from her pocket, depicting the Mendez family estate in the old Ravenstoke village. Among the local muggles and half-blood wizards, intriguing legends also circulate, particularly concerning the haunted estate. It is said that during the Elven War, the administrator of Ravenstoke village, Edward Mendez, struck a deal with a demon to secure victory in the conflict. Yet, it appears that the demon did not honor the pact, leading to the devastation of Ravenstoke village, and Edward ultimately took his own life within the estate. However, that old manor remained the only structure untouched by the ravages of war. Following this, the Mendez family endeavored to reconstruct Ravenstoke village, beginning with their own estate. But they encountered a series of bizarre occurrences, injuries among workers, bouts of madness. Numerous laborers claimed to have seen the ghost of Edward, though such outlandish tales were dismissed by investors. Nevertheless, the reconstruction continued until the young lady paused, retrieving her notes to present them to Xing Ze, until the workers began to disappear. I perused newspapers from that time, and indeed, such events were reported. However, the papers treated the disappearances as mere ordinary cases. Take a look. Xing Ze began to read the clippings affixed to her notes, and soon he discerned the anomaly. Stormy weather, torrential rain, dense fog, he murmured, noting that all these disappearances occurred under severe weather conditions. Aha, you've identified a commonality, Ellie remarked. This creature, known as the Wailer, prefers to hunt during inclement weather. Do you believe that the monsters from these two legends, the vengeful spirits of the elves and the ghost of old Mendez, are indeed the Wailer? Ellie inhaled deeply, recalling what I mentioned at the assembly regarding the notes from Martin Scottel. Xing Ze nodded. He had investigated recent disappearances, observing that aside from a peak every 3 years, most incidents transpired during rainy days. He also looked into local legends, did he not? Indeed, it was his inquiry that prompted my own considerations. However, this does not align logically. Xing Ze frowned, questioning, for according to Scottel's research, a spike in disappearances occurs every 3 years. During those years, the number of missing persons in Ravenstoke village exceeds the usual tally by 3 to 4 individuals. If we assume that this entity feeds on a 3-year cycle, capturing 3 to 4 victims each time, then based on your findings, 8 workers went missing within a single week, almost as if someone vanished daily. This frequency is alarmingly irregular, deviating from the established pattern. While we remain ignorant of the creature's hunting habits, do you not perceive the contradictions? Xing Ze's words plunged Ellie into contemplation, and both fell silent, immersed in their thoughts. Minutes later, Xing Ze broke the stillness, inquiring about the outcome of the reconstruction efforts. As you can see, they ultimately chose a different location to establish a new town. Was the public outcry over the missing workers too great? Certainly not, Ellie shrugged. Lives held less value in those days, especially considering that the vast majority of the missing were muggles. I share your concerns, as the Shafiq family was also among the investors. Thus, I consulted Ranson, who informed me that it was the disappearance of Richard Gray that truly halted the reconstruction plans. Richard Gray? Indeed, the most renowned architectural designer in the British wizarding community, and one of the chief engineers for Blue Mountain Realty at the time. The disappearance of this pure-blood wizard plunged the reconstruction into paralysis and panic. Xing Ze nodded. Perhaps I should reconsider my approach. The young lady cast a puzzled glance. Xing Ze unfurled a map on the desk, revealing a recent map of New Ravenstoke, marked with various red and black dots. I have been compiling a decade's worth of disappearance cases in the town. Take a look. Ellie scrutinized the map, questioning the significance of the dots. These are the locations of the disappearances, which I have highlighted, hoping to discern the operational patterns of the cult. Red dots signify muggles, while black dots represent wizards. As he spoke, Xing Ze pointed to a particularly dense cluster of red dots. This is St. Heidel Church. In this vicinity, the number of disappearances far exceeds that of other areas. He then indicated a dense cluster of black dots. This location remains unclear to me, but the rate of wizard disappearances here is alarmingly high. The map contains numerous such concentrated points, with many extending into neighboring towns and counties. Based on your findings, I must further categorize and organize the cases of disappearances during severe weather. This will enable a more precise narrowing of the search area. Additionally, I still have 5 years' worth of case files yet to be classified and organized. Once completed, we may be able to ascertain the whereabouts of the cult's stronghold within Ravenstoke Village. I can assist with that, Ellie offered. I am delighted that you are willing to help rather than embarking on an investigation in Ravenstoke Village without my knowledge. So, are we returning to this topic? Ellie sighed. Why do you cling to it so? Because it is far too perilous. We have no idea how many of them there are, nor whether they are investigating us as well. Perhaps one of those you questioned is a damned cultist. I assure you, I did not approach them in my official capacity. Moreover, I could take care of myself. Very well, very well. Xing Ze waved his hand, conceding that you have indeed provided valuable information. Just remember to consult me next time you acquire such powder. Frankly, I wish to avoid incurring your father's wrath. And I certainly do not wish to awaken to news of your demise in the papers the following day. I understand. Ellie nodded. After all, you are the leader. But for the sake of fairness, you must also discuss your plans with me. Not just you. All members of the Round Table should do the same. We are a team, not a band of individualistic heroes. I shall be mindful of that. So, are we in agreement? Xing Ze inquired. Agreed, Ellie replied. But what shall we do next? Shall we simply wait and observe? Certainly not. If John's plan succeeds, significant events will soon unfold in Ravenstoke. Another plan of which I am unaware. No, Xing Ze waved his hand. You will be informed. Keep an eye on the recent newspapers. Oh, by the way, Ellie whispered. Dumbledore had a conversation with me. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, inquiring, what about? Lena Castor. Are you familiar with this girl? I am. Dumbledore intends to send her to Numengard, just as he did with me years ago. This matter seems to bear no relation to me. Xing Ze pursed his lips. He wishes for me to assess whether the girl is worthy of entering Numengard, hence I spent some time with her. During that period, she appeared to spare no effort in disparaging you. Do you have any grievances with her? Xing Ze chuckled and replied, I did not grant her a passing mark. Chapter 171, A Bustling School. The monotonous days persisted until mid-March. That morning, before Xing Ze could even grab a newspaper, he rushed into the office. He was breathless, one hand animatedly waving the newspaper. Have you seen the newspaper? Xing Ze spread his hands and said, We were just waiting for you to tell us. Lay Raven's Claw excitedly exclaimed, The mayor over there has been arrested. You mean Manuel Mendez has been apprehended? By whom? Professor Bubaji also showed interest. By the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Xing Ze seemed rather unfazed by this revelation and inquired, On what charges? The legal assembly, Ben said, It's mentioned in the paper, you can take a look. Wow, this must be the biggest news of the year. Professor Bubaji asked Ben for the newspaper, scrutinized it for a moment, and then remarked, An illegal magical assembly. That charge can be significant or trivial. The ministry might have targeted Manuel for other reasons. This sort of thing has happened before. Dumbledore himself was summoned to the ministry on numerous baseless charges. Thus, I am curious about the conspiracy that lies beneath this affair. Ben deliberately adopted a sinister tone, saying, You know, since the fall of the Death Eaters, the ministry has seldom taken action against wizarding families. Quite intriguing. Xing Ze chuckled lightly, then gathered his belongings and exited the office. Where are you off to, Xing Ze? Ben queried, taking advantage of the free period today. Perhaps we should pay a visit to Ravensclaw Village. It's already in the newspaper, Ben. What is the use of going now? I've heard the wizards there are preparing to hold a parade in opposition to the ministry's tyranny. A parade? Are they planning to demonstrate at the ministry's headquarters? Ben shook his head. Of course not, but in town. Well, I hope their parade proves effective, Xing Ze said as he walked out of the office. He proceeded directly, intending to discuss the newspaper's contents with Ellie, but was intercepted midway by Hermione. We've located Nicolaim, the girl said with a sense of pride. We've also discovered that the Philosopher's Stone is hidden beneath the Forbidden Zone. Congratulations, Miss Granger. Xing Ze smiled, but did not halt his pace. Wait a moment, sir. Hermione caught up. Harry has additional findings. He suspects that the Dark Lord intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. How do you know? The girl paused in surprise, but quickly regained her composure, jogging to keep up with Xing Ze. Simple deduction, Xing Ze replied. The Philosopher's Stone possesses numerous extraordinary abilities, one of which is granting immortality. If there is anyone in this world who yearns for eternal life, it is undoubtedly the Dark Lord. Moreover, he is in dire need of something to restore his physical form, and the immense magical power contained within the stone could expedite his resurrection ritual. Otherwise, He would have to resort to consuming unicorn blood to preserve enough magic for his revival. Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes widened in realization. So, Harry was indeed correct. Voldemort intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape is assisting him. Ah, Miss Granger, Xing Ze cautioned, refrained from casually uttering that name. By the way, is Harry still fixated on Snape? The girl halted, beckoning Xing Ze to lean closer. She whispered in his ear, "We discovered that Snape was originally a Death Eater. He may still be loyal to the Dark Lord. Perhaps." Xing Ze straightened up and said, "What do you plan to do? Inform Dumbledore?" "Dumbledore won't believe us," Hermione lamented. "How could he trust the words of a few students?" "Don't be disheartened, Miss Granger," Xing Ze encouraged. "Reaching this point in your investigation is quite commendable. I would say, with the Fluffy guarding the Forbidden Zone, there should be no issues." At this point, a thought struck Xing Ze. He narrowed his eyes in contemplation, disregarding the girl's murmurs. He desires the Philosopher's Stone to restore his physical form, for the stone possesses vast magical power. The fragment, that statue fragment, also harbors magic. Immense magic. So that's it. I understand now why the Avery family and the Death Eaters would collaborate with the Feast of Magic. What are you mumbling about, sir? Hermione blinked, inquiring. "It's nothing." Xing Ze shook his head. "I merely resolved a long-standing conundrum." "Thank you, Miss Granger." "No, it's no trouble," Hermione replied, puzzled as to why Xing Ze expressed gratitude. "Oh, sir, there is one more thing." "It pertains to Lena Castor," Hermione said. "Her again." Xing Ze frowned slightly. "What has she done this time?" "She has established a mutual aid society for half-blood wizards. Yet, from my perspective, this society seems to have taken a troubling turn." "Don't worry," Xing Ze sighed. "Whatever she is doing, let her be. But she is defaming you. She persistently maligns your character within the society and frequently stirs discord between pure-blood and half-blood students. Many pure-blood students have suffered, and she has recently attempted to recruit Harry. I presume Harry declined, as they have harmed Ron, correct?" Hermione nodded in fury. Those cowards, unwilling to confront Malfoy, took their frustrations out on Ron. Another form of bullying. Perhaps, Xing Ze mused inwardly. The unfortunate always seem to be those unwilling to take sides. Senior Cedric has established an anti-mutual aid alliance, and the Weasley twins have joined. Ron and Harry wish to participate as well. Hermione paused. "I would like to seek your opinion, Mr. Xing Ze. You wish to ask me whether or not to join the anti-mutual aid alliance?" The girl nodded. "I don't understand, sir. I didn't realize that blood status held such significance in the wizarding world. Aren't we here to learn? Only fools would place such importance on blood status." Xing Ze candidly replied, "I cannot offer you any advice, Miss Granger. Simply follow your instincts. In truth, not many can discern what is right in the present circumstances. We can only choose what we can bear under the objective conditions. I believe you are clever enough to find the answer. I'm not as clever as you imagine." Hermione wore a resigned expression. "Much of what I know, I merely memorize. I am utterly hopeless in social interactions. People do not remain unchanged." Xing Ze stated. "Just like Snape. Although he was previously a Death Eater, he is capable of change. You are the same, Miss Granger. Take your time. It is essential to discover a rhythm that belongs to you." Chapter 172, The High-Stakes Gamble. After bidding farewell to Hermione, Xing Ze sought out Ellie, who had just finished her class and was preparing to return to her office. Naturally, the ever-vigilant bodyguard, Barrow Wolfie, was also present. Clearly, the human capacity to forget pain is remarkable. In this regard, Xing Ze had never been disappointed. "Our previous score is yet unsettled. Oriental," Wolfie threatened menacingly. "If I were you, I would turn back." "Calm down, big guy." Xing Ze glanced at the wand in Wolfie's hand, contemplating the safest course of action. "I'm not here to stir up trouble. To be precise, it was Miss Shafik who sent me." "Huh, are you still half asleep?" Wolfie retorted. "All right, Mr. Wolfie." Ellie interjected after dismissing the last student. "You two should cease acting like children. I invited him here." But, Ellie, don't you have another class, Mr. Wolfie? And please, call me Miss Shafik. This is Hogwarts, not Rat Alley or Upside Down Lane. I do not require a bodyguard shadowing me all day. But your father, I will discuss this with my father. However, at present, dear sir, I have important matters to converse with Xing Ze about, so I request a moment of privacy. Reluctantly, Barrow cast a glance at Ellie before turning back to glare at Xing Ze. You've narrowly escaped with your life, Oriental. But do not think it ends here. I challenge you to a duel this Sunday in the Quad S courtyard. I intend to make it known to the entire school that you are nothing but a pathetic worm. Of course, if you are terrified, I can let you off, provided you admit before the entire school that you ambushed me last time. Ellie rolled her eyes. Gentlemen, you do remember that dueling is prohibited at school, do you not? Fear not, Miss, Wolfie replied confidently. I have already submitted a request to the board. I assure you they will consent. And what is your answer, Oriental? Xing Ze raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. As long as the board agrees, I have no objections. Wolfie displayed a satisfied smile, waving his hand. Excellent, excellent. Oriental, I eagerly anticipate this Sunday. Once he departed, Ellie shot a disapproving glance at Xing Ze. Really? A duel, Xing Ze? You know that guy is no match for you. He invited me so enthusiastically. I couldn't refuse. I've always been rather soft-hearted. Ellie raised her middle finger. At least give him some face. After all, he is from the Wolfie family. There's no need to offend a pure-blood family at such a crucial juncture. My esteemed lady, you appear to have misunderstood something, Xing Ze replied with a wry smile. It is they who refuse to let me go, and I have grown weary of this inexplicable discrimination and provocation. All right, it's your prerogative. Ellie half raised her hands in surrender. Let us discuss the matter concerning Ravenska Village, for I presume that is why you are here. However, before you reveal the truth, allow me to guess. You had John discreetly leak some information to R, did you not? Regarding the direction we are investigating. Ellie gazed at Xing Ze, awaiting confirmation. Proceed, miss. I'm all ears. John cleverly divulged details about the Mendez family, whether intentionally or not. In any case, R fell for it, and they initiated an investigation into the Mendez family. Only they could conduct an inquiry into an ancient family. It is akin to hunting. You lay down the bait and then hide in the shadows, waiting for the prey to come forth. The young lady shook her head in dissatisfaction. No, it is not quite like that. You release the prey and wait for a capable hunter to handle it. Once he has slain the prey, you eliminate him. See? Just as I mentioned earlier, Xing Ze chuckled. I need not divulge the plan. You can deduce it entirely. Do not rejoice too soon, Xing Ze, Ellie admonished seriously. This is a high-stakes gamble. Either the prey or the hunter must survive, and you, the fisherman, will pay the price. My luck has always been rather favorable. Moreover, I require someone to apply pressure on Ravenska Village. The young lady quickly grasped the implication. You intend to force the snake out of its lair? Precisely. Given that we have already made significant noise, why not further disrupt the stagnant situation? For chaos breeds decision-making errors, Ellie interjected. There will always be cultists unable to contain themselves. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. This afternoon, a wizarding parade will take place in Ravenska Village. Concurrently, a press conference will be held at the town hall, wherein the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch, will elucidate certain matters. Do you believe those cultists will? Ellie furrowed her brow. If it were me, I certainly would. And what do you plan to do? Await news from Reiko. I will have him and Edwin keep an eye on Manel's son, Luke, if he wishes to save his father. He will surely seek out those lurking in the shadows. We also require a detailed route map of the parade, including their stops, as well as Barty Crouch's itinerary and security arrangements. John is already handling those two tasks. Our task is to visit several locations before the parade commences. Just 2 days ago, I finally wrapped up the missing persons case in Ravenska Village. Come now, let us give a round of applause. Xing Ze raised his right hand, only to be left hanging and awkwardly retracted it. Olai, no applause. I have filtered out a few noteworthy locations based on conditions. Would you like to take a look? Ellie nodded. I can hand over my afternoon class to Quirrell. That would be splendid. Xing Ze produced a map of the town, indicating a location marked with black dots. I had Reiko inquire. This place is a magical artifact shop. Colin, the boy who saw the shadows on the evening of September 1st, went missing nearby. Ellie expressed uncertainty. Colin, all right. Are you certain that heading to Ravenska Village now is a wise idea? I believe those cultists are preoccupied deliberating on how to propagate their gospel. They should not pay us much mind. Let's hope so, Xing Ze. Ellie grimaced. I would rather not be chased by a horde of lunatics. To prevent such a scenario, we shall require your carriage. Xing Ze smiled amiably. Additionally, dear miss, did you bring any money? I know of a splendid magical artifact shop. Right in Upside Down Lane. Chapter 173, We Are Intruders. In Upside Down Lane, beneath Corey's secondhand shop, Ellie picked up a blue gemstone and examined it. Inscribed within the gem was a colorful dazzle spell, capable of inducing dizziness. Due to its portability, crude usage, and remarkable efficacy, it had naturally made the list of prohibited items. The items here, the young lady cast a dubious glance. Trust me, Miss Shafiq, Xing Ze assured as his hand swiftly skimmed the stone table. I had the same doubts when I first came here. Since the funds for this venture were provided by the young lady, Xing Ze refrained from lengthy explanations, focusing instead on selecting various expensive yet practical contraband from the pile. Shall we depart once we have selected our items? Ellie inquired. If so, I instructed the driver to wait for us at Diagon Alley. No, We must await news from Reiko and the others. As soon as Luke takes action, we shall proceed to Ravenska Village. Have you always been this confident, Xing Ze? What if Luke does not show up? What if the cult has abandoned Manel, just as they did with Davis? In that case, not only have you led us into danger, but you would also place the Round Table in a precarious position. This is not mere baseless confidence, dear lady, Xing Ze explained. You and I both know the Mendes family has ties to the Devil's Feast cult. Manel et son Luc will undoubtedly take action, unless he is a devout cultist willing to watch his father be taken away for interrogation by the Ministry of Magic. In my view, he is not that insane. Of course, your conjecture has merit. He may be unable to act due to internal pressures. However, prior to this operation, I received some reliable intelligence. Ellie set aside her belongings, redirecting her attention to Xing Ze. Haravi, one of my students. She is a native sorceress of Ravenska. Her parents have participated in Manel's gatherings and are quite intrigued by them. Although she no longer attends my classes, we have maintained contact. Just yesterday, after Manel was taken by the ministry, she sent me a letter. In it, she mentioned that her parents would be attending a rally. Yet this so-called demonstration seems far from straightforward. She wishes for me to join her in warning the ministry. So did you go? Ellie asked. Of course. We rushed to the ministry together. However, the Auror who received us was rather indifferent, as Ravenska Village has seen frequent rallies in recent years, and rumors abound. Ellie sighed. Poor child. But you wouldn't make such a significant decision based solely on a student's words, would you? Certainly not. I received another piece of information, Xing Ze replied. Do you remember Ace's girlfriend, Tina? She mentioned a fellow named the Dean. Ah, I remember. The insufferable wizard's enigmatic figure. So, have you finally met him? No. But he sent a message with Tina. The demons have stirred. Wow, that's quite succinct. Xing Ze detected the sarcasm in her tone. Believe it or not, I would stake my claim on this. Manel Mendes certainly knows something, and as for how to extract that information, the Key Hall has its methods. I suspect we might not even need him to speak. Xing Ze pointed to his own head. Unlike Davis, he is a preacher. Consider it. Dear lady, if you were the leader of the Devil's Feast cult, could you bear the risk of his secrets being divulged? At around 10 in the morning, a nondescript knight-mare carriage entered Ravenska Village. Xing Ze stepped out, adjusting his hat, followed closely by the lady. Both had disguised themselves, in addition to his felt hat. Xing Ze wore a false beard. As for Ellie, she had assumed the identity of Nyx. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to her former self. Adorned in heavy gothic makeup, a studded leather jacket, tight leather trousers, and a tousled short hairstyle. I must say, this attire suits you splendidly, Xing Ze complimented. Shut up. She shot him a glare. Xing Ze produced a piece of bubblegum from his pocket, offering it to her. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it. This will make you appear more like a gothic maiden. The lady popped the gum in her mouth and turned to the driver, saying, You may leave now, Haxer. As she spoke, she fished out several galleons from her pocket and tossed them to the driver. Go find a place to have a drink, but not in Ravenska. And remember, if you dare to speak of today, rest assured, my lady, Haxer replied, grinning from ear to ear as he accepted the coins. Even if someone were to hold one on my throat, I wouldn't utter a word. Excellent. Ellie nodded with satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at the carriage. I don't understand, Xing Ze. I know that the latest model of carriage would be quite conspicuous, but this one is far too ordinary. I could certainly find something far more comfortable in my garage. Bear with it, dear lady. This is the closest we can get to a rental nightmare carriage. Xing Ze explained. I'd rather endure a bit of discomfort than step out and immediately attract attention. Where the hell is that shop? Ellie was not inclined to continue arguing with Xing Ze on this matter. Cross one street and take a left, and you'll find it. You know, Miss Shafiq, even though you're dressed like this, there's no need to mimic how those people speak. Oh, get lost, you idiot, the lady retorted, flashing him the middle finger. I am Nyx, a runaway girl. And you are Lee, the well-meaning soul who took me in, yet has a penchant for young girls. Xing Ze shrugged. I fail to see how this is beneficial to us. What kind of absurd role-playing game are we engaged in? It's about ritual, Ellie stated earnestly. We are infiltrating a town teeming with cultists. Could you please take this seriously? Get into character. Thus, the two incongruous infiltrators ventured into Ravenska Village. They quickly located the magical artifacts shop, observing numerous wizards preparing to attend the rally, crafting various banners, their faces alight with excitement and indignation. Is this it? Ellie blew a bubble, the largest one she had managed thus far. Indeed, Nyx, Xing Ze emphasized her chosen name. The bubble popped with a loud snap, leaving a sticky residue on Ellie's black lips. The door is shut. Lee, do you have any bright ideas? Look around. We need to find the location where Colin went missing. Xing Ze discreetly surveyed their surroundings. It was clear that the locals bore little fondness for the two outsiders. Their gazes fixated on them. Good idea. I'll search over here. Ellie pointed her right. Chapter 174, The Peculiar Residence. The spot where the boy had vanished lay just beyond the shop's entrance, along a neat asphalt road. The bare French sycamore tree, though devoid of leaves, still resembled the one in the scene depicted in the photograph. Is it here? Ellie questioned uncertainly as she glanced at the image in her hand. Here? She looked up to observe her surroundings. A few houses dotted the vicinity, not many, but surely someone would have noticed something amiss. She recalled the report stating that a heavy freezing rain had fallen that evening, accompanied by strong winds. Nevertheless, someone must have sensed something unusual. Could it be that the shrieker could even apparate? Yet, apparition produces a tremendous noise that would surely attract attention. But, as Xing Ze had mentioned, dreamlike entities cannot be judged by the rules of the real world. Perhaps that creature indeed possessed the ability to make someone vanish without a trace. The lady turned her gaze toward Xing Ze, hoping he might uncover some clues. However, the great detective was currently staring blankly at a roadside drain. What have you found, Lee? Upon hearing Ellie's voice, Xing Ze regained his composure. He lifted his gaze, intending to speak, only to notice two individuals approaching them. Judging by their casual attire, they likely resided nearby. Good afternoon, greeted the brown-haired man among them. Do you require assistance? Xing Ze donned a radiant smile in response. No, kind sir, and of course, to this lovely lady as well. The middle-aged woman grinned broadly. Oh, your words are quite sweet. Unfortunately, I'm out with my husband today. She cast a glance at the man beside her, who displayed little reaction, suggesting that this couple often exchange such playful banter. You're not locals. The middle-aged woman remarked with a smile. Are you here to sightsee or to seek employment? How did you discern that I am not from around here? The young lady inquired, chewing her bubblegum with increased vigor. The couple exchanged knowing glances, and the man replied, We know nearly all the townsfolk, particularly the witches. Do not worry, we are not malicious. However, a parade is about to commence, and I suggest you leave sooner rather than later. A parade? Xing Ze feigned curiosity. What is the occasion? Has something occurred? Did you not read the newspaper? The middle-aged woman retorted. Last night, the Ministry of Magic unjustly seized our esteemed mayor, Manuel Mendez. We will not tolerate such tyranny. Ah, Manuel Mendez. I know him. He is indeed a good man, Xing Ze flattered instinctively. In that case, we shall depart at once. Excellent, the brown-haired man affirmed. Your decision is most prudent. However, before you go, Xing Ze gestured toward a shop, Kind souls. Could you inform me why this store is closed? The woman turned to look at the shop. Oh, you mean Mr. Gray's magical supplies store? Many of the wizarding shops are closed today due to the parade. Your timing is rather unfortunate. Well, that is indeed disappointing. Xing Ze turned to Ellie. Perhaps we can return another time. The young lady threw her hands up in frustration. This is infuriating. We traveled so far, only to find we cannot purchase anything. As she muttered angrily, she made her way towards the carriage. Please forgive her. Xing Ze adjusted the brim of his hat. My sister, she's a bit. Do not worry. I understand, the woman replied with a smile. Goodbye, you too. Xing Ze nodded to the couple and quickly followed after Ellie. After walking a short distance, Ellie whispered, I do not like those two. Neither do I, Xing Ze replied. Are they still watching us? Ellie turned her head to glance back, then nodded, yes. Their smiles unsettle me. Did you feel it? Enough, Xing Ze furrowed his brow. The people around us are watching. The two hurried onto the carriage, and with the driver absent, Xing Ze took the reins. Though his skills were not exemplary, they arrived safely at St. Heidel Church. Compared to wizards, the muggles appeared far more rational, each engrossed in their tasks, as usual. Aside from a few ruffians drinking at the convenience store entrance, the others paid no heed to Xing Ze and Ellie. This is for the best. Xing Ze thought they might be unwelcome, as they had been moments prior. Ellie entered the store, needing some water and sweets to alleviate her tension or irritation. The cashier was a plump black woman with a mass of curly hair, engrossed in a romance novel. Ellie approached the sweet aisle, selecting items while turning to Xing Ze. Did you see their gazes? I did, he replied. This is your third inquiry. My answer remains unchanged. Ellie pouted. The way they looked at us sends chills down my spine. There is something off about them. I concur. But that is not our objective, Xing Ze said, reaching for a bag of chips. If you truly care, we could inquire with the locals to hear their thoughts. He then directed his attention to the cashier. By the way, do you have any muggle currency? Ellie quietly asked, clutching her assortment of items. Xing Ze approached the register. I do. I learned my lesson the last time we visited. That's good. Ellie placed her collection of candy and snacks on the counter. The cashier set aside her book and lazily began to tally the amount. Xing Ze cleared his throat and asked, We are outsiders. I would like to inquire about the situation on Wudong Street. Wudong Street? The black woman replied in her distinctive tone. Are you wizards? No, we are not. Xing Ze shook his head. I have a brother who is. Oh, just moved here? Yes, we recently relocated. This is my sister. He quickly clarified as the cashier's gaze shifted to Ellie. Hey, sister, nice makeup. What brings you to Wudong Street? That place is for the elite wizards. Ellie, somewhat puzzled, asked elite wizards? Ah, yes, sister, what they refer to as purebloods. Ellie ventured a guess. Yes, precisely, purebloods, the cashier said, wagging a finger. No one likes to go there, believe me, except for those pure blood wizards. Even the average wizards avoid it, you understand, the ordinary wizards. I tell you, that place is exceedingly strange. The people there do not take kindly to outsiders. They always look at you oddly. Chapter 175, The Demon Stirs. Indeed, their gazes are peculiar. Ellie agreed. The cashier hummed in acknowledgement. I told you so. Do not go there. With that, she pushed the calculator towards Xing Ze. After paying, Xing Ze exited the convenience store, and Ellie, somewhat confused, asked, why didn't you let me inquire about the recent disappearances? If you had, I bet she would have taken you for a police officer, Xing Ze replied. The locals do not favor the police. How do you know? Xing Ze glanced at the group of smoking black men and chuckled softly, because of their skin color. However, we can ask others. He handed the bag to Ellie and strode directly toward the group of men. One stood up, arms outstretched, exclaiming, what the hell do you want, buddy? Just looking to have a chat. Chat about what? The man laughed, his gold earrings swaying. Beat it, or we'll beat you down. Are the people in this town all so rude? Xing Ze remarked coldly. The others stood up, their expressions darkening, with two circling to flank Xing Ze. I'll say it again, buddy, the man with the gold earrings warned. Get lost now. I'm giving you a chance. All right. Xing Ze slowly backed away. I want tea disturbed your gathering. He retreated to Ellie's side, and the young lady, sucking on a lollipop, mockingly asked, was the conversation fruitful? At that moment, a police car passed by, and as it approached the convenience store, the officers inside cast unfriendly glances. A group of African-American thugs began to curse, only reluctantly rising to leave when the police car honked its horn several times. One of them, adorned with a gold earring, defiantly raised his middle finger at the departing police. It was time to attempt the second round of dialogue, murmured Xing Ze as he followed the group. I'll be waiting for you here, Lee, he added, as the young lady seemed more intrigued by the sweets in her pocket. The group of thugs turned into the rear of the convenience store, and as Xing Ze arrived, they were preparing to indulge in some illicit pleasures. All right, gentlemen. Our earlier introduction was somewhat amiss, Xing Ze declared, striding forward and seizing a beer bottle from the trash can, which he then forcefully brought down upon the head of the nearest thug. The man let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, while the others finally registered the disturbance. Xing Ze swiftly kicked another thug, who had been poised to retaliate, only to find his dreams of vengeance dashed. Almost immediately, two more thugs charged at him with a shriek. Xing Ze deftly evaded a dagger aimed at him, simultaneously blocking one thug's punch with his left hand. With a rapid and precise strike, his right hand connected forcefully with the thug's chest, sending him staggering backward, gasping for breath. The thug wielding the dagger cursed, pivoting to attempt another stab, but Xing Ze was quicker. Grasping the man's wrist, he twisted it with a sickening crack, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground, while his left arm was contorted at an unnatural angle. The excruciating pain elicited a howl from a man. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, a small hole appearing in the ground before Xing Ze, with wisps of smoke rising from it. You think you're tough, huh? The gold-eared thug shouted. Gun aimed at Xing Ze. Hey, Tyler, get over here. Damn it, don't act like a coward. You, don't move. I swear if you dare to move, I'll blow your head off. In that fleeting moment, Xing Ze lunged toward the thug, wrenching the gun upward. Two shots rang out, and the thug collapsed. Your name is Tyler? Xing Ze inquired, twirling the revolver in his hands, directing his gaze at the thug he had previously kicked. The thug nodded fervently, like a chick pecking a grain. Good, come here, I have some questions for you. With a flick of his wand, Xing Ze cast several stunning spells, causing the remaining thugs to collapse to the ground. You're a wizard? Good heavens, you're a wizard? Tyler stammered. Dude, no, I'm not. Don't panic, mate. Xing Ze reassured him, pocketing his wand. I merely wish to ask a few questions, but you all seem to have left me with little choice. Tyler, dazed by the rapid turn of events, found himself bewildered. This uncanny man had swept through like a gust of wind, leaving them utterly disoriented and incapable of retaliation. Even faced with a gun, yes, even with a gun, he had charged forward without fear. Who would have thought he was a wizard? Tyler thought to himself, recalling that his two sisters were indeed wizards, often cautioning him against provoking them. Speak, Tyler. Surely, you're not mute? Tyler jolted awake at Xing Ze's words, raising his head in panic. What? Sir, could you please repeat that? Are there many missing persons in your area? The wizardess' inquiry left Tyler perplexed. He initially shook his head, but then nodded. Give me a clear answer, mate. Xing Ze frowned slightly. Your response is rather ambiguous. All right. Tyler took a deep breath. Many, almost every year children and the elderly go missing. My cousin disappeared 3 years ago. Njima's brother went missing 4 years ago. He pointed to the thug who had been knocked out by the beer bottle. Every year, someone goes missing. But the police don't care. Because we're black. They're stealing our children, brother, sister. Who is stealing them? Tyler hesitated, swallowing hard, seemingly grappling with unspoken truths. Just say it, mate. I promise I won't get angry regardless of what you say. In fact, if you remain silent, that might just provoke my ire. Xing Ze aimed a revolver at Tyler. And, this gun might just go off. Tyler trembled slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. Wizards. Those wizards are stealing our children. Wizards? Xing Ze sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Of course, wizards. Noticing Tyler's defiance, he mumbled under his breath. Those wizards on Wudong Street, they're demons. What did you say? Nothing. No. Xing Ze waved his hand. Repeat what you just said. Under Xing Ze's icy gaze, Tyler recounted his previous statement. Demons? How do you refer to those pure blood, noble wizards? Tyler nodded. Not just us. The entire town refers to them that way. The demons are moving. Xing Ze recalled the message and steadied himself to inquire further. One last question. Tell me about this church. Chapter 176, The Sewage Theory. Upon exiting the store, Xing Ze found that the young lady had vanished without a trace, and his already grim expression darkened further. As he hastened back to the spot where he had last seen her, he noticed a gummy bear lying on the ground. He squatted to pick it up and looked ahead, spotting another not far off on the cement path. Following the trail of gummies left by Ellie, Xing Ze found her on the west side of the church. He displayed the gummy bear in his hand, somewhat disgruntled. Didn't you say you'd wait for me here? Why are you playing candy house games? From your tone and expression, it seems things haven't gone smoothly. Ellie teased, casually tossing a piece of bread to Xing Ze. It's almost noon. You should eat something. An empty stomach will only worsen your mood. I'm not fond of overly sweet things, Xing Ze muttered as he accepted the bread, tearing open the packaging to take a bite. What are you doing here? I waited for you for a while, and, rather than waste time, I thought it prudent to inspect the significant missing person locations. She pointed to a street not far from the church. And over there, both are frequent sites of disappearances. But what I can't fathom is why these two locations. Xing Ze pondered. Look, there's a church nearby. I do think that even if the locals aren't particularly devout, someone must pass through here. Yet, 6 disappearances at the same place, and none of the cases have any eyewitnesses. Not to mention that street, which is close to the residential area, has 9 disappearances. Again with no witnesses. Dream objects, swallow your food before talking. Don't mumble, Ellie chided, hands on her hips. And don't regale me with nonsense about dream objects not adhering to worldly rules. Xing Ze swallowed the bread before continuing. What I mean is, even dream objects might need to adhere to some earthly rules. After all, this isn't a dream, and some of them aren't powerful enough to break the rules. Ellie raised an eyebrow. Good. Finally something that isn't a cliché. So what have you uncovered? The sewer entrance. The sewer entrance? Xing Ze nodded, gesturing towards the side drainage outlet of the church's foundation. I wager you 5 dimes that street has similar drainage outlets. The young lady turned her gaze towards the nearby street, shielding her eyes with her hand, and soon spotted an identical drain. For Merlin's sake, Lee, is this your grand discovery? If that's the case, I am well aware that every household here is equipped with a toilet. Xing Ze waved the piece of bread in his hand in protest. I am currently dining, Miss Nix. These side drainage outlets are typically designed to channel rainwater. But have you noticed? None of these outlets feature isolation grates, indicating that the sewer system here employs a combined sewer overflow system. Wait, Ellie interjected, growing increasingly perplexed. In simpler terms, they discharge both rainwater and sewage together. Therefore, the sewers here must be constructed quite spaciously to accommodate the vast volumes of drainage and debris. Are you imparting sewer knowledge to me? Of course not. How's your memory? Xing Ze inquired with a smile. That depends on what you wish to ask. Do you recall the ages of the 6 individuals who have gone missing here? 3 boys, 2 girls, all mere children, and 1 is a young adult. Xing Ze took a few swift bites of bread and approached the drainage outlet. These outlets are sufficiently large to pull down a child, and with a bit of squeezing, they could even engulf a young adult. Of course, they would have to break a few bones first. The young lady's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that the wailing one prays through the drainage outlets? It's merely speculation. In my view, one or two incidents may be coincidental, but the fact that nearly every crime scene has a drainage outlet raises concerns. Naturally, we must also investigate the underground drainage tunnels of New Ravinska and inquire with more informed individuals. Informed individuals? Indeed. Xing Ze glanced back at the church. We currently have 3 focal points for the missing persons. That sorcerer's shop, the church, and the vicinity of the town school. It seems to me that the Wailing One possesses fixed hunting grounds. Otherwise, the missing individuals would be more dispersed and not so concentrated. I suspect there must be members of the Feast of Magic residing in these areas, much like the symbiotic relationship between a plover and a crocodile. Of course, all of this is merely conjecture. We shall consult Father Corbett here to gain further insight. Members of the Holy See? Ellie grimaced. I detest dealing with clergy. Fear not. This priest may not be affiliated with the Holy See. Ellie's footsteps towards the church halted as she looked at Xing Ze with confusion. I drew my wand, preparing for battle. After I complete my investigation here, I will ask a few acquaintances from the Holy See. The last priest of this church passed away 40 years ago, and the Holy See has not assigned another. Thus, there is no parish here. I am curious about who this Father Corbett truly is. According to those brothers we just met, this place not only disseminates the teachings of the Lord, but also clandestinely distributes the so-called sacred fruits. I was fortunate enough to lay my eyes upon these so-called sacred fruits. Xing Ze pulled a red candy from his pocket. This is it, see? Things are getting interesting. Upon seeing the red candy, Ellie's expression darkened, and she drew her wand. It seems we have found the right place. Let's hope so. Xing Ze replied with a bitter smile. Let us enter through the back door. I would prefer to avoid facing the Lord's wrath directly. There was a small door at the back of the church, serving as an entrance for clergy and volunteers. Should we knock? Ellie inquired. It is still daylight, Miss Nix. There are residents nearby. Xing Ze replied with a hint of exasperation. We are not thieves. Ellie stepped forward and knocked on the door. Next time, just provide a direct answer. The small door creaked open, revealing a gaunt man who peered out, his expression one of confusion. What are you looking for? We wish to speak with Father Corbett for confession. Xing Ze replied smoothly. Why not use the front door? The gaunt man inquired again. Xing Ze feigned a look of helplessness and pointed at Ellie. My sister, as you can see, does not wish for anyone to see her entering the church. The gaunt man scrutinized the two before pushing the small door open wider. Commune. Chapter 177. The Priest. The interior of the church was unremarkable. The friar who opened the door was tall, in his 50s, and somewhat hunched. He walked slowly, as if burdened by an unseen weight. Continue straight, then take a right, and you will reach the hall, he instructed, gesturing ahead. Do not worry, there's no one there. I will fetch the priest. Thank you, Xing Ze said, continuing forward with Ellie. Do not wander off, the lanky friar added, his tone laced with warning. Once he vanished into the shadows, the young lady whispered. Do you have a plan? No, Xing Ze replied nonchalantly. We enter, find the individual we seek, extract clues, and then depart. Ellie shook her head. I am beginning to regret accompanying this madman. How? Xing Ze chuckled. Do not worry, miss. The ship will sail smoothly when it reaches the bridge. If things turn dire, find a way to escape. Do not concern yourself with me. Do you think I would abandon my companion to flee alone? I too am starting to regret bringing you along, Xing Ze remarked. As they conversed, they arrived in the church hall, where the grand ribbed arches allowed glimpses of the azure sky outside. Rays of piercing sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the vibrant stained glass with dazzling brilliance. The crucifix of Jesus was displayed on the wall directly opposite the entrance, with the Virgin Mary at his right side. The young lady gazed at the crucifix with disdain. Do you have faith, Lee? I am an atheist, Xing Ze replied. At least I was. What do you believe in now? Xing Ze furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. I do not know. Perhaps it is power, the power to shatter all constraints. And you, Nix? What do you believe in? Yama sorcheres, Lee. I only wish to believe in magic. Ellie smirked, her tone dripping with disdain. To me, these so-called beliefs are akin to a monkey gazing at the sun, telling another monkey that God commands it to hand over its wretched share. These individuals are fragile. They would rather toss coins into a wishing well than use that money for dinner. Some scholars argue that religion is a verbal virus, capable of rewriting neural pathways and dulling rational thought. I am pleased to stand here with you, critiquing theology, Xing Ze replied. But let us cease this discussion. Jesus would feel offended, especially since we are speaking of such matters in front of his naked form, not to mention his mother standing beside him. Father Corbett appeared, clad in a black robe intended for confessions. He possessed a sharp nose and straight black hair, some of which had begun to turn gray, his eyes alert and dangerous, reminiscent of a black cat that had caught the scent of a mouse. Who wishes to go first? He asked softly. Ishal, Xing Ze responded. He allowed the priest to enter the confessional first, then cast a glance at Ellie before stepping inside himself. After Father Corbett concluded his customary opening remarks, Xing Ze whispered, "I am guilty. Speak, my child. The merciful priest shall pardon you." "I indulge in hallucinogens," Xing Ze continued, his right hand gripping the white poplar wand tightly. "I cannot break free from it. How long has this been the case?" "Since I first acquired those red candies from you." The priest paused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he responded, "You must be mistaken, my child. This is the church. We do not sell hallucinogens. Have you?" Father Corbett turned to peer through the lattice at Xing Ze. "Have you already indulged?" "No." Xing Ze waved the red candy before the priest's eyes. "It is still here." "Father, could you enlighten me on the sin of impersonating clergymen?" Father Corbett's expression remained unchanged. "I do not comprehend, child. Are you truly here to confess?" "If you were indeed a priest, I would be inclined to share my woes. However, to my knowledge, the last priest here passed away 40 years ago. Clarifying who you are is precisely what I need to ascertain." The priest suddenly exhaled deeply. "I now recognize you, the messenger. He foretold your arrival. I never anticipated we would meet in such a ludicrous manner. I thought you might hold out a bit longer." Xing Ze narrowed his eyes. "You are a most inept priest." The lattice exploded, and Xing Ze was propelled from the confessional, accompanied by splintered wood and debris. The young lady almost immediately brandished the wand concealed within her sleeve, casting a spell that struck the tall, gaunt monk, sending him sprawling. Simultaneously, the confessional collapsed with a resounding crash, stirring up a cloud of dust as a shadow lunged toward Ellie with incredible speed. Defensive measures. Ellie reacted swiftly. The entity collided with her protective charm, the brute force compelling her to stagger back. As the dust settled, Father Corbett chuckled softly, resembling a corpse at that moment. His skin resembled parched bark, and his lidless eyes glowed red, wide as saucers. His black hair was slowly falling out, and his receding gums rendered his teeth unnaturally elongated. A dagger with an ornate hilt floated before him. It was the very weapon that had just attacked Ellie, which Corbett grinned, saliva dribbling through his teeth. "You have come too late." With that, he waved his hand, and the dagger shot toward Ellie at breakneck speed. Just as she was about to cast a counterspell, an overwhelming dizziness beset her, as if something were attempting to seize control of her mind. The soul-snatching curse? Ellie gasped in alarm, regaining her senses only to find the dagger mere inches away from her. Just as she braced for death, an immense force yanked her backward. Father Corbett paused momentarily before flicking his fingers. The dagger curved mid-air and continued its pursuit of Ellie. Xing Ze completed his spell, launching a missile toward the dagger while sending two more toward Corbett. The advancing dagger seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, deftly evading the missiles. However, Xing Ze detonated Andros's missile just in time, the explosion causing the dagger to veer off its original path. Faced with the incoming missiles, Corbett did not attempt to evade. Instead, he swiftly gestured, conjuring the statue of the Virgin Mary. Though the statue was obliterated by the missile, Corbett remained unscathed. "You're a priest, and that is the mother of Jesus." Xing Ze cursed as he waved his wand, aiming to bring down the dagger. "Regrettably, messenger, I have no time for games today. There are far more pressing matters at hand." Corbett traced a circle with his finger. The hovering dagger dodged several rays of light, swiftly returning to the priest's grasp. "However, I can let it play with you." With a thunderous boom, the crucifix of Jesus and the wall shattered, debris scattering across the ground and amid the rising dust. Xing Ze beheld a fearsome shadow unfurling its wings. Chapter 178. Batman? "We must." Xing Ze's words were cut short as the church's doors and windows illuminated with a radiant glow. "Let me say nothing." He grimaced and focused on the magic at hand. Father Corbett concealed the dagger within the sleeves of his robe and ambled toward the corridor. Ellie cast a fireball aimed at the retreating priest, but the shadow amidst the dust suddenly stirred, using bat-like wings to shield itself from the flames. The heat wave from the fire dissipated the dust, finally revealing the creature's form. Black, brutish, and spine-chilling, it possessed a smooth, oily skin reminiscent of a whale, with a pair of repugnant inward-curving horns. Its claws were grotesque, with razor-sharp nails, while a long, barbed tail lashed about like a whip behind it. Most unsettling of all was its silence. Where a face should be, there was only a smooth, dark expanse. Ellie's eyes widened in horror as she instinctively covered her mouth, her expression akin to having swallowed a fly. Xing Ze, however, was unfazed. His numerous encounters with dreamlike entities had rendered him immune to such degrees of corruption. Magical energy coalesced within his wand, as if sensing imminent danger. The bat-like creature soared into the sky, its massive wings moving without a sound. The shadow swept past the church's beams before diving toward the wizard. Xing Ze's spell was just reaching completion. The tip of his wand summoned a tempest. But the creature pressed on, its tail sweeping toward Xing Ze. Bluebeak leapt from Xing Ze's arm, transforming into a sturdy shield to absorb the forceful impact. Xing Ze's arm trembled slightly, the wind's intensity diminishing. Fortunately, the young lady had recovered from her disgust. She began chanting a spell, her wand morphing into a purple spear. The bat creature, evidently intelligent, flapped its wings in an attempt to evade the tempest, but the wind shifted, ensnaring it in midair. Ellie launched the purple spear directly at the creature, along with her wand. The advanced Perk's spear technique sliced through the air like a missile, crackling as it sped forth. The silent creature ceased its struggles, twisting its body with the force of the wind, narrowly avoiding the spear, though its right wing sustained a grievous wound. The magical energy instantly evaporated everything it touched, a foul odor wafting through the church. The off-balance creature was blown to the ground by the gale, wooden pews splintering upon impact. It attempted to claw at the ground with its sharp nails, sending debris flying and leaving horrifying scratches on the cement floor. Xing Ze retracted his wand. The wind was merely meant to neutralize the creature's aerial advantage. Before it could rise, Xing Ze commanded Bluebeak to consume another piece of black iron, then hurled 2 explosive cigars directly at the beast. The creature's long tail lashed out, causing the cigars to explode mid-air, inflicting minimal damage. Xing Ze did not complain. He bent low and charged, Bluebeak transforming into a long sword, firmly gripped in his hand. The pitch-black tail struck once more, and Xing Ze leaped aside, narrowly evading the blow as the long appendage smashed into the third, shattering a row of porcelain tiles. The monstrous creature finally rose from the ruins of the bench, using its razor-sharp claws to hurl a half-broken chair at Xing Ze. With a swift motion of his wand, Xing Ze shattered the bench with magic, propelling himself upward to evade the sweeping tail. His left hand thrust the long sword toward the creature's head. The bat-like monster attempted to dodge, but as it sank lower, the ground beneath it began to crack. The young lady uttered a chilling incantation, binding the creature firmly in place with gravity magic. The long sword pierced the monster's face, emerging from the back of its skull, purple liquid splattering forth. "I can hardly hold on any longer," Ellie cried out. Xing Ze extracted his long sword and activated the defensive spell residing within the Bluebeak. The tail, which had come at him with ferocity, pierced through his armor, but the brief pause allowed Xing Ze to tilt his head aside in avoidance. However, he did not anticipate that the long tail would suddenly retract. The barbed hook aimed directly at his chest. The Bluebeak instinctively shifted from his grip to his front, intercepting the hook as it struck his chest, yet it failed to advance further. The force of impact hurled Xing Ze backward, colliding with a wax stand and several benches, until he was ultimately caught by a green curtain that hung down from the church ceiling. The thick fabric cushioned his impact against the wall, dulling the pain in his back. With the creature freed from the gravitational constraint, it lunged at Xing Ze, its facial injury seemingly causing little harm. Ellie's magic appeared to arrive too late. Her eyes widened in terror as she hurriedly began to chant an incantation. Xing Ze sprang from the ground, and the Bluebeak transformed into a shield wall according to his will. The creature's claws scraped across it, emitting a sharp screech and sparking a flurry of embers. Before it could launch a second assault, the Bluebeak suddenly contracted and then shot forth like a spring, piercing through the creature's chest. A foul odor assaulted Xing Ze, inducing a wave of nausea as the monster clutched its wound, raising its tail high like a scorpion. Yet, several invisible blades severed that tail. Ellie's magic had finally caught up. Transformed into a raven, the Bluebeak delivered a final strike from behind, plunging into the monster's rear skull through the previously inflicted wound, and then emerging from the front. The monster's head exploded like a firework, staggering backward a few paces before collapsing to the ground. Xing Ze gazed at the fallen carcass, exhaling a heavy sigh as he pressed his hand against his back, finally registering the pain that radiated from the impact. Ellie, breathless, approached Xing Ze, her gaze fixed intently on the creature. "What on earth is that? An evolutionarily misguided Batman?" Xing Ze jested, though his quip elicited no laughter. The young lady looked utterly perplexed. "Well, I don't know either," Xing Ze replied, "but I can ascertain that it is a dream entity, one that has not fully integrated with the dream realm." "What does not fully integrated mean?" Xing Ze gestured towards the creature's wrist, where a wooden cross still dangled, identical to the one worn by the monk who had led them inside. The young lady instantly understood, Gasping, my nightmares will have a new character now. After speaking, she turned to Xing Ze and asked, can you still walk? Iem mifine. It's just a minor injury, Xing Ze said, retrieving a healing potion from his ring and downing it. We need to find a way out of here. If another one of those appears, I won't be able to handle it. The young lady surveyed their surroundings and shook her head. The entire church is ensorcelled. Unless we can break the spell, we won't be able to leave. How about we try the back door? Xing Ze suggested. Perhaps the priest forgot to enchant it when he left. Ellie nodded, and the two cautiously made their way towards the back door. Chapter 179, Night Terror. Once again, Ellie's magic surged toward the church's grand door, the brilliant magical energy erupting, yet the door remained steadfast. The magical barrier atop it merely rippled slightly, akin to the surface of water disturbed by a dragonfly. They had been trapped here for nearly half an hour. The priest appeared to be quite elderly, but his mind was still sharp, and he had not forgotten to place spells on the back door as well. Whatever this enchantment was, it was fused with the entire church. They could either destroy the church from the outside or break the spell. Otherwise, they would remain trapped here indefinitely. Conserve your magic. Miss Chafik, Xing Ze advised. Perhaps when we get out, we will be greeted by an entire town of cultists. You certainly wouldn't surrender easily. My name is Nyx, the young lady stated, her voice somewhat sharp. Don't make me correct you again. There is no one else here, just the two of us, Xing Ze replied, continuing to sift through the documents he had found in the priest's chamber. The young lady crossed her arms, complaining, this is all your fault, you know? You barged into the enemy's lair without a plan, and besides nearly losing your life, you've successfully trapped us in this church. Well, Xing Ze clapped his hands nonchalantly. Next, we can continue to exchange barbs and then escalate to magic, and, after exhausting ourselves, we'll attempt to stab each other with our wands. The young lady surprisingly refrained from retorting, sitting down on a relatively intact bench. For a moment, the hall was filled only with the rustling of documents as Xing Ze perused them. After a while, he broke the silence. Take a look at this, Miss Nyx. I believe you will find it intriguing. Reluctantly, the young lady rose from the bench, exhaling sharply, and with a cold demeanor, approached Xing Ze. You've been studying this pile of rubbish since just now, she remarked. Does it contain instructions on how to break the surrounding enchantment? No. At present, how to leave this place is my primary concern, Ellie replied, retrieving a piece of fruit candy from her pocket and popping it into her mouth. Xing Ze shrugged. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. It documents the path of ascension. The young lady furrowed her brow, leaning in curiously. These yellowed pages were discovered by Xing Ze within a hidden compartment in Corbett's chamber. Are you referring to the path of ascension spoken of by those cultists? Precisely. Xing Ze nodded. You also saw the priest, his original appearance. That was the first stage of a vile ritual, transforming oneself into a living dead through a nefarious ceremony. In doing so, they could withstand a certain degree of dream contamination to prevent excessive mutation. According to the rumors investigated by Edwin, the Feast of Magic cult had long revered the Black Man. This so-called Black Man instructs his followers on how to forge contracts with demons. However, the rumors are somewhat erroneous. They are not signing contracts with demons, but summoning dream entities to become their servants. At this point, Xing Ze suddenly recalled an incident, remembering the attackers who had beset him at Dun Eric's hideout. Among the three, one was not clad in a magical robe, much like the priest they had just encountered, and it was that individual who had orchestrated the capture of the incorporeal child. Therefore, that person was likely sent by the Feast of Magic cult to assist the incorporeal church in controlling dream entities. Eli cast a glance at the words inscribed on the paper, the chaotic and disordered symbols evoking a wave of dizziness within her. Merlin's beard. How on earth do you comprehend these inscriptions? She questioned. Are you certain they're not some form of cursed script? Once you become accustomed to the nausea, you will be able to decipher them, Xing Ze replied, though this was clearly a falsehood. He himself was uncertain why he had suddenly attained the ability to understand these abstract characters. However, considering that the blue beak was nearing the completion of its absorption of the nightmarish corpse, it was highly likely that this was connected, perhaps indicating that his old partner had evolved once more. That creature is called a nightmare. Xing Ze pointed to the body on the ground. Although the majority of it had been transformed by the blue beak, it belongs to a lower servant race from the realm of dreams, often summoned to serve as mounts. Their intelligence is rather negligible, making them easily subjugated. Xing Ze refrained from mentioning that, despite their low intellect, these beings could comprehend various languages and scripts, even though they were incapable of speech or sound. Is this truly merely a lower servant? Eli inhaled sharply, feeling the weight of the implication. If even the lower tiers are so troublesome, what then of the higher forms? This is not even a fully merged nightmare, Xing Ze continued. It is evident that the summoning ritual of the cult of the feast possesses flaws. They require living sacrifices to summon entities from the realm of dreams. The summoned creatures initially manifest as a grotesque mass, a seed that they implant within the living sacrifice, awaiting its growth. At this point, Xing Ze paused, observing Eli's expression shift to one of dawning realization. Those missing individuals. Eli's face transformed from excitement upon uncovering the truth to a profound fear. If so many missing people have been implanted with that seed, then we are in serious trouble. Xing should interject it. If that mad priest intends to unleash these amalgamated beings today, the entire parade, nay, the whole town, will descend into chaos. The young lady's breath quickened, her composure shattered. They are establishing a legion composed of nightmarish creatures. He grants his followers monsters as familiars and guardians, thereby enabling them to spread destruction and chaos more effectively. This would facilitate a grand sacrifice, ushering the deity into the world. Xing Ze recalled Edwin's explanation of the cult of the feast doctrines. Would these madmen, these demons lurking in Ravenska, finally reveal themselves today? The thought sent a chill down his spine, although he yearned to intervene. He and Eli were hardly adept at dispelling curses. Moreover, the enchantment binding them was exceedingly complex. Lacking a professional curse breaker, they would have to remain passive spectators. Xing Ze concealed the paper within his ring. While some matters have been elucidated, many questions remained unanswered. The clues were insufficient, the puzzle yet lacking its final pieces, which perhaps lay hidden here. We must escape. We must warn those outside, the young lady exclaimed, her wand waving as magical energy began to converge once more. At that moment, the grand doors of the church swung open. Hey, you two. Oh my goodness, it's me. Eli's eyes widened as she shot the gathered energy toward the church's dome. For heaven's sake, standing at the threshold was Reiko, who clutched his chest. Beautiful lady. Have you truly forgotten me? The young lady was caught between laughter and anger, responding with exasperation. Though I loathe you, Albin, seeing you now brings me an inexplicable joy. For Merlin's sake, I must be under the influence of a soul-binding spell to entertain such absurd thoughts. Chapter 180, The Parade. Reiko flashed a goofy grin. I dare say you are captivated by my handsome visage. No, Albin, do not ruin my favorable impression of you. The young lady waved her hand. How did you know we were trapped here? Edwin entered from outside, her curiosity drawn to the corpse on the ground. You failed to arrive at the assembly point on time, so we came looking for you. The poet also noticed the body, frowning slightly. We first went to that wizarding shop, but you were not there, so we ended up here. We can discuss this later, Xing Ze interrupted. There are more pressing matters at hand. Has the parade commenced? 20 minutes ago, Edwin replied. What is it? Nightmares? Xing Ze stated. Did John bring the parade route? The poet gestured with his thumb towards the entrance. He is outside. The sight of the remains unsettles me. Let us speak outside. The group stepped beyond the church, where the enchantments set by Father Corbett surely held a silencing effect. Despite the commotion within, the outside remained tranquil. John leaned against the side door, sipping his drink. Upon seeing Xing Ze and the others emerge, he poked his head into the church, seemingly noting that they had been busy inside. Hand me the route map, Jay. Xing Ze insisted, we may need to halt this parade. Wow, are you planning to oppose all the pure-blood wizards of Ravenska? John handed the map to Xing Ze. Honestly, you always manage to present me with surprising suggestions. What if I told you many of those in the parade will transform into creatures like the one inside? What would you say? Xing Ze's words elicited expressions of alarm from everyone except Eli. For Merlin's sake, is that true? The poet exclaimed. Are you certain, my friend? I cannot be 100% certain, Xing Ze replied while examining the map, but I have a foreboding feeling it will be so. There are 3 parade groups. John noted. If what you say is true, we cannot stop them on our own. Therefore, we must notify old Barty Crouch. He is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and can mobilize a number of Aurors. To Xing Ze's proposal, John shook his head. Well, that might not be feasible. Apart from the young lady, everyone turned their gaze to him, because old Barty is no longer the head. He has been reassigned to the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Eli replied, after his son was discovered to be a Death Eater in 1981. What? Xing Ze's expression revealed his astonishment. He recalled that in the original text, old Barty lost his opportunity to become Minister of Magic due to this incident. But he did not remember Barty being reassigned to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Furthermore, according to this world's own memories, he had no knowledge of Barty's reassignment, as there had been no corresponding announcement. He has been sidelined, the young lady continued. The actual authority within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement now rests with Deputy Director Amelia Bones. Old Barty merely holds a nominal position. This serves as recognition of his contributions during the war. If he would be dismissed from his position due to young Barty's actions, it would incite widespread panic within the ministry. After all, many families have produced Death Eaters, and if they were to be scrutinized one by one, it would likely spark a revolution. An even more pressing concern is that those Aurors who experienced the war hold him in high esteem, viewing him as a war hero. Removing him would only place Amelia Bones in the crosshairs, resulting in chaos within the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement. So, he is merely a transitional figure serving to placate his subordinates? A mere figurehead? You could say that. John took a sip of his drink, remaining the most suitable candidate to elucidate certain matters in public, such as explaining why the Ministry of Magic had abruptly whisked away a mayor. Xing Ze revealed a bitter smile, understanding the situation. Then we shall seek external assistance. Let us find Amelia Bones through Scrimgeour. He will certainly comprehend. Well, it seems I must make another trip to the Ministry of Magic, John remarked, stowing away his flask. But before that, I implore you all to refrain from any rash actions. With that, John strode purposefully toward the Flynn network point. Xing Ze continued to scrutinize the parade map, occasionally jotting down notes with a pen. Beside him, the poet inquired, "Shouldn't we be doing something?" "Doing what?" Edwin retorted. "There are nearly 300 wizards participating in this parade. Until the Aurors arrive, we cannot act." Suddenly, Ellie recalled something and interjected, "Since you are here, it implies that Luke has taken action." "Indeed, he went to the hospital," Reiko confirmed. "He left for the town hospital right after the parade commenced." "Look at this." Xing Ze handed the parade map and said, "The routes of the three processions form a magical circle." Edwin immediately recognized the symbols on the map, having just dispelled the same enchantment on the church door. They intend to ensnare the entire town. Edwin's demeanor shifted, her voice trembling. A grand sacrifice. The sacrificial feast cult plans to offer the townsfolk as a tribute. "This will be a massacre," Ellie added. Reiko exclaimed, "For Merlin's sake, we need to leave. Do not linger here. We must escape, or at the very least, find a place to take refuge. There is still time. The parade will last for an hour." Xing Shikami says, "You go inform old Batty. He must deploy all available resources, no matter what." "And you?" the young lady inquired. "You aren't concocting some damn plan without us, are you?" "I truly wish I had a clever scheme," Xing Ze replied candidly. "I am heading to the town hospital. Luke would not go there without reason." "I will accompany you," Ellie insisted. "No, you must meet old Batty and leverage your Shafik family connections," Xing Ze countered. "Reiko, you should join her. I know you despise your family, but—" "I understand, my friend," the poet said earnestly. "I know what must be done." "Then let Edwin accompany you, for at least a measure of safety." "No, let Edwin go with you. Old Batty will not have a curse breaker or magical circle researcher at his side. You will require an expert to handle the situation." Edwin, with a hint of concern, asked, "They won't need me for the time being. Let me go with you." "No," Xing Ze resolutely refused. "It is imperative to have a professional convey the urgency of the situation to old Batty. I understand these politicians. If you do not pressure them, they will merely engage in circular reasoning." Chapter 181, The Town Hospital. The town's hospital appeared unremarkable at first. As Xing Ze arrived, he encountered a throng of pure-blood wizards participating in the parade. He felt a strong urge to incite some chaos to halt the procession. But upon witnessing the fervor in the wizard's eyes, he abandoned the notion. The risk was too great, and he was no legendary wizard capable of facing 100 foes alone. The reception nurse at the hospital front desk was preoccupied, engaged in a lengthy explanation of insurance coverage over the phone. Judging by her flushed cheeks and increasingly sharp tone, this call had been ongoing for quite some time. Xing Ze tapped on the counter to divert the nurse's attention towards him. He succeeded, perhaps a bit too well. The nurse, covering the microphone with her hand, impatiently instructed, "Fill out the forms first." "I am looking for someone," he stated before she returned to her telephone battle. "A patient?" The nurse hastily posed a question before quickly relaying a few words into the receiver. "No." Xing Ze shook his head, then described Luke's appearance. Halfway through his description, he tapped the counter again to ensure the nurse focused on him. "I have not seen such a person." The nurse replied decisively, her confidence unwavering, as if declaring an undeniable truth. "Really? But someone saw him enter." Xing Ze pressed, "Miss Nurse, perhaps you should listen carefully to what I am saying." He placed his wand on the counter. Oh, the nurse exclaimed, hastily disconnecting the call. "If you are looking for a wizard, you should inquire on the 3rd floor. They typically go there." "I appreciate your guidance." Xing Ze smiled. "But could you tell me if such a person has been here?" The nurse pondered, glancing downward. "I believe I have seen him." "No, I have indeed seen him several times." "Several times?" "Yes," the nurse nodded. You mentioned this person visits the hospital from time to time, but he usually goes straight to the third floor. He is a wizard, correct? Indeed, a wizard. No wonder I do not recall him distinctly. He does not need to register with me. Just go ask on the third floor. Xing Ze thanked her once more and made his way to the third floor with his wand in hand. The entire third floor of the hospital had been cast with an infinite extension spell, as the reception area was evidently much more spacious than the first floor. After inquiring at the front desk, he found no trace of Luke, a result that did not surprise him overly much. However, he had no time to search the entire hospital. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired about the painter Harvey. Although the information he received was somewhat cliched, he did manage to obtain the name of the nurse on duty that evening. Besides surveillance, the third floor was also protected by magical alarm spells. If outsiders wished to enter, they needed the necessary passes. However, the alarm spells did not restrict patients. The paper wristbands worn by patients served as passes in themselves. Thus, even if Harvey did not request a discharge note from the attending physician, he could still leave the hospital. After descending the stairs, he would pass through the ground floor hall before exiting, a process that only the hospital surveillance could record. Coincidentally, the monitoring records had been conveniently destroyed, indicating that something was amiss. It was evident that Harvey was evading the Mendez family, as his behavior aligned perfectly with the dreamwalker described by West, the child of the sacrificial feast cult. According to Scottle's investigation, Monell had taken a keen interest in both of them. However, from his subsequent inquiries, it seemed that Monell's interest lay not in the investigation itself, but in Harvey and his artwork. Thus, Martin Scottle speculated that Harvey's disappearance was connected to the Mendez family. Yet, he could not pursue the matter through illicit means, but Xing Ze could. Resolute in his decision, he made his way toward the surveillance room. If Luke had indeed visited the hospital, there might be a record of it, and he also sought the name of the nurse on duty the night Harvey was discharged. The surveillance room was located within the administrative building of the town hospital. Once he confirmed its location, Xing Ze promptly used apparition to reach his destination. He encountered no obstacles as he swiftly reached the surveillance room, which stood open, revealing 4 security guards idly seated within. Xing Ze entered with little resistance, gently closing the door behind him. The sound of the door lock clicking caught the attention of one of the security guards, who turned his face to confirm, only to be struck by a spell. The other 3 guards, taken aback, sprang to their feet. One of them, sporting a beard, appeared to be a seasoned veteran, instinctively reaching for his gun. However, to Xing Ze, his speed was tragically slow. The blue beak transformed into a long whip that ensnared his hand, and with a forceful tug from Xing Ze, the guard was unceremoniously pulled to the ground. Xing Ze then dashed toward another guard, delivering a series of punches that left him incapacitated. The final guard, only then drawing out his baton, was yet to mount any defense when the blue beak coiled around his legs, causing him to trip and fall flat on the ground. Xing Ze dusted off his hands and hoisted up the bearded guard, glancing at his ID badge. "Will, I would like to request a favor from you." The guard named Will, visibly panicked, exclaimed, "What do you want?" "Whatever it is, please don't hurt me. As long as you cooperate, I will not harm you." Xing Ze replied with a smile. "I'm looking for someone and wish for you to check the surveillance footage to see if he is still in the hospital." "And no problem," Will stammered, nodding and rising to his seat to operate the controls. The blue beak morphed into a sharp blade in Xing Ze's hand. After absorbing the nightmare, it could transform into a blade even without the need for black iron, likely thanks to the sharp barbs on the nightmare's long tail. Though its hardness and sharpness did not compare to a sword forged from black iron, it was more than adequate for inflicting harm and severing limbs. Xing Ze held the blade against Will's throat. "No tricks. Find it according to my instructions." "Oh, okay," Will replied, casting a glance at the gleaming black blade. "But you'd better hurry. The patrolling wizard guards will be here soon." "How many guards will come to check?" "Usually just one." "Then there's no need to worry. Let's begin." After a brief pause, Will quickly pulled up the playback footage from the first and third floor lobbies. Xing Ze focused intently on the screen while inquiring about the name of the staff member on duty the night the painter was discharged. 5 minutes later, Xing Ze commanded, "Stop." He leaned in closer for a better view. The surveillance footage from this era was not particularly clear, and faces appeared somewhat blurred. "This one." Xing Ze pointed at a figure on the screen. "Can you trace where he went in the hospital?" "Yes, I can," Will responded. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the surveillance room. Chapter 182. The wizard guard Xing Ze gestured for Will to be quiet and quietly moved to the entrance, signaling the guard to open the door. The person outside, growing impatient, knocked again, the sound more urgent and louder than before. Will approached the door, his hand trembling as he turned the doorknob, only for the door to be roughly pushed open from the outside. A black man with dreadlocks strode into the surveillance room. "What the hell?" Upon seeing the sprawled bodies on the floor, he swallowed his curse and swiftly drew his wand. However, Xing Ze's fist was already upon him, delivering a heavy blow to the wizard guard's face. He let out a grunt, instinctively clutching his head with both hands as he staggered backward. Will stood frozen, stunned by Xing Ze's astonishing speed. He hardly comprehended how he had lunged from behind the door. For God's sake, Will gasped, and just after he uttered those words, the black wizard endured another solid hit. He collided with a chair behind him, flailing his arms in a futile grasp before collapsing to the floor. Xing Ze quickly advanced and delivered a kick to the wizard's face. Then, silence enveloped the room. At that moment, Will exhaled his second breath. All right, continue, Xing Ze instructed. Pointing at the screen, the still-dazed guard mechanically nodded and hurried back to his seat. Once he regained his senses, he couldn't help but glance at the fallen wizard guard. Once, these lofty wizards had strutted about with great authority, barking orders at them. Yet before this young man, they appeared no different, whether wizard or muggle. They were all easily dispatched by him. Will had been in this line of work for nearly a decade, encountering all manner of individuals. And this young man before him was evidently not someone to provoke. He exuded an aura of terror that belied his age, akin to that of a desperate outlaw, a seasoned killer, or perhaps a madman. It was precisely this aura that deterred Will from even contemplating a sneak attack. His gun lay just a few steps away. Yet he did not dare to move, his body instinctively recoiling in fear that he would be the next to lie on the ground. Hey, friend. The young man's voice broke through his thoughts. You're lost in thought. Focus on the screen and find that person. My time is limited. Eventually, the young man directed him to freeze the frame, revealing the individual he sought in conversation with a wizard guard at the hospital. Will recognized that guard. His name was Jefferson, the head of the wizard guards, a notorious bully and sadist. The child conversing with him was also familiar to Will. He was the mayor's son, Luke Mendez. Will relayed this information entirely to the young man, hoping to elicit some compassion. Very well, Will, the young man said with satisfaction. One more thing. Where can I find this Mr. Niels? He lives near the sawmill, not far from here. You can ask around there. Xing Ze nodded, then drew his wand. No, please. Will pleaded. I've told you everything. I didn't lie to you. Your friend Harvey was discharged the night Niels was on duty. The young man ignored Will's words. And with a spell, the guard's head bobbed slightly before he slumped back into his seat. Xing Ze cast a simple sleep charm over him, then stepped over the unconscious bodies and exited the surveillance room. The last images on the monitor indicated that Luke and the wizard guard named Jefferson had headed towards the hospital's main storage. He quickly located the storage area. It was not far from the administration building, the heavy iron door firmly shut, with a padlock that had been opened. Xing Ze reached out to test the door, which, while heavy, was not entirely immovable. With a loud metallic scraping sound, the door slowly creaked open. The storage room was adequately lit. It appeared devoid of any signs of life. Inside, the room was cluttered with various items, primarily wooden crates and cardboard boxes, along with some medical equipment. After circling the warehouse for a while, Xing Ze found no trace of Luke or the wizard guard. Strange, he murmured. The surveillance clearly showed they came here. Could there be a hidden passage? He continued to survey the area, casting several spells to detect any concealed magical locations, but to no avail. Have they left? Xing Ze furrowed his brow. He did not wish to have made this trip in vain. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the warehouse, the sound indicating that several individuals were approaching. The voices of these individuals resounded loudly, interspersed with crude banter and frequent bursts of laughter. With his exceptional hearing, Xing Ze discerned that there were 5 intruders in total. He swiftly concealed himself behind a few wooden crates, consciously moderating his breath. Why is the door ajar? One person queried. Perhaps Jefferson forgot to close it, another voice responded. Crouching cautiously, Xing Ze watched as the blue beak slipped from his grasp, transforming into a black cat that leapt onto another stack of boxes. He wouldn't do that, Victor, the first speaker remarked. How can you be so sure? Just because he asked your uncle, Courtney? Of course not, you fool. I suspect someone has broken in. All right, enough bickering. We have serious business to attend to. An older voice interjected, likely belonging to a muggle caregiver, as they often confuse the main warehouse with the secondary one. Tim, Window, look around. If someone's mistakenly ventured in, escort them out. As for you two, get to moving. The group responded with a few half-hearted acknowledgments before commencing their tasks. The black cat meandered through the boxes, adopting a seemingly harmless demeanor as it diligently groomed its fur. A man with his beard styled into braids paused in front of it, observing the feline with keen interest. Hey, Window, there's a black cat here. Get rid of it, Window, a robust man with a thick mane, replied. No, black cats are as ill-fated as crows. The braided man countered. I wanted to spell misfortune. As he spoke, he withdrew his wand from his cloak. Don't do that, Tim. You'll make a mess of things. Bishop Corbett dislikes chaos. Rest assured, I'll be careful. I'll use a different spell. I guarantee it won't explode. TSK, little cat, stay still. Suddenly, Tim fell silent. Window looked at him quizzically, only to see him engulfed by a dark, soft substance, with only his legs flailing outside. Chapter 183, Dream Magic. Window was clearly taken aback by the sight before him, and after a moment of stupefied shock, he hastily drew his wand, shouting for help. Yet, he soon realized he was under the silencing charm. It was too late. A magical dagger shot from the shadows, piercing his throat with deadly precision, causing blood to gush forth. Wendell's eyes widened as he glanced toward his assailant before collapsing to the ground. Xing Ze emerged from behind the crates, moving with the agility and stealth of a lynx, and approached Window. He retrieved his wand from the lifeless body and inspected the neck, discovering a symbol identical to one found on the recently deceased Dark Wizard. The Gravedigger, Xing Ze muttered to himself, contemplating briefly before swiftly moving towards the blue beak. The black cat digested quickly. In mere moments, a living being was reduced to naught. Xing Ze designated the expected spell within it, patiently awaiting complete digestion. In under a minute, the blue beak returned to his arm. The remaining 3 wizards were loading cargo into a van parked in the warehouse, with the elderly man not clad in a wizard's robe overseeing the operation. Xing Ze positioned himself beside a shelf behind them, and the old man seemed to sense something amiss, turning to glance over his shoulder. Tim, Winnow, he called out several times. Damn it, don't think about slacking off. If there's no one else around, come help. Silence was his only response, prompting the elder to furrow his brow and tighten his grip on his wand. Hey, Victor, I'm going to check over there. After you finish loading, meet at the assembly point. The old man said, cautiously making his way toward Wendell's last known location. He approached with wariness, his eyes darting about as he continued to call out for the 2 men. Suddenly, a long black tendril shot out, but the old man remained unfazed by the abrupt assault, quickly conjuring a protective shield. Almost immediately, a disillusionment charm was cast, and he reappeared in his original position. Xing Ze's 3 missiles missed their target. He had not anticipated the old wizard's swift reflexes and ability to utilize the disillusionment charm even while under attack. The missiles detonated, creating a ruckus that drew the attention of the other 2 wizards. These individuals were well trained. Working in unison, Courtney immediately cast a small fog spell, while Victor rushed to the old man's side. Although the elder had employed the disillusionment charm, his haste and distraction caused a body split, fortunately resulting in only a minor injury, a chunk missing from his left calf. The fog obscured the trio's positions, allowing Xing Ze to vacate his original spot and leap atop the nearest stack of wooden crates. He could not see them, nor could they see him, yet he could hear their movements. Xing Ze waved his wand, directing a spell toward a point within the fog, then quickly leapt from the crates to another location. Shortly after his departure, an explosion erupted behind him, followed by curses emanating from a mist. He commanded the blue beak to transform into a raven and soar into the fog, while he continued to listen intently. The sounds of cracking wood as the boards burned post-explosion somewhat interfered with his auditory perception. Nevertheless, he managed to catch the movements of his opponents, sending another magical ray into the fog. This time, the adversary's counterattack was swift. Barely had Xing Ze moved when a magical sword sliced through the shelf. The mist began to dissipate, revealing the 3 wizards. Although Xing Ze's ambush had some effect, it was not as significant as he had hoped. All 3 bore minor injuries, but they were inconsequential. The elder soon locked onto Xing Ze and began to cast a rather complex spell. Victor and Courtney pressured Xing Ze into a magical duel, hurling spells back and forth at him. The raven stealthily approached the elder, ready to strike, but the old wizard, as if sensing the attack, spun around swiftly, aiming his wand at the blue beak. The raven flapped its wings in an attempt to flee, but was instantly frozen by a chilling gust, crashing to the ground. The old wizard was not inclined to let this intruder escape. His wand emitted a bright flash, shattering the frozen blue beak into fragments. Meanwhile, Xing Ze was in a frantic struggle, barely managing to fend off the onslaught of the 2 higher-level wizards. Yet he understood that any misstep would unleash their magic upon him like a tempest. You little brat, I'll skin you alive, Victor roared, his spells accelerating in frequency. Courtney, on the other hand, made occasional sneak attacks. He had sustained the most grievous injuries among the 3, with 2 magical rays having struck his hand and back. Without an abundance of healing potions, he would likely have succumbed to his wounds. Thus, he could not cast spells as frequently as Victor, otherwise. They would have subdued the wizard before them long ago. As he seized yet another opportunity to launch a surprise attack, he suddenly found himself grappling with a suffocating sensation, akin to drowning. Courtney realized it was the result of his opponent's magic. Yet he was perplexed as to how the wizard was able to cast spells during their duel without uttering a single incantation. The ability to perform wandless and silent magic. By Merlin, who was this individual? As the feeling of asphyxiation intensified, Courtney ceased his offensive, gasping desperately for air. But to no avail. He felt as though his lungs were on the verge of bursting. Victor, taken aback by his companion's reaction, lessened his attack, granting Xing Ze a moment to breathe as he conjured the spell from his dreams, the breath of the abyss. Despite Edwin's repeated warnings against learning the spells inscribed in Banson's notes, as those dream-derived magics, while potent, demanded various sacrifices, the most common of which was sanity. Indeed, every casting of a dream spell risked madness, potentially ensnaring the caster in an endless cycle of illusion. However, for Xing Ze, this did not appear to be a concern, as he had long sensed his remarkable resistance to the taint of dreams, likely due to the shimmering tri-augmented octahedron. In summary, he could cast dream magic without sacrificing his sanity. Although each invocation left him with varying degrees of headache and weakness, it did not drive him to madness. The Breath of the Abyss was a remarkably practical spell recorded in Banson's notes, requiring only a silent incantation in one's mind and the expenditure of personal magical energy and sanity to be successfully cast. Its effect was to induce suffocation and drowning in the target, akin to being submerged in water. As long as the incantation persisted, the effect would continue unabated. Chapter 184. The Monster. Observing his companion's increasingly cyanotic visage, Victor momentarily faltered, but fortunately, the old wizard intervened in time, disrupting Xing Ze's casting. The Breath of the Abyss required sustained concentration. Any interruption would cause it to cease. Unperturbed, Xing Ze seized the moment and struck the dazed Victor with a spell before rushing toward him. "Victor, be careful," the old wizard bellowed, his wand swirling rapidly as he attempted to cast a saving spell. However, he did not anticipate that the assailant would seize Victor and use him as a human shield. All spells directed at him struck Victor's back. The old wizard's eyes blazed with fury. He had not expected his opponent to possess such strength. Capable of lifting a struggling man so effortlessly, he patted Courtney's shoulder, then focused his mind to cast a familiar conjuration that transported them directly behind Xing Ze. Just as Courtney recovered from his asphyxiation, he was thrust into another apparition, promptly retching. "Damn it," the old wizard cursed. "Courtney, cover me. I need to find a way to deal with that bastard." Xing Ze tossed the barely conscious Victor aside. The prolonged intensity of battle, combined with the use of dream magic, left him extraordinarily fatigued. He understood that he needed to conclude this fight swiftly, lest the situation become dire. Evading Courtney's initial spell, he cast a fireball in the opposite direction. "That bastard dares to look down on me," Courtney shouted, perceiving Xing Ze's deliberate casting as a blatant provocation. Although the old wizard wished to remind his subordinate not to let anger cloud his judgment, he was in the midst of crucial incantation and could only watch as Courtney charged forward. "Come on, you bastard, you son of a bitch," Courtney yelled, his wand dancing rapidly as he unleashed his magical energy without reserve. Xing Ze defended himself while retreating, feigning weakness in his magical reserves. Courtney laughed heartily, pressing forward, the previous sense of defeat dissipating. "I don't need that old man anymore," he thought to himself. "I can handle this little punk myself." He even began to contemplate how he would humiliate Victor afterward. "Come back, you idiot," the old wizard mentally shouted, hastening to perfect his spell. Courtney roared, about to unleash his most favored spell when he felt a sudden, excruciating pain. Astonished, he looked down to see a long black spike piercing his abdomen. "Ah, damn it! Damn it!" he screamed in madness. The spike returned to Xing Ze's hand, the frozen blue beak slowly gathering strength. At that moment, a massive surge of magical energy surged toward Xing Ze. The blue beak had yet to fully recover, and the casting of the apparition was delayed. The old wizard's completed fist of bran struck its target, albeit not entirely. The wizard attempted to evade, moving at remarkable speed. Yet the iron fist connected with one side of his body. The forceful magic propelled Xing Ze across the warehouse, causing everything in his path to vaporize. He barely had the strength to spit out blood, feeling as though half of his body had vanished. The old wizard exhaled deeply, his face pale and hands trembling. The earlier fist of Bran had nearly depleted all his magical energy, but it was worth it. He could not afford to move too quickly. So he approached Xing Ze slowly, needing to ascertain that his opponent was utterly dead. root out the problem. As the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit was one he had always adhered to, especially when his adversary was no ordinary foe. This young wizard had silently dispatched Tim and Wendell, severely injuring Victor and Courtney while facing 3 opponents. Even a golden son, no. Even the notorious Mad-Eye Moody at his peak would find such feat challenging. Damn it, I'm bleeding. Courtney wailed. Meg, that son of a bitch. What kind of dark sorcery has he used? The old wizard glanced at his subordinate and replied sternly, Stop your wailing. You're not dead yet. He continued towards Xing Ze, pondering what kind of dark sorcery had he employed. This was precisely what Meg sought to uncover. The raven did not appear to be the wizard's familiar. No familiar could recover after being shattered into pieces, nor could many familiars alter their form at will. The unknown represented fear, and Meg detested fear. Thus, he needed to crush this fear with his own hands. After spending some time, he finally stood before the young wizard. Given such grievous injuries, he should have certainly perished. Yet, to Meg's surprise, the young man had not drawn his last breath, although his breathing was nearly imperceptible. At least tell me, he murmured, whose hand I died by. The House of Assassins, Meg replied, the finest wizarding team of the Reaper. Young man, I must concede you are truly remarkable. If you were not my enemy, I would genuinely wish to recruit you. Damn it, I can't hear you. Meg shook his head, extending his wand and firmly rejecting, no, go to hell. As soon as the words left his lips, several black tendrils pierced through his chest from behind. Meg witnessed the nearly lifeless young wizard rise from the ground. Was he still human? In the distance, Courtney saw Meg being lifted by the tendrils, and he was so astonished that he nearly lost his ability to think. Upon seeing Xing Ze rise from the ground, he could no longer contain a piercing scream. No. Courtney clasped his hands over his head, disregarding the blood flowing from his abdomen. A demon, that was a demon. Xing Ze took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of thick blood, the remnants of one lung making his breathing laborious. You've ruined my favorite robe, he coldly remarked, fixing his left eye on Meg. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Be decisive before you strike. With that, the tendrils transformed into a viscous black tar that enveloped Meg. After the digestion was complete, the black beak returned to Xing Ze, who felt his body gradually recuperating. More. A voice echoed within Xing Ze's heart, demanding more. Silence. He retorted to the voice. Allowing the black beak to escape had proven to be the right choice, granting him a narrow escape from death. It also signified that he was no longer human. Although he was already aware of this fact, given a choice, he would prefer to live as a human rather than as the very monster he had once hunted. Why pursue this line of work? Xing Ze questioned himself. Chapter 185, The So-Called Politician. More. The voice resonating from deep within vexed Xing Ze, as the black beak's healing proved highly effective, restoring nearly 80% of his damaged body. As Xing Ze passed by Courtney, the half-mad wizard recoiled in terror, continuously screaming. The black beak transformed into a blade, severing Courtney's head, then morphed into a long whip that lifted the severed head into the air. I know he is mad, my friend, sighed Xing Ze, but don't toy with your food. After absorbing Courtney, Xing Ze's body was finally restored, though he was still considerably weak, nearly incapable of casting spells. He instructed the black beak to absorb Wendell, but spared Victor, needing a live captive for information. Victor's injuries were not severe. His magical robe had mitigated much of the damage, leaving him merely unconscious. Xing Ze dragged him to the van and slapped him several times to rouse him. Victor convulsed slightly, awakening to incredulity, then screamed in terror upon seeing who stood before him. Meanwhile, at the town hall, you cannot enter. An auror blocked the hurried approach of Ellie and her companions. The young lady extended her left hand, magic converging into the family crest. Take me to Bartemius Crouch. We have urgent news to report. No, the auror firmly refused. For heaven's sake, do you not see the crest upon my hand? Ellie demanded. Listen, or I shall ensure you are dismissed by tomorrow. What is happening here? Another young auror approached, his skin as pale as the snow atop the roofs, his hair shimmering like gold. He was handsome, well-proportioned, and walked with a steady gait. His voice was remarkably moving, even inciting envy in Reiko, who possessed a fine voice. Ah, Miss Shafik, the newcomer greeted respectfully. I know who you are, Alfred. Spare me the pleasantries. We have vital intelligence for Mr. Crouch. Alfred's face faltered as he shook his head. It's not a convenient time, Mississippi. The director is discussing details of the upcoming press conference with important figures. Tell him that if he does not meet with us, the press conference will be annulled, Reiko interjected. The young auror looked at Reiko, seemingly reminiscing. He is of the Arbin family, Ellie explained. For the sake of both our families, Alfred Malfoy, please deliver our message, or we shall be forced to barge in. Oh, miss, Alfred hastily gestured, do not resort to such measures. At least let me know what the matter entails. The young lady glanced at another Auror, and Alfred understood. He nodded to the other Auror, who discreetly stepped aside. Someone intends to massacre the entire town, Ellie whispered. Alfred furrowed his brow, disbelieving such madness, yet constrained by the identity of the speaker, especially since this beautiful lady was the object of his long-standing affections. Do not waste your efforts, Miss Shafik, Edwin interjected. He does not believe us. Alfred, do you? Ellie continued. You have two choices. Either send us away or go inside to report. The former may seem easy, but trust me, it will cost you dearly in the future. If you survive, that is. As for the latter, while you may offend Bartemius Crouch, should we persuade him, you are likely to be remembered as a hero. So choose wisely, Alfred. Bet your life on it. You are a senior Auror, a gold son. You should be able to discern whether I am lying. After a brief silence and contemplation, Alfred made his decision. Wait here. So, you plan to use a car bomb to incite conflict between wizards and muggles? Xing Ze murmured, gazing at the explosives and firearms in the van. Victor nodded yes. It was all Father Corbett's idea. He instructed us to do so. For the grand sacrifice? Xing Ze raised an eyebrow. Victor offered no reply. Yet Xing Ze read the answer in his panicked gaze. Take me to the rendezvous point. What? Victor exclaimed in disbelief. No, they will flay me alive. Your concern should not be for them, but for me. Xing Ze threatened, the black beak in his hand transforming into tendrils that softly caressed Victor's face. The poor wizard was terrified, having just witnessed this ghastly creature consume Wendell. I will take you. He immediately changed his tone. The gathering point of the Demon Feast cult was located at the town's lumber mill, not far from the town hospital. According to Victor, they were not core members, but were merely hired by Courtney's uncle, Jefferson. However, their leader, Meg, should possess some knowledge. As for Luke, he must have accompanied Jefferson using apparition to the sawmill. Victor had expected Xing Ze to use apparition, but he did not do so extensively. He was unaware that Xing Ze had little magic left and could not use apparition. Xing Ze retrieved a length of rope from his ring, bound Victor, and tossed him into the vehicle before starting the engine and heading towards the sawmill. There were only 10 minutes left until the parade concluded. Time was of the essence. Old Bartemius Crouch sat impatiently on the sofa in the room, which had previously served as the office of the mayor of Ravenska. He looked at the three individuals before him, who had just narrated a horrifying tale. Of course, it was entirely possible that it was fabricated, yet considering Ellie Shafik's identity, and also Reiko Arbin's, though everyone knew he was a madman, he had no choice but to give this matter his utmost attention. Do you comprehend the implications of halting the parade? It signifies the fury of these pure-blood wizards, potentially igniting yet another crisis. At least it is preferable to their annihilation of the entire town. The young lady replied coldly, expressing her disdain for the time wasted convincing old Barty of this situation. As Xing Ze remarked, those in positions of power seldom grant promises lightly, even when the urgency is palpable. However, Miss Shafik, I cannot mobilize a considerable number of Aurors solely based on your unfounded claims, especially for the purpose of suppressing a parade. If the events you describe do not transpire, everything I undertake today will serve as the nails in my coffin. So why not wait and see? We will soon hold a press conference, and I recall that one of the parade's contingents will be attending. I can have my subordinates keep an eye on those individuals. By then, it will be too late. Edwin glanced at his watch. 10 minutes remaining, Mr. Crouch. In 10 minutes, we will find ourselves trapped here. Chapter 186, The Fireworks Party. What if we alter the route? Reiko suddenly interjected into the standoff. You just mentioned Director Crouch, that one of the parade groups will be present at the conference. Indeed, I did. Then let them take a detour. As long as they are prevented from proceeding along their original path, the magical array will remain incomplete. The poet grew increasingly animated, evidently pleased with his own ingenuity. I must admit, you possess talents beyond mere boasting and singing off-key, the young lady complimented, before turning her gaze to old Barty. What do you think, sir? This would be the best outcome for you, me, and those haughty, pure-blood wizards. Just a slight detour. We can fabricate any excuse to placate them, much like the Ministry often does. If they consent, splendid. If not, it will at least buy us some time. Barty Crouch clasped his hands, rubbing his thumbs together. And after a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. Very well, for the sake of the Shafik family and the Arbin family, I agree. However, I cannot personally oversee this. Let Alfred handle it, and summon a few individuals to assist. Thank you, Director. I assure you, you will not regret this decision. I hope so. Now, everyone, please leave. I have matters to discuss with others, those affairs you hold in such disdain. As the group exited the mayor's office, they deliberated on their ensuing plans. The young lady glanced at the so-called important figures. Most were prominent citizens of the town, many of whom she recognized from her research into her family's holdings in Ravinska village. That sturdy-looking fellow, robust in stature, was Robinson, the owner of the town's sawmill, a cornerstone of the local economy. Following him was a frail, elderly man, the patriarch of the Baron family, the second most significant family in the town after the Mendez family. She also recognized Sasha Pfeiffer, the guild president and vice president of the Wizard Muggle Rights Association. However, she was taken aback to see Gray, the owner of the wizarding shop, among them. This was intriguing. An ordinary proprietor of a magical goods store had received an invitation to join the ranks of the town's elite. As Ellie pondered this, she caught sight of the crucifix bracelets dangling from their wrists. Wait, the young lady seemed to sense something amiss and rushed toward the group. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. A van slowly approached the town sawmill, with Victor at the wheel, his face ashen. Yet he dared not seek help from the guards at the entrance, for a dark, unknown creature lurked beneath his seat. Any sign of unusual behavior from him would result in that creature piercing him from below, not to mention the formidable wizard watching nearby. The guards opened the vehicle for inspection and inquired of Victor. Just you? They had some trouble at the hospital. Let me through, come on, buddy. I make this trip almost every week. The guard said nothing further but gestured toward the guardhouse, and the barrier slowly lifted. From a distance, Xing Ze observed the van entering the sawmill, waiting for it to reach the warehouse. According to Victor's intel, that warehouse served as the congregation point for the cultists. He checked his automatic rifle once more, steadied his sidearm, and adjusted the heavy belt that bore 3 grenades. The van smoothly entered the warehouse, and en route. Xing Ze modified the defensive spell reserved within the blue beak to a detonation spell. A resounding explosion echoed, and flames erupted from the sawmill, followed by several more detonations. The warehouse was obliterated, engulfed in smoke and fire that billowed skyward. The party had commenced. Xing Ze disengaged the rifle's safety and sprinted toward the chaos. No one attempted to stop him. Everyone at the sawmill rushed toward the warehouse, some wailing, others cursing, and many screaming. Xing Ze raised his weapon and began firing. The nearest wizards fell to the ground, struck by bullets, while those who narrowly escaped drew their wands to retaliate. Unfazed, Xing Ze ducked behind a stack of logs and dispatched a wizard rushing from the building with his pistol. He then advanced, circumventing to the other side, where 2 wizards were peering out from behind a truck. Without hesitation, he hurled a grenade their way. It detonated, sending both wizards and the vehicle skyward. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred wood, as the young wizard pressed forward, reloading his rifle. A spell struck nearby, detonating on his left. The magical energy erupted, and he rolled to minimize the damage. He fired back, retreating as his magazine emptied, then kicked open the door to a nearby building and took refuge inside. With his ammunition depleted, Xing Ze discarded the rifle in favor of the pistol. These weapons proved far more effective than wands, he muttered to himself. Of course, that was contingent on hitting a wizard's head or confronting those without protective enchantments on their robes. Xing Ze was acutely aware that lingering in one spot during a confrontation with wizards could be fatal, so he quickly dashed to the window and leaped out. The shards of glass sliced his hand and cheek, yet these minor injuries paled in comparison to the explosive spells that had detonated within the building. He confirmed the positions of the opposing wizards and dashed toward them, using the woodpile as cover. Spells flew at him, but they either struck the wooden barricade, missed entirely, or went astray. Damn it, did you hit him? Jefferson, situated in the sawmill's office, shouted to his subordinates. No, that kid moves like a cat, bouncing around. I didn't hire you to praise the opponent. Get rid of that wizard, Jefferson commanded. Behind him, Luke clutched his wand tightly, his expression tense as he exclaimed, "Get me out of here. Damn it, someone get me out of here. Stay quiet, kid. No one leaves until that bastard is dealt with. Have you lost your mind, Jefferson? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Our plans have been thwarted. What do you think the bishop will say? If we do not eliminate this sorcerer, we shall all be sacrificed." At the mention of the bishop, Luke trembled slightly. Yet he persisted. "I cannot perish here. I am the sole heir of the Mendez family. I cannot die in this place." "To hell with your lineage, you wretched spawn," Jefferson retorted, glaring at Luke, the very man responsible for his near-total loss of subordinates. "So, do not dare to mention leaving again, if you truly wish to depart. The door is right there. Be my guest, but I will not escort you. Damn it, do you understand? You are nothing but a disgrace to the Mendez family, incapable of even manifesting a mere apparition." Chapter 187. The time has come. As a pure-blood sorcerer and the heir to a prestigious lineage, such an affront was utterly intolerable, especially when it originated from a half-blood sorcerer's lips. Luke aimed his wand at Jefferson. "You damned half-blood. I will make you pay dearly." Another sorcerer in the room immediately aimed his wand at Luke as well, and Jefferson smirked wickedly. "If you dare to point that toothpick at me again, lad, I shall ensure you." His words were cut short as two blue gemstones were hurled into the room, bursting forth into a dazzling array of colors upon impact. Chaos erupted in the room, and Jefferson swiftly closed his eyes, casting a defensive spell upon himself. He inwardly cursed his opponent for resorting to such a trite trick with the colorful gemstones. Luke and the other sorcerer were caught off guard, disoriented by the kaleidoscopic light. "Fools, can you not even guard a window?" Jefferson berated the sorcerer stationed by the window. The two sorcerers had not anticipated such a tactic from their adversary. They dared not resist Jefferson and could only unleash every known spell upon the young man, who was as nimble as a flea. The makeshift arena was soon engulfed in a whirlwind of magic. Gales, flames, torrents of water, and spikes of earth wreaked havoc all around. Faced with the relentless barrage, Xing Ze found himself in a dire predicament. He could neither approach the office building nor escape the area. Although he had replenished some of his magical energy with Parzer's potion prior to this encounter, he knew he needed to reserve it for a critical moment. Uncertain of how many opponents he might face, fortuitously, a raven cried out from above, its blue beak returning from the explosion, though singed and diminished. It arrived just in time. Seizing the opportunity between their spells, Xing Ze took a deep breath and dashed towards the office building. "He's out!" shouted the sorcerer guarding the window. Jefferson immediately rushed to the window, casting a fireball towards Xing Ze. The raven transformed into a shield, intercepting the fireball, absorbing Xing Ze's black iron in an instant and completing its transformation. Jefferson's eyelids twitched. What in the world is that? Still a distance away from the office building. All Xing Ze needed was a little more time, but the enemy's magic was already complete. The raven elongated, grasping a nearby crane, and with a powerful spring, it lifted Xing Ze off the ground. An ice pillar descended from above, landing where Xing Ze had been moments before. Then, using the crane's arm, Xing Ze pivoted and effortlessly arrived on the opposite side of the office building. "Where the hell did that bastard go?" one sorcerer cursed, frustrated as his carefully wrought spell went awry. "Did you see that? That guy can extend his limbs," another sorcerer exclaimed. Jefferson hurried to the other window. "It's that raven. There is something wrong with that raven." No sooner had he spoken than two grenades shattered the window. Quick as a flash, Jefferson cast a spell, trapping both grenades within a protective shield. The grenades exploded, but the blast was confined to a minuscule area. Jefferson abruptly looked up at the window. That damned lunatic had crashed through. Xing Ze rolled onto the floor, disregarding the shards of glass beneath him. In that moment, he felt remarkably calm, his mind racing. Every part of his body, limbs, senses fully engaged. He dispatched one of the sorcerers by the window with his handgun, then spun to evade an incoming spell. He heard someone roaring as the spell detonated. Amidst the dust cloud obscuring his vision, he unleashed a completed spell. The shattering curse tore apart the hand of the other sorcerer by the window, and, as the shriek of pain echoed, Xing Ze fired 3 shots at Jefferson. The first 2 bullets were blocked by a defensive spell, but the final bullet struck the sorcerer's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. The dust from the explosion began to spread throughout the room, and in the ensuing chaos, the raven dealt with the sorcerer still reeling from the colorful light. In the instant the dust settled, Jefferson reacted swiftly, casting a series of simple spells towards Xing Ze. Xing Ze was not slow to respond, dismantling Jefferson's spells entirely, while also firing several shots at him. Although the handgun could not inflict significant damage, it at least served to disrupt Jefferson's spellcasting. Despite the pain, Jefferson continued to cast spells, only to be blindsided by 2 magical longswords that pierced through his abdomen from behind. Blood spewed from Jefferson's mouth as he glared, staggering a few steps forward before collapsing to the ground. Luke triumphantly waved his wand, spitting at Jefferson. "You damned half-blood mongrel. I told you there would be a price to pay. Why, you cannot stop the grand sacrifice. I will return to the embrace of the great master." The dying sorcerer stammered to Xing Ze. Another spell erupted, and Jefferson's head burst open, splattering blood and brain matter onto Luke's face, yet the madman seemed utterly unfazed. Xing Ze shook his head. "This is precisely why I detest adolescence." "Silence. You'll be next." Before he could finish, the raven wrapped around Luke's body. Luke screamed, only to be met with a solid punch to the face. "I don't have much time." Xing Ze glanced at his watch and sighed deeply. "All right, let's change the question. How do we destroy the magic circle? What do you call that thing? Alfred, hiding behind the sofa, asked Edwin. Dreamscape entity. The scholar used magic to block the office's entrance with everything at hand, hoping to buy them a moment. Reiko leaned out the window. I can cast apparition to take you all away. Then hurry, Bartaclaw shouted, a bloody wound on his back as Ellie tended to it. How could these damn beings turn into such monsters? Alfred shouted in panic. It was remarkable that he could remain so lucid upon encountering a dreamscape entity for the first time. Stay calm, Alfred, old Bardic reassured. We will not perish here. Yet, despite the director's words, Alfred remained restless. Those monsters had slaughtered all the guards, yet the guards had only managed to take down one of them, the sorcerer. The vice president of the Muggle Rights Association, Sasha Pfeiffer. Outside, 3 monsters linger, and though the reason for their hesitance to burst in remains unclear, Alfred believes it is merely a matter of time. I owe you my gratitude, Miss Shafik. Were it not for your timely intervention, I would likely be a lifeless corpse. Old Batty remarked. I should heed your words. Yet, such discussions are futile now. The young lady furrowed her brow, having temporarily stabilized Crouch's injuries with potions and spells. However, he still requires professional treatment. The wound is severe. Though he appears relatively conscious at present, he cannot endure much longer. Chapter 188, 3 minutes. Very well, Reiko. Take the director and leave, Ali said to the poet, who could now perform apparition. No, let him take you first. Old Batty countered. I can still hold on. The skill of apparition is a profound magic, demanding not only the caster's focus, but also consideration for the accompanying individuals. Thus, even a senior auror like Alfred rarely masters this technique. Old Batty himself possesses the ability, yet moments ago, the lumbermill owner from Ravenska had grotesquely transformed into a creature wielding bone blades for hands, its head resembling that of a wild wolf. Had it not been for Ali Shafik's spell, he would have been cleaved in two, akin to firewood in winter. Having participated in numerous battles, Old Batty is acutely aware of the severity of the wound on his back. Simultaneously, he knows precisely what lurks beyond the door. The lunatics in the key hall refer to them as dream entities, yet among other informed individuals in the ministry, they are known as dream visitors. These malevolent beings disturb your mind and impair your sanity. As that group transformed into monsters, he distinctly felt an intangible dread and an indescribable revulsion. That penetrating sensation chilled him to the bone, rendering him unable to strike back immediately. His guards, those fledglings yet untested by the crucible of war, stood frozen, some even forgetting to flee, allowing the monsters to dismember them mercilessly. This is not the first time Batty Crouch has encountered dream visitors. Long ago, while pursuing Death Eaters, he and his team had encountered them. In Godswald, a remote and isolated village, the residents venerated a deity known as the Black Goat of the Forest. Recalling that nightmarish evening in the eerie town, Old Batty felt a tightening in his chest, prompting him to refocus on the present circumstances. We will use apparition to keep up. Ali Shafik's voice reached his ears. Are you certain? Old Batty inquired. Even if the monsters remained unseen, the taint of dreams lingered, and the minds of those present had been compromised to varying degrees. The conditions for casting apparition are exceedingly stringent, and he turned his gaze to Alfred. His most promising student, an elite from the Malfoy family, now trembled slightly. Given his current mental state, the likelihood of an accident while casting apparition is high. Stop arguing. Director, Edwin urged. My old seal won't hold for long. Those monsters will soon burst in. The poet, having confirmed his landing point, strode purposefully towards Old Batty. Come on. Director, this is not the time for personal heroics. Observing these unusually composed individuals, Old Batty lamented. I truly cannot fathom how you manage to remain so calm. One gets used to it, Reiko replied with a smirk, extending his hand towards the director. If you spend your days dealing with these ghastly things, you either force yourself to stay alert or become mad. I now understand why the outside world refers to you as madman, Old Batty said, grasping the poet's hand. With a resounding crack, the two vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the office door was violently struck, causing the furniture pile behind it to tremble. Ali waved her wand, assisting the scholar in fortifying their position, but following the battle at the church, her magical energy had not yet fully replenished. I thought the old seal would not fail so swiftly, Edwin remarked gravely, turning to Alfred. You must rely on yourself now. There is no time for Reiko to come back for you. Alfred emerged from behind the sofa, somewhat irked as he retorted, I never intended to wait for him. Hey! As Alfred prepared to cast apparition, Ali called out to him, There is nothing to be ashamed of. When I first encountered these creatures, I nearly lost my stomach. You got this. Her encouraging words instantly rekindled the young auror's confidence. He nodded gratefully at Ali before vanishing from sight. Who would have thought you were such a soft-hearted person? Edwin remarked. All right, it's our turn. You go first. He's a valuable asset. It would be a pity for him to perish in pieces. Ali infused more magic into the door. Can you manage? Of course. Then we will regroup at the town hospital. You lot are like a cancer spreading. You belong in hell. Whether due to the knowledge of his impending demise. Luck Mendez's attitude turned fiercely aggressive. However, after Xing Ze executed the wizard whose hand had been torn apart by the dismemberment curse, he suddenly quieted down considerably. Go on. Continue, Xing Ze said, ejecting the magazine from his handgun to inspect it. 3 rounds remained. He slid the magazine back into the gun, rechamber a round, and quickly approached Luck. Don't mind me. I'm only concerned with what you're doing here. Car bombs? Quite innovative. Pure-blood wizards have taken a page from Muggle terrorists. I hardly know where to begin mocking you. My family, Luck suddenly laughed, my family has always passed down a saying, if a bad eye burdens you, remove it for the sake of health. You people are like a damaged eye. You must be excised, or else you will taint our bloodline. Xing Ze chuckled lightly. I imagine your sociology grades were abysmal. While I have no interest in your theories of blood purity, I feel compelled to inform you of something. Consider it a reward for your assistance in eliminating your own comrade. According to my research, the Mendez family has long intermarried with Muggles. Clearly, the war with the elves has decimated your ranks, and to ensure the survival of your lineage, your illustrious ancestors began marrying half-bloods and even Muggles. I suspect your father never had the chance to enlighten you on this. Luck's expression transformed from initial shock to gradual distortion as he vehemently shook his head in denial. This is impossible. You damn bastard. Don't think I'm that easily deceived. All right, let us return to business. Tell me, how do I destroy that parade magic circle? What magic circle? I have no idea what you're talking about. The gunfire erupted, followed by Luck's throat-rending howls and curses as he trembled and glanced down at his leg, where he saw the bullet hole and blood seeping out. He screamed again. Xing Ze displayed no remorse. He raised his hand to check his watch. 3 minutes left. The parade will conclude. Guess what, kid? Can you survive these 3 minutes? Chapter 189, Chaos. So, you have 2 more of those car bombs? Xing Ze confirmed in a low voice. Luke nodded vigorously. The wretched beast had dared to plunge its fingers into his wound, the excruciating pain threatening to render him unconscious. What about the targets? Where's the target? Our mission is to assault the school, Luke replied. Additionally, 2 other vehicles are designated for attacks on both the Muggle community and the Wizarding community. And what else? That's all I know. Suze furrowed his brow, his fingers probing the bullet hole. Luke convulsed in agony, and had it not been for the binding of Bluebeak, he might have leapt from the ground. For Merlin's sake, damn it all, he cried out, shaking his head frantically, saliva and snot streaming down his face. Do you know why I despise Confundus charms and the Cruciatus curse, Luke? Suze withdrew his fingers because those spells do not inflict pain. Without some form of punishment, one does not become compliant, nor does one recognize their transgressions. Unfortunately, I am unable to utilize the heart-piercing curse, as it requires one to harbor malevolent intentions. I do not consider myself a virtuous person, yet I find it impossible to wield that spell properly. Otherwise, it would save us a great deal of trouble. At this, Suze aimed his gun at Luke's other foot. Should I create a hole in this leg? I'll tell you, Luke pleaded, faced with such a cold-blooded, unreasonable madman. He found himself devoid of any means of resistance. Bishop Corbett has also arranged for some followers to create chaos during the parade. What kind of chaos? Among the parade participants are the chosen ones, implanted with divine blood clots, capable of transforming into, Luke's voice trailed off, they will transform into warriors of the Great Lord. Despite Suze's eagerness to inquire about the source of the divine blood clots, time did not permit such indulgence. Luke swallowed hard and continued, and the hospitals. They also plan to attack the hospitals. You know, kid? Suze inhaled deeply. I think you've articulated something quite right. If a defective eye jeopardizes you, it should be removed for the sake of health. Precisely, you madmen are that defective eye, and I am more than willing to excise it. With that, Suze pulled Luke up, dragging him toward the door. If you wish to avoid bleeding to death, you will tell me the hospital's attack plans. Merlin's beard, exclaimed Old Batty as he gazed at the sky in awe. The parade had concluded, and the entire town was enveloped in a pale red dome. Just then, the sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. Reiko shielded his eyes and looked toward the distance. They've begun, he murmured. I recall that area should be the Muggle living district. Over there, that is the Wizarding residential area, Batty Crouch said, his voice trembling. Following the explosion came chaos. A swarm of wizards on broomsticks appeared, indiscriminately attacking anyone in sight. whether Muggle or Wizard. One of the parade groups suddenly began assaulting the nearby Muggle homes, unleashing various spells to ravage everything constructed by Muggles. "We must leave," the poet warned loudly. "Director, what are they doing? What are they doing?" Old Batty shouted furiously, witnessing several wizards engulfed in flames, sparing neither children nor the elderly. Most horrifyingly, those attackers were laughing maniacally, shouting about purification. "They've lost their minds, Albin. They've lost their minds. We must save those people, at least those children," the director cried hoarsely. Reiko tried to avert his gaze from the unfolding horrors, even as the despairing, heart-wrenching screams echoed incessantly in his ears. "We must go," he insisted again, this time pulling the director along, focusing his energy to perform apparition. Alfred's landing was far from ideal. He found himself in a wizarding community, and before he could ascertain whether he had lost anything, gunfire erupted. He quickly drew his wand and took cover behind a nearby cart. Before long, a pickup truck sped by, several armed Muggles standing in the back. These individuals wielded an array of weapons, indiscriminately firing at their surroundings, and unprepared wizards fell to the ground, shot down. Alfred was astonished to discover that the bullets used by these individuals completely ignored the defensive charms of wizarding robes. After a barrage of gunfire, the pickup truck continued its advance, and the young Auror seized the opportunity to cast a blasting curse, obliterating the vehicle and those frenzied Muggles along with it. Emerging from behind the cart, he wore a face of confusion and disbelief, but upon seeing the wizards lying on the ground, he clenched his fists. Just then, a jeep barreled out from a side street to his right, heading straight for him. Alfred hurriedly waved his wand. However, the two Muggles leaning out of the vehicle began shooting at him. Left with no choice, the Auror cast a defensive charm upon himself and awkwardly leapt aside. The jeep screeched to a halt not far from him, and as the Muggles inside prepared to disembark, a rocket struck the jeep with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion nearly shattered Alfred's protective charm, and he stared in astonishment at the direction for which the rocket had come. A dilapidated family sedan was speeding toward him. The Auror quickly rose and aimed his wand at the approaching vehicle. The sedan stopped in front of him, and a heavily armed elderly woman leaned out of the window. Inquiring, "Need a lift, handsome?" The young Auror was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "No, thank you. I think you need it." The elderly woman insisted, "Your arm is bleeding." Alfred glanced at his left arm. A sudden wave of pain surged through him as he noticed the wound, and he stifled a cry. "Get in, kid." The elderly woman said, "You won't make it far like that. I'll take you to the hospital." With little choice left, Alfred approached the passenger seat and opened the door, only to spot a small rocket launcher. The elderly woman reached for the launcher and casually tossed it into the back seat. "My mistake, come on in." Once he settled into the car, the elderly woman added, "Catherine." "Oh, Alfred. A pleasure to meet you, ma'am. What on earth is happening here? Who are those madmen?" "I don't know. I only know that those bastards destroyed my apartment. They stormed in and went on a rampage, tossing grenades and bombs while shouting for wizards to die." Catherine started the car and continued, "But I gave them a few tickets. Bullets, that is. I suppose they should be in hell by now." Alfred turned to glance at the firearms and ammunition in the back seat, nodding, "I suppose so." "Ah, damn it all, my apartment is ruined. It was the best wizarding apartment in town. I was the caretaker there for 50 years. I knew it better than my own husband." As she spoke, Catherine produced a business card and handed it to him. Alfred took the card and examined it. It read High Mountain Apartments, and the back featured a dynamic photo of the apartment. "Is it my imagination, ma'am? You appear to be rather pleased, despite this being a tragedy, is it not?" "A tragedy? Oh, spare me. I have insured those old apartment buildings for a substantial sum," Catherine replied with a laugh. Chapter 190, The Chase. Ellie waved her wand, striking down a madman attempting to storm the hospital just as the riot commenced upon her arrival. She felt utterly powerless to avert this calamity, much like a natural disaster. Even if they had foreseen the ominous signs, the opposing side had meticulously devised their plan, and the conflict between Muggles and wizards plunged the entire town into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. In the distance, police cars blared past, while wizards soared through the sky. The Crimson Dome transformed sunlight into eerie hues. Amidst this bizarre and resplendent palette, the maniacs reveled in their carnage, with ever more individuals joining their ranks. What a damn day it was. Xing Ze pressed down harder on the accelerator, the van streaking through the night sky like a white meteor towards the town hospital. Bound in the back, Luke was jostled about, internally lamenting his plight. "How you feel, young master?" Xing Ze swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding a flaming vehicle. Luke's head collided violently with the car wall, his mouth covered by blue beak, leaving him to emit muffled sounds. "Yes," Xing Ze sneered. Is this what you call the day of divine descent? It seems more like a carnival for lunatics. Before he could finish, the windshield shattered, prompting Xing Ze to forcibly turn the vehicle into a nearby alley. Damn it, he cursed, glancing in the rearview mirror to see a black SUV hot on their tail. The SUV's sunroof opened, revealing a burly man wielding an automatic rifle, who began firing at the van. Blue Beak, releasing its grip on Luke, extended a tentacle to envelop the black iron flung by Xing Ze, transforming it into a sturdy barrier that absorbed all the bullets. Realizing his shots were in vain, the burly man calmly patted the roof of his vehicle before retracting inside, and the SUV accelerated. At the end of the alley, a large dumpster loomed, and Luke, sitting upright, cried out, "You're insane. We can't get past that. Stop, please stop. Shut it, or I'll ensure you only consume liquid sustenance for the rest of your life," Xing Ze threatened, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The vehicle scraped along the wall, sparks flying as the metal screeched against the surface, the left rearview mirror declaring its demise. After sacrificing another mirror, the van burst forth from the alley, a miracle that it had yet to disintegrate. The SUV followed closely behind, accelerating alongside the van once they exited the alley. The window slowly descended, and the burly man reappeared, this time aiming his rifle at Xing Ze in the driver's seat. Xing Ze chuckled softly, summoning Bluebeak back, and with a swift motion, he yanked the burly man out through the window, seizing his rifle in the process. After several gunshots rang out, the SUV lost control and crashed into a lamppost. The passengers in the back scrambled to exit, but all were swiftly dispatched by Xing Ze. "Are these muggles also cultists?" Xing Ze inquired. Luke crawled up from under his seat, panting as he nodded. "Yes, they all are, but they're not from the town. The Magic Feast Church is more troublesome than I anticipated." Xing Ze mused inwardly. Clearly this cult was thriving, capable of attracting both wizards and muggles. Such duality often presents the most formidable challenges, as eradicating them in one fell swoop is nearly impossible. They're like rats in the sewers. For every one you eliminate, countless more will surface. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of helplessness and despair, but he quickly cast those feelings aside. Despair? No. He had traversed through darker realms than this. At least now, these damned lunatics presented themselves, allowing him to shoot them down. Compared to those demons hiding behind wealth and power, manipulating the rules, they were far more approachable. Don't even think about it. Xing Ze aimed a rifle at Luke, who had intended to escape through the door, while Xing Ze momentarily dazed. "Kid, given your current physical condition, I assure you, you want to make it out of this street alive. If you wish to live, you'd best stay put. Why not kill me?" Luke gritted his teeth, weary of this madman and the countless humiliations. Xing Ze started the vehicle. "Trust me, I would relish that. But my rationality tells me you still hold some value. I've never been one to squander resources, so live well. At least until I acquire the answers to my pressing questions. Of course, if you wish to take your own life." Xing Ze tossed the rifle to Luke. "I won't stop you. One may not have the choice to live, but one certainly has the right to choose death." The van surged forward once more, wobbling towards their destination. "That's my child," a woman shrieked, pushing her way to the front of the crowd, desperate to rush out. Outside, a barefoot girl of 7 or 8 stood bewildered in the parking lot, weeping. Just moments ago, her father's head had been blown apart, his corpse lying before her. "Don't go." Edwin grabbed the woman. "You'll die." The magical array in the town disrupted apparition, and she had intended to teleport to the previous hideout of Reiko, but a deviation had occurred mid-journey. Now, she found herself within a muggle supermarket, crowded with trembling survivors, while outside, a sniper lay in wait, eyeing the establishment. No, I can't lose her. I've already lost my husband." A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the girl's side, shards of concrete tearing in her little leg, causing her to wail even louder. Let me out." The girl's mother thrashed wildly, trying to break free from the crowd's grasp. Just then, the supermarket cashier delivered a punch to the woman, knocking her unconscious. All eyes turned to the plump black woman, and the cashier shrugged. "Well, do you have any other options? The bastards outside are waiting to send her to her death." But the child," someone murmured from the crowd. No one responded. A silence fell. "I can save her," Edwin suddenly declared, "but I cannot do it alone." "I will help you," the cashier immediately replied. "How do you plan to do that?" Edwin glanced at the parking lot. "I need you to help me pinpoint the sniper's location." "What the hell does that mean? Are you suggesting I go out there to catch a bullet?" "Oh, sister, I'm not that insane yet." Edwin drew her wand. "I assure you, those bullets won't reach you." The crowd in the supermarket recoiled several steps, creating a circle around the scholar. "She is a witch," someone shouted. The crowd erupted in chaos. "Throw her out." It's these witches that destroyed my home. Get her out. Chapter 191, The Sniper. You may certainly try. Edwin coldly surveyed the supermarket patrons, and wherever her gaze fell, the muggles obediently fell silent. She continued, there is no time to waste. If you intend to save that child, you must make a decision swiftly. The cashier shrugged her shoulders, appearing to have reached a conclusion. Very well, I trust you. What must I do? Rush towards that child and bring her back. I shall handle the rest. Edwin waved his wand, a radiant white light enveloping the cashier, soon followed by a vibrant green glow. The cashier felt an unexpected lightness in her body, a sensation she hadn't experienced since her marriage. Go, Edwin urged, do not fear. I shall protect you. Many of the armed muggles were utilizing specialized bullets, those infused with the ashes of saints, capable of nullifying magic. Edwin was uncertain whether the sniper was employing such ammunition, but given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely. After all, using such bullets against muggles would be an utter waste. The cashier burst through the supermarket doors, and the onlookers collectively held their breath. Her speed was astonishing, incongruous with her portly figure. The bullets came as anticipated, but failed to breach the protective enchantment. Based on the previous shot that landed near the child's feet and this subsequent one, Edwin roughly pinpointed the sniper's location. Although the weightless charm had hastened the cashier's pace, it was still insufficient. Edwin continued to wave her wand, conjuring a stone wall beside the girl, causing her to plummet to the ground in fright. The incoming bullet struck the wall, leaving a crater in its wake. At last, the cashier arrived. Without uttering a word, she scooped up the terrified girl and cradled her protectively, then exerted every ounce of strength to sprint back towards the supermarket. Her pace had noticeably diminished. After all, sprinting at such velocity was a considerable drain on her stamina, and for someone of her build, merely reaching this point exceeded expectations. The others in the supermarket watched in horror, some shouting, "She can't go on like this. We need to enhance her with magic. Shut up, stop giving orders. Damn it, she won't make it back. Hey, wizard, can't you see? Hurry, cast a spell." The crowd began to stir anxiously. Edwin remained resolute, paying no heed to their clamor. The protective charm on the cashier still held, the bullets insufficient to penetrate. She meticulously calculated the intervals between the gunshots and her dwindling magical reserves. During her time in the mayor's office, she had expended an excessive amount of magic to create the old seal. Coupled with a mishap during her apparition, she had to draw upon her magic once more to stabilize herself and prevent her form from splitting. Thus, her magical energy was critically low. She needed to conserve it. Each move must adhere to her plan. The interval between shots had lengthened, prompting Edwin to furrow her brow as she waved her wand, conjuring a shield-like mist wall adjacent to the cashier. Moments later, gunfire erupted again, the bullet piercing through the fog and grazing the cashier's back, leaving a streak of blood. "Damn it, my back!" The cashier cried out, involuntarily quickening her pace. She was nearing the supermarket, and some in the crowd, overwhelmed with excitement, attempted to rush out to take the child, but were restrained by those with a semblance of reason. "Lord, protect them." Someone in the crowd began to kneel in prayer. The bullet breached the protective charm, indicating that the opponent had switched ammunition, thus explaining the extended interval between shots. Time was running short. She needed to intercept one more shot to ensure the cashier reached the supermarket alive. Yet, she possessed no magic left to cast a spell capable of blocking the exorcism bullets. Her plan was not as flawless as she had envisioned. The cashier's speed was too sluggish, but that was not her fault. Edwin had neglected to account for the child. Running while cradling a child was an entirely different endeavor than running unencumbered. Additionally, she had not anticipated the sniper's shooting speed to be so rapid. Now, all she could do was hope that the mist wall would provide sufficient distraction for the sniper. However, the expected gunfire did not sound, and the cashier and the child successfully escaped into the supermarket, prompting an eruption of cheers from the crowd. Many rushed forward to assist. The cashier collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Edwin also sank to the floor, leaning against the checkout counter, her complexion alarmingly pale, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "Damn, I still need to get to the town hospital," she mumbled in a daze. Just then, a wizard clad in a hooded robe appeared at the entrance, sending the muggles inside the supermarket into a state of tension. "What is happening?" The cashier scrambled to her feet. The wizard stepped through the door, his voice gravelly. "Those who wish to leave may do so. The sniper outside has been dealt with. No one dare to stir." The wizard ignored the muggles, turning his attention to Edwin. The scholarly witch struggled to lift her gaze to the newcomer as he produced a vial of potion from his robe. "Hey, keep your distance, you bastard," the cashier shouted. "Yes, stay away from her," another echoed. Several individuals stepped forward, brandishing various makeshift weapons, their faces betraying fear, yet their gazes remained resolutely determined. The hooded wizard raised his hands in a friendly gesture, taking a sip from the potion before responding. This potion can heal her. Hand it over. Edwin extended her hand to receive the vial. Careful now, sister, the cashier cautioned, but the wizard had already tossed another vial to her. Apply it to your wounds. Tessa, what is going on? How do you know my name? The hooded wizard glanced around at the crowd. I recognized most of you. After all, I was once a part of this town. The last remark was spoken softly, yet did not escape Edwin's ears. I would never accept strange things from a masked wizard, the cashier declared. Edwin drank the potion, feeling her magical energy replenish somewhat, her spirits lifting as well. Use it. Tessa, the potion is safe, she urged, rising to her feet. Who are you? The hooded wizard turned towards the door. Let's talk elsewhere. There are too many people here. Edwin glanced at the gathering of muggles, hesitating slightly. Do not worry. I have sent someone to assist them. They will receive help, the gravelly voice reassured. I hope what you say is true. Edwin followed the wizard out of the supermarket. No bullets are aimed at you, the wizard halted, stating, you can trust me now. That depends on what you say next. Huh. I have observed you for quite some time. I know you are inherently suspicious. Yet, I have come to keep an appointment. An appointment? The hooded wizard moved forward. Indeed, someone among you has always wished to speak with me. And now, the time has come. Chapter 192, The Students. Ellie cast an impregnable charm upon the hospital doors, at least temporarily thwarting the entry of any nefarious individuals. She stationed herself at the entrance, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. Are there other wizards in this hospital? After casting the spell, she turned to inquire of the nurse at the reception desk. The nurse, in a state of fluster, nodded hurriedly and gestured towards the ceiling, indicating that the third floor was occupied by wizards. Go inquire. If they have the time, they may seal the entrances. I cannot enter, she replied helplessly. Only those possessing a special pass can gain entry. Who holds such credentials? Those wizard guard are just behind us. She pointed towards the inner courtyard of the hospital. They typically congregate in the administrative building. Elisa confirmed the status of the main entrance, nodded at the nurse, and then hastened towards the inner courtyard. Upon stepping outside, she collided with an oncoming wizard, evidently a guard of the hospital. Hey, wait, Elisa began, but the wizard abruptly aimed his wand at her. As an adept teacher of defense against the dark arts, Elisa instinctively retaliated. The two spells collided, releasing a dazzling explosion of colors, the force of the impact causing both to stagger backwards. However, the young lady's luxurious magical robe absorbed much of the residual energy, allowing her to recover swiftly. A beam of white light erupted from her wand, striking the adversary and sending him sprawling, unconscious. Just as Elisa sought to catch her breath, a spell from behind struck her. The magical robe mitigated a significant portion of the force, causing her to stumble forward but ultimately regain her footing. The assailant, taken aback by the robe's formidable defense, swung his wand again, this time targeting her head. However, to his surprise, his own head exploded first. A gunshot rang out, and the assailant collapsed to the ground. Elisa turned to face him, wand at the ready, yet halted her spell casting. Scotta? She called out in confusion. Do I know you? Martin Scotter holstered his pistol, equally perplexed. It's me, Elisa Shafik. The town sheriff furrowed his brow, surveying her with astonishment. Wow, you have changed remarkably, miss. Only then did Elisa recall her current appearance and waved her hand dismissively. It's a long story. What are you doing here? I thought I instructed you to go to Godric's Hollow after your discharge. I did, the sheriff nodded. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Forget about that. You aren't still investigating Harvey's disappearance, are you? You know me, esteemed miss, he replied. A sigh escaped Elisa's lips. Fine, considering you just saved my life. I shall let it go for now. This place is perilous. You should find a safe spot to hide. I have discovered something within this hospital that you need to see, Scotter insisted. All right, tell me where, and I will go, but not now. As you can see, the townsfolk have gone mad. We must at least secure the hospital. Yet Scotter pressed on. Trust me, Miss Shafik. What I have encountered is far more terrifying than the madness outside. Clearly, the sheriff was not easily deterred. After a moment of contemplation, Elisa relented. Lead the way, but make haste. I cannot be away for too long. The van maneuvered into the city center, as several roads leading to the hospital were either blocked by crowds or destroyed. Hence, Xing Ze had to take a long detour. This route was relatively passable, albeit time-consuming. As long as he could reach the hospital safely, he would consider it worthwhile. Just as he was about to accelerate, a girl dashed out from another street. The van screeched to a halt, sliding several meters before finally stopping in front of her. Paravi? Xing Ze called out, leaning out the window. The girl, initially intent on fleeing, turned in surprise upon hearing her name. Merlin's beard. Is that really you, Mr. Xing Ze? Before she could finish, he heard the sound of air slicing through. He swiftly exited the vehicle, and a protective barrier formed around him and the girl. Two wizards on flying broomsticks swooped down from the sky. Their spells aimed at the girl were deflected by the shield. Xing Ze dispelled the barrier and, with a flick of his wand, struck one of the wizards. The other wizard disregarded his fallen companion, instead redirecting his broomstick towards Xing Ze with malicious intent. The barrier extended, transforming into a lance-like weapon aimed at the enemy. The wizard narrowly evaded this unexpected strike, but did not anticipate that a portion of the barrier would morph into a spear, which he failed to dodge. The spear pierced through the wizard's chest, leaving only his broomstick tumbling to the ground before Xing Ze. Paravi's eyes widened in astonishment as she inhaled deeply. Cedric always said you were quite formidable, sir. We all thought he was boasting. However, today, I have witnessed that he was indeed truthful. Let us save the compliments for when we are safe, Xing Ze replied, retrieving the broomstick and gesturing for the girl to enter the vehicle. As the van roared back to life, Xing Ze asked with confusion, I thought you would be hiding in your basement. Where are your parents? Paravi glanced at the pained Luke beside her, sitting distastefully. They returned home. Clearly, Monel's plan was to eliminate everyone in the town, including pure-blood wizards. You speak nonsense, Luke retorted, glaring at Paravi with contempt. You're nothing but a filthy liar. A sharp slap rang out, and the girl replied defiantly, You ought to clean up your language, or I shall make you regret it. You damned idiot. And your lunatic father. Look at what you've done to this town. Open your eyes. Luke Mendez, what promise did your father make you? Does he intend to leave you with nothing but ruins and countless corpses to manage? By Merlin, if that is truly the case. Luke straightened his back defiantly. We will cleanse this town of muggles and half-bloods, leaving behind a Ravenclaw village solely for pure-bloods, just as it was in its glorious past. Paravi shook her head, exasperated. With a foolish son like you, your father must be so proud. Stop wasting breath on him, Paravi. Their entire family is beyond redemption. Answer my question, why aren't you in the basement? At this, Paravi furrowed her brows tightly, as if she had erred, and muttered, We are investigating some matters. We? A sense of foreboding rose within Xing Ze. Cedric, damn it. He cursed vehemently, causing the girl to flinch. And Harry, Ron, and Hermione, she continued softly. Xing Ze exhaled heavily, his expression grave. Where are they? Chapter 193, Fortuity. The van altered its course, prompting Luke to complain from within. If I don't reach the hospital soon, I shall bleed out. Xing Ze waved his wand and cast a spell, causing the wealthy young man to collapse like a rag doll. Why didn't you use this earlier? Paravi inquired quietly. Xing Ze tossed a healing potion to the girl, instructing, Pour some on his wounds, ensure he does not perish. Reluctantly, she took the potion and applied it to Luke's injuries. What on earth are you all doing here? This is certainly not my idea, Paravi remarked. It was Cedric and Harry's suggestion. Cedric wrote to me this morning, asking for assistance in locating something in town. Don't they have classes to attend? Xing Ze furrowed his brow. You took a leave of absence. Surely they must have done the same? As far as I know, they skipped class, Paravi replied. The Weasley twins helped them. You know how those twins always have a knack for escaping lessons. Xing Ze pressed his throbbing forehead. Then you ought to inform them that the town is quite unsafe today. I hadn't the chance to reply before they arrived. I intended to send them back, but their resolute demeanor made it clear that was impossible. Thus, to dissuade them completely, I took them to search for clues about Snape. I swear by Merlin, sir, I had no idea the situation in town would be this dire. Snape? He inquired. Indeed, they claim Professor Snape is a Death Eater. I find that utterly preposterous. How could Headmaster Dumbledore tolerate a Death Eater teaching at the school? Xing Ze pondered for a moment. Did they mention who sent them to look for clues? I couldn't care less. I just wanted them to return home quickly, Paravi replied. That's when I got separated from them. Xing Ze parked the car in a relatively secluded area near the town's police station, which seemed less chaotic, although they had witnessed numerous fleeing individuals on their way. Paravi mentioned that many residents nearby had taken refuge in the police station for safety. Xing Ze disembarked and cast a concealment charm on the van with his wand before retrieving a spare, standard wand from his ring and handing it to Paravi. You can still cast spells, can't you? Don't underestimate me, sir, Paravi retorted, taking the wand and waving it as if reacquainting herself with its feel. Remember what I told you? I remember, sir. If the situation changes, hop on your broom and flee. Xing Ze nodded and made his way towards the antique shop. He had no time to escort Paravi home. Given the tumultuous circumstances, those 4 children wouldn't last long. The door to the antique shop was ajar, and Xing Ze cautiously peered inside through the glass. A group of thugs was rummaging through the store. Such opportunistic looters would never be in short supply. Xing Ze had no desire to intervene excessively. He was neither a saint nor a savior. One's capabilities are limited, and he could not save everyone nor expend energy thwarting every crime. He pushed the door open, startling the thugs, who clutched their spoils tighter upon seeing him. "Hey, mate," one tattooed man called out, "this is our find. You'll have to wait your turn until we're done." "I'm not interested in any of that," Xing Ze bluntly stated. "I'm looking for 4 children, 1 older and 3 younger." The thugs exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, the speaking man replied, "Sorry, mate, we haven't seen them." To ensure they weren't mistaken, Xing Ze detailed each child's characteristics. "Mate, you might want to check at the police station. Many have gone there, and at least the police are offering protection." Sensing their demeanor suggested honesty, he did not press further. Pallavi informed him that they had been pursued by a couple of broom-riding wizards, prompting them to take refuge in the antique shop, where 2 wizards later entered. Cedric attempted to ambush them, but it proved a foolish decision. They were no match for the 2 wizards. In the ensuing chaos, she had become separated from the others. Thinking back, Xing Ze asked, "Did you encounter the broom-riding wizards?" "We were quite fortunate," replied a young woman. "We didn't run into those mad wizards." "Yes, they were probably preoccupied dealing with the police," interjected another bearded man, casually stuffing several antique jewels into his pocket. Surveying the disarray of the antique shop, Xing Ze found himself at an impasse. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the thugs and asked, "Where do you plan to stash these items?" "Outside are madmen and wizards. We're heading to the school," the tattooed man answered, seemingly unconcerned about revealing their hideout. "There are quite a few people gathered there, muggles and wizards alike. Many of them are quite capable. They will protect the survivors. If you want to go, you should hurry. Soon, it will be overcrowded, and they may not take anyone in, just like the police station." "How we get there?" The tattooed man pointed out a route not far away, a 10-minute walk. "Thank you," Xing Ze said, preparing to depart when a young woman suddenly asked, "Are you the father of those children? Do I look that old?" Xing Ze halted, forcing a vrismile. "No, just asking." The young woman smiled back. The tattooed man and the bearded one slowed their actions, while the other thugs ceased their looting altogether. "Are they your brothers?" the woman continued to inquire. Xing Ze shook his head. "They are my students." "Students? That sounds like an unusual excuse." All right. Xing Ze surrendered. "What do you want? If you've seen those children, please tell me. They may be in danger. Or should I present my teaching credentials before providing information?" "No, we can't read wizard credentials. I saw them heading towards a tower. It's near the school. You can't miss it." "Is it really that simple?" Xing Ze felt bewildered. He usually would have taken action by now. Yet, the thugs resumed their looting with an air of nonchalance. "I owe you a favor. I am increasingly perplexed by the current situation." The woman chuckled again. "Not long ago, 2 of my subordinates were taken to a villa by the river Luke Mendez, where they were forced to inhale hallucinogens. You saved them." "Ah, that incident." Xing Ze recalled the 2 girls dancing at the villa. "To be honest, I went there looking for Luke. I suspected as much. Regardless, you didn't let them die there, which is a rare occurrence. When they returned, they told me that an Eastern person saved them. Very few Easterners visit Ravenska village, and besides, you've also met Tina, Ace's girlfriend. So, I inquired a little and discovered you were a teacher at Hogwarts. I thought today would only bring misfortune." Xing Ze shrugged. "It seems my luck remains. Thank you." With that, he turned to leave. The woman called after him, "If you survive today, remember to come find me for a drink. I shall take you up on that." Chapter 194, The Vanished. The tower was the landmark of New Ravenska village, erected to commemorate the founding families of the town. Xing Ze proceeded cautiously, the raven surveying the skies above. He had managed to avoid one wave of wizards and another of muggles along the way. Although the entire town was embroiled in a violent conflict between capable muggles and wizards, these 2 factions appeared to coexist in a peculiar harmony, their roles distinctly defined. The muggles, armed with firearms, scoured the ground, while the wizards, soaring on broomsticks, provided an advantageous aerial perspective. Xing Ze concealed himself behind a trash bin in a narrow alley, calculating the distance to the tower. If he adhered to his original route, he would undoubtedly be spotted by those airborne wizards. However, opting for an alternative path posed its own uncertainties regarding safety and the potential for encountering enemies. Compounding his dilemma was the pressing constraint of time. He should have reached the hospital 5 minutes prior. Cursing under his breath, he awaited the passage of the Muggle patrol through the alley before stealthily darting across the street like a cat. Arriving at a cafe's entrance, he took refuge behind an overturned table outside, biding his time for the wizards to pass overhead. With a sudden leap, He entered the cafe and strode purposefully towards the kitchen, knowing that most restaurants have a back door facilitating the transport of ingredients and waste. Though this route was slightly circuitous, it was undoubtedly safer than traversing the open street. He opened the kitchen door, colliding with a man who was adjusting his belt. Both men froze momentarily. Xing Ze seized the initiative, swiftly grasping the man's throat and lifting him off the ground, slamming him against the prep table. Dishes clattered and shattered, creating cacophony. The man emitted a muffled grunt, desperately grasping at Xing Ze's hand in an attempt to pry it loose. Yet, despite his exertion, with veins bulging on his forehead, he could not budge Xing Ze's grip in the slightest. Xing Ze's gaze shifted to a young woman lying beside the stove. Her clothes were disheveled, her complexion ashen, and her lower body stained crimson. The back door burst open with a bang as another man clad in a black jacket rushed in. Xing Ze released his hold, ducking to evade the incoming gunfire while snatching a fork from the floor to stab at the previously assailed man's leg. The man howled in agony, rising from the table and shouting to his companion, "Kill him! Damn it, take this kid down!" Even without his urging, the man in the black jacket had already circled around to the other side of the table, but Xing Ze had vanished from sight. The injured man pointed to his right, shouting, "Over here, idiot! Here!" His hand, however, was pierced by a dinner knife, causing him to leap off the table in pain. His vigorous movement aggravated his leg wound, eliciting another scream. The man in the black jacket hastened to the table's right side, but Xing Ze had already slipped through the gap below to the opposite side. "Come out, you bastard!" The black jacket fumed, climbing atop the table, only to be struck down by a flying frying pan. Xing Ze seized a meat cleaver from the counter and approached the man menacingly. "I am searching for 4 children. 1 older, 3 younger," he intoned gravely. "Tell me what you know, and I may spare your life." Wait, I've seen them." They headed toward the tower. Maniac Manny is leading the pursuit. The man's bravado faded, replaced by trembling fear as he recoiled. "How long ago?" About 10 minutes ago." "Thank you." A faint smile graced Xing Ze's lips as his knife fell, crimson fluid seeping from the man's groin. Pain often takes time to register in the brain. "Ah." He straightened, discarding the knife and glancing at the lifeless young woman. "I spared you, but she will not be as fortunate." Xing Ze approached the man in the black jacket, bent down to seize the gun from his grasp, and fired a shot into the man's head. "Where are you taking me?" Idwin scanned her surroundings with caution. The cloaked wizard led her to an abandoned building. "We're almost there," he replied, gesturing toward the room ahead. This dilapidated structure was not far from the supermarket, yet they encountered 3 wizards along the way. Idwin refrained from engaging. The hooded wizard effortlessly dispatched the trio with ease, prompting her to ponder his strength, comparable to that of a golden sun. She calculated her own odds of survival in her mind. "I'm not your enemy. Miss Idwin von Winkle. Cease regarding me with such suspicion." The hooded wizard halted, drawing aside a tattered curtain for her. "If I intended you harm, I would not have gone to such lengths to bring you here before attacking." Idwin withdrew her gaze as she entered the room, finding it an unremarkable shell of a space. "If you are attempting to sell me on this property, you are sorely mistaken." The hooded wizard remained silent, striding directly to a wall and pressing his hand against it. As magic coursed through him, the wall radiated a brilliant glow, gradually stabilizing. An intricate magical circle began to materialize. Idwin recognized this array. It was a highly advanced ceiling formation, only a notch below those found on the Egyptian pyramids. As the light dissipated, the wall vanished, revealing a hidden chamber before them. The hooded wizard stepped inside first, and after a moment's hesitation, Idwin followed. The chamber was spacious, filled with various documents and files, and with a resounding thud, the wall reappeared. "What is this?" Idwin gazed at the room adorned with photographs and documents, her brow furrowing in deeper perplexity. The wizard lowered his hood, revealing a hoarse voice as he spoke, the Screamer. "The shadow of Ravenska village, a blasphemous monstrosity, a visitor from dreams. It bears many names. Since my ancestor Edward summoned it from the dream realm, it has assumed numerous identities: steward, physician, coachman, and even a harlot." "Your ancestor?" Idwin whispered, a sudden understanding dawning upon her. "Indeed, my ancestor Edward Mendez." As the wizard spoke, he removed his mask, revealing a weathered face marred with scars. One particularly prominent scar, tracing from his right forehead down through his eyebrows and eyes, extending to the base of his opposite ear. Idwin raised an eyebrow, her tone a blend of surprise and confusion. "You are Sheik Mendez. I am quite impressed. Even in my current state, you recognize me," he croaked appreciatively. Chapter 195, The Lurking Shadow. To Elisa Fick's astonishment, the hospital's basement concealed such a chamber. Rows of upright nutrient tanks housed various humanoid forms, some with 3 hands, others with tails, and some exhibiting severe physical deformities. Yet, they all shared a singular characteristic. They lacked brains, their skulls having been opened. This unsettling sight reminded Elisa of Ackman's words. The unseen church was crafting a perfect body, one capable of resisting the taint of dreams. Murmuring in disbelief, she muttered, Merlin's beard. Indeed, I nearly soiled myself the first time I entered, Martin Scotell remarked. Although it was a jest, neither of the two present could muster a smile. Ellie pressed onward, her wand raised, as an overwhelming discomfort enveloped her. The sheriff, meanwhile, had not relinquished his firearm. At the forefront of the room lay a small autopsy chamber, unmistakably a site of recent activity. On an immaculate table, several containment tubes sat side by side, their contents submerged in a verdant liquid, most likely human brains. While the purpose of this macabre place remained unclear to me, the sheriff did not glance at the brains, but it was evident they were not intended for healing. I thought, even you wizards wouldn't resort to extracting brains. Would you? The young lady took a deep breath to steady her nerves, urgently stating, we must leave this place. Everyone in the hospital is in peril. We must devise a plan. A wave of despair washed over Ellie as she realized that the hospital she had fought so hard to protect was in fact a laboratory for the cult of the magical banquet. The entire establishment had been infiltrated, meaning that when Reiko and the others arrived, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. She had to warn them. The hospital was unsafe. At this moment, she thought of Xing Ze, that erratic madman. His reckless, unconventional methods always seemed to transform danger into safety. Truth be told, she found herself somewhat envious of that lunatic. Yet now, she felt utterly alone, with only a muggle sheriff by her side. Although he excelled among his kind, he would likely be of little assistance against wizards. She had grown accustomed to following Xing Ze's lead. With him around, she scarcely felt pressured, as he always devised solutions. Damn it! The young lady let out a bitter laugh, realizing she had been too deeply influenced by him. Very well, she thought. Let us ponder what that madman would do if he were here. However, before she could formulate a plan, the sound of footsteps approached. Scotell swiftly aimed his pistol toward the newcomer, while Ellie raised her wand, preparing a simple incantation. The figure wore a white lab coat, appearing to be in his 50s, with a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose and neatly styled white hair. The banquet has yet to commence, my dear guests. You seem to have wandered into the wrong room. This is the dressing room. The banquet hall is upstairs, he stated leisurely, his voice somewhat sharp, occasionally grating like nails on glass, nevertheless conveyed a palpable excitement. Scotell could not comprehend the man's words and cast a sidelong glance at Ellie. The young lady signaled, and gunfire erupted, accompanied by a burst of light from her wand. Yet their attacks had no effect. A black curtain materialized before the doctor, deflecting bullets and nullifying magic alike. The doctor advanced slowly, the black curtain gradually retracting and melding back into his form. Ellie finally discerned his features, and the sheriff did as well. Although they had nearly guessed the man's identity, astonishment still graced their faces. The doctor was none other than Ernest, Harvey's primary physician. Since you've uncovered my little secret, Ernest chuckled, why not become performers at the ball? Something lurked in the shadows of the room. A chill ran down Ellie's spine. She had felt this sensation before, when she encountered the nightmares in the church. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted, a sound capable of shattering eardrums, assaulting their minds. The sheriff clutched his ears, quickly spitting blood, his eyes wide with terror, tears streaming down his face as if he had witnessed the most horrifying scene imaginable. No, he mumbled, releasing his hands from his ears and raising his gun to his own head. Ellie's spell arrived just in time, silencing the shriek. Ah, damn it, she exclaimed, expelling the mucus and saliva from her mouth. Trembling as she retrieved a box of explosive cigars from her pocket and hurled it toward the creature in the shadows. I spent 5 years chasing down leads, said Sheck Mendez, and that fellow is currently hiding in the town hospital. By Merlin's beard, Edwin exclaimed, the screamer is in the town hospital. Indeed, operating under the guise of a muggle guard named Niels. My companions have all gone to the town hospital, Edwin declared. I must warn them. No, Sheck countered. You and I have more pressing matters to attend to. The scholar's expression turned icy. Get out of my way. I care not if you're Sheck Mendez or the director of an orphanage. I need to save my companions. If you attempt to stop me, Edwin aimed her wand at Sheck. I will see this through to the end. I know how to unravel the magic circle outside, but I require a curse breaker. Unraveling is not my specialty, Sheck replied. What? Edwin frowned, unprepared for this revelation. What will it be? Save your companions, or dismantle the magic circle to allow reinforcements to enter. Make your choice. I shall respect your decision, Miss Winker. After a moment of contemplation, Edwin cursed. You wretched bastard. You knew their plan all along. You could have prevented this tragedy. Damn politicians. You crave a stage to return to, don't you? After 5 years of invisibility in this town, even if you return, you cannot compete with your brother. That is why you allowed this calamity to unfold. Before things become irreparable, you will unravel the magic circle, welcoming the Ministry's rescue, and become the hero of this town. A true genius. You must have spent considerable time preparing for this. No wonder you have been silent for 5 years, willing to survive in this slum. A smile crept across Shek's face, rendering him even more menacing. In a raspy voice, he said, perhaps you are correct, but it's also possible I only recently learned of their plans and have just discovered a way to dismantle the magic circle. Perhaps 5 years of living in obscurity were to evade my brother's pursuit. As for why I've been surviving in a muggle slum, it could be because I have always advocated for the coexistence of muggles and wizards. But now none of that matters. Make your choice swiftly, miss. Save your friends or save the survivors of the town. Edwin trembled slightly, gritting her teeth as she replied, I hope you are prepared with your speech for the stage. I hope it can withstand the revelations I will share with the press. Chapter 196. The Poet and the Director. How difficult is it to unravel a magic circle? You lot are the Ministry's finest curse breakers, John shouted at the 2 wizards operating before the Crimson Shield. Do not disturb their work. John, a calm female voice admonished from behind him. You know that will only hinder their progress. Damn it, John cursed, turning to face the newcomer. She was a stout woman with a square chin, sporting short gray hair, small lips, and a pair of monocles. Have a bit of patience, Amelia Bones urged again. We are communicating with Gringotts to see if they have any available curse breakers. John took a swig from his flask and suggested, or perhaps we could directly blast this shield apart with magic. I have contemplated this plan. However, my most esteemed analyst of magical arrays has informed me that it would demand an immense reservoir of magical energy. I cannot afford to take such a perilous risk, depleting all of my subordinates' magical powers solely for the purpose of opening a portal. As you have noted, there exists a multitude of lunatics, heretics, and dark sorcerers within. If we were to proceed with this course of action, what resources do we possess to combat them? By Merlin's beard, John smacked his forehead, suggesting they consult Dumbledore. For I believe he may possess a viable solution. Minister Fudge is en route, the deputy director murmured, indicating that the Ministry of Magic is reluctant to allow Dumbledore to meddle in every affair. Of course, John replied with an expression of foresight. We could conserve our magical energy for crafting a memorial for the victims of Ravenclaw. The deputy director's demeanor darkened. Enough with the sardonic remarks, John. I dare say everyone present is anxious, myself included, especially considering our director is still inside. Upon hearing this, John scoffed, when you finally breach the shield. I hope he remains unscathed. Lyco had not anticipated that employing the disillusionment charm once more would result in such dire consequences. He had nearly exhausted all his magical energy to ensure both his and the director's safe transit. Tragically, they materialized in the town square, which had now transformed into a battlefield. The wizards occupied the southern end of the square, while muggles held the north, and the cultists and monsters dominated both the east and west. Divided by the square, the factions clashed incessantly. The muggles darted through alleys and buildings, leveraging the terrain to engage in guerrilla tactics, gradually whittling down the wizarding numbers. Conversely, the wizards employed a more brutal approach, seizing the high ground and unleashing spells with devastating bombardment, each onslaught claiming numerous lives. As for the cultists and monsters, they lurked in the shadows like casino croupiers, maintaining a delicate balance of power between the 2 factions to maximize their opportunity for slaughter. This is madness. Old Batty gazed at the chaos unfurling before him, reminiscent of a bygone era. Yet no. Lyco took several deep breaths. Save your lamentations for the press conference, director, if you survive to see it. Seeing Lyco preparing to lead him away, Old Batty waved him off. I am well aware of my physical condition. Please do not burden yourself with me, Mr. Yalbin. I would only hinder your escape. Oh, director, must you choose this moment to make declarations? Lyco retorted with a grimace. While I have ample reasons to refuse you, given our proximity to the battlefield, I truly wish to avoid a debate on this matter. They entrusted you to me, and thus I bear the responsibility of ensuring your safety. At the very least, I shall not abandon you in this hellish place. Do you still possess magical energy? Old Batty inquired. Lyco shook his head. I have little left myself. This implies that should we encounter any adversaries, be they muggles or wizards, Both shall meet with certain demise. If it were just you, perhaps you might have a better chance of evading capture. Trust me, I have participated in my fair share of battles and wars. This is not my first encounter with such a scenario. Oftentimes, one must make sacrifices. I am not acting on impulse, Mr. Yalbin. This conclusion is derived from years of experience. I am indifferent to that, Lyco insisted, forcing old Batty to his feet. You speak as though you were my father. Now, let us cease this trivial chatter and focus on how to extricate ourselves from this wretched place. Old Batty fell silent. The pain from his back wound throbbing insistently. Merely walking had drained a significant portion of his strength. I know of someone, Lyco said, guiding him past a police car that had been pierced by debris. The officers inside had not even had time to open their doors. He is an unusual individual, one who never understands the concept of surrender, always forging his own path. Truth be told, I have contemplated abandoning you to save myself, for I am terrified to the core. As he spoke, Lyco glanced up at the man hanging from a lamppost, his body nearly charred. The thought of perishing here sent shivers down his spine. However, I believe that if that fellow were present, he would likely do the same. Do you know what I perceive in him? Old Batty shook his head. Integrity and kindness. By Merlin's beard, I suspect you may find this hard to believe, Director. I have always thought such qualities were meant to exist solely in fairy tales. Old Batty paused for a moment before responding. Every fairy tale contains a kernel of truth. Mr. Yalbin, indeed, I concur. After safely traversing a street, the two men received assistance from the proprietor of a laundromat. The Muggle owner had likely spotted them through the window and opened the door to invite them inside for shelter. See, Director, Lyco exclaimed cheerfully. What did I just say about good-hearted souls? You two are fortunate. Just moments ago, several wizards passed by, the owner remarked, his skin somewhat darkened, with wisps of gray beginning to appear at his temples. Ronan, he introduced himself. I am acquainted with you, Mr. Crouch. Ah, old Batty nodded, rummaging through his memory for information on the man. My eldest son, Ronan explained. He works in the Auror office, under the employ of Mr. Kingsley. Kingsley Shacklebolt? Old Batty confirmed. Indeed, Ronan replied, pride evident in his expression. He has always regarded you as a role model for his studies. Old Batty smiled and nodded. I cannot claim to be a paragon. Perhaps once we are entirely safe, you can discuss this further, the poet interjected. Of course, Ronan said, turning to lead them into the back room. Follow me. Mr. Kingsley often uses the basement here as a meeting space. We could take refuge there. Following the laundromat owner, the two men descended into the basement, where Ronan's wife and children were sheltering, alongside several other survivors. I have done all I can, Ronan stated. You have done remarkably well, old Batty praised, for few possess the capacity for kindness in such dire circumstances. Chapter 197, The Tower. Xing Ze navigated through the gaps between buildings, occasionally pausing to ascertain his bearings. However, most of the time, he halted to evade the wizards soaring above. The tower still lay some distance away, but he felt no impatience or panic. Instead, he grew increasingly composed, much like an animal cornered with no escape. His instincts began to replace rational thought. Moments later, he arrived at a street adjacent to the tower. He crouched behind a mailbox, observing the situation ahead. There were no guards at the entrance. Perhaps the cultists had not anticipated any opposition. The inhabitants of this area appeared to them as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Xing Ze glanced up, confirming the dark spots in the sky. Taking a deep breath, he sprinted towards the tower with all his might. This spiraling edifice soared over 100 meters tall, housing not only a restaurant and library, but also numerous shops, effectively serving as a shopping complex for the village of Ravenclaw. As he ascended, Xing Ze encountered the most disheartening sight: corpses, tourists, shopkeepers, the elderly, children, all manner of lifeless bodies lay in grim states. The cultists likely intended to massacre their way to the summit. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Xing Ze collided with a group of survivors attempting to flee. Upon seeing Xing Ze, the group exhibited expressions of panic. The leader among them, a restaurant chef, mustered his courage to step forward and implored, "Sir, please, spare us. There are children and the elderly among us. It is unsafe outside." Xing Ze replied softly, "Stay inside and await rescue. The Ministry of Magic has dispatched personnel." At this news, the crowd erupted in joy, many embracing and weeping. Xing Ze gestured for silence and instructed, "Go inside. I shall cast a few protective enchantments for you." However, upon witnessing him produce his wand, the crowd's panic reignited. "Sir, no, that won't be necessary. This is sufficient," the chef awkwardly stammered. Xing Ze did not press the matter. Their ability to evade the search of the wizards indicated that this place should be secure. "I am searching for 4 children. Has anyone among you seen them?" he inquired, though he held little hope. The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. The chef explained, "Forgive us, sir. We have only just emerged. No children have come this way." After thanking them, Xing Ze was about to ascend when the black cat at the staircase suddenly emitted a warning. His brow furrowed as he urgently called to the people behind him. Inside, the crowd hurriedly squeezed into their hiding place, each wishing for a few more legs to hasten their retreat. Two wizards appeared in the hallway, their eyes gleaming upon sighting the throng. Resembling famished wolves spotting a flock of sheep. Eagerly, they drew their wands, neglecting the presence of Xing Ze, a lapse that would prove fatal. The spell struck one of the wizards, and the other, astonished, turned to his companion, only to realize he ought to retaliate. However, a solid punch landed on his jaw, momentarily defying gravity, before he was harshly returned to the ground. Those who had not yet entered the hiding place halted, gazing at Xing Ze with expressions of surprise and confusion. Thank you. The chef expressed his gratitude. Hurry inside, Xing Ze urged. The chef nodded and turned to beckon the crowd to hasten within. Once everyone had entered the hiding room, Xing Ze cast a defensive and concealment charm upon the place before approaching the wizard who had been struck by the spell. He signaled for Bluebeak to continue monitoring and then wave his wand to lift the enchantment, causing the wizard to groggily open his eyes. What the? Xing Ze seized the wizard and dragged him into a nearby toy store. Where are the 4 children you are pursuing? While what? The wizard's finger was brutally twisted until it snapped. Children? Xing Ze continued to question, reaching for another finger. On the 23rd floor, they fled there. Manny is leading the search for them. How many people? Including Manny, 5 in total. Xing Ze's bro furovet. What are you doing here? They are lunatics, do you understand? Lunatics, the wizard exclaimed. We merely wish to slay a few half-bloods and muggles for amusement. We are not aligned with those madmen. Manny, that lunatic, has been rambling about the child of God, Harry Potter, so. You are fearful, Xing Ze interjected, for you have encountered individuals even more deranged than yourselves. So, how many have you and your companions killed? None. We have not yet had the chance to kill anyone. Really? Xing schmirked. I admire your self-restraint. Of course. Can I go now? No. Xing Ze pointed his wand at the wizard. Wait, what are you doing? What do you intend? Hunting monsters, Xing replied coldly. With a flash, the wizard collapsed to the ground, a collection of fingers of varying sizes tumbling from his robe, sliding across the tiles to rest beneath a large toy bear. I never misjudge. Xing Ze stowed his wand, exited the shop, and ascended the stairs. The black cat leapt up, merging into his arm, then transformed into a dagger that pierced through the chest of a nearby wizard. The 23rd floor served as one of the office locations within the tower, comprising a circular hall surrounded by various rooms. 2 wizards were stationed to guard the hall, while the lunatic Manny led 2 other wizards in searching the rooms one by one, with 4 rooms yet unopened. Time was running short for Xing Ze. He meticulously surveyed the hall, plotting his offensive strategy from left to right, front to back. As Manny and the 2 wizards entered one of the rooms, Bluebeak transformed back into the black cat, mewing as it dashed into the hall. The 2 wizards immediately aimed their wands at it without hesitation, unleashing 2 simple spells directed at the cat. Simultaneously, Xing Ze emerged from behind a door, his prepared magic striking one of the wizards. The other wizard reacted far quicker than Xing Ze anticipated, casting a spell that shot forth. Xing Ze narrowly evaded, rolling to the side of that wizard, his counterspell merely striking the wizard's defensive charm. The evading black cat leapt onto a writing desk, its claws enlarging before it struck down upon the wizard. The wizard's incantation faltered, and he spat blood. The other wizard, having been struck by the spell, rose from the floor, evidently saved by the robes he wore. Anticipating this, Xing Ze cast a disarming charm, relieving the wizard of his wand. He then leapt onto the writing desk, delivering a fierce kick to the wizard's face. Meanwhile, Bluebeak coiled around the neck of another wizard, and Xing Ze swiftly approached, efficiently snapping the man's neck. Chapter 198, The Hospital. The commotion in the hall drew the attention of those within the rooms. Xing Ze retrieved a glass vial from his ring and hurled it toward the room occupied by the lunatic Manny. The vial shattered, releasing a plume of purple mist. The 3 wizards rushing from the room were all inevitably affected by the Terra Nigri's smoke. The 2 foremost wizards began to dance uncontrollably, while Manny, the bald wizard with an exposed torso, appeared to exhibit some resistance to the mist. He cackled maniacally as he seized the 2 wizards beside him, unhesitatingly merging them into his very being. Indeed, it was as if he devoured them, much like a mire. Ha ha, you shall all become my nourishment. Manny laughed maniacally. I, Manny's sakes, shall soon become the first to follow the Dark Lord. At that moment, Xing Ze surged forward, Bluebeak transforming into a blade that plunged fiercely into Manny's heart. Your verbosity is excessive. Ah, is that all? Is that all you can? Xing Ze swiftly withdrew the dark blade, using his other hand to stuff a bundle of explosive cigars into the wound. A smile crept across his lips as the armor stored within Bluebeak was empowered around him. He retreated quickly, the dark blade swirling as it effortlessly severed Manny's grasping hands. Amidst the shock and fury of his foe, the cigars erupted. Boom! The explosion's force engulfed the entire basement, and the young lady's sapphire emblem automatically activated a protective spell, shielding them from the brunt of the blast. The residual shockwave hurled her and the sheriff against the wall, causing the nutrient tanks to explode, releasing grotesque forms that slid out amidst the green liquid. Seizing the moment while smoke and dust still lingered, Alira pulled the sheriff towards the exit, her concern for the hospital now overshadowed by the monstrous presence of nightmares. Even now, she could hear the faint, demonic scratching emanating from a corner, thanking the dim light of the basement for obscuring the true form of that abomination. She merely caught a glimpse of its outline. Like the horrifying shadows depicted in Harvey's paintings, the indescribable, amorphous creature defied complete recollection by any consciousness. No brush could ever render it with clarity. The sheriff halted, expelling a mouthful of blackened blood, and in a daze. He thought he could see something writhing within the viscous substance. Straightening up and wiping the blood from his lips, he staggered to keep pace with Alira, his vision wavering. Is it just me? Or do you hear it too? He murmured, only to be interrupted by the young lady. Do not speak. Conserve your strength, Scottel. Of course. I heard that scream, or else we would not be in such a dire predicament. The shriek had awakened within her the most terrible anguish and fear. And for a fleeting moment, she, like Scottel, contemplated the release of death for solace. Run, quickly, Scottel, Alira urged. The explosion won't deter it for long. Whether it was divine intervention or Merlin's mercy, they managed to make their way back to the surface. The young lady had never longed for light so desperately. Yet the scratching sound persisted. She understood that the screamer was still nearby. Upon entering the first-floor hall, the scene nearly elicited retches from both of them. The hospital had transformed into a slaughterhouse. Shattered corpses littered the ground, the floor soaked in thick blood, while the ceiling was adorned with chunks of flesh, entrails, and human tissue. In the center of the hall lay a gaping chasm. What do you think? The sheriff gulped, cautiously peering into the abyss. The young lady furrowed her brow. We cannot linger here. It must be nearby. I concur, Scottel replied, his teeth clenching audibly. He silently vowed to make those fiends pay dearly. The young lady hastened towards the exit. We must leave now. The sheriff immediately followed. Where to? You're the sheriff here. To the police station? They sprinted into a bookstore across from the hospital, gasping for breath. Alira replied. Reaching the police station would require traversing half the town, and I have little magical energy left. As she spoke, she hurled the sapphire emblem to the ground. With a blue gemstone swiftly crumbled into a heap of powder. I cannot think of a place that is safe anymore, the sheriff despaired, shaking his head. At that moment, a noise emerged from the bookstore's window, instantly tightening their nerves. They exchanged glances, and Alira asked the sheriff, How many bullets do you have left? Scottel checked his handgun's magazine, grateful that he still held on to it even in such dire circumstances, though it was initially intended for his own demise. Not many. So, do we flee? Or, dear lady, Scottel managed a wry smile. How far can we truly escape? Even now, that dreadful sound haunts my ears. All right, I'll leave my back to you, she said resolutely. They cautiously approached the window, Alira gripping her wand tightly, feeling a tremor of fear unlike any she had experienced in her life. She had been raised in an ancient, affluent, and secure wizarding family, the cherished only child, lavished with affection and perhaps excessively protected. Perhaps it was this overindulgence that had stirred her rebellious spirit, compelling her to attend Hogwarts instead of opting for a private tutor like her brother. Perhaps it was her admiration for her grandmother, the family rebel and activist Carlotta Pinkston, imprisoned for advocating the repeal of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Yet now, that rebellion seemed to lead her toward death. Why could she not be like other noble girls, sipping afternoon tea, discussing laced robes and Quidditch players? Damn it, Xing Ze, how did you endure? She thought, questioning how one could face such terrifying and incomprehensible entities. As she pondered, they reached the bookstore window. To their relief, it was merely the sound of pebbles tapping against the glass. Alira stepped forward, peering outside, while Scottel remained vigilant at the bookstore's entrance. What do you see? A girl. Your son's friend. She seems to be beckoning us. The sheriff swiftly turned to glance. Are you certain? This isn't some damned hallucination? Trust me, if I were hallucinating, it would not be this, she replied, waving her wand to shatter the window's glass before vaulting out towards Tina's location. God save me. Scottel murmured a prayer and followed suit. Chapter 199, So-Called Justice. Why would the church people come here? Amelia Bournes asked with a sullen expression. John did not respond to her query, continuing to drink in his own world. It was only when Bournes fixed her gaze upon him that he set aside the flask, replying, How the hell would I know? Damn it, John, the deputy director frowned. If I discover you are behind this, you will pay dearly. Smile, Amelia, smile. They are approaching, John said, rising from the stump and standing behind the deputy director. Despite their constant friction, they were unexpectedly united in their attitude towards the church. You must be Ms. Amelia Bournes. It is an honor to meet you, Archbishop Andre greeted the deputy director. I am. I do not care, the deputy director interrupted brusquely. What brings you here? As you can see, Archbishop Andre gestured to the monks behind him. This town has been tainted. Bournes nodded. I understand. Everything is under control. We will soon breach this damned barrier and stabilize the situation. The Archbishop shook his head. You do not comprehend, deputy director. This is not ordinary magic. It is a dream spell, and breaking it will require considerable time. So, do you have a solution? John inquired, more concerned about Xing Ze and the others in town than his disdain for the church. The Archbishop nodded. If you agree, I can petition the church to activate the Spear of Angels. It can shatter the barrier. Of course. John's face was etched with disbelief. That contraption could not only obliterate the protective barrier, but also annihilate the entire town. So go to hell, he spat. Mind your language, wizard, or I'll beat you to a pulp. A gruff voice interjected into the conversation. Both Bones and John turned towards the sound, only to behold a man in his 30s, clad in casual attire and donning sunglasses, sauntering towards them. Since when did the management start hiring vagrants? Bones scoffed. The countenance of Bishop Enrel turned somewhat sour, and the two monks behind him took a few steps back, seemingly ready to intercept the man. This is Bishop Balthazar. He is responsible for devising our offensive strategy. Enrel introduced. Balthazar extracted a cigar from his chest pocket, placing it between his lips as he approached the group. Call me Balthazar. Who can remember such a lengthy name? Lend me a light, wizard. He gestured with a nod toward John. Bring your foolish face closer. I assure you, my warmth and friendliness will be palpable. Ah, Balthazar. He removed the cigar, grinning widely. The wizard is quite irate. Bishop Enrel signaled to the two monks beside him, who promptly moved closer to Balthazar. For the sake of Jesus, the Son, and the Holy Mother, old man, which side are you really on? I'm advocating for you here. Forgive me, gentlemen. Please consider my proposal. Prolonging this will only yield dire consequences. You are undoubtedly aware of the events at the distillery. Enrel dismissed his colleague's concerns. Not a chance. John resolutely rejected. My people are inside. Unless you step over my dead body, I suggest you abandon that thought. I hold the authority to command here, John. The deputy director reminded him. Enrel nodded amiably before returning to the temporary camp of the church. Once he had distanced himself, John inquired, You aren't genuinely contemplating his proposal. Are you, Amelia? Refer to me as the deputy director. Moreover, you have no authority to instruct me, John. So, remain silent. Merlin's beard, Bataclaw is still inside. Bones halted, a fleeting cold smirk crossing his face. He is a hero. Had we exchanged places, he would have made the same decision. Very well, let the minister decide then. Such a pity, John. Bones displayed a look of pity. He won't be coming here. I just informed his chief secretary of the elevated contamination levels in Ravenska. The minister should not take the risk of coming here. Thus, he has entrusted command and decision-making to me. Your key hall, I know, wields considerable power. But likewise, I have a few friends there. Do not waste your efforts seeking higher authority. John's expression darkened, and he conjured a wand seemingly out of thin air, pointing it at Bones. Several aurors rushed to the deputy director's side at once. Let me guess, your so-called higher-ups refer to our Amelia, your brother, Edgar, is not merely a war hero. He is also a sagacious visionary. Had he and those individuals not formed the Order of the Phoenix to oppose Voldemort, the entire British magical community would likely have succumbed to darkness. And you, Amelia, always seem to align with the wrong side, do you not? The deputy director raised an eyebrow. You dare point your wand at me? You dare mention Edgar in my presence? Consider carefully, John. She turned to the approaching aurors, commanding, Attend to your duties. There is nothing to see here. The aurors hesitated, pausing their advance, yet they did not depart. Look at this. The deputy director tossed a detection crystal to John. Upon inspection, he noted the crystal had turned a deep crimson, indicating that even here, the contamination from the dream realm had reached alarming levels. Do not speak of my brother again. He chose to combat evil, and what followed? The entire Bones family was slaughtered by Death Eaters. His Order of the Phoenix saved the British magical community? No. We both know it was that fool Dark Lord who ultimately met his demise. Prophecies? For Merlin's sake, can anyone still believe in such nonsense? He did what was right, John asserted, and currently, there exists a group within doing the same righteous deeds. I will not allow you bastards to take them away. Not this time. To hell with righteousness. To hell with justice. We could have remained neutral. The Bones family possessed sufficient strength to maintain neutrality. Just because my sanctimonious brother chose to confront evil, did he consider his family? His parents? His sister? I think he must have. He knew the consequences this would entail. Thus, I too, have considered it thoroughly. Once that crimson contraption is activated, heaven knows what we will face. Another Death Eater spawned from the womb of darkness? Or a legion of monsters emerging from the dream realm? Look around you. These people have families and friends. They are wives, husbands, fathers, and mothers. You may fight for your people. My brother may fight for justice. Then I too, I damn well execute justice. At the cost of sacrificing an entire town? Ah, John, what gives you the delusion that the path of righteousness does not demand sacrifice? I lost my entire family, so spare me your talk of sacrifice. Chapter 200, A Glimmer of Hope. Just as the two were locked in their fierce argument, a curse breaker hurriedly approached them, declaring, "The barrier has been breached." What did you say? John asked incredulously. The barrier. Someone has opened it from the inside, the curse breaker reiterated. The deputy director was the first to react. She promptly made her way toward the barrier, with John closely trailing behind. They soon arrived at the location of another curse breaker, where a gap had been created in the red barrier. As they drew near, a wave of dizziness washed over them, but fortunately, an aura nearby provided them with a protective crystal. Oh my God, Edwin, is that you? Edwin? John rushed forward, taking the crystal and quickly approaching the woman emerging from the fissure. The scholar's complexion was pale, and the crystal at her chest had turned a deep crimson, gradually darkening. Hey, bring more crystals, John shouted to the aura. Not necessary, Bishop Enrel interjected, having just arrived. Save those. As he spoke, he produced a vial of potion, handing it to Edwin. She drank some, pouring the remainder over herself. Following the consumption of the potion, she clutched her abdomen and began to vomit, expelling a substantial amount of black liquid. John rushed over to support Edwin, questioning the bishop. What the hell did you give her? That is the blood of the Holy Mother. It can withstand contamination. Do you wizards all possess a persecution complex? Replied Balthazar, lazily leaning against a sycamore tree. His cigar burnt down by a third. That remark should be directed at those wizards you crucified and burned, John retorted. Natanier let out a grunt, placing his cigar between his lips. It is now 1992, wizard, and you still cling to the notions of medieval trials? No wonder your kind remains so out of touch. Just then, a tall man emerged from the opening of the protective barrier, his face marred by scars that obscured his features. If possible, I would also desire a vial of the Virgin's blood. Enrel took a bottle from his waist and tossed it to the man, who scrutinized the wizards before him, seemingly confirming something. However, his confusion was swiftly addressed by Borns. Sheik? Sheik Mendez? Ah, I am truly astonished. Madame Borns, you still remember me. After responding, the man drank from the vial containing the crimson potion. A faint metallic taste spread through his mouth, and, as the liquid descended into his stomach, he felt a wave of nausea mixed with a peculiar sensation. He was enveloped by something warm and gentle, akin to the embrace of a woman, and every cell in his body relished this feeling greedily. Yet, the comfort was ephemeral. Like Edwin, he clutched his abdomen and expelled a stream of black liquid. John, indifferent to the reappearance of a man lost for 5 years, inquired of the recovering Edwin. How do you feel? I'm fine now, the scholar replied, pouring the remaining liquid from the vial over herself. Is it just you? What the others? Unclear. We were originally in the mayor's office, but we were forced apart due to an assault by the dream entity. I suspect they have headed to the town hospital. Old Batty needs treatment. However, that place is perilous, and we must warn them. No problem. Go rest, Edwin. I shall take care of the rest. John offered to assist the scholar toward the nearby command post, but she seemed resolute against it. No, you must take me with you, Edwin insisted. I owe them that much. Your condition is dire. You require treatment and rest. I am familiar with the situation inside. I can lead the way, enabling you all to reach the hospital more swiftly. The deputy director interjected. Tell me, miss, what exactly is happening inside? Has the entire town gone mad, or? For Merlin's sake, certainly not. Do you think I would allow my foolish brother to ruin the town? The sheik spat on the ground. There is a magical array near the town's tower that can ward off the corruption of dreams. However, as you can see, its range is somewhat lacking. Most of the townsfolk are merely suffering from mild contamination. That sounds promising. John glanced at the deputy director. At least we need not discuss razing the entire town to the ground. Humph. The sheik surveyed those around him, a scornful expression on his face. I anticipated someone would act so recklessly, but I did not expect you to be so decisive. Enough with the prattle, Nadenye said as he received 2 long wooden boxes from the hands of a monk behind him. Since the door is open, please step aside and allow the professionals to handle this. Are you planning to go in alone? Bishop Enrel inquired. Nadenye opened the boxes to assess the situation. What if it's a trap? I do not trust the wizards. We cannot allow our people to walk into a death trap. He extracted a gleaming sword from one box and a peculiar, large-caliber shotgun from the other. And give me a flare gun. Once I confirm the situation, I will signal you. Having gathered what he needed, Nadenye strode toward the opening of the barrier without a backward glance. Idwin, eager to re-enter the town, was firmly held back by John. Stay here. I will go. Trust me, I will bring them all out. Include me, the sheik remarked. I know several shortcuts and safe routes that can lead you to the hospital more swiftly. Whatever, just don't slow me down. I have no intention of rescuing you. Nadenye taunted before stepping into the town. Following him was the sheik. John turned to the deputy director, saying, I will also keep you informed, Madame Borns. Have your men keep an eye on the sky for the flare signal. And John glanced at Idwin. She requires treatment. Borns nodded, as someone was willing to scout ahead. She was glad to conserve her strength. Although John was somewhat unorthodox, his capabilities were beyond question. Moreover, if even he fell within, she would have reason to summon the church's spear of angels. Once John entered the town, Idwin contemplated slipping in as well, but Borns had already seen through her intentions. Hold on, miss, the deputy director blocked her path. We need to talk. You can tell us just how dire the situation is inside. Nadenye loaded several large rounds into the odd shotgun. Well then, ladies, we part ways here. Are you not coming with us? The sheik asked, puzzled. The bishop shook his head, chambering around. I require no safe routes. I have come here to deliver the Lord's will to those heathens. May all the saints who fear God. He began to pray aloud, raising the sword given to him by the Father, to sever the evil high and forever. You know, John said to the sheik, where I come from, they would lock such madmen in a barn, chain them up, and give them a lump of coal to scrawl those inconceivable drawings on the walls. I concur with your sentiment, but for now, we have guests. The sheik's gaze shifted to the sky, where several dark specks began to appear.